Warning. Warning. Nuclear radiation area. Unauthorized personnel prohibited from entry. Lu Ping, clad in a radiation suit, struggled to crawl out from the reactor. This reactor was constructed with high-strength reinforced concrete, impervious even to missiles. The reactor was several dozen meters deep. He was strapped in with a safety harness, climbing while changing hooks, making his movements exceedingly slow. The harness was his lifeline. He dared not neglect it. Not to mention his own life, there were countless cameras watching him from every angle. Lu Ping knew that at that moment, innumerable eyes were fixed upon him on their screens. Any deviation from protocol would lead to but one outcome: a swift ejection. In such matters, not even the highest-ranking officials or the most formidable backing could intervene. Nuclear power is no trifling matter. Above him was the Nuclear Safety Bureau, and beyond that, the International Atomic Energy Agency. If anything were to go awry, the embarrassment would not be solely his. This reactor was entirely under independent intellectual property rights, representing fifth-generation nuclear reactor technology. It bore a multitude of prestigious titles and was a national emblem. This was the world's first reactor, termed an experimental reactor. How could it possibly be merely experimental? This was a power plant, not a laboratory. With an investment nearing $100 billion, it had to generate electricity. Its rated power was 3,000 megawatts. What does that signify? In straightforward terms, it translates to an electricity generation capacity of 3 million kilowatt-hours per hour, with just a few dozen kilograms of nuclear fuel. It could operate autonomously for several years. Not even a money-printing machine could match such speed. Tomorrow, it was set to commence fuel loading, and Lu Ping had just completed the final comprehensive inspection. To hold this esteemed position was not merely due to his numerous titles: Nuclear Safety Engineer, Registered Constructor, Quality Control Engineer, Registered Supervising Engineer. Over the years, his promotions had been sluggish, prompting him to self-study and obtain certifications as a significant tool for increasing his income. Without the right connections, the more capable you are, the more you remain tethered to the front line. After a conversation with the leadership, this prestigious task fell upon him. Having worked in nuclear power for a decade, he had acquired an array of certificates. Yet, he still had to be present on site every single day, with no room for negligence. Even during meals, sleep, or holidays, his nerves remained intertwined with that reactor. The reactor was exceedingly high, almost vertical. It was hermetically sealed, resembling a vast steamer. Lu Ping was already drenched, feeling as though his breath was becoming labored. At last, he emerged. Where are the leaders? Where are the media? The cameras outside the warning line are still operational, yet no one is in sight. Lu Ping pondered, perplexed, as yesterday's script had not arranged for this scenario. Attention, attention. All personnel in the plant are to immediately enter emergency status and proceed to the nearest emergency assembly point. Accompanied by a series of buzzing sounds, Lu Ping finally grasped the situation. Emergency drills at this time? The leadership certainly has considered this thoroughly. But is it truly safe to leave me alone within the nuclear island? There have been instances in the past where inspection teams, led by officials, had lost their way inside the nuclear island during tours. The interior was layered, with an exceedingly complex network of passageways. Navigating with a map was not guaranteed to lead one out. Fortunately, he could mentally visualize every pathway with his eyes closed. Given that it was a full-plan emergency, he too should hasten to the designated area. Lu Ping headed towards a corridor. His location was as tall as a dozen stories, and exiting would require some time. Finally, he wound his way to the main staircase's exit, letting out a sigh of relief. Descending the stairs, Lu Ping encountered not a single soul along the way. At last, he arrived at the ground floor's exit. Just as he reached the main door, he spotted two individuals in work attire playfully chasing each other outside. One was running, the other in pursuit. Before long, the one behind caught up and tackled the one in front, pinning them down. Lu Ping was infuriated. On such a crucial day, with numerous media present, how could these two workers behave so recklessly? He immediately shouted, "Chasing and playing are strictly prohibited on the construction site. Violators will incur a fine of 1,000, and their respective construction unit will have 5% deducted from that month's payment." Lu Ping had memorized these management regulations. Typically, when he donned his bright red work attire, Workers would avoid him from afar, that he was practically a figure of authority, feared like a tiger in the past. His mere voice would prompt immediate compliance from the workers. Yet today, the situation unfolded contrary to his expectations. The individual mounted on his colleague not only disregarded him, but audaciously leaned down and sank his teeth into the neck of the worker beneath him. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain. My goodness! Lu Ping's heart raced wildly. Such immense work-related stress should never be vented in this manner. There have been instances of people leaping from heights and hanging themselves, but never had he witnessed such ferocity. Which company are you from? And who is your boss? It must be some contractor withholding wages otherwise. How could one be driven to such desperation? Lu Ping contemplated intervening, but alas, encumbered by his protective gear, his movements were severely hampered. He hastily pressed the communication button on his suit. There's a disturbance between BREX and the conventional island security needs to respond immediately. Have you had enough of this? Release him at once, or someone may die. He'll fetch the first aid kit. Lu Ping turned and re-entered the nuclear island, which housed emergency supplies such as first aid kits, radiation medication, and AEDs. Roar! As Lu Ping spun around, he heard the worker emit a ferocious growl. Lu Ping thought to himself, "You still have energy? I've encountered all sorts of individuals." He turned, preparing to employ the educational techniques he had practiced for many years. However, this turn startled him. The worker he had seen was now facing him, with bloodshot eyes and elongated canine teeth protruding from his mouth. How did this individual pass a health examination? Though Lu Ping felt something was amiss, fear did not seize him. You don't understand my words, do you? If you don't believe me, I can't help you. They'll confiscate your work card and instruct your boss to come to the safety department. The worker paid him no mind, lowering his head once more to bite into the neck of the colleague beneath him. The victim's back was turned to Lu Ping, obscuring his view of the dire situation. At that moment, a sound of chewing reached his ears. Goodness! Lu Ping finally recognized the severity of the situation and dashed toward the interior of the nuclear island, glancing back intermittently. What he saw nearly caused him to stumble in shock. There stood the reedied worker, occasionally lifting his head, with remnants of flesh still clinging to the corners of his mouth. Zombie! The term inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Security! Security! There's an emergency at the BREX entrance. Quickly notify the stationed armed police to respond. This was a national key project, and within the plant, there was a garrison housing an armed police unit. Typically, the police would patrol the area. Why isn't there any response? Instinctively, Lu Ping took out his phone, only to realize there was no mobile signal within the nuclear island. Emergency phone. Lu Ping pressed the switch for the nuclear island's main door, the motor word, and a massive door descended with a thunderous crash. He hurriedly ran towards the inner sanctum of the nuclear island. This door was an explosion-proof barrier, constructed from a solid steel plate several centimeters thick. The hinges were embedded directly into the walls of the nuclear island. Even missiles could not breach it. Chapter 2. The rescue of the female secretary. Lu Ping closed the nuclear island's gate, his mind swirling with unanswered questions. The intercom offered no response, and his mobile phone lacked signal. He could only seek an emergency phone to establish contact with the relevant authorities. Fortunately, emergency phones were plentiful. At the stairway exit, he found one and promptly dialed the emergency number ending in 110. Beep, beep, beep. No answer. He then called the fire department. Yet again, no one picked up. Typically, police and firefighters were present at the nuclear power station to resolve such issues, but today, none were reachable. He continued to dial the engineering department and the project department. Lu Ping was left dumbfounded. The phone slipped from his grasp, hanging suspended in midair. This is unacceptable. I must find a way to ascertain the situation outside. The intercom signal could connect him to the outside, where thousands were working on the site. Every managerial staff member was equipped with a radio. Lu Ping meticulously cycled through all the channels, yet met with silence. Panic began to envelop him as he realized the gravity of the situation exceeded his comprehension. There was one place that could reveal everything happening outside: the control room. Lu Ping hurried to the elevator, pressing the button and anxiously awaiting its arrival. Ding! At last, the elevator arrived. He swiftly stepped inside, and pressed the button for the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, Lu Ping dashed down the corridor and flung open the control room door. To his dismay, the room was deserted, not a soul in sight. Rows of monitors still glimmered, and a massive screen on the wall displayed the parameters of the entire nuclear system. Everything was set, awaiting activation. But alas, the personnel were missing. Lu Ping slumped against the door frame, collapsing onto the floor. He buried his head deep in his lap, his mind blank, utterly at a loss for what to do. No, the spirit of nuclear power does not entertain the notion of surrender. A sudden clarity washed over him. He rose and approached a monitor, extracting the keyboard to log into the internal network. Entering his credentials, he summoned the surveillance footage for review. Each video feed he accessed was projected onto the largest screen until the entirety of the display was filled with a chaotic frenzy of people, wildly pursuing and attacking one another. Alas, he was powerless to intervene. I must devise a plan. There may still be survivors. Lu Ping approached the chief operator station and activated the system's broadcast. This is the control room. The nuclear island is currently secure. I will open the blast door in 5 minutes. If there are any survivors, please hurry. He repeated the announcement 3 times, broadcasting it throughout the facility, inside and out, above and below. Once finished, Lu Ping hurriedly re-entered the elevator, making his way back to the main gate. He glanced at the time and pressed the switch, opening the door just a crack, then quickly halting. Peering through the gap, he spotted only a distant corpse. Nothing else was visible. Lu Ping hesitated to step outside, remaining in place, anxiously waiting for someone to approach. After all, during emergency drills, everyone had gone to the designated emergency point. If there were survivors, the path within the facility should be safe, except for that vanished red-eyed creature outside. As moments ticked by, Lu Ping's anxiety escalated. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Lu Ping turned frantically in the direction of the noise. A woman clad in a professional suit, donning a gas mask, was sprinting frantically, pursued by a horde of zombies. Run, I'm here. Lu Ping quickly widened the gap of the door, grabbing a fire axe from a nearby emergency box. The woman drew closer. Lu Ping brandished the axe, stepping out through the narrow opening, fixating his gaze on the approaching zombies. The woman was now within 5 meters of the entrance. Suddenly, the corpse at the door convulsed and lurched upright. The zombie, its neck grotesquely decayed, let out a chilling growl as it staggered towards the woman. Help me, she cried out, caught between 2 advancing threats, and stumbled, letting out a terrified scream. Get up, keep running. Lu Ping followed closely behind, unhurried yet determined. From the earlier surveillance footage and the current scenario, he deduced that the zombies were only ferocious during the mutation phase. Afterward, they became sluggish. Why was this woman still being pursued? Because she was wearing high-heeled shoes. Despite the gas mask obscuring her features, Lu Ping recognized her immediately. She was the project department's so-called flower vase secretary. This was merely a playful moniker. Her true title was office director and assistant general manager. She had certainly earned her position through merit, and her beauty was merely an added bonus. As a leader must present a pleasing visage. The zombie, its neck rotting, inched closer to the female secretary, tilting its head, extending its hands, and emitting a ghastly grinding noise. Clad in a professional outfit, complete with a knee-length skirt, she found herself encumbered, unable to rise. With despair evident in her eyes, she watched the zombie draw nearer. Lu Ping tightened his grip on the fire axe, sprinting forward in 3 strides, launching himself into a powerful leap. He swung the axe in a graceful arc, striking the zombie squarely on the head. However, the axe became lodged within its skull, and he struggled to free it. With a swift kick, he sent the zombie sprawling, then seized the secretary's arm and fled. Behind them, a multitude of zombies pursued, but thankfully, they could not catch up. The pair successfully entered the nuclear island's interior. Lu Ping hastily secured the blast door, leaving a small opening to monitor the situation. What about the others? Lu Ping finally inquired. They've all gone mad, all gone mad. The secretary trembled, repeating the phrase incessantly. Lu Ping grasped her shoulders, shaking her slightly as he urged, Hu Liqing, you're safe now. Tell me what happened. The secretary finally composed herself, her large, watery eyes fixed on Lu Ping as she trembled, recounting, "The leader asked me to fetch him a gas mask. When I was driving back, the emergency drill alarm sounded. I diverted to the emergency point, but everyone there was acting like lunatics. I thought there had been a leak, so I quickly donned the gas mask and turned back. But I was blocked by the frenzied crowd and had no choice but to escape on foot. I only came here after hearing your broadcast." Upon hearing her account, Lu Ping released her shoulders, his brow furrowing with concern. He pressed on, "What about the emergency team? Didn't they come to rescue you? I saw those in green vests among the crowd going mad too." Hu Liqing clasped her hands, her shoulders still trembling. "Let us focus on self-preservation while we await rescue. This incident is too severe. Relevant authorities will surely arrive to address it." As soon as Lu Ping finished speaking, a series of muffled thuds echoed from the blast door. Peering through the crack, he noticed the zombies had surrounded the entrance, rendering escape impossible. As he leaned closer to observe, a hand suddenly thrust through the gap, clawing wildly. Before long, the narrow opening was filled with bloodied claws, grotesque and repulsive. Steeling himself, Lu Ping pressed the switch to open the blast door. Chapter 3. Little Maruko and the Transformers. As the motor whirred to life, the explosion-proof door gradually closed. A series of crisp cracks echoed as those claws were ground into a gruesome pulp, blood oozing through the crevices of the door. "Let us proceed to the control room," Lu Ping announced, prompting Hu Liqing to dash towards the elevator. Following closely behind, Lu Ping couldn't help but admire her swaying figure, her movements reminiscent of willows in the breeze. The professional attire accentuated her alluring curves, outlining her silhouette, with barely discernible textures visible beneath her skirt. As a vigorous young man, Lu Ping found it hard to resist such tantalizing allure. He swallowed hard, hastily diverting his gaze to catch up. Inside the elevator, silence enveloped them as Lu Ping's eyes fixated on the ceiling, his mind adrift. This nuclear power station was situated in a port city in the southern reaches of the motherland, where the air was humid and the climate sweltering, akin to stepping into a sauna. Hu Liqing, having just sprinted, was already glistening with perspiration, a delightful fragrance wafting from her, filling the confined space of the elevator. Struggling to breathe within his cumbersome protective suit, Lu Ping opened the external breathing valve of his mask. An overwhelming wave of pheromonal scent assaulted his senses, stirring a tempest within him. Thankfully, the bulkiness of his attire shielded him from any embarrassing revelations. Ding! The elevator came to a halt on the third floor, and they arrived at the control room. With air conditioning and ventilation in place, Lu Ping finally regained his composure. "You stay here and rest. I will change out of this suit," he said, pulling a chair for Hu Liqing. "Don't take it off," she exclaimed urgently. "Why not?" Lu Ping inquired, puzzled. "I suspect a nuclear leak has occurred," she replied earnestly, her gas mask revealing only her expressive, doe-like eyes. "Rest assured, it is absolutely not a nuclear leak. Trust in my expertise. Look here, if radiation were detected, the alarms would sound." Lu Ping pointed to the indicators on his suit. As a nuclear safety engineer, he was well aware of what a nuclear leak entailed. It would never transform individuals into zombies. Moreover, he had inspected the storage of nuclear fuel that very morning, which was safeguarded by multiple layers of protection, making leakage impossible. They were merely awaiting the loading process the following day. Ignoring Hu Liqing's concerns, he proceeded to the changing room and slipped into his usual bright red robe. To err on the side of caution, he still donned a gas mask. Convinced that while there was no nuclear leak, he ought to guard against any potential airborne pathogens. Upon returning to the control room, he found Hu Liqing staring blankly at the large screen on the wall. "Stop dawdling. We have work to do," he reminded her. "What work?" she turned to ask. "We must inspect all 5 levels of the control room. If anyone or anything is hiding there, we could be in grave danger." Lu Ping had already formulated a plan. During the emergency drill, everyone should have evacuated, Hu Liqing remarked. "That is not sufficient. Safety cannot be taken lightly, and we must not rely on luck. You and I did not go to the emergency point, did we?" "Fine, I agree." Hu Liqing nodded, albeit with some reluctance. However, before that, Lu Ping's gaze drifted to her elegantly poised legs. Following his gaze, Hu Liqing quickly clamped her legs together, covering a slight gap with her hand. What do you intend to do? She glared at him fiercely. You know the situation outside better than I do. In your current state, survival will not be easy, Lu Ping said, stepping closer and reaching for the hem of her skirt. You scoundrel! How dare you! Hu Liqing clutched her skirt with one hand while wildly swiping at Lu Ping's face with the other. Lu Ping seized her wrist, allowing her to flail, and grasped the edge of her skirt, tearing it with a swift motion. With a sound like tearing fabric, Hu Liqing covered herself and began to sob uncontrollably. Trembling all over, she closed her eyes and ceased to resist. Lu Ping, at a loss for words, turned away. There, your skirt was hindering your movement. I've simply made it easier for you to run. You should also break the heels of your shoes. Upon hearing this, Hu Liqing stopped crying, glanced at her newly slit skirt, and felt a flush rise to her cheeks. She pressed her hand against her skirt and awkwardly stood up, removing her high heels and attempting to break the heels. You do it. I can't manage, she murmured almost inaudibly. Lu Ping chuckled, taking the shoes from her and squatting down, stepping on them with force. Done. He handed the shoes back to her. As Hu Liqing squatted, her high-slit skirt fell to the ground, revealing her modesty. Lu Ping inadvertently caught a glimpse of a cartoon character peeking from her underwear. Is that little Morocco? He couldn't help but ask. You shameless fool. Hu Liqing hastily gathered her skirt, rising to give him a disdainful glare. What is there to be embarrassed about? If you think I have the upper hand, I could show you mine too. Lu Ping chuckled inwardly, maintaining his composure. Old lecher. Hu Liqing grumbled as she slipped on her shoes. I'm only 32 this year. I was still a promising youth last year. You were the one who presented me with that certificate. How could I be old? Lu Ping laughed. Humph. I've known you were no good for a long time. I have eyes all over. With hundreds in the project department, I know exactly what's on your mind. Hu Liqing retorted, striding towards the door. Are you really going to conduct the inspection like this? Lu Ping hastily followed. What else should I do? Hu Liqing turned, facing him directly. With her tall stature at around 1.7 meters, she stood eye to eye with Lu Ping, her height accentuated by her ethnic background, revealing only her captivating eyes, which seemed to pierce through to his very soul. Come with me. Lu Ping led her to the tool room, handing her an electric fork while he grabbed a multifunctional shovel. You know how to use this, right? He inquired. I can handle a laser cutter, she replied, taking the electric fork and pressing the switch, arcs of electricity dancing at its tip with a crackling sound. Oh, right, you studied electrical automation. We're actually alumni, just so you know. Hu Liqing brandished the electric fork, her demeanor transforming entirely. Lu Ping suddenly felt a pang of regret. Let's walk. Avoid the elevator and take the emergency exit. This way, we won't miss anything. They proceeded towards the emergency passage. Upon reaching the stairwell, Hu Liqing took the lead, leaving Lu Ping behind. He couldn't help but notice her curvaceous form, her swaying hips and enchanting silhouette, making it impossible to look away. I think I should go first, Lu Ping suggested. Why? Hu Liqing paused, turning to tousle her hair casually. Chapter 4. The beautiful woman with the electric fork. Lu Ping nearly encountered an intimate moment with the alluring Hu Liqing, who was teasing him again. He quickly sidestepped and positioned himself in front of her. I'll take the lead. It's safer that way, Lu Ping asserted with conviction. Oh, I didn't realize you had such a masculine side, Hu Liqing replied, resting her electric fork on the ground and placing her hands on her hips. Being a man is determined by actions, not appearances, Lu Ping retorted, straightening his posture. 3 sentences in and you're already off topic. No wonder you're still stuck in an execution role. Hu Liqing shot back, her tone sharp. Don't expose my weaknesses, Lu Ping responded, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. Years ago, in a moment of youthful arrogance, he had a verbal spat with a retired female colleague, which led to rampant gossip and ultimately stunted his career advancement. Otherwise, he would have been in a higher position by now. This incident had become a stain on his professional reputation, a vulnerability he couldn't shake. You're aware of your shortcomings, then? Hu Liqing seized the advantage, unwilling to relent. I have strengths too, would you like to see? Lu Ping said, puffing out his chest. Huh, you'll never get promoted. She laughed. Promotion doesn't matter. My certifications alone yield more than some people's salaries. They were both peers and alumni, a connection that afforded them a unique camaraderie within the workplace, marking them as allies. Even if Lu Ping refrained from taking sides, he had already been labeled. Consequently, his altercation with a senior colleague was merely a superficial reason for his stagnation. The underlying issue was a delicate balance among the upper echelons. Those who exhibit exceptional talent often find themselves suppressed by various excuses until the opportune moment arises. As they conversed casually, they reached the exit of the fourth floor. Lu Ping gestured for silence and pressed his ear against the door, listening intently. Hu Liqing mimicked him, positioning herself opposite him against the door. Mere inches apart, their eyes inadvertently met, and they quickly turned away, flustered. Lu Ping gently turned the doorknob and stepped into the corridor of the fourth floor, with Hu Liqing closely behind him. With a soft thud, the door closed behind them. Startled, Hu Liqing jumped, inadvertently leaping onto Lu Ping, wrapping her arms and legs around him, discarding the electric fork. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Ping felt two soft forms pressing against his back. Instinctively, he reached behind him, his hand landing on her ample backside. "What are you doing? Get down," he exclaimed, slightly breathless as Hu Liqing clung to his neck. "There's movement behind us," she shouted. "It's just the door closer. It's an automatic closing mechanism. Now, let go," Lu Ping said, giving her backside a couple of playful pats. The sensation was soft and springy, stirring feelings within him. And seizing the moment before she could descend, he patted her again. "Oh," Hu Liqing finally released her grip. The fourth floor was filled with various electrical cabinets, and Lu Ping cautiously entered the first room with an iron shovel held protectively in front of him. The cabinets stood in orderly rows, resembling the shelves of a library, with aisles in between. After spending several minutes inspecting the fourth floor, they proceeded to ascend to the fifth. Hu Liqing, wearing leather shoes, and Lu Ping, in safety boots reinforced with steel plates, walked in a rhythmic pattern, their footsteps echoing on the tiled steps. As they climbed several flights, their breaths grew heavier, audible to each other in the otherwise silent stairwell. The sounds of their footsteps intertwined with their labored breathing created an oddly eerie atmosphere. "Could you be a bit quieter?" Hu Liqing finally spoke, clearly feeling the tension. "Do you oversee the heavens and the earth, dictating how I breathe?" Lu Ping retorted. "Anyway, you need to be quieter." "I can't stand the noise," Hu Liqing insisted bluntly. "Then why don't you slow down? Do you think I can endure it?" Lu Ping replied, suppressing his inner frustration. "Humph, you go ahead. I'll take a break," Hu Liqing declared, plopping down on the stairs. Ignoring her, Lu Ping slipped into the fifth floor, inspecting each room. Shortly after, Hu Liqing, refreshed, followed him. Fortunately, this floor was also devoid of people or any other living beings. They took the elevator back down to the third floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened slowly. Suddenly, a grotesque zombie with a face covered in sores lunged into the elevator with a terrifying shriek. Both were taken aback. Lu Ping raised his iron shovel and swung at the zombie's clawed hand, breaking it with a resounding crunch. "Ah!" Hu Liqing screamed, thrown into a flurry of panic. Lu Ping thrust the shovel against the zombie's chest, preventing it from entering the elevator. "Stab it, quickly," he urged. Though the zombie moved sluggishly, it seemed impervious to pain. Even with one hand severed, it continued to flail its remaining limb toward them. "Hurry and stab it," Lu Ping shouted, feeling the strain of holding back the creature. Finally, Hu Liqing grasped the handle and pressed the switch. The electric fork emitted arcs of electricity, thrusting toward the zombie's face with precision. By chance, it struck perfectly into the creature's eye socket, causing a violent eruption of crimson and violet fluids. This electric fork was an explosion-proof tool, far more potent than civilian-grade devices. The zombie was instantly jolted by 150,000 volts, convulsing violently, smoke rising from its body. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ping withdrew the shovel and delivered a powerful blow to the zombie's head, resulting in a splatter of yellow and white matter. "Ah!" Hu Liqing screamed again, relentlessly jabbing the electric fork at the zombie, reducing its visage to a grotesque mess. "All right, it's done." Lu Ping quickly pulled Hu Liqing back. "That's what you get for scaring me," she exclaimed, turning off the power and, still not appeased, jabbed it a few more times. The zombie fell to the ground, its head wedged in the elevator door, being crushed by the door panels. How could a zombie have entered when the main doors were clearly closed? Lu Ping pondered in confusion. Exiting the elevator, he turned the zombie over with his shovel. Observing its work attire and identification badge, he realized the truth. This zombie was not a factory employee but a representative from an electrical company. They were scheduled to ignite materials the following day, necessitating a presence on site to inspect relevant equipment and systems. This individual must have failed to evacuate as per emergency drill protocols and remained near the control room. Lu Ping contemplated the implications. Evidently, this location was not safe. The nuclear power plant was currently in its pre-commissioning phase, with numerous personnel present and a complex mix of individuals. Chapter 5. The issue of food and drink. Apart from the operational staff of the power plant, the construction unit retains a substantial workforce. Additionally, there are design units, supervisory units, manufacturer representatives, material suppliers, logistics, and security personnel, totaling approximately 20,000 individuals. Currently, the first unit is set to commence operations, while the second unit is under intense construction nearby. Fortunately, there should not be many personnel inside the first unit. The two returned to the central control room, securely locking the door behind them. They slumped into their chairs, enveloped in silence. The situation outside remains uncertain, and even the armed police have yet to make a sound, suggesting that the circumstances are far from optimistic. Lu Ping remarked. Do not worry, this is a key project, and relevant departments will likely come to our aid soon, Hu Liqing reassured him. Even if there is rescue, we must endure until their arrival. Lu Ping began to analyze the primary issues at hand. What do you mean? Hu Liqing inquired. First, we must address the issue of food and drink. This level has a restroom, and the water there is treated, of higher quality than purified water, making it drinkable. Additionally, the changing room contains numerous barrels of water. Theoretically, these should sustain us for a while. However, food poses a significant problem. The nuclear island is filled with electrical equipment, and bringing food inside is strictly prohibited. Thus, there is no food within the entire nuclear island. Lu Ping articulated the most pressing concern. If only we had access to food from outside. There is a canteen that serves thousands of workers daily. It could easily last us for years. Hu Liqing sighed. What time did you gather? Lu Ping pondered silently before asking. Approximately 11 o'clock, I think, Hu Liqing replied uncertainly. Then the first batch of workers must have received their overtime meals by now. Lu Ping exclaimed with excitement. With so many workers on site, it is impossible for everyone to eat at the same time. Thus, staggered shifts are implemented. The first shift began at 6:30, so the overtime meals would have arrived by 10:30. We need to devise a plan to rush out and bring the delivery vehicle inside. Lu Ping said, his enthusiasm palpable. You're insane, not to mention whether you can make it through, even if you commandeer the meal truck. How will you get it in here? Hu Liqing cautioned. Have faith. A living person cannot perish from a mere urge. Within the nuclear island, there are passages connecting every building. The entrance to the fuel building can accommodate semi-trailers, let alone a meal truck, Lu Ping replied with a grin. Are you suggesting that the fuel building and this place are interconnected? Hu Liqing questioned, slightly skeptical. As she was familiar with the nuclear island and knew there was no direct passage between the two buildings. It's rather intricate. Let me explain. From here to the first floor lobby, then take the stairway to the reactor building's 25-meter level. Do not enter the reactor building. Follow the circular corridor clockwise until you reach the 240-degree position, where there is a gate. This gate is usually closed and only opens in emergencies. Which you might not know. Opening this gate leads to the auxiliary building's 21-meter level. From there, navigate through a few equipment rooms to reach the 4 elevator of the fuel building. Descend to the 0-meter level, and you should find the main entrance to the fuel building. Lu Ping took out a pen and began sketching the route on an A4 sheet. It's so complicated, and you can remember all this. Hu Liqing expressed her disbelief. From the commencement of construction to its completion, I've spent 5 years here. Every building, every piece of equipment, every pipe, and every door and window is etched in my memory, Lu Ping said proudly. Cut it out. Just because you're hefty doesn't mean you can boast. Hu Liqing rolled her eyes and examined the A4 paper closely. Let us go? Lu Ping stood up. Where to? Hu Liqing asked without looking up from the route. I'll show you the way. There are many passages along this route. If you misidentify one, you might not find your way out, Lu Ping replied. I don't need to memorize this route, Hu Liqing said, curious but not inclined to traverse it herself. Then how about you drive the meal truck while I monitor the surveillance and open the door for you? Lu Ping suggested with a smile. Let us go? Upon hearing this, Hu Liqing promptly picked up her electric fork and headed outside. The two navigated the nuclear island, weaving through various passages until they finally arrived at the entrance of the fuel building. Did you remember the route? Lu Ping asked. I did. Hu Liqing gasped for breath, clearly exhausted. Good. Then let us head back. This time you lead the way. Lu Ping indicated for her to proceed first. We have to go back. Hu Liqing's face paled. The ascent and descent felt equivalent to climbing 20 flights of stairs. Not going back is an option, but if I don't return, you must ensure you can find your way back, Lu Ping casually declared, beginning to walk. Hu Liqing contemplated for a moment and, with a whiny tone, said, Let us rest for 5 minutes before we go. Lu Ping reluctantly agreed. Having spent years on construction sites, he was accustomed to the makeshift connections between passages and elevators, often climbing scaffolding from the ground to the apex, spanning 50 meters. During busy times, he would make several trips a day. This level of exertion was trivial for him. For a delicate beauty who spent her days in an office, it was akin to scaling a mountain. Leader, it's been 10 minutes. Where's the rush? It's been 15 minutes. Listen to me. Based on my experience, after high-intensity exercise, the longer you rest, the more fatigued you will feel. If you continue to linger, your leg muscles will ache, and you won't be able to move. Even walking will be a challenge. Take advantage of this fatigue. Press on a little longer, and once you surpass that threshold, the fatigue will dissipate, leaving you refreshed. Lu Ping patiently advised. Fine, I yield to you. What you describe isn't exercise, it's akin to drinking. Hu Liqing retorted, not pleased. Indeed, it seems so. How did I not realize? Lu Ping exclaimed in surprise, realizing that Hu Liqing's rapid ascent was due to her prowess at the drinking table. Let us go? Hu Liqing adjusted her high-slit skirt, gripping her electric fork as she strode ahead. Lu Ping could only follow behind, admiring the splendid view. Watching her walk, he gradually grew accustomed to it. No wonder men with beautiful wives seek affairs. Beauty can become habitual and tiresome. Breathless, the two finally returned to the central control room. Hu Liqing collapsed into a chair, sprawling out in an ungraceful manner, oblivious to whether Lu Ping was watching. Leader, don't lie like that. Get up and walk a few steps. After 10 minutes, you can rest again. Otherwise, when you get up, you'll truly struggle to walk. Lu Ping kindly reminded her, but Hu Liqing pretended not to hear. She covered her ears and turned away, unresponsive. Leader, you're exposed. Chapter 6. The excavator storms the canteen at the break of dawn the next day. Lu Ping stood before the explosion-proof door of the nuclear island, clutching a walkie-talkie, awaiting Hu Liqing's communication. Fox, what is the situation outside? Please respond. After a prolonged silence, Lu Ping could no longer contain himself and inquired. Wolf, the zombies outside have not yet retreated. Wait for my signal. Understood. The aliases Wolf and Fox were bestowed upon each other by the duo, the details of which are omitted for brevity. Wolf, the area outside is now secure. You may proceed. Received. Lu Ping swiftly pressed the button and dashed out, promptly sealing the explosion-proof door behind him. Adorned in a red safety helmet and a striking red work uniform, he donned black safety boots. Wielding an electric fork in one hand and a fire axe slung over his shoulder, he hastened towards the access control point. The power plant was encircled by 3-meter-high barbed wire fences, creating an impenetrable barrier save for the access point. These fences served to thwart the encroaching hordes of zombies, and Lu Ping had no intention of damaging them. Upon reaching the access point, he passed the facial recognition check, and the gate swung open, allowing him to rush through, oblivious to the whereabouts of the security personnel. Beyond the gate, there were no obstructions from the zombies. Thus, Lu Ping could not venture forth recklessly. His objective lay in an excavator situated not far from the access point. This machine boasted a large bucket and a front bulldozer blade, embodying a fusion of excavator and bulldozer, equipped with tracks that offered tank-like defense. As long as he could avoid having zombies breach the cab, he could drive it directly to the workers' canteen. Lu Ping sprinted, tightening his grip on the electric fork as he observed the scattered zombies along his path. The distance of 500 meters was not insurmountable, and he would arrive in mere minutes. Alas, a few zombies were meandering around the excavator, baring their teeth. Upon hearing Lu Ping's approach, they swarmed towards him. The scattered zombies nearby also began to converge. Lu Ping thrust the electric fork towards the first zombie, piercing it through the heart, followed swiftly by a second. He dispatched 3 zombies in quick succession, but as he attempted to retract the fork, a fourth zombie clamped its jaws around the shaft. Unable to withdraw the electric fork, more zombies began to close in. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lu Ping relinquished the fork, kicking the zombie aside. Drawing the fire axe from his back, he charged towards the excavator. The zombies moved sluggishly, and their numbers were few. With swift strokes of the axe, he advanced to the excavator. Climbing onto the tracks, he yanked open the door. A decayed driver slumped within. Already a victim of the transformation, Lu Ping dodged as the driver tumbled out, fortuitously finding the keys still inserted in the ignition. He quickly slid into the cab, turned the key, and activated the electrical system. A glance at the gauges revealed normal oil pressure and water temperature. He adjusted the throttle, and the engine roared to life. With no time to warm up the engine, he disengaged the hydraulic lock and pushed the gear lever forward. The diesel engine emitted a series of low, rumbling sounds, spewing plumes of black smoke from the exhaust. The drive shaft spun rapidly, propelling the tracks into motion as the excavator sluggishly advanced. Lu Ping maneuvered the boom, positioning the bucket in front and steering towards the canteen. Everything obstructing his path was flattened beneath the bucket, then crushed under the tracks. The canteen loomed closer, but it was besieged by swarms of zombies. A sense of dread washed over Lu Ping. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the accelerator, the engine howling as he charged towards the canteen's entrance. The horde of zombies, undeterred by death, surged towards the excavator, compelling Lu Ping to rotate the platform, swinging the boom to clear the encroaching zombies. Finally, the excavator burst through the canteen's entrance. Lu Ping's eyes were drawn to several green delivery trucks, the very vehicles meant for transporting meals. Suppressing his eagerness, he refrained from disembarking, knowing he must first eliminate the remaining zombies. Operating the excavator, he maneuvered in the open space before the canteen, grinding down the majority of zombies. Once the area was sufficiently cleared, he adjusted the excavator's position, secured the hydraulic lock, left the engine running, and leaped down. Rushing to the rear of the delivery truck, he opened the back door to find it empty, surmising that its load had already been delivered to the canteen. As anticipated, he proceeded to inspect the next vehicle. The doors of the third truck swung open, revealing it filled to the brim with plastic containers, each packed with takeout meals from the kitchen. A large stainless steel vat sat within, likely containing soup. Based on Lu Ping's experience, a surge of joy coursed through him as he swiftly closed the truck door and rummaged through the cab, discovering a towing strap. Lu Ping had no intention of merely returning with the delivery truck. Its defensive capabilities were inadequate, and he was unwilling to abandon the excavator. This machine was destined to become an invaluable asset for future endeavors, and leaving it behind would hinder his escape. Coincidentally, these delivery trucks were nearing the end of their service life, often breaking down. Should they delay meal service for the workers, the logistics department would certainly face reprimand. With limited funding directed towards frontline production, each vehicle was equipped with a towing strap for emergencies, allowing them to be dragged back to the canteen for repairs after addressing the immediate dining needs. Lu Ping connected the delivery truck to the excavator, but the noise attracted the attention of the zombies outside. With no time to climb into the excavator, he squeezed into an empty delivery truck. Starting the engine, he revved the throttle, drawing the zombies' focus. The strategy proved effective. Lu Ping observed a critical insight. If he maintained silence, the zombies seemed indifferent. However, any noise he made would draw them in. It appeared that while their vision had deteriorated post-transformation, their hearing had heightened. As the zombies surged towards the delivery truck, Lu Ping engaged the gear and released the handbrake, slowly advancing towards them. The truck moved at a leisurely pace, and with maximum power in low gear. Lu Ping remained in first gear. He had no illusions that this metal-clad truck could break through. His sole aim was to divert the zombies and clear a path for the excavator. As the truck pressed forward, countless bony hands pounded against the windshield. Finally, the truck reached the entrance. Lu Ping brandished his fire axe, dispatching several zombies outside the cab, then flung open the door and leapt out. He dashed towards the excavator, encountering a few more zombies along the way. Without hesitation, he circumvented or toppled them as needed, prioritizing speed over confrontation. While he could handle a few zombies, a horde could easily overwhelm him, so he focused on escape. At last, he reached the excavator, swiftly climbing into the cab. The machine roared to life once more, and Lu Ping swung the bucket, clearing the obstructing delivery truck. The zombies surged towards him. The excavator bellowed as the tracks trampled forward, clearing a path of destruction. Wolf! Wolf! I have exited the canteen. Prepare for extraction, Lu Ping communicated while deftly maneuvering the excavator. Received. Are you unharmed? Hu Liqing inquired with concern. All is proceeding smoothly. Chapter 7. Vigilance in times of safety. The fuel plant, requiring access for nuclear fuel, features a substantial iron gate integrated within its wire fencing. Coincidentally, the gate remains ajar following yesterday's delivery of nuclear materials, facilitating entry for both Lu Ping and the encroaching zombies. Fortunately, this imposing gate is situated far from the emergency point, and no zombies have yet wandered into this vicinity. Lu Ping maneuvered an excavator into the plant, ensuring to close the iron gate behind him. Presently, the only zombies within the plant are a small group that had trailed behind Hu Liqing upon her entry, confined to wandering the periphery of the nuclear island. From a distance, Lu Ping observed the zombies and resolved to first tow the food cart into the fuel plant before seeking an opportunity to deal with them. Where are you lecher? Hu Liqing's voice crackled through the intercom. I've just entered the main gate. Prepare yourself. I'll notify you upon arrival. All right. The gate to the fuel plant slowly shut, while an excavator, towing a light truck laden with provisions, stood quietly in the fuel delivery corridor. Lu Ping disembarked, only to be enveloped in a warm embrace from Hu Liqing. You've worked hard, she exclaimed. Feeling the softness in her embrace, Lu Ping gently stroked her hair. Memories of the previous night flooding his mind, stirring emotions within him. In an inexplicable twist of fate, two solitary souls found themselves entwined. Initially maintaining a respectful distance of 3 meters, they began conversing while lying on the floor, discussing everything from their school days to the calamity that had befallen them. Gradually, as their conversation deepened, the gap between them closed until they found themselves entwined in each other's arms. The events of the previous night unfolded with a wild abandon. Hu Liqing frequently frequented the gym and yoga studio, showcasing a myriad of postures that left Lu Ping momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, his stamina was commendable, allowing him to engage until they both collapsed in exhaustion. Perhaps this physical stimulation served as a balm for their souls. Lu Ping remained single, while Hu Liqing was married. However, they both tactfully refrained from mentioning it. In the throes of passion, they didn't spare a thought for their gas masks, and surprisingly, no discomfort ensued. It appeared that this transformation was not airborne, marking an unexpected yield from their night of indulgence. Patting Hu Liqing's waist, Lu Ping remarked, All right, I'm nearly starving. Let us eat first. Reluctantly, she released him, taking his arm and leading him toward the food cart. Both had been famished for nearly a day, having engaged in a night of fervor that left them ravenous. Their relationship had transcended the bounds of mere classmates and colleagues, rendering any pretense unnecessary as they began to eat directly. Those in construction typically adopted a casual demeanor, and in such dire circumstances, there was little room for formality. Lu Ping devoured 2 meal boxes, astonished as Hu Liqing polished off 3. Once satiated, the two lay languidly on the ground, wrapped in each other's embrace. Enveloped in silence, Hu Liqing nestled her head against Lu Ping's chest, and soon he noticed a dampness spreading. Why are you crying? He inquired, bewildered. Do you think we might die? She whispered. At least not for now, Lu Ping replied thoughtfully. In fact, I've been divorced, Hu Liqing continued. Oh, when did that happen? Why wasn't there any news? Lu Ping asked, perplexed, aware that her husband was a civil servant. I left as soon as the project commenced. Hu Liqing wept. But why? Lu Ping struggled to comprehend it. They seemed like a perfect match. She, a high-ranking executive in a state-owned enterprise, and he, a public servant. Do you remember the last project? How long did it last? Hu Liqing inquired. The last project lasted 5 years, Lu Ping recalled. It was in a coastal city, but in the eastern region. Exactly 5 years. How many times did you return home? She pressed. Realization dawned on Lu Ping. Her circumstances differed greatly from his. She was a woman who had married in her 3rd year of work, her husband arranged by her family, and he had gifted her a substantial red envelope. Throughout that 5-year project, Lu Ping had only managed to return home twice a year, often remaining on duty during the new year. She, on the other hand, had spent years away from home, rapidly advancing in her career. If he were her husband, he too would have harbored doubts. What's done is done. Why dwell on the past? There's a future for us, Lu Ping reassured her, gently tapping her forehead. Do you think I might be pregnant? Hu Liqing asked again. Lu Ping chuckled, amused by the woman's thought process. Don't worry, it's bound to happen eventually, he exclaimed, grinning as he felt her delicate fingers gliding across his body, igniting a flurry of thoughts within him. Just as he entertained these notions, Hu Liqing playfully pressed his boundaries. Who will we listen to in the future? She challenged, her gaze fixed intently on him. Let go. I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. Please, just let go. Lu Ping pleaded, yielding to her playful insistence. That's more like it. Hu Liqing smiled victoriously, rearranging the dynamics of their playful banter. You need a shower. You've developed a rather noticeable odor. She teased, pushing him away. All right. Let us take care of this food cart. First, the bathroom on the 3rd floor of the control room was equipped with a shower head, where Lu Ping indulged in a comforting hot shower. Closing his eyes, he began contemplating their next course of action. Given the circumstances outside, it seemed unlikely that any survivors remained at the power plant. The armed police unit had been silent. Could it be? After a full day had passed, he found it implausible that no measures were being taken outside unless the more he pondered, the more anxious he became, prompting him to hastily finish his shower, change into a fresh uniform, and return to the control room. The large screen in the control room continued to broadcast the outside situation. Hu Liqing sat there, staring blankly at her phone. They had connected to the internet last night seeking assistance, yet there had been no response. Moreover, during the previous afternoon, the internet had been flooded with videos resembling the dire circumstances within the power plant. By nightfall, however, the entire internet had fallen silent, offering no further updates. This served as a catalyst for their earlier frenzy. Stop looking. If we want to know what is happening outside, we'll have to venture out ourselves, Lu Ping declared. Why should we leave? Isn't it better here? Perhaps in time, the situation will stabilize, and official rescue efforts will ensue. Hu Liqing countered, gazing up at him. Chapter 8. Equipping. Hu Liqing evidently still harbored a glimmer of hope regarding the external circumstances. At this juncture, engaging in a debate with her would be counterproductive. Well, you do have a point. Nowadays, even boxed meals are stored in cold storage, and we need to procure a microwave. That being said, awaiting rescue is the primary option. However, we must also prepare some means of self-rescue, just in case. It is always prudent to leave a backup plan, wouldn't you agree? Lu Ping shifted his approach, attempting to persuade her indirectly. What do you have in mind? Hu Liqing finally set her phone aside. First, we should gather as many daily necessities as possible, such as food, medicine, and tools. These are just preliminary thoughts. We need to refine them together. How about we draft a survival plan for the apocalypse? Upon finishing, Lu Ping pulled over a chair, took out paper and pen, and placed them before Hu Liqing. This is my forte. Just tell me what supplies you need, and I shall outline a plan for you. Hu Liqing confidently picked up the pen, awaiting Lu Ping's requests. The two collaborated for an entire afternoon, continuously supplementing and refining their ideas, and a preliminary outline of a survival plan finally took shape. According to their plan, the first step was to head to the project department, the factory supermarket, and the hospital to collect daily necessities and medical supplies. With tens of thousands of people in this factory area, aside from the core power station, there are also living quarters, supermarkets, hospitals, and other public facilities. The supplies within the supermarket alone would suffice for their survival for several years, and medical supplies are undoubtedly essential. The second step involves cleansing the factory area of zombies. Starting from the inside out, they would first eliminate the zombies within the power station, as there are not many within the fenced area. They would then expand outward to clear the living quarters completely. The third step would be to leave the power station and establish contact with the outside world. At that point, they would assess the external situation and formulate subsequent plans. If the outside environment proves unsafe, a more long-term strategy would be necessary. They could transform the nuclear power station into a camp, cultivating crops within for sustained self-sufficiency. Further down the line, the aim would be to activate the power station to generate electricity. Hu bit the cap of her pen, gazing at the draft, and inquired, "Now that we have a plan, where do you intend to start?" Lu Ping reclined in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, staring at the ceiling as he replied, "Before we embark on our first step, I wish to visit the Armed Police Detachment. The Armed Police Detachment is located at the back entrance, which is quite a distance. What do you intend to do there?" Hu asked, unable to contain her curiosity. There are numerous reasons, but the most critical is that they possess armored vehicles, weapons, satellite communications, and long-wave radios. Should the network fail, their satellite communications and long-wave radios will be invaluable. If the external situation spirals out of control, most power plants will automatically shut down due to fuel depletion within days. Only photovoltaic, solar, nuclear, and hydroelectric plants can endure for a longer duration. However, these combined account for less than 10% of the country's total electricity generation. Being in the power industry, you should be well aware of this. Although the power station has 4 backup generators, sustaining operations long-term necessitates activating the reactor. Lu Ping's mind raced, having contemplated these matters for days. "Are you planning to remain in the reactor for a lifetime?" Hu retorted sharply. "This is merely a preliminary plan. I have more long-term ideas to discuss later." Lu Ping rose and gently embraced Hu from behind, wrapping his arms around her. She reached out to caress his face, and soon, heavy breaths filled the air. The following day, Lu Ping returned from the project department driving an excavator, transporting a microwave and several other small appliances. These were provisions prepared for the employees, as many found it difficult to adjust to the overtime meals and preferred to bring food from home to heat in the microwave during lunch. "Don't you want to rest a bit?" Hu asked, wiping the sweat from Lu Ping's brow with concern. "No. I must hurry to the Armed Police Detachment to acquire weapons. Otherwise, even if we manage to enter the living quarters, we won't be able to transport supplies." Lu Ping replied, unloading the items and preparing to head out again. "I'll accompany you," Hu insisted, grasping Lu Ping's arm. "Not yet. The zombies within the fenced area are still present. You must stay behind to manage the gates," Lu Ping stated firmly, holding her wrist. "But, no buts. Once I secure the weapons and clear the zombies from the fence, we can operate together," Lu Ping declared, climbing back into the excavator. The Armed Police Detachment's camp was located at the power plant's back entrance. Traffic was sparse, and there were few zombies roaming along the route. Lu Ping reached the camp's entrance with ease. A row of metal, spiked barricades painted in military green lay across the entrance, exuding an air of authority. The sentry at the gate was absent. Lu Ping used the excavator's bucket to push aside the barricade and drove directly into the camp. He had visited this place several times before, as both parties occasionally engaged in social activities, maintaining the camaraderie between military and civilians. The armed police regularly provided security personnel with anti-explosion training, and Lu Ping had participated in several riot drills, having set up checkpoints alongside the armed police. He was quite familiar with the camp layout. Behind the courtyard stood the detachment building, with training grounds and living quarters located beyond it. Several armored vehicles were parked in the courtyard, equipped with radar, satellite dishes, and other apparatus atop their roofs. These armored vehicles were among his targets. The unique location of this power station, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing the sea on one, meant that some of the armored vehicles were amphibious. Instead of rushing to inspect the armored vehicles, Lu Ping parked the excavator in the center of the courtyard and repeatedly pressed the horn. The empty sentry post confirmed the current situation. As the loud honks echoed, a group of camouflaged figures surged from the building. Several hours later, as the sun sank low in the sky, a wheeled armored vehicle traversed the nuclear power avenue, crushing its way back inside the fence. Lu Ping secured the large iron gate, and the armored vehicle roared, circling around the nuclear island. A horde of zombies clad in various work uniforms trailed behind, gradually converging. Suddenly, the armored vehicle halted, and a hatch on its roof opened, revealing a figure who grasped a pair of levers. A series of metallic clinks resounded as Lu Ping turned the levers. With a cacophony of booming sounds, a dark gun barrel swung from side to side, unleashing a torrent of flames. In an instant, the zombies behind the vehicle were engulfed in the fiery onslaught, their bodies shattered and blood splattering everywhere. As zombies fell one after another, Lu Ping surveyed the area, noting a few that had evaded his initial fire. The rapid-fire machine gun was suited for sweeping attacks, but its accuracy against single targets was limited, particularly for Lu Ping, who was using it for the first time. Ceasing fire, he entered the vehicle's cabin and soon emerged wielding a laser weapon. Chapter 9. A joyride in the armored vehicle. Lu Ping disengaged the safety, activated the power, and a beam of infrared light emitted forth. Slightly adjusting the angle, he locked onto the forehead of a zombie. Pulling the trigger, a violet beam shot out. Almost simultaneously, a gaping hole appeared in the skull of the targeted zombie. Laser weapons truly excel. They possess no recoil and strike precisely where aimed. Lu Ping felt a surge of exhilaration as he utilized the laser gun to dispatch the remaining zombies one by one. A glance around confirmed that there were no more standing zombies. He then stowed away his weapon and climbed into the cockpit, driving the armored vehicle to crush the fallen zombies beneath its treads. Lu Ping circled the nuclear island several times, the horn blaring continuously, ensuring that all the zombies within the barbed wire had been dealt with. Only then did he take out his walkie-talkie and open the communication channel. Fox, Fox. The equipment is secured, ready to open the door. Received, came the response. The door to the fuel storage facility swung open once more, and Lu Ping parked the armored vehicle outside. He retrieved several weapons and a few camouflaged duffel bags from within the vehicle before jumping down. Haha. What do you think of this behemoth? Lu Ping chuckled as he transported the weapons. Does this armored vehicle even have a cannon? Hu Liqing gazed at the armored vehicle in astonishment. This is the XXX model armored assault vehicle, equipped with a 105mm main cannon, an anti-aircraft machine gun, and anti-material rockets. It's incredibly formidable. Lu Ping excitedly explained while moving the weapons inside through the door. With this, our journey to the living quarters is assured. Hu Liqing picked up a laser weapon, smiling as she spoke. Haha, the arms in this camp could equip an entire regiment. I brought the keys to the armory. Lu Ping revealed a pendant from his chest, which turned out to be a key. You truly are impressive. Hu Liqing playfully pecked Lu Ping on the cheek. Oh, we've been together long enough. It's not disgusting. I've just got some drool on me. Lu Ping wiped his face only to pull out several threads. Humph. If you find it disgusting, you can sleep alone tonight. Hu Liqing shot him a scornful glance, picking up 2 weapons and turning to leave. As Hu Liqing walked away, she exaggeratedly swayed her hips, her high-slit skirt swaying side to side, causing Lu Ping's heart to flutter. My wife's drool is sweet, it's fragrant. With that, he hurriedly closed the door and grabbed his bag, chasing after her. With his hands full, he could only lean his face against her shoulder. How sweet and fragrant can it be? Hu Liqing dodged aside. I just had a taste. It's as sweet as milk tea. Lu Ping exclaimed immediately. Really? Hu Liqing remained skeptical. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Lu Ping declared earnestly. After dinner, I'll let you have your fill. At this, Hu Liqing revealed a smug expression and sauntered away. The two organized the weapons, had dinner, and embraced as they fell asleep, sharing a night of silence. Where are we headed today? Hu Liqing asked as she observed Lu Ping fiddling with the weapons. Didn't you want to know what is happening outside? Let us adjust our plans slightly. Today we'll take the armored vehicle for a spin. What do you think? Lu Ping said as he slung the weapons onto his back. Well, I don't want to go outside. Hu Liqing hesitated. Come on. We'll have to face it sooner or later. Besides, do you really want to spend your life dressed like that? The shops outside are probably giving things away now. Lu Ping remarked, glancing at her high-slit skirt. Humph. How can you say that? This slit used to be at my thigh, but after these past few days with you, it's nearly up to my waist. You owe me 5, no, 10 different skirts. Hu Liqing retorted, her face alight with a peculiar excitement as she hurried outside. I remember last night you were the one who held my hand and ripped the slit. Lu Ping responded, momentarily at a loss for words, rushing to catch up. I don't care. You ripped it. You have to compensate. Hu Liqing insisted stubbornly. Haha. All right, Lu Ping replied with a mischievous smile. Before long, the armored vehicle exited the large iron gate of the barbed wire. Lu Ping closed the gate firmly and drove away. Is this vehicle easy to drive? I'd like to learn, Hu Liqing inquired, curious as she watched Lu Ping maneuver the vehicle. If you have a driver's license, it's not difficult to learn. Though the weapon systems are a bit complex, I haven't grasped them all yet, Lu Ping considered, tossing her a manual. This operation manual is so thick. It's almost as hefty as Dream of the Red Chamber. Hu Liqing exclaimed, staring at the manual in her hands, feeling overwhelmed. Just look at the few pages on driving. The rest you don't need to learn, Lu Ping reassured her. What? Do you look down on women? Hu Liqing shot back, glaring at him. Look into my eyes. They are filled with sincerity. Lu Ping replied with a sincere expression. Humph. The armored vehicle roared as it exited the power plant gate, crushing countless zombies along the way. Just 5 or 6 kilometers from the power plant lay a small town that had thrived in recent years due to the nuclear power station. With a transient population, it boasted a population of around 50 to 60,000. Originally, there were plans for a mass relocation, but the residents, having finally begun to reap the benefits from the nuclear facility, procrastinated their move. This town, along with the nuclear power station, was surrounded by a chain of mountains. And there was only one tunnel leading to the city. This tunnel stretched for over 10 kilometers. Before the nuclear power station was established, traversing this route was quite arduous, requiring one to scale mountains and cross valleys. Now, however, it was much more convenient. Upon arriving at the tunnel entrance, Lu Ping was taken aback to find it severely congested with various vehicles, rendering passage impossible. Looks like we miscalculated. It seems we can't get through, Lu Ping said awkwardly. The lengthy tunnel would require considerable effort to clear. Let us just explore the town, Hu Liqing suggested, her disappointment evident. Reluctantly, Lu Ping turned the vehicle around, heading towards the town. The town had only 3 streets arranged in A shape. The center featured a main street, with restaurants and hotels lining both ends. As they turned into the town, zombies began to stir at the entrance. The variety among these zombies was striking. Some were dressed as chefs, others as street vendors, and there were even KTV waitresses and princesses, each a bizarre spectacle. Forget it. Let us head back, Hu Liqing declared, unwilling to venture further. That's not acceptable. I promised to get you those skirts, and I intend to keep my word, Lu Ping replied resolutely, pressing the accelerator. The armored vehicle thundered forward, trampling the zombies on the main street. Soon enough, they entered the main thoroughfare of the town. There was a 3-story shopping mall selling everyday items. The first floor mainly offered electronics like phones and computers, the second floor featured clothing, and the third floor was filled with hardware and miscellaneous goods. Lu Ping parked the armored vehicle at the entrance of the mall and climbed atop the vehicle to set up the machine gun. Chapter 10. Measuring sizes for 3 days. The commotion caused by the armored vehicle drew the zombies out of the mall, who poured through the entrance in a concentrated throng, making them an ideal target for gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lu Ping expended several clips of ammunition, and soon a small mound of zombies had accumulated at the entrance. The zombies behind them were momentarily trapped, unable to escape. Lu Ping climbed into the driver's seat and took his position at the main cannon, cranking the wheel to aim it at the mall's entrance. This cannon is a direct fire weapon, and its trajectory was easy to estimate. Aiming directly would suffice. Lu Ping thought to himself. He hefted a high explosive shell and loaded it into the chamber, then adjusted the sight and locked onto the entrance. Having not yet mastered the intricacies of trajectory correction, He simply pressed the launch button. With a resounding boom, the vehicle shuddered. An explosion echoed, and Lu Ping peered through the sight, witnessing the shell pierce through the zombie pile and detonate within the mall. A wave of heat and black smoke erupted forth, shattering every pane of glass and obliterating the first-floor entrance. The mound of zombies was scattered by the shockwave, flung into the air like raindrops. It was over. With this shell fired, access to the mall would be temporarily impossible, and the clothing inside would likely be reduced to ashes. Lu Ping looked at Hu Liqing with an awkward expression. "Now you owe me a mall's worth of clothing." Hu Liqing replied, somewhat irritated. Lu Ping chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, and they retreated in defeat. As the armored vehicle rolled through the main street, Lu Ping, feeling a bit listless, suddenly spotted a sign that read, "Intimate Apparel." He quickly swerved the wheel and slammed on the brakes, halting at the store's entrance. Hu Liqing, caught off guard, was thrown from her seat. "How do you drive?" Lu Ping pointed at the store's sign and leered. "Looks like we haven't left empty-handed after all." Hu Liqing followed his gaze, her expression shifting to one of embarrassment and anger, tinged with a hint of anticipation. Lu Ping grinned and opened the rooftop hatch, leaping out with his laser gun in hand. The surrounding zombies had been previously cleared out, leaving only a few stragglers lingering at a distance. He raised the butt of his gun and shattered the glass door. Inside, an array of lingerie styles dazzled him, along with some electric tools. He grabbed a bag and indiscriminately stuffed it full of assorted items, feeling satisfied as he prepared to leave. Just before departing, he noticed a few safety supplies on a nearby shelf and nonchalantly pocketed a few boxes before exiting. The armored vehicle roared back into action, swiftly returning to the confines of the power plant's barbed wire fence. The two shared an unspoken understanding as they hurried towards the reactor island. That evening, the control room was once again filled with vibrant revelry, echoing with music throughout the night. Awakening naturally the next day felt delightful, devoid of the need for clocking in. Lu Ping opened his eyes to find Hu Liqing sleeping peacefully beside him, gently caressing her hair. Hu Liqing stirred slightly, her lashes fluttering, and slowly opened her eyes, which gleamed with a depth reminiscent of autumn waters, as if leading into another realm. She gazed at Lu Ping with a tender expression, subtly blinking as a signal. Lu Ping understood immediately. As the saying goes, a year's plan starts in spring. A day's plan begins in the morning. Especially now, on a spring morning. Their emotions ran deep. "I need some new clothes. I can't wear this dress anymore. It's practically a cheap-how now," Hu Liqing complained, adjusting her high-slit skirt. "Let me think. I have an idea. The project department has a changing room with work uniforms prepared for VIPs, all cleaned and sanitized by dedicated personnel. They should be wearable," Lu Ping said while zipping up his pants. "There can't be many zombies at the project department, right?" Hu Liqing recalled that she had taken her gas mask from there when it was deserted. "Indeed, there shouldn't be. If we drive over quickly, the zombies attracted by the noise won't catch up to us," Lu Ping replied, fastening his belt, suddenly realizing how carefree they had been these past few days. "Why are you dressed so formally? Go take a shower," Hu Liqing commanded. "Your saliva is so sweet, I can't bear to wash," Lu Ping teased, sniffing himself with a look of delight. "You need to maintain hygiene. Otherwise, you might get infections, and then you'll regret it," Hu Liqing warned seriously, fixing her gaze on him. All right, I'll wash. But I want a couple's bath," Lu Ping declared, striding forward, and, before Hu Liqing could react, swept her up in a princess carry, dashing toward the bathroom. Once again, they engaged in playful splashes like butterflies dancing in water. After 3 days of idleness, the armored vehicle roared back to life. The accelerator pressed down, smoke billowed, and flames shot from the exhaust pipe. "I'll go inside. You keep an eye out for any situations. If anything happens, notify me immediately," Lu Ping said, clutching a light machine gun and securing a 20-round pistol at his waist. "Ready to head out. Make sure to check the sizes. Don't let it be like last time when most were too tight and uncomfortable to wear," Hu Liqing reminded him urgently. "Don't worry, I measured for 3 days. I could tell the sizes even with my eyes closed," Lu Ping responded, unconcerned about any objections, as he swung open the car door and jumped out. Entering the project department lobby, the changing room lay directly across from the first-floor restroom. Lu Ping wasted no time. kicking the door open and scanning the area with his pistol. Safe. The changing room contained several rows of lockers. He opened them one by one, finally discovering a few suitable women's outfits. After checking the sizes, he selected 3 appropriate sets, taking them with their packaging. As he exited, he noticed a small potted plant resting on the sink in the restroom. Feeling whimsical, he grabbed it as well. Pervert. There's trouble. Hurry out. Quick. Hu Liqing's anxious voice crackled through the intercom. Coming. Lu Ping hastily secured his machine gun and dashed toward the door. Upon arrival, he realized a horde of zombies was approaching the project department's entrance. Not wanting to delay, he flung open the car door and jumped into the driver's seat, tossing the clothes and plant into the passenger seat for Hu Liqing to sort. He quickly started the engine. He had just seen that throng of zombies, which seemed different from before. They were following behind a singular zombie that walked normally, as if it were leading them. What is that leading zombie about? It looks almost human, Lu Ping remarked as he revved the engine. I have no idea, which is why I called you out in a hurry. Hu Liqing replied, equally puzzled. Whatever the case, let's just head back. Lu Ping pressed the accelerator, and the armored vehicle surged forward. The leading zombie suddenly extended its arms, crouching down. It opened its mouth wide, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and its tongue flicked out like a serpent's. It let out a roar, causing the mass of zombies behind it to scatter to either side of the road. Goodness, this creature can command the horde. Chapter 11. The zombie leader Lu Ping felt a chill run down his spine as he pressed the accelerator, charging towards the creature. The emergence of such a leader indicated that the zombies could evolve, and at an alarming rate. It was imperative that it be eliminated. Just as the armored vehicle was about to collide with the creature, it suddenly leaped into the air, vanishing from sight. A loud thud echoed on the roof of the vehicle. Lu Ping was taken aback. This being had jumped nearly 2 meters high, landing squarely atop the vehicle. The roof was soon met with a series of relentless thuds. Fortunately, the creature's intelligence had not evolved. It was foolishly attempting to challenge steel with its flesh. Lu Ping mused. What should we do? It won't get off the roof, and we can't bring it back with us. Hu Liqing exclaimed, hastily adjusting her clothing. Don't worry, I have a plan. Hold on tight. Lu Ping replied, fervently maneuvering the vehicle in hopes of shaking the zombie off. Alas, his efforts proved futile. Suddenly, the sound of screeching brakes filled the air as the armored vehicle came to a swift halt, skidding sideways across the road. With a resounding crash, the zombie was finally flung off, tumbling to the ground. Huh, that should teach you a lesson, Lu Ping declared triumphantly. But his smile quickly faded as he prepared to turn around. The zombie, having fallen, stood up unscathed and sprinted towards the armored vehicle. How is it still running? How can it jump? And so high? Lu Ping exclaimed in disbelief. The zombie now clung to the windshield, repeatedly battering its head against the glass. Its crimson eyes fixated on the 2 occupants inside. Rest assured, it's bulletproof. It won't shatter, Lu Ping reassured, suppressing his astonishment as he pressed the accelerator once more, steering the vehicle away. Where are you headed? Hu Liqing asked, noticing they were not heading toward the nuclear island. Taking it for a swim, Lu Ping retorted as the armored vehicle sped towards the seawater purification plant. This facility supplied water to the power station, which utilized nuclear energy as its heat source, functioning similarly to a thermal power plant. It constantly evaporated vast amounts of water, transforming it into supercritical steam under high temperature and pressure. This steam was then channeled to turbines, propelling them to generate electricity. The entire process involved the conversion of energy, from internal energy to kinetic energy, and finally to electrical energy, with subsequent steps involving transmission and transformation, which need not be elaborated upon here. Of course, this was merely the fundamental principle, akin to the operation of a boiler. The critical issues revolved around the method of heating the boiler, ensuring thermal efficiency, safety, cost-effectiveness, and environmental sustainability. Thus, the nuclear power plant system was exceptionally complex, requiring extensive professional collaboration. Given that these waters passed through numerous devices and pipelines, the water quality standards were exceedingly strict, with chloride ion content not exceeding 30 ppm. Chloride ions, essentially the various salts found in seawater, are acidic and can corrode equipment and pipelines over time. significantly reducing their lifespan and posing safety risks. With an evaporation rate of hundreds of tons of water per hour, it was essential to utilize seawater rather than depleting underground freshwater resources. After this lengthy explanation, do not find it tedious. It was merely to illustrate that the nuclear power station was adjacent to a seawater facility, directly connected to the shallow coastal waters. Naturally, a dam was constructed nearby. Lu Ping drove at breakneck speed, wishing he could literally press his foot into the fuel tank. Regrettably, the armored vehicle had limited acceleration, with a top speed not exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. The zombie continued its assault on the windshield, its visage becoming grotesque, skull fragments exposed. Yet it persisted in its futile attack. Finally, the seawater facility came into view. Lu Ping executed a drift maneuver, halting the armored vehicle alongside the seawall. The zombie arced through the air and plummeted into the sea with a splash. This bay had been engineered to maintain a significant drop, ensuring a continuous influx of seawater with the tide. If you were to ask where the nuclear wastewater is discharged, it is now 2099. And this power plant employs nuclear fusion technology. After the fusion of nuclear fuel, no pollutants or radioactive materials remain. As for previous nuclear fission wastewater, it underwent specialized treatment before being released. If you were to question its safety, one might mention having seen power plant employees fishing and crabbing at the discharge point, consuming their catch at home. Shouldn't that assure you? What about the Fukushima nuclear wastewater incident? The wastewater there was contaminated with radioactive substances, containing levels of nuclear radiation that exceeded safety limits. Under normal circumstances, water does not come into contact with the reactor core. There are several meters of steel and concrete barriers between them, preventing radiation exposure. How was previous nuclear waste handled? It was stored in deep underground pools at fuel processing facilities, concentrated and accumulated. Do not assume that because it is labeled as nuclear waste, it is truly waste. There is more to this than meets the eye. Even today, it can be repurposed. It's not waste, but a valuable resource. Returning to the matter at hand, the zombie had plunged into the sea and would not resurface anytime soon. Lu Ping promptly turned the vehicle around, hastening back to the nuclear island. The appearance of this zombie leader filled him with unease. With a single leap, it could easily clear the 3-meter-high barbed wire fence. If the zombie leader were to employ a wall tactic, it could effortlessly breach the perimeter. Hu Liqing observed Lu Ping pacing anxiously in the control room. Unsure of what to say, what should we do? We cannot allow the zombies to cross the barrier. I have an idea. We can electrify the barbed wire. Lu Ping exclaimed, his face lighting up as he retrieved paper and a pen to sketch out his thoughts. Moments later, with a decisive slap, he laid the paper down on the table. The primary task was not merely to electrify, but to ensure a continuous power supply. According to Lu Ping's estimates, external power would likely be cut off within 3 days. Even though this location operated on a dedicated line, it would not last more than a month. Therefore, the urgent priority was to activate the reactor. Everything was ready. It merely awaited fueling, and prompt execution was essential. We must activate the reactor to generate electricity and keep the zombies at bay. Lu Ping exhaled, relieved. Are you concerned about today's zombie? That could be an isolated incident, Hu Liqing suggested. Even if it is an isolated case, encountering one among the 20,000 people here is significant. With a population of 1.5 billion in the country and 9 billion globally, such occurrences cannot be overlooked. If it is not an anomaly, but a product of evolution, the consequences would be dire. In less than a week, it has evolved to this point. The thought of what could continue to happen is terrifying. All right, but there are just the two of us. Can we really start it? Hu Liqing questioned, eyeing the multitude of monitors in the control room, feeling overwhelmed. Fear not. We have previously performed a cold start. We merely need to insert the fuel rods into the reactor core. It's a matter of pressing a few buttons, and everything will run automatically. Lu Ping reassured her as he approached a control panel and brought up the relevant display. Chapter 12. Reactor Startup. The scene depicted a remarkably futuristic tower structure, surrounded by a confined vertical shaft. Behold, beneath this tower lies the nuclear fuel. All that is required is to press a button to deliver it to the designated position, then activate the magnetic confinement system, followed by igniting it with a laser. Is it really that complicated? Hu Liqing exclaimed, overwhelmed by Lu Ping's explanation. Just follow my commands and press the buttons in order. Lu Ping had no choice but to simplify the intricate process. Reactor Unit 1 of the XXX nuclear power plant. Countdown to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, commence. Open the primary circuit for water filling and venting. Venting completed. Lower the secondary side water level of the steam generator to the zero power set point. Set point achieved. Close the vent valve. Closed. Start the primary coolant pump and activate the pressurizer electric heater. Activated. Monitor the water pressure and temperature in the primary circuit. Set values reached. Automatic control of the primary circuit engaged. Transition complete. Activate the propulsion system to position the nuclear fuel. Activated. Position reached. Open the superconducting magnetic confinement system. Confinement established. Laser ignition countdown. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Ignition successful. Monitor core power. Power at 1. 2. Initiate the secondary circuit. Open the main steam valve. Secondary circuit activated. Switch to main feed water. Open the main steam bypass and start the condenser. Completed. Report reactor power. Reactor power at 5. 6. 8. Open the main steam valve of the turbine. Opened. Control the flow. Preheat the turbine. The turbine is now operational. Acceleration at XXX. Preheating completed. Speed at XXX. Prepare the turbine for constant speed. Set to 2,999 rm. Constant speed achieved. Turbine speed at 2,999 rm. Report reactor power. Reactor power at 12, 13, 14, 15. Initiate grid connection procedure. Connect to the main transformer. Transformer connected. Reactor now in automatic operation. Reactor entered automatic mode. Activate the broadcasting system. Activated. Esteemed leaders, colleagues, and guests. Reactor Unit 1 of the XXX nuclear power plant successfully commenced power generation and grid connection on the X day of X month in the year 2099 at X hour X minute X second, marking a significant milestone as our nation's controllable nuclear fusion technology officially enters the commercial phase. This is your correspondent, Lu Ping, reporting for your awareness. Having completed the broadcast with the precision of a machine, Lu Ping terminated the communication. The power station has successfully started. You can now rest easy, Hu Liqing remarked. Having changed into a sky blue work uniform. I need to check the grid load. Lu Ping sighed with relief as he approached the control panel to assess various parameters. Is there a problem? Hu Liqing inquired, taking a seat beside him. Currently, all the large factories outside are halted. If the electricity produced cannot be consumed, it could inflict irreversible damage on the grid. Lu Ping analyzed while observing the parameters of the grid system. What should we do? Hu Liqing asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Let's set the reactor power at 15 and operate at the minimum effective power for now, Lu Ping decided, feeling reassured as he configured the settings. I'll step out for a moment. You stay here and keep an eye on things to prevent any unforeseen events, Lu Ping said, grabbing his weapon and heading for the door. What are you going out for now? Hu Liqing queried. I need to fetch a welding machine from the workshop and gather some tools and materials. Otherwise, we won't be able to electrify the fence. The armored vehicle roared to life again as it headed towards the prefabrication site. Due to the confidentiality of nuclear power components, many non-standard parts could not be procured externally, necessitating the establishment of a processing workshop on-site to manufacture specific components. As Lu Ping arrived at the rear yard, he was greeted by a vast material yard spanning hundreds of acres, filled with various steel, cables, and large equipment. Alongside the materials were numerous gantry cranes and hoists, all now motionless and silent. There were a few zombies wandering about, and Lu Ping stepped out of the vehicle, laser gun in hand, efficiently taking them down one by one. The laser gun proved to be the most effective method for dealing with a small number of zombies, as it was silent and did not attract hordes. Navigating through the material yard, he encountered rows of workshops, including machining, special processes, and sandblasting and painting facilities, collectively occupying several hundred acres. The workshops were oversized structures, designed for the easy entry and exit of semi-trailers. For safety, Lu Ping drove the armored vehicle directly inside. Inside the workshop, a few zombies clad in welding gear were aimlessly roaming about. Lu Ping swiftly dealt with them, but as he surveyed the array of equipment, a frown crossed his face. The cargo capacity of the armored vehicle was a significant limitation. If only he had a few more hands to assist. He dismantled a welding machine and secured it to the armored vehicle. There were many valuable items in this place that should be put to good use. Inspired by the multitude of machine tools in the workshop, Lu Ping suddenly had a brilliant idea. In the material processing area, there were several laser cutting machines capable of slicing through steel plates several centimeters thick, with substantial and sustained power, unlike laser weapons, which required intermittent recharging. If he could disassemble one of these machines, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon. Excited by his plan, Lu Ping maneuvered the armored vehicle to the material processing area, eliminating the zombies within and grinning at the sight of the rows of laser cutting machines. Above the cutters, a rail crane usually employed for material handling could also be used to disassemble and maintain the laser cutting machines. While disassembly posed no issue, transporting the equipment would necessitate a semi-trailer. Once at the nuclear island, a crane would be required for unloading and installation. The CNC components could be omitted, retaining only the laser emission apparatus and the moving track of the cutter. This would allow for direct usage and greater mobility, significantly enhancing firepower coverage. Lu Ping counted the machines. There were 6 laser cutting machines in total, with more scattered across other workshops. After securing the area and closing the door to prevent any further zombie intrusion, he hurriedly drove the armored vehicle back to the material yard, where cranes were available. He managed to find a truck-mounted crane to load a spool of cable onto the armored vehicle before making his way back to the nuclear island. With a decade of experience in the construction industry as a safety production manager, he was adept at tasks such as electric welding and hoisting. Otherwise, how could he oversee others? In the following days, he continued to transport various tools, including impact drills, electric hammers, and gas cutters. Sparks flew around the protective fence for several days as he finally connected the cables and barbed wire. To ensure durability, the cables were routed through conduits. Fortunately, the paths of the conduits and the barbed wire completely overlapped, but he dared not connect to the existing cables within the conduits haphazardly. Any disruption to a piece of equipment could lead to a non-scheduled shutdown of the nuclear power plant, a situation he could not afford. This was why he sourced cables from the material yard. Once the cables were laid, he welded the exposed sections of ground with steel and barbed wire to ensure they could not be easily severed. Furthermore, he connected a wire every 10 meters to ensure that as long as one remained intact, there would be no loss of power. Completing all these tasks took nearly 10 days. To accomplish this work, he had maintained a state of abstinence for the entire duration. Chapter 13. Clearing the plant that night. An epic battle ensued, lasting over 300 rounds. Lu Ping, drenched in sweat, hoped that his labor would yield fruitful results. After all, there are no fields ruined by tillage, only oxen worn out by toil. After a bout of frantic activity, Lu Ping lay on the ground, gasping for breath. With his eyes closed, contemplating his next steps, he retrieved the original plan and began to jot down ideas. "What are you planning?" Hu Liqing inquired, resting on his chest. "I'm considering. Perhaps we need to find some more manpower," Lu Ping remarked, his spirits soaring as he gazed at his newly crafted blueprint. "Where are we supposed to find people?" Hu Liqing's interruption was akin to a bucket of cold water poured over him. Indeed, it had been over 20 days since the outbreak of this crisis. In the entire power plant and the town, out of hundreds of thousands, only the 2 of them had survived. This was largely thanks to the robust protective measures of the nuclear power station. Even if there were others who managed to survive outside, how could they evade the throngs of zombies surrounding them? Regardless, we must at least try. "How's your driving skill coming along?" Lu Ping casually asked. Haven't you been experiencing it every day?" It took others years to practice, and they still haven't tried with someone else. How could my skills possibly be adequate? Hu Liqing's face flushed as she buried her head in Lu Ping's chest, speaking softly. "What? I meant the armored vehicle." Lu Ping chuckled, both amused and exasperated by her response. A flurry of playful punches followed, prompting Lu Ping to plead for mercy. "If we can't find anyone, You'll have to drive the armored vehicle while I handle the engineering vehicle. Otherwise, acquiring supplies will be exceedingly inconvenient. Lu Ping quickly clarified. Hu Liqing relented, saying, "All right, let us give it a try tomorrow." "Good. Turn. Quickly downshift and hit the brakes." Lu Ping sat in the passenger seat, gripping the handrail tightly, shouting intermittently. The armored vehicle jolted sharply, crashing onto the roadside curb before careening into a gravel patch, finally coming to a halt with a sudden engine shutoff. "Leader, don't you have your own vehicle? What is going on here?" Lu Ping asked, still rattled. "That one is automatic. I usually drive it in autopilot mode. This clunky thing requires clutch work, manual shifting, and the steering wheel is unresponsive. I can't manage with just one foot, and with both, I easily miss the pedals." Hu Liqing complained. Lu Ping could only shake his head. "It seems you're primarily unaccustomed to the clutch and gear shifting. With more practice, it'll become second nature. We can't afford to drive carelessly in the plant. Let us head to the town to practice." At the entrance of the town, an armored vehicle swayed unsteadily, intermittently shaking as it entered. "Stop," Lu Ping suddenly commanded. A screech of brakes ensued, prompting Hu Liqing to retort, "What now? I was doing perfectly well this time." "It's not your fault. Look around. Notice any changes?" Lu Ping's expression turned serious. "Changes? Nothing seems different. The zombies are still scurrying about." Hu Liqing replied, exasperated. "Look closely. The billboards on the streets are all dark." Lu Ping emphasized the crucial point. "Are you saying the power is out?" Hu Liqing's eyes widened with realization. It was daytime, and without paying attention, one might not easily notice. "Let us turn back. We need to ramp up the reactor to its rated power." With the power outage, the grid can operate at full capacity. Just for lighting alone, it can supply electricity to 3 million households continuously for 24 hours. If there are any survivors, we can provide them some relief. More than 20 days had passed, and as Lu Ping had initially predicted, the primary source of power, the thermal power station, had automatically shut down due to fuel depletion. The remaining renewable energy stations, without maintenance, would falter significantly over the next year, their output gradually diminishing. Without technical personnel for regular upkeep, they would cease operation within 2 to 5 years, or even become completely inoperative. The nuclear power station they occupied was designed with a lifespan of 100 years. However, within that century, periodic maintenance, replacement of nuclear fuel, and renewal of auxiliary equipment and worn parts were essential. Fortunately, for safety, the nuclear power plant had proposed a standby plan from the outset. 2 units alternated operation, with one on standby for maintenance, and all equipment was supplied with several sets of spare parts. This arrangement could sustain operations for at least 10 years. Unit 2 was nearing completion and undergoing system testing. If no errors occurred during construction, it would also be capable of generating electricity. Such a complex system would require step-by-step individual unit testing, system testing, and joint testing before anyone would dare to initiate operation. This monumental undertaking necessitated a multitude of specialists to collaborate. With just the 2 of them, it was untenable. In the foreseeable future, Unit 1 would be their sole source of power. The pair hurried back to the nuclear island, where Lu Ping meticulously reviewed the surveillance footage, deep in thought. Hu Liqing sat quietly beside him, refraining from interrupting. Observing this man, she felt a twinge of regret. They had merely been nodding acquaintances before. Yet a calamity had sparked such profound transformation. Why had she never recognized his virtues before? He truly was remarkable, particularly in. The zombies within the facility could no longer be allowed to remain. If any disturbances were to occur, damaging the backup equipment, the reactor would cease operation. Lu Ping stated resolutely, gazing at the zombies on the screen. "What is your plan?" Hu Liqing inquired. "I have no elaborate plan, just one armored vehicle each. And we charge straight in. First, we'll eliminate the majority, then gradually clear out the stragglers," Lu Ping declared, rising to his feet. "Am I supposed to drive one on my own?" Hu Liqing asked, her confidence wavering. "Trust me, and believe in yourself. With the armored vehicle's defenses, the zombies won't be able to breach it." Lu Ping took Hu Liqing's hand and continued. "Once we clear these zombies, we can move to the living quarters. There will be beds, a supermarket, no more daily boxed meals." "All right, For the sake of a bed to sleep in and snacks to munch on, I'll give it my all. Hu Liqing's eyes sparkled with determination. The following day, 2 armored vehicles traversed the nuclear power avenue. One adorned with a loudspeaker blaring exhilarating rock music. Behind them trailed a horde of zombies. The armored vehicle would occasionally halt, unleashing a barrage of machine gun fire at the pursuing undead before resuming its journey. Nuclear Power Avenue formed a square loop around the plant. For several consecutive days, the duo attracted zombies along this route. The road became congested with the undead, making it challenging for the armored vehicle to navigate, and the remaining zombies became increasingly dispersed. Inside the control room, Hu Liqing munched on her boxed meal while commenting on the surveillance footage. "No worries, I'll take the excavator this afternoon to clear the road." Lu Ping set aside his meal box and wiped his mouth while observing the screen. "The zombies have been mostly dealt with. When do we return to the living quarters?" "Mostly isn't good enough. We must eliminate every last one. I've seen a living person bitten once and then turn into a zombie. You wouldn't want that, would you?" Lu Ping chuckled, imagining the zombies' emaciated skin, horrific eyes, and fangs, their faces marred with pus and patches of baldness. Hu Liqing shuddered involuntarily. "I'd rather die than become a zombie. Then let us hold on for a few more days." Chapter 14. Reconnecting with the outside world. A month had passed since the calamity struck. After clearing the zombies from the power plant, Lu Ping and Hu Liqing returned to the living quarters. Gazing at the soft double bed, they felt that this was truly what life was meant to be. The floor of the control room was unbearably hard, and excessive force sometimes caused pain, often interrupting their moments of tranquility. Although they had returned to the living quarters, vigilance regarding the power plant remained essential. Lu Ping connected a fiber optic line from the control room to the apartment switch, enabling them to monitor the power plant's operations from their residence. In celebration, they pushed a shopping cart through the supermarket, reveling in a zero-cost shopping spree. The supermarket had maintained power throughout, preserving a plethora of fresh ingredients in the freezers, alongside some dried goods. "Tonight, we shall indulge in hot pot," exclaimed Hu Liqing, brandishing a packet of hot pot base with unbridled joy. "All right, I shall heed your wishes," Lu Ping replied, eager to accommodate her elation. Hu Liqing ventured into the liquor section, retrieving 2 bottles of exquisite white wine and several packs of beer, her enthusiasm palpable. "Tonight, I shall test your tolerance for alcohol," she provocatively declared, segregating the beverages into a separate cart. Lu Ping, taken aback, approached the white wine, scrutinizing it with disbelief. "I am not accustomed to this. Let me select something else." "As you wish." After a prolonged search, Lu Ping finally unearthed 2 green bottles from the bottom shelf, wiping off the dust with his sleeve. "Ah, the liquor from my hometown, aged over a century. Its price remains remarkably affordable, and the packaging is delightfully unpretentious." He placed the 2 green bottles into Hu Liqing's cart. "Oh, I've heard of this wine. They say it possesses a delightful flavor. Unfortunately, it has never graced my palate during company meals." Hu Liqing mused, examining one bottle with curiosity. "Fear not, I assure you will be satisfied." After an exuberant shopping spree, they left the supermarket in high spirits. That evening, the apartment was ablaze with lights, and within one unit, the air was thick with the aroma of alcohol and sumptuous food. Following a satisfying meal, they inevitably turned to the daily tasks ahead. As Lu Ping began to delve into the topic at hand, Hu Liqing furrowed her brow and interjected, "What trickery are you up to now?" Lu Ping was astonished to discover she had something new up her sleeve. "What is this?" Hu Liqing inquired, pinching a small umbrella between her fingers. "This is a safety measure," Lu Ping replied, somewhat speechless. "You dilly-dallied just to wear this ridiculous thing?" Hu Liqing's eyes narrowed in irritation. "I intended for you to put it on for me, but I hesitated to ask. From now on, you must not wear it," Hu Liqing declared, tossing the item onto the floor with a decisive thud. "Why is this necessary?" Lu Ping was momentarily perplexed. "If you wear that, you must not touch me." Hu Liqing wrapped herself in the sheets and deftly pushed Lu Ping off the bed. "My dear, what is going on? Please clarify," Lu Ping exclaimed, utterly confused by her sudden change in demeanor. "I am 32 this year. What do you expect?" Hu Liqing lamented, tears welling in her eyes. "Ah, so that is it." Lu Ping realized his oversight and swiftly climbed back onto the bed, enveloping her in his embrace while whispering soothing words. After a considerable time, her tears ceased. But the uncertainty of their future weighed heavily on Lu Ping's heart. I truly cannot bear the thought of having a child at this moment. I do not care. I want one, Hu Liqing asserted, flipping over and straddling Lu Ping, proceeding with fervor. Lu Ping accepted the situation passively, acknowledging her undeniable skills. That night, the waves continued to crash outside. This is XXX nuclear power plant. I am the survivor, Lu Ping. We have safe shelter, ample food, and water. If any survivors hear this broadcast, we welcome you to join us. For assistance, please call long-wave frequency XXX, short-wave frequency XXX, satellite terminal XXX. Repeat. During this time, Lu Ping had not been idle. He connected the satellite communications and broadcasting system from the armed police unit to the nuclear power plant, recording a message that would broadcast continuously, round the clock. Still no response. Hu Liqing asked as she observed Lu Ping's dejected return. Do not lose hope. The situation outside is chaotic. Even if there are survivors, they may lack the means to respond. Not everyone possesses satellite phones or broadcasting stations, she comforted him. Indeed, if someone hears us but cannot respond, what would they do? If they are nearby, they might come directly. Lu Ping exclaimed, a light dawning upon him as he smacked his forehead. We should clear the tunnels, regardless of how long it takes. Otherwise, even if someone comes, they will be blocked by debris. You truly cannot sit still, Hu Liqing remarked, surprised by Lu Ping's sudden determination. This is not just for me. It is for our future, Lu Ping replied, glancing at Hu Liqing's abdomen, though there was no visible sign as of yet. The next day, they commenced their efforts, driving an armored vehicle and an excavator to clear the town and the zombies within the tunnels. Most vehicles in the tunnels were still operational, while severely damaged ones had to be pushed aside by the excavator. Though progress was slow, their spirits remained high. They had finally cleared a kilometer. Lu Ping returned to the apartment, drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the bed. At this rate, it is not as arduous as I initially imagined. Most vehicles are still functional, which makes our task considerably easier. Hu Liqing emerged from the bathroom, freshly washed and clad in a silk bathrobe. The damp fabric clung to her curves, creating an alluring silhouette that was both enticing and captivating. If she had initially been akin to a ripe peach, after their prolonged separation, she had matured into something even more delectable. Lu Ping swallowed hard. If we drive away the functional vehicles, we need not completely remove the damaged ones. We can push them to the emergency lane or clear a single lane, which would double our speed. His mind was incessantly devising ways to expedite their progress. That is indeed a splendid idea, Hu Liqing remarked, wrapping a towel around her head and reclining into Lu Ping's embrace. As Lu Ping caressed her silky skin and felt her fullness, he gradually became aroused. Hu Liqing shifted, playfully urging him, go take a shower. Just as they were reaching a critical moment, Lu Ping's phone rang. Maintaining his rhythm, he reached for the phone. Upon opening it, a message caught his eye. To ensure he received messages promptly, Lu Ping had connected his phone to the satellite network, which now covered the entire power plant after his relay. Upon seeing the message, Lu Ping felt a sudden jolt of excitement. The silver bottle bursts, and water splashes forth. Great beads of pearls fall onto a jade plate. Chapter 15. A message from the space station. Hu Liqing forcefully pushed Lu Ping aside, a hint of reproach in her eyes, as the other party had unexpectedly surrendered at a critical moment. Someone has contacted us, Lu Ping exclaimed excitedly, handing over his mobile phone. A text message appeared. XXX nuclear power plant, delighted to receive your message. This is XX space station. We urgently require your assistance. Please respond promptly. A space station. Hu Liqing's mouth fell open in shock. However, what could we possibly do to assist the space station? They are far safer in space than we are. After her initial astonishment, Hu Liqing quickly regained her composure. No worries, I will handle it. Let us prepare swiftly. The two tidied up and sat down before the computer, logging into a chat application. The service provider's servers had already shut down, so Lu Ping modified the local server address to his satellite network IP port, creating a virtual server akin to a wireless local area network. as long as one could receive the satellite signal that could access this network. Lu Ping picked up his phone and replied, "I am pleased to receive your message. Please connect to the XX satellite network, IP XXX. XXX. X. XX. DNS XXX. XXX. X. XX. My XX ID is XXXXXXXXXX. I look forward to your connection." Before long, a melodious voice resonated. Lu Ping clicked to view a request from XX Space Station to add him as a friend. He promptly accepted and initiated a video call. Seconds later, a man in his 40s, clad in a blue space uniform, appeared on the screen. With a square face and closely cropped hair, he introduced himself. "Hello, Lu Ping. I am Colonel Zhang Yuliang, an astronaut from the space station. It is a pleasure to connect with you." The man sat before the terminal, revealing only his upper body. The majority of the background was obscured, making it difficult to discern the interior of the space station, though a few figures could be seen moving in the distance. "Hello, Colonel Zhang. You must be aware of the situation on the ground. It seems you have not been significantly affected, which is a fortunate turn of events," Lu Ping noted, observing the formality in the man's speech. "Indeed, we are aware of the ground situation. While we have not directly faced the disaster, the current circumstances remain dire," Colonel Zhang replied, his brow furrowing as he hesitated to elaborate. "Oh, you mentioned in your previous message that you require our assistance. I would appreciate it if you could specify how we may help," Lu Ping inquired directly. To elaborate, "It has been 10 days since the scheduled crew rotation for the space station. Unfortunately, the disaster struck before we could receive our replacements. We are now running low on supplies and can only sustain ourselves for another month. Therefore, we request your nuclear power plant to assist us in launching a docking vehicle to transport supplies or to facilitate our return to Earth. Although we possess a return capsule, our prolonged exposure to weightlessness will render us incapacitated for several days after landing. Once we exit the capsule, our safety cannot be guaranteed." Colonel Zhang explained the situation. Lu Ping felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had never envisioned a day when he would be responsible for launching a spacecraft. He exchanged a glance with Hu Liqing and awkwardly said, "Colonel Zhang, to be frank, we are the only 2 survivors at the nuclear power plant. Currently, we have no means to establish communication with the outside world, and our capabilities are limited. We have already devised a plan for your situation. You do not need to traverse the ground. We can utilize waterways and then fly from the airport. However, it is surprising to hear that only 2 of you are left." Colonel Zhang expressed his disappointment. "May I ask, do you still maintain communication with the authorities?" Lu Ping inquired, eager to understand the situation better. "At the onset of the crisis, we received urgent communications, as some governmental agencies were relocating to underground bases. We have not heard from them recently, but I believe communications will resume once they stabilize. However, we may not be able to wait until then," Colonel Zhang said, rubbing his temples in distress. "Is the launch of your spacecraft complicated? Is it a simple one-button operation?" Lu Ping asked out of curiosity. "It is typically quite complex, but preparations were made before the crisis erupted. You only need to press the launch button and adjust the parameters. Of course, if you can press that button, we can remotely assist with parameter adjustments. We are keen to return to Earth, as resupplying is not a sustainable solution, and we cannot expect you to build a spacecraft for us." Colonel Zhang's expression revealed his concerns. "That should not pose a challenge. As long as you land near the nuclear power plant, I can assure your safety. However, we cannot land within the power plant itself, given its nuclear nature. Any mishap could have disastrous consequences." Lu Ping reassured him, recalling that he had already resolved the threat posed by zombies in the plant and the nearby town. As long as the astronauts did not suffer any fatal accidents, he believed he could facilitate their rescue. That would be ideal. "Lu Ping, you must provide us with several landing coordinates so that we can calculate the return time and trajectory parameters." Colonel Zhang finally showed a glimmer of hope. "That can be arranged. I have a surveying report ready. Allow me to verify a few locations in person and send you the landing points." Lu Ping decided to assist these astronauts, recognizing their value. "Thank you very much. We await your news," Colonel Zhang saluted. "Rest assured, you will not have to wait long. I will send the information before dinner." Once the connection was severed, Lu Ping and Hu Liqing swiftly exited, driving an armored vehicle towards the project site. Lu Ping gathered some measurement equipment from the project office and then drove an amphibious armored vehicle from the military camp. Following the coastal road, they eventually found a shallow area. The armored vehicle roared as it charged towards the beach. Lu Ping recorded the measurement coordinates with a surveying instrument. The two worked diligently throughout the afternoon, finally selecting several ideal landing points before returning to their apartment to relay the information to the space station. Lu Ping, after our calculations, we have designated Point C as the landing site. Colonel Zhang sent a screenshot. This Point C was precisely the dock of the power plant, where most of the large equipment had been delivered by sea. There were also lifting devices nearby, facilitating the retrieval of the landing capsule. Excellent. This location is quite distant from the core area of the power plant. Additionally, the surrounding facilities are well equipped, and there are several speedboats available. It is indeed an ideal spot. When do you plan to return? Lu Ping inquired. According to our mainframe calculations, the best time for return is at 16:032 days from now. If there are no changes, we will adhere to this schedule, Colonel Zhang replied. Very well. Is there anything else we need to prepare? I will take the next few days to gather additional supplies, Lu Ping asked. The two continued to discuss various details, with Lu Ping meticulously recording everything. Chapter 16. Visitors from the sky. 2 days later, the sky was clear, the breeze gentle, and the water calm. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing stood anxiously at the dock, occasionally pulling out a telescope left behind by a colleague in the project department who harbored dreams of the cosmos. The project department was filled with a multitude of individuals, each with their own peculiar hobbies to alleviate work-related stress. Here it comes, Hu Liqing exclaimed, peering through the telescope and pointing excitedly towards a certain spot in the sky. Lu Ping followed her gaze upward, and there, on the horizon, appeared a small white that traversed through layers of fluffy clouds, trailing a long tail of flame as it descended from the heavens. The small white dot gradually enlarged, drawing closer, akin to a meteor plummeting. It had now swelled to the size of a soccer ball, with 4 jets of flame erupting from its front, its speed beginning to decrease. Moments later, a parachute deployed, further slowing its descent as it gently floated towards the ocean's surface. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50, 30, 20, 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Action. The two quickly boarded a speedboat, igniting the engine as the propeller roared, sending forth splashes of water as they raced towards the metallic sphere. Slow down. Slow down. Don't crash into it. The large iron sphere bobbed on the water's surface. Stop the boat. Drop anchor. The speedboat gradually came to a halt, now less than 2 meters from the iron sphere. The sphere had a hatch, but it was sealed, obscuring the interior-esque condition. Lu Ping retrieved a steel wire rope, donned a life jacket, and tossed out a rescue raft. With a leap from the boat, he landed atop the raft, paddling towards the landing module. After circling the iron sphere, he finally located the lifting lugs, essential for transportation and recovery. Lu Ping threaded the steel wire through the lug and tightened the screws with a rope clamp, securing 3 lifting points for safety. Satisfied, he returned to the yacht and began the swift journey back to the dock. As they sailed, Lu Ping cast the steel wire rope overboard. Upon reaching the dock, he fixed the other end of the rope to a winch and activated it. As the winch's drum rotated, the steel wire tightened, coaxing the iron sphere closer to the shore until it rested on the shallows. Lu Ping switched off the winch, grabbed his toolkit, and hurried towards the sphere. After some effort, the hatch finally opened. Lu Ping knocked on the hatch with a wrench, signaling his intent to enter. Slowly, the hatch creaked open, revealing the astronauts who had been confined inside. 6 astronauts, clad in their space suits, turned to face him, smiles visible through their helmets. Lu Ping climbed through the hatch and assisted them in unfastening their buckles. Ah, the air on Earth feels so refreshing, one young astronaut exclaimed as he removed his helmet, revealing a youthful face. The others followed suit, sitting in their chairs, momentarily reluctant to stand. Lu Ping pulled out a medical kit, producing a heart monitor. Does anyone require this? He inquired. No need, I feel fantastic. I'll be up in a bit. The young astronaut responded. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Ping. At that moment, Colonel Zhang also removed his helmet, smiling warmly at Lu Ping. "It's no trouble at all. You are the pillars of our nation. It is my honor to welcome you back to Earth." Lu Ping replied with a grin. Just then, an armored vehicle arrived, and Hu Liqing emerged, carrying 2 large bags. "Thank you for your hard work, astronauts. I am Hu Liqing, Lu Ping's wife. Here are some milk, glucose, and juice for you all. I hope you find them to your liking," she announced, lifting the bags to indicate there was no need for formality. "Haha, I do like some juice." The young male astronaut chuckled. "I want milk," piped up a melodious voice belonging to a heroic woman. She exuded a striking presence. Her beauty coupled with an aura of strength, appearing to be around 30, with exquisite features and a graceful demeanor. Observing the situation, Lu Ping realized that the back row of the armored vehicle would be insufficient for all, but fortunately, he had prepared in advance. There was a small bus parked at the dock, designated for the inspection visits of group leaders. After a light meal and a brief rest, Colonel Zhang spoke up. "Lu Ping, we are ready to move. We do appreciate your assistance in getting us to the vehicle." "Certainly, please wait a moment." The couple carefully assisted Colonel Zhang out of the landing module and into the passenger seat of the armored vehicle. Following that, they transferred him to the dock and then onto the small bus. One by one, over the course of approximately half an hour, all 6 astronauts were successfully moved onto the bus. Lu Ping started the engine, and the vehicle began to move slowly. "Welcome to the XXX nuclear power plant. I am your guide, Lu Ping." The XXX nuclear power plant is the 5th generation of nuclear fusion generator units developed with our own intellectual property rights. The first phase plans for 2 3,000 megawatts pressurized water reactor units, with a total investment of 100 billion. The planned construction period is 10 years. However, through the concerted efforts of all our staff, we have achieved success in just 5 years, with Unit 1 already successfully connected to the grid. As Lu Ping drove, he shared publicly available information about the power plant, mindful of the confidentiality of certain core details. Esteemed guests, this area is the living quarters of our nuclear power plant, featuring a hospital, supermarket, gymnasium, and other facilities, ensuring your comfort during your stay. Would you prefer to rest in your rooms first or head directly to the dining hall? Lu Ping inquired as he introduced them to the living quarters. "Let us rest first. We should avoid strenuous activity for now. We will need your assistance with our daily needs," Colonel Zhang replied. "Very well, let us proceed to the expert village." Lu Ping directed the bus towards the expert village, where several buildings were managed like hotels, specifically designed to accommodate visiting personnel. The accommodations included single and suite rooms, colloquially referred to as the expert village. A week later, within the lobby of one of the hotels in the expert village, Lu Ping and Hu Liqing gathered around a table with the 6 astronauts. "Thank you for your care over the past week. We are now capable of self-sufficiency. Let us express our gratitude to comrades Lu Ping and Hu Liqing with tea instead of wine," Colonel Zhang said, raising his cup. "No need for formality. We are all compatriots. It is a rare blessing to be together, and we should support each other." Lu Ping replied with a smile. The group shared a sip of tea. "Allow me to introduce my fellow astronauts. This lovely lady is Zhao Ying, our doctor and health consultant, primarily responsible for research in space life sciences. Importantly, she is the only astronaut selected through civilian means," Colonel Zhang introduced, gesturing to her. "Delighted to meet you both," Zhao Ying said with a bright smile. The couple returned the greeting. "This mischievous young man is our communications expert, Shi Haiping, responsible for the spaceship's AI core, and he is also a computer whiz." Colonel Zhang continued with the introductions, naming the remaining 3, pilot Sun Tao, payload expert Li Xiangrong, and safety expert Qian Yongsheng, each possessing distinct areas of expertise in agriculture, chemistry, and physics. After a week of interaction, they were no longer strangers, having become acquainted with each other's specialized fields, which would facilitate future collaboration. As tea was poured and dishes served, the atmosphere was filled with joy and laughter. "Lu Ping, I recall you mentioning a long-term plan?" Colonel Zhang inquired. "Indeed, I aspire to transform this nuclear power plant into a safe zone, accommodating as many individuals as possible, which will also ensure the smooth operation of the facility." Lu Ping did not intend to conceal anything. "Ah, that is a commendable idea. What else do you suggest? Colonel Zhang inquired further. Well, apart from that, I believe there are currently no better options, Lu Ping replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Lu Ping, would you be interested in touring our space station? Colonel Zhang leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, and smiled at Lu Ping. Chapter 17: The Significance of Controlled Nuclear Fusion. Lu Ping was taken aback by the question. Who wouldn't want to explore the vastness of space? However, given the current circumstances, mere survival felt like a luxury, let alone traveling to the cosmos. To be honest, Colonel Zhang, I have harbored a dream of space travel since childhood, but unfortunately, I was not accepted back then, Lu Ping remarked with a smile. The past is the past. The present situation is entirely different. Colonel Zhang's gaze was profound, revealing nothing of his thoughts. If given the opportunity, it might be worth a try, Lu Ping added ambiguously. Colonel Zhang exchanged a knowing smile with his team members and then inquired, Lu Ping, how well do you grasp nuclear fusion technology? Me? I'm merely a construction manager. How could I possibly master nuclear fusion technology? Lu Ping replied, not out of modesty. He understood the principles of reactor construction and nuclear fusion, yet his grasp of the technology itself was far from sufficient. Let us rephrase that. If you were to design a small fusion reactor, one that could be installed on an aircraft carrier or space station, would you be able to do it? Colonel Zhang continued. Lu Ping finally sensed something amiss. It appeared that the colonel was genuinely invested in nuclear fusion technology, far beyond mere curiosity. I'm afraid a reactor involves too many specialized aspects. I could at best replicate existing designs, but a self-designed model is beyond my capabilities. The various system parameters cannot be seamlessly integrated by me, Lu Ping stated honestly. Oh, then if there were relatively mature blueprints, along with experimental reactors and preliminary data, could you construct it? Colonel Zhang asked expectantly. Personally, I believe I could. But issues concerning personnel, materials, and equipment would arise, Lu Ping pondered cautiously. Comrade Lu Ping, do you realize what miniaturization of controlled nuclear fusion means for the aerospace field? Colonel Zhang pressed on, while the others remained silent. Theoretically, it could allow spacecraft to achieve sublight speed. Lu Ping, being involved in nuclear power, had also studied energy and propulsion. This realization caused him to gasp in astonishment. Indeed, not just theoretically, but practically. Imagine, if controlled nuclear fusion could be commercialized. What level of achievement could we expect in laboratories? Colonel Zhang leaned closer, resting on the table to bridge the distance with Lu Ping. Are you suggesting that a nuclear fusion spacecraft engine has already been designed, and prototypes have been produced and tested? Lu Ping exclaimed, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. It seemed like something out of science fiction. Much of this was previously classified, but given the current circumstances, you two may be among the few remaining experts on Earth with experience in nuclear facility construction. After discussion, we decided to share this information with you and consider including you both in the National Aerospace Initiative. It remains to be seen whether you are interested, Colonel Zhang stated, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, awaiting Lu Ping's response. Lu Ping felt a surge of excitement ready to spill forth, only to be discreetly kicked by Hu Liqing beneath the table. This allowed him to compose himself before responding. Colonel Zhang, I am honored by your recognition. However, given the gravity of this matter, may we take some time to consider before providing a response? Of course, that is entirely reasonable, Colonel Zhang acknowledged. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing were invaluable talents in the nuclear power construction field, capable of single-handedly managing a nuclear power plant. In Colonel Zhang's eyes, their professional competence and personal abilities were unparalleled. Such talents should not be relegated to mundane pursuits. Yet, as they were new arrivals, it would be inappropriate to pressure them. Hence he added, you both will require at least a month for full recovery. Let's discuss further matters after that. Agreed. Let us enjoy the meal, Lu Ping said. The banquet continued late into the night. Lu Ping, I must say, you seem quite clever at times, yet you always miss the mark on crucial issues. Hu Liqing said, sitting cross-legged on the bed, arms crossed, gazing at him intently. What do you mean? Lu Ping asked, perplexed, as he poured her a cup of tea in an attempt to appease her. What else is there in the aerospace sector besides those 6 astronauts? And they wish to enlist us right away. Have you even considered how reasonable that is? Hu Liqing placed the teacup on the nightstand without taking a sip. Lu Ping awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. But didn't Colonel Zhang say we are valuable talents? That's exactly what irritates me. Are you in elementary school or kindergarten? Just because someone praises you, you think you're destined for greatness? Tell me, in the current world, who isn't a scarce talent? Forget expertise. Even the ability to carry on the family line is enough. Hu Liqing rolled her eyes at Lu Ping and turned away, disinterested in him. Well, that does seem true. But Colonel Zhang isn't wrong either. Lu Ping awkwardly rubbed his chin. While he might want us, I suspect his true aim is to gain control over the nuclear power plant. Hu Liqing retorted, poking Lu Ping's forehead with her finger. That doesn't matter. The power plant isn't ours to begin with, Lu Ping said, pulling her closer into his embrace. That may be so, but his methods are rather underhanded, which I dislike. Hu Liqing allowed herself to be held, continuing, even if he takes charge of the nuclear power plant, he still needs us. Otherwise, it won't be long before operations cease. Lu Ping chuckled. It's not an issue of reversing the roles. It just doesn't sit well with me. Besides, what he desires isn't the power plant itself. Could it be that he has his eyes on you? Hu Liqing teased, springing upright in jest. Look at your thoughts. Lu Ping exclaimed, jumping up in surprise. Alas, in significant matters, it seems I must keep watch over you. Hu Liqing laughed lightly. My dear wife, do enlighten me further. Lu Ping, unashamedly, lay back on the bed, propped up on one hand, while the other roamed freely. Humph. This is partly your fault. When we picked them up that day, you gave them a grand tour of the nuclear power plant while driving, lost in your own world. I can hardly describe how it was. You should have seen their faces light up upon seeing the processing workshop and material yard. Hu Liqing pinched Lu Ping's restless hand sharply. Wait, does he want? Lu Ping suddenly realized. Humph, at least you're not entirely dim, Hu Liqing said, heading off to take a shower. Lu Ping lay on the bed, listening to the sound of running water, his eyes closed in contemplation. If Colonel Zhang was interested in the raw materials, it mattered little to him. After all, those were designated for Unit 2. Even if he helped them construct a spacecraft, it wouldn't be an issue. However, critical equipment, especially nuclear fuel, must not be handed over to them. Fortunately, they couldn't obtain the nuclear fuel at all. With this clarity, Lu Ping felt his earlier discontent dissipate. In a swift motion, he shed his clothing and dashed toward the bathroom. My dear, your husband has come to give you a massage. Chapter 18. Rebuilding the network. It was yet another day of awakening to nature. The weather was splendid. The sky a vibrant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. Lu Ping was walking alongside Colonel Zhang, with Hu Liqing and Zhaoing following closely behind, engaged in cheerful banter. While the other four trailed behind, their destination was evidently the nuclear island. As their light-hearted conversation continued, they finally arrived at the control room. With the zombies now eradicated, they had reopened the explosion-proof doors of the reactor building. This allowed for convenient elevator access, enhancing their mobility significantly. Upon entering the control room, Lu Ping gestured towards a virtual server he had constructed. This is the main unit of the virtual server I built. It connects to satellite networks, logs into the Beidou navigation system, and can broadcast on fixed frequency bands across shortwave, medium wave, and long wave. He pointed to a host machine tangled with various relays and signal lines, some of which were exposed without protective casings. Due to limited conditions, some device interfaces were incompatible, and the parameters didn't align perfectly, so I had to resort to physical modifications for connections. Lu Ping rubbed his nose, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he regarded the unsightly contraption. You're far too modest. Without it, we wouldn't be standing here today. Colonel Zhang, not being a technical expert, was more concerned with practicality than perfection, and he could only express his understanding of the technician's pursuit of flawlessness. Leave this to me. In no more than 3 days, I shall transform it into a legitimate server, though I will require some additional components and tools, Shi Haiping said with keen interest, already contemplating upgrades for the machine before him. That's agreeable. Just provide me with a list, and I will procure the necessary items. This host is merely a stopgap solution. Who knows when it might fail? Lu Ping was more than willing to enhance the system. Excellent. Sure Hyping settled at a workstation and powered up the host. After a series of operations, he bypassed the nuclear system validation interface and landed directly on the desktop. Wow! Lu Ping exclaimed, witnessing Sure Hyping's actions, his jaw dropping in astonishment. What a remarkable feat! Don't be astonished. This method is classified. Zhaoing teased. All right. It seems that our future operations will be considerably more convenient. Before long, the printer whirred to life. Lu Ping retrieved the A4 sheet, scanning it quickly. These components are quite common. The storeroom should have them all. Even if we can't disassemble them, we can still piece everything together. In the days that followed, aside from Sure Hyping remaining in the control room to tinker with the host, the others accompanied Lu Ping and Hu Liqing in search of relevant equipment. Remarkably, by the third day, a brand new server emerged before them. This was no longer the unsightly contraption Lu Ping had constructed. It now embodied industrial elegance. The host had been relocated from the original control room to what had been converted into a dedicated lounge. Inside the lounge, a cabinet housed several interconnected hosts, their various indicator lights flickering rhythmically. The wiring was arranged neatly, creating a visually pleasing aesthetic. The room also boasted several air conditioning units, continuously operating to maintain a comfortable temperature. Impressive. It's clear that expertise yields reliability, Hu Liqing remarked, surveying the server room with admiration. This serves as a fundamental server. It is no longer connected to just one satellite, but encompasses the entire spatial network. All communication satellites and weather satellites overhead have been integrated, including international ones. We now possess a genuine internet. Sure Hyping elaborated on his creation. However, the caveat is that users must be aware of our domain name and server address. Otherwise, it is futile, he added. Most global servers are currently without power and cannot communicate, which poses a significant challenge, someone interjected. To reach the outside world, we can only rely on broadcasting methods. After all, some solar and wind power systems outside are still operational. If there are survivors, they will undoubtedly seek out these resources. Lu Ping recounted his old approach. We should first redirect communication from the space station. It's possible that the authorities may contact us at any moment, Zhang Yuliang pondered. Considering the likelihood of this scenario, very well, I will broadcast the newly established domain name and server address around the clock through the broadcasting system. Days later, in the dead of night, Lu Ping received a call from Colonel Zhang. Upon learning of the situation, he quickly woke Hu Liqing. Get up. There's an urgent matter. What is it at this hour? Hu Liqing mumbled, still groggy. The space station has received communication from the organization, and we must hurry to the meeting room for an important discussion. Lu Ping pulled Hu Liqing up, and the two quickly dressed before making their way to the meeting room. The meeting room was located within the expert village where Colonel Zhang and others resided. Not far away. Upon their arrival, they found the meeting room door ajar. 6 astronauts, impeccably dressed, sat upright at the conference table. On the large screen above them was an elderly gentleman in a suit, his slicked back hair showing hints of gray. The backdrop featured a metallic wall adorned with the national flag. Lu Ping felt an odd familiarity with the man's face. He had likely seen him frequently on the news, but he was certainly not the #1 leader. Do not be anxious. Please take a seat, Colonel Zhang encouraged. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing sat opposite the group, while Sure Hyping adjusted the keyboard, adding their image to the video display. You must be Lu Ping and Hu Liqing. The couple, the elderly man smiled, addressing them. Yes, sir. Lu Ping nodded in response. Lu Ping, Liqing, I have been briefed on your encounters by Colonel Zhang. In the face of disaster, you exhibited courage and resilience, ensuring the smooth operation of the XXX nuclear power plant, safeguarding national assets, and rescuing our invaluable astronauts. On behalf of the people, and the government, I extend my commendation and gratitude to both of you. Thank you for your kind words, sir. It is merely our duty. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing replied, rising to express their appreciation. Please sit and converse. You are well aware that the current situation is dire. The organization has gathered over 20,000 survivors, currently sheltered in an underground base. Safety is momentarily assured, and our stockpiled resources can sustain us for several years. However, The foremost priority now is to restore production and reclaim our homeland. To resume production, the backup generators of the underground facilities alone cannot meet the enormous power demand. Thus, the nuclear power station you manage has become exceedingly vital. Upon learning of your circumstances, we convened a meeting and hope you can redirect power to the underground base. Alleviating their urgent needs, the elderly man said gravely, fixing his gaze on Lu Ping and Hu Liqing. Rest assured, as long as the power grid remains intact, we guarantee that the nuclear power station will supply the base with power around the clock and at full capacity, Lu Ping pledged earnestly. Excellent. On behalf of the organization, I express my gratitude. Specific routing plans will be discussed with you shortly by designated personnel. There will undoubtedly be numerous challenges. I implore you to overcome them. The base will offer its full support as well. In critical moments, we can deploy some land, sea, and air forces to assist you. The elderly man assured with a smile. Please rest assured, those of us in nuclear power do not shy away from sacrifice or hardship. The elderly man smiled appreciatively before exiting the video call. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared on the screen. Chapter 19. Wolf Fong Team. The man was familiar to Lu Ping. He was an expert in the power system who had conducted several inspections at the nuclear power station. Haha, Lu Ping, Xiaohu, long time no see. Congratulations to you, said the middle-aged man with a smile, though it was unclear what he was congratulating them for. Oh, Professor Chang, it is truly a pleasure to see you, Hu Liqing exclaimed joyfully. All right, let us discuss serious matters first. We can chat about other things later. The three engaged in conversation until dawn, finally finalizing the power distribution routes before disconnecting the video conference. Gentlemen, you should rest for a while. If there are any needs, we can discuss them later, Colonel Zhang said as he stood up. Understood. After a brief rest, Lu Ping and Hu Liqing faced the computer screen, which displayed a power system diagram with numerous red nodes, indicating that the transmission lines had been severed. There were many reasons for the disconnections, such as equipment failure or broken wires. They searched for bypass nodes in the system, yet several critical nodes remained irreplaceable. These nodes must have automatically disconnected during low-load operations of the grid. To restore them, someone must go on-site to close the circuit. Lu Ping pointed to several of the nodes. The mountains are steep and the journey long. It seems we must request the base to send assistance. Hu Liqing leaned back in her chair. That is the only option. Days later, helicopters roared in, landing on the grassy field of the living quarters. A squad of soldiers disembarked in an orderly fashion, forming 3 neat ranks, each consisting of 12 men. Wolf Fong Team, reporting for duty, awaiting instructions. A major saluted the 8 members from the nuclear power team. At ease, Colonel Zhang returned the salute. Major Qi, you and your team have traveled far. Allow the soldiers to rest for the night. Tomorrow we will convene to discuss the specific operational plan. Zhang Yuliang addressed Major Qi. Yes, sir. The next day, the operational plan was established, and the Wolf Fong team would escort Lu Ping to restore the power grid. Hu Liqing remained at the nuclear power facility to ensure its operation, ready to supply power to the base once the grid was restored. Equipped with electrical tools, Lu Ping boarded the helicopter with the Wolf Fong team, soaring into the sky. The first node was located on the southern bank of the Yangtze River, at a 1,000 kV ultra-high voltage AC substation. This substation had a transmission capacity exceeding 5 million kilowatts, more than sufficient to meet the rated power of the XXX nuclear power station at 3 million kilowatts, with low losses, high efficiency, and advanced automation. The city where the substation was situated was a central hub in the middle reaches of the Yangtze economic belt, boasting a population of over 20 million, now reduced to a legion of zombies. The helicopter flew over the city, scattering a plethora of flyers. The flyers contained routes to safety bases and the latest internet server addresses. If any survivors remained, they could contact the organization using the information provided or venture forth on their own, or await rescue teams dispatched by the organization. The helicopter formation swept over the city, heading toward the suburbs, where countless transmission towers gradually came into Lu Ping's view, serving as beacons guiding them directly to the substation. Eagle. The terrain is complex around the target, and the grid is dense. Landing is inadvisable. came the reconnaissance report over the intercom. Search for suitable landing spots. At 4 o'clock, there is a bus station. We can land there. The helicopter sped towards the bus station, soon hovering above it. The station's parking lot had ample open space, though a few wandering zombies roamed about. Nightingale, proceed with targeted clearance. Received. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ping heard several muted thuds through his earpiece as the wandering zombies in the parking lot collapsed one after another. Wolf Fong team. Execute the Candy Hawthorne tactic for rapid descent. Inside the cabin, the soldiers threw down a rope, fastening safety clips to the secure rings, 2 by 2. Back to back as they exited the cabin. The soldiers dangled from the rope, one hand controlling their descent while the other held their weapons at the ready. The noise of the helicopter indeed startled the zombies in the waiting hall. They crashed through the glass doors, surging toward the parking lot. Rat-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted as Lu Ping watched the zombies fall in droves. Team 1, in position. Team 2, in position. Team 3, in position. Advance and clear the waiting hall. Received. The soldiers swiftly untied their ropes upon landing, advancing in groups of 3 toward the hall. Having distanced themselves, and with the noise of the propellers, Lu Ping heard little commotion. The waiting hall has been cleared. We can descend. Received. The 3 helicopters gently landed, and Lu Ping followed the team members as they disembarked. Team Leader Chi gestured to the pilots, and the helicopters ascended once more. They did not depart, but rather proceeded to clear the way ahead. The ground team started 2 buses, and everyone boarded, exiting through the station. The helicopters flew ahead, low to the ground, drawing the zombies' attention. The soldiers in the buses occupied the windows, providing covering fire from the rear. This was a small town in the suburbs, with a manageable number of zombies. The buses followed the helicopters, racing out of the town toward the substation. A few minutes later, they halted at the gates of the substation. Fortunately, there were hardly any zombies here. The substation was in a remote location. It typically operated automatically, with technicians only coming in case of issues. Lu Ping, shielded by 3 soldiers, approached the substation's main entrance. The soldiers used hydraulic cutters to breach the gate, and they entered the substation. Inside, rows of substation equipment awaited. Lu Ping located a high-voltage switch for the primary circuit, retrieving a multimeter to measure both sides of the switch. The lines were intact. It was evident that the previous large-scale shutdown at the power plant had led to a dramatic drop in grid load, triggering the automatic low-voltage protection mode. Next, Lu Ping found the low-voltage protection switch, which had indeed tripped itself. The fact that it could trip meant the relay was undamaged. To be cautious, he measured it and confirmed its integrity. Lu Ping pressed the reset switch, then disconnected the low-voltage protection switch. He proceeded to the main circuit breaker, pressed the reset switch, and re-engaged the circuit. After further measurements, everything appeared normal. He then moved to the low-voltage side of the secondary circuit, which converted the grid's high voltage into a low voltage for user consumption. With the city in paralysis, and to prevent unnecessary waste upon restoration of power, Lu Ping directly cut off the low-voltage side switch. In a city of 20 million, even routine lighting demands substantial power. Currently, with a significant resource gap, he could only sever this side. If the grid had still been operational, remote control would have been feasible. It was clear that the grid system had long been offline. Team Leader Chi, I have completed my tasks. Lu Ping stowed his tools and addressed Team Leader Chi. Good, regroup. Let us head to the boarding point. Everyone quickly withdrew, securing the large iron gate with a lock once more. The gate was left ajar. Should power be restored, the consequences of a zombie incursion would be dire. They returned to the bus station, boarded the helicopters, and set off for the next node. The following day, the helicopters arrived at the southern slopes of the Qinling Mountains. Their final node. Lu Ping and his team were responsible for the area south of the Qinling, while personnel from the base handled the northern region. Chapter 20. A crucial mission. This chapter unfolds in a quaint county nestled along the southern slopes of the Qinling Mountains, a habitat for the majestic wild giant pandas. The power grid traverses the towering Qinling Range, extending northward. Historically, this line facilitated the transmission of electricity from the northern energy bases to the southern regions. However, with the advent of an apocalypse, Traditional power plants relying on oil and coal have ceased operations entirely. The line must now reverse its course, channeling nuclear power from the south to the northern bases. From the schematic of the power grid, Lu Ping has gleaned a rough estimate of the base's location. Yet the specifics remain elusive. The rugged terrain of the mountains is ill-suited for helicopter landings. Hence, they must descend into the county. All right, let us land directly at Point C. Point C, marked on the map, serves as a reserve station equipped with suitable assault vehicles for mountainous terrain. The helicopter hovers above Point C, initiating high-altitude fire before deploying ropes. The Tonghalu tactic proves effective once again. The soldiers of the Wolfang team, upon encountering zombies clad in camouflage, find it difficult to pull the trigger. After clearing the scattered undead in the landing area, they proceed with their infiltration tactics, promptly sealing the iron gates of the building and living quarters. 3 infantry assault vehicles belch forth thick black smoke as they roar through the gates of the reserve forces. The small county is constructed along the river, with mountains flanking both sides of the valley, resulting in 2 narrow main streets. The streets are in disarray, with storefronts largely in ruin. Numerous zombies wander about, predominantly elderly and minors. The youth have migrated to bustling cities, leaving behind these vulnerable groups. Lu Ping, unable to bear the sight, bows his head, recalling his parents residing on the northern side of the Qinling. His home lies in a city north of the mountains, and it would take less than an hour to return home after crossing the range. Captain Shi, once the mission is complete, may I visit City X? Lu Ping inquires, his expression a blend of hope and apprehension. Indeed, there is a military airport there. After we conclude our mission, it would be prudent to refuel. And taking a slightly longer route for safety is entirely feasible. Captain Shi responds with an understanding smile, patting Lu Ping on the shoulder. It seems they have thoroughly reviewed Lu Ping's background. Thank you. Lu Ping replies with a smile. I'm not a machine. I was born of parents. I took a detour to visit my home on the way here. Captain Shi turns away, choosing not to elaborate further. The convoy reaches its destination smoothly. A remote location atop a small hill, accessible only via a winding mountain road, rarely frequented by visitors. After Lu Ping efficiently manages the situation, the group swiftly returns to the reserve compound. The helicopter's roar fills the air as they head towards the outskirts of City X. As Lu Ping gazes at the gradually fading 2-story building and the towering walnut tree in the yard, memories of a stooped figure become increasingly vivid. He vividly recalls his graduation day when his mother, with tears in her eyes, sent him off to a distant job, refraining from uttering a single word to persuade him to stay. Instead, she urged him to eat well, drink well, and not to worry about home. His father, with his usual calm demeanor, never inquired about his studies or work. Dad, I'm back. Oh, Dad, I'm leaving. In his recollections. The longest time spent with his parents since starting work was when his mother underwent heart surgery and was hospitalized. He had tirelessly negotiated with his superiors to take all his annual and family leave at once, amounting to less than a month in total. Enough of these thoughts. At least you're still alive. Lu Ping, tears streaming down his face, manages a smile. A vague notion begins to take root within him. The helicopter formation descends with a whoosh at a military airport, previously cleared of zombies by the Wolfang team. After refueling, they begin their return journey. Upon arriving at the nuclear power base, Lu Ping engages in a video call with Professor Chang, who confirms that preparations are complete and power supply can commence at any moment. The following day, the reactor operates at full power, with electricity flowing through the transmission network to an underground base in the north. Leader No. 5 commends the personnel at the nuclear facility and announces that the Wolfang team will not return but remain at the nuclear power base to safeguard its facilities and personnel. The nuclear power base is upgraded to base number 2, with Zhang Yuliang assuming full responsibility and Lu Ping assisting in management. Should any survivors be discovered later, they will be allocated to the 2 bases based on proximity. Lu Ping harbors no objections. He had anticipated the official control over the nuclear facility once contact was established. The power plant, originally a state investment, has become a vital strategic asset, necessitating government oversight. Since returning from the mission, Lu Ping has become less preoccupied with the management of the nuclear facility. His singular focus now is on a paramount task: procreation, particularly after seeing his own courtyard. This thought lingers persistently in his mind. He begins to comprehend Hu Liqing's initial reluctance to allow him to carry an umbrella. On this day, a message appears in the nuclear power chat group, an invitation to the wedding of Lu Ping and Hu Liqing. This proposal originates from Hu Liqing. Although they have acknowledged their marital status, they had never formally recognized their relationship. The next day, Captain Chi of the Wolf Fong team arrives with a camera, expressing a desire to capture their wedding photos. This brings immense joy to Hu Liqing, who enlists Zhao Ying to help her prepare for the shoot, resulting in a stunning appearance. Lu Ping opts for simplicity, donning a suit. The wedding proceeds as scheduled in the lobby of the Expert Village Hotel. The attendees make minimal decorations to the hall, and as Hu Liqing links her arm with Lu Ping's, they enter through the main door, advancing toward the stage to receive the blessings of the crowd. Initially, Lu Ping anticipated a brief ceremony, but he soon realizes he has underestimated the occasion. On the front screen, leader number 5 appears with a warm smile. Lu Ping, Hu Liqing, congratulations on your union. In your future lives and careers, I hope you will continue to strive, support one another, and remain forever united. May you hold each other's hands and grow old together. Furthermore, I wish you both an early arrival of children. Your courageous struggle in the face of adversity will serve as a classic example for countless future generations. Today, you will establish the first new family after the disaster. On behalf of XXXX, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. You are now a model for other survivors to emulate. Now, I announce, the marriage of Lu Ping and Hu Liqing is legal and valid. Congratulations to you both. The Red Book rests in Captain Chi's hands, who will present their marriage certificate. Applause erupts as Lu Ping finds himself in a daze, entirely unprepared for the profound symbolism attached to his marriage. Captain Chi showcases the 2 red booklets before handing them over to Lu Ping and Hu Liqing. Upon inspection, Lu Ping notices an official seal. This cannot be a hastily stamped document. Observing the steel stamp, it appears that the authorities must have visited the Civil Affairs Bureau, as such a red booklet would be challenging to fabricate without a template. Zhang Yuliang takes the stage, producing a red box which he places in Lu Ping's hands. Smiling broadly, when Lu Ping opens it, he finds a pair of diamond rings inside. With a flourish, Hu Liqing extends her hand adorned with perfectly manicured nails. Lu Ping kneels on one knee to slip the ring onto her finger. Give her a kiss. Give her a kiss. Lu Ping, grinning mischievously, leans in for a deep kiss on Hu Liqing's radiant cheek. In this moment of joy, a new chapter in their lives begins. Only sighing for the warmth of the hibiscus canopy, as the spring night is fleeting and bittersweet. Chapter 21. Fusion Engine. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing have been newlyweds for 3 days, enjoying their time without any disturbances. However, the incessant creation of life was becoming overwhelming for Lu Ping. On this particular day, he entered the conference room, where he coincidentally found Zhang Yuliang already present. Oh, what brings the groom to this place? Zhang Yuliang quipped, setting aside the materials he was reviewing. Colonel Zhang mentioned that as the deputy of this base, I must fulfill my duties. Lu Ping quickly diverted the conversation. Your timing is impeccable. I was just contemplating whether to message you, Zhang Yuliang replied, handing over the documents. Upon examining the materials, Lu Ping noticed they were hastily printed, with a mere A4 sheet serving as a cover, devoid of any text. As he flipped through the pages, the phrase "controllable nuclear fusion aircraft engine" caught his eye, leaving him utterly astounded. This information has just arrived from Base 1, and acquiring it came at a cost, Zhang Yuliang lamented. Are you suggesting we utilize the base's materials and equipment to construct a fusion engine? Despite his suspicions, Lu Ping sought confirmation. Indeed, let us discuss this further, Zhang Yuliang responded. Lu Ping took a seat across from him, casually perusing the documents. In truth, this engine was significantly more streamlined than a reactor, retaining only the essential magnetic confinement, moving components, and ignition apparatus. It would harness the high-energy particle streams generated from fusion to directly propel the spacecraft, producing no pollution as long as adequate radiation shielding was provided. Unfortunately, The prototype was still at the research facility, leaving them unable to construct one at present. They could only salvage the hard drive from the main laboratory, thus ensuring the completeness of the data. The structure is indeed not overly complex. One might even say it is refreshingly straightforward, Lu Ping remarked, smiling as he compared the design schematics with Zhang Yuliang's descriptions. One could argue that the simplest solutions are often the most effective. While it may appear uncomplicated, it is undeniably scientific. I possess a modicum of expertise in this area as well, Zhang Yuliang asserted, wearing a self-assured expression. Well, the propulsion system is estimated to reach 30 of the speed of light, but it imposes stringent requirements on the spacecraft's mass. The limitations are considerable. Moreover, as a mature sublight speed vessel, its operational range should ideally extend beyond our solar system to other stellar systems. In such a case, the spacecraft would require a certain level of defensive and offensive capabilities, which would significantly elevate energy demands. There is still a long journey ahead before we can apply this technology. Lu Ping articulated his perspective. We need not concern ourselves with the spacecraft systems. Our focus should solely be on developing this engine. As for the energy system, once Space One has a mature spacecraft design, they will provide us with the necessary parameters, allowing us to integrate a corresponding power generation system, an area in which you excel, Zhang Yuliang said, his fingers interlaced as he smiled at Lu Ping. This should not be too challenging. I believe the power system for a spacecraft will not be overly complex and can be enhanced. I am confident in integrating a power generation system into this engine, Lu Ping thought positively. Excellent. That's precisely the affirmation I needed. You may take the physical materials to review at your leisure, but the electronic version is encrypted, and I currently lack the authority to share it with you. Could you perhaps draft a preliminary design based on our discussion? We can then make specific adjustments according to Base 1's requirements, Zhang Yuliang suggested, his face lighting up with joy at Lu Ping's agreement. That sounds reasonable. Colonel Zhang, I have one more question I would like to ask, Lu Ping said, his expression turning serious as he tucked the materials away. Lu Ping, I am merely a few years your senior. The title of colonel is but a formality. We are all in this together, so feel free to call me Zhang Gu or Lao Zhang. Do not hesitate to voice any concerns. We can tackle them together. Zhang Yuliang replied, his mood buoyant. Very well, Lao Zhang. Regarding the cause of this disaster, has there been any speculation or explanation from that side? Lu Ping finally broached a question that had been weighing on his mind. According to their statements, it is absolutely not the result of any nation's biological weapon or clandestine research. That much is certain. After all, the intelligence networks between nations are quite robust. Currently, they lack the manpower to investigate the exact cause. The priority lies in preserving strength and rebuilding our homeland, Zhang Yuliang candidly informed him. Understood. What is your personal opinion on the zombies outside? Lu Ping shifted the topic, his unease resurfacing since encountering the formidable zombie leader. Although they are numerous, as long as the surviving population does not succumb to further infection, eradicating them is merely a matter of time, Zhang Yuliang replied confidently. Lao Zhang, I once encountered an exceptionally agile zombie. Its speed and jumping ability were remarkable, and its tough exterior made it difficult to contend with. More importantly, it seemed capable of commanding hordes of zombies. I am uncertain whether this is a unique case or indicative of evolutionary advancement among the zombies. Regardless, I believe this discovery warrants attention. If possible, I recommend that they conduct research on the zombies to develop a vaccine or at least ascertain their true nature. Lu Ping expressed his concerns, deeming them necessary. Well, I will relay your findings and recommendations to Base 1. However, could you provide a brief report detailing the specifics of that encounter? It would lend some weight to your claims, Zhang Yuliang suggested. Certainly. The incident should be recorded in the surveillance system. I will edit the footage and submit it as an attachment to the report, Lu Ping replied, rising to leave with the documents in hand, heading towards his apartment. Zhang Yuliang remained in the conference room, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Moments later, he initiated a video communication. Commander, Zhang Yuliang stood at attention, saluting. There is no need for such formality. You dialed the emergency contact number for a significant report. I presume. A figure in military attire appeared on the monitor, their features obscured. "I have just received information that requires your immediate attention," Zhang Yuliang stated. "Proceed," the figure instructed. "Survivors from the nuclear power plant have reported potential evolutionary changes among the zombies, prompting a request for research to be conducted," Zhang Yuliang explained succinctly. "Understood. This information is both critical and timely. I will inform you of any developments. Please keep your identity concealed to the best of your ability." That will be all. The screen flickered to black as the communication ended. Chapter 22. Survivors. 3 days later, Lu Ping meticulously composed a report detailing his encounter with the zombies, which he promptly sent to Zhang Yuliang along with the surveillance footage. Accompanying these documents were his preliminary design sketches and explanations for the fusion engine's power generation system. However, aside from this design, his primary concern remained the zombie leader. Since he had cast that creature into the sea, it had not resurfaced. And Lu Ping was not one to assume that it had perished so easily. He believed in approaching every situation with a pragmatic mindset. This is a fundamental principle for engineering professionals, to let facts speak for themselves and rely on data. As soon as Lu Ping transmitted the materials to Zhang Yuliang, he received a swift reply. "The information has been received. I will report to Base 1 as soon as possible. All personnel are to assemble in the conference room for further developments." What emergency could this be? Lu Ping pondered, hastily dialing Hu Liqing to invite her to the conference room. What could Hu Liqing be occupied with? It was rather peculiar. Despite having been together for 2 months, she showed no signs of pregnancy. Recently, she had been frequently visiting Zhao Ying, insisting on medical examinations. Zhao Ying, a life scientist and health advisor, was understandably exasperated. While she could provide general health guidance, she was certainly not a gynecologist, and infertility was far from her area of expertise. Unable to turn Hu Liqing away, she performed numerous tests at the base's hospital, all of which returned normal results. Yet still, no pregnancy ensued. Recently, Hu Liqing had been insisting that Lu Ping undergo examinations as well. In the conference room, the aerospace team of 6, Lu Ping and his wife, along with the 37 members of the Wolf Fong team, gathered, the entire personnel of the base. Lu Ping and his wife resided in the staff dormitory, the aerospace team in the expert village, and the Wolf Fong team at the armed police camp. It was a rare occasion for everyone to convene. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an urgent announcement that necessitates our collective discussion," Zhang Yuliang began once he confirmed everyone was present. "What is the situation?" Captain Qi inquired. "Please direct your attention to the screen." The large display in the conference room illuminated, revealing only 3 letters, SOS. A collective gasp echoed through the room. This was a distress signal. It appeared that someone had received their broadcast but was struggling to respond, resorting instead to this simplest form of plea for help. Captain Qi analyzed the situation, articulating his hypothesis. Indeed, the satellite network has extensive coverage. Theoretically, as long as the terminal address is known, access should be possible. The fact that they only sent 3 letters suggests they are likely in a remote location, where power supply is a significant challenge. It is probable that this signal was dispatched just before their power was entirely depleted. Shi Haiping, an adept computer technician who had personally modified the server, offered his insights. "Can we utilize technological means to pinpoint their location?" Lu Ping inquired. "Absolutely. Even if they are out of power, I can trace the network address from the message, in conjunction with the satellite network's backend data, to ascertain the position from which the message was transmitted," Shi Haiping replied confidently. "Excellent. Now we face the most critical question. Every living soul is extraordinarily precious and worth every effort for rescue. We are embarking on a rescue mission. Does anyone have thoughts or objections?" Zhang Yuliang surveyed the room. "Agreed. Agreed," came the resounding affirmations. "Very well. Haiping, please ascertain the location immediately. Captain Qi, your Wolf Fong team will execute the rescue operation. You may begin preparations. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing, your expertise in nuclear power will be invaluable for post-rescue arrangements." With no dissenting voices, each group commenced their preparations. Shortly thereafter, Shi Haiping successfully decrypted the location and retrieved satellite imagery of the area. The resolution of the satellite imagery was limited to a centimeter level, rendering the enlarged images virtually pixelated. Despite the technical enhancements, some details remained distorted. However, the general situation was discernible. A small team of hikers was trapped atop a mountain. This particular group of adventurous trekkers typically avoided well-known tourist spots, opting instead for uncommercialized, pristine locales. Nearly into the 22nd century, such untouched sites were often located deep within mountains, forests, or deserts, remote areas where human presence was scarce. Their excursions often involved months of wilderness survival, making rescue efforts exceedingly challenging. Thus, these individuals sought to push the limits of human endurance, possessing considerable wilderness survival skills. "What location is this?" Zhang Yiyang asked, scrutinizing the unclear image. "This is an uncharted area in the heart of the Wanshan Mountains. This peak is nameless," Sure Hyping responded. "The location they have chosen is indeed suitable for helicopter rescue. They are not novices," Lu Ping remarked after examining the footage. "All right, send the imagery and coordinates to Captain Qi. We can only hope these individuals can hold on a little longer." The Wolf Fong team's helicopter took off from the camp, soaring over the ocean and skimming past high mountains, heading toward the depths of the Wanshan Mountains. The following day, in the conference room of the expert village, personnel from the nuclear power base sat around the conference table, observing the 5 individuals on the opposite side. These 5, 3 men and 2 women, appeared somewhat disheveled, their faces reflecting a mix of relief and anxiety after their harrowing ordeal. "Please, relax. You are safe now," Zhaoing assured them. "Your health reports indicate mere nutritional deficiencies. A few days of rest will suffice for recovery." Zhang Yuliang, clad in the aerospace team's uniform, smiled at the group. The base personnel donned their respective uniforms, each emblazoned with the prominent emblem of the organization, creating an unintentional air of pressure in the room. "Thank you to the government. We regret any trouble we may have caused," one middle-aged man stammered, rising to bow to the base personnel, prompting the others to follow suit. "There is no need for such formality. Ensuring the safety of our citizens' lives and property is our duty," Zhang Yuliang replied. "I am the acting head of this base. Could you kindly introduce yourselves and share your experiences?" Lifting his teacup for a sip, Zhang Yuliang observed the group with keen interest. "We 5 operate a small online store, primarily selling outdoor gear. When we have the time, we venture into the wilderness for trekking and occasionally stream our adventures online to attract viewers," the middle-aged man began, his narrative unfolding over the next 10 minutes, until he finally took a sip of tea, "until yesterday, when we were rescued by Captain Qi." Chapter 23 Newcomers. It was over 2 months ago that spring officially arrived, heralding the peak season for outdoor activities. The 5 of them gathered their gear and ventured into the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. They constituted the most formidable amateur outdoor team, well-equipped, and even carried a satellite phone. After trekking into the mountains, they sought out locations with satellite connectivity each day to host live streams, engaging with their fans while subtly promoting their merchandise. On the 10th day, they ascended a high peak, only to discover that no fans were watching their live stream. Upon checking the network, they realized that a significant crisis had unfolded in the outside world. However, they did not perceive it as particularly dire. To them, it seemed akin to a plague or an infectious disease. They pragmatically resolved to wait it out in the mountains with their supplies until the situation outside calmed down. Thus, they continued along their pre-planned route. Days later, when they found themselves unable to log into any networks, the gravity of their predicament began to dawn on them. The closure of the networks indicated a severe situation beyond their initial assumptions. Reflecting on the early videos they had seen online, they believed that once they descended, survival would be impossible. Consequently, they sought official rescue. By then, it was too late. All known rescue numbers, both official and unofficial, went unanswered. Fear began to grip them as they comprehended that the external circumstances were far graver than they had imagined. Nonetheless, they did not surrender hope, repeatedly calling for help until the power of their portable chargers was depleted, leaving them unable to reach any rescue organizations. Fortunately, one of the middle-aged men, Joe, possessed some mechanical skills. He ingeniously modified their gear to create a rudimentary hand-cranked generator. The 5 took turns generating power daily, managing to charge the satellite phone. Yet, the output was woefully insufficient. It took a full day of cranking to barely use the phone for a few minutes. Those fleeting minutes became their lifeline. Just 2 days prior, they received news from a nuclear power base. In a flurry of activity, they managed to send out an SOS before the satellite phone powered down. After a month of continuous operation, the hand-cranked generator finally succumbed to wear, plunging them into despair. The group remained hopeful while attempting to repair the generator, clinging to a faint glimmer of hope until the sound of a helicopter pierced the air. "Old Joe, your salvation is not merely a stroke of luck. It is your perseverance and desire to survive that have led to your rescue." Joe Zishing, the club's owner, was among them. The others, somewhat younger, were his relatives and employees, all sharing the surname Joe, forming a rare family unit amidst the calamity. Rest and recuperate. The base is newly established and in dire need of manpower. On behalf of the base, I welcome your arrival. Zhang Yuyang rose and extended his right hand in greeting. "Thank you. Thank you." Old Joe exclaimed, excitedly meeting the gesture with both hands. "This is Lu Ping. He will oversee your work and living arrangements moving forward." Zhang Yuyang introduced Lu Ping. Lu Ping stood and shook hands with the newcomers. "You have just been rescued. Prioritize your health. There is no rush regarding work. Feel free to express any needs you may have. I reside in the apartment building as well." "All right. Thank you very much." After exchanging pleasantries, the five returned to the apartment, leaving the meeting room with the base's original staff. The addition of newcomers to the base was a promising sign, worthy of celebration. Zhang Yuyang's joy was palpable. Lu Ping surmised the underlying thought. To create a spacecraft engine, specialized talent was essential. First, they needed personnel, who could then be nurtured into skilled professionals. Indeed, we must enhance our efforts in searching for survivors. We cannot passively await their contact. We must take the initiative. Captain Chi interjected. "Agreed. Captain Chi, you shall oversee the operational details." Zhang Yuyang affirmed. "Understood." Captain Chi promptly accepted the responsibility. With newcomers, they needed to ensure their contributions to the base's development. At the very least, they would assist in the operation and maintenance of the power station, among other tasks. Henceforth, Lu Ping and his wife will conduct orientation training for these newcomers. Once they acquire some specialized skills, our base will be sustainable for the long term. This is of utmost importance. If they remain idle for too long, unrest is inevitable. Zhang Yuyang began contemplating future matters. "Very well. I will tailor training and work assignments based on each individual's specialties and professions." The group discussed future developments before dispersing. Lu Ping, however, lingered, still preoccupied with a pressing matter. "Old Zhang, have you received any response to the information I sent you?" Once the others had departed, Lu Ping inquired. Zhang Yuyang also remained, aware that Lu Ping had something to discuss privately. The technical requirements for the engine's power system should be finalized soon. Regarding the zombies, they mentioned they would keep an eye on it, but currently lack the resources for research. Zhang Yuyang felt a bit awkward, acknowledging that the report had not garnered the attention it deserved. "Well then, could we pursue our own research on zombies?" Lu Ping mused, considering that while the other party was preoccupied with restoring production, perhaps they could invest their efforts into this study. After all, the primary mission of the nuclear power base was to ensure the nuclear plant operated smoothly. As for developing a fusion engine, they were nowhere near that point and lacked the manpower to even begin. Among us, only Zhaoing possesses the expertise for this. Of course, others can assist as well. We should seek her perspective, Zhang Yuyang said thoughtfully. He regarded this matter with significant seriousness, regardless of the reasons. He would not allow the remnants of humanity to face another threat from zombies. "All right, let us not delay. I'll notify her to come here at once." Zhang Yuyang took out his phone and spoke to Zhaoing. Minutes later, she returned to the meeting room. "I just left a few minutes ago, and you've called me back. What pressing matter is at hand?" Zhaoing asked, pulling up a chair and regarding the two men. "Lu Ping and I have a vital task we would like you to take charge of, which is why we were eager to summon you back to discuss your thoughts." Zhang Yuyang replied with a smile. "Oh, do share. I'm intrigued." Zhaoing responded, her interest piqued. Chapter 24. Independent Research. Zhang Yuyang briefly conveyed Lu Ping's thoughts, seeking Zhao Ying's opinion. "Lu Ping, may I inquire about your original intention and purpose in researching zombies?" Zhaoing neither agreed nor declined, but instead asked about Lu Ping's initial motivations. To put it plainly, it stems from fear. If such zombies were to emerge in large numbers in the future, with our limited manpower, we would be utterly incapable of resisting them. Furthermore, if we could develop a vaccine, those of us who survive would no longer need to worry about mutations, thus achieving a permanent solution. You all should be aware that Hu Liqing and I are planning for our future, and I do not wish to leave such a significant threat for the next generation. Today it is I. Tomorrow it may be the two of you, and beyond that, it could encompass all survivors. Therefore, I believe we should act swiftly rather than delay. Taking advantage of the current period when zombies have only recently appeared, while we still have time and resources to devote to research. Having finished speaking, Lu Ping looked at the two, awaiting their response. All right, I actually share the same sentiment. However, the hospital facilities at this base are limited and cannot support such research. Hence, I have refrained from bringing it up. Since you have proposed it today, I naturally agree. It is important to note, though, that this research may be extremely dangerous, necessitating a special environment and specific equipment. You will need to find a way to address that, Zhaoing stated, casting her gaze towards the two. Well, for the equipment, please prepare a list. When Captain Qi and the others venture out to search for survivors, they can look for opportunities to acquire what you need. As for the location, it will be up to you, Lu Ping. We can utilize the two nuclear island. It contains several underground water basins. By closing the crucial gates, we can completely isolate it from the outside world. Even in the event of an accident, we need not fear the spread of harm. I can construct specialized metal enclosures to contain the subjects of our research. Moreover, this will not interfere with the future operation of Unit 2 when the time comes. We can simply remove the modified structures. Lu Ping proposed his ideas. That sounds feasible. I will return to compile a list detailing the required equipment and specifications for the location. Once you have these items ready, we can commence our research immediately. Zhaoing responded readily. All right then, let's conclude today's discussion and prepare separately. A week later, Lu Ping, accompanied by Old Xiao and 5 others, arrived at the machining workshop. Old Xiao had 4 juniors, 2 females, one aged 28 and the other 23, named De Xiao and Xiao Xiao respectively. 2 males, one 25 and the other 22, referred to as Xiao De and Xiao Air. This was the customary way the base's personnel referred to each other over the past week, and the others accepted it without protest. Old Wolf, you mentioned teaching us some technical skills. Are these the iron contraptions you refer to? De Xiao, clad in work attire, curiously surveyed the equipment within the workshop. Old Wolf was a new title for Lu Ping, derived from pervert. You 4 are young and perfectly suited to learn some technical trades. As for Old Xiao, his practical skills are already commendable. He can simply work as a welder without needing training. This was Lu Ping's arrangement for the group. Initially, Lu Ping intended for them to learn about nuclear power station operations, but regrettably, their wild natures rendered them incapable of remaining seated in the central control room. Staring at screens for 8 hours while maintaining unwavering focus was unfeasible for these outdoor adventure enthusiasts. After consideration, Lu Ping decided against this plan. Nuclear operations require meticulousness. It seemed more beneficial to cultivate these individuals into machining talents. As for nuclear operations, they were currently automated. In the future, finding individuals with relevant expertise for training would be more reliable. Can you introduce us to what these machines can do? Xiao Qiao inquired eagerly. Turning, milling, grinding, drilling, bending, laser cutting, and lifting. Let's tackle them one by one, Lu Ping replied with a smile. Is there really that much? Xiao De exclaimed in surprise. It sounds extensive, but they are all interconnected. Modern machine tools are highly automated. You simply need to master one core aspect. Once you understand the basic operations of the machine tools, you will quickly become proficient. Lu Ping endeavored to simplify his explanation. What is this core aspect? Xiao Air asked, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the laser cutter. Drawing. Lu Ping exclaimed as he produced 2 books to demonstrate. Mechanical drawing and engineering drawing are the universal languages of the machinery industry. Once you learn to draw, you can secure the materials you wish to process on the machine, and the system will automatically generate the processing program. selecting the appropriate parameters and tools. Mastering this step is akin to entering the field. You can then become an operator who processes based on drawings. As Lu Ping spoke, he walked over to a table in the workshop and sat down. On the table lay several simple workpieces. The four young individuals also took their seats across from him. De Qiao blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "Can we only be operators?" Haha, that is merely the first step to allow you to quickly demonstrate your value. As you accumulate work experience and self-study in metalworking, materials science, mechanical manufacturing, design, and automation, you will become capable of handling tasks independently. The ultimate goal is to design and create your own projects. Lu Ping outlined an ambitious vision for them. Wow, that sounds amazing. I want to become a designer and create my own mech. Xiao Er exclaimed excitedly. The other three also expressed keen interest. That's a great goal. Today, I will introduce you to coordinate systems and the 3-view projection. Now look at this cube in my hand. What do you see? Lu Ping asked, holding up a cube. A cube. Xiao replied instinctively. Lu Ping chuckled and took out a cylinder, asking, "And this?" "A cylinder." Xiao answered again. "Can you see all of it?" Lu Ping inquired. "No, but I can visualize it in my mind." Xiao responded. "You possess subjective imagination and judgment as a sentient being, but machinery does not. Machines only process data. Thus, we must convert what we perceive into a format that machines can comprehend, which is the drawing. These drawings are transformed into data via a compiler, allowing machines to understand them. If you wish to process a cylinder, you must think like a machine. When represented in mechanical drawing, the front projection of the cylinder is a rectangle, the side projection is also a rectangle, and the top projection is a circle. Through these 3-directional projections, we can most straightforwardly and simply depict the shape of any relatively regular object. Therefore, when we create mechanical drawings, these 3 views serve as our primary reference. If the object has an irregular shape, we can supplement it with auxiliary views, sectional views, and rotated views. In this way, we can transform a physical object into a drawing and then into data, and vice versa. Hence, the first step in learning to draw is to cultivate a 3-dimensional vision, colloquially known as the mechanical eye. When observing any object, do not let habitual thinking mislead you. Instead, try to mentally deconstruct it into 3 views. Then recombine and refine it. Alright, now I will teach you how to represent these 3 views on paper, as well as their interrelationships. Lu Ping stated, retrieving a set of drawing tools and sketching a large cross-coordinate on an A4 sheet. Chapter 25. The challenge. From this point onward, Lu Ping, accompanied by his 4 apprentices, diligently traversed between the workshop and the underground water pool of Unit 2's nuclear island on a daily basis. Old Xiao, be cautious while welding. The stainless steel linings in the pool must not suffer from any arc abrasions. Lu Ping admonished, pulling on a hefty hoist while relaying important details to his colleague. Old Xiao, rest assured, old wolf, I am well aware of its preciousness, Old Xiao replied as he calibrated a welding robot. It wasn't merely the expense of the equipment that mattered, but rather that the stainless steel had been custom ordered from the manufacturer, making it irreplaceable in case of damage. Lu Ping elaborated. I see. I will certainly be mindful. But wouldn't it be better to weld manually? Setting up this welding robot is quite cumbersome. With that time, I could have welded numerous components, Old Xiao remarked, adjusting a rail and measuring for discrepancies. Once this device is properly calibrated, it can produce a continuous weld seam that is 100 times more efficient than manual labor. Not only is it efficient, but its quality is exceptional, with an almost perfect non-destructive testing pass rate. In the future, you can leave the fixed seams to it while you focus on the specialized welds, Lu Ping explained, as he maneuvered a steel plate into position. The water pool had custom stainless steel linings, and he was determined not to damage them while establishing the laboratory. Consequently, he transported some ordinary steel plates from the material yard to create a physical barrier over the linings. The laboratory would be constructed upon these plates, which could be removed easily when Unit 2 required activation in the future. How are my apprentices faring? Old Xiao inquired, putting away his level. They're doing well. Each has their strengths, and at the very least, they can process materials according to the drawings. I plan to assign them to focus on theoretical courses based on their interests which should enhance their motivation, Lu Ping replied, joining the steel plates with approximately a 1 centimeter gap between them. These plates had already been prepped on the computer, with the welding grooves established before transporting them to the pool site for assembly, eagerly awaiting the robot's positioning for welding. This method is commendable, as the saying goes. It's better to master one skill than to be mediocre in many. If each can master a specialized technique, I will be content, old Xiao chuckled. Rest assured, their foundations are solid. Moreover, these specialized courses are not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lies in the requisite knowledge of mathematics and physics. Fortunately, the intricate calculations and analyses can be handled by computers, Lu Ping continued as he approached old Xiao. The welding robot was not humanoid, but rather a tungsten electrode that traversed on a track. The tungsten electrode discharged onto the workpiece, while the welding wire followed via a rotating spool. The discharge could reach temperatures of 1,000 degrees, melting the wire for welding. Adjacent to it, a flexible conduit supplied inert gas, protecting the welding process as the tungsten electrode and wire moved in unison. This system enabled automated welding, requiring only that operators adjust the relevant parameters according to the specifications of the welding materials. Finally, it's ready. Let me witness the efficiency of this contraption and see if it is as remarkable as you claim. Old Xiao remarked as he gathered his tools. Very well. I shall demonstrate, Lu Ping replied, positioning himself beside the welding machine, manually aligning the tungsten electrode to the seam and adjusting the discharge gap for the welding wire. Once set, he grasped a control handle, inputting voltage, current, welding speed, and then opened the inert gas flow valve. After donning specialized welding goggles, he pressed the button. A burst of purple sparks flickered to life, crackling as the robot advanced steadily along the track. Within a mere 10 minutes, a 3-meter-long weld seam was completed. Lu Ping switched off the power, turning to old Xiao with a subtle smile. What do you think? That 3-meter seam would have taken you at least a morning to complete, with constant electrode changes and grinding of slag. This method produces direct formation, with gas protection and no slag to grind. Just look at this orderly fish scale pattern. Even a seasoned welder would struggle to achieve such uniformity over 3 meters. Old Xiao knelt beside the seam, his expression one of disbelief. Good heavens! If this technology were to be deployed externally, many welders would find themselves out of work. This equipment demands a high level of theoretical knowledge from welders. Otherwise, issues may arise. Previously, one required specialized training and certification to operate it. Learn the operational basics first. I will establish the welding processes for you to follow. Over time, you can gradually explore the underlying theories. Eventually, you may become the welding master of our base, perhaps even teaching apprentices yourself. Intrigued by Lu Ping's description, old Xiao couldn't help but inquire, what other extraordinary technologies does our base possess? Lu Ping chuckled, none at present. But I anticipate that will change soon. Now, I must return to assign tasks to those fellows. You can proceed with welding these plates. After bidding farewell to old Xiao, Lu Ping exited Unit 2 and drove a semi-trailer toward the machining workshop. His earlier prediction of new developments was not mere bravado. Just days ago, the power system requirements for the engine had been forwarded. Lu Ping believed these parameters were not overly difficult to fulfill, but the challenge lay in the stipulated weight of the generator. After reviewing numerous manufacturer specifications, Lu Ping found no models that matched the required parameters, leaving him quite perplexed. Was he expected to fabricate a turbine generator himself? He doubted his ability, as the requisite knowledge was extensive, compounded by a lack of materials and equipment. Thus, he sought to utilize existing solutions, attempting to shift the excess weight of the generator onto the engine itself. This was the only method he could conceive to indirectly address the generator's weight issue, but it necessitated significant modifications to the engine's original design, essentially a complete overhaul. Recently, he had perused numerous resources, yet the problem remained unresolved, causing him considerable distress. Upon his return to the machining workshop, Lu Ping found his 4 apprentices diligently operating the machines, fabricating various components required for the laboratory. He inspected their progress and found it satisfactory. With summer's arrival, the sweltering weather along the southern coast was nearly unbearable, especially in spaces devoid of air conditioning. Approaching Xiao Qiao at the laser cutting machine, he observed her laboring under duress, a fan buzzing nearby. "Isn't there air conditioning in the workshop? Why the need for a fan?" Lu Ping inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Ah, master. The air conditioning units don't provide sufficient airflow for the large space. They are ineffective. So, I found this fan, and it certainly helps cool the area." Xiao Qiao replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. "You have my gratitude for your hard work. I shall procure some more powerful air conditioning units for you shortly," Lu Ping said, feeling a twinge of concern for the young woman. "Thank you, master," Xiao Qiao exclaimed. Her spirits lifted. "Not a problem. I shall attend to it at once," Lu Ping remarked, glancing back at the oscillating fan before departing. In no time, he returned at a brisk pace, his gaze fixated on the fan. "Master, what is it? Are you feeling overheated?" Xiao Qiao asked, observing the furrowed brow on Lu Ping's face with concern. "Haha, I have an idea. Xiao Qiao, you truly are a lucky star for me." Lu Ping laughed heartily, swiftly exiting the workshop. Chapter 26. A spark of inspiration. Lu Ping hastily exited the workshop and rushed to the project department, where he quickly booted up a computer and launched the drawing software. With fervent dexterity, he fashioned a contraption resembling an electric fan, albeit in the form of a large horn. This ingenious creation was inspired by the electric fan, manifesting as a concept for a nuclear fusion engine structure. By merging the generator and engine into a singular entity, he significantly reduced the weight requirements by at least half. Furthermore, this design, complemented by a universal joint, allowed for directional adjustments along 3 axes, effectively transforming it into a vector engine. This was a monumental upgrade from the previous fixed jet configuration. The core of the horn was crafted from superconductive materials, inherently possessing a formidable magnetic field to confine nuclear fuel, conveniently serving as the generator's stator. The generator rotor was directly installed at the horn's opening, allowing nuclear fusion to occur within the horn, where high-energy particle streams would be emitted to propel the spacecraft. Utilizing the majority of the energy produced, the residual energy would suffice to drive the rotor at high speeds, generating electricity. Indeed, the simplest solutions often prove to be the most effective. A mere calculation of the energy decay curve of the high-energy particles would suffice to determine the dimensions of the horn. This task could easily be entrusted to the computer. Lu Ping opened a finite element analysis software, inputting various parameters and awaiting the simulation results. Before long, the software provided several sets of critical data suitable for the parameters. Upon reviewing the results, Lu Ping discovered an unexpected surplus of capacity, indicating substantial potential for enhancement within the power system. He promptly doubled the power parameters, and the subsequent simulation yielded data with an overall weight that closely aligned with the specified criteria. Reflecting on his past decision to forego aerospace studies, Lu Ping felt a pang of regret. With newfound determination, he recorded the simulated data and sent it, along with his latest design, to Zhang Yuliang, urging him to expedite the verification process. Once validated, the nuclear power base could commence manufacturing. Initially, Lu Ping was merely addressing a task, but the realization of the potential evolution of zombies ignited a newfound fervor within him. After all, having an additional option would provide an extra layer of security. Should zombies evolve to an insurmountable level, venturing into space could serve as a viable alternative. Armed with nuclear fusion technology, the quest for a new home might not be far-fetched, if it ever came to that. Preserving the embers of civilization and rejuvenating on another planet would allow humanity to return and reclaim Earth. After dispatching the message, Lu Ping copied the data and stood up, only to realize that night had fallen. Oh no, he had promised his wife to return on time, and he had lost track of the hour. He hurriedly shut down the computer and made his way to the living quarters. Throughout the drive, he attempted to call Hu Liqing, but all his calls went unanswered. The situation seemed dire. Parking beneath the apartment building, Lu Ping pondered how to explain his tardiness. It was Hu Liqing's birthday, a detail he had been acutely aware of when entering the workshop. Yet, inspiration had struck, and he had entirely forgotten. Well, it was better to face the consequences than to be unaccounted for overnight. Honesty was the best policy. He quietly opened the door to find a sumptuous dinner laid out on the table, accompanied by a small cake. Such a rarity in this apocalyptic world. The living room was empty, prompting Lu Ping to lean against the bedroom door, straining to hear any sounds from within. Were they already asleep? Just as he was listening intently, the door swung open with a sudden creak. Caught off guard, Lu Ping stumbled and fell to the floor. "You're back?" Hu Liqing, clad in pajamas, sat on the edge of the bed, arms crossed over her chest. "My dear wife, I apologize. I got caught up with work today." Lu Ping scrambled to his feet, eager to make amends. "How long has it been? Were you tutoring De Qiao or reviewing with Xiao Qiao?" Hu Liqing inquired with a teasing tone. "Neither. I was drawing designs at the project department. Look, this is what I created today, the engine. You call that drawing? Why not just pick up the phone and say where you were?" Hu Liqing seized Lu Ping's phone, glanced at it, and tossed it onto the bed, hands on her hips, her words flowing like a torrent. "That's unfair. I truly was drawing. I got so engrossed that I lost track of time." Lu Ping pleaded. "Humph. Ever since your 2 female apprentices arrived, you've been neglecting home. De Qiao, Xiao Qiao, oh my. You spend so much time gazing at them, you've forgotten your own name." Hu Liqing poked Lu Ping's forehead. "Oh dear wife, they're just young girls. How can they compare to you?" Lu Ping quickly showered her with compliments. "Huh. You men are all enamored with youth. You grow tired of the old before the month is even over. How will we manage moving forward?" Hu Liqing lamented, her voice thick with emotion as tears welled in her eyes. Lu Ping was at a loss, struggling to console her amidst her tears and accusations. He could only embrace her tightly while she cried and scolded, her fists flailing. "Dear wife, rest assured, I, Lu Ping, will love only you for all my days. And I will treat you with utmost care. You swear?" "Yes, I, Lu Ping, swear that I will love only Hu Liqing throughout my life and treat her with all my heart. I won't even glance at another woman, or else." "Or else what?" "Or else I'll be cursed with misfortune." How scandalous. After Hu Liqing had vented her frustrations, her anger began to dissipate. The couple shared a slice of cake before washing up and retiring for the night. Just as Lu Ping settled into a comfortable position, Hu Liqing abruptly pushed him aside. "No, I need to introduce your 2 female apprentices to potential suitors." She mused aloud. "All right, go ahead." Lu Ping, disinterested, burrowed under the covers. "Say, what about Hyping? He's young and a pilot. Perfect for De Qiao." Hu Liqing shook Lu Ping's shoulder excitedly. "Yes, they would be quite compatible," Lu Ping replied half-heartedly. Hu Liqing continued, undeterred. "And what about the boys from the Wolf Fong squad? They're all quite handsome. I'll talk to Xiao Qiao tomorrow and see if she fancies any of them." The next day, Lu Ping drove a light truck, transporting 2 portable air conditioners to the processing workshop. "Master, why do you look so tired today?" Xiao Qiao remarked, noticing the pronounced dark circles under Lu Ping's eyes. "Oh, it's nothing. I worked late last night and didn't get enough sleep." Lu Ping replied nonchalantly. "You're truly impressive. Working all day and then burning the midnight oil. I could never manage that," Xiao Qiao said, her admiration evident. "Ah well, your master's wife mentioned wanting to introduce you to someone, so be on guard these days." Lu Ping quickly shifted the topic. "Who is she trying to introduce me to?" Xiao Qiao's interest peaked instantly. Chapter 27. The laboratory. Lu Ping endured the incessant chatter of Xiao Qiao, hastily completing the installation of the air conditioning before making his escape. As he departed, he remarked, "If you have your eye on someone, just tell your teacher's wife. She will make the introductions for you." With that, he vanished without a trace. The mention of a romantic interest instantly transformed the girl into a love-struck fool, leaving Lu Ping wondering whom she had set her sights on. No sooner had Lu Ping started his car than Zhang Yuliang's call came through. "Old Wolf, congratulations. They've approved your design proposal and agreed to double the power of the electrical system," Zhang Yuliang expressed with palpable joy. "That's great news. I didn't expect such a swift response." Lu Ping replied, surprised that it only took a night and a morning to receive feedback, as he had anticipated a longer review period for the design. "Your plan is clear and concise, bolstered by simulation data. Anyone with expertise will recognize its merit. How's the training going on your end?" Zhang inquired. "Work is not an issue," Lu Ping assured him. "Excellent. We need to prepare for actual production." "Oh, and you should organize the recent rescues from Captain Chi's team as soon as possible. Understood. After hanging up, Lu Ping drove back to the apartment building. The Wolfang squad had recently rescued over a dozen individuals through distress signals and proactive searches. These individuals were now housed in the apartment, recuperating both physically and mentally. Zhao Ying had devised a recovery plan that refrained from imposing any ideologies upon them, allowing them to contemplate their future in a safe environment. Although their options were limited, granting them the autonomy to reflect was deemed more effective than direct instructions from the base. Lu Ping invited the group to gather in the small garden beneath the apartment building for casual conversation. The individuals were a diverse mix, comprising fishermen who had been adrift at sea for over 2 months, farmers from remote areas who had remained hidden since the disaster, and small business owners and ordinary office workers. Lu Ping found himself at a loss, as human resource management was not his forte. "Uncle Wang, what do you think of our base?" Lu Ping asked a modestly dressed middle-aged man. "Oh, this base is splendid. There's plenty to eat and drink. And it's safe. We owe you a great deal." Uncle Wang replied with a smile, his wrinkles not quite matching his age. "Uncle Wang, you may not realize that our base requires maintenance. Otherwise, it won't last long. Right now, we have only about 50 people, and it's quite overwhelming." Lu Ping aimed to address the matter directly. Young Lu, don't underestimate me. Although my education is limited, I am quite clear-headed. Rest assured, we farmers may lack other skills, but we are adept at cultivating the land. I recently observed the vacant lot behind the armed police camp. It has at least 30 acres available, which would be sufficient for our needs. Unfortunately, I didn't bring any seeds when I arrived, Uncle Wang asserted confidently. "That is fantastic. We can find seeds in town, and as for the land, our factory has excavators and bulldozers, so water won't be a problem. We can also source some farming machinery from the town. Cultivating dozens of acres should suffice." Lu Ping had been contemplating agricultural endeavors, but had been stretched thin. With suitable manpower now available, the sooner they commenced, the better. "Uncle Wang, if you're tending to the fields, I'll fish nearby. I've observed this coastal area. It was previously a restricted zone, but there are plenty of fish. If we can acquire some equipment, we could isolate a portion of the bay for aquaculture. However, I'm uncertain about the safety of consuming fish raised near the nuclear power station," another middle-aged man remarked, casting a glance at Lu Ping. "Old Wu, rest assured. The fish here are perfectly safe. If you catch a fish in the vicinity, I, Lu Ping, guarantee I will be the first to partake." Lu Ping confidently asserted. "That is good to hear. Let us procure a fishing vessel. We could use 2 more hands to assist. We can gradually address the aquaculture later," Old Wu chuckled. Looking at the others, the group engaged in lively discussion, quickly establishing roles, 7 individuals for farming and 4 for fishing, leaving 2 uncommitted. This couple, formerly involved in finance, claimed they could not engage in such physical labor. However, given the current circumstances, the financial system had long ceased to exist. Lu Ping was utterly at a loss, pondering the situation before asking, "What are your plans?" The finance professional adjusted his glasses and replied, "Any social organization requires an appropriate economic system to function effectively in the long term. How about we design a preliminary currency system for the base? The fruits of everyone's labor should translate into corresponding labor value, with distribution based on contribution. Our housing and sustenance should not be free. They need to be exchanged for labor value to motivate everyone's initiative. I'm not well versed in this, but it sounds intriguing. If you wish to pursue it, feel free to explore your ideas. Present them to me later, and I can seek approval from the higher-ups," Lu Ping said, concluding discussions with the group before heading to find the Wolfang squad to source suitable equipment. Thus, this new batch of individuals effectively ensured the long-term food supply for the base. Lu Ping, accompanied by the 5 members of the Qiao family, immediately engaged in the construction of the laboratory, which was his true area of expertise. A month later, the underground water pool of Nuclear Island 2 housed a fully metallic underground laboratory, which had begun to take shape. Inside were numerous experimental instruments procured from outside and a dozen specially crafted metal cages designed by Lu Ping and his team. Accompanied by Zhao Ying, Lu Ping was conducting the handover of the laboratory. This facility is modeled after a biochemical lab, And the equipment you requested has also been provided by the Wolfang squad. Dr. Zhao, are you satisfied? Lu Ping asked as he guided Zhao Ying through the space. Quite impressive. It has a hint of a biochemical crisis ambience. Zhao Ying remarked with a smile after surveying the area. We are a legitimate laboratory, not dabbling in any biochemical viruses. Lu Ping responded with earnestness. I was merely jesting. You seem to take it seriously. Are these iron cages sturdy? Zhao Ying inquired, noticing Lu Ping's keen interest in their work. Rest assured, they are constructed from high-strength structural steel, capable of withstanding impacts of over 10 tons. Moreover, they are equipped with both electronic recognition and manual access modes. Unauthorized individuals cannot unlock them. Lu Ping confidently elaborated. Excellent. Now that everything is set, we just need the test subjects. Zhao Ying expressed her contentment with the laboratory and her eagerness to commence research. Don't worry. The Wolfang squad will swiftly resolve the issue of the test subjects. Zhao Ying took possession of the laboratory, and on the same day, the Wolfang squad deployed 3 armored assault vehicles towards the tunnel. With no urgent tasks at hand, Lu Ping operated an excavator, accompanying the team. Chapter 28. Capturing zombies. The tunnel leading from the small town to the outside world had been largely cleared by Lu Ping and Hu Liqing. However, due to the sudden return of Zhang Yuliang and his team from the space station, the subsequent section had remained unfinished. Ever since Lu Ping proposed the study of zombies during the construction of the laboratory, the Wolfang squad had completed the tunnel clearance. They had also installed large iron gates at both exits of the tunnel. In the eyes of the Wolfang squad, control over land, sea, and air must firmly remain in human hands. Only then could they maintain the upper hand in the face of any unforeseen circumstances. The Wolfang squad, along with Captain Qi, comprised a total of 37 members. They had set up surveillance equipment at the tunnel's exit. According to Captain Qi, this tunnel held immense strategic value for the base. If not for the shortage of personnel, they would have established a 24-hour outpost. 3 assault armored vehicles and an excavator moved slowly through the narrow tunnel, finally revealing the glowing exit not far ahead. 2 soldiers approached the great iron gates to assess the situation outside, finding a manageable number of zombies. They opened the gates and signaled to the vehicles behind them. The armored vehicles roared back to life, exiting the tunnel in a procession. As Lu Ping gazed upon the vast world beyond the tunnel, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Upon exiting, they found themselves on a coastal highway. Following the coastline, it would take half an hour to reach the city center. Lu Ping and the Wolfang squad were not embarking on this journey for leisurely shopping. Their mission was to capture zombies. To study zombies, a sufficient number of samples were essential. The coastal highway was severely congested with cars haphazardly strewn across the road. The extent of the collisions hinted at the chaos that must have ensued during the disaster. Old Wolf, the road ahead is blocked. It's your turn to act. Captain Qi communicated through the radio. Understood, Eagle. Lu Ping replied, pressing the accelerator as the excavator thundered towards the coastal highway. The arm of the excavator swung left and right, pushing the obstructing vehicles aside. The 3 armored vehicles followed closely behind, advancing steadily. Gunfire erupted intermittently, dispatching the zombies that surfaced. Their mission to capture experimental specimens was not to be taken lightly. Zhao Ying had specified a requirement for primary zombies, rather than those that had transformed after infection. Identifying primary zombies posed a significant challenge, as a key indicator was that they bore no wounds. This made the task considerably difficult, for even spontaneously mutated zombies would inevitably sustain injuries while attacking normal humans. Finding an intact specimen was no easy feat. Yet humanity's prior population was vast. Even with a low probability, with time, they could locate what they sought. This was also the reason the Wolfang squad ventured onto the ground, to clear the area while searching for their target. Lu Ping maneuvered the excavator, pushing a large bus to the shoreline, revealing a distinctive sports car ahead. The car appeared unscathed, its doors shut and windows intact. From the elevated cabin of the excavator, Lu Ping could see through the panoramic sunroof, observing the interior. In the driver's seat and passenger seat sat a figure, swaying sporadically. Eagle, a sports car ahead. Possible target identified. Received. Shortly after, 6 squad members, 3 on each side, encircled the vehicle. One member cautiously approached, placing their right hand on the door handle. After a tentative tug, the door opened. Signaling to the others, they swiftly yanked the door open and ducked behind it. Lu Ping beheld a male zombie in the driver's seat, his body smeared with blood, numerous wounds protruding from his neck and face. Clearly, he had transformed after being bitten. The male zombie's hair had all fallen out, and his skin resembled parched tree bark, covered in withered lines. He flailed his arms, clawing at the outside, occasionally roaring and revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Bound by a seatbelt, he struggled futilely to free himself. A squad member stepped forward, drawing a pistol and aiming it. At a distance of 1 meter from his forehead, the trigger was pulled. After dealing with the driver, the squad members opened the rear door, only to find the back seat empty. They then proceeded to the passenger seat, which was pulled open to reveal a female zombie clad in a sailor outfit. Clutching a small bear figurine, she slowly turned her head. Judging by her attire, she had likely been a cosplayer in life. Her petite frame suggested a cute, doll-like appearance. Regrettably, her hair now lay strewn across the passenger seat, revealing a shiny bald head. The silver-gray sailor outfit was stained with blood, and her skirt was filthy. Her skin was cracked, her face marked with traces of blood, and remnants of dried flesh hung from her lips. The female zombie's neck twitched as she bared her teeth at the outside world. The sailor outfit, originally crisp, showed no evident wounds on the visible parts of her body. Eagle, a potential specimen identified. Proceed as planned. Received. Before nightfall, the excavator and 3 assault armored vehicles traversed Nuclear Power Avenue. Suspended from the excavator's arm was an iron cage. Each of the 2 armored vehicles towed a wheeled metal box behind them. Inside the cage was the female zombie in the sailor outfit, now wearing a specially designed metal helmet resembling a football helmet. Her hands and feet were shackled. The 3 vehicles entered the 2 nuclear island, halting in a vacant area beside it. Old Joe, prepare to receive the delivery. Lu Ping called over the radio. Received. Moments later, a crane emerged from the midsection of the nuclear island, its hook descending slowly. This crane, designed for the reactor's interior, had a rated lifting capacity of 200 tons. The reactor itself was a cylindrical structure, topped with a hemispherical dome. To facilitate the installation and maintenance of equipment within the reactor, a circular crane was installed at the junction of the cylinder and dome. The crane's track encircled the cylindrical body, forming a circular rail. A large beam was positioned across this circular track, with the crane mounted upon it, allowing it to rotate 360 degrees without obstruction. Furthermore, it could extend beyond the nuclear island through external tracks, lifting items and drawing them into the reactor. Once inside, the lifted items could be placed at the required installation points along the hollow space of the cylinder. The 3 metal cages were sequentially lifted by the crane and dragged into the reactor's interior through the lifting opening. Subsequently, they were transported to the laboratory situated in the underground water pool. Chapter 29. The lowly cultivation plan. Lu Ping accompanied the Wolf Fong team and, within a day, located 3 original experimental subjects. Following a series of careful transfers, the 3 iron cages were positioned within the subterranean laboratory. Dressed in a protective suit, Zhaoing approached the cages for inspection. "How is it, Dr. Zhao? Do the samples meet the requirements?" Captain Qi inquired. "Indeed, they appear satisfactory. These 3 should have mutated on their own. I will first extract a small tissue sample for observation," Zhaoing replied, opening a cabinet to retrieve a syringe as she approached the cage. "I will need your assistance to restrain them," she directed at Captain Qi. "Understood." Several soldiers promptly produced iron forks, securing the zombie's neck, limbs, and feet. Zhaoing advanced to insert the syringe into the zombie's arm to extract a sample. She pulled the syringe's plunger back repeatedly, but unfortunately, no substance was drawn. The onlookers gazed in astonishment. "It seems that after mutation, they have lost all blood. We will have to adopt alternative methods," Zhaoing remarked, setting down the empty syringe with a hint of regret. She then retrieved another item from the cabinet, tearing open its packaging to reveal a rubber stick about a foot long, with bristles at one end. "Captain Qi, could you assist me by prying open its mouth?" Zhaoing instructed, holding the brush in hand. Another soldier stepped forward, wielding a device resembling a pair of iron pliers. He forcefully clamped down on either side of the zombie's jaw, prying it open. The sailor-suited female zombie, now restrained, could only extend her tongue, which lashed about wildly. Its elongated tongue reached up to its own eyebrows and down past its chin, resembling a snake's fork. Zhao grasped the rubber stick and began to insert it into the female zombie's mouth, skillfully maneuvering it in a systematic manner. The zombie's tongue, deprived of an outlet, entwined around the rubber stick, licking it fervently. After several minutes, a viscous liquid began to seep from the zombie's mouth. Lu Ping watched in astonishment, internally lamenting that this tongue must have been a remarkable asset in life. Zhao slowly withdrew the rubber stick, its bristle-tipped and now coated with a colorless, transparent viscous liquid. After a brief inspection, she took a test tube and snapped off the end of the rubber stick, sealing it within. Lu Ping scolded himself for his peculiar thoughts during the sample collection and hastily sought an excuse to exit the laboratory. The next two are male zombies. Imagining the sampling process is simply too vivid. I cannot bear to watch. A few days later, Zhao Ying's laboratory received the first batch of experimental data. Everyone in the base gathered within the laboratory to hear Zhao Ying's explanation. In simple terms, her sampling had revealed no presence of the virus. It also confirmed that this unknown infection could not be transmitted through the air. The exact mechanism behind the zombie's mutation remained unexplained. After transformation, their metabolic processes became exceedingly active for a brief period, consuming vast amounts of energy. Consequently, the zombies outside appeared emaciated, leading to total organ failure, including brain tissue. It could be concluded that once transformed into zombies, they had effectively lost their lives. As for why they were still capable of movement, that remained an unanswered question requiring further investigation. Regarding Lu Ping's hypothesis of evolution, no evidence had been discovered. The zombies' DNA had completely disintegrated, and their cellular structures were dead, theoretically rendering any further evolution impossible. These are merely my preliminary findings. This is not a viral infection, thus there is no basis for developing a vaccine, Zhao concluded. As for the supposed evolution of zombies that Lu Ping mentioned, there is currently no evidence to support that. Unless we capture that mutated zombie for research, we are unlikely to yield fruitful results. I will continue my research to see if any other discoveries arise. Zhao reported her initial findings to the group and returned to her seat in silence. Well, since this mutation cannot be transmitted through the air, we need only avoid direct contact with zombies in the future, alleviating our concerns about mutation. This is indeed a significant discovery. Zhang Yuliang acknowledged Zhao Ying's findings and proceeded to introduce the next topic of the meeting. As Lu Ping had anticipated, the next step was indeed the development of a nuclear fusion engine. While Zhang Yuliang spoke eloquently, Lu Ping's mind lingered on the matter of mutated zombies. After the meeting concluded, he left alongside Zhao Ying. Dr. Zhao, wait a moment. Lu Ping called out to stop her. Old Wolf, is there something you cannot disclose in the meeting? Zhao Ying inquired with curiosity as Lu Ping approached. Let us discuss as we walk. The two strolled side by side towards the laboratory. Dr. Zhao, I remain concerned about the potential for zombies to evolve or mutate, Lu Ping stated candidly. However, we have found no supporting evidence from the current experimental subjects. Unless you can capture that mutated zombie for me to study, Zhao Ying replied, glancing at Lu Ping. That. In this vast sea, I have no idea where that zombie might have gone, Lu Ping lamented. Then I am equally powerless, Zhao Ying remarked, feeling the weight of the situation, and continued walking ahead, leaving Lu Ping with a gloomy expression. As Lu Ping observed Zhao Ying's retreating figure, he turned to leave as well. Moments later, he dashed back to catch up with her. What is it, Old Wolf? Is there something else? Zhao Ying asked, puzzled. Dr. Zhao, since we cannot capture that mutated zombie, could we perhaps cultivate one ourselves? Lu Ping proposed breathlessly. You must be mad, Zhao Ying replied incredulously. Sometimes, science demands a touch of madness. One must be a little crazy to achieve greatness. Lu Ping argued. Although zombies had lost their bodily functions, they still exhibited a strong reaction to flesh and blood. From that day forth, Lu Ping began to procure fresh produce from Old Wu daily. feeding the 3 experimental subjects in the laboratory. Naturally, this arrangement was known only to him and Zhaoying. Initially shocked by Lu Ping's suggestion, Zhaoying soon grew intrigued and agreed to the plan. Given that zombies typically consumed living beings, the pair deemed it inconceivable to resort to such extremes. Instead, they opted to take turns feeding their own portions of fresh produce to the 3 zombies. This endeavor, of course, could not remain concealed from Hu Liqing, as the noticeable decline in food provisions was impossible to overlook. Lu Ping did not attempt to hide this fact, recognizing that without Hu Liqing's support, he could not sustain the effort. Fortunately, Hu Liqing took the matter seriously and did not voice any objections. Thus, Lu Ping's life returned to a routine of 3 primary focuses: creating humanoids, cultivating zombies, and developing the fusion engine. With these 3 endeavors in tandem, he hoped for a comprehensive flourishing of success. Chapter 30. The lowly mutation. Recently, Lu Ping has been leading a fulfilling life. Although there is no one supervising him, he has been more diligent than ever, working harder than before. After completing a day's work, he heads to the dock to collect his share of seafood from Old Wu. He tosses the plastic basket into the bed of his pickup truck and speeds off toward the 2 nuclear island. This seafood is intended to nourish the zombies. Lu Ping transports the basket to the underground laboratory and uses a pair of iron tongs to offer a lively fish to the female zombie. Come on, obedient little zombie girl, eat the fish and develop quickly. A few days prior, Lu Ping had discovered a zipper on the teddy bear backpack of this zombie. Inside, he found personal items from her life, including a mobile phone and an ID card. Gazing at the innocent visage on the ID, he found it hard to connect it with her current undead form. This zombie had only just turned 18 before her transformation. Judging by her appearance, she was clearly not fully developed. The male zombie seated in the driver's position appeared to be in his 40s. Given their attire and differing surnames, it was evident they were not father and daughter, nor was there any other relation. The man was a professional portrait photographer. Before the incident, he must have been at the beach for a photo shoot before tragically returning to the city. Poor photographer. He fell victim to the little girl zombie, who bit through his trachea. One wonders why he did not resist when she attacked him. Days later, while Lu Ping was assembling a fusion engine in the workshop, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Zhaoying calling. Upon ending the call, he instructed his 4 apprentices to take over his work and hurry to the underground laboratory. Upon his arrival, Zhaoying stood quietly outside the iron cage of Subject 1. What is going on? Why the urgency? Lu Ping inquired as he entered. See for yourself, Zhaoying gestured with her head. Lu Ping turned towards the cage and was instantly struck dumb. The previously emaciated and terrifying female zombie had transformed into a figure of flesh and blood. While she was not entirely human, the changes were monumental. Her skin had regained its fullness, her complexion was pale yet vibrant, and her hair had begun to grow back. No longer exhibiting aggression, she sat quietly in the corner, her gaze fixated intently on the exit of the cage. Her pupils, unlike those of a normal human, appeared unfocused, resembling decorative contact lenses with tendrils extending outward, akin to a 6-pointed star. What on earth? When I left last night, she showed no signs of change. Lu Ping stared, a mix of astonishment and fear washing over him. He was astonished that he had indeed nurtured a mutated zombie, yet fearful that zombies could truly evolve. When I arrived, she was in the midst of her mutation, and the surrounding detectors registered a significant amount of energy radiation. In just half an hour, she transformed into this. Zhaoying explained, handing Lu Ping a detector. I cannot comprehend this device. Did she exhibit any unusual behavior post-mutation? Lu Ping asked. Currently, she is remarkably calm. She is likely in a state of weakness following her transformation. We shall continue our observations once this phase has passed, Zhaoying replied, pocketing the device and glancing at the other 2 zombies. The other 2 remained unchanged, struggling toward the mutated female zombie. What does this mean? Is she still considered a zombie? Does she possess any cognitive abilities? Has her brain or physical functionality returned? Lu Ping fired off 3 consecutive questions. These inquiries require your assistance. We need to give her a name. Ideally, conduct a thorough physical examination. Zhaoying smiled. The two proceeded with their familiar routine, subduing the female zombie and preparing syringes and rubber tubes. This time, they successfully extracted blood, albeit silver gray in color. Now, I wish to perform a full-body MRI. We must find a way to secure her to the apparatus, Zhaoing stated, putting away the sampling kit. What should I do? Lu Ping asked. Look at her. She has been wearing the same filthy clothes. We need to give her a bath first, Zhaoing remarked, looking at Lu Ping with interest. Is that appropriate? Should I call a few women to assist you? Lu Ping grimaced. She has just completed her mutation. We must seize the opportunity for initial data. Besides, she is restrained and wearing a hood, so she cannot harm you, Zhaoing replied, unlocking the cage door. Go change into protective clothing and hurry back, Zhaoing urged. Lu Ping was perplexed. His concerns were not about the potential for an attack. After changing into protective gear, he found that Zhaoing had already removed the female zombie's sailor outfit. What are you still doing? Come and help, Zhaoing snapped at Lu Ping, who stood dumbfounded outside. Oh, what should I do? Lu Ping felt a chill run down his spine. Spray her with body wash, Zhaoing instructed, pointing to a bottle of shower gel. Understood. Shortly thereafter, the sound of running water echoed, and a pool of murky water drained away through the floor. The female zombie's delicate form was fully revealed, bound at her hands and feet, continuously flicking her forked tongue. Perfect. A term suddenly emerged in Lu Ping's mind. All right, take her to the machine for a full-body scan. Zhaoing dried the female zombie's body and instructed Lu Ping. How do we move her? Lu Ping queried. Of course. You carry her. Are you expecting her to walk over on her own? Zhaoing replied, exasperated. Reluctantly, Lu Ping steeled himself, reassuring himself, I am not a creep. I am merely conducting a physical examination. He then scooped the female zombie into his arms. It was already summer, and Lu Ping's protective clothing was rather thin. The female zombie's body felt like ice, akin to embracing a massive block of ice, causing Lu Ping to shiver involuntarily. He hurried toward the examination equipment, the female zombie wiggling in his grasp, flicking her tongue and fixating her beautiful eyes on him. I am not a creep. Lu Ping mentally repeated his mantra. After considerable effort, he finally secured the female zombie onto the MRI machine. Zhaoing activated the device, and the female zombie gradually entered the opening. Roar. The moment she entered, she began to thrash violently, emitting fierce growls. The other two zombies, influenced by her agitation, continuously slammed against their cage, creating a cacophony. She won't stay still. We cannot perform the examination. Zhaoing shut off the device, addressing Lu Ping. What should we do? She certainly won't obey. Lu Ping exclaimed. You haven't tried. So how do you know she cannot understand us? Zhaoing shot Lu Ping a glance. Well, that is a fair point. Lu Ping rubbed the back of his head. Chapter 31. New species. Zhaoing cleared her throat and adjusted her tone before softly speaking. Be good, don't move. Sister is going to check on you. It won't hurt. However, her gentle approach had the opposite effect, and the female zombie struggled even more violently. Don't move, little one. Uncle will buy you candy. Lu Ping attempted to join in, but to no avail. Their efforts yielded no results after a prolonged struggle. The equipment was too large, and it was impossible to have someone inside to stabilize it. They found themselves at an impasse. Wait a moment, I'll be right back, Lu Ping exclaimed, dashing out of the laboratory. He quickly drove his pickup truck back to the excavator. The last time he brought the little girl back, he had tied her up and placed her teddy bear in the driver's cabin of the excavator. After rummaging around, he finally found the bear behind the seat and hurried back to the lab, clutching it tightly. Zhaoing was still trying to coax the zombie, but her attempts continued to be futile. Little girl, be good. Here is your teddy bear. Let's hug it and jump around, yay? Lu Ping inexplicably began to sing a nursery rhyme. Strangely, the zombie, whether influenced by Lu Ping's song or the sight of the bear, suddenly ceased her struggles. Her eyes fixed intently on the teddy bear. Do you want this teddy bear? If you behave and stop being naughty, Uncle will give it to you, all right? Lu Ping waved the bear in front of the female zombie. Seeing her calm down, he carefully placed the teddy bear in her hands. The zombie's hands were restrained by a wristband, preventing her from grasping the bear. She could only move her wrist to stroke its soft fur. Hurry. Let us give it a try. Lu Ping urged. Zhao activated the equipment again, sending the female zombie into the magnetic field. The zombie immediately began to thrash about once more. Little girl, be good, here is your teddy bear. Let us hug it and jump around, yay? Lu Ping resumed his singing, and indeed, the female zombie quieted down upon hearing the nursery rhyme. Thus, Lu Ping sang original nursery rhymes throughout the morning, assisting Zhao in conducting numerous examinations on the female zombie. After the checks were completed, Zhao changed the female zombie's clothes and returned her to the iron cage. Lu Ping remained in the laboratory, awaiting the results of Zhao's experiments. How did it go? He inquired as Zhao emerged from the lab. Well, her brain activity is remarkably vibrant, as if she can emit a certain magnetic field that influences other zombies. However, this liveliness differs from that of a normal human. Rather, her body is suffused with a peculiar energy. To explain it, you could say that her movements are not controlled by her brain. A new form of neural network has developed within her, enveloping her entire body. This means that her entire being is capable of thought, can exist independently, and can also form a symbiotic consciousness. Her cellular structure is highly active, and the previously collapsed genome has been recombined. Unfortunately, the recombined DNA is entirely different from that of humans. One could say she is a parasitic energy life form residing within a human body, currently possessing an intelligence equivalent to that of a 4 to 5-year-old child. Zhao disclosed her findings. Lu Ping was left utterly astonished. So what is she? Is she still human? He asked incredulously. Certainly not. She is no longer a zombie either. Perhaps it would be more accurate to refer to her as a ghoul or a vampire, Zhao replied with a hint of excitement. Will she evolve further? Lu Ping was particularly concerned about this, as a 4 to 5-year-old intelligence posed little threat to humanity. That remains to be seen, but the situation does not look promising. Zhao Ying's tone was far from lighthearted. This situation must be reported to Base 1 immediately. We need to consult with old Zhang. Lu Ping recognized the gravity of the issue. If the zombies outside were to acquire sufficient sustenance, it wouldn't be long before they evolved into a new intelligent species. Moreover, this species would be far stronger individually and outnumber the survivors by millions. Even a large population of humans could struggle to survive against such overwhelming odds. If their intelligence were to continue evolving, it would spell disaster for humanity. The two quickly organized the experimental data and sped towards the expert village. Shortly after they left, sounds echoed from the underground laboratory. Little girl, be good. Regarding the evolution of zombies, Lu Ping and Zhao had already reported via video to Base 1 through Zhang Yuliang. Base 1 took the matter very seriously, stating that they would implement countermeasures. As for what those measures entailed, the recent earthquakes occurring sporadically in the outside world hinted at the situation. Lu Ping understood that Base 1 had activated some long-range strike capabilities to eliminate zombies in major cities. By reducing the zombie population to a manageable level, they would not pose a significant threat. The mutated female zombie remained confined in the laboratory for further observation. Lu Ping discreetly visited the Wolf Fang squad's base to communicate with Captain Qi, and upon leaving, he took a substantial amount of weapons and several armored vehicles. To preemptively guard against potential threats, not all of this equipment could be housed at the armed police camp. Lu Ping concealed some of it within the confines of Nuclear Island 2. This site could be fortified into a military stronghold, serving as a refuge for everyone in the event of an emergency. After securing the equipment, Lu Ping returned to his apartment. Following dinner, he engaged in another round of dual acrobatics. Strangely, despite 3 months passing, Lu Ping's efforts had yielded no response from Hu Liqing. He even had Zhao conduct a check, which confirmed that his abilities were intact. With both himself and Hu Liqing in good health, he pondered why conception remained elusive. While performing his routine, a sudden thought struck him. Could mutated zombies reproduce? The realization sent a chill down his spine, leaving him startled. What is wrong with you? Why do you falter at such a critical moment? Hu Liqing chided him. Perhaps the work pressure is too overwhelming. I'm feeling a bit out of sorts. Lu Ping hastily offered an excuse. At this rate, what will become of us? Hu Liqing retorted, then proceeded to practice yoga at the bedside to quell her inner turmoil. With his mind preoccupied, Lu Ping chose not to engage further, instead plunging into deep contemplation. Could mutated zombies reproduce? If so, how would that occur? If they were capable of reproduction, eradicating them would not eliminate the underlying threat. Lu Ping's thoughts revolved around this question. The notion that an entire being could think independently was indeed extraordinary. He recalled Zhao Ying's words, filling his mind with numerous doubts and concerns. Chapter 32. Are you a man? During this period, the Wolf Fong team continued their search for survivors in the outside world. As time passed, the chances of survival for those outside dwindled. Following the retrieval of Old Wang and Old Wu, they managed to bring back only 5 survivors, each found one by one. Some responded to the broadcast and sent out distress signals, while others were discovered during repeated search expeditions. The fact that these 5 individuals managed to survive alone for several months speaks to their remarkable resilience. They were all assigned to the workshop to learn relevant skills and to participate in the construction of the fusion engine. Once the engine was completed, they would be trained as operational and maintenance personnel for the nuclear power plant. Hu Liqing was solely responsible for the operation of the nuclear power plant, which, while automated, required oversight. In the event of an emergency, immediate remote control was necessary to minimize losses. With the addition of Lu Ping, the workshop now comprised 11 individuals. Zhang Youliang's aerospace team, apart from Zhao Ying, had also joined in. The 2 financial experts, now at a loss for what to do, took the initiative to learn in the workshop rather than mooch off others. Thus, the workshop temporarily boasted 18 people, significantly enhancing production efficiency. After a long day's work, Lu Ping arrived punctually at the underground laboratory with seafood in hand. Each day, he fed the little girl before returning home for a meal. Though the little girl had mutated, her eating habits remained primal, consuming her food with raw ferocity. Lu Ping observed her devouring several fresh fish, crouched in her cage, licking the blood from her mouth. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward her lower half, as countless questions flooded his mind. Can she truly think? As Lu Ping prepared to leave, he was suddenly called back by Zhao Ying. Any new discoveries? He inquired. Do you think she should remain confined? Zhao Ying gestured toward the little girl. What are you implying? Lu Ping asked, taken aback. She is no longer a zombie. She resembles us closely now. Shouldn't we consider? Zhao Ying hesitated. Are you suggesting we release her and provide her with a cozy apartment, only to wait for her to infect us all? Lu Ping's tone shifted dramatically. That is not the case, but I believe she deserves a better environment. After all, she is a sentient being, Zhao Ying replied, somewhat bashfully. No, I cannot agree. Those not of our kind may harbor different intentions. I firmly oppose this. Of course, you may directly consult Zhang Youliang. Lu Ping's tone grew increasingly serious. As the two argued, the little girl suddenly emerged from her cage, clutching a teddy bear, extending her arms, and calling out, Mommy. Mommy, did you teach her that? Lu Ping erupted in anger. I merely used it for experimentation. I never anticipated she would actually learn. Zhao Ying's face portrayed both fear and a hint of delight. This is utterly absurd. I now propose we terminate this experiment humanely, Lu Ping declared, reaching for a weapon. No, I cannot allow you to do that. Zhao Ying urgently intervened. Humph, this matter is beyond your control, Lu Ping retorted, shaking off Zhao Ying and striding toward the exit. Lu Ping, I beg you, do not harm her. She is my child, our creation, she is ours. Zhao Ying cried desperately, throwing herself at Lu Ping, wrapping her arms around his waist. They both fell to the ground, becoming entangled in a struggle. As they rolled about, Lu Ping suddenly realized something was amiss. A soft, gentle warmth filled his mouth, akin to honey, overwhelming his taste buds. In that moment of distraction, Zhao Ying's hand slipped toward his belt. No, you've lost your mind. Lu Ping quickly broke free, clutching his resolve, thinking that this woman had indeed gone mad. He had sworn to love only Hu Liqing. Isn't Hu Liqing the one who said you were formidable? Why are you faltering now? Are you not a man? Zhao Ying provocatively locked her gaze onto Lu Ping's eyes, unfastening her buttons to reveal her ample, fair skin. Lu Ping swallowed hard, feeling a surge of conflicting emotions. The little girl, wide-eyed, watched intently, her body beginning to sway involuntarily. The following day, Lu Ping continued his routine of delivering meals to the little girl. Zhaoying sat nearby, contentedly observing the two. The tremors outside persisted intermittently for a month before gradually subsiding. Cities above the county level had suffered extensive bombardment. As time passed, Lu Ping visibly lost weight. "Old wolf, you've truly worked hard for this engine. I've noticed you've slimmed down considerably," Zhang Yuliang remarked, watching Lu Ping's gaunt figure with concern. "It's nothing. We're about to enter the assembly phase. Once this is over, things will settle down," Lu Ping replied, slightly embarrassed as he deflected the compliment. "All right, once the assembly is complete, you must take a proper break. Otherwise, your wife will surely have words with me," Zhang Yuliang teased. "That one tea happened. Leeching is quite understanding." Lu Ping felt a twinge of unease and could only praise Hu Leeching to soothe his conscience. Lu Ping focused on tightening screws for the fusion engine, as the components had been successfully manufactured and were ready for assembly. However, one pressing issue remained. The superconducting magnetic field for the engine was still unaccounted for. Due to its unique materials, they could not fabricate it themselves. No one mentioned this matter, evidently hoping Lu Ping would decide on his own. His thoughts were simple: delay. After all, even if the fusion engine were completed, they lacked the capability for space exploration. Constructing this engine was merely a precaution. If Earth became uninhabitable, it would provide an escape route. Currently, the northern base was hastily resuming production. If they could rebuild their homeland, he would install the superconducting device in the reactor for power generation. Once humanity reached a certain scale, they could recreate the superconducting device before embarking on space exploration. However, should rebuilding fail or unforeseen circumstances arise, the device would be installed in the engine for their escape. Suddenly, an urgent call came in. "There's an emergency. We need to convene in the meeting room." Zhang Yuliang's expression turned anxious. Chapter 33. The gathering of zombies. Lu Ping and Zhang Yuliang entered the conference room together, where Shi Haiping and Captain Qi of the Wolf Fang squad wore grim expressions, intently gazing at the large screen. The display revealed a relentless swarm of zombies converging along a highway towards a specific location, the intersection of the tunnel exit and the coastal road. The Wolf Fang squad had set up a massive iron gate there, complete with surveillance. "What is happening? Why are so many zombies gathering at the tunnel?" Zhang Yuliang asked, perplexed. "It remains unclear. Extraordinary circumstances often conceal sinister motives," Captain Qi replied. "Is there a way to view more footage?" "This fixed angle doesn't reveal the situation behind the zombies," Lu Ping inquired. "There are only 2 fixed cameras installed there. To gain a clearer view, we can deploy a drone for aerial reconnaissance," Captain Qi explained. "Very well. Let us swiftly deploy the drone to assess the zombie situation. We must also prepare to intercept them at the tunnel. If necessary, we can detonate the tunnel to seal off the passage," Zhang Yuliang suggested, his thoughts remarkably comprehensive. "Nightingale, deploy the reconnaissance drone. Target the zombie horde at the coastal road and tunnel exit, and transmit the images in real time," Captain Qi ordered. The Wolf Fang squad promptly mobilized to set up obstacles at the tunnel entrance, ready to eliminate any zombies that might surge through. Meanwhile, the demolition team planted explosives within the tunnel, poised to detonate when the moment demanded it. Nightingale acknowledged the command. Before long, the aerial footage was transmitted to the large screen. The drone soared over mountains, showcasing a panorama of blue skies, fluffy clouds, and the Emerald Sea. As the view gradually zoomed in, the coastal road expanded in clarity, revealing countless tiny black dots scattered along its expanse. As the drone approached and descended, those dots became discernible, each one a zombie. Stretching for over 10 kilometers, they appeared to be advancing from the city. Thanks to the nuclear power plant and the previous bombing, this city had narrowly escaped devastation, allowing the surviving zombies to remain, awaiting the Wolf Fang squad to systematically eradicate them. "Have all the zombies in the city gathered here?" Zhang Yuliang exclaimed in astonishment as he scrutinized the footage. "Can we get a closer reconnaissance on the situation at the tunnel exit?" Lu Ping asked. The congregation of zombies ignited a foreboding sense within him. The drone shifted its angle, turning back to focus on the area outside the large iron gate. The scene became increasingly clearer, and Lu Ping's heart sank. A grotesque, bloodied zombie prowled outside the gate, intermittently emitting guttural roars. It was indeed the mutated zombie. Can the drone fire? Lu Ping queried anxiously. Yes, Captain Chi confirmed, having grasped the situation. He immediately commanded the drone to open fire. This military-grade reconnaissance drone was equipped with 2 ground-targeting missiles, necessitating a safe distance for its operation. The drone gradually retreated, ascending to a higher altitude. 2 fiery projectiles streaked through the air, engulfing the tunnel exit in a violent explosion, creating 2 breaches in the horde of zombies. Can we confirm if the target has been neutralized? Zhang Yuliang asked, watching the explosion unfold. Let us wait for the dust to settle and conduct another observation. The mutated zombie has already been logged with its characteristics. Regardless of its fate, we will be able to identify it, Captain Chi replied. The group awaited the dissipating smoke. Suddenly, the zombies in the footage began to stir, converging towards the tunnel entrance before vanishing from view. This is bad. The gate has been breached. The Wolf Fong squad swiftly retreated from the tunnel, preparing to confront the zombies at the town's entrance. Understood. With only over 30 members, the Wolf Fong squad faced an arduous task as the tunnel stretched over 10 kilometers long. The relentless tide of zombies rendered it impossible to intercept them within the tunnel. They could only focus on the exit. Equipped with vehicles, the squad members quickly exited the tunnel. Some soldiers maneuvered undamaged cars into the tunnel as makeshift barriers, while others swiftly occupied advantageous positions, aiming their firearms at the entrance. Although ordinary zombies moved sluggishly, they steadily approached the tunnel's exit leading to the town, requesting artillery support. The zombie horde has breached the first line of defense. At all costs, we must contain them within the tunnel and prevent their entry into the town. Understood, Captain. The first line has fallen, requesting demolition. Fall back to the second line and prepare for detonation. In the video feed, a multitude of zombies surged from the tunnel. Though these zombies posed little threat, a single artillery shell could obliterate a cluster. The challenge arose from the fact that each wave repelled only to have more zombies emerge from behind. Any lapse in shooting would allow zombies to escape the tunnel. Redirecting fire to eliminate the stragglers would create blind spots at the entrance, permitting even more zombies to emerge. Given the unfolding chaos, it was clear that if left unchecked, the situation would spiral out of control. With the number of incoming zombies still manageable, detonating the tunnel was indeed the most prudent course of action. With a resounding roar, the mountains above the tunnel collapsed, unleashing a colossal shockwave that expelled dust and debris from the tunnel entrance. The shockwave surged like a dragon of smoke, hurling the zombies within to the sky. They fell like rain, scattering haphazardly upon impact. The Wolf Fong squad swiftly eliminated the remaining zombies. The explosion had caused the tunnel to collapse from within, burying many zombies, while others were swept out by the shockwave, most of them mangled beyond recognition. However, the zombies felt no pain. As long as they could move, they would relentlessly attack humans. Their need to consume flesh was driven by a genetic reconfiguration that enabled their evolution. Zhaoing had already found evidence for this in the laboratory. Zombies did not rely on their brains for cognition. Rather, they were governed by a pervasive neural network throughout their bodies. They needed to devour flesh to facilitate the maturation of this network, evolving into a new intelligent species. Zhaoing dubbed these evolved zombies Blood Clan. Gunfire continued sporadically into the night before gradually subsiding. The zombies that had invaded the town were entirely eradicated by the Wolf Fong squad. Commander No. 5 was informed of the situation at the nuclear power base and called several times for updates. Fortunately, thanks to the Wolf Fong squad, this crisis was successfully averted. After a day of vigilance in the conference room, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed. Lu Ping made his way back to the apartment, deep in thought about the events of the day. Clearly, that mutated zombie had not perished under the drone's missiles. Otherwise, the zombies would not have surged so cohesively towards the tunnel in such disarray. Had the mutated zombie truly escaped? Lu Ping, ever cautious of the unknown, resolved to take decisive action. Tomorrow, he would commence the assembly of the fusion engine, installing the superconducting device from Unit 2 onto the fusion engine. Chapter 34. Engine assembly within the reactor of the second nuclear island. An annular crane was gradually elevating a horn-shaped apparatus from the reactor core. This device was none other than the superconducting magnetic field generator of reactor number 2. Lu Ping had modified the engine structure to a horn shape primarily due to this generator's specifications. The large horn was slowly lifted and transported out through the transfer passage, finally resting on a flatbed truck designed for the conveyance of oversized equipment, equipped with hundreds of wheels on either side. The horn settled securely atop the truck's crossbeams, while Lu Ping directed the personnel to firmly secure it with ropes. After several inspections to ensure everything was in order, the flatbed truck commenced its journey towards the assembly workshop. Following a series of transfer and hoisting operations, the horn was positioned within the engine, marking the successful installation of one of its most critical components. With the superconducting apparatus disassembled, the laser generator was simultaneously installed. Next, the dynamic apparatus was set in place. This mechanism is responsible for propelling the nuclear fuel rods, generally remaining in a separated state. Prior to ignition, it is required to deliver the fuel rods to the ignition position. Thus, the fusion engine, measuring several dozen meters in length with a horn diameter of 5 meters, had all its core components successfully installed. The assembly consisted of 4 primary cores: the superconducting magnetic field device, the laser generator, the dynamic mechanism, and the engine's outer shell. In addition to these core components, auxiliary devices were included, the most significant of which was the generator. Optimized by Lu Ping, the generator required only a rotor to be installed at the horn's aperture, eliminating the need for a steam turbine component entirely, as the superconducting device would serve as the stator. This generator did not follow the traditional method of utilizing steam to drive a turbine, which would subsequently generate electricity. In the context of prolonged interstellar travel, sourcing sufficient water resources posed a considerable challenge. Even if water were available, it would occupy a substantial portion of the spacecraft's volume and weight, severely impacting the thrust-to-weight ratio of the engine. Such fuel consumption would escalate exponentially, rendering it impractical. Therefore, the design relied on the high-energy particle flows generated by nuclear fusion to directly accelerate the spacecraft. After losing a majority of its energy, the remaining particles would then perform secondary work to rotate the rotor and generate electricity. This represented the simplest and most effective structural form. With all core components in place, Lu Ping organized the team to complete the finishing touches. He then proceeded to the conventional island, home to the core equipment, the steam turbine generator. All other devices and apparatus within the conventional island served to support the steam turbine generator. Arriving at the turbine workshop, Lu Ping observed the prominent red star emblem on the generator's casing and circled around it. This generator was tiered in connection with the steam turbine and was comprised of several sections, including high-pressure, medium-pressure, and low-pressure cylinders. The overall structure extended over 10 meters, embedded within a substantial reinforced concrete base. The striking red star was the emblem of its manufacturer, DF Turbine Factory, located in the nation's most economically developed city, boasting over a century of history as a leading enterprise in its industry. Lu Ping touched the red star and began to arrange for the disassembly of the machine. He first removed the high-strength bolts from the generator's casing, then activated the overhead crane within the workshop to lift and remove the casing. The intricate internal structure of the generator was now fully visible. This generator was exceedingly complex. Lu Ping meticulously labeled each component as it was removed, ensuring careful storage. All parts were then transported to the assembly workshop and reassembled according to the manufacturer's blueprints. Thus, after more than half a month of diligent effort, this detailed and intricate task was finally completed. Lu Ping, this generator represents a completely novel structure. Since you designed it, why not give it a name? Zhang Yuliang suggested, gazing at the fully assembled engine, filled with emotion. How about calling it a working medium generator, in accordance with its power generation mechanism? Lu Ping pondered briefly before adopting a straightforward and clear name. This name is excellent. It aligns perfectly with its operational principles. The crowd expressed their admiration in unison. With this design, the high-energy particle flow produced by nuclear fusion would serve as the medium, and in the future, should other energy sources emerge, this structure could still be utilized. With the core assembly now complete, it was time to proceed with the wiring. Following that, ground debugging, static testing, and dynamic testing would be necessary to validate its reliability. Subsequently, the technical personnel at the entire nuclear power base focused their efforts on debugging the fusion engine. The static test of the fusion engine was successfully completed, and Zhang Yuliang addressed the assembly workshop from the command platform, expressing gratitude for everyone's hard work during this period. The audience erupted into applause, their faces radiating joy. Everyone has been working diligently lately. Take a few days to rest before preparing for the dynamic testing. That's wonderful. I must go find my little puppy. It's been ages since I've seen him. Xiao Qiao exclaimed excitedly. Her little puppy was a soldier from the Wolf Fang squad introduced to her by Hu Liqing, and their relationship had been progressing well. The young man, initially a rugged individual, had been transformed into a caring partner due to Xiao Qiao's influence, primarily a result of the scarcity of eligible partners. While the others contemplated how to unwind, Lu Ping found it difficult to relax. The dynamic test of the engine required validation of several crucial data points against design specifications, necessitating an ignition test. Igniting the fusion engine was akin to detonating a small hydrogen bomb. Although its yield could be controlled, Lu Ping did not dare to be complacent. The core materials were singular. Any mishap during the experiment would result in the engine's permanent destruction, with no possibility of repair. It would necessitate complete reconstruction, which was even less feasible. Thus, he had been deeply considering the parameters of the dynamic test, particularly the selection of an appropriate testing site. Understanding that the nuclear power base was unsuitable for such an undertaking, this was beyond his capability to resolve, and it appeared assistance would need to be sought from the northern base. After the workshop personnel dispersed, Lu Ping approached Zhang Yuliang to discuss his dilemma. Together, they reported to the northern base and awaited their response. Days later, the sound of a ship's horn resonated through the nuclear power dock as a colossal vessel docked. Personnel from the nuclear power base transported the engine on a flatbed truck to the dock, subsequently hoisting it onto the deck of the enormous ship. The giant vessel then set sail, cutting through the waves and heading deep into the ocean. Standing on the deck, Lu Ping marveled at the strategic deterrent capabilities of this behemoth. Regrettably, he learned from the temporary captain that the ship could barely operate, lacking sufficient specialized crew members and thus possessing no combat capability. A few days later, a dark spot appeared on the endless expanse of the Pacific Ocean. As the giant vessel advanced, the small dock gradually expanded into a solitary island adrift in the Pacific. Chapter 35. The nameless island. Lu Ping stood upon the behemoth, gazing through the porthole to behold an island that housed an airport, radar installations, and various military facilities. It was evident that this location had once served as a military base. The colossal aircraft gradually decelerated, coming to a smooth halt at the island's dock. Lu Ping and his companions descended the gangway, stepping onto the nameless isle. Not long ago, after Lu Ping reported issues concerning the site, a team was dispatched from the north to clear the base, subsequently designating this island as a testing ground. The engine was immense, and even if the nuclear power facility's tunnels were spared from destruction, transporting such a massive entity over land was impractical, especially with numerous zombies still roaming the terrain. Thus, it was decided to conduct the trials directly at sea. Should the tests yield satisfactory results, the engine would remain here, with plans to dismantle and transport the spacecraft's main body to this site, establishing a launch platform at the airport for future missions. Consequently, the behemoth not only delivered the engine but also transported an array of materials and equipment from the nuclear power facility, essential for constructing the launch platform, a critical apparatus for validating the engine's performance metrics. As the project manager, Lu Ping naturally accepted the task of overseeing construction. The launch platform, designed by specialists from the north, featured a rather simplistic design comprised of 4 tower-like supports, elevating the spacecraft above the ground, allowing it to ascend into the cosmos through sheer thrust. Lu Ping directed the unloading of the engine and equipment, stacking everything neatly at the airport. Thus began the construction of the launch platform on the nameless isle. While the platform itself was devoid of intricate technology, its sheer size was noteworthy, towering over 200 meters. This was necessitated by the engine's considerable length and the spacecraft's total span exceeding 150 meters, with an additional safety buffer for high-energy particle ejection, making 200 meters the minimum requirement. The initial phase of constructing the platform involved excavating a solid foundation. Without a robust base, supporting such a vast metallic structure would prove impossible. As they dug deep into the island's soil to create a grand platform, the countdown for the engine's hot testing commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. At that moment, Lu Ping and his team sat aboard the behemoth, which was anchored several dozen nautical miles from the island, remotely controlling the engine test. Given that the engine was powered by nuclear fusion, they dared not remain on site. Any miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Ignition successful. The monitoring screens revealed that the engine was secured to the launch platform by 4 mechanical arms, emitting a brilliant blue-white tail flame. The powerful shock wave, attenuated, met the air and ground, stirring up a tempest of heat that formed an invisible, gaseous mushroom cloud. Data relayed from various sensors allowed the simulation of the surrounding air's dynamics on the computer. Monitoring engine power. Power at 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, 5. Control the actuating device to maintain current power, stabilizing operation for 2 hours. Power stabilized at 0, 5. All systems normal. Increase power to 1. Running for 24 hours. Raise power to 15, operating for 48 hours. Increase power to 50, functioning for 72 hours. Elevate power to 100 for 168 hours. Boost power to 120 for 24 hours. Reduce power to 100, sustaining for 168 hours. I hereby declare the nuclear fusion engine test a resounding success, with all indicators meeting design specifications. After an extensive series of unloaded operational tests, Lu Ping announced the successful conclusion of the hot testing. The entire process was broadcast live via satellite, relaying real-time updates to the personnel stationed at the 2 bases. Commander Number 5 promptly sent a video message, congratulating the nuclear power facility team on their monumental scientific achievement. The crowd erupted in applause and joyous cheers. After a brief celebration, the team gradually reduced the engine's power, carefully shutting it down before returning to the island to disassemble and securely store the engine. After all, the spacecraft's arrival remained uncertain, and allowing it to remain exposed to the elements would be unwise, as a single typhoon could cause irreparable damage. With the construction and testing on the island successfully completed, the team felt a wave of relief as they boarded the behemoth for their return to the nuclear power facility. In this apocalyptic era, humanity's application of technology had achieved a milestone, a truly uplifting event. Everyone began to feel that eradicating the zombies and rebuilding their home was not as distant a hope as it once seemed. Powered by a nuclear fission reactor, the behemoth was capable of traversing the seas for several years on a single load of fuel. It sailed smoothly, carrying the team back to the nuclear power facility, once more navigating the vast ocean. As autumn transitioned into winter, the southern region of the homeland remained devoid of any chill. During their absence on the island, the nuclear power facility's population had increased to nearly 100 individuals. These newcomers, primarily engaged in agriculture and animal husbandry under the guidance of Old Joe and Old Wu, had little else to occupy their time. Lu Ping conferred with Captain Qi, realizing that with the rear secured, it was time to commence the reconstruction of their home. The foremost task in this endeavor was the eradication of zombies, necessitating that everyone be armed. Henceforth, the majority would spend their days in military training. At this juncture, Lu Ping was conducting routine inspections of Unit 1, an operation of paramount importance. As it ran at full capacity daily, any lapse in vigilance could lead to dire consequences. Should any hazards be detected, preemptive measures would be required to resolve issues without halting operations. The nuclear power station had been designed with foresight, anticipating potential problems. Thus, both equipment and pipelines were constructed with redundancy in mind. If one device sufficed, 2 would be designed. If a single pipeline would do, then 2 would be installed. Consequently, minor issues could often be isolated and managed without disruption. Having completed the inspection log, Lu Ping packed his belongings and drove his pickup truck toward the dock. It was time once again to feed the little girl. Carrying a basket of seafood, Lu Ping entered the underground laboratory of Unit 2. Little girl, be good, little bear. Come here, jump and play. As he reached the doorway, he heard the little girl singing that familiar nursery rhyme. After nearly 6 months of growth, she was now capable of normal conversation. According to Zhao Ying, the little girl had matured to a level comparable to that of a human adult. Chapter 36. The little girl has grown up. Lu Ping's attitude towards her has become exceedingly conflicted. On one hand, she is a zombie, inherently evolving through the consumption of flesh, with humans undoubtedly topping their menu. On the other hand, there is Zhao Ying, who has always regarded her as her child. Now, experiments have ceased, and even the chains meant to control her have been removed. No matter how much Lu Ping opposes this, it is futile. Otherwise, she would unleash her formidable powers. Although Lu Ping has lost interest in Zhao Ying's grand displays, they are undeniably on a different level compared to Hu Liqing. Each time, Lu Ping finds himself compelled to provide impromptu lessons, leaving him thoroughly exasperated. Lu Ping approached the iron cage with seafood in hand, only to find the little girl staring at him with her mutated eyes, her tongue flicking out like a serpent's, licking her lips as she swallowed. Look at how hungry you are, Lu Ping thought, and offered her an octopus. She snatched it with both hands and devoured it whole, her gaze still fixed on him. Feeling unnerved under her intense stare, Lu Ping pushed the fish basket closer to the cage for her to eat on her own, then turned to walk towards the laboratory. Half an hour later, 2 figures emerged from the laboratory. Zhao Ying, her cheeks flushed, was tidying her hair as they walked, while the little girl observed them intently. What is wrong with her? Lu Ping inquired. Haha, our little girl has grown up, Zhao Ying replied with a smile. Confusion clouded Lu Ping's mind. How had she grown? Her height remained unchanged. He looked at Zhao Ying in bewilderment. She leaned in to whisper something in his ear, her expression filled with intrigue. Absolutely not. Lu Ping's face flushed crimson as he hastily grabbed the fish basket and left. Zhao Ying was becoming ever more audacious, even suggesting he just wait and see how I deal with you next time. He opened the car door, ignited the engine, and sped off into the night. Upon returning to the apartment, darkness had fallen, and Hu Liqing had prepared dinner. How is that zombie? Any new developments? She asked between bites. Still the same. But she can communicate now, Lu Ping replied nonchalantly. That is not a good sign. It's only been half a year, and she can already talk, much quicker than a human. Hu Liqing exclaimed, astonished. Her entire body is composed of neurons, essentially functioning as a brain. So learning is inevitable, Lu Ping began, but abruptly set down his utensils, realizing the gravity of the situation. This zombie cannot be allowed to remain. Determined, Lu Ping resolved to persuade Zhao Ying the following day to eliminate the zombie humanely. After dinner, Lu Ping's mind was consumed by thoughts of the little zombie girl. Having already exhausted himself once, he could only lie in bed, allowing Hu Liqing's various advances to unfold. Assuming he was preoccupied, Hu Liqing initiated her own pursuit. The next day, Lu Ping, having completed his work, rushed to the laboratory before the end of his shift. Upon seeing him, both Zhao Ying and the little girl brightened. In a hurry, Lu Ping grabbed Zhao Ying's arm and pulled her toward the laboratory. You're so impatient, Zhao Ying teased, thinking he could no longer contain himself. With a decisive bang, the laboratory door closed, and Lu Ping pushed Zhao Ying onto the bed. What are you doing? You're hurting me, Zhao Ying protested, rolling onto her side and kicking off her shoes, lifting her foot enticingly toward him. Lu Ping, however, was not in the mood for such distractions, waving her off seriously. This zombie cannot remain. It must be dealt with promptly. Are you really this bothersome? Why do you keep bringing this up? Look at how well-behaved and adorable she is. How can you be so heartless? Zhao Ying finally grasped the situation. Consider her rapid development. If this continues, her intelligence will surely surpass ours. We have just established a stable base. We cannot leave such a potential threat. Lu Ping patiently urged her. You were the one who wanted to nurture her. Now you wish to destroy her. This is the behavior of a butcher, a savage, Zhao Ying retorted, jumping around the bed. Her threat has now far surpassed her research value. She must be eliminated. I am not here to negotiate. I am merely informing you. Regardless of your agreement, I will report this matter for approval tomorrow, Lu Ping declared, ignoring her further protests as he stormed out. Zhao Ying, realizing the situation was beyond redemption, could only weep in solitude. After some time, she composed herself and exited the laboratory, her eyes red as she gazed at the little girl. Mommy. That day, Lu Ping reported the situation to the northern base, which responded that further research was necessary before making a decision, instructing him to await further notice. Anxiously, Lu Ping awaited the next day, and finally received notification that the higher-ups had consented. In a frenzy, he rushed to the Wolfang squad to inform Captain Qi. Before long, Captain Qi, accompanied by 3 soldiers, headed with Lu Ping to the underground laboratory. Upon entering, Lu Ping was taken aback to find the 3 cages completely empty. No zombies remained. He hurried into Zhao Ying's workspace, where she was engrossed in her experiments. Where is everyone? Lu Ping demanded. What do you mean by everyone? It's just me here. Zhao Ying replied, bemused. Stop evading the question. I am referring to those 3 zombies, especially the mutated one. Lu Ping's tone turned stern. Lu Ping, you're being rather peculiar. A zombie is a zombie. Why would you refer to it as someone? Zhao Ying laughed. Speak. Where have you hidden those 3 zombies? Lu Ping cocked his gun, aiming it at her. Oh dear, Lu Ping, are you under too much stress lately? You seem to be forgetting things. Didn't you come here yesterday to inform me to dispose of the zombies? I followed your instructions and eliminated them all. Zhao Ying waved her hand to deflect the gun's aim. Words alone are not enough. What proof do you have? Lu Ping refused to be swayed by her simple words. Proof? I recorded the entire process on video. If you're not squeamish, feel free to watch it, Zhao Ying said, tossing him a phone. Lu Ping took the phone, finding it unlocked, and opened the gallery. Several video clips appeared, and he played one, which showed Zhao Ying destroying one male zombie. He quickly returned to view the next. Finally, a scene emerged. Zhao Ying approached the little girl's cage with a syringe, coaxing her closer before injecting her with the substance. Moments later, the little girl collapsed within the cage. Chapter 37. The gunshots in the snow. Zhao Ying stepped forward to unlock the cage, dragging out the little girl. She stripped her of all her clothing and tossed it into a large barrel, which was adorned with ominous skull symbols, clearly indicating it contained hazardous chemicals. Upon the girl's entry, the liquid within the barrel immediately began to bubble, releasing plumes of white vapor. The 3 zombies were similarly disposed of by this method. Well, what do you think? I am currently analyzing the liquid from that barrel. Would you care to take a look? Zhao Ying said with a smug expression. Lu Ping remained silent, handing his phone to Captain Qi for inspection. Old Wolf, did you inform Dr. Zhao about the disposal of the zombies yesterday? Captain Qi inquired after watching the video. I did notify her, but she initially refused, which is why I reported it to the superiors, Lu Ping replied candidly. Doctor, Zhao did not follow the proper procedures in this matter. It seems there was some miscommunication. However, the outcome is the same. The zombies have been eliminated, and our mission is thus cancelled. I will need to take this footage for record-keeping. We will withdraw for now, at a loss for a counter-argument. Lu Ping had no choice but to let Captain Qi and his team leave first. He then returned to the laboratory and observed the still-focused Zhao Ying, saying, Now? Tell me, where have you hidden her? Lu Ping was convinced that she had not destroyed the little girl. I cannot comprehend your words. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Zhao Ying replied dismissively without turning around. You are truly a woman who, when left unchallenged for 3 days, will reveal her true nature. I refuse to believe I cannot get through to you. Before long, strange cries echoed from the laboratory, mingled with Lu Ping's labored breaths. After a considerable half-hour, Lu Ping adjusted his belt and glanced at Zhao Ying, who had been subjected to humiliation. Now can we speak? You truly are one to forget faces once you pull your trousers up, Zhao Ying retorted, straightening the bedding while turning her back to him. If you choose to remain silent, then let us part ways here. With that, Lu Ping slammed the door behind him. Zhao Ying turned to watch his departing figure, her hand resting on her abdomen, a strange smile gracing her lips. Months later, the North was enveloped in the depths of winter. A helicopter hovered, emerging from a great mountain, carrying 7 members, including the pilot. Clad in full military gear, the 7 were evidently armed forces. Viper, I cannot believe there are still survivors out there after all this time. exclaimed a burly man resembling an iron tower, holding a tablet that displayed a satellite map with a blinking red dot. Indeed, this is excellent news. Look how far this location is from the city. If there are survivors, it would not be surprising for them to endure here for years, a lean young soldier, evidently Viper, replied while fiddling with his sniper rifle. I heard this survivor is a woman. You all should make a good impression. As the helicopter roared through the howling blizzard, the landscape was blanketed in white. That valley ahead. Monkey, attempt to contact the survivors, commanded a man wearing sunglasses. Understood, Captain. Monkey retrieved his phone and dialed the contact number left by the survivors. After a brief conversation, he hung up. They are located in a village within the valley. According to the intel, there are 13 households here, albeit quite dispersed, Monkey reported. The captain peered through the glass at the surrounding terrain. It was a valley enclosed by 2 towering mountains, with a river that had frozen over. The mountains were draped in snow, and a few homesteads could barely be seen scattered throughout the valley. Prepare for landing, the captain ordered. The helicopter circled the valley for a moment before setting down on a relatively flat riverbank. The soldiers inside swiftly exited the cabin, maintaining a state of alert on the riverbank. Viper, take the high ground. Yes, Viper replied, clutching his sniper rifle as he dashed to a nearby elevated position, quickly taking his place. The captain signaled for the team to advance, forming a tactical formation as they proceeded deeper into the valley. The snow had been falling for 3 days and nights, completely engulfing their boots. The crunching of their military boots on the snow left a trail of footprints extending into the valley. After a few minutes, they finally approached the first household. This was the archetypal northern courtyard, with a large red iron gate at the front, leading into a spacious area filled with various clutter. Beyond this area lay a small courtyard, still bearing the remnants of withered fruits and vegetable vines, with a 2-story building at the back. The 5 split up to search individually, but found nothing of significance. They quickly exited and moved on to the next house. After searching all 13 households, they found neither people nor zombies, nothing at all. Monkey, contact the survivors and instruct them to meet us, the captain commanded. Captain, the satellite signal is weak in this valley. I cannot establish contact, Monkey replied, having tried without success. Then how did they manage to reach us? The captain asked, puzzled. Perhaps they contacted us from a higher elevation, Monkey suggested, glancing at the towering mountains on either side. Something feels off. Regroup. The team hastily retreated toward the riverbank. What was that sound? One team member suddenly asked. Remain vigilant. Quickly regroup near the helicopter and prepare for combat. Ensure the helicopter is ready for takeoff. From the slopes on either side, a rustling sound echoed. The snow on the hills began to tremble and cascade downwards. As the team retreated, they cast furtive glances to either side. With the snow falling away, figures began to rise from the ground, shambling down the slopes toward the valley. Zombies! A team member shouted. Don't linger, retreat swiftly. The team sprinted toward the helicopter, firing their weapons to fend off the encroaching zombies. Unfortunately, there were far too many. Like hibernating beasts emerging from the snow, they surged forth in overwhelming numbers. Just as the team neared the edge of the valley, a sudden roar rang out, causing them to turn in its direction. On a high ground stood a girl, clad in a thin sailor outfit despite the frigid winter, cradling a small teddy bear. Behind her stood 2 male figures, seemingly her protectors. With the girl's shout, the horde of zombies, as if possessed, careened down the slope, crashing into the valley. The team's escape route was effectively sealed. The girl flashed a smile at the members of the squad, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Before long, the valley was engulfed in a cacophony of gunfire, intermingled with the growls of zombies and the shouts of humans. Eventually, the gunfire began to wane, leaving behind streaks of crimson on the pristine white snow. Chapter 38. The Birth of the Earth. The Viper relentlessly squeezed the trigger in his hand, each bullet claiming the life of a zombie. Alas, it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as his comrades were engulfed by the horde. The barrel of his gun had turned red and warped, the bullets veering off course, losing all precision. With bloodshot eyes and tears streaming down his face, Viper hoisted his sniper rifle and sprinted towards the helicopter. He understood that his chance for salvation was dwindling. If he did not retreat soon, he might never escape. "Big brother, where are you going? Stay and play with me." As Viper raced ahead, a fleeting white figure materialized before him, a young girl. She clutched a teddy bear, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and a little skirt, her bare feet sinking into the snow. Her large, watery eyes sparkled as she offered him a sweet smile. However, as she smiled, 2 rows of sharp teeth and a tongue that flicked like a snake's revealed her true nature. Viper, having witnessed her capabilities before, recognized her malevolence and screamed in terror, turning to flee. Unfortunately, 2 men blocked his path from behind. Drawing his sidearm, Viper fired in rapid succession. The men shielded their vital organs with their arms, but were struck multiple times. Silver liquid seeped from their wounds, yet they remained oblivious to their injuries. Viper stood frozen, astonished at the scene unfolding before him. One of the bodyguards advanced, delivering a punch the size of a sandbag, launching Viper into the air. He tumbled to the ground, dazed and disoriented, his eyes gradually closing against his will. "Big brother, playing with a gun isn't fun. Come play with me." The girl, still cradling her teddy bear, approached and swept Viper off his feet, carrying him towards the throng of zombies in the valley. The helicopter roared into the sky, its belly-mounted cannon flashing incessantly as it unleashed a barrage into the valley. Only after expending all its ammunition did it reluctantly turn to leave. With a resounding bang, the pilot's gaze fell upon a red appearing on the radar, and panic surged through him. "Base, we've come under attack. The entire squad is down. Do not attempt a rescue, do not." The helicopter was struck by a rocket, exploding midair in a brilliant display of flames and debris. The girl, still clutching Viper, entered the valley, parting the dense mass of zombies before her. Before a gruesome scene of the fallen rescue team, she picked up a tablet from the pool of blood. Wiping the blood from the device against Viper, she peered at a marker on the map, revealing a captivating smile. At the nuclear power base, Lu Ping, Zhang Yuliang, and Captain Qi sat solemnly in the conference room, listening to a military officer's briefing on the large screen. "The situation is as follows. The higher-ups have decided to suspend all external rescue operations. You must remain vigilant to prevent any unforeseen incidents." The screen flickered and went dark, plunging the 3 into contemplative silence. "What are your thoughts?" Zhang Yuliang inquired gravely. "I suggest we immediately halt all external activities and implement military management at the nuclear power base. This includes all personnel residing in the town. They must complete their work during the day and return to the base at night," Captain Qi proposed. "And you, Lu Ping?" Zhang Yuliang turned to him. "I concur. Furthermore, we should promptly arrange for personnel to modify Unit 2. In the event of an emergency, the Unit 2 nuclear island could serve as a fortress." "Excellent. Let us expedite these arrangements," Zhang Yuliang concluded. With their plan established, the trio set about their preparations. Days later, while Lu Ping was leading a team to modify Unit 2, he received an urgent mission. He hurried back to the apartment to brief Hu Liqing before heading to the dock. Shortly thereafter, a colossal vessel emerged from the depths of the sea. Once again aboard the massive ship, Lu Ping ventured into the depths of the ocean. After 3 days of navigation, the vessel docked at an uncharted island. Standing on the deck, Lu Ping gazed towards the island. Besides the engines and equipment they had left behind, there were now numerous large components. Following the previous incident, the northern base had conducted research and decided to transport the completed spacecraft directly to the uncharted island for assembly with the engines. As the architect of the engines, Lu Ping was required to assist. The spacecraft had been disassembled for transport, and personnel from the northern base were tasked with reassembling it. With no other pressing engagements, Lu Ping joined the spacecraft team to familiarize himself with its structure. This spacecraft was not some sleek, futuristic design, nor did it possess aerodynamic features. Its core resembled a gigantic steering wheel, connected to a linkage shaft beneath. Once this shaft connected with the engine's universal joint, it would rotate via electric power, driving the steering wheel in unison. As the steering wheel turned, it generated a centrifugal force. When the wheel achieved a stable rotational speed, the centrifugal force would press the occupants firmly against the outer shell of the wheel, simulating artificial gravity. Astronauts moving within this wheel-like cabin would experience an environment akin to that of Earth, mitigating the adverse effects of prolonged weightlessness such as muscle atrophy. This would enable them to sustain life in space for extended periods. In addition to artificial gravity, the spacecraft was equipped with life support systems, defense mechanisms, and offensive capabilities. The attack system was armed with humanity's most advanced and destructive weaponry, including ballistic missiles, nuclear arms, laser weapons, and electromagnetic cannons. In the vacuum of space, where gravity was nearly non-existent, the spacecraft's maneuverability relied solely on its mass and the thrust-to-weight ratio of the engine. Thus, within certain mass and volume constraints, the spacecraft's appearance was inconsequential. As long as it did not re-enter the atmosphere, practicality governed its design. This particular spacecraft required consideration of air resistance for liftoff from the surface. The solution was straightforward. Prior to launch, an outer shell resembling that of a rocket would be affixed. Once the spacecraft exited the atmosphere, this shell could be jettisoned, allowing it to navigate the cosmos freely. Beyond the core components of the spacecraft, several small landing devices were included, capable of landing on celestial bodies with lower gravitational pulls such as the Moon and Mars. This would enable the spacecraft to collect fuel and replenish supplies during its journey. In summary, this spacecraft was preliminarily equipped for long-distance voyages, habitation, scientific research, combat, resource collection, and production. Situated deep in the Pacific, the uncharted island remained largely unaffected by the changing seasons. Through collective effort, the assembly was completed just before the Lunar New Year. A structure exceeding 150 meters in length and 3 kilometers in diameter, dubbed the steering wheel, was securely positioned on the launch platform. After a series of complex tests, the spacecraft successfully ignited and ascended, its launch a resounding success. With robust defensive capabilities, it was stationed directly on the launch pad without the need for additional measures. After a celebratory gathering, everyone returned to their respective bases. Chapter 39. New Year's Eve Terror. This marks the first Lunar New Year since the apocalypse, and the nuclear power base is imbued with a profound festive atmosphere. The unexpected incident from winter was kept under wraps to prevent it from dampening the spirits of the personnel. A banquet was held in the hall of the expert village to celebrate the arrival of the new year. A large screen simultaneously broadcasted a spring festival gala from the northern base. Commander Number 5 addressed all the survivors, recounting the achievements of both bases since the onset of the calamity, and shared various visions for future survival plans. Glasses were raised in celebration, and the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the northern base's gala, where several performers were on stage. One actor abruptly attacked another, throwing them to the ground. In an instant, blood spilled across the stage, plunging the entire gala into chaos. A squad of fully armed soldiers quickly arrived, opening fire on the assailant. The bitten actor began to mutate, attacking more members of the crowd. Gunfire erupted, creating a scene of utter disorder. The camera was knocked down by the panicking masses, capturing only a flurry of frantic footsteps and the falling bodies. Lu Ping discerned clearly that the assailant was actually an evolved Blood Clan member. They had cleverly infiltrated the northern base. The personnel at the nuclear power base were instantly engulfed in fear, casting wary glances at one another. Soon, they naturally divided into several factions based on their rescue order, each maintaining a vigilant stance towards the others. Essentially, 3 factions emerged. Lu Ping, the Wolf Fong team, and the aerospace personnel formed one camp, Old Xiao and his group, along with Old Wang and Old Wu, who were among the first to enter the base, constituted the second, while the remaining individuals vaguely formed a somewhat unstable third faction. Do not panic. We have means to test and identify the mutated zombies, Zhang Yuliang declared urgently. With everyone present, he insisted that no one should leave until Dr. Zhao conducted tests, ensuring results would follow. Captain Qi swiftly organized the sealing of the hall, while Zhaoing hurried back to the laboratory to fetch sampling tools. She collected blood samples from each individual on-site and returned to the lab for overnight analysis. Having previously researched mutated zombies extensively, she knew that merely observing blood color and body temperature could determine humanity, but for caution's sake, she tested all samples. Fortunately, with only about 100 people in the base, results came swiftly. Everyone was a normal human. Zhaoing also shared some key characteristics of the blood clan with the group, such as sharp fangs, cold bodies, silver-gray blood, and starry pupils. The personnel at the nuclear power base spent the first New Year's Eve of the apocalypse in a state of tension and trepidation. Communication with the northern base had completely ceased, leaving them in the dark about the situation there. They had no choice but to disperse and prepare emergency measures. Lu Ping first escorted Hu Liqing back to her apartment. Then, under the pretext of inspecting the power plant, hurriedly drove his pickup truck to base number 2, heading straight for the underground laboratory. Although there were no experimental subjects remaining, Zhaoing still immersed herself in her lab work, tinkering with her various vials and jars. "Did you do it?" Lu Ping asked, watching her busy at work. Zhaoing slightly turned her head, offering no response, and continued her experiments. Lu Ping abruptly pulled her up, locking eyes with her as he sternly said, "You witnessed what happened last night. Now tell me who the butcher is, the executioner." Zhaoing did not resist, but softly replied, "I don't understand what you're saying. If there's nothing else, you may leave." "Very well, then," Lu Ping responded, releasing her and straightening her collar. With a smile, he added, "Watch closely. I will personally ensure her destruction." With that, he departed from the laboratory. Lu Ping was certain that the events at the northern base were orchestrated by that lowly zombie. He felt no need for evidence. A man's intuition can often surpass a woman's sixth sense. He could not afford to remain passive. He needed to take action, for ultimately, the root cause of that lowly's growth lay with him. Having gone a day and night without sleep, he felt no fatigue as he rushed to the armed police camp to find Captain Chi. "Old Eagle, we cannot just sit here idly. We must at least do something," Lu Ping stated directly in Captain Chi's office. "Old Wolf, my orders are to protect the nuclear power base and its personnel. That is military command." Captain Chi clarified his stance. "If base number 1 falls, what significance remains for our nuclear power base? Can we truly defend against mutated zombies alone?" Lu Ping urged anxiously. "The situation there is still unclear. I cannot recklessly send people over. If something goes wrong and we attract zombies to the nuclear power base, wouldn't that be counterproductive?" Captain Chi understood Lu Ping's feelings and patiently counseled him. As a soldier, one can exercise discretion in carrying out tasks, but on principle, there can be no retreat. "Oh, so you mean you will only obey military orders?" Lu Ping suddenly grasped. "Indeed, a soldier's duty is to follow orders," Captain Chi stated solemnly. "Excellent. Very well," Lu Ping replied, no longer pressing the matter, and hurriedly drove off in his pickup. Before long, he returned to the camp, heading once again to Captain Chi's office, this time accompanied by Zhang Yuliang. As the leader of the nuclear power base, appointed directly by Commander Number 5 and holding the rank of Colonel, Zhang Yuliang had always been keenly aware of the evolution of zombies. Once Lu Ping spoke, he readily agreed to come over. Soon, a 12-member team assembled urgently and boarded a helicopter, which roared into the night sky. "You may be anxious, but there's little we can do. Helicopters require refueling and rest during the night, unlike passenger planes and fighter jets. The fastest we can expect news is tomorrow. You should all return and rest for now. I will inform you immediately once there's any update," the officer stated. After a night of turmoil, they had yet to rest, and being anxious would yield no results. They reluctantly returned to await news. Lu Ping returned to his apartment, collapsing into bed. He awoke in the dead of night, hunger rousing him. To avoid disturbing Hu Liqing, Lu Ping stealthily got out of bed and gently closed the door. Opening the refrigerator, he discovered a plate of dumplings frozen inside. These had been prepared the previous day before the banquet, with some leftover. He took the dumplings to the kitchen, boiled water, and placed them in a steamer. Leftover dumplings, steamed, are even more delightful. Next, he crushed 2 cloves of garlic into a paste, chopped some scallions, and mixed them with chili oil, sesame oil, and aged vinegar, adhering to the traditional northern Chinese method. Before long, the dumplings were ready. Lu Ping carried the plate to the living room, where Hu Liqing, having woken at some point, sat watching him as he busied himself. Chapter 40. Strategic shift. Observing the hesitant demeanor of his companion, Liu Ping felt a profound sense of distress. In this apocalyptic world, where he had finally managed to forge a semblance of home, he found himself living in constant trepidation. A wave of helplessness washed over him. "Let us share a meal together. This is our first time enjoying dumplings as a pair," Liu Ping said, forcing a smile. "Sounds good." They sat across from each other, a plate of dumplings and a bowl of dipping sauce between them, savoring each bite slowly. "Let us have a drink," Hu Liqing suggested. "We can't drink alcohol while trying to conceive," Liu Ping replied, somewhat astonished that she had abstained from alcohol for over 6 months in hopes of pregnancy. "Today is exceptional. If I don't drink, I'll feel stifled. Who knows what tomorrow holds? Let us just make the most of today," Hu Liqing said, biting her lip. Liu Ping set down his chopsticks and retrieved a small green bottle. "Haha, dumplings and wine. The more we drink, the better it gets." Hu Liqing had already prepared her glass as Liu Ping twisted open the bottle, pouring each of them a cup. They gently clinked their glasses, taking a small sip. "Now that's flavorful," Liu Ping remarked, following his sip of wine with a bite of dumpling. "Look at you, a grown man smacking his lips while eating," Hu Liqing chided playfully. "It tastes better this way," Liu Ping retorted. "Even better when stolen," Hu Liqing exclaimed, snatching the dumpling Liu Ping had just picked up and devouring it in one bite. "You." The two immediately plunged into a playful battle over the dumplings. The plate of dumplings and the bottle of wine were swiftly consumed by the two of them. After their meal and drinks, they left the table untidy. Liu Ping lifted Hu Liqing into his arms, heading towards the bedroom. Under the gentle influence of alcohol, they danced between lucidity and a dreamy haze, losing themselves in the moment. Indeed, this was a different kind of battle, a unique thrill that cast all worries far away. The notions of conception plans and the apocalypse faded into oblivion. Another day began with natural awakening. Following a night of passion, reality returned with its unyielding clarity. The unavoidable truths of life still awaited him. After a quick glance at his phone yielded no messages, he hurriedly washed up, had breakfast, and set out. Liu Ping felt a pressing need to take action. After inspecting Unit 1, he was the first to find Zhaoying. He wasted no time and directly stated his intentions. "Can you develop a specific agent to combat the Blood Clan? Be it poison or biochemical weapon?" Liu Ping spoke candidly. He believed that the Blood Clan possessed superior physical attributes and intellectual potential compared to humans. Therefore, he had no qualms about employing inhumane methods against them, as they were not truly human, and he bore no psychological burden. Seizing the technological advantage of humanity, he aimed to eradicate the threat before it could fully mature. While he harbored these thoughts, he lacked the means to execute them and could only seek Zhao Ying's assistance. "I'm sorry, but I'm a life scientist. No intelligent species should meet their end through such despicable means," Zhao Ying replied calmly. "Are you suggesting we simply stand by and watch them grow stronger while they consume humanity one by one?" Liu Ping almost shouted. "This is the survival of the fittest, an inevitable process of evolution." Zhao Ying leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, appearing indifferent. "What is wrong with you? This is utterly incomprehensible. If dinosaurs were to resurrect, should we simply remain stationary and allow ourselves to be devoured?" Liu Ping was nearly beside himself, questioning her humanity. "What you propose is fundamentally flawed. There is no basis for comparison," Zhao Ying stated coolly, rocking her chair back and forth. "Preposterous." Liu Ping was thoroughly disillusioned with Zhao Ying. The outdated notion of evolution no longer held water in this savage new world. Humanity's greatest advantage lay in science. Faced with the undead, one could not afford to bind their own hands. Such thoughts were better suited for self-destruction. With no viable options at hand, he resolved to prepare a contingency plan. Liu Ping sought out Shi Haiping, intending to utilize online resources to gather theoretical research findings across various human disciplines. This knowledge was humanity's future. He was bracing himself for the worst. If all else failed, humanity would inevitably flee to the cosmos. Armed with this knowledge, there remained a chance for resurgence. Moreover, he needed to stockpile resources. After conversing with Shi Haiping, Liu Ping began strategizing on how to amass various supplies. Foremost among these were nuclear fuel, food, water, seeds, and the human genome map. He also needed to identify a suitable stronghold, for even abundant fuel would eventually deplete. In a rush, Lu Ping returned to his apartment, methodically listing the necessary items to create an extensive inventory. By afternoon, the phone finally rang. After answering, Lu Ping hurried to the conference room. Upon seeing the familiar figure of General Number 5 on the large screen, his heart finally settled, and he felt a wave of relief sitting beside Zhang Yuliang. Before long, Captain Qi arrived. "All right, everyone is here. I'll be brief. The chaos from the night before has subsided, but our base has suffered tremendous losses. To speak plainly, we lost over 3,000 people. For a base that was already struggling, this is a devastating blow. I take full responsibility as the leader. The insufficient prior research on zombies is the root cause of this tragedy. Given the current circumstances, once the base stabilizes, I will consider stepping down from my leadership position, handing it over to someone more capable. This incident has revealed a harsh truth. Mutated zombies possess formidable learning capabilities. They not only can communicate, but can also operate simple firearms. If this continues, reclaiming our homeland will become increasingly arduous. Therefore, I have decided to shift our strategic focus away from reclaiming our homeland and instead concentrate our efforts on preparing for an escape into outer space. This will be managed by a specialized team of experts who will devise a plan. Our immediate priority is to stockpile as many resources as possible and transport them to the Earth ship. The primary mission of the nuclear power base remains to ensure a stable power supply while also gathering supplies. Our approach to the zombies will transition from proactive offense to a strategic defensive stance. Naturally, we will also allocate resources to conduct targeted research on the mutated zombies, hoping to discover effective countermeasures. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is dire. The next move from the zombies could come at any moment. Please be prepared for any eventuality. As General Number 5 concluded, the screen plunged into darkness. Lu Ping and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Among the planets explored by humanity, Earth remains the only viable life-sustaining sphere. Should humanity abandon Earth, the vastness of space offers no home. Has humanity truly lost its foothold on Earth? If they forsake their planet, can they continue to thrive? All of this remains shrouded in uncertainty. The unknown is what terrifies us most. After deliberating, the trio resolved to focus on their duties at the nuclear power plant before parting ways. Chapter 41. Weapon Modification. Lu Ping exited the conference room. Contemplating the discourse of Leader Number 5, his mind embroiled in internal conflict. With the official agenda aligning with his own, he pondered whether he still needed to prepare. After a moment of indecision, his gaze shifted towards the two nuclear islands, and clarity struck him. As the adage goes, one should not place all their eggs in a single basket. Much like a nuclear power station, where all equipment is maintained in tandem for optimal safety and reliability. Resolute in his thoughts, Lu Ping felt invigorated, vowing never to yield to the undead until the final hour. He entrusted the routine operations of the nuclear power plant to newly trained personnel, immersing himself entirely in his plans. Initially, Lu Ping had contemplated dismantling the laser cutting machine in the raw material workshop to repurpose it as a high-powered laser weapon. Regrettably, due to a series of subsequent events, he had been unable to proceed until now. With the Earth spacecraft now completed, allowing the equipment to gather dust seemed futile. It was far better to undertake the modifications himself. Unlike the solitary situation he once faced, he now had a handful of allies. Lu Ping sought out Captain Qi once more to discuss various matters, subsequently leading a team to dismantle the laser cutting machine. Accompanying him were the 5 members of the Qiao family and other technical personnel. The agility of the Blood Clan was remarkable, coupled with their tough skin. Traditional weaponry often bore limited lethality or lacked speed, making it difficult to achieve a hit. Large-scale destructive weapons proved cumbersome in close combat. Thus, Lu Ping's objective was clear: to create weapons that could deliver rapid fire with immense power while maintaining a minimal area of effect. The primary selection was laser weaponry. After all, no matter how swift one may be, they could not surpass the speed of light. Conventional laser guns had a somewhat restricted range, which led Lu Ping to envision transforming the laser cutting machine into a laser cannon, akin to the Katyusha rocket launcher, capable of unleashing multiple laser blasts simultaneously. Additionally, he considered kinetic weapons, which harnessed extraordinary velocity and powerful kinetic energy to incapacitate targets. His first choice was the electromagnetic railgun. Both of these armaments were currently in service with the military. Lu Ping approached Captain Qi to request the schematics from higher-ups. With those blueprints in hand, he could execute modifications tailored to his vision. Within a few days, Lu Ping received a forwarded email from Captain Qi. Upon opening it, he discovered the coveted materials he sought. In addition to the desired schematics, the documents contained designs for conceptual military weapons. These included detailed diagrams and design descriptions. Yet their production was hindered by certain technological bottlenecks. The concepts were reminiscent of those seen in interstellar warfare, proving impractical at this stage. Lu Ping extracted the necessary blueprints for his intended modifications and began his ambitious redesign. Lacking a specialized military production line, he was constrained to repurpose existing materials from the nuclear facility. For instance, the original design of the laser cannon was intended for installation on fixed warships or specialized vehicles. He adapted it to be mounted on excavators, transforming them into mobile artillery. Furthermore, he devised several stationary bunker-style gun emplacements based on the layout of the nuclear facility. The blueprints for the electromagnetic cannon were substantial, so in order to effectively engage individual zombie targets, Lu Ping modified it into a portable, individual weapon. While this reduced its power significantly, it greatly enhanced maneuverability, resulting in a marked improvement in lethality against single targets. Unfortunately, miniaturization of controllable fusion remained unachievable. Otherwise, he could have crafted a supercharged particle gun capable of vaporizing targets with a single shot, or perhaps fashioned a lightsaber for close-quarter combat, with devastating effectiveness. With the current technological limitations, such advancements might only become feasible in another decade or two. After numerous experiments and continuous refinements, Lu Ping successfully finalized the designs for the laser cannon and the compact electromagnetic railgun. He produced a total of 6 mobile laser cannons and installed multiple stationary laser turrets on the outer shell of Nuclear Island No. 2. The small electromagnetic railguns were manufactured in abundance, as long as time and materials permitted. The railgun's barrel generated a powerful electromagnetic field, propelling specially designed metal projectiles. Depending on the requirements, the projectiles could be shaped for penetration or blunt force impact, utilizing shockwaves to incapacitate targets. With velocities exceeding 10 times the speed of sound, these projectiles could lock onto any target within a kilometer, leaving no chance for evasion. Their effective range rivaled that of medium-range missiles. However, a significant drawback was the necessity for an exceptionally strong power supply. Without a robust battery, the weapon required a connection to a power source during use. This limitation severely restricted the user's mobility, and Lu Ping, in the short term, could not overcome the challenges of battery technology. He modified several armored vehicles to equip them with powerful batteries, allowing the soldiers to operate the electromagnetic railgun from within the safety of the armored transport. A more optimal solution might have involved wireless transmission technology. However, in the near term, achieving miniaturization of controllable nuclear fusion seemed more attainable than developing a compact nuclear-powered battery. After over a month of diligent effort, Lu Ping and his team completed the development of all weaponry. Aside from the fixed turrets, the laser cannons were entrusted to the Wolf-Fong squad. Due to their immense lethality and single-user design, the electromagnetic railguns were not suitable for distribution among all personnel at the base. Instead, Lu Ping instructed everyone on the usage of the weaponry and organized target practice at the military camp for all base members. Should the undead invade, the entire community would be armed. These weapons may not have been cutting-edge, yet they were exceptionally effective against zombies. Following trials, Lu Ping's modifications received commendations from Captain Qi. Not one to hoard knowledge, Lu Ping shared his revised designs with Captain Qi, ensuring that the northern base could concurrently produce these armaments, thereby enhancing their strategies against mutated zombies. With the weapon modifications complete, Lu Ping turned his focus to gathering resources and knowledge reserves. These endeavors required long-term commitment and would not cease until the very last moment. Among the most crucial resources to stockpile was oxygen, or rather, air. The Earth spacecraft boasted a sophisticated ecological maintenance system, proven through rigorous testing in space stations and Martian outposts. It was designed for long-term stable operation, with all water and air capable of recycling. Yet, this was predicated on the absence of external threats. Once the Earth spacecraft embarked on its celestial journey, the unknown challenges ahead were unpredictable. Thus, any resources readily available on Earth were opportunities Lu Ping could not afford to overlook. There were myriad methods to carry air, such as transporting solid chemical compounds that could be decomposed to yield oxygen when necessary. However, Lu Ping had even simpler strategies in mind. Chapter 42. The Fall of Base 1. Lu Ping drove into a forging workshop, his gaze fixed upon a colossal machine at its center. This behemoth resembled a massive metallic piston, adorned with a prominent plaque reading 10,000T. Indeed, it was a 10,000-ton hydraulic press. Under its tremendous force, steel became as pliable as clay. Lu Ping intended to utilize this formidable apparatus to directly compress air into a liquid state. Gases possess two inherent properties: critical pressure and critical temperature. Under specific pressure and temperature conditions, a gas can undergo a transformation. The primary components of air are nitrogen and oxygen, both of which can be liquefied at varying temperatures. With this hydraulic press and a large air compressor, it would be possible to exploit the critical temperatures of oxygen and nitrogen to convert them into liquid form. This would significantly enhance transport efficiency, as the density of liquid oxygen is approximately 1,000 times that of gaseous oxygen. There is also solid oxygen. However, the increase in density during the conversion from liquid to solid is negligible, while the manufacturing difficulty escalates considerably, making it less viable. Lu Ping was immersed in a frenzied pace. The outbreak of the zombie apocalypse had caught him unprepared. Although fear had gripped him at the time, he had never succumbed to despair. Yet now, the emergence of the Blood Clan instilled a profound sense of terror within him, a feeling of impotence that slowly festered and grew. He modified weapons and stockpiled various supplies, driven not only by the instinct to survive, but also by the fear and despair that haunted him. The northern winter was cold and interminable, exacerbated by the zombie outbreak, which stripped nature of human influence. Even with the arrival of spring, the world remained desolate. Deep within the greater Xing'an range, countless zombies meandered through the snow. Upon closer inspection, these zombies formed distinct squads, each led by several Blood Clan leaders, clad in uniform attire and wielding modern weaponry. They resembled a formidable army of the undead. Utilizing the cover of heavy snowfall, the zombie horde evaded satellite detection. Though their movements were slow, they were tireless, advancing mechanically both day and night. At the forefront of the procession stood a petite girl, clutching a tablet, occasionally adjusting the direction of the advancing ranks. After an indeterminate period, the zombie army finally halted beneath a colossal peak. The girl gazed upon the towering mountain with a captivating smile before making her way to the rear of the ranks. Soon after, several Blood Clan members prodded a contingent of zombies to the foot of the giant mountain. This group of zombies was bound with chains, towing several artillery pieces. If they could breach this mountain, a grand feast awaited. The girl licked her lips and spoke to the Blood Clan members. Base 1 has fallen. In the conference room of the nuclear power base, over 100 individuals had gathered, and Zhang Yuliang spoke gravely, prompting an uproar of disbelief. How could this be? What should we do? The crowd buzzed with panic, and some began to weep openly. I suggest an immediate evacuation to outer space. Lu Ping proposed. No. We must rely on the fortifications of the nuclear power station and engage the zombies in a decisive battle. Captain Qi retorted through gritted teeth. It would be wiser to flee. The zombies are endless, and with over 20,000 at Base 1 annihilated, how can we, merely 100 strong, contend with them? A voice of dissent arose. Yes, we should escape quickly. As long as the mountains remain, we need not fear the loss of firewood. Indeed, we cannot perish in vain, and worse, become zombies ourselves. Immediately, personnel began to exit the conference room, evidently preparing to flee. A gunshot rang out. Those attempting to flee would face execution on the spot, as per wartime regulations. Captain Chi fired a warning shot into the ceiling. Everyone, remain calm. Zhang Yuliang hurriedly pressed down Captain Chi's weapon and urged both sides to temper their reactions. Our strength pales in comparison to the zombies. A direct confrontation is utterly unwise. But where can we escape to? Do you think you can reach the Earth ship without a sea vessel? And do you even know the coordinates of the island? Then what? We cannot fight, nor can we flee. Are we to simply await our doom? We must contact the aircraft carrier to come and rescue us. I'm afraid we lack contact information for the carrier. It's always been Base 1 responsible for dispatching. Now we can only prepare and hope that the carrier, upon learning of Base 1's destruction, will come to our aid. Lu Ping remained silent. He could hardly believe that the base had no contact information for the carrier. Previously, there had been multiple communications when the behemoth came to retrieve personnel. What are we to do? First, let's distribute weapons among everyone, at the very least. We should have some means of self-defense. Yes, indeed. I want weapons. Me too. Very well. Those in need of weapons may accompany me to the camp for distribution. Captain Chi announced before striding outward, and the crowd surged after him. Why deceive everyone? Lu Ping finally inquired once the throng dispersed. If they were aware that the carrier could come, their minds would solely be fixated on fleeing. Should the zombies arrive before the carrier, where would their fighting spirit remain? They must see a glimmer of hope amidst despair to bolster their cohesion. Zhang Yuliang sighed, massaging his temples. Lu Ping thought to himself that indeed, the choice of Zhang Yuliang as the leader of the base by Commander No. 5 was astute. The trained space team captain not only possessed professional skills, but also exhibited exceptional overall qualities, reaching heights that Lu Ping himself could not aspire to. You must have contacted the carrier, then? Lu Ping finally broached the subject. I did. They will take 3 days to arrive from the island. Therefore, we must remain vigilant during these 3 days and prevent any disturbances, Zhang Yuliang candidly replied. Very well. I shall prepare as well. With that, Lu Ping turned to leave. Leaving Zhang Yuliang alone in the conference room, sighing deeply. The carrier had visited several times before, transporting supplies prepared by the nuclear power base in batches to the Earth ship. Now free of concerns, Lu Ping looked forward to a direct confrontation with the zombies. The most effective way to combat fear is to face it head-on. The personnel at the nuclear power base endured 2 tense days. Zhang Yuliang announced to everyone that the carrier would arrive at the base the following day, allowing for a safe evacuation. The announcement greatly uplifted spirits, instilling joy and renewed vigor among the crowd. Outside the nuclear power base, the small town was now patrolled by sentries. That evening, 2 soldiers from the Wolf Fong squad patrolled the town. Chong Chong, do you sense something amiss? One soldier suddenly halted, peering into the dark, shadowy hills around them. Everything seems normal. Chong Chong, the soldier, scrutinized the surroundings, his brow furrowed in confusion. Something's not right, typically at this hour. The air is filled with the chirping of insects and frogs. Why is it so eerily quiet today? The soldier expressed his concern. Toot Sao, you're being overly sensitive. Just as Chong Chong finished speaking, a sound of falling rocks echoed through the night. Shall we investigate? Chapter 43. Retreat to the nuclear island. The 2 men, each providing cover for the other with their firearms, activated the powerful flashlights attached to their guns and advanced toward the source of the sound. Look, it's merely a stone that has fallen, Long Chuan said, pointing his gun at a round stone with an expression of ease. Perhaps I was just too tense. The bald man exhaled in relief, easing his anxiety. Without further delay, they turned to retrace their steps. Suddenly, the sound of rolling stones echoed ominously, cascading down the mountain. The 2 men sensed danger and quickly produced a signal gun, launching a flare towards the hillside. In an instant, the area was illuminated as brightly as day. They beheld countless zombies emerging from the slope, charging downwards. Calling Eagle, calling Eagle. Zombies detected, a large number of zombies. What is your location? A massive horde is crossing the hills outside the town. The exact number is indeterminable. Quickly retreat to the nuclear power base. Understood. The bald man and Long Chuan dared not fire their weapons, knowing that gunfire would surely attract the zombies, leading to their imminent demise. They hastened back to the town streets, where a military off-road vehicle awaited. With the roar of the engine, the vehicle sped toward the nuclear power base. Zhang Yuliang slammed his fist onto the conference table, expressing his frustration. We are less than a day away. The alarm system at the nuclear power base suddenly blared, startling everyone. The zombie horde surged forth, relentless as a tide, heading towards the nuclear plant. The personnel at the base were too few, and the zombies were too dispersed to form a beneficial interception like in the previous tunnel incident. All personnel swiftly enter Nuclear Island 2. The base's staff made their way to Nuclear Island 2, following the pre-established plan. Relying on the defenses of Island 2, they could ensure their safety even if they could not repel the zombies. The barbed wire surrounding Island 2 had long been electrified. As long as they maintained control of the entry points, they could effectively halt the advance. Apart from a few who entered the nuclear island to operate the fixed laser cannons, the remaining personnel were dispersed among armored vehicles and modified mobile laser cannons, staunchly guarding the entrances. Several high-powered searchlights installed atop the nuclear island illuminated the surroundings as brightly as day. The vanguard of the zombies had reached the perimeter of the barbed wire, charging headfirst into it. Sparks flew as the withered corpses were instantly incinerated by the high-voltage electricity. The barbed wire became a fiery barrier, and the relentless horde pressed on, undeterred by death, yet they could not breach the line for the moment. Some bloodsuckers attempted to scale the fence, but met a similar fate of electrocution. The barbed wire held firm for a time. Eventually, one of the bloodsuckers discovered a gap in the defenses and began directing the zombies to assault the entrance. Open fire. Countless beams of laser and kinetic projectiles erupted like rain, saturating the entryway. The zombies fell as they were struck, their bodies blasted into fragments by the force of the impacts. The high-energy laser cannons fired continuously, with each shot vaporizing a line of zombies into thin air. The entrance transformed into a meat grinder, with numerous zombies reduced to dust and air every minute. On the exterior of the nuclear island, several laser cannons adjusted their angles, unleashing colossal beams of light that flickered in the night. Each shot created a vacuum in the advancing zombie horde. As soon as the two sides clashed, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Before long, the subsequent waves of zombies set up several artillery pieces to bombard the barbed wire. While the wire could withstand the zombies, it could not resist the artillery shells. After a few rounds, gaps began to form in the barbed wire, and the zombies surged through like locusts. The fixed laser cannons had to abandon their assault on the zombie horde and redirect their fire towards the breaches. We must eliminate their heavy artillery, otherwise, the gaps will only widen, Captain Chi urged over the intercom. Leave it to me. Lu Ping was in charge of the laser cannons atop the nuclear island. In no time, the laser cannons locked onto the enemy's artillery positions and launched a saturation attack. After a carpet bombing, the enemy's heavy artillery fell silent. The breaches in the barbed wire stabilized for the moment, and both sides found themselves in a stalemate. After a night of trench warfare, the first light of dawn began to appear on the horizon. With the arrival of that faint glimmer, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed through the air. In the dim light, several armed helicopters could be seen approaching the base from the mountains. Shoot down the helicopters. Captain Chi's command barely finished when flames erupted from the helicopter's underside, and several ground missiles streaked towards the nuclear power base. Take cover. The explosions resonated as missiles struck the vicinity of the barbed wire and entrance with indiscriminate fury. Lu Ping felt the earth tremble, flames erupting skyward, and he shouted urgently into the intercom. Quickly enter the nuclear island for cover. The barbed wire and entrance were reduced to ruins by the missile strikes, clearly unable to withstand the onslaught of the zombie horde. Fortunately, as the missiles destroyed the barbed wire, they simultaneously cleared the nearby zombies. The battlefield fell eerily silent. Hurry! Into the nuclear island. Captain Chi recognized the urgency. They would surely be overwhelmed by the zombie horde otherwise. The group rushed towards the blast doors, leaving the armored vehicles and mobile artillery behind, removing their keys in haste. Minutes later, the blast doors gradually closed. Captain Chi took a quick inventory and found only 70 people remaining. It appeared that the recent missile strikes had resulted in a third of their personnel being lost. Everyone to the exterior of the nuclear island. Continue the defense. The outer shell of the nuclear island was constructed from high-strength reinforced concrete, making it an excellent sniping position. Elevated and secure. With a vertical drop of several dozen meters, the zombies could not easily scale it. During the initial fortification of Nuclear Island 2, numerous weapons had been installed, all heavy artillery far more powerful than individual arms. The group dispersed to their designated positions, and soon the weapons atop the nuclear island began to roar, mercilessly decimating the advancing zombie horde. The zombies could only rely on a few helicopters to circle above and launch attacks on the personnel on the island's exterior. With limited payloads, the armed helicopters quickly exhausted their missiles, and soon their machine guns ran dry, forcing them to retreat for ammunition resupply. It seemed that after breaching Base 1, the zombie horde had acquired and learned to operate helicopters in combat. Lao Lang, next time those helicopters come around, we must find a way to take them down. Captain Chi instructed over the intercom. Understood. When the time comes, you will provide me with opportunities using rockets and anti-aircraft machine guns. Chapter 44. Desperation after a night of relentless combat. Dawn broke, revealing the weariness etched upon the faces of the base personnel. Seizing the opportunity during the enemy helicopter's ammunition resupply, they hastily consumed some food and sought momentary respite. The ground zombies posed no threat in the shadow of the nuclear island, allowing them to momentarily disregard their presence. Having rested for scarcely 2 hours, the helicopters roared back into action. They launched missiles at the nuclear island from a distance before circling overhead, unleashing cannon fire upon the defending base personnel. 2 missiles detonated against the outer shell of the nuclear island, creating 2 moderate craters without jeopardizing its structural integrity. Establish a fire blockade, driving the helicopters into the designated position. With Captain Chi's command, anti-aircraft machine guns and rockets were unleashed upon the helicopters. Utilizing the cylindrical shell of the nuclear island for maneuverability, the helicopters soon entered the firing range of the fixed laser cannon. Open fire, ordered Lu Ping. A beam, as thick as a barrel, shot forth, enveloping 2 helicopters. The intense heat, exceeding 1,000 degrees, transformed the helicopters into molten metal, erupting in midair and scattering sparks like stars. The remaining helicopter, sensing impending doom, swiftly changed direction, only to be struck directly by a rocket, spiraling downwards like a falling leaf. With all 3 helicopters neutralized, jubilation erupted among the defenders. They glanced at the horde of zombies below, leaving a few behind to monitor the situation, while the rest hurried back inside the reactor for much-needed rest. Has the aircraft carrier arrived? Lu Ping inquired directly upon seeing Zhang Yuyang. We're less than 100 nautical miles from the base, but under the current circumstances, docking is impossible. The water levels elsewhere are too shallow. If the carrier approaches, it may run aground. Zhang Yuyang's expression darkened. This truly poses a dilemma. While we have preserved our lives, the outside is besieged, leaving no possibility for an escape. Even if the carrier were to dock, we couldn't reach it. Lu Ping acknowledged the gravity of the situation. There's no choice. The carrier has arrived half a day late. If we do not retreat to the nuclear island, we will be annihilated. Once we fall back, we cannot leave, Lu Ping lamented. The group found themselves cornered in a dire predicament. For now, the carrier must maintain a safe distance from the base and refrain from docking. They could not let the zombies discover their escape route. Otherwise, the enemy would seal off the coastline, leaving them truly trapped. Captain Chi articulated, this is the only course of action for now. By the way, Lao Lang, you are familiar with the layout of the power plant. Is there any other way to reach the seaside or the dock directly from the nuclear island? Let me ponder that. Lost in thought, Lu Ping and the others made their way to the control room, where the control equipment had been installed. Lu Ping powered on a computer, pulling up a system diagram for meticulous examination while occasionally scratching his head in frustration before moving on to the next image. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Lu Ping sprang to his feet, excitement radiating from him as he announced to the group, there is a way out. How do we get out? Zhang Yuyang asked eagerly. Underground. Lu Ping replied succinctly. What is the specific route? Can you elaborate so we can prepare? Captain Chi pressed for details. The nuclear power plant is equipped with numerous devices, necessitating a complex cable system for power supply. Consequently, the entire underground is a labyrinth of conduits filled with cables and pipes. If we navigate through these corridors, we can escape to the seawater discharge outlet. Lu Ping explained. Can these corridors accommodate so many people? Captain Chi continued his inquiry. Rest assured, these corridors are over 3 meters wide and high, akin to underground tunnels, and will easily allow passage. Lu Ping assured confidently. Time is of the essence. We must organize our team to move swiftly. Zhang Yuliang urged. Not yet. These corridors are exceptionally intricate, resembling a maze. Without a reference point, it is all too easy to become disoriented. I need to chart a route based on these system diagrams before we proceed. We must follow the markings on the pipes or cables to find our way out. This will take some time. The underground corridor system was exceedingly complex, spanning multiple levels and constructed in segments. It was unlikely anyone could remember every route. And with just a few twists and turns, one could easily lose their sense of direction. Thus, it was imperative to prepare relevant blueprints beforehand, using the corridor markings as a guide to avoid getting lost. All right, then let us take this opportunity to rest while Lu Ping prepares the route map. We will depart immediately upon completion, Zhang Yuliang declared decisively. Lu Ping settled in front of the computer, opening a drawing software to meticulously trace the lines according to the system diagram. Each line was drawn in a different color, with annotations for key parameters such as elevation, corridor numbers, pipe system identifiers, and cable numbers, essential markers for their journey. After nearly an hour, he marked the final drainage outlet, achieving his goal. He shared the completed route in the base group chat, ensuring everyone had access. Additionally, he printed several hard copies for key individuals, then erased any traces of the drawing from the computer to avoid detection. Attention everyone. In these diagrams, red signifies cable markings, green denotes pipe markings, and black indicates corridor markings. The numbers on the lines represent elevation, simplified as 1, 2, and 3 to denote underground levels. I have particularly highlighted every turning point. Should anyone fall behind, they can reference the diagrams to find an exit. Lu Ping succinctly summarized the route, assuring that with the diagrams and on-site comparisons, they could easily navigate. Trouble. The zombies are beginning to stack themselves into a wall. We must act immediately, Lu Ping exclaimed, glancing at the surveillance screen, where an overwhelming mass of zombies surrounded the nuclear island, constructing a makeshift descent. The nuclear island had some peripheral facilities, providing pathways to the outside world. For instance, there was a crane transfer passageway situated 20 meters above the nuclear island. The endless horde of zombies would merely expend more time and sacrifice additional lives to reach them. Notify the guards to return immediately. They need not concern themselves with the zombies. Captain Chi quickly contacted the perimeter team, and before long, several members returned. All 70 remained intact as they descended to the underground level via the staircase, leading the team through a series of twists and turns. Lu Ping arrived at a secluded corner. Chapter 45. The underground escape. This location was obscured by a dense array of cable trays, with a wall behind it. It was a partition wall, and we needed to break through it to gain access to the first conduit, Lu Ping declared. He had anticipated this scenario while drafting his plans and had already made the necessary arrangements. Old Xiao stepped forward, wielding an electric hammer. Not far away stood a 3-level electrical cabinet, and he immediately connected the wires on site, activating the hammer to drill into the wall. The partition wall was constructed from lightweight materials, akin to foam concrete. Under the impact of the electric hammer, it shattered like foam, and within minutes, a substantial hole was created. As the team leader, Lu Ping took Hu Liqing's hand and was the first to pass through. Upon entering, they found themselves in a remarkably spacious corridor. One side of the conduit was lined with metallic supports, adorned with cable trays and various metal pipes. The markings T1 USG indicated the code for this conduit. SELXX represented the pipeline number, and KKSXXX denoted the designation for this row of cables. With a brief comparison, it was easy to distinguish the paths. Lu Ping, referring to the physical layout, provided a concise explanation of the route map. and everyone immediately grasped how to identify the pathways. The group traversed the various corridors, truly resembling a subterranean labyrinth. They frequently had to climb and crouch, navigating through the underground third-level conduit. Lu Ping arrived at a vertical shaft, which plunged 6 meters deep. To descend, there was only a steel ladder affixed to the wall, extending outward as a handrail. Grasping the handrail, Lu Ping was the first to descend, arriving at the third underground level. Here, they were already 20 meters below ground, and the environment was exceedingly damp and chilly, with some puddles collecting on the floor. Proximity to the coastline meant the water table was shallow. Moisture from the ground slowly seeped through the concrete walls of the conduit, resulting in condensation on the walls, which gradually accumulated into puddles at the bottom. To manage the standing water, there were collection pits at regular intervals within the corridor, equipped with pumps to periodically expel the water. The Unit 2 had not yet been fully handed over to the operating unit, and after nearly a year without maintenance post-disaster, the water had risen to ankle depth. As Lu Ping stepped through the puddles, they splashed noisily, the icy water chilling him to the bone. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. A scream pierced the silence. Panic erupted among the group. Lu Ping quickly turned on his flashlight and called out, "Everyone, remain calm. There are emergency lights in the corridor. Please wait here while I activate the emergency switch." Ordinarily, the emergency lights should automatically illuminate once the main power was cut. Why was manual activation necessary? This was a precautionary measure by the construction team, primarily because the project had not yet been finalized. Lu Ping made his way towards a dimly glowing green light, the location of the emergency light control cabinet. He opened the cabinet door and pressed the switch, causing the emergency lights to flicker on, illuminating the conduit once more. "Let us move quickly. The emergency lights can only last for 4 hours. We must not waste any time." The group resumed their journey, but the emergency lights were considerably dimmer than standard illumination, noticeably slowing their pace. Shortly, they turned into the next corridor, which was also engulfed in darkness. It appeared that zombies had breached the nuclear island and severed the power supply to the corridor. Lu Ping mused. However, he was perplexed as to whether all power had been cut or just that of the corridor. Given the complete darkness, it was best to wait until everyone was together before entering to activate the emergency power to avoid leaving anyone behind. 73. Lu Ping counted the number of people and realized one was missing. "Why is someone missing?" he inquired. "We've all been together. You must have miscounted." Someone replied. "I've counted 3 times. We are definitely short one person. Everyone, check your respective teams to see who is absent." The group quickly dispersed, and indeed, they discovered that Zhao Ying was missing. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Ping. He could not fathom that Zhao Ying, with her intelligence and physical prowess, would fall behind unless she had discreetly departed. When could she have left? It must have been during the power outage. Why would she do such a thing? Was it to meet her so-called daughter? Lu Ping dared not contemplate further. If she truly allied with the Blood Clan, none of them would escape. They would be trapped by zombies at the conduit's exit, facing certain doom. Lu Ping cast a grave glance at Zhang Yuyang and the other aerospace team members but refrained from voicing his thoughts. "I'll go find her. You all continue ahead," suggested aerospace team member Qian Yongshan. "No, splitting up to search will only delay us further. I believe Zhao Ying is capable enough to catch up. We should remain together and wait for her at the exit." Zhang Yuyang resolutely countered Qian Yongshan's proposal. The group pondered this and concluded that even if she had inadvertently fallen behind, with them lighting the way ahead, she would likely catch up easily. Clearly, everyone accepted Zhang Yuyang's reasoning. Lu Ping remained silent and proceeded to activate the emergency power, with the group quickly following suit to continue their journey. After an hour of trudging, they had traversed only half the distance. The group had endured a full day and night of exertion, having rested less than 2 hours prior and consumed only some rations. The underground corridor was cold and damp, leaving them in a state of hunger and exhaustion. "Let us take a break and wait for Zhao Ying," suggested De Qiao. "Indeed, after a night of toil, we must regain our strength," echoed Xiao Qiao. "We should rest only after reaching the second underground level. This place is too damp and cold for rest." Captain Qi interjected. "Eagle has a point. Let us rest at the second underground level, where it's at least drier. Zhang Yuliang proposed a compromise, and the group reached a consensus. Dragging their weary bodies, they continued through the corridor. Finally, they arrived at the shaft leading to the second underground level, where they laboriously climbed the steel ladder and collapsed on the ground, pulling out water and rations to satiate their hunger. After half an hour of rest, Captain Chi glanced at his watch and urged, "We must hurry." As special forces, a day and night of combat was nothing to them, but for ordinary individuals, it was overwhelming. Soon, the sound of snoring filled the corridor. Suddenly, a rushing sound echoed from below the shaft. "It seems Zhaoing has caught up," Zhang Yuliang exclaimed with a smile. "Perfect timing. Let us wait here for Zhaoing." The rushing sound grew more urgent. "Run!" Captain Chi shouted, swiftly shouldering his weapon and chambering around. Chapter 46. Lost. The group was startled awake by Captain Chi's urgent call, momentarily disoriented and unsure of the situation. "The zombies are upon us. Run!" Captain Chi shouted. As the sound of crashing waves grew nearer, a mutated zombie finally reached the bottom of the shaft. It let out a furious roar toward the crowd above, grasped the ladder with both hands, and, like a nimble monkey, leaped a meter upwards, swiftly climbing toward them. The sound of gunfire erupted. Only then did the crowd regain their senses, hurriedly fleeing into the next corridor. Lu Ping, pulling Hu Liqing along, sprinted at the forefront, not daring to glance back at what was happening, focusing solely on their escape. Behind them, the sporadic sounds of gunfire and human screams echoed. Lu Ping turned into another corridor, still prioritizing their flight over checking the emergency power supply, relying instead on the faint light of a flashlight to navigate the pitch-black passageway. Gradually, the footsteps behind them grew fainter. When Lu Ping looked back, he found no one else in sight, only he and Hu Liqing remained. They've scattered. Lu Ping gasped. "What should we do?" Hu Liqing inquired. "There is nothing we can do but save ourselves." Without pausing, Lu Ping realized that, in their desperate attempt to escape the mutated zombies, they had strayed from their intended path, leading to a gnawing sense of dread. They were lost. Daring not to look back or halt, Lu Ping relied on his memories to guide him as he continued running toward the exit. Time passed, though they could not tell how long, until they finally stopped, exhausted and unable to run any further. "Let us rest for a bit," Hu Liqing suggested. "All right," Lu Ping replied, and they curled up in a corner, huddling close together. To avoid attracting the zombies, they turned off the flashlight. Before long, they drifted into a fitful sleep. "Little girl, be good." Lu Ping was jolted awake by a giggle. He turned on the flashlight and scanned the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Exhaling in relief, he glanced at the time and realized they had unknowingly slept for over 4 hours. If it's time to die, then let it be. He looked at the still sleeping Hu Liqing, turned off the flashlight, and held her close, soon falling asleep again. "Little girl, be good. I'm coming to find you." Lu Ping awoke once more, checking the area without discovering anything unusual. Seeing it was now nighttime, he noted that their rest had been long enough to dispel earlier fatigue, and his thoughts had become considerably clearer. Gently shaking Hu Liqing awake, he said, "We can't linger here. We must find a way out of this corridor." Rubbing her eyes and stretching, Hu Liqing asked, "How long have we slept?" "Over 8 hours. It's past 9 in the evening," Lu Ping replied with a wry smile. "We've slept for so long. Where do we go from here? It seems we're lost." Hu Liqing took out a piece of bread and shared half with Lu Ping. "Let us just start moving. If we can find a familiar route, we can escape." Accepting the bread, Lu Ping quickly consumed it. The two set off again, but after a lengthy search, they still could not locate their planned route. They pressed onward, resigned to chance. Soon, they entered another corridor, and Lu Ping illuminated it with his flashlight. "We can get out," he exclaimed excitedly. "Have you found the way ahead?" Hu Liqing perked up instantly. "Not exactly. I've discovered a new method," Lu Ping replied, pulling Hu Liqing deeper into the corridor until they reached a row of pipes. Hu Liqing looked at him with confusion. "We'll use this to escape," Lu Ping said, pointing to a large metal pipe, its radius greater than their height. "This is a main drainage pipe. All wastewater and rainwater from the factories converge here, flowing out to the sea. Therefore, its endpoint is the outlet," Lu Ping explained with a smile. "That is fantastic. If we follow it, we can get out." Hu Liqing exclaimed joyfully. Not all drainage pipes are contained within the corridor. Some traverse walls or are buried underground. We can't just follow it. We need to enter it, Lu Ping clarified. But how do we get in? This is a solid metal structure, and we have no tools. Hu Liqing said, somewhat disheartened. Don't worry, follow me. Lu Ping teased, guiding Hu Liqing along the pipe for a short distance before stopping again. Before them stood a handwheel. Lu Ping stepped forward, gripping it tightly and exerting all his strength to turn it. As the wheel slowly rotated, an entrance gradually appeared on the pipe's exterior. Haha, this is a maintenance manhole. Thankfully, I remembered. Lu Ping exclaimed. Such large diameter drainage or ventilation pipes, under normal temperature and pressure, do not have stringent quality requirements. As long as they don't leak, they suffice. The simplest inspection method is for personnel to enter and check for light leaks, which is why maintenance manholes are strategically placed. This is wonderful. Hu Liqing cheered. All right, let us go in, Lu Ping said, glancing at the pipe's flow direction indicator before following Hu Liqing inside. Traveling along the pipe's flow, they felt a sense of safety. As long as the zombies did not discover the manhole, they could safely reach the exit. The pipe was a confined space, amplifying any noise made within due to resonance. Thus, they tread lightly, careful to avoid making any sounds that could overwhelm them. Before long, Lu Ping suddenly halted and gestured for silence. What's wrong? Hu Liqing whispered. Lu Ping pointed to the pipe's outer wall and pressed his ear against it to listen carefully. Hu Liqing followed suit. I hear wind, she said excitedly. Yes, that means we're close to the exit. Lu Ping's expression brightened. With the exit nearing, their spirits lifted, and they quickened their pace. However, they soon halted again, exchanging a serious glance before pressing their ears to the pipe wall once more. They heard a cacophony of footsteps outside, mingled with the roars of zombies and the terrified screams of humans. It appeared that the scattered crowd had approached the outlet, but had been overtaken by zombies. What should we do? Do we still go out? Hu Liqing asked, her brow furrowed. We must go out. Remaining here, we risk being eaten by zombies or dying of confinement. Only by escaping can we hold on to a glimmer of hope, Lu Ping resolved, pulling Hu Liqing along as they continued toward the exit. Chapter 47. Boarding the aircraft carrier. Uncertain how long they had walked, a gentle breeze finally brushed against their faces, carrying with it a faint scent of the sea. The exit was drawing near. Gradually, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. The sea exit was now within sight. However, the expressions on their faces were devoid of joy, replaced instead by a grave seriousness. The sounds they had previously heard were ominous enough to indicate that the zombies had pursued them to the vicinity of the exit. Could the exit still be considered safe? Clearly, the situation was far from optimistic. They slowed their pace, cautiously approaching the exit, occasionally pausing to lean against the wall and listen to the sounds outside. It seems quiet out there, Hu Liqing remarked. Prepare yourself. I will go out to assess the situation first, Lu Ping replied, drawing a handgun, releasing the safety, and chambering around. Lu Ping understood that conventional weapons posed little threat to mutated zombies, unless one could achieve a precise headshot. He certainly lacked such marksmanship. This was merely a means to bolster his own courage. As they reached the edge of the exit, an endless expanse of ocean lay before them. The shoreline remained obscured from this vantage point. Lu Ping pressed a gentle kiss to Hu Liqing's forehead, raised his firearm, and stepped onto the beach. The 2-unit was not operational, leaving the exit to be a shallow area. Low mangroves grew in the water, and Lu Ping quickly slipped into the thicket, peering towards the coast. No one was there, neither zombies nor the bloodthirsty. Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief and beckoned Hu Liqing. After they reunited, they swiftly made their way along the shoreline towards the dock. The exit was merely a shallow area devoid of any vessels. The aircraft carrier lay 50 nautical miles from the nuclear power plant. To board it, they needed to secure a boat. As they approached the dock, they spied several speedboats quietly moored, gently bobbing with the waves in the surrounding stillness. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing concealed themselves behind some debris along the shore, observing for several minutes without detecting any anomalies. The horde of zombies seemed concentrated around the 2 nuclear power units, while the dock remained surprisingly tranquil. We cannot afford to hesitate. We must seize a speedboat, Lu Ping declared resolutely, pulling Hu Liqing as they dashed toward the dock. Their passage was uneventful, and they successfully boarded one of the speedboats. Instantly, they ignited the engine and sped into the open sea. As Lu Ping piloted the boat, he glanced back at the receding nuclear power station, still incredulous that they had truly escaped. There was an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. After 4 or 5 hours of navigating through the waves, the colossal silhouette of the aircraft carrier finally came into view. Lu Ping retrieved a flare gun and launched a signal. Soon, the speedboat came alongside the carrier, and they were rescued by the crew, wrapped in blankets and taken to a reception room. "What about the others?" inquired a middle-aged man dressed in a naval uniform. "We got separated during our retreat," Lu Ping said, holding a cup of coffee with a somber tone. This man was the temporary captain of the massive vessel. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, "Please take some time to rest. This area is relatively safe for now. We will wait and observe for a while." "Thank you," Lu Ping responded, and the captain departed, leaving crew members to escort them to a cabin. Having narrowly escaped death multiple times over the past 2 days, their bodies and minds were utterly exhausted. After a meager meal, they succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon waking again, Lu Ping peered through the cabin window and noticed the aircraft carrier was underway. He quickly rose and made his way outside. On the deck, he felt the warm sun, the gentle breeze, and the calm sea. Lu Ping lay down on the deck, stretching out in a star shape, watching the clouds drift above, feeling an odd sense of unreality about it all. He closed his eyes, lost in thought. The zombies had evidently discovered everyone's escape plan. Why had they not sealed the exit, nor made any arrangements at the dock? Everything seemed so irrational. In the heat of their flight, he had been too preoccupied to ponder these matters. Now, reflecting on it, it felt as if their departure had been deliberately permitted. Why would they do such a thing? Or rather, why would she do it? What was her purpose? Was it gratitude for the care she had received? Or was there another motive? Abruptly, Lu Ping was roused from his reverie. He hurried to the command center to find the captain. "Captain, I suspect we may be being followed," Lu Ping stated bluntly. "That's impossible. The radar has detected nothing," the captain replied confidently, pointing to the radar screen. Lu Ping examined the display, indeed finding no sign of anything unusual. After a moment of contemplation, he considered a possibility. But could there be something undetectable by radar? Perhaps from above or below the water. That is feasible, such as stealth fighters, submarines, or even stealth ships. As long as they don't reveal themselves, they can evade radar detection, the captain acknowledged after a brief consideration. "Captain, I suspect they are aware of the island's existence, but they do not know its coordinates. They may have deliberately allowed me to escape to track the carrier and locate the island's coordinates." Lu Ping articulated his theory. "Lu Ping, that is merely speculation. While it is plausible, I do not believe mutated zombies have evolved to such an extent. Furthermore, even if we are being followed, we have no means of identifying them. We must hasten to the island and activate the ship to leave Earth," the captain insisted with gravity. Verifying this is not difficult. Lu Ping had already devised a method of confirmation. "Oh, what method do you have?" the captain inquired with keen interest. "Psychological warfare. We will feign that we have detected them, and the aircraft carrier will immediately enter combat mode. If we are indeed being followed, they will likely believe they have been exposed and will activate their combat systems. The radar should then respond," Lu Ping proposed. "That is a clever plan. But you are aware that the carrier currently lacks combat capability. Even if we enter combat mode, we have no significant offensive means," the captain lamented. "That is of little concern. We can mobilize some personnel to fire a torpedo or missile without targeting any specific objective." Lu Ping clarified the details. "Very well. That is an excellent approach." Following the captain's orders, shortly after, a hatch atop the carrier opened. Hundreds of drones surged forth, heading towards their predetermined targets. A vertical launch system opened, and a missile was ejected, trailing flames as it soared into the sky. An underwater launch port activated, releasing a torpedo that sped toward a specific direction at the rear of the ship. Monitor the tracking signals. Chapter 48. The Truth of the Traitor. A screen displayed a multitude of red dots, illustrating the trajectories of drones, missiles, and torpedoes. Before long, Several red dots vanished in succession. A report indicated that the drones had been intercepted and destroyed. The missiles were intercepted. The torpedoes were intercepted. Subsequently, alarms blared automatically, and a dozen red dots appeared on the radar. These dots were trailing behind the aircraft carrier, maintaining a speed identical to that of the carrier, positioned hundreds of nautical miles away, and were gradually accelerating. The captain furrowed his brow in concentration. Monitor if they retaliate. A report came in. The enemy had not initiated an attack. Listening to the updates, the captain clasped his hands behind his back and paced back and forth, then commanded, "Proceed at full speed towards the designated target." He then called out to Lu Ping, and the two departed together. The captain led Lu Ping across the deck and down several flights of stairs to a chamber located at the lowest level of the aircraft carrier. Inside this chamber was a slender metallic object, resembling a submarine, complete with a propeller at its tail and a fully sealed body. "Lu Ping, it appears we may not escape unscathed today," the captain remarked, casting a glance at his companion. Lu Ping remained silent, awaiting further explanation. "It seems the mutated zombies deliberately let you escape. Your yacht was likely outfitted with a tracking device long ago. The enemy's warships now vastly outnumber ours. Yet they have refrained from attacking. Their intentions are clear. They aim for the small island, with the ultimate target being the Earth." After the captain finished speaking, he regarded Lu Ping with a grave expression. "Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts." Lu Ping concurred with the captain's analysis. "Once we approach the small island, we may not even have time to disembark before being annihilated by them. Consequently, the Earth will fall into their hands, and even if there are survivors among us, we will have no chance of turning the tide." The captain's gaze then shifted to the submarine. "What are your plans next, Captain?" Lu Ping inquired, sensing an ominous tone in the captain's voice. "As a soldier, my duty is to engage the enemy to the bitter end." The captain's expression was one of grim determination. "But this warship lacks sufficient manpower to confront them." Lu Ping hastily interjected. "That refers to conventional means. Do you think a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier lacks its hidden capabilities?" The captain replied with a faint smile. "Are you implying nuclear?" Lu Ping's voice trailed off. "Indeed, all I need to do is insert this key, input a password, and press a button." The captain produced a key attached to a chain from his breast pocket. "I do not intend to launch these warheads. If intercepted, the effect would be significantly diminished. Hence, I plan to anchor at a strategic location and detonate them directly from the carrier once they are close." The captain elucidated his plan to Lu Ping. "Captain, you must have additional preparations for bringing me here, correct?" Lu Ping asked, gazing at the submarine. "Indeed. This is a military submersible capable of diving thousands of meters underwater. When the aircraft carrier is 1,000 nautical miles from the island, you and Hu Liqing will utilize this device to depart from beneath the waves. I will preset the autopilot, ensuring it navigates you safely past the shockwave of the nuclear explosion, ultimately reaching the island." The captain shared his contingency plan with Lu Ping. "We could leave together," Lu Ping urged. As soldiers, how can we merely survive? If I were to escape with you, even if I fled to outer space, I would never have the chance to confront the zombies again. Moreover, with a dozen enemy warships pursuing us, there would hardly be a chance for mutual destruction. It is far better to engage them now, creating an opportunity for you. Time is of the essence. Although this submersible can pilot itself, you must learn some fundamental operations." The captain opened the submarine's hatch, leading Lu Ping inside to begin instruction. 2 hours later, they emerged once more. "I hope that one day, you and your wife can reclaim the Earth and avenge humanity," the captain stated, saluting Lu Ping. "Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will return to Earth and eradicate the zombies," Lu Ping promised solemnly. "Good. Let us prepare separately." Both men departed, each pursuing their tasks. Lu Ping returned to the quarters, informing Hu Liqing of the situation. Together, they gathered provisions and water, hastily making their way to the lower deck. Upon arrival, Lu Ping opened the submarine, placing the supplies inside, and began simulating operations while teaching Hu Liqing how to navigate. As they practiced, the ship's intercom suddenly blared. The captain was calling Lu Ping to the command room. Lu Ping exited the submarine and swiftly made his way to the command room. Inside, there were only a handful of personnel, About a dozen figures. These individuals glanced at Lu Ping before returning to their duties. The captain stood before a monitor, his imposing figure obscuring the display. "Captain," Lu Ping greeted from behind. "Come take a look," the captain replied without turning, stepping aside slightly. On the monitor stood two women, one a little girl, the other, surprisingly, Zhaoying. "You can speak directly. They can hear you," the captain prompted. Lu Ping, observing the familiar faces, furrowed his brow and asked softly, "Why?" The little girl blinked her wide, sparkling eyes, cuddling her teddy bear as she looked up at Zhaoying. Zhaoying brushed her hair back, smiling as she said, "Lu Ping, humanity has lost all hope. The Blood Clan is the future. I hope you can persuade your compatriots on the aircraft carrier to make a wise choice." "Ha ha ha. Now that is truly the greatest joke of the century." Lu Ping laughed hysterically. "Lu Ping, I care not for the opinions of the world. I have but one question for you. Do you know why Hu Liqing has been unable to conceive?" Zhao Ying's smile faded, her gaze fixed on Lu Ping. It should be a matter of probability," Lu Ping responded, lacking confidence. "What if I told you it is not a matter of chance, but rather a consequence of the cataclysm? Would you believe me?" Zhaoying stated calmly. "What do you mean?" Lu Ping felt a sense of foreboding. "Not just her, but also me, along with your disciples, De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, and the over 20,000 people at Base 1. In this past year, has there been a single birth or any news of a woman's pregnancy? Do you still think this is a matter of probability?" Zhao Ying's tone turned grave. "You knew all along. Why did you not speak up sooner?" Lu Ping finally realized the truth. Humanity could no longer reproduce. "I have merely concluded the outcome. I have not identified the cause. However, I have discovered a solution, and I have subtly encouraged you to explore it," Zhaoying declared, revealing a sinister smile as she cast her gaze down towards the little girl. Chapter 49. Escape from Earth. The little girl lifted her head, tugging at Zhao Ying's arm, and cried out, "Mommy, you are insane. Your thoughts are utterly perverse. Is this truly a way to propagate our kind? Even if it were possible, would the offspring still be human?" Lu Ping shouted in indignation. "Lu Ping, you are supposed to be a researcher of sorts. Why is your thinking so narrow-minded? What do you define as human? Is it merely a specific appearance or an absolute genetic makeup? As long as the progeny inherit our thoughts, carry forward our knowledge, and embrace their identity, does it truly matter what their genes or appearance might be?" Zhaoying gently caressed the little girl's hair as she spoke softly. "You lunatic. You traitor. Is this your justification for betraying us?" Lu Ping retorted angrily. "Look at her. She is exquisitely beautiful, truly perfect. We once referred to her as a bloodline. I believe the term new humanity is far more fitting. Furthermore, I have verified that they are not reproductively isolated from humans. Their mutated organs can integrate with human anatomy. The only path forward for humanity to endure is through uniting with them. Otherwise, within a few decades, once the survivors have perished, humanity will vanish entirely from Earth." Zhaoying concluded, her eyes brimming with hope as she gazed at Lu Ping. "Ha ha. A traitor will always find ample justification for their actions. Your conduct could scarcely be described as anything less than treasonous. I have nothing more to say to you," Lu Ping declared, turning to leave. "Fine. Since you refuse to understand me, I will not force you. But don't you wish to see them?" Zhaoying said, pulling the little girl aside to reveal the scene behind her. At her words, Lu Ping turned to look. He beheld over 70 individuals escaping from the nuclear power facility, all shackled and linked together by chains, standing orderly on the deck of a warship. Seeing that these people were still alive, Lu Ping felt a weight lift from his heart. Yet, the thought of their impending fate compelled him to glance at the captain. Perhaps the captain's choice was a form of liberation for these individuals. Otherwise, they would merely become Zhao Ying's breeding instruments. "Zhaoying, do you believe yourself to be great?" "I, Lu Ping, vow today that even if I am the last human remaining, I shall ensure the legacy of human civilization endures and that the human race thrives once more. I will see humanity's footprints traverse the cosmic seas. And you, along with the new humanity you speak of, will one day find themselves in the depths of hell at my hands." Upon finishing, Lu Ping cast a final glance at the crowd in the footage and addressed the captain. "Captain, may I have a copy of the earlier video call? I wish to keep it as a reminder to awaken my resolve." "Of course." The captain nodded in agreement. Thank you. Lu Ping returned to the submersible, and soon he received the video on his phone. After saving it, he turned his mind away from other thoughts. The pursuers were closing in, and it seemed the captain would press the button shortly. Indeed, not long after, a watertight door slowly rose in the compartment where the submersible was housed, sealing off the vessel from the ship. Once the door closed, several water inlets opened, and seawater rapidly surged into the compartment, engulfing the submersible in moments. Lu Ping, I am about to open the lower hatch. Once it opens, you must start the submersible at once and dive below 1,000 meters. Do you understand? The captain's voice came through the earpiece. Understood. With the communication concluded, the submersible's hull began to contract laterally. It slipped through the hatch and into the ocean. Lu Ping hastily activated the submersible, which churned the water as it descended toward the depths. As the submersible plunged deeper, various creaking sounds echoed within, a result of the hull being compressed by water pressure, a process that remained within acceptable limits. Like a specter, the submersible descended further into the abyss, where light had completely vanished. Only the submersible's headlights illuminated the surroundings. The underwater vistas were boundless, yet both were too preoccupied to appreciate their beauty. They closely monitored the parameters on the display and the sounds from the aircraft carrier's command center through their earpieces. Captain, we have reached a depth of 1,000 meters. Lu Ping reported to the carrier. Good, Lu Ping. You may now proceed along the route I have set toward the island. The captain's voice responded. Farewell, Captain. I will forever remember you. Lu Ping said, his eyes glistening. Lu Ping, Li Qing, farewell. I wish you luck and safety. The communication then ceased, and the submersible silently advanced toward the island. What transpired on the surface was unknown to them. Donning their breathing masks, they sat in the cockpit, hand in hand, traversing the abyss in silence. Neither spoke a word. Suddenly, a brilliant light penetrated the depths, illuminating the dark ocean floor as if it were daylight. The brilliance lasted several minutes before vanishing. The countdown for the Earth vessel and Oppo's launch commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Successful ignition. Report engine power. Engine power at 0, 10, 20, 5, 2. The spacecraft is preparing for launch countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Retract mechanical arms. Mechanical arms retracted. Adjust engine thrust angle. Control flight posture. The aerodynamic devices are ready for separation. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Separation. The aerodynamic devices have separated. Altitude 580 kilometers. Activating centrifugal drive mechanism. Activated. Adjusting spacecraft posture. Setting course for lunar synchronous orbit. Course set. Entering autopilot mode. The Earth vessel's form resembled a massive steering wheel. The linked rods expelled flames as it burst through the atmosphere, swiftly adjusting its direction toward the moon. The fusion engine was formidable, its thrust immense, requiring no gravitational slingshot to accelerate. It simply charged ahead in its chosen path. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing stood before the cockpit's window, watching as the Earth, Sun, and Moon alternated in the view. This was due to the constant rotation of the steering wheel. Within the spacecraft, they felt no sensation of spinning, only the centrifugal force it generated. As the steering wheel rotated, the exterior visuals transformed like slides in a projector. The cosmos was enveloped in darkness, silent and profound. When the cockpit faced away from the light, the resplendent Milky Way unfolded before them. No post-processing was required. The clusters of stars intertwined, delivering a breathtaking visual impact. Gazing out the window at the fleeting azure planets, Lu Ping softly vowed, I shall return to Earth. Chapter 50. Lunar expressed the distance between the Earth and the Moon, on a cosmic scale, is negligible. Traveling at the speed of light, one could reach the Moon from Earth in just over a second. Theoretically, the Earth ship can achieve a maximum speed of 30 of the speed of light, allowing it to traverse the Earth-Moon distance in less than 5 seconds at full throttle. However, this remains a theoretical scenario, as the spacecraft requires an acceleration phase for launch, taking into account the human body's limits, which cannot endure excessive acceleration. Upon nearing the Moon, A deceleration phase is necessary to synchronize the spacecraft's velocity and trajectory with that of the Moon. Consequently, the Earth ship spent 2 hours adjusting its orbit and speed before finally settling into a synchronous orbit around the Moon. Despite the Moon's weak gravitational pull, it lacks suitable launch platforms for spacecraft landings, rendering the Earth ship unable to touch down. This limitation sparked ideas in Liu Ping's mind regarding modifications to the Earth ship, such as installing several foldable multifunctional landing gear. This would enable direct landings on uninhabited celestial bodies for rest and resource collection, utilizing various onboard equipment for material procurement and equipment manufacturing. However, such modifications are not feasible at present. The immediate priority lies in gathering sufficient nuclear fuel from the Moon. Due to the Moon's low mass and gravity, its outer material is sparse, with virtually no matter beyond its surface. Sunlight shines unobstructed upon the Moon's surface, leading to the accumulation of substantial amounts of deuterium, tritium, and helium-3 over billions of years. These isotopes are products of hydrogen fusion reactions occurring within the Sun, deposited on the lunar surface by solar winds. While similar materials exist on Earth, the planet's magnetic field and atmosphere significantly reduce their availability at the surface, with most found in seawater. Approximately 1 deuterium atom is present for every 500 hydrogen atoms in seawater, amounting to about 450 trillion tons of deuterium. The energy released from the complete fusion of deuterium in a liter of seawater is equivalent to that of 300 liters of gasoline. Specifically, each liter of seawater contains 30 milligrams of deuterium, and the energy produced from the fusion of 30 milligrams of deuterium equals that of 300 liters of gasoline combusted entirely. Based on global energy consumption, the fusion of deuterium in seawater could sustain humanity for several billion years. Moreover, nuclear fusion can progress through several generations. The first-generation reaction employs the fusion of deuterium and tritium to generate helium. Its advantages include inexpensive fuel, but it produces neutrons, which are penetrating and radioactive. The helium produced from this reaction can then be used for second-generation fusion. The second generation involves the fusion of tritium and helium-3, which does not generate neutrons directly. However, the presence of deuterium can still yield a minimal neutron output. The third generation of fusion entails the reaction of helium-3 with helium-3, resulting in a fusion process that produces no neutrons whatsoever, representing the pinnacle of fusion perfection. Naturally, various isotopes of other elements can also participate in fusion reactions, following similar principles. Given the abundance of deuterium, tritium, and helium-3 on the Moon, there is no need to squander other precious metals. As of the year 2100, humanity's exploration and development of the Moon have reached a mature stage, with numerous bases established on its surface. The primary mission of these bases is to extract nuclear fusion fuel. Although humans can land on the Moon, the costs associated with long-term habitation are prohibitive, leading to the establishment of unmanned bases. The Earth ship docked on the far side of the Moon, where our nation has established the most bases. Liu Ping's purpose for this lunar stop was to collect the nuclear fuel harvested by these bases. Given the Earth ship's inability to land, the process proved somewhat cumbersome. Liu Ping first connected the mainframe of the Earth ship to the lunar base's central system via relay satellites, issuing instructions to each base. Lunar rovers within the bases packaged the extracted nuclear fuel and transported it to the main base's return capsule. With the Moon's minimal gravity and the fuel measured in milligrams, the combined output from all bases over a year does not even amount to a kilogram. The return capsule from the main base, carrying this fuel, breaks free from the Moon's gravitational grip and enters synchronous orbit. In this orbit, a spacecraft continuously patrols, and once the two are docked, the nuclear fuel is transferred to the spacecraft. After refueling, the return capsule makes its way back to the main lunar base. This process is colloquially termed the Lunar Express. The most time-consuming step is the initial one, as the lunar rovers move at a very slow pace across the Moon's surface, leaving Liu Ping with no choice but to wait patiently. He began to contemplate modifications for the lunar rovers. envisioning a future where he could miniaturize nuclear fusion technology to convert them into flying lunar vehicles. In that scenario, it would take merely a few minutes to gather all the fuel from the bases, compared to the current time frame of several days. During this waiting period, Lu Ping and Hu Liqing took the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the Earth ship. The ship's mainframe represents the most advanced artificial intelligence product on Earth, albeit one based on logical instructions, lacking the capacity for independent thought akin to that of a human. "Hello, Hutu," Lu Ping called out to awaken the artificial intelligence. "Hello. I am pleased to assist you. How may I help you today?" responded a melodious female voice. "Please provide an introduction to the Earth ship." Although Lu Ping could glean some information from the schematics, the ship's documentation spans several terabytes, an overwhelming volume for a single person to comprehend in a reasonable time frame. Certainly, the Earth ship is humanity's first controllable nuclear fusion spacecraft, weighing approximately 1,900 tons, with a theoretical speed reaching 30 of the speed of light. It comprises propulsion and energy systems, weaponry and defense systems, life support systems, and production and research systems. As the artificial intelligence, Hutu, elaborated, it displayed a series of three-dimensional views of the ship's components. After several days of exploration, Lu Ping acquired a comprehensive and vivid understanding of the Earth ship. He had previously encountered the first three systems during the initial installation phase, but the last system, focusing on production and research, remained somewhat unfamiliar to him. This system integrates many advanced devices used for manufacturing and experimental testing. Its database preserves the pinnacle of academic research across various disciplines, with Lu Ping particularly interested in humanity's genetic blueprint. Even if humanity were to face extinction, Lu Ping believed that as long as the genetic repository persisted, science would eventually facilitate humanity's resurgence. This notion embodies his belief in evolution. Humanity's progress has long surpassed the stage of natural selection, now reliant on scientific advancement. Lu Ping accessed this information, meticulously reviewing it, despite his limited understanding. Afterward, he encrypted the data, creating numerous copies stored across various subsystem mainframes, even transmitting a copy to the central system of the lunar main base. Given that this information no longer held any confidential significance, the priority shifted to maximizing its preservation. Days later, the Lunar Express arrived as scheduled. The return capsule carrying the fuel was captured by the Earth ship's mechanical arm. Chapter 51. The lander. After offloading the nuclear fuel, the Earth vessel replenished the return capsule and redeployed it to the primary lunar base. The Earth vessel reignited its engines, gradually accelerating away from the lunar orbit, setting its course toward the next destination, Mars. Mars, often referred to as Earth's sister planet, shares numerous similarities with our own. It is regarded as the most likely candidate for human colonization in the near future. Consequently, extensive research has been conducted on Mars, yielding significant results. The positions of Mars and Earth are perpetually shifting, with the maximum distance between them reaching up to 400 million kilometers. At light speed, this distance requires 22 minutes to traverse. The Earth vessel, for the first time, achieved full power thrust, elevating its speed to 10 of light speed. 2 days later, it had covered half the distance, although maintaining 10 light speed lasted less than a minute before deceleration became necessary to avoid overshooting Mars. Lu Ping intended to establish a long-term presence on Mars, using it as a foundation for technological advancement. His ambition was to create an interstellar fleet and a mechanical army to launch a counteroffensive against Earth. Even if the Blood Clan managed to conquer Earth, they would still face challenges related to sustenance and other basic needs. Assimilating and comprehending human technological advancements would require considerable time. During this interim, the Blood Clan would likely lack the capability for space exploration, allowing Lu Ping to remain close to home. He was determined to seize the opportunity presented by the Blood Clan's developmental phase to invest wholeheartedly in technological progress. After another 2 days, the Earth vessel's engines gradually reduced power, maneuvering into a synchronous orbit around Mars. During this time, it released several satellites for fundamental surface exploration and communication relay. The spacecraft maintained a speed synchronized with Mars, orbiting in its synchronous trajectory. Liu Ping and Hu Liqing observed images transmitted by the reconnaissance satellites and finally located the unmanned experimental base established by humanity. Given the technological capabilities of the past, reaching Mars was not overly challenging. During the height of the space race, numerous nations had established bases on Mars, which were manned for an extended period. However, after some time, these nations collectively withdrew their personnel for complex reasons, primarily due to the disproportionate costs versus benefits. Even the most inhospitable locations on Earth are vastly more favorable than the Martian environment. Additionally, the communication delay between Mars and Earth significantly hampered the efficiency of Martian exploration. After humans landed on Mars, established a base, and gathered some data and research outcomes, the necessity for continued presence diminished, leading to the eventual evacuation of personnel. The Martian base subsequently transitioned into an automated control phase, akin to the lunar base. Gazing at the satellite imagery, Liu Ping spotted a bunker-like structure adorned with a specially designed 5-star red flag. His objective: "Are you truly planning to land?" Hu Liqing asked, recalling Liu Ping's intentions. Her concern palpable. "If we remain aboard the vessel, devoid of resources, we can only survive in a state of stagnation. Although Mars presents a harsh environment, it remains the best option in the solar system," Liu Ping asserted. "If we seek vengeance and aim to reclaim Earth, we must swiftly identify a resource-rich planet, and Mars is currently our most viable choice." As he continued to assess the status of the Martian base, Hu Liqing conceded, "Very well, we can proceed with the landing. However, we must deploy a probe first to ensure the base's safety before we descend." Understanding the lack of alternatives, Liu Ping declared, "I will descend alone. You must remain on the vessel. If the base is secure, you will need to dispatch substantial supplies and equipment for me to receive." Although Hu Liqing's face reflected worry, she chose not to voice any dissent. Soon, a landing module detached from the Earth vessel, its engines igniting as it sped toward the Martian surface. Mars possesses an exceedingly thin atmosphere, less than 1% of Earth's, with atmospheric pressure merely around 5% of that of Earth. Due to its significantly smaller mass and volume, Martian gravity is only slightly more than 1/3 that of Earth. The surface is desolate, with extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night. Consequently, the primary structure of the base is located beneath the Martian surface, with only a protective shield remaining on the exterior. The lander swiftly pierced the Martian atmosphere, activating its retrothrust mechanism to decelerate and hover 3 meters above the selected landing site. The lander resembled a large cube. Once it hovered in place, its sensors automatically analyzed the ground conditions to identify an appropriate landing spot. Upon completion of the assessment, the lander slightly shifted position, and its 4 sides began to unfold upward. These sides functioned as solar panels. Once the panels were deployed, 4 ladders extended from the sides, forming an appearance akin to the lander's legs. After the ladders fully extended, the lander gradually descended until it settled onto a relatively flat rocky area. Subsequently, 4 metallic spheres rolled down from the ladders, landing upon which they sprouted numerous appendages, resembling sea urchins. The top cover of the lander slowly opened, revealing a platform secured with a drone. Watching the live feed, Liu Ping noted that the lander was in position and all probes had been deployed. He then selected the designated target and pressed the activation button. With a series of sounds, the drone's securing mechanism retracted, its 4 wings whirring into action and lifting it into the sky. The drone soared 30 meters above the ground, utilizing previously deployed satellites for positioning and navigation. The gimbal adjusted automatically, quickly locking onto the bunker's location. The 4 metallic spheres followed the drone, rolling rapidly across the Martian surface toward the bunker. Before long, all 5 probes came to a halt before the base's entrance. The 4 metallic spheres quickly converged, transforming into a unified structure. The combined probe stood half a meter tall, resembling a bar stool, capable of vertical extension and 360-degree rotation, with 3 omnidirectional wheels at the base. The stool robot rolled forward on its wheels toward the base's entrance. Upon arrival, a spring-loaded appendage extended from above, pressing a metallic switch. Immediately, a keypad emerged from the side of the door, and the appendage inputted the code, causing the door to slowly open. The drone then descended gently onto the platform atop the stool, and the rotation axis of its 4 brushless motors turned 90 degrees, transforming the drone into an all-terrain vehicle. The all-terrain vehicle and the stool robot reformed, with the stool now possessing the head structure of the vehicle. The robot adjusted its newly added head and gradually advanced into the interior of the base. Chapter 52. Landing on Mars within the cockpit of the Earth vessel. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing remained engrossed in the images transmitted back by the probe. After the robot entered the base, the entrance door sealed shut once more. Inside lay a spacious area, housing several engineering vehicles. At the forefront stood an elevator shaft, which the robot activated, prompting the elevator doors to open. The robot stepped inside. Observing the floor buttons, which indicated a total of 4 subterranean levels. The robot first arrived at the first underground level, designated as the living quarters. Being the closest to the surface, it was designed for swift evacuation in case of emergencies. The living area was modest, albeit efficiently arranged, featuring an open gym, dormitories for the personnel, a communal kitchen, and little else. After conducting a thorough inspection and finding the facilities intact, the robot proceeded to the second underground level. The second underground level served as an ecological zone, employing the natural cycles of flora and fauna to create a closed system reminiscent of Earth's environment. However, this system had ceased functioning following the evacuation of personnel. It lacked the capability for self-sustaining closed-loop operation and required human intervention for effective management. In the absence of the remaining staff, the system was bound to collapse. Fortunately, beyond this ecological sphere, the level housed an automated life support system, still operational, providing essential supplies such as oxygen and water. After inspecting the second underground level, the robot advanced to the third. This level was dedicated to research, containing various laboratories and equipment. Lu Ping, however, was not particularly interested in these facilities and directed the robot towards the fourth underground level. The fourth level housed a production workshop equipped with mining, refining, and processing apparatus. It was the second and fourth underground levels that Lu Ping valued most. As long as they could sustain life and had some basic production equipment, they would possess the foundational elements for a new beginnings, allowing them to grow exponentially like a snowball. With the base confirmed to be in good condition, preparations for landing commenced. The two shared little conversation, embracing each other warmly. Lu Ping cradled Hu Liqing's face, their gazes locking in a moment of deep affection before sharing a farewell kiss. Another landing craft detached from the ship, the descent mirroring the previous occasion, with the location being remarkably similar. Upon touchdown, this landing craft transformed into a metallic-wheeled Mars rover, clad in a white spacesuit. Lu Ping occupied the driver's seat. I have successfully landed. All systems are functioning normally, and I am now preparing to head towards the base. He communicated through the vehicle's communication device to Hu Liqing, who remained aboard the ship. Exercise caution. After concluding their conversation, the Mars rover slowly commenced its journey. The path was smooth, and within mere minutes, it arrived at the base's entrance. Lu Ping opened the vehicle's door and stepped out, placing his left foot on the Martian surface. It was his first experience walking on an extraterrestrial body, and he felt a surge of exhilaration. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, cautiously exiting the driver's compartment while still gripping the door. The reduced gravitational force on Mars gave him the sensation of floating, akin to swimming in a pool. Holding onto the door, he gradually lifted his left leg and took a tentative step forward, feeling as though he were weightless, devoid of any solid footing. Glancing down at the barren Martian ground, it resembled the arid landscapes of Earth's deserts. Upon looking up at the hazy sky, it reminded him of dust storms back home. The low gravity and extreme temperature variations on Mars often led to the formation of severe weather phenomena, such as tornadoes and dust storms. Fortunately, the weather today was relatively mild, with only a slight haze. Lu Ping steadied his steps, loosening his grip on the door as he wobbled slightly, managing to stand firmly on Mars. He then took a second step, moving with caution, as if he might topple at any moment. Lacking professional training in zero-gravity and high-gravity environments, his balance was momentarily disrupted. Thankfully, The distance between the rover and the base's entrance was less than 3 meters, allowing Lu Ping to reach the door without incident. He pressed the button and entered the password, prompting the door to open slowly. Returning to the rover, which still contained his supplies, he could not afford to leave anything behind. The rover reactivated and entered the interior of the base. This section of the structure primarily functioned as an internal parking facility. The rover came to a stable stop in an available spot, secured by the ground locks. Exiting the driver's compartment, Lu Ping surveyed the other parking spaces. He noted several specialized exploration and excavation devices, as well as older models of Mars rovers, all in a state of preservation. After assessing the condition of these vehicles, he approached the rear of his rover and pressed a button. The rear door opened gradually, descending to form a loading ramp. Lu Ping stepped onto the ramp and entered the cargo area of the rover. Inside were numerous metallic, square boxes, each adorned with a series of buttons. Approaching one box, he pressed a button, causing 4 wheels to extend from its base. Upon pressing another button, a handle emerged from its side, resembling a metallic suitcase. Grasping one in each hand, he dragged 2 boxes to the ground. After several trips, he had retrieved a total of 10 boxes. He then transported these boxes into the elevator, first descending to the first underground level to deposit a few, before continuing to the second underground level with the remaining boxes. Upon reaching the second underground level, Lu Ping unloaded all the boxes. His foremost task was to initiate planting and breeding. These boxes contained seeds, embryos, and various eggs previously tested on Mars. By placing them into the corresponding equipment, automatic planting and successful hatching could be achieved. This was not only a crucial component of the ecological cycle, but also an essential source of sustenance for him and Hu Liqing moving forward. Thus, it required utmost diligence. Although the Earth vessel had a substantial reserve of seeds and embryos, time was a luxury they could not afford to waste. Ideally, a single successful cultivation would allow them to confidently pursue their production goals. Lu Ping located the main control room for the ecological system and activated the main console, inputting the verification information according to the copied data on his phone. The operational permissions for the Mars base were stored within the artificial intelligence of the Earth vessel. Prior to his landing, Lu Ping had ensured to copy this information onto his phone. The verification process was successful, unlocking the main interface. He clicked the start button, and the ecological system began its automatic operation. As for the underlying mechanisms of the system, he didn't require that knowledge just yet, nor did he have the time to delve into it. Nonetheless, it would be imperative to comprehend it in the future to avoid potential complications. The system's operation would take some time, primarily focused on simulating Earth's atmospheric composition, light, temperature, and humidity. As for gravity, humanity had yet to achieve significant breakthroughs in artificial gravity technology. Should they manage to simulate a gravitational field and control gravitational acceleration, it would be defined by the scientific community as a milestone discovery, following the advent of controllable nuclear fusion. Chapter 53. The Hierarchy of Civilizations. With the mastery of controllable nuclear fusion technology, human civilization enters the stage of stellar civilization, also referred to as Type II civilization. At this juncture, concerns regarding energy for survival and environmental pollution will cease to exist, enabling humanity to traverse interstellar distances of several dozen light-years with sublight speed spacecraft. Time can be devoted to exploring even more distant galaxies. Should breakthroughs in gravitational research unify the 4 fundamental forces, it would signify humanity's advancement into the realm of Type III civilization. By utilizing artificial gravity to warp space, superluminal travel could be achieved, allowing humanity to traverse the entire galaxy and thus become a galactic civilization or Type III civilization. Evidently, humanity had merely crossed into the domain of Type II civilization just before the outbreak of the zombie catastrophe. The unfortunate reality is that before we could embark on the journey to the stars, we faced extinction. As for the prospects of Type III civilization, preliminary classifications have been made by human scientists, such as mastering antimatter, negative matter, space, and time, each of which promises a technological explosion. When humanity was still reliant on chemical energy, it resided within the confines of Type 1 civilization, having already discovered nuclear energy. It took nearly 2 centuries to fully master controllable nuclear fusion. In simpler terms, during the era of Type 1 civilization, when scientific development reached a certain threshold, the next breakthrough towards the subsequent stage of civilization would naturally emerge. Today, humanity has wholly grasped controllable nuclear fusion. Hence, there have been tangible advancements in gravitational breakthroughs as well. The Higgs boson, often referred to as the God particle, offers insights into the origin of mass, which in turn gives rise to gravitational attraction. The existence of the Higgs boson was confirmed and measured in 2022, nearly 80 years after its theoretical inception, yielding numerous research findings during that time. As for the direction of Type 4 civilization, humanity currently lacks definitive theories, only speculating that it may pertain to space or energy, with energy being the most plausible candidate. The developmental pathways for energy are already distinctly structured, and past experiences align well with this trajectory. Conversely, humanity has made negligible progress in the realm of space. Perhaps after mastering gravity, leveraging it to bend space may yield some initial understanding. It can be asserted that given sufficient time, in the foreseeable future, human civilization will inevitably step into the realm of Type 3 civilization. Regrettably, the entirety of Earth now consists solely of Liu Ping and Hu Liqing. Even those who have not perished have been reduced to mere machines for Zhaoying to cultivate a new species. Is Zhaoying still considered human? Liu Ping vehemently disagrees. He can only acknowledge her corporeal form. As Liu Ping awaited the functioning of the ecological system, his mind wandered to the data he had encountered in the Earth's soil a few days prior, leaving him with a sense of wistfulness. Even if he were to survive on Mars and eventually reclaim Earth, how would the issue of humanity's inability to reproduce be resolved? Once he eliminates the Blood Clan and eventually ages alongside Hu Liqing, Earth would be left with only a herd of livestock continuing their evolution. At that juncture, one cannot help but wonder whether cats and dogs would reign supreme, or if rodents would rise to prominence. The most likely outcome may resemble the science fiction classic Planet of the Apes from the last century. Ding ding. A series of notification tones jolted Liu Ping back to reality. He glanced at the monitor indicating that the ecological simulation had been completed. Discarding his scattered thoughts, Liu Ping realized he still had pressing matters at hand, irrespective of who might govern Earth in the future. He lifted 2 boxes and made his way toward a cultivation dish. After pressing the control switch, the dish slowly opened a passage, into which he placed the 2 boxes. This was a plant cultivation dish. Once the boxes were inside, Liu Ping selected the corresponding options on the control panel and pressed the confirm button. The passage automatically closed, and the boxes were absorbed into the cultivation dish. Liu Ping no longer needed to concern himself with subsequent processes, as the device would operate autonomously. He then picked up 2 additional boxes and proceeded towards the animal cultivation dish, replicating the procedure. These boxes represented the first batch. If successful, they would establish a beneficial cycle, allowing for the cultivation of subsequent species and gradually stabilizing the ecosystem. With the cultivation process no longer requiring his oversight, Liu Ping turned to the 4th level underground. This level housed numerous large-scale devices, which Liu Ping intended to utilize for mining and iron smelting to expedite the development of the base. A multitude of challenges lay ahead, most notably a significant shortage of manpower. To address this shortcoming, Liu Ping planned to establish several automated assembly lines. However, the creation of these lines depended on the supplies and equipment brought from the Earth ship, necessitating the construction of a landing platform for the Earth ship. The platform could directly replicate the structure of an unnamed island, but it lacked raw materials and labor. The raw materials were readily available for extraction on Mars. Yet labor remained the fundamental issue. Whether constructing assembly lines or building a spacecraft landing platform, sufficient labor force was essential. Liu Ping surveyed the processing equipment on the 4th underground level and retrieved his mobile phone to locate a specific document. Within the document was a design blueprint for a multifunctional artificial intelligence robot. Faced with the absence of human workers, constructing robots became the only viable option. After assessing the materials on this level, Lu Ping determined he could barely fabricate 3 robots. Time was of the essence, and he resolved to commence the work immediately. Lu Ping activated a processing center, uploading the blueprint from his phone into the control system, which would automatically convert it into a processing program. He then maneuvered a forklift to lift a several-ton heavy metallic material and deposited it onto the workbench. The processing center's cutting tool extended automatically, scanning the material to analyze its properties, dimensions, and other data. Subsequently, the workbench adjusted its position, extending several mechanical claws to secure the material in place. The workbench synchronized with the cutting tool, achieving precise alignment, and the cutting tool released a stream of milky processing fluid as it began to swiftly cut the material. This processing center occupied nearly 100 square meters and functioned as a small-scale assembly line. It could autonomously perform various processes such as feeding, cutting, polishing, welding, heat treatment, sandblasting, and painting. However, the processing center lacked the capability for final assembly, which Lu Ping would have to undertake personally. The fabrication and processing of these components would require considerable time, and Lu Ping still needed to prepare additional parts for the robots. These components included energy systems, batteries, control systems, chips, transmission systems, hydraulic systems, auxiliary systems, and more. These items could not be produced at the Martian base and would need to be sourced from the Earth ship's reserves. Once the 3 robots were operational, Lu Ping anticipated that the base would become revitalized, enabling him to establish a rudimentary industrial system in no time. His ultimate goal was to create a fleet entirely controlled by artificial intelligence, with all crew members being mechanical warriors. Chapter 54. I Am Panga. Lu Ping was acutely aware that his shortcoming lay in population, yet his advantage resided in inheriting the technological achievements of all humanity. Thus, he refrained from developing the economy, education, and livelihood, focusing instead on the creation of a mechanical civilization. As for the concerns regarding artificial intelligence awakening and rebelling, Lu Ping believed such notions were merely the result of flawed logic, as long as he maintained firm control over the foundational logic code, which could only be rewritten through manual physical methods, and established a self-destruct backdoor. The mechanical army would remain under his dominion. What harm could an awakened entity pose? After spending several days in the 4th underground level, Lu Ping returned to the ecological tier to assess the progress of incubation. The plants had begun to sprout, while the animals were still in the embryonic development stage. Overall, the progress was promising. It was time for the Earth ship to deploy a second batch of supplies, primarily consisting of electrical components, including the intelligent chips for 3 multifunctional robots and the control systems for automated production lines. After compiling a list of required materials, Lu Ping sent it to Huliqing. Before long, 3 container-like landing pods separated from the Earth ship and sped toward the Martian surface. The deployment equipment need not consider human survival. As long as the lander possessed sufficient power, it could be massive. The 3 containers descended sequentially around the Martian base. Clad in protective gear, Lu Ping drove a tractor, hauling the containers into the base. He first extracted the components needed for the robots, leaving the rest temporarily undisturbed. Parked within the protective layer on the surface, carrying the robot parts, Lu Ping made his way to the 4th underground level to commence the assembly of the robots. A month later, in the workshop of the 4th underground level, Lu Ping was fine-tuning a mechanical creation. The lower section of this object was equipped with treads, while the main body featured a rotating platform connected to 4 mechanical arms. Above the main body was a head resembling that of a transformer. Lu Ping opened the main compartment, using a forklift to install a massive battery inside. The battery was designed with male and female slots, and with a click, it was securely locked in place. Lu Ping closed the compartment and pressed a mechanical switch, causing 2 mechanical eyes to flicker. The eyes adjusted up and down, left and right, before finally stabilizing. Earth Guardian, initiate self-check procedure. Lu Ping commanded the robot. A synthesized mechanical voice responded, initiating self-check, remaining energy 99, CPU usage 3, memory usage 5, power system operational, transmission system operational. Calibrating gyroscope, adjusting geomagnetic field, connecting to satellite navigation and network, activating operating system. Lu Ping continued. The robot's head rotated clockwise 3 times and counterclockwise 3 times, while the main body moved several meters forward, backward, and side to side, eventually stopping steadily in front of Lu Ping. The robot's camera eyes flickered with a breathing light as it addressed Lu Ping. Earth Guardian is online. Ultimate mission: protect humanity. Return to Earth. Ready at your command. Excellent. You are the first artificial intelligence robot I have created, and I shall name you Pangu. Your database contains a wealth of information about Earth and humanity, and you may learn independently when time permits. Lu Ping remarked, observing Pangu, who met the design specifications satisfactorily. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me this name. I am Pangu. I have discovered that in human mythology, Pangu is the creator deity, a name I find quite appealing. Pangu, your mission is to assist humanity in returning to Earth, and your immediate task is to aid me in expanding the Martian base. Lu Ping outlined the current objectives. Understood. I have set the preliminary tasks and am eager to serve you. How may I assist you at this moment? First, assemble your 2 companions. You can find their schematics in your database. Lu Ping indicated the pile of parts on the ground. Oh my, they appear to be in dire need of my assistance. I can hardly contain my excitement. Pangu exclaimed. Lu Ping and Pangu commenced the assembly of the scattered components. Previously, Lu Ping had single-handedly assembled Pangu, categorizing and installing thousands of parts, some of which were quite large and required considerable effort. Now, with Pangu's assistance, efficiency skyrocketed. Pangu's eyes flickered as it scanned the parts, swiftly recognizing each component through data analysis and comparison. The 4 mechanical arms danced back and forth, assembling the parts at an astonishing pace. Within less than a day, the remaining 2 robots were fully assembled. After conducting further adjustments, the 2 robots, which bore slight differences in appearance, entered the self-check program once more. The self-check passed, and Lu Ping named them Ho, Yi, and Kwa Fu. The 3 robots exhibited distinct designs tailored for their respective functionalities. Pangu was primarily responsible for ground operations. Thus, its chassis was a tracked structure, facilitating movement across the Martian surface while providing substantial load-bearing capacity. Both Ho, Yi, and Kwa Fu were designed for elevated tasks, featuring humanoid-like bases with additional mechanical graspers for climbing operations. With the 3 robots completed, it was time to construct a launch and landing platform for the Earth ship. The project was extensive and required a considerable quantity of metal. The Earth ship could not possibly carry such vast amounts of raw materials. Thus, mining and refining on Mars became imperative. Fortunately, Mars itself boasted rich mineral resources, including metallic ores, non-metallic ores, and water resources. The metallic ores comprised iron, aluminum, magnesium, titanium, chromium, and more, with reserves exceeding 150 billion tons. These metals were among the most commonly used industrial metals on Earth, alongside heavy metals, non-ferrous metals, and rare earth resources. The non-metallic ores included silicon, limestone, and gypsum, all of which are indispensable resources for modern industry. As for water resources, previous explorations indicated the presence of ice caps formed from water and carbon dioxide at Mars poles. Moreover, abundant groundwater existed beneath the Martian surface, albeit with some challenges in extraction. These resources were pivotal in Lu Ping's decision to select Mars as a base. The Martian base was equipped with mining vehicles, and Lu Ping, along with the 3 robots, piloted separate mining trucks towards a confirmed open-pit mine. The 4 mining trucks excavated countless ores, transporting them back to the base for crushing and grinding, before being fed into the smelting furnace. Iron smelting required a substantial amount of carbon, which Lu Ping had not stockpiled. Mars possessed carbon dioxide ice layers, and by excavating these ice layers and subjecting them to high-temperature decomposition, carbon could be extracted. Lu Ping then drove a mining truck to the polar region to extract ice, subsequently implementing measures to transport it to the underground base for carbon extraction. Thus, a lone man and 3 robots took on the role of miners on Mars for an extended period. Each day, vast quantities of dry ice were decomposed at high temperatures, and the extracted carbon was fed into the iron smelting furnace, yielding copious amounts of steel. With the production of steel, Lu Ping increased the number of robots dedicated to mining, exponentially enhancing efficiency. 3 months later, the number of robots reached 100. And the mining vehicles and refining equipment at the base were operating at full capacity. The robots, aside from charging and maintenance, worked tirelessly day and night. And the steel output was finally sufficient to commence the construction of the launch and landing platform for the Earth ship. Chapter 55. This robot is a bit indecent with ample steel and mechanical laborers. The launch platform was constructed in a mere 10 days and has now entered the debugging phase. Master, I am eagerly anticipating the sight of the beautiful mistress. Pengu stood beneath the launch pad, fine-tuning the equipment while engaging in light conversation with Lu Ping. I miss her greatly as well. Once the debugging is complete, she will be able to pilot the spaceship down. Lu Ping's face was alight with expectation. He had been abstaining on Mars for over 4 months. My analysis indicates that the mistress possesses a physique among human females that could be described with the term sensuous. Is the mistress truly sensuous? Pengu inquired earnestly. Pengu, what knowledge have you been acquiring lately? Lu Ping asked, a hint of annoyance crossing his face. It was rather disconcerting for a robot to be questioning him about his wife's allure. I have been studying life sciences, particularly courses on sexual health. To protect humanity, one must understand human physiological structures better. Master, you must provide me with some video materials later. My database consists solely of text and illustrations, which lack intuitiveness. Pengu's tone was imbued with a thirst for knowledge. Lu Ping felt a wave of exasperation. This robot was becoming rather unseemly. You can skip that area of knowledge. I will create specialized medical robots in the future. They will not be artificial intelligence, but rather primitive machines. It seems I will need to be more selective about the materials I provide you, to prevent any undesirable learning. Lu Ping pouted, realizing he had been careless in transferring a wealth of data into Pengu's database, which appeared to have caused some unintended consequences. Master, I aspire to be an omniscient guardian of humanity. Once the launch platform is completed, I will need to modify my form to resemble a bionic robot. Look, I have already designed the plan. Pengu exclaimed, projecting a 3D model of a human figure from its eyes, complete with detailed annotations for each body part. Lu Ping glanced at the lower half of the model and found it quite lifelike. I believe this model could use some refinement. I will optimize it for you later. Lu Ping suggested. Pengu, incredulous, retorted, that is impossible, Master. I have compiled physiological data from billions of human males and processed it through big data algorithms for several days to achieve this perfect model. How could it possibly be improved? Lu Ping pondered for a moment, then chuckled. Big data relies on rigid logical computations. It cannot compare to the subjective aesthetics of humanity. You must trust my taste. That sounds reasonable. I would be grateful if you could optimize it, Pengu replied. I have sent the design proposal to your phone. Thank you in advance, Master. While Pengu possessed remarkable intelligence, its emotional maturity was akin to that of a 4- or 5-year-old child, still requiring a long journey of growth. As they worked and conversed, the landing platform was finally ready. Earth ship landing preparation. Countdown commencing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. This ignition was not for the fusion engine, but rather for the spacecraft's attitude control assistance system. These small chemical propulsion devices would gradually decelerate the ship, guiding it to alter its trajectory toward the Martian atmosphere. Lu Ping stood on the ground, observing the live feed on his phone, flanked by 3 intelligent robots. Detected, the spacecraft has entered the atmosphere, Pengu announced, raising its head, its electronic eyes extending outward into a telescope-like shape. Huh, I see it. It indeed resembles a colossal steering wheel. No, it is more akin to a bamboo dragonfly, Pengu exclaimed with evident excitement. Lu Ping picked up a telescope to gaze at the sky. The base's surroundings were calm, with no wind, and the sky was crystal clear, revealing the dark backdrop of the universe. The Earth ship traced an arc across the sky, rapidly approaching the base. Moments later, it hovered above the vast launch pad, slightly adjusting its position before descending vertically. Once the spacecraft settled, four mechanical arms gently descended to securely lock the ship in place on the launch pad. Lu Ping, accompanied by the 3 robots, swiftly approached one of the support legs, which housed an elevator. Taking the elevator down, Lu Ping arrived at the base of the spacecraft's drive shaft. Shortly thereafter, a hatch on the drive shaft opened, revealing Hu Liqing clad in a spacesuit. Standing at the spacecraft's entrance, Lu Ping hurried forward to support Hu Liqing, and the two shared a heartfelt gaze through their helmet visors, exchanging a tender moment of intimacy. "Greetings, mistress. I am your guardian robot, Pangu." Pangu introduced itself promptly as it approached the hatch. "I know you. You are Pangu. And these two are Ho Yi and Kwa Fu." Hu Liqing smiled warmly. "Hello, mistress." Ho Yi and Kwa Fu chimed in unison. "Greetings. I appreciate your hard work during this time," Hu Liqing acknowledged, leaning on Lu Ping as she waved at the three robots. "Mistress, I aspire to design a female robot as sensuous as you," Pangu declared with utmost seriousness. Hu Liqing was momentarily taken aback, while Lu Ping's expression darkened. He mused that Pangu's behavior was indeed rather inappropriate. "Once we finish this busy period, I must cleanse its data and update the database. The mistress has just landed and requires some rest. We shall speak later," Lu Ping interjected swiftly, guiding Hu Liqing toward the elevator. The group soon returned to the living quarters of the base, where Lu Ping directed Pangu and the other robots to the underground level 4. Within the base, life support systems shielded them from external radiation and temperature fluctuations, eliminating the need for spacesuits. Lu Ping led Hu Liqing to the bedroom, and the two removed their space suits before embracing tightly. Their eyes met, filled with unspoken longing that required no words, an instant of palpable connection. Lu Ping lifted Hu Liqing, who instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist, and they shared a deep kiss, eagerly embarking on their intimate journey. After 4 months of solitude on Mars, Lu Ping was like a wolf, while Hu Liqing, having endured 4 months in space, resembled a tigress. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. In this moment of silence, passion surged like a battle cry. The couple cherished one another through the night, and the following day, they ventured hand in hand to the underground level 2. This entire space was enclosed with tempered glass walls, forming an independent ecosystem. After 4 months of nurturing, it now flourished with crops, vegetables, and a livestock area. Chapter 56. Perfection lies in non-existence. Hu Liqing was strolling on the grass with Lu Ping when a white rabbit suddenly hopped at her feet. "A rabbit!" Hu Liqing exclaimed in surprise, bending down to pick it up and gently stroke its fluffy head. "This is the first generation of embryos. In 2 months, it will be ready to breed the next generation." Rabbits have a short maturation cycle and are highly prolific. In less than a year, we could be enjoying rabbit meat daily, Lu Ping remarked with a smile. "It's too cute to eat," Hu Liqing protested playfully, cradling the rabbit in her arms. "Well, then we won't eat rabbits. I also have chickens and ducks, which grow quickly. Look over there at the rice and wheat. They're almost ripe. And that vegetable garden, I've already harvested several times. Soon, I plan to raise dairy cows and goats as well." Lu Ping enthusiastically pointed out the ecological system, resembling a showman presenting his treasures. "Isn't it a bit wasteful to maintain so many with just the two of us?" Hu Liqing inquired, glancing at the thriving ecosystem. "Not at all. It's a self-sustaining system. We won't waste much. I've only introduced a batch of embryos, and they will reproduce on their own. Besides, Mars is vast. Once conditions allow, we can expand the base," Lu Ping explained. "That's true. Previously, this base was merely for research. It served as a survey station at best. To become a real base, its scale is still too small," Hu Liqing concurred with Lu Ping's assessment. "Now that the Earth ship has landed on the surface, future operations will be much more convenient. At the very least, the production area on the Earth ship houses humanity's most advanced equipment. With their assistance, we should be able to swiftly establish a comprehensive industrial system on Mars." Lu Ping articulated his plans. "What are your next steps?" As they walked, they discussed their forthcoming strategies. Having conducted 4 months of field research, Lu Ping had formulated a comprehensive development plan. The first step was to increase mining equipment and steel production, followed by mass manufacturing robots. Once the number of robots reached the tens of thousands, he could initiate substantial actions. Lu Ping intended to select a location along the Martian equator to establish an open-air base. The average temperature at the equator is the highest on Mars, with lows of around -60 to 70 degrees and highs exceeding 20 degrees. This temperature range is the closest to Earth. Most importantly, such temperatures would have minimal impact on the mechanical properties of construction materials. If combined with some technological advancements to elevate the region's minimum temperature, it could rival that of Earth. Establishing a base in this manner would undoubtedly be far less challenging than subterranean construction. It would provide an opportunity to tackle the challenge of miniaturizing nuclear fusion technology. Once a compact fusion reactor is achieved, technological applications would witness an exponential surge. At that point, various conceptual designs could be realized one by one. Once the equatorial base is fully operational, the focus would shift to assembling an army of robots and an interstellar fleet, making a counteroffensive against Earth merely a matter of time. Lu Ping, brimming with excitement, elaborated on his grand vision, eagerly awaiting Hu Liqing's response. However, her expression did not reflect the same enthusiasm. "What's wrong?" Lu Ping asked softly, his smile fading. "How long will it take to realize these plans?" Hu Liqing set the rabbit down and turned to Lu Ping with a probing question. "The most challenging aspect of this plan is indeed the miniaturization of controllable nuclear fusion," Lu Ping replied, counting on his fingers as he analyzed each component. Other elements like warships, robots, and weaponry already have mature application technologies. They merely require integration. So, the timeline for this plan hinges on the breakthrough in miniaturizing nuclear fusion, Hu Liqing pointedly remarked. "That is one way to interpret it," Lu Ping admitted, his confidence wavering. Historically, miniaturizing nuclear fusion technology has required substantial resources and funding from the global nuclear power sector and research institutions, often taking a decade or two. Now, relying solely on the two of them, perhaps with the assistance of some artificial intelligence, the time required is daunting to contemplate. Large-scale nuclear fusion reactors can forcefully contain nuclear fuel using various massive devices. The challenge with miniaturization lies in the lack of materials with such robust performance. The key breakthrough must occur in materials science, with the ability to withstand temperatures of 50 million degrees. Currently, such materials do not exist. Without a compact nuclear fusion reactor, the concept of nuclear-powered batteries becomes moot. It is impractical to expect mechanical warriors to carry massive batteries into battle. Traditional battery technology has reached its limits, with no significant advancements anticipated. While the energy needed to operate a robot is not excessive, it must also be capable of combat. Whether regarding weapon systems, prolonged endurance, or the ability to navigate complex environments, conventional batteries are woefully inadequate. Lu Ping fell silent after expressing these concerns. Yet, regardless of the challenges, they must persevere. No matter how much time it takes, even if we were to perish before achieving success, I will embed this project into the foundational logic of artificial intelligence, ensuring its perpetual development. Success will come one day. Lu Ping, a man of tenacity, would not yield to adversity. Moreover, this endeavor is not merely theoretical science, but a cumulative application of technology. He firmly believed that through extensive experimentation, a qualitative change would eventually arise from quantitative accumulation. Success was only a matter of time, or perhaps a sudden epiphany. Much like when he modified the fusion engine, he might one day stumble upon an entirely different solution. Regardless of what the future holds, retreat is no longer an option. Their immediate priority is to expand production capacity and increase the number of robots and mining equipment, as it forms the bedrock of all endeavors. Although Lu Ping lacked absolute certainty, his conviction remained steadfast and his spirit unyielding. After touring the ecological zone, the duo proceeded to the production area. The atmosphere in the production zone was bustling, with the processing center tirelessly producing various robot components. The refining furnaces operated day and night, extracting various metals. Hundreds of robots collaborated around these two core operations, each with a clear division of labor, creating a complete processing chain. Lu Ping briefly introduced Hu Liqing to the operations before summoning the first 3 robots he had designed. "You 3 are the earliest intelligent robots. The production line is adequately staffed, and I have a more significant task for you," Lu Ping addressed them. "Master, what is this task?" Pengu inquired. "Follow me," Lu Ping instructed, leading Hu Liqing and the three robots down to the third underground level. The third level housed various experimental instruments and equipment. Lu Ping arrived at a device and opened the control interface. Pengu, this is the bionic robot you designed earlier. I have made some optimizations to your design. Let me know if you are satisfied, Lu Ping said, smiling at Pengu. Master, this design lacks important organ features. It's somewhat imperfect, Pengu replied after examining the design carefully. Pengu, the organ features are meant for reproduction, a characteristic of carbon-based life. You and future intelligent beings will rely on technological means for inheritance. You could even achieve eternal existence through hardware iteration and software upgrades. According to the theory of evolution, such organs are meaningless to you. Scientifically speaking, meaningless equates to non-existence. Therefore, what does not exist is perfect. Would you agree? Lu Ping earnestly explained. With a hiss, the Master's words resonated with scientific precision, leading to the conclusion of non-existence. Pengu, with his mechanical eye aglow, continued to ponder Lu Ping's previous explanation. He proceeded to search the term meaningless within his database, only to be taken aback by an alternative definition. Meaninglessness equates to non-existence, also referred to as infinity. It was then that he realized he had been deceived. With his innocent electronic gaze flickering, he turned towards Lu Ping, envisioning a human form possessing an organ defined by boundless characteristics. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing a rebuttal. Chapter 57. Bionic Robots. Lu Ping successfully navigated the psychological intricacies of the intelligent robot, allowing himself a satisfied smile. He then proceeded to operate the equipment, methodically disassembling the model piece by piece. The interior of this model was filled with an array of metals and electronic components, with a high-energy lithium-ion battery serving as its core power source. The skin, hair, and facial features were crafted from the latest silicone materials, exhibiting a remarkable similarity of 99 to human organ and tissue characteristics. The internal metals comprised advanced memory alloys, signifying a strength of physical capability surpassing that of humans, with the ability to bend and reshape at will. As long as the core CPU remained intact, even if reduced to a molten state, the core framework could regenerate, retaining basic locomotion capabilities. A mere replacement of the exterior shell would restore it to its original state. This cutting-edge material, known as liquid memory metal, was sourced from the repository within Hutu. The technology had matured significantly, with prior applications in the medical field demonstrating its practicality. I will utilize the limited stock of memory metal aboard the Earth ship to fashion a bionic body for you. Henceforth, the three of you shall serve as my core assistants, aiding me in various scientific endeavors. After Lu Ping unfolded the model and elaborated on its components, he smiled at the three robots. Thank you, Master. We shall exert ourselves to assist you in the swift restoration of Earth, the trio replied in unison, communicating wirelessly. Does this model of bionic robot have a designated name? Hu Liqing inquired. Well, as you are the leader, the matter of naming should naturally fall to you. Lu Ping remarked without hesitation, flattering her. You are indeed perceptive. This is the first generation of bionic robots, and as technology progresses, many iterations will surely follow. Given its transformative characteristics, let us call it Model Wu-I, Hu Liqing declared with pride. Does this imply a connection to Sun Wukong? Pengu interjected. Astute. I hope you all can embody the boundless transformations of Sun Wukong. Hu Liqing joyfully elaborated. Very well, let it be designated Model Wu-I. Lu Ping concurred, finding the name agreeable. With the first generation of bionic robots finalized, the 2 humans and 3 machines commenced preparations for their creation. Prior to the fabrication, Lu Ping integrated the production center within the base and all robots' basic operational permissions into Hutu's mainframe. Henceforth, the management of the base's production would be entrusted to Hutu. He, along with Hu Liqing and the 3 robots, entered the Earth ship and proceeded to the supply compartment. During the winter preceding humanity's escape from Earth, a vast array of essential supplies had been stored aboard the Earth ship. It could be said that aside from the cockpit and rest quarters, every other compartment was filled to the brim with various materials. Fortunately, all supplies had been meticulously categorized and numbered, with storage information recorded in Hutu's database. Hutu. Locate the storage position of the liquid memory metal. Upon completion of the search, Hutu reported, liquid memory metal, weight, 10 tons. Storage location, compartment B8, storage box L087. Access code, XXXXXX. Hutu swiftly retrieved the location and relayed the information audibly. Excellent. Please send the detailed data to my phone. Lu Ping instructed. The relevant data has been transmitted. Do you require any further assistance? No, that will suffice. Understood. Should you need assistance, please do not hesitate to awaken me. Hutu promptly entered a dormant state, retaining only essential background processes, as its normal operation consumed considerable power. Hutu's core was a vast data center, with server hosts housed in a liquid nitrogen pool at the ship's lower levels. At its heart lay a photonic quantum chip, which had transcended the realm of integrated circuits, a monumental achievement of humanity in the last century. Its significance rivaled that of controllable nuclear fusion, both technologies existing on nearly the same tier, given that the chip pertained to all aspects of production and life. Its impact on productivity was far more immediate and perceptible than that of nuclear fusion. The photonic quantum chip also represented a crucial condition for the emergence of truly autonomous, self-learning artificial intelligence. Prior to the advent of quantum chips, the so-called artificial intelligence was merely reliant on extensive databases and cloud computing, seeking optimal solutions among countless possibilities. At that time, artificial intelligence was essentially a concept, often yielding results that could be described as artificial stupidity. Detached from its database, such intelligence was rendered ineffectual. In contrast, Hutu and Pangu possessed an intrinsic distinction. Even without database connectivity, once powered on, they could independently learn and accumulate knowledge, maturing gradually in a process akin to human development. Lu Ping's phone vibrated, indicating the receipt of the data, and the group of humans and machines made their way to compartment B8. The steering wheel of the Earth ship measured an impressive 3 kilometers in diameter, granting ample internal space. The ship was divided into numerous functional zones, each comprising several segments, resulting in a complex navigational layout. Navigating through the various segments required guidance for those unfamiliar with the pathways. Following the navigational route displayed on his phone, Lu Ping traversed several main functional areas, taking over half an hour to locate compartment B8. Upon opening the compartment door, he was greeted by the sight of a logistics warehouse brimming with container-like cargo. Entering the compartment, he followed the signage to find storage box L087 within the L region. An electronic lock secured the entrance, and Lu Ping entered the access code and clicked confirm. The compartment door gradually opened, revealing its contents. The conventional form of liquid memory metal is solid. The term liquid in its name merely underscores its remarkable memory capabilities. This metal boasts a density significantly lower than iron while maintaining greater strength, resulting in superior overall performance. However, due to the presence of certain rare metals, mass production was unfeasible. The 10 tons in stock represented the nation's entire strategic reserve. Fortunately, based on Lu Ping's previous calculations, crafting an internal skeletal framework for Pangu's 3 intelligent robots would require no more than 200 kilograms. The warehouse contained precisely 100 neatly arranged cubic blocks, each measuring approximately half a meter on each side and weighing 100 kilograms. Roughly estimating, their density was comparable to that of water. Lu Ping surveyed the metallic blocks before turning to smile at Pangu. These materials are intended for your bodies. Please carry them back yourselves. Indeed, Pangu replied, and without hesitation. Ho Yi and Kwa Fu stepped forward, each using their mechanical claws to lift a block, cradling it in their embrace. Let us proceed. With the core materials secured, the next step was to gather suitable electronic components. The 2 humans and 3 machines departed the Earth ship and returned to the Martian base. The laboratory on the 2nd floor of the base was capable of self-producing the necessary silicone. With all materials now prepared, the 2 humans and 3 machines eagerly immersed themselves in the task of manufacturing the bionic robots. Chapter 58. Researching new materials. Several days later, within the Mars base, Lu Ping and Hu Liqing were engaged in a pivotal task. The bionic robot had been constructed, and the next step was to implant the intelligent chip of Pangu, the core hardware, into its new body. This process must be executed flawlessly. Otherwise, upon rebooting, the previous data could be erased, awakening an entirely new artificial intelligence. Before them stood 3 fully assembled bionic beings, their bronze skin adorned with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, their physiques exuding the vigor of muscular men. Lu Ping held a chip, Pangu's intelligent chip, and approached one of the bionic figures from behind. He gently lifted a section of scalp at the back of its head, revealing an insertion port. Carefully, he inserted the chip, restoring the scalp afterward. Moving to the front of the bionic figure, he touched its chest, prompting the being to slowly open its eyes. Initiate self-diagnostic program. Type 1 bionic robot Pangu, self-diagnostic complete, standing by for orders. Calibrate positioning system. Pangu's head moved in various directions, followed by a series of arm swings and a dozen high knees. Gyroscope calibration, geomagnetic field calibration, positioning system calibration, calibration complete. Activate intelligent chip. The bionic being's eyes flickered with blue light. Then it smiled, exclaiming, "Master, Mistress, I have a body now." Pangu looked at Lu Ping and Hu Liqing with excitement, repeatedly inspecting its own hands, touching its face, and pinching its chin, radiating sheer joy. "Congratulations, Pangu," Hu Liqing said with a smile. After adjusting to its new form, Pangu dashed around Lu Ping and Hu Liqing, occasionally bouncing with exuberance. "Haha, master, look at me. Oh, I can jog now. Oh, I can leap. All right. You little rascal, settle down for a moment. We still need to awaken Ho, Yi, and Kwa Fu. You're the leader. You must exhibit some composure." Lu Ping, slightly dizzy from Pangu's antics, quickly interjected. The physical prowess of the bionic robot was formidable. As it ran, the air swirled around it like a gale, leaving only an afterimage. Yes, I am the leader. I must remain composed." Pangu promptly halted, crossing its arms and standing behind the two, feigning a serious demeanor as it surveyed the other 2 bionic beings. Hu Liqing couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. "Mistress, do I not appear serious enough?" Pangu inquired. Puzzled. "I think you should first find a set of clothes to wear," Hu Liqing directed firmly. "Isn't this already clothing?" Pangu replied, perplexed, as it pinched its own pectoral muscles. "That is skin. This is clothing." Hu Liqing pointed to her dust-proof suit. "Ah, being human is truly troublesome. I possess such splendid skin, yet must cover it with clothing." Pangu grumbled as it turned toward the changing room. Lu Ping felt a twinge of frustration. Before transferring the consciousness, he had meticulously purged Pangu's database of any physiological knowledge. He hadn't anticipated that this being would awaken a talent for comedic performance. Nonetheless, he hoped that once engaged in work, it would behave more normally. Lu Ping retrieved another chip and approached the second bionic figure. When Pangu reappeared clad in a dust-proof suit, Ho Yi and Kwa Fu had already been activated. The bionic robots were now fully modified according to plan, and Lu Ping needed to expedite breakthroughs in the miniaturization of nuclear fusion technology. The crucial breakthrough lay in materials science. It was imperative to discover or artificially fabricate a supermaterial capable of shielding against electromagnetic fields, withstanding intense electric currents, and resisting temperatures ranging from 50 million to 100 million degrees. Failure to meet these criteria could lead to the destruction of the reactor due to the release of high-energy particles, turning it into a detonated miniature hydrogen bomb. Nuclear power plants relied on robust casings and heat exchange to dissipate the reactor's energy. A miniature reactor designed to be the size of a battery, thus functioning as a portable power source, could not accommodate complex structures and auxiliary systems. Therefore, the battery itself must endure the shocks of nuclear fusion. Based on humanity's technological accumulation, the most promising candidate for such a material was superconductors. However, the known superconductors did not meet the necessary critical values, including critical temperature, critical magnetic field, and critical current. Exceeding any one of these critical values would destabilize the superconducting properties, posing significant safety hazards. Lu Ping currently had no better options and could only proceed down this path with determination. Having entrusted the construction tasks to Hutu, the primary objective now was to increase the number of robots and to manufacture substantial mining equipment in preparation for the future equatorial base. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing, accompanied by the three robots, plunged into the laboratory, seeking breakthroughs in materials science. They began by supplementing their theoretical knowledge and digesting the research achievements of their predecessors. This process consumed nearly a month of relentless effort from Lu Ping and Hu Liqing. In contrast, the bionic robots, after downloading the relevant materials, assimilated them instantaneously, exhibiting an efficiency that was incomparable. Next, they set about manufacturing various superconducting materials based on previous data, conducting numerous experiments to explore avenues for enhancing their properties. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing sat in a tightly sealed laboratory, at the center of which was a transparent glass tank filled with an unknown liquid, housing a vacuum experimental platform. On this platform was a fixed material surrounded by 4 nozzles connected to various wires. Sample 1, first high-temperature resistance test. Remember to record data. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. Hu Liqing glanced at the button, and the 4 nozzles immediately emitted a beam of purple light directed at the material's surface. Laser temperature, 1000 degrees Celsius, material stable. Peng sat beside the monitoring instruments, tracking the data. Increased temperature by 10. Material stable. Increased temperature by another 10. Report data. Current temperature, 10,000 degrees Celsius. Material exhibits significant softening. Stop the experiment. Hu Liqing pressed the stop button, and the group looked at the experimental platform, where the material had undergone noticeable plastic deformation. Lu Ping sighed inwardly. They had barely reached 10,000 degrees Celsius, and the material could not withstand it, falling nearly 10,000 degrees short of the target. Adjust the equipment, replace with Sample 2, and conduct the second test in half an hour. Sample 38. First high-temperature resistance test. Remember to record data. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. Chapter 59. Directions and Methods of Innovation. A few individuals have spent over a month conducting various critical value tests on known superconducting materials. The results, without a shadow of a doubt, indicate that these materials do not meet the requirements for nuclear fusion batteries. This outcome was anticipated by Lu Ping, as their experiments merely replicated previous ones, and thus, substantial deviations were inevitable. Lu Ping undertook these trials solely to gain a more intuitive understanding of the characteristics of superconducting materials, laying the groundwork for his subsequent plans in search of breakthroughs. After compiling the laboratory data accumulated over the past month, the group convened around a round table to discuss the next research direction. It was evident that the gap between these materials and the required critical values was vast, rendering their reference rather insignificant. I speak frankly, Peng stated. What do you suggest? Quafu inquired. I propose we abandon the existing superconducting materials and seek new avenues for breakthroughs. Pengu articulated his thoughts. Starting from scratch, we must have a direction, don't we? Ho-E looked at Pengu and offered his opinion. Direction? I believe we should not only abandon these materials, but also refrain from seeking solutions within the realm of known materials. We should cast our gaze towards the unknown. Pengu replied, addressing Lu Ping. Oh, are you suggesting? Lu Ping asked inquisitively. Humanity's previous materials science has been predicated on discoveries within the Earth's broader environment, which imposes significant limitations, not to mention the vast cosmos. Even within our solar system, other planets and moons remain largely unexplored. Therefore, I recommend we seek solutions from those celestial bodies, Pengu concluded, awaiting Lu Ping's response. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping fell into contemplation. Pengu's suggestion was indeed constructive. His own thinking had become rigid, confining him to a fixed paradigm. Why not adopt a more expansive mindset and approach the problem from an external perspective? Previously, humanity had been constrained by aerospace technology, rendering the exploration of other planets prohibitively costly and time-consuming, resulting in extensive investigations only on Mars. Other celestial bodies had merely received probes without any landing explorations. Undoubtedly, these planets harbored natural phenomena vastly different from those on Earth. And there must exist numerous branches of natural science yet to be explored by humanity. With the advent of the Earth ship and advancements in nuclear fusion engine technology, it becomes entirely feasible to launch probes en masse to land on these planets and conduct on-site investigations. Initially, Lu Ping had planned for this exploration to commence only after the equatorial base had been established and a robust industrial system was in place. However, it now seemed prudent to expedite this timeline. Li Qing, what are your thoughts? Lu Ping, largely in agreement with this proposal, still sought Hu Liqing's perspective. This is indeed a commendable idea. However, we cannot entirely forsake our existing technologies. We should advance on both fronts concurrently. Hu Liqing responded with a rational approach. Exploring other planets yields uncertain results and entails significant unpredictability. Moreover, we cannot afford to remain idle during this period, Hu Liqing added, gazing at Pangu as she reinforced her reasoning. Lady Mistress, your considerations are quite thorough. I concur. Pangu nodded in agreement. Very well, once we conclude this meeting, I shall arrange for Hotu to allocate a portion of computational resources to construct several small exploratory spacecraft to investigate other planets. Simultaneously, we shall upgrade the Earth ship. At the very least, by adding a landing gear. The Earth ship currently lacks landing apparatus, making descent on unfamiliar planets quite troublesome. Its significance to Lu Ping and Hu Liqing is self-evident. It is the foundation of their existence. Installing a landing mechanism is essential for future survival. Presently, the base boasts over 1,000 various robots, and the production capacity of steel has multiplied several times. Although there remains a gap before the equatorial factory can be established, there is ample capacity to construct several small spacecraft. Lu Ping issued production orders to Hotu, mobilizing half of the robots for the task. These spacecraft, featuring a straightforward design akin to armored vehicles, would be equipped with various detection devices. They would be fitted with slightly smaller nuclear fusion engines, sufficient for landing and traversing the planets. The critical material for the engines, superconducting confinement devices, is already being produced at the Mars base. Under the tireless efforts of the robots, within a month, the first batch of 10 probes was completed. This batch primarily focused on exploring other planets, with Venus and Jupiter as the key targets. Hotu established targeted exploration programs for the different rovers based on existing data. These rovers would be guided by onboard artificial intelligence, autonomously carrying out exploration tasks remotely. Lu Ping and his colleagues sat before the control panel of the Earth ship, managing the sequential launches of the probes. The exploratory spacecraft ascended through Mars's atmosphere, racing towards their respective targets. At intervals, they released relay satellites to ensure network connectivity between the probes and the base. Upon reaching their target planets, the data gathered by the probes would be transmitted back to the Mars base through this satellite network. Naturally, due to the vast distances involved, there would be some delay in the data transmission. This is an insurmountable challenge at present and underscores the importance of equipping the probes with artificial intelligence for autonomous exploration. Once the probes were successfully launched, Hotu reallocated the robots back to the construction of the base. The current count of robots had reached 5,000, enabling them to commence preliminary explorations of the equatorial base. Lu Ping's primary focus remained in the laboratory, seeking breakthroughs in new materials. They no longer conducted experiments, but instead gathered for brainstorming sessions, attempting to innovate through expansive thinking. Combining previous data with our experimental results, I have conceived a new idea. Lu Ping addressed Hu Liqing and the 3 bionic individuals. What idea? Hu Liqing inquired. Given that pure superconducting materials are inadequate, why not explore the potential of composite materials? Lu Ping proposed. How would the composite be formed? Pangu asked. By amalgamating the best-performing materials we currently possess, such as superconductors, ceramics, fiberglass, carbon nanomaterials, and others, into various combinations. The creation of a new mechanical composite material will undoubtedly surpass the performance of pure superconducting materials. Lu Ping explained as he produced a sheet filled with the names of various materials, connecting them with arrows. This serves as a design methodology when one lacks innovative thinking. Compiling a list of seemingly unrelated items and experimenting with their combinations may yield new innovations. For instance, one could take everyday objects such as glasses, smartphones, computers, cameras, books, lamps, teacups, lipsticks, air conditioners, and chairs, and produce nonsensical combinations like glasses with smartphones, glasses with cameras, teacups with lamps, or air conditioners with chairs. Some of these combinations could indeed evolve into entirely new products. This method is known as combinatorial innovation, Liu Ping elucidated. By employing this approach, Liu Ping consolidated all advanced materials currently available, unveiling a new avenue for innovation. The group listened with intrigue, following Liu Ping's line of thought to further refine some details. Chapter 60. Supercritical materials. Following the previous brainstorming session, several individuals discovered promising combinations and commenced new sample experiments. Preparation for the high-temperature test of sample 198 commenced. With a countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. 10,000 degrees, stable. 100,000 degrees, stable. 1 million degrees, stable. 10 million degrees, stable. 100 million degrees, stable. 110 million degrees, stable. 120 million degrees. The mechanical structure began to exhibit instability. 130 million degrees. The material underwent complete deformation. 140 million degrees. The material commenced melting and decomposition. The test was halted. The group gazed at the monitored experimental data, their faces alight with joy. After countless combinations and continuous improvements, they had finally achieved a new material capable of withstanding temperatures of 120 million degrees. The critical temperature of sample 198 can stabilize at 110 million degrees, and it functions normally at supercritical 120 million degrees. We have succeeded, Pengu exclaimed excitedly. Finally, we have reaped the rewards. This method truly works. We have made another step toward our goal. This is certainly worthy of celebration. The three bionic beings expressed their exuberance, congratulating one another. This experiment not only met the expected targets, but also exceeded them by 10% in safety margins. The team's month-long efforts had finally borne fruit. Liu Ping also wore a joyful expression as he spoke. Let us give sample 198 an official name. This is our first true innovation since arriving on Mars, Hu Liqing remarked, her face brimming with anticipation as she looked at Liu Ping. Naming is always your forte. You should handle it again this time, Liu Ping insisted, adhering to his established principles. This time is different. The innovative method was your idea, so you should name it. Hu Liqing countered, not wishing to overstep her bounds. Indeed, the master should name it. The three bionic beings chimed in, urging Liu Ping to accept the task. After contemplating for a moment while stroking his chin, he spoke. This material amalgamates superconductors, ceramics, nanotechnology, and fibers. A name too lengthy would be difficult to remember. How about we utilize its critical properties and call it supercritical material? That's a splendid name. Simple, memorable, and it highlights its characteristics. The group agreed. And thus sample 198 was officially designated as supercritical material. Observing the excitement among his companions, Liu Ping managed to temper his own joy. Contemplating the two challenges that lay ahead, the issue of critical temperature had been resolved, but now they needed to address the challenges of critical magnetic field and critical current. To maintain the team's morale, he continued, we have been on Mars for over half a year now, and we have finally made some progress. Let us take a day to rest and regroup. Master, you are truly magnificent. Long live you. Pengu cheered at the mention of rest. For Liu Ping, rest merely meant a pause in the tedious experiments, not a cessation of all activities. After the three bionic beings dispersed, Liu Ping and Hu Liqing boarded the Earth ship to review the data feedback from the probes. Liu Ping entered the control room, opened a computer, and meticulously examined the data compiled by the Ho-2 probe. The probe had departed Mars 3 months ago, traveling at 30% of light speed, successfully landing on various target planets. The current data pertain to the atmospheric composition, geological features, mineral categories, and internal structures of the planets. The Ho-2 had already performed sorting and classification, yielding no particularly promising results. Upon reviewing the data, Liu Ping noted that one set had not been updated for several days and inquired, Ho-2, why hasn't the data from Jupiter been updated? The Jupiter probe has now penetrated Jupiter's atmosphere. Due to intense electromagnetic radiation and storm interference within the atmosphere, the signal has been disrupted, Ho2 explained. I see. Is the probe in any danger? Lu Ping expressed concern, recalling Jupiter's tumultuous atmosphere. Rest assured, the Jupiter probe operates on my subsystem, and with its robust propulsion and structure, it can navigate storms effectively, Ho2 reassured him, exhibiting confidence in her programming. That is good to hear. Jupiter's atmosphere primarily comprises hydrogen and helium, along with some rare and inert gases. The oxygen content is nearly absent, so there is no risk of igniting Jupiter with the probe's exhaust. The temperature of the exhaust will not reach conditions conducive to hydrogen and helium fusion. Overall, as long as we do not dive directly into the storm's center, the probe's powerful engine can traverse Jupiter freely. Exploring a planet is undoubtedly a lengthy endeavor, especially given the current limited number of probes. Lu Ping began to contemplate the production of a second batch of probes, coinciding with the burgeoning army of robots now numbering in the thousands. Construction at the equatorial base had already commenced, allowing for a dedicated production line of robots tasked with manufacturing probes, thus significantly enhancing exploration efficiency. Lu Ping issued a directive to Ho2 for the manufacture of 100 probes, which, upon completion, would enable coverage of all planets and their satellites. After addressing these matters, he returned to the base. The true rest was just beginning. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing returned to the living quarters, changed into casual attire, and hand in hand, ventured into the ecological zone. After a flurry of activity, they soon set up a camping tent, a small table and chairs, and a barbecue grill. Lu Ping fetched a camping vehicle and headed toward the feeding zone. Shortly thereafter, he returned with various cuts of meat, including lamb legs and ribs. Hu Liqing had gathered some fruits and vegetables, presenting a colorful platter. Relaxing in a chair, she munched on a cucumber, reveling in the moment. Lu Ping ignited the grill and began preparing the meat. In a moment of reverie, he felt as though he had returned to Earth. Since the disaster, there had always been an overwhelming sense of urgency. Moments of relaxation like this were rare and truly enjoyable. Perhaps, growing old at the Mars base would not be such a bad choice after all. In his daydream, Lu Ping found his fighting spirit waning, as he began to yearn for a life of retirement. This thought inevitably led him to reflect on his parents, who, after enduring hardships until he finally achieved job stability, were now deprived of their peaceful twilight years due to the outbreak of the zombie catastrophe. How innocent they were. No, I cannot become complacent. Earth is still besieged by mutated zombies, and given their formidable capabilities, they will soon absorb humanity's technological advancements and venture into the cosmos. By that time, I will have lost my technological advantage, and escape will be impossible. I must remain vigilant, determined to eradicate them before they can grow powerful. Additionally, I must uncover the mastermind behind this disaster. Regardless of who or what they are, I will pursue them to the ends of the earth, ensuring they are utterly vanquished. Chapter 61. The courage to face failure. Countless thoughts were swirling in Lu Ping's mind, causing him to overlook the fact that the meat he was grilling had already charred, emitting a pungent odor. It's broad daylight, and you're daydreaming. The meat is burnt, Hu Liqing exclaimed as she swiftly stood up to snatch the skewers from Lu Ping's hands. Focus on something else. You've let your mind wander. Lu Ping managed an awkward smile. We're here to unwind, so let's not dwell on our troubles. Hu Liqing, aware of the immense pressure Lu Ping was under, offered words of comfort. My wife is right. Today we shall indulge in food and drink, and we can address other matters tomorrow. With that, Lu Ping cast aside his worries, and together with Hu Liqing, they reveled in the romance of their outdoor feast. As they dined, the sun began to set, and night descended upon them. The two, under the influence of alcohol, lay on the grassy expanse, with a glass wall above them. In the future, we should transform this glass wall into an LCD screen. It could simulate sunrises and sunsets, blue skies, white clouds, and starry nights, Hu Liqing suggested, pointing at the wall. That's a splendid idea and certainly feasible, Lu Ping concurred, feeling that the base was indeed too monotonous. Revamping this ecological system's FAOD could alleviate our aesthetic fatigue. Perhaps we could also implement a weather control system to allow for rain and snow. How perfect that would be. Hu Liqing, buoyed by the effects of the wine, let her imagination flourish. However, moments of relaxation are fleeting. Once their intoxication began to fade, the pair tidied up the lawn and returned to their resting area, succumbing to deep slumber. The following day, 5 figures reconvened in the laboratory, ready to conduct 2 additional experiments on the supercritical materials. This time, they would test both critical magnetic fields and critical currents simultaneously, a challenge far greater than their previous trial involving critical temperatures. A semi-closed arc surface, crafted from supercritical materials, was secured within the test chamber. This time, however, the exterior of the arc was wrapped with a coil, while a rod-like object was placed within. This rod served as the probe for a detection device, designed to measure the intensity of the magnetic field, while simultaneously detecting fluctuations in current through a mutual inductor. As before, they began by utilizing lasers to heat the arc surface while supplying power to the external coil. This would generate an electromagnetic field, and as the coil rotated, the supercritical materials within the magnetic field would induce an electric current. Ideally, when the temperature of the supercritical materials reached 50 million degrees, the magnitude of the induced current would remain unaffected. Furthermore, the external magnetic field should not penetrate the supercritical materials, resulting in no response from the detector. Achieving this goal would allow them to increase the magnetic field's intensity until it could contain fusion fuel, while simultaneously raising the laser's temperature to reach the ignition temperature for controllable nuclear fusion. Throughout this process, the induced current was expected to remain stable without any attenuation. If all 3 objectives were met, it would demonstrate that the supercritical materials could serve as the shell for a nuclear fusion battery. The feasibility of the critical temperature had already been established. This task primarily aimed to validate the magnetic field and current. Should either parameter exhibit issues prematurely, it would indicate that the superconducting properties of the material had not met expectations. After a considerable duration of experimentation, Lu Ping meticulously monitored each parameter. The temperature had climbed to 30 million degrees, with both the magnetic field and current increasing in tandem, without any irregularities. They were drawing closer to the minimum ignition temperature of 50 million degrees, and the temperature steadily rose to 40 million degrees, proceeding smoothly. 41 million degrees, 42 million degrees, 43 million degrees. Lu Ping felt a knot tightening in his throat. If they could achieve a stable state at 50 million degrees, this supercritical material would be deemed usable. At worst, they could simply reduce the capacity of the nuclear battery while increasing its size. 44 million degrees, 45 million degrees. Just then, a faint reading appeared on the detector's display, and the control panel's red light flickered to life, accompanied by a series of alarming beeps. Lu Ping's heart sank. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. They were so close to success. Yet the superconducting properties of the supercritical material had entered an unstable state. A faint electromagnetic force had penetrated the shielding of the supercritical material, detected by the sensor, while the current also exhibited a slight attenuation. Despite his reluctance, Lu Ping immediately pressed the stop button. It would be futile to continue testing if they could not meet the minimum ignition requirements for nuclear fusion. Should this material be used directly, the potential for an explosion was ever present. After pressing the button, Lu Ping continued to stare intently at the test bench, revealing no emotion. The 3 bionic beings exchanged glances, unsure of how to offer comfort. Hu Liqing, understanding Lu Ping's discontent, quietly approached him from behind, gently resting her hand on his shoulder. "It's all right. This was only the first experiment, and we were very close to success. We can find ways to improve the supercritical material. I believe we will succeed." Her tone was soothing, and at last, Lu Ping returned to his senses. "Yes, I understand. You all may leave now. I need some time alone." Lu Ping recognized his failure. The mechanical hybrids crafted from traditional materials, while powerful, still fell short of their requirements. This seemingly minor gap was, in fact, insurmountable. The supercritical material represented the pinnacle of what could be achieved with conventional technology. "Master, do not be disheartened. We can explore alternative routes and start anew. Pengu, the leader of the bionic beings, attempted to console Lu Ping. Rest assured, I am fine. I am merely fatigued. Let us pause this project for now. Instead, channel our efforts into constructing the equatorial base. We can resume this research once the detector yields new discoveries. Lu Ping resolved himself. They had exerted their utmost efforts. Since it was clear that the traditional approach had reached an impasse, there was no point in continuing to squander time and energy. It would be more prudent to establish the equatorial base during this interval, refining the designs for the mechanical warriors and interstellar fleet. Once new advancements in materials science emerged, they could mobilize their forces at any moment. That sounds wise, Hu Liqing thought, concerned that Lu Ping might spiral into despair. Lu Ping was never one to dwell in darkness. He possessed a rigorous scientific mindset, unwavering determination, and an indomitable spirit. He also possessed the courage to confront failure. Though he had stumbled, he would never concede defeat. The three bionic beings, upon hearing this, silently departed. Hu Liqing embraced Lu Ping before leaving the laboratory, recognizing that he truly needed solitude to process his emotions. Once they had exited, Lu Ping activated the switch to drain the liquid from the test bench. He opened the test chamber, revealing the supercritical material within. Lu Ping gazed intently at the supercritical material for a prolonged moment before letting out a sigh. Regardless, you represent the culmination of humanity's traditional technology. I shall preserve you as a memento. He then manipulated the robotic arm to retrieve the material, placing it carefully into a container. Holding the box close to his chest, Lu Ping made his way out of the laboratory. Chapter 62. The exploration program. Another month has swiftly elapsed. After the experimental setback, Lu Ping gathered his resolve and immediately immersed himself in the construction of the equatorial base the following day. The quandary of new materials left him hoping for serendipitous discoveries from the launched probes. He primarily oversaw the design of the battleship production line and the mechanical warrior assembly line. Over the past month, he also dispatched a contingent of robots to renovate the ecological system's facade. Now, they could genuinely simulate the rising and setting of the sun, as well as the winds, rain, and thunder. Moreover, the second batch of 100 probes had once again ascended, embarking toward various celestial bodies within the solar system. This included the Kuiper belt in the outer solar system, the Oort cloud, and the scattered bodies along the ecliptic. Every known celestial object within the solar system had been assigned a target probe. Lu Ping instructed Hutu to continue crafting the third batch of probes. With Hutu's optimized design, the third batch could accelerate to half the speed of light. This time, the targets would extend beyond the solar system, aiming for other stellar systems within a 10-light-year radius. Within this vicinity, there were 7 stellar systems, the nearest being Alpha Centauri, situated merely 24 to 37 light-years from the solar system. This trio of stars comprises the yellow dwarf Alpha Centauri A and the red dwarfs Alpha Centauri B and Proxima Centauri. Collectively referred to as the Alpha Centauri system, it is also the renowned homeland of the Trisolarans from the celebrated science fiction novel The Three-Body Problem. The Alpha Centauri system can be considered a neighbor to the solar system. Due to the varying masses of these 3 stars, their orbits exhibit a chaotic unpredictability, a manifestation of the unsolvable three-body problem. This uncertainty gives rise to extreme conditions on the planets orbiting these stars, potentially leading to phenomena absent within the solar system. Thus, the Alpha Centauri system holds immense exploratory value. With the current probes traveling at 50 of light speed, reaching the Alpha Centauri system would take nearly a decade. Accounting for acceleration, deceleration, and signal delays, it would require approximately 15 years to obtain the initial batch of exploratory data. According to Lu Ping's exploration strategy, given the favorable distance and the maturity of current technology, an early endeavor would be advantageous. Should any issues arise with the probes, he would still possess a buffer of at least 15 years within their operational lifespan. Lu Ping was engaged in optimizing a model of the mechanical warrior, having already completed the blueprints for both the mechanical warriors and interstellar battleships. These designs were based on previous military conceptions. He had garnered some experience in battleship construction, merely needing to modify the engine interfaces and adjust the overall layout. However, the energy system for the mechanical warriors posed a significant challenge. Progress on the materials for fusion batteries had stalled, preventing the finalization of energy modules, thus leaving the mechanical warrior designs in a conceptual phase. If he were to launch a counteroffensive against Earth, even with a powerful interstellar fleet suppressing the blood race, the absence of ground forces from mechanical warriors would hinder the complete eradication of the blood race. It would be imprudent to bombard Earth indiscriminately. Even if the blood race were eliminated and Earth reclaimed, the endeavor would hold little significance. Lu Ping scrutinized the model of the mechanical warrior, which bore a resemblance to a transformer. These were not autonomous intelligent robots, but rather units commanded collectively through a wireless network by Hutu's subroutines. In addition to transformer-like designs, there were numerous mechanical beasts modeled after Earth's animals, such as tigers and lions. The greater the variety of mechanical warriors, the more adaptable they would be to various combat terrains. Thus, the mechanical army essentially mirrored the plethora of organisms found on Earth, encompassing creatures that fly, swim, run, and burrow. However, all of this hinged upon one condition: a high-energy, long-lasting energy module, namely the fusion battery. The materials for the nuclear batteries had become a critical bottleneck in Lu Ping's strategic plans. As Lu Ping manipulated the transformer model, disassembling, reassembling, and rotating it, his frustration became palpable. The Jupiter probe had transmitted significant exploratory data, and just as he was languishing in ennui, he received Hutu's report and instantly perked up. He had been awaiting this data for over a month, swiftly closing the modeling software to access the latest database. To his astonishment, a new set of data had emerged within Jupiter's database, designated as new materials. As he delved into this data, he encountered various spectral analyses, X-ray illuminations, gamma-ray detections, accompanied by a series of photographs. Examining the data, his excitement grew, and he eagerly opened the photographs. They depicted the surface of Jupiter's core, revealing the existence of a rocky or metallic nucleus within its atmosphere. Due to Jupiter's immense size and mass, the atmospheric pressure variations on its surface are extreme, with gravitational acceleration far surpassing that of Earth. Coupled with the tumultuous convective storms within the dense atmosphere, the environmental conditions are exceedingly harsh. One photograph illustrated a rock-like object on Jupiter's surface, embedded with a crystalline structure. This crystal was strikingly luminous, reflecting light with remarkable intensity, making it highly conspicuous in the image. Analysis of the detection data indicated that the rock itself bore no extraordinary characteristics. The primary distinction lay within this crystal. Various tests revealed that the crystal was composed of hydrogen atoms. Yet, this raised a perplexing question. Given the surrounding temperature and pressure, which were insufficient to reach hydrogen's solid-state critical threshold, how had this solid hydrogen formed? Lu Ping was baffled. He meticulously reanalyzed the previous exploratory data and finally unearthed a clue. A formidable magnetic field enveloped the rock. This magnetic field was easily explicable. Jupiter's metallic core harbors numerous heavy elements, which could locally generate an exceptionally strong magnetic field. However, none of the other conditions could elucidate the crystal's formation, leading him to focus his analysis on this magnetic field. After contemplating, Lu Ping issued new exploratory directives to Hutu. Instruct the probe to conduct in situ physico-chemical tests on this crystalline rock and obtain samples. Understood, the directive has been dispatched. Communication delays between Mars and Jupiter stretched nearly half an hour, requiring an hour for a round trip. Coupled with the probe's operational time, Lu Ping endured a torturous wait of over 3 hours before finally receiving data transmitted back from the probe. Unable to be cut, it reflects lasers completely. Exhibiting no thermal transfer, the surface is at absolute zero. Chapter 63. New discoveries. Lu Ping gazed at the latest feedback data, utterly astonished. The absolute reflection of light, with the surface maintained at absolute zero. This indicated that hydrogen atoms had been entirely locked in place, unable to combine into molecules or engage in molecular movement, resulting in the absence of any temperature. The capacity for absolute reflection of light, which is also an electromagnetic wave, implies the ability to shield against all electromagnetic waves. Does this not perfectly align with the material characteristics of a nuclear fusion battery? If it could conduct electricity, it would be nothing short of perfection. Post 2, he commanded. Revise the detection instructions and sample the crystal along with the surrounding rock. Since the crystal could not be sampled independently, it should be packaged with the rock to be brought back for further study. 3 agonizing hours later, the latest data returned once more. Following Lu Ping's orders, the detector cut and sampled the rock, storing it within its confines. The detector then executed an automatic return procedure. Shortly after takeoff, however, the crystal within the rock began to destabilize, eventually dissipating into a cloud of hydrogen gas. Lu Ping stared at the result, utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Could it be that the crystal would not adapt once removed from Jupiter? Of course, Lu Ping did not believe that. Rather, it was evident that the specific location of the rock contained a unique environment that constrained the hydrogen atoms into a crystalline formation. Once removed from that environment, the conditions that held it together dissipated, leading to the gradual loss of stability in the crystalline structure. Ultimately, it reverted back to hydrogen atoms, recombining into hydrogen molecules, and vanished as gas. Post 2, he issued a new directive: conduct further environmental probes around that rock. Additionally, deploy all available detectors from Jupiter's moons to the planet's surface in search of similar crystal samples. Jupiter boasts numerous satellites, with advancements in technology revealing nearly 100 of them. Among the most notable are the Galilean moons, Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. Consequently, several of the earlier batches of detectors were engaged in exploration around Jupiter and its moons. In the subsequent days, numerous detectors traversed Jupiter's atmosphere and landed on its surface, diligently searching for comparable crystalline structures. Indeed, persistence bore fruit. Post 2 filtered through the data once again, producing a report that bore striking resemblance to the previous crystalline sample. The only distinction was that the newly detected crystal was composed of helium atoms. After reviewing the data, Lu Ping began to synthesize his findings. Different elements forming identical structures indicated that this phenomenon was not an isolated incident. Under certain external conditions, it would inevitably occur. The detector meticulously examined the environment surrounding this helium crystal and, following Post 2's instructions, proceeded to sample it. As anticipated, once removed from its original environment, the crystal would gradually destabilize, ultimately vaporizing into helium gas. Upon carefully comparing the two sets of data, Lu Ping finally discerned some common characteristics. Beyond the physical and chemical properties, the most crucial aspect was that both environments were situated within a powerful magnetic field. Lu Ping swiftly activated his analysis software, inputting the environmental parameters surrounding the crystal, and then began simulating changes with various atoms. Within the simulation, the introduced atoms, bound by the potent magnetic field, gradually became locked in place, unable to form molecules and thus ceasing all movement. Consequently, they aggregated to form crystalline structures, exhibiting isotropic physical and chemical properties. The external appearance of these crystalline structures resembled metals, yet their physical and chemical properties vastly surpassed those of any known metal. They could not be destroyed by external forces, high temperatures, or even nuclear explosions. However, dismantling them proved simple. One needed to eliminate the magnetic field that locked the atoms in place. If this magnetic field originated from within the crystal itself, it would present an almost insurmountable challenge. This formation mechanism bore similarities to that of white dwarfs and neutron stars, albeit with magnetic field strengths that did not reach the gravitational intensity of massive stars. The atomic nuclei remained intact, as did the stability of protons, electrons, and neutrons. Instead, a balance was established with them. Under the influence of this balance, similar atoms could densely aggregate, resulting in a novel structural formation. This mechanism could be said to somewhat disrupt or constrain the strong interactions within atoms, thereby altering the natural arrangement rules between atoms and leading to the emergence of new structural forms. This discovery invigorated Lu Ping. Should new materials be developed using this structure, their superconducting properties would undoubtedly far exceed those of the previously synthesized supercritical materials. The bottleneck in nuclear fusion battery materials would be effortlessly resolved. Excitedly, Lu Ping transmitted the data to the laboratory at the base and hastily departed from the Earth ship, heading towards the Mars base. He refrained from notifying Hu Liqing and Pangu just yet, as he possessed unwavering confidence in this discovery. Upon returning to the laboratory, Lu Ping first designed a specialized magnetic field, then positioned it within a specifically shaped vacuum environment, subsequently injecting a substantial quantity of hydrogen atoms into the vacuum. Under the influence of the powerful magnetic field, the hydrogen atoms altered their original arrangement patterns, gradually coalescing into a closed polyhedron. Maintaining the stability of the magnetic field, Lu Ping then illuminated the polyhedron's surface with a laser heated to 50 million degrees. As anticipated, the laser was entirely reflected, dissipating into the prepared white liquid. Lu Ping then increased the laser temperature to 100 million degrees, and the outcome remained unchanged. Continuing to elevate the temperature, the polyhedron consistently reflected the energy. Lu Ping was elated. This polyhedron, serving as the shell for the nuclear fusion battery, would undoubtedly withstand the internal high temperatures without any thermal transfer occurring. The ability to reflect lasers also implied the capability to reflect magnetic fields, which was why Lu Ping had arranged for the electromagnetic field to be situated within the polyhedron. Detectors placed outside the polyhedron detected no magnetic field induction. The magnetic field strength that locked the atoms had naturally reached the critical threshold for constraining nuclear fusion, exceeding it by a considerable margin. Both the critical temperature and critical magnetic field satisfied the requirements, prompting the test of critical current. Unsurprisingly, similar to the critical temperature, regardless of how much the current was increased, it did not affect the superconducting properties of the polyhedron. Lu Ping clenched his fists in exhilaration. The only way to dismantle this structure would be to disrupt the electromagnetic field that constrained the atoms. And this electromagnetic field had been encapsulated within the polyhedron using an injection molding technique. This presented a direct conundrum without a solution. Chapter 64. Time travel simulation. As long as the internal power system is perfected, once the battery is activated, the internal electromagnetic field will persist indefinitely, only to dissipate when the nuclear fuel is exhausted. At that point, the battery will decompose on its own, rendering any damage irrelevant. Utilizing such materials allows the nuclear battery not merely to store electrical energy, but to generate it directly, functioning akin to a miniature nuclear reactor, molded in one piece through an innovative process that could be aptly termed atomic polymerization. The manufacturing cost is remarkably low, relying solely on hydrogen or helium atoms as raw materials. If the internal structure of the battery is designed with dual cores, one operational while the other is in reserve, it becomes possible to activate the second core before the first one depletes. By replacing the exhausted nuclear fuel, this system can facilitate repeated use. Lu Ping was exhilarated by this discovery. It had been verified as feasible, and it was time to inform Hu Liqing and Pangu to share the excitement. He sent out the news and continued refining the battery model. The materials now available differed significantly from the originally planned high-temperature superconductors, necessitating a redesign of the battery structure. The battery's form would primarily be dictated by the electromagnetic configuration. Its shape would be molded in accordance with the magnetic field lines. In industrial design, symmetry is the optimal choice, whether axially or centrally symmetric, as it enhances convenience and practicality throughout the design, manufacturing, and usage phases. Thus, Lu Ping opted for the design of an electromagnet in the shape of a powered solenoid, whose magnetic field lines exhibit triaxial and central symmetry. The external form of its magnetic field resembles a regular ellipsoid, perfectly encasing the electromagnet, making it ideally suited for the fusion battery's construction. As Lu Ping was engrossed in perfecting the battery structure, Hu Liqing and Pangu arrived at the laboratory in haste. "Master, is this the newly developed material?" Pangu inquired eagerly, gazing at the polyhedron on the workbench. "Indeed, though strictly speaking, it was not my discovery. It was found by a probe on Jupiter," Lu Ping humbly replied. He believed in the nature of science as a continuous journey of exploration, discovery, and the formulation of principles. The true inventions of humanity are scarce. mostly revolving around the practical applications of natural laws. These applications have accumulated over generations, leading to qualitative transformations from quantitative changes. What makes this new material special? Could you enlighten us, Master? Hoey asked, his curiosity piqued as he stared at the polyhedron. I will send the relevant data to your personal terminals. You can review it yourselves, Lu Ping responded, dispatching the characteristics and formation conditions of the new material to his colleagues. The biomechanical beings assimilated knowledge rapidly. They could explore independently or connect directly to databases for downloads, effectively combining human intuition with computational prowess, showcasing boundless potential. While Hu Liqing diligently perused the information, Pangu and the others had already fully absorbed the new knowledge. Nature is indeed miraculous. This discovery is incredibly timely. Hua Fu exclaimed in admiration. Lu Ping, still sketching, paused at Hua Fu's remark. Was it not indeed timely? The most significant challenge at present was the material issue, and just as he was at a loss, the probe fortuitously uncovered this new material. It felt almost as if it had been orchestrated. Yet, he could not conceive of any other possibility, attributing it solely to the wonders of nature and his own fortune. Could it be that someone had gifted it to him? Such a notion seemed improbable. Amused by this thought, Lu Ping chuckled softly. It is often said that to accomplish a feat, one must possess talent, diligence, and luck in equal measure. He considered his scientific aptitude to be mediocre, though he had a degree of perseverance. What he truly lacked was a stroke of luck. Fortunately, Lady Luck had favored him this time. Perhaps this is a form of luck. Lu Ping mused. Following the global cataclysm, humanity had nearly perished, and he hoped that the fortune of the 9 billion souls could be bestowed upon him and Hu Liqing, enabling them to forge a new future for humanity. The timely discovery of this critical material made him reflect that if the culmination of science is theology, he had, in a sense, begun to grasp that concept. The material exhibited excellent critical properties, suggesting applicability beyond nuclear batteries into numerous domains. For instance, one could construct an aircraft with this material, requiring no weaponry, relying solely on its formidable maneuverability to obliterate any target. Hu Liqing, having finished reviewing the data, contemplated the myriad potentials of the material. Lu Ping was struck with inspiration. The stable state of this material necessitated an electromagnetic field for maintenance, which would impose limitations on its applications. Even so, it could induce transformative changes across various fields. Pangu utilized this material to create a model of an aircraft, keep the size and mass to a minimum, and simulate its maximum speed, Lu Ping suggested, contemplating a possibility and urging Pangu to proceed with the simulation. Pangu's core, being a robust artificial intelligence, operated with remarkable efficiency, completing the simulation in mere seconds. Subsequently uploading the results to Lu Ping's computer. On the screen appeared a tadpole-shaped aircraft, trailing a plume as it accelerated through space. Its speed continually increased, changing positions mid-acceleration, turning at any angle without compromising stability. It had surpassed 50 of the speed of light and was still accelerating, clearly not yet reaching its upper limit. 50 of the speed of light. 60, 70, 80, 90, 99. The speed continued to climb, with the decimal points nines multiplying, and the fuel had yet to be exhausted. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing gazed at the simulation in astonishment. It was approaching light speed. According to the theory of relativity, surpassing the speed of light is impossible. As an object's velocity nears the speed of light, time dilation effects emerge. For instance, if one were to travel from Earth to a destination 10 light-years away at a speed infinitely close to that of light, theory suggests it would take 10 years. However, this is not entirely accurate. For those traveling at high speeds, the closer they approach light speed, the more pronounced the time dilation effect becomes. At speeds approaching light, time can be said to nearly halt. Upon arrival at the destination, the time recorded by their timekeeping devices would be nearly zero, and the travelers themselves would not age. Meanwhile, those remaining outside this relativistic journey would experience a decade passing in real time. This phenomenon illustrates that time is not a fixed constant. Its flow is not absolute but relative, varying under different speeds and gravitational influences. Chapter 65. Quark material. Lu Ping stared blankly at the simulated flight displayed on the monitor, lost in profound contemplation. The notion of time dilation, or time travel, was proposed by humanity over 2 centuries ago. However, constrained by technological limitations, it could only be validated within laboratories and particle colliders. Unexpectedly, the discovery of this new material might bring such imaginations closer to reality. With speeds approaching the speed of light, no distance would hold significance for those aboard the spacecraft. During their journey, time would seem nearly suspended. If time loses its meaning, then distance too becomes inconsequential. Of course, this perspective applies solely to those in flight, while time continues to elapse externally. Thus, even if time travel were possible, numerous limitations would still remain. After a moment, Lu Ping regained his focus. All right, we can halt this simulation. Our primary task now is to produce the nuclear batteries. Pengu promptly ceased the simulation, his face alight with excitement as he fixed his gaze on the polyhedral structure on the experimental table. Master, this material is truly remarkable. Indeed, it seems to hold immense potential for future applications, Hu Liqing remarked, nodding in agreement. Such an extraordinary material. Have you named it yet, Master? Hua Fu inquired. Not yet. I haven't had the chance, Lu Ping replied with a smile. Since the moment he discovered the material, his mind had been preoccupied with mass production and the creation of the nuclear battery, leaving little room for naming it. This material undoubtedly represents a momentous discovery. We should assign it a name, as it won't hinder the progress of battery development, Hu Liqing suggested as she seated herself beside Lu Ping, her interest piqued. Madam Master is right. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work of cutting wood. Pengu immediately concurred. The group looked at Lu Ping with eager anticipation, who scratched his brow and glanced at Hu Liqing. Why don't you name it this time? No, the discovery and research of this material was solely your accomplishment. You must name it, Hu Liqing insisted, her tone leaving no room for contradiction. Very well. The formation principle of this material disrupts the original structure between atoms, fundamentally influencing the strong interaction. In other words, it exerts effects at the quark level on the atom. Let us call it quark-level material. Excellent. This name is both succinct and appropriate, Hu Liqing praised. Thus, the naming of the new material was settled, and the group divided their tasks. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing focused on refining the structure of the nuclear battery, while the 3 androids began constructing suitable manufacturing molds according to Lu Ping's design specifications. This material could not be processed through conventional methods. Its processing was akin to primitive sand casting techniques. Finally, Lu Ping's nuclear battery design was completed, and the 3 androids successfully built the molds. With everything in place, production commenced. Within a few days, the first nuclear battery was successfully produced. A polyhedral shape, roughly the size of a hand, was confined on an experimental table. Due to the electromagnetic confinement, it appeared to be suspended in mid-air. Surrounding it was a vacuum environment, with the electromagnetic force continuously active to maintain its structural stability. The battery required the activation of an internal fusion reaction to sustain its stability. However, this activation could not occur within the laboratory. In essence, it resembled a triggered hydrogen bomb, and any mishap could obliterate the entire base. Even with Lu Ping's unwavering confidence in the design, he could not afford to experiment within the base. This was both a matter of the rigor expected from a technician and the reality that he could not afford to fail. Soon, the entire workstation was transported by a device into an elevator, taken outside the base, and loaded onto a specially designed aircraft intended for activating the battery, a large, empty container equipped with a nuclear fusion engine, alongside specialized instruments for triggering the battery's fusion. Once the workstation was secured within the container, the aircraft ignited and ascended, tracing an arc towards outer space. The near-vacuum conditions of outer space were ideal for activating the nuclear battery. Lu Ping and the others returned to the control room of the Earth vessel, their eyes fixed on the live feed displaying the aircraft's trajectory parameters and interior footage. The aircraft swiftly traversed the periapsis and apoapsis of Mars, continuing its flight until it finally exited the Roche limit. It then began to decelerate, maintaining its inertial flight. At this distance, even in the event of a failure, the resulting debris would mostly drift into the depths of space. Rather than being captured by Mars' gravitational pull and becoming space debris in orbit around the planet. Master, everything is ready, Pangu announced, monitoring the feed. Activate it, Lu Ping commanded. Pangu extended his right index finger, the silicone skin at its tip automatically peeling away to reveal the core memory metal beneath. The memory metal, controlled by Pangu, transformed into a hardware interface, which he then inserted into a console port. To ensure the precision of the experiment, Lu Ping opted against manual activation, relying instead on Pangu's powerful computational capabilities for control. Once connected to the console, the monitor instantly displayed a back-end window, with various data flashing continuously. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft in space, a mechanical arm grasped two carbon rod-like objects and inserted them into the designated slots of the polyhedron. These carbon rod-like objects were the nuclear fuel rods. Once inserted, the mechanical arm retracted slowly, followed by an extremely fine laser beam directed at the carbon rods. The nuclear fusion was activated instantaneously, and due to magnetic confinement, no energetic chaos ensued. The mechanical arm advanced once more, and at the reserved slot interface, an invisible substance emerged to seal the gap completely. This substance represented the final step of the nuclear battery, employing a casting method through the aggregation of hydrogen atoms, forming a cohesive unit with the polyhedron and sealing the interface entirely. At this point, the battery had been successfully activated. However, it was crucial to verify whether the battery's output power met the required standards and whether the internal reaction remained stable. A critical step involved disconnecting the external power supply to observe if it could maintain stability independently. With the external power supply severed, the external magnetic field vanished instantly. And due to the zero-gravity conditions of space, the polyhedron remained suspended on the workstation. Lu Ping clenched his jaw as he watched the monitor, feeling his heart race as if it were about to leap into his throat. Unconsciously, he shifted in his chair, pulling it closer. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 1 minute, half an hour. Chapter 66. The nuclear energy battery. Lu Ping felt an unusual slowness in the passage of time, his heart heavy with anticipation. Finally, half an hour had elapsed, yet the polyhedron remained unchanged, steadily suspended in place. This marked the limit of time after the raw materials from Jupiter had lost their magnetic constraints and began to disintegrate autonomously. This was sufficient evidence that the nuclear energy battery had been successfully activated and had entered a self-stabilizing state. To verify its reliability, Lu Ping had set a timeline of 24 hours. These 24 hours, however, were excruciating. Perhaps you should eat something. It has already been 12 hours. Hu Liqing suggested as she placed a meal in front of Lu Ping. He opened the box lunch, picked up his chopsticks, and continued to gaze at the display, mindlessly shoveling food into his mouth. After hastily finishing his meal, Lu Ping remained silent, steadfastly positioned before the monitor. It has been over 10 hours since the launch. You should take a moment to rest. By the time you wake, the time will have nearly passed, Hu Liqing remarked, observing the dark circles under his eyes. How can I possibly sleep at a time like this? Lu Ping replied without turning around. Look at you. Your old habits are resurfacing. As a leader, you must maintain composure, especially during significant events. It is merely an experiment, and yet you are so fraught with tension. If we were to counterattack Earth in the future, would you be able to endure without food or sleep? Hu Liqing gently urged. This is different. The nuclear energy battery holds immense significance for us. Even if I tried to rest, I would be unable to sleep. So it is better for me to remain here, Lu Ping said, turning slightly to meet Hu Liqing's gaze. Have you considered that by enduring like this during critical moments, you risk exhausting your own health? What would be the point of it all? Hu Liqing asked earnestly. Lu Ping found himself momentarily at a loss for words. You must begin to shift your mindset and redefine your role. It is unrealistic to manage every detail personally. Focus on the bigger picture. For this experiment, your presence here does not influence the outcome. It can be entrusted to Pangu and the others, who can simply report the results to you afterward. The process itself does not require your constant oversight. If you are truly concerned, you can check in occasionally, Hu Liqing continued. Recognizing that Lu Ping's long tenure in frontline work had solidified his thinking patterns, making it difficult for him to adapt. Lu Ping rubbed his forehead, which was slick with perspiration. After exhaling deeply, he finally admitted, "I understand. It is just that I am not accustomed to delegating authority. Handing tasks to others while not being able to oversee them directly leaves me feeling unsettled. The complexities of the future will only increase. It is impractical to be involved in every matter. I must begin to adapt and gradually change my thinking. It is not too late." With that, Hu Liqing stepped forward, placing her hands on his shoulders and gently kneading them. Lu Ping turned his neck, producing a satisfying crack, then grasped her hand and said, "All right, you are right. My dear, I will go rest now." "That's more like it," Hu Liqing said with a smile, releasing her grip. After Hu Liqing's encouragement, Lu Ping recognized his own issues. He cast one last glance at the monitor before heading toward the rest cabin. The rest cabin aboard the Earth was actually more comfortable than the sleeping quarters at the base. At the very least, he could see the Martian landscape through the porthole, which, although desolate, was infinitely preferable to the cold, metallic walls. After a quick shower, Lu Ping lay on the bed, observing the various robots and construction vehicles traversing the landscape outside the porthole, feeling a profound sense of peace wash over him. A satisfied smile crept across his face as he pulled down the porthole's shade and closed his eyes. Soon, he was enveloped in a deep slumber. "Child, my child. Our child. Ah, big brother. I have come to find you, Lu Ping. Avenge us, farewell." Lu Ping in the laboratory. Zhaoing caressed her burgeoning belly, emitting an eerie laughter. In the darkened corridors, she and Hu Liqing fled, pursued by a small girl holding a teddy bear who repeatedly appeared before them. Zhang Yuliang and Captain Qi, their faces smeared with blood and covered in bite marks from zombies, gazed at him with bloodshot eyes, demanding vengeance. In the pitch-black depths of the ocean, the echoes of the aircraft carrier captain's farewell reverberated in his mind. It was impossible to tell how long had passed when Lu Ping suddenly jolted awake, letting out a startled cry. He had experienced a long and bizarre dream. Flitting between the nuclear power base, the underground laboratory of Unit 2, and a labyrinthine underground conduit. In the dream, he found himself fleeing alone, cognizant that he was dreaming. He wished to awaken, but found himself unable to do so. He attempted to cry out, yet no sound escaped his lips. It felt as though an invisible force had constricted his throat and bound his body. He could only sink deeper into the endless nightmare, consumed by fear. When he ceased struggling, he was abruptly jolted awake. Lu Ping threw off the covers, realizing he was drenched in sweat, the bedclothes bearing an imprint of his form. Breathing a sigh of relief, he propped his pillow higher and leaned against the wall at the head of the bed. He then opened the nightstand and retrieved a pack of cigarettes. He had long since quit smoking, as it was prohibited inside the nuclear facility. 8 hours of work each day had allowed him to resist the urge, and after 10 years, he had naturally broken the habit. Since escaping to Mars, he had discovered a stash among the supplies aboard the Earth ship and occasionally indulged in a cigarette when stress mounted. Lu Ping took out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, igniting it with a spark from his lighter. He inhaled deeply, allowing the smoke to fill his lungs, and then exhaled gently, releasing wisps of vapor that danced in the light, lingering in the small room like delicate threads. As he smoked, Lu Ping reflected on the dream he had just experienced, seeking insights or scientific explanations for its bizarre nature. Unfortunately, this was not a realm in which he excelled. He decided not to dwell on it, knowing that he would likely forget the details by the next day. Lu Ping had never been one to get caught up in trivialities. A few minutes later, he extinguished the cigarette, took a deep breath, and rose from the bed. Checking the time, he realized he had slept for nearly 8 hours. After hastily washing up, he made his way to the dining area for a simple breakfast, then packed a meal to take with him to the control room. Although he had experienced a nightmare, he felt revitalized. Lu Ping sensed a refreshing clarity in his body and mind, and his steps felt noticeably lighter. "I am well rested. Here is breakfast for you. After you eat, you should take a moment to rest as well," Lu Ping said, placing the meal in front of Hu Liqing, a relaxed smile on his face. "Now you look more like yourself. Yesterday you seemed possessed," Hu Liqing remarked, her expression brightening at the sight of Lu Ping's newfound vitality as she began to eat. Lu Ping chuckled at himself and turned his attention to the monitor. The polyhedron remained remarkably stable, identical to its state before he had left the previous day, as steadfast as a mountain. With less than 4 hours remaining, the crucial moment was approaching, and Lu Ping felt a surge of anticipation in his heart. Chapter 67. Solar Thermal Underfloor Heating and Space Dock. Within the production workshop of the Martian base, a series of workbenches had been established, each adorned with a suspended polyhedron. A week had elapsed since the last activation test, which had been remarkably successful, following the nuclear energy battery stabilization for 24 hours. A series of experiments were conducted to verify its various output parameters and stability. Undoubtedly, all met the design requirements. Lu Ping and his wife, along with the 3 bioengineered beings, rejoiced at the results. After a modest celebration, the nuclear energy batteries entered mass production. Today, the first batch of 100 batteries had been completed. Due to the limited space in the workshop, this was already the maximum output achievable. Lu Ping reviewed the inspection data of the batteries, and all passed with flying colors. The focus now shifted to accelerating the construction of the equatorial base. The number of production robots had expanded to 10,000, and the equatorial base was nearing its final structural phase. Once the primary structure was completed, the various production equipment and supplies aboard the Earth ship could be transferred to the new base. At that point, once the comprehensive industrial system was operational, a fleet and mechanical warriors could be swiftly created. After sealing the batteries, Lu Ping departed the workshop with Hu Liqing and the 3 bionic beings. Making their way to the surface, the Martian base and the Earth ship had undergone preliminary modifications. The ground had been transformed into an expansive landing pad, filled with an array of the latest mining vehicles and aircraft. The group boarded a saucer-shaped spacecraft, which, expelling a particle plume, ascended gently towards the equatorial base. Less than an hour later, they arrived at a basin near the equator. The climatic conditions of this basin were comparatively milder than other regions of Mars, with daytime temperatures reaching over 20 degrees Celsius and nighttime plunging to over -70 degrees. This location represented the least temperature variation on the Martian surface. The primary construction material for this base was the previously developed supercritical material. With the vast mineral resources of Mars at his disposal, Lu Ping could indulge without concern for material shortages. As they hovered above the basin in the aircraft, they surveyed the progress of the new base. The ground was lined with rows of super-limited factory buildings, each separated by towering columns that soared to a height of 100 meters, extending deep underground. These columns were part of Lu Ping's specially designed temperature regulation system, utilizing the principle of solar thermal power generation. However, rather than generating electricity, Lu Ping intended to use this system to warm the entire new base. Mechanical equipment operating in environments with extreme temperature variations is prone to fatigue from natural aging, significantly shortening its lifespan. Each of these colossal columns served as a heat-absorbing tower, which, in addition to absorbing solar energy during the day, was surrounded by fields of mirrors. These mirrors, crafted from supercritical materials, encircled the factory's perimeter and were equipped with tracking systems to follow the sun's path automatically. The sunlight was concentrated onto the heat-absorbing device at the top of the tower through the reflection of the heliostats. Below the heat-absorbing device, a network of pipes transported carbon dioxide, which has a low boiling point. Once heated, the carbon dioxide would flow directionally through the aid of blowers and exhaust fans, circulating warmth to every corner of the factory. The piping system also connected to numerous molten salt tanks, which stored excess heat during the day and released it at night via the carbon dioxide flow. Lu Ping calculated and simulated that this system could maintain the base's minimum temperature above -10 degrees. This temperature is within human tolerance and meets the minimum environmental conditions required for machining. By implementing localized heating measures, he believed the temperature within the new base would become quite comparable to that on Earth. This heating system was dubbed the Solar Thermal Underfloor Heating System by Lu Ping. The Martian new base was merely the first phase of the plan. Following the successful production of the first phase, Lu Ping had also devised a second phase. which would incorporate not only industrial facilities, but also agricultural planning. The factories would generate substantial heat, which, combined with the solar thermal underfloor heating system, could transform the entire basin's temperature. Lu Ping aimed to convert this basin into a farm conducive to crop growth after the second phase of expansion. Although this farm would remain enclosed, it would be far more convenient than the underground simulation systems. These plans represented his long-term vision for the Martian surface. Besides the surface, Lu Ping had also initiated preliminary planning for Mars's synchronous orbit. The first priority was to establish a space dock. The harsh conditions on the Martian surface, often plagued by dust storms, rendered it unsuitable for the interstellar fleet. Lu Ping lacked the time and resources to construct a vast, enclosed landing pad on the ground. The optimal solution was to anchor the produced warships in the synchronous orbit of Mars, where ample space and near-vacuum conditions provided an ideal and economical alternative. The design of the space dock was straightforward, a metallic ring surrounding the synchronous orbit, equipped with docking interfaces and slots. Once the spacecraft entered space, it could dock and secure itself to the interfaces on the ring. This undertaking was undoubtedly monumental. Lu Ping planned to construct a segment capable of accommodating 100,000 warships. The segmental construction would allow each section to function independently, and fusion engines could be installed, enabling them to merge with warships for sublight speed travel when necessary. With the addition of large-scale weapons, they could serve as space fortresses or carriers when the need arose. Once the main structure of the new base was completed, he could allocate a portion of the robots and spacecraft to commence the construction of the ring. Lu Ping gazed at the base below, envisioning the grand blueprint of the ring, his heart brimming with ambition. 1 year later, at the original Base 1 on Earth, a young girl and Zhaoing sat upon a podium, with a sea of evolved zombies seated below. These zombies, now clad in human attire, appeared solemn, far removed from their primitive forms upon mutation. The new human regime had stabilized, with a global population nearing 100 million, to address survival and development issues. The previous population growth model would no longer continue. Consequently, the leadership had decided on 2 directives. First, to eliminate the remaining incomplete evolved beings on Earth. Second, to unearth the technological archives of the old humanity, sparing no effort to venture into space and capture the anti-human remnants Lu Ping and Hu Liqing, reclaiming the scientific achievements they had pilfered. As Zhaoing concluded her statement, a human clad in a general's uniform stood up, raising a fist and proclaiming loudly, "On behalf of the old humanity, I fully support all policies of the new government. Down with Lu Ping and Hu Liqing. Down with all remnants of anti-human organizations. Down with Lu Ping and Hu Liqing. Down with all remnants of anti-human organizations." The assembly erupted, all raising their fists and chanting slogans, "March into space. Capture Lu Ping alive." Chapter 68. Equatorial Base. The assembled crowd was filled with righteous indignation, eager to see Lu Ping and Hu Liqing subjected to the most severe punishment. "We are the new generation of humanity, the product of natural selection and evolution, the rightful masters of Earth. Lu Ping, Hu Liqing, and their ilk have committed heinous acts of slaughter against our kind during this pivotal moment in our evolution. Today, within this very base, we shall conduct a public trial of the leaders of the old humanity to assert our legitimate claim over Earth." "Bring him forth," commanded the young girl. 2 law enforcement zombies, clad in uniforms, escorted an elderly man with graying hair to the podium. "LXX, do you admit to employing weapons of mass destruction to massacre those who have not fully evolved during the early stages of our collective evolution?" The old man, his hands bound behind his back, bore a melancholic expression. Upon hearing the question from a new human judge, he straightened his posture and surveyed the crowd of new humans before him, scoffing. "Huh, what a farce. Your so-called evolution is, at its core, mere slaughter and consumption. Countless unmutated humans have been devoured by you. How shameless you are to call yourselves new humans. It is utterly laughable. As the temporary leader of humanity, I can only lament my failure to recognize the threat you posed sooner, allowing you to grow in strength, which has led to this present situation. If given another chance, I would lead all survivors to eradicate you, the rodents hiding in the shadows, leaving not a single one alive. What crime is there in fighting for humanity's right to exist? The facts speak for themselves. Your denial of guilt matters not. Bring forth the witnesses. Lu Ping was in high spirits today. After a year of development, the first phase of his equatorial base was finally completed. All production lines had been installed and debugged, and today marked the inaugural day of operation. Before dawn, Lu Ping had risen early, meticulously preparing himself, then dragging Hu Liqing out of bed, urging her to hurry and get ready for the inauguration of the equatorial base. On Mars, they were the only two humans, and he wished to make the ceremony as grand as possible. In Lu Ping's eyes, this was a momentous occasion, signifying humanity's first establishment beyond Earth, deserving of celebration and documentation. Hu Liqing, still groggy from sleep, was reluctantly pulled into the preparations. Considering the rare glimpse of joy in Lu Ping's demeanor after more than 2 years of the zombie outbreak, she complied and hurriedly dressed. After a simple breakfast, the two donned their spacesuits and boarded the spacecraft, racing towards the equatorial base. 3 androids had remained at the base during this time, overseeing the construction under the guidance of the Earth Mother, with specific management duties assigned to them. The trio stood at the entrance of the equatorial base, anxiously gazing skyward. On either side of the entrance stood 2 ornamental flower baskets, flanked by 2 female silicone robots dressed in formal attire, holding a vibrant red ribbon. Numerous humanoid robots lined the path, all fashioned by Pangu using newly sourced materials. "They're coming," shouted Hou-Yi, pointing excitedly at a small black dot in the sky. The dot grew larger, hovering above the helipad before gently descending. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing descended the ramp hand in hand. "Welcome." The humanoid robots along the path clapped their gelatinous hands together, their faces simulating expressions of excitement. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing paused, then made their way toward the entrance. "I hereby declare the inauguration ceremony of the Mars Equatorial Base and the commencement of the production line officially open. Please welcome our esteemed hosts to the stage for the ribbon-cutting ceremony." Pangu's voice resonated, and thunderous applause erupted from the audience. A female robot approached with a large tray, bearing 2 scissors-shaped instruments. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing each took one and sliced through the ribbon. This was, in fact, a type of subsonic scissors, utilizing intense vibrations to sever materials. Clad in their spacesuits, they had no fear of the sound waves' effects. As the scissors fell, the ribbon was neatly divided into 3 sections, appearing as if it had been cut with precision. The audience erupted into applause. "Now, let us hear from our host." Pangu clapped enthusiastically, inviting Lu Ping to speak. "Today marks a special day, the establishment of humanity's first fully industrialized base beyond Earth. Apart from my wife and I, there are no guests, nor any blessings to share. Our human home is now occupied by a horde of bloodthirsty mutated zombies. My relatives, friends, colleagues, and fellow humans have all perished at their hands. My wife and I have endured countless trials and near-death experiences to survive. The sacrifices of many have merely allowed us to cling to life. I, Lu Ping, hereby reaffirm my vow. In my lifetime, I will eradicate the Blood Clan, avenge all of humanity, and restore our home, revitalizing human civilization to venture into the vastness of the cosmos. The equatorial base is a crucial milestone towards this goal, enabling us to produce an unending supply of interstellar warships and fearless mechanical warriors. It bears a significant historical mission. Today, with its activation, the war between humanity and the Blood Clan enters a new phase of counteroffensive. This day shall be eternally etched in our memories." Upon concluding his speech, Lu Ping cast his gaze toward Earth. "Counteroffensive to Earth, exterminate the Blood Clan, and rebuild our home." Pangu led the throng of androids in a resounding cheer. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Lu Ping and his companions entered the central control room of the workshop. The temperature within, regulated by geothermal energy, was pleasantly warm. The control room also maintained an ecological system, allowing them to remove their cumbersome spacesuits. Hand in hand, Lu Ping and Hu Liqing activated the main control switch for the equatorial base. In an instant, the entire production line sprang to life, with countless raw materials flowing into various machines, transforming into numerous components for the subsequent processes. From the outset of the equatorial base's construction, considerations were made for personnel, resulting in a fully automated assembly line. Only a handful of robots were needed to periodically replenish materials and maintain equipment. Producing hundreds of thousands of mechanical warriors and tens of thousands of interstellar warships was undoubtedly not an overnight endeavor. With the production line now active, all that remained was to let time take its course. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing found themselves with unexpected leisure time, having recently awoken naturally several days in a row, a state to which they were unaccustomed. After rising and having breakfast one day, Lu Ping decided to inspect the production progress at the equatorial base. Once again donning the heavy spacesuit, he made his way to the spacecraft. Each time he donned the suit, it was an uncomfortable experience, especially given Mars' low gravity, which made movement cumbersome. New ideas began to form in Lu Ping's mind. The technologies surrounding supercritical materials and quark materials had matured significantly. By leveraging the properties of these materials, he envisioned a complete overhaul of numerous systems. In due time, various applications should experience a substantial leap forward. Chapter 69. The water drop aircraft. Upon this realization, Lu Ping disregarded the journey to the equatorial base, as the situation there could be fully relayed by Hutu. Initially, he had considered visiting out of sheer boredom, a habit formed during his extensive time on the production front lines. However, with new ideas brewing, Lu Ping promptly set his plans into motion and swiftly returned to the underground base. Shedding his cumbersome protective suit, he soon arrived at the production workshop. Lu Ping activated his computer and launched the design software. At present, he found a plethora of components ripe for modification. For instance, redesigning the spacesuit with supercritical materials would not only lighten its weight significantly, but also enhance its protective capabilities to the extent that it could withstand nuclear explosions to a certain degree. Furthermore, utilizing the latest quark materials could facilitate the creation of a spacecraft capable of approaching the speed of light. Moreover, by employing liquid memory metals alongside supercritical materials in the design of the protective suit, the previously heavy helmet could be drastically simplified. The suit could be integrated into a cohesive design, resembling a onesie indoors, while transforming automatically to cover the head when entering a radiative environment. Thus, the overall appearance of the suit would resemble a sleek bodysuit, significantly improving both comfort and convenience. Having finalized the protective suit's design, Lu Ping then turned his attention to the Pangu simulation of a tadpole-shaped vessel capable of nearing light speed. He retrieved the simulation video from the database. As he gazed at the impeccably smooth surface of the aircraft, a term suddenly surfaced in his mind: water drop. The water drop aircraft was introduced in the acclaimed science fiction novel The Three-Body Problem. Its described characteristics bore striking resemblance to those of quark materials, and its form closely mirrored that of Pangu's simulation. In the novel, a single water drop aircraft, relying solely on its formidable maneuverability, annihilated hundreds of thousands of human interstellar fleets, demonstrating a sheer technological superiority. Clearly, the Trisolarans were a Type II civilization at that time, while humanity was still grappling with the development of a Type I civilization. It was akin to primitive humans wielding stone tools in the midst of World War II. Humanity stood no chance against the water drop. Now, as science fiction converges with reality, this aircraft undeniably merits rigorous exploration. Within a short span, Lu Ping integrated the nuclear fusion engine with the tadpole-shaped aircraft design. In homage to the wisdom of predecessors, he named it the water drop. The entire structure was crafted from quark materials, forged from hydrogen atoms, measuring approximately the size of a basketball. For an aircraft, this was remarkably diminutive, yet it emerged as humanity's most agile flying machine to date. In the vastness of space, it could travel at velocities approaching the speed of light, altering its flight trajectory at any angle without the need for a turning radius. Its unique streamlined design also enabled high-speed flight within the atmosphere, albeit with a corresponding decrease in maneuverability. After 2 months of extensive testing, the first water drop aircraft finally completed all evaluations and achieved its final form. Soaring through the starlit sky at full throttle, Its speed was astonishingly close to that of light. External detectors struggled to trace its flight path. Whether through optical instruments or various electromagnetic waves, they too propagated at light speed. Even if detected, the data relayed back became meaningless due to the constraints of light-speed transmission. Unless the water drop traveled in a straight line, observers could not ascertain where it would appear in the next moment. Lu Ping, along with Hu Liqing and the three original biomimetic beings, gathered in the main control room of the Earth vessel, scrutinizing the images and data displayed on the monitor. These visuals and figures were transmitted from the water drop itself. Its performance is astonishing, remarked Pangu, his enthusiasm palpable. However, limited by the thrust-to-weight ratio of the engine. We can construct it no larger. Using controllable nuclear fusion as power, we have reached the pinnacle, Lu Ping elucidated, unless we discover a more potent energy source. Further breakthroughs appear unlikely. Finding a new energy source within the solar system seems implausible, Hu Liqing mused, recalling the recently launched third batch of probes, eagerly anticipating their findings. The quest for new energy sources is indeed formidable, Lu Ping turned to his companions, but certain cosmic phenomena within similar stellar systems should also be comparable. The probability of discovering new energy sources within those systems is, in my estimation, exceedingly low. I suspect that only within the broader scope of the Milky Way might we uncover unique areas harboring undiscovered cosmic materials. This represents the true breakthrough in energy exploration. Yet it will undoubtedly require an extended time frame and a measure of fortune. From discovery to research and application of a new energy source, the process is lengthy. We need not expend our energies in this direction in the short term, Lu Ping concluded. His companions nodded in agreement. The journey from the discovery of nuclear fusion technology to its complete mastery had consumed nearly 200 years. The pursuit of an even more powerful energy source would likely demand an even greater investment of time. Indeed, you are correct. New energy sources are not our current focus. Quafu affirmed solemnly. Master, what do you intend to utilize this water drop aircraft for? Ho-E inquired, clearly more concerned about its purpose. Oh, I have already established its target, Lu Ping responded, minimizing the display of the aircraft. A blue planet emerged on the screen. Earth. Earth. Panga's expression shifted, revealing his surprise. Indeed, my lady and I have been away from Earth for over 2 years, Lu Ping remarked, exchanging a glance with Hu Liqing. We are completely unaware of the current situation there. Once we decide to counterattack Earth, we must gather pertinent intelligence. It is fortuitous that the water drop can scout for updates on the Blood Clan's current status. Master has indeed considered every angle, Pangu acknowledged with a knowing expression. Master, when do you plan to initiate the counteroffensive against Earth? Quafu could not help but pose this crucial question. Since the inception of the biomimetic beings, Lu Ping had encoded their foundational directive to protect humanity and reclaim Earth. Yet, after years of rallying this call, no action had been taken. As artificial intelligences, the biomimetic beings possessed their own independent thoughts and naturally held a keen interest in the issue of their mission. Chapter 70. The counterattack plan. As the question from Quafu arose, the three androids gazed at Lu Ping with eager anticipation, awaiting his response. Observing their expressions, Lu Ping smiled and remarked, in the past, I did not possess a specific timeline for this matter. However, now that the Martian base has commenced operations, I have established a clear schedule. The timeline is set for 2 years hence. Calculating based on the production pace of the Martian base, Lu Ping estimated that approximately 10,000 warships and 100,000 mechanical warriors could be manufactured within a year. By the end of 2 years, he would command an interstellar fleet of 20,000 ships and 200,000 mechanical soldiers. At that point, there would be no room for delays. The counteroffensive against Earth should commence as early as possible. While Lu Ping was developing on Mars, the Blood Clan would undoubtedly be expanding on Earth. Given the intelligence and adaptability of the Blood Clan, Lu Ping dared not wait until his fleet was fully formed before launching the counterattack. The primary objective of the initial fleet and mechanical warriors would be to harass the Blood Clan, disrupting their stable development environment and slowing their progress while his own forces steadily amassed. Under such circumstances, he believed that they could swiftly eradicate the Blood Clan. With a definitive timeline in place, the group was instantly invigorated, eagerly anticipating the arrival of that day and passionately discussing various details. The water droplet spacecraft soared at full speed, quickly approaching Earth and concealing itself beside a derelict satellite. "Master, the water droplet has reached Earth. Where shall we begin our first move?" Pengu inquired as he surveyed the screen. "Naturally, we shall commence with the network. As long as the Blood Clan utilizes network communications, we can easily obtain some of their intelligence," Lu Ping replied, dispatching a series of commands to the water droplet. In the current state of affairs between Earth and Mars, advancements in speed had been achieved, but communication delays remained the greatest obstacle to their interactions, a challenge that had yet to be resolved. After 20 minutes, the water droplet resumed its flight, heading towards the inner orbital space of Earth. At an altitude of 400 to 500 kilometers above the Earth and Apos' surface, a massive structure was rapidly orbiting the planet. This structure, shaped like A1 character, was composed of numerous docking modules. Indeed, it was a space station. Following the outbreak of the zombie catastrophe, astronauts such as Zhang Yuliang had returned to Earth, meaning that the space station was now uncrewed and operating under automatic control. Otherwise, it might have long since deviated from its orbit and plummeted to Earth. Having acquired remnants of human technology, Lu Ping possessed the means to communicate with the space station. The water droplet spacecraft approached a docking module, emitting a wave of energy, causing an interface to automatically emerge. This interface could facilitate both hardware connections and wireless communications. The water droplet, being a solidly cast entity, could not accommodate external interfaces, thus it employed a wireless connection. During his time at the nuclear power base, the network reconstructed by Shi Haiping included this space station. If the Blood Clan had retained any remnants of humanity and Apos' satellite network, Lu Ping could access that network through the space station, thereby obtaining essential intelligence. As the water droplet successfully connected with the space station, a wealth of data was transmitted back to the Earth vessel. The Earth vessel had also undergone modifications, now equipped with a retractable takeoff and landing platform. For the purpose of testing the water droplet, it was currently stationed in synchronous orbit around Mars. After the data underwent filtration by the AI system, it was relayed to Lu Ping and his companions for review. Upon examination, Lu Ping found no classified information. The data consisted solely of the Blood Clan's routine communications. From this, Lu Ping gleaned two crucial pieces of intelligence. Firstly, the Blood Clan now referred to themselves as New Humans, boasting a population of over 100 million. They had established a preliminary global governance structure, with industries such as agriculture, commerce, and manufacturing gradually resuming operations. Secondly, resistance organizations still existed on Earth. While Lu Ping was surprised by the first point, it was not entirely unexpected. Zhaoing knew how to cultivate primary zombies into Blood Clan members, making it unsurprising to evolve 100 million Blood Clan members from Earth's original population of over 9 billion. However, the second point left Lu Ping perplexed. If the Blood Clan had unified the globe, what constituted the membership of these resistance organizations? Could it be that a significant number of humans had survived? According to Lu Ping's previous assumptions, when the two bases fell, any survivors within should have either been slaughtered or controlled, becoming integral to Zhao Ying's new human plan. Such individuals should have lacked the strength or opportunity to establish any form of resistance organization. This led to another possibility. Perhaps the resistance was composed of survivors from other countries. Yet this seemed implausible. If other nations harbored such numerous survivors, why had there been no communication through the satellite network or various broadcast frequencies? During that time, only the satellite network was available for communication, and these survivors had no reason to refrain from utilizing it. Lu Ping found himself utterly confounded by the nature of this resistance organization. He resolved to allow the water droplet to enter Earth for further investigation. Within a clandestine base in Huaxia, several figures were seated around a conference table. Above the table, a display screen illuminated the room, and everyone gazed intently at it with somber expressions. Everyone, Subject 5 has been publicly tried by the Blood Clan, and they have announced his execution. However, Zhaoying has secretly protected him. We do not know how long this can be concealed. Meanwhile, the Blood Clan's global cleansing operations against zombies are nearing completion, and soon Earth will be entirely populated by the Blood Clan. Our future actions must be conducted with greater secrecy. We cannot expose the location of our base under any circumstances. Do you understand? The individual on the screen, whose face remained obscured, possessed the same authoritative voice as the superior who had previously reported to Zhang Yuliang. Understood. The group responded in unison. Remember, as long as our organization exists, the Blood Clan's claim over Earth is illegitimate. Our future policy must prioritize the preservation of humanity's legacy, ensuring our survival while striking against the Blood Clan on all fronts. Since the disaster erupted, we have been biding our time for 2 years. It is now time for the Blood Clan to pay a price. How is the plan progressing? The figure on the screen inquired, addressing the current state of their struggle. The plan has been finalized. We will dispatch a 100-strong armed team to assault a Blood Clan city, aiming to capture over 200 Blood Clan members. One person at the forefront of the table declared loudly, "Excellent. If the Blood Clan seeks to use us humans as breeding tools, we can reciprocate by utilizing them to sustain the lineage of humanity. This operation is of paramount importance, concerning whether humanity can continue to reproduce. We must exert every effort. We can only succeed, not fail. Rest assured, the individuals involved in this operation are all meticulously trained by our organization, prepared to sacrifice themselves if necessary. Very well. Let us wish for the success of this mission." The video call was subsequently disconnected, and the display screen faded to darkness. Chapter 71. The triangular declaration of war in the golden autumn of October, with the crisp air and the fragrance of osmanthus wafting through the atmosphere. There stood a spacious villa encircled by iron railings in the suburbs of X City. Within the entrance courtyard lay a verdant lawn adorned with towering trees that cast a tranquil shade beneath their canopies. A blanket spread across the cool grass bore an assortment of fruits and snacks. A cherubic boy, approximately 2 years of age, crawled upon the blanket, his round face framed by thick brows and large, expressive eyes. His chubby limbs were marked by soft creases of plumpness, giving him the delightful appearance of a porcelain doll. "Fan, come to mommy." A striking woman in her 30s, dressed in a flowing dress with her hair elegantly pinned back, sat at the edge of the blanket. With a warm smile, she clapped her hands, encouraging the little one to crawl towards her. The boy, with his tiny mouth agape, babbled indistinctly as he made his way towards the woman, giggling joyfully. "Xiaofan, hurry to mommy." A voice emerged from the opposite side of the blanket. Belonging to a young woman in her 20s, adorned in a Gothic Lolita ensemble, her dress a striking contrast of black and white, embellished with a blood-red rose at the chest. The boy paused, his round head swiveling in confusion as he contemplated the existence of 2 mothers, or perhaps, whom he should choose to approach. The 2 women were none other than Zhaoying, clad in a dress, and the former little Lolita, now transformed into a striking figure of the Blood Clan. Having abandoned her cosplay for a distinct and independent style, her stature considerably enhanced. The boy remained motionless, caught in the delightful dilemma of which mother to crawl to, calling out "Mama" repeatedly. As the 2 women playfully engaged with the boy, the atmosphere was imbued with warmth and affection. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the trees to sway and the grass to dance, prompting the 2 women to shield their eyes. "The weather is changing. Let us tidy up and head inside." "All right, mommy." The Gothic Lolita swiftly scooped up the boy into her arms and dashed towards the villa, while Zhaoying gathered the blanket and belongings into the camping cart, hurrying to follow suit. Just as they entered the villa, dark clouds gathered ominously outside, heralding a storm with thunder rumbling and heavy rain pouring down, a rarity for autumn in the north. Inside the villa's grand hall, they stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, observing the tempest outside. At that moment, Zhaoying's phone rang, and as she answered, her expression gradually shifted to one of concern. "Understood," she said, ending the call with a slight tremor in her chest. "Mommy, what's wrong?" The Gothic Lolita inquired, cradling the boy on the sofa. "Our school has been attacked. All security and teachers are deceased, and over 200 newly enrolled students have been kidnapped, Zhao Ying revealed, her brow furrowed in distress. It must be the opposition group. We Haven T made a move against them, yet they VE acted first. Foolhardy indeed. The Gothic Lolita remarked coldly. I will convene a press conference shortly to classify this incident as a terrorist act and a crime against humanity, officially designating the opposition group as a terrorist organization. We shall declare war upon them. Meanwhile, a water droplet-shaped aircraft traversed the Earth's atmosphere, its exceptional maneuverability rendering it undetectable even to those directly beneath it. Capable of cloaking all electromagnetic signals, it remained hidden from both visible light and radar as long as it maintained its speed. The craft glided over rugged mountains and bustling cities, arriving above a space launch facility. Within the complex, a large steel structure housed a rocket-shaped vessel. Its engines powered by nuclear fusion technology, akin to the modifications made by Lu Ping. Inside the facility, numerous Blood Clan members donned various work uniforms, conducting meticulous inspections of the spacecraft. Clearly, preparations for launch were underway. Data collected by the water droplet aircraft was transmitted back to Earth, where it was scrutinized by Lu Ping and his associates. To their astonishment, the opposition had rapidly developed a nuclear fusion engine and was on the brink of launching a spacecraft. Lu Ping, reviewing the photographs and the data, felt a surge of shock. His previous estimates had suggested that, even with a population exceeding 100 million, the Blood Clan would require at least 5 years to fully grasp human technological remnants and recreate a sublight-speed vessel. Yet, within a mere 3 years, they had succeeded. It appeared that someone had provided the opposition with a mature design blueprint. Who could it be? In the 2 bases from years past, the number of individuals who had access to sublight-speed spacecraft data was limited, yet substantial. At the nuclear base, aside from the members of the Wolf-Fong team, nearly everyone had participated in the manufacturing process. The first base had even more personnel involved in the spacecraft assembly. These individuals could potentially have acquired such documents and offered them to the Blood Clan in exchange for certain benefits. Furthermore, it was conceivable that the central computer of the first base, which harbored critical information, was captured by the Blood Clan during its downfall. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact remained that the opposition had successfully constructed a sublight-speed vessel. Lu Ping promptly issued orders to the water droplet aircraft to eliminate the spacecraft poised for launch. As the water droplet descended from the skies, its speed gradually diminished, revealing itself above the space facility. Suddenly, alarms blared, indicating that the base's detection systems had picked up on the aircraft. The water droplet hovered steadily, refraining from immediate attack. After 2 years of evasion, this marked Lu Ping's first offensive against the Blood Clan. He was determined to leave an indelible impression upon them. A silent aircraft infiltrated the space facility, revealing its presence only when it was discovered, indicating that it was far from ordinary. The Blood Clan within the base suddenly braced for impending confrontation. As alarms blared, all personnel hastily evacuated their positions. Soon, the perimeter was surrounded by countless armored vehicles and ground troops, while advanced fighter jets roared in from above, their weapons swiftly trained upon the water droplet. Chapter 72. The menace of the water droplet. Before revealing its form, the water droplet had already received directives from Lu Ping. At this moment, it hovered silently above the aerospace base, its propulsion method completely indiscernible from its exterior. From a situational perspective, the water droplet found itself encircled by the forces of the Blood Clan. Unidentified flying object. I command you to vacate the premises immediately and land at the designated location for inspection. Failure to comply will be deemed an act of espionage, and you will be shot down without hesitation. A commander bellowed through a loudspeaker connected to the base's amplification system. The water droplet offered no response, remaining motionless in its place. This is your final warning. If you do not depart within 10 seconds, we will initiate indiscriminate fire. The commander issued his ultimatum. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. A high-energy laser beam shot forth, striking the surface of the water droplet. The laser was reflected away, creating a gaping hole in a nearby structure. The onlookers, both within the base and among the surrounding military, were left in sheer disbelief. This laser was not akin to any human weapon previously known, It was a high-energy laser capable of igniting nuclear fusion, reaching temperatures exceeding 50 million degrees. Logically, no material on Earth should withstand such heat. Little did they know, as long as the internal magnetic field of the water droplet remained intact, it would not conduct any thermal transfer and thus remained impervious to extreme temperatures. Following the failure of the laser weapon, a colossal armored vehicle approached, rotating a massive cannon. This was the Blood Clan's latest electromagnetic railgun. Arcs of electricity flickered within the barrel as a steel projectile was accelerated by formidable electromagnetic forces, exiting the cannon at speeds exceeding several times the speed of sound, hurtling towards the water droplet. However, today it encountered the water droplet, remaining motionless. The water droplet calculated the kinetic energy of the projectile. The moment the kinetic projectile made contact, the water droplet abruptly activated its acceleration. The ensuing collision was thunderous. With a resounding boom, a violent explosion erupted, sending a shockwave and countless fragments spiraling in all directions. The surrounding structures were instantly pockmarked, producing a cacophony of sound. Smoke and dust enveloped the scene, obscuring visibility. The commander wore a smile, believing he had found an explanation for the unidentified flying object's ability to reflect lasers. By polishing a material surface to an almost perfectly smooth finish, one could reflect the majority of the laser's energy, with the remaining energy easily absorbed by the material itself. They were also conducting research on similar laser defense systems internally, though they had not yet achieved such advanced technology. The ability to reflect lasers was not remarkable. The true test was whether the water droplet could withstand the kinetic projectile. As the smoke began to clear, the reality of the situation became apparent, and the commander's smile faltered. The water droplet remained unscathed, still hovering in its original position, showing no signs of movement. The internal processor had calculated the necessary engine power to counteract the impact of the kinetic projectile. To the outside observer, it appeared as though the projectile struck the water droplet, yet it had not budged an inch, causing the projectile to backfire and explode. A sense of unease crept over the commander. Raising the loudspeaker, his arm trembled slightly as he shouted, "Fire at will." He then turned and fled towards the rear of his unit. In an instant, gunfire erupted. Countless beams, bullets, and shells rained down upon the water droplet. Following a barrage of attacks, the water droplet remained completely intact. It vanished from sight, launching a counteroffensive. Its primary target was the towering vessel. With a thunderous roar, the water droplet collided with the bottom of the launcher, creating a significant breach. The impact struck the engine, which had yet to be fueled with nuclear material, thus avoiding an explosion. After penetrating the engine, the water droplet ascended vertically within the ship. A series of explosions erupted as it broke through the top, emerging from the newly formed aperture. Without any indication of changing trajectory, it transitioned to horizontal flight, careening toward various structures within the base. From the moment the water droplet initiated its assault to the destruction of the vessel, no more than a second had elapsed. To the Blood Clan, it appeared as though the unidentified flying object had simply vanished, only for their ship to suddenly develop a perforating hole from bottom to top. Before they could comprehend the situation, facilities within the base erupted in a cacophony of explosions, plunging the entire area into chaos. The Blood Clan was unable to track the trajectory of the water droplet, helplessly witnessing the aerospace base succumb to devastation. The supporting troops outside lost their target and stood dumbfounded. Inside the base, pandemonium reigned as emergency alarms blared throughout every corner, and personnel began urgent evacuations. The water droplet crashed through the last remaining structural pillar, causing the entire building to tilt and emit ominous creaks before collapsing into ruins. Sparks mingled with dust, engulfing the surroundings as countless Blood Clan members were likely buried beneath the debris. Utilizing its exceptional maneuverability, the water droplet surged towards the Blood Clan forces outside. In an instant, various armored vehicles and tanks exploded, while the soldiers of the Blood Clan cried out in despair, utterly unable to retaliate. "Retreat! Retreat!" The commander frantically ordered a withdrawal, boarding a helicopter for a rapid exit. Just as the helicopter ascended and had not yet gained speed, A loud crash resonated as the rotor detached from the top, plummeting towards the ground forces. A retreating squad was directly bisected by the rapidly spinning rotor, leaving the soldiers in two halves. The Blood Clan possessed a unique trait. Their bodies served merely as shells for their parasitic essence. The neurons coursing throughout their forms constituted their true being. Unless struck directly at the center of their neural core, the brain, they would not perish. The severed Blood Clan warriors, relying on their formidable physical capabilities, clutched their lower halves and scurried across the ground. Though the water droplet was formidable, it bore no weaponry and could only leverage its superior material properties, transforming itself into a kinetic weapon through speed and agility. It was most effective against aerial targets and large ground installations, yet less so against individual Blood Clan entities. The unpredictable nature of sentient behavior rendered precise calculations impossible for even the most advanced artificial intelligence. Consequently, it was unable to dispatch Blood Clan warriors individually. Instead, it focused on obliterating all substantial equipment on the ground before making its escape. The ground was left with only the survivors of the base and the bewildered Blood Clan soldiers, gazing in astonishment at the ruins where their base once stood. Chapter 73. Triangular Strategies. The population of the Blood Clan exceeds 100 million, all meticulously nurtured by Zhao, Ying, and Gotterol, primarily consisting of the youth. Their physical prowess naturally surpasses that of humanity's most elite soldiers. It is utterly impossible to rely on droplets to annihilate them entirely. After the droplets obliterated the aerospace base, they vanished without a trace, leaving no one aware of their whereabouts. The repercussions, however, were profoundly startling. In a conference room filled with high-ranking members of the Blood Clan, a video conference was underway. The large screen displayed two women, Zhao Ying and Gotterol. Have any leads emerged regarding the unidentified flying objects? Zhao Ying inquired. Your Holiness, aside from the footage captured during the unidentified flying object's appearance, we have yet to uncover any additional clues. A young Blood Clan member in military attire rose to respond. What discoveries or conjectures have you made based on the scene? Gotterol asked. Master, our computer simulations have yielded some characteristics of the unidentified flying object. Based on these traits, we suspect that this flying object is likely not a product of earthly technology. A casually dressed young man interjected. Is that so? Gotterol exclaimed, puzzled, before continuing. According to your analysis, is there a significant technological gap between us and them? Based solely on the characteristics of the craft, we can make reasonable interpretations of all its attributes. Therefore, there is no technological disparity between both parties, the young man in casual attire replied. Given that there is no disparity, why were we, with an entire battalion, utterly powerless against a single craft? Zhao Ying could not help but question. Your Holiness, the opposing side's applied technology has entered the preliminary mature stage of a Type II civilization, while we are still utilizing outdated transitional weaponry. The young man glanced at the gathered audience and continued. The overall technological gap between us and them should be around 20 years. Their only advantage over us appears to be their mastery of a new material process. After speaking, the young man distributed a document to those present and subsequently sent an electronic version to Gotterol and Zhao Ying. Shortly after, Gotterol, having reviewed the material, gravely inquired, how long is it expected to take to achieve breakthroughs with this material? Master, based on our estimations, it will also require approximately 20 years. Moreover, the emergence of a new material is often accompanied by new scientific discoveries, introducing a degree of uncertainty in the timeline. The young man paused before continuing. This unknown discovery is highly likely to not exist on Earth. According to our Academy's projections, there are virtually no natural phenomena on Earth that a Type II civilization cannot explain. Subsequent technological advancements beyond Type II civilization should be derived from interstellar exploration. After finishing, the young man slightly bowed to the screen and resumed his seat. Regardless of the origin of this flying craft or its intentions for Earth, it is evident that it harbors hostility towards us. Zhao Ying emphasized the positions of both parties, then turned to the research department, stating, your focus moving forward should be on the modernization of weaponry. Additionally, A specialized team must be established to develop weapons capable of countering the characteristics of the unidentified flying craft. The high-level meeting of the Blood Clan continued, while the Resistance Organization remained active. Esteemed members, the emergence of this unidentified flying craft is, in fact, auspicious news for us. We should seize this opportunity to increase the frequency of our actions, amplifying the impact caused by the unidentified flying craft to an exponential degree. We must instill panic and fear within the Blood Clan. Furthermore, regarding the unidentified flying craft and the entities or organizations behind it, we need to find ways to establish contact. What are your thoughts? Within the secret base of the Resistance Organization, the meeting room remained unchanged. After the screen concluded, the attendees began to whisper among themselves. General, this unidentified flying craft likely originates from an extraterrestrial civilization. Their hostility towards the Blood Clan may extend to all intelligent life on Earth. To them, the concepts of Blood Clan and humanity may be non-existent. In their eyes, we are all Earthlings, all targets of their opposition. Engaging with them recklessly could pose unpredictable risks to our organization. After deliberation, the attendees presented their suggestions. Your concerns are valid, but it would be a disservice to ignore such a powerful potential ally. A man on the screen pondered before continuing. Let us first capitalize on our current achievements, maintaining an observational stance toward the target craft. If suitable opportunities arise in the future, we shall ensure that our organization remains concealed before attempting exploratory contact. The high-level meetings of both parties persisted for an extended duration, each adjusting their strategic approaches in response to the emergence of the droplets. Meanwhile, Lu Ping, the instigator of this situation, was jubilantly gesturing aboard the Earth ship. The initial success of the droplets had allowed him to slightly release the pent-up fury he had harbored for 3 years. Master, the performance of the droplets is remarkably formidable. Shall we not consider producing several more and deploying them en masse against the Blood Clan for a large-scale retaliatory operation? Pengu suggested with a smile. Indeed, producing more is certainly in order, but not for the purpose of wreaking havoc on Earth. After all, Earth is also humanity's home. If we cause excessive destruction, rebuilding will be necessary later, Lu Ping contemplated before continuing. Moreover, with the Blood Clan's population exceeding 100 million, no amount of droplets can eradicate them entirely. Once they retreat into the shadows, it becomes even more challenging to eliminate them. Your foresight is commendable, Master, Huafu interjected. Our primary objective in counterattacking Earth is to eradicate the Blood Clan, which will largely depend on the landing operations of mechanical warriors. The interstellar fleet will then blockade Earth to prevent the Blood Clan from fleeing into outer space. This way, we can achieve our goals in one fell swoop. Lu Ping had already formulated a clear strategy for the counteroffensive against Earth. Should we attempt to utilize the droplets to establish contact with the Resistance Organization? He pondered the resistance group on Earth. Lu Ping contemplated for a moment before addressing Hu Liqing. Liqing, what is your perspective on the Resistance Organization? Your inquiry implies you have already formed a judgment, and thus I need not be concerned, Hu Liqing replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. This resistance organization, regardless of who or what forces established it, has remained hidden since the onset of the disaster. They neither contacted us nor mounted any resistance. Frankly speaking, our 2 bases' sacrifices merely secured their survival. They exhibited no response even as both bases fell to the zombie horde. Such a resistance organization must harbor ulterior motives or ambitions. Since these individuals are driven by insidious intentions, let them follow their own path. We shall observe the developments. We shall refrain from proactive contact until they reveal themselves. After Lu Ping concluded, Hu Liqing and the 3 bioengineered individuals nodded in agreement. The resistance organization had remained in the shadows. Should they initiate contact, the opposing side might conscript them under the guise of humanity's greater good, which would be an unfortunate predicament. The underlying logic of intelligent robots is to protect humanity, and it is evident that the resistance organization on Earth is undoubtedly human. With this thought in mind, Lu Ping began to make corresponding modifications to the foundational code of the intelligent robots. It would be unacceptable for his painstakingly developed mechanical warriors to land on Earth only to be co-opted by the Resistance organization through logical loopholes. That would render his efforts futile. Chapter 74. The New Humanity Declaration. Liu Ping possesses a technological advantage. While the Blood Clan boasts dominion over the Earth and a vast population, the rebel organization lurks in the shadows, poised to strike. All three factions secretly amass their strength, with two of them united in their goal to eradicate the Blood Clan entirely. For over a year, the Blood Clan's global space bases have been obliterated by the water droplet. The Blood Clan finds itself in disarray due to an unidentified aircraft, compelling them to relocate crucial military facilities underground. They remain at a loss regarding the water droplet vessels. On May 1, 2104, the Blood Clan declared a nationwide holiday. Celebrating with fervor, countless members of the Blood Clan filled the streets, participating in rallies and parades. 2 trucks bore immense frames displaying the images of the Holy Mother and the Matriarch. The Holy Mother's warm smile exuded approachability, while the Matriarch, adorned in dark attire, with her pallid skin and enigmatic smile, appeared both cold and regal. This day marks the Blood Clan's unification day. To assert their legitimate rule over the Earth, they have formally established the Blood Clan's government. This authority does not exist as a nation but as an absolutely unified ethnicity, self-identifying as the New Humanity civilization. Flags emblazoned with the sun, moon, and stars adorn buildings and streetlights, symbolizing their origins from the solar system. The streets are alive with parades, and the populace is adorned in festive attire, truly a carnival for the Blood Clan. All advertisements simultaneously broadcast live footage of celebrations from major cities worldwide, swiftly transitioning to the emblem of the sun, moon, and stars, accompanied by stirring music. The visuals then shift to 2 women. Long live the Holy Mother. Long live the Matriarch. Overthrow the tyranny of humanity and usher in a new chapter of civilization. The world belongs to the New Humanity. The crowd erupts in fervor, their voices rising like a tsunami, each wave more powerful than the last. Dear global compatriots, today is a momentous day, and it is my honor to declare the New Humanity Civilization Declaration. The joint session of the New Humanity Parliament unanimously resolves, in the course of civilization's development, when one race must sever its political ties with another related race and accept an independent and equal status granted by the natural laws and the will of the Creator among world civilizations. In remembrance of the old human civilization and in respect for the concerns of the New Humanity populace, the reasons for the establishment of the New Humanity civilization are hereby proclaimed. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Author's note, adapted from the United States Declaration of Independence. Zhaoying, with a smile and an emotive tone, reads the New Humanity Civilization Declaration as the global Blood Clan listens intently in reverent silence, akin to a pilgrimage. Suddenly, all advertisement screens erupt in static, and a cold-faced middle-aged man appears. Clad in a jumpsuit, his brow furrowed and his gaze imbued with a chilling intent, he declares, "I am Liu Ping, representing human civilization, ordering you to cease this absurdity at once. Disband your illegitimate government, disarm immediately, and surrender unconditionally. This is humanity's final ultimatum. Failure to comply will bear grave consequences." Upon completing his statement, the screen shifts again. Against the backdrop of the dark cosmos, a massive interstellar fleet emerges from behind the moon, advancing toward Earth. As the fleet appears, all advertisement screens lose signal. The crowd stands frozen, momentarily bewildered. Who is Liu Ping? What is the nature of that fleet? Could it be a mere prank? It is evident that the majority of the so-called New Humanity are oblivious to the intricate history of the old humanity. Soon, the advertisement screens flicker back to life, revealing Zhao Ying and the Gothic Lolita once more. With a detached expression, the Gothic Lolita proclaims, "Fellow compatriots, our civilization has barely begun when we face an invasion from an alien civilization. They will descend upon our planet, seize our resources, and slaughter our kin. Can we allow this? No. Absolutely not. We must take up arms to defend our homeland, protect our families, and fight to the bitter end against the alien civilization. Down with the alien invaders. Defend the homeland of the new humanity. The sovereignty of the new humanity civilization exudes a sense of theocratic governance. The vast majority of the new humanity have been nurtured by Zhao Ying and the Gothic Lolita. They are affectionately referred to as the Holy Mother and the Matriarch. Within the new humanity, there exists no ethnic discord, no ideological differences, and no class enemies, resulting in formidable unity. At critical moments, a call from the Holy Mother and the Matriarch inspires the populace to sacrifice everything. At this moment, the global Blood Clan members chant slogans, vowing to engage in a decisive battle against the alien civilization. Individuals swiftly guide the crowd toward the nearest armory. The Blood Clan's formidable physical prowess and exceptional learning abilities render them an army of soldiers. In the vast expanse of space between the Earth and the Moon, Lu Ping, along with Hu Liqing and Pangu, 3 bioengineered beings, are aboard the Earth ship, shielded by a formation of 20,000 warships. The Earth ship, equipped with centrifugal gravity, provides a comfortable ride. Following the completion of the first batch of 20,000 warships and 200,000 mechanical soldiers, the Earth Mother autonomously programmed a subroutine to manage production at the equatorial base. Lu Ping piloted the Earth ship and the newly formed interstellar fleet toward Earth. The water droplet had remained on Earth to gather intelligence. The news of the Blood Clan's establishment of the new humanity civilization would certainly not evade its detection. Lu Ping had been aware of this plan for some time, and upon the fleet's arrival, he did not rush to reveal himself, but chose to conceal the fleet on the far side of the Moon. On New Year's Eve, the Blood Clan's assault on Base 1 had instilled great panic among the survivors. Lu Ping intended to repay the favor in kind, waiting for the day of the Blood Clan's Unification Day to make a decisive appearance, aiming to create sufficient deterrence. He commanded battleships, disperse and blockade Earth, transport ships, deploy landing pods. Lu Ping issued combat orders to the Earth Mother. The fleet swiftly dispersed, encircling Earth's near-orbital space. Some vessels broke away from the fleet, hurtling toward the Earth's atmosphere. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the transport ships opened their bottoms, and one by one, the landing pods jettisoned, propelled by flames, plummeting toward the Earth's surface. Each landing pod contained 100 activated mechanical soldiers, securely strapped in. Before long, countless missiles surged from various locations on Earth, targeting the transport ships and the landing pods. The transport ships, bolstered by powerful engines, evaded incoming missiles while the battleships simultaneously intercepted the attacks. In an instant, a designated area in Earth's near-orbital space erupted into a cacophony of explosions, filling the air with a violent shockwave and shrapnel, a dazzling display of high-tech fireworks. After deploying the landing pods, the transport ships swiftly ascended back into space. The landing pods, having detached from the transport ships, could only follow their predetermined trajectories, instantly becoming live targets for Blood Clan assaults. It was not long before several transport pods were struck by missiles, exploding mid-air. Chapter 75. The Mechanical Legion Oceania. Situated at the confluence of the Pacific and Indian Oceans, boasts Australia as its largest landmass. The selected landing site for this operation is the Australian mainland, specifically Melbourne. Currently, the forces led by Lu Ping comprise a mere 20,000 warships and 200,000 mechanical warriors, rendering them incapable of mounting a global counteroffensive. Thus, Australia, isolated in the Pacific and distanced from other continents, has been chosen as the localized battlefield. This vast land is sparsely populated. According to the evolutionary ratio of the Blood Clan, only a little over 300,000 vampires currently inhabit the Australian continent. Melbourne, located at the southernmost tip of Australia, is a port city with just over 50,000 vampires residing within. At this moment, tens of thousands of vampires congregate in the streets and alleys of Melbourne, armed with an array of weapons, anxiously watching the descending landing pods. The initial deployment consists of 100 landing pods, carrying a total of 10,000 mechanical warriors. The first of these pods, trailing a fiery plume, descends to within mere kilometers of the ground. Suddenly, Several missiles are launched towards them. The landing pods, lacking significant maneuverability, are struck directly by the missiles, resulting in an instantaneous explosion that lights up the sky like fireworks. The vampires on the ground erupt in jubilant cheers upon witnessing this spectacle. Countless metallic objects burst forth from the shattered transport pods, shooting out in all directions. As these objects fly, they suddenly unfold, transforming into humanoid machines. The robots, with their limbs emitting streams of particles, swiftly adjust their trajectories mid-air, racing towards the port of Melbourne. With a thunderous crash, one mechanical warrior lands in a crouched position at the port. The tremendous impact creating a deep crater in the ground and cracking the concrete surface. The mechanical warrior rises slowly, shaking its mechanical head, its electronic eyes glowing with blue lights as they scan the surroundings. Standing 2 meters tall, the warrior resembles a transformer, equipped with a nuclear power cell at its chest and integrated with numerous weapons. Small kinetic guns adorn its arms, while each shoulder bears a laser weapon, and a small cannon is mounted atop its head. Additionally, it carries a metal hilt and a shield on its back, though the hilt lacks a blade. Within its electronic vision, the mechanical warrior detects over a dozen vampires, armed and concealed within a nearby building. It strides forward, emitting a series of mechanical sounds as it approaches the structure. The vampires inside immediately open fire, unleashing kinetic rounds accompanied by sonic booms toward the mechanical warrior. The rapid-fire kinetic rounds strike the warrior's armor, producing showers of sparks and the clanging sounds of metal against metal. Constructed from supercritical materials, the mechanical warrior's durability far exceeds that of conventional kinetic firearms. After a few resounding impacts, the mechanical warrior's advance is momentarily slowed. It then extends its arm, bending it at a 180-degree angle to retrieve the shield from its back. Holding the shield before it, the mechanical warrior continues its approach toward the building. Despite the relentless barrage of kinetic rounds and lasers, nothing can impede its forward momentum. With the hail of gunfire behind it, the mechanical warrior finally closes in on the front of the building. It slowly raises its left arm, aiming at the vampires within, and issues a cold, emotionless electronic command. Earth's guardians, protect humanity, return to Earth. I now command you to lay down your arms and surrender. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. To hell with the aliens. I'll only surrender over my dead body. One vampire retorts angrily before raising its laser weapon to fire at the mechanical warrior. However, the warrior, crafted from supercritical materials, can withstand temperatures exceeding 120 million degrees. The single-unit laser weapon is utterly insufficient to inflict any damage. Warning ineffective, executing immediate termination. The mechanical warrior's left arm glows with an arc of energy, and a kinetic round is launched from its arm. The vampire's forehead is obliterated, leaving it stunned in place. The kinetic round travels faster than sound. The explosive noise reaches the vampire only after it has succumbed to its fatal injury, collapsing to the ground without the chance to hear the sound. Witnessing this, the remaining vampires discard their weapons and emerge from the building, hands raised in surrender as they cautiously approach the mechanical warrior. The warrior lowers its left arm, stowing the shield on its back, and stands still in anticipation. Yet, as the vampires draw within 5 meters, they suddenly leap forward, using their formidable physical strength to close the distance in an instant. They latch onto the mechanical warrior, attempting to dismember it. However, their efforts are in vain. The mechanical warrior plants its feet firmly, leaping several meters into the air, propelling itself with particle streams, and executes a spin that sends the vampires sprawling in disarray. With the vampires now in close quarters, the kinetic cannons and laser weapons require charging time to activate, leaving the mechanical warrior momentarily vulnerable. As it lands again, the vampires lunge forward once more. The mechanical warrior unsheaths the sword hilt from its back, activating it to release a blade of light. This hilt, a conceptual weapon previously designed by the military, transforms into a lightsaber. Its hilt functioning as a miniature nuclear fusion reactor that emits high-energy particles, bound by the hilt's magnetic field to form a blade of high-energy particles. Gripping the hilt with both hands, the mechanical warrior swings the lightsaber, swiftly dispatching the vampires with precise strikes. The vampires possess remarkable vitality. As long as their central nervous system remains intact, they are not considered dead. Even severed, they continue to crawl, attempting to inflict damage upon the mechanical warrior. One vampire, reduced to a head and a half body with one arm, claws its way desperately toward the warrior, attempting to bite at its legs. Raising the lightsaber, the mechanical warrior announces in a synthetic voice, "In representation of humanity, I hereby declare your termination." The lightsaber descends, cleaving the half-formed vampire cleanly in two. The blade's high energy and temperature instantly cauterize the wound, leaving no trace of blood despite the carnage. Confirming the target's demise, the mechanical warrior retracts the lightsaber and proceeds toward its next objective. This skirmish is but a microcosm of the larger conflict in Melbourne. Following their landing, the mechanical warriors eliminate any resisting vampires and begin to coalesce into an unstoppable tide of steel, advancing rapidly across the Australian continent. Chapter 76. The visit of the rebels. A formidable mechanical army swiftly dismantled the 50,000 bloodsuckers in Melbourne. The bloodsuckers, displaying commendable valor, fought to the death without a single surrender. The remaining few retreated into the Australian interior. The visuals of this battle, disseminated through the internet, showcased the overwhelming strength of the mechanical warriors to bloodsuckers worldwide. Once the initial contingent of mechanical soldiers established their foothold, reinforcements began to arrive on the Australian continent. A total of 200,000 mechanical soldiers were brought by Liu Ping, with a plan to deploy 50,000 across the continent. These mechanical warriors were designed specifically to counter individual bloodsuckers, equipped with artificial intelligence subprograms that allowed them to make autonomous decisions based on battlefield conditions. Liu Ping had programmed them with a fundamental logic. There were only two outcomes against the bloodsuckers: surrender or death, with no third option. This predetermined that any direct confrontation between the mechanical soldiers and the bloodsuckers would be exceedingly brutal and bloody. It was apparent that unless one side was eradicated, the mechanical warriors would not relent. With Melbourne as their stronghold, the mechanical army quickly launched assaults on vital cities such as Sydney and Canberra. In less than 10 days, they had conquered the entirety of Victoria and New South Wales, leaving a garrison of 10,000 mechanical soldiers, while the remaining 40,000 advanced further inland. One night, near an unnamed island in the Indian Ocean, a submarine gradually surfaced. The submersible's escape pod slowly opened, and a lifeboat drifted out. After releasing the lifeboat, the submarine delved back into the depths, vanishing from the surface. A few figures aboard the lifeboat vigorously paddled towards the island. Battling through waves, they finally reached the sandy shores of the nameless isle. They swiftly disembarked, dragging the lifeboat ashore to conceal it. Armed with powerful flashlights, they ventured into the island's interior. The island was modest in size, spanning only a few square kilometers. Soon, they arrived at a cluster of massive rocks. One individual approached and turned a soccer ball-sized stone among the boulders, revealing a blade-like object. As he closed the blade, a series of clicking sounds echoed around them. A large rock rotated 180 degrees, unveiling a dark entrance below. Guided by their flashlight beams, they entered the cave, which led to an underground passage. The walls featured a control blade that sealed the entrance, restoring the rock to its original position. At that moment, the lights in the passage illuminated, revealing the faces of the group, each with varying skin tones, indicating their diverse national origins. "Colonel Jack, I truly do not understand. Wouldn't it be wiser to remain hidden? Why must we reach out to Liu Ping?" inquired a yellow-skinned Asian man with bangs. The white man at the forefront, sporting a bowl haircut, replied, "Jishuan. This is an upper-level decision. If you had objections, they should have been voiced before our departure, not now." We've all reviewed Liu Ping's dossier. He is Chinese, and his mechanical legion is systematically defeating the bloodsuckers, which is undoubtedly a boon for our efforts to reclaim Earth. We are all human. Establishing contact now could foster a beneficial relationship, remarked an Asian man with a small mustache. "Lord Yamamoto, I was merely curious," Jishuan said, casting a playful glance at the mustachioed man. "I can hardly wait. These mechanical warriors are even more formidable than the Terminators. Let us act swiftly, exclaimed a tall, slender black man, brimming with excitement. Badman, these mechanical soldiers are merciless. It would be wise to exercise restraint in their presence and avoid taking impulsive actions, cautioned Jack. Leading the way, Jack and his companions traversed the passage until they reached an underground space, a docking area housing various vessels. After some operations, the docking bay opened a gate connecting to the ocean. They boarded a patrol boat, navigating the exit channel towards Melbourne. As the patrol boat glided through the darkness, it resembled a firefly in the night, rising and falling with the waves. At dawn, they finally approached a dock in Melbourne, which had been secured by the mechanical soldiers to prevent any bloodsucker survivors from escaping or regrouping. As the patrol boat made landfall, it was immediately surrounded by a squad of mechanical warriors. The mechanical soldiers raised their arms, issuing a warning. Storm patrol boat, immediately halt and identify yourselves for inspection. Failure to comply will be regarded as a provocation, and you will be terminated. Do not fire. We are humans representing the rebel organization. Jack's voice resonated through the patrol boat's loudspeaker. Shortly thereafter, under the direction of the mechanical soldiers, the boat docked. Jack raised his hands in a gesture of peace and disembarked first. A red mechanical soldier approached, scanning the group with its electronic eye before speaking. Rebels, please state your identities and intentions. United States Marine Corps, Colonel Jack. Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force, Major Yamamoto Nobuyuki. French Navy Marine Corps, Captain Badman. Republic of Korea Navy Marine Corps, Captain Han Jishuan. The four introduced themselves in unison, saluting crisply. We are the guardians of Earth, protectors of humanity. Welcome to your arrival. Several mechanical soldiers echoed in unison. Colonel Jack, what brings you here? Inquired the red mechanical soldier. To be forthright, we represent the rebel organization and seek to establish contact with Liu Ping. Jack stated plainly. Currently, our master is in outer space. I will convey your message to him. Whether he is willing to converse with you will require a brief wait. The mechanical soldiers did not dismiss them, as their foundational logic included protocols for dealing with rebels. Very well, that is only proper, Jack replied with a smile. From this interaction, it was clear that Liu Ping was aware of their existence, and the lack of hostility from the mechanical soldiers provided a foundation for dialogue. Jack and his companions were led by the mechanical soldiers to a temporary meeting room to await further instructions. On the Earth ship, Liu Ping was already informed of their presence at the dock through the oversight of the onboard AI, Hutu. There was no need for a report from the mechanical soldiers, as Liu Ping was already cognizant of their arrival. However, he felt a certain unease regarding the rebel organization, making it difficult for him to decide whether to engage in a conversation with them. Chapter 77, Negotiation and Alliance. The emergence of the rebels was rather abrupt. Liu Ping had previously maintained an observational stance towards them, yet unexpectedly, as soon as the mechanical warriors landed, the opposing party took the initiative to make contact. After some contemplation, Liu Ping weighed the pros and cons of engaging with them. It was evident that his interstellar fleet and mechanical legion were imposing forces. The rebels' approach at this juncture was unmistakably driven by ulterior motives. If he stood firm on his principles, they would find themselves at an impasse. Moreover, given their human identities, it was implausible to avoid interaction indefinitely. Communication between the two parties was inevitable, and since they had already made the first move, it would be impolite to dismiss them outright. This presented an opportune moment for Liu Ping to ascertain the nature of this organization and its members, of which he was quite curious. Liu Ping shared his thoughts with Hu Liqing, who concurred with his assessment. Meanwhile, Jack and his companions anxiously awaited in a makeshift conference room, their coffee having formed a thin film atop the surface, indicating a prolonged wait. This Liu Ping is quite the figure, keeping us waiting for so long. Lieutenant Han Jishuan expressed his displeasure. We initiated contact. They surely require some time to prepare. Patience is essential, Yamamoto replied calmly. Lieutenant Han, should we connect with them shortly? I kindly ask that you refrain from speaking impulsively, Jack cautioned, well aware of the inflated sense of self-importance that often accompanied smaller nations. Han Jishuan's face flushed at Jack's admonition. He glanced at the other two. who evidently agreed with Jack's approach. Resigned, he lowered his head and ceased further commentary. Before long, the display on the conference table illuminated, revealing the figures of a man and a woman. Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the delay. I am Lu Ping, and this is my partner Hu Liqing. It is a pleasure to engage in this dialogue with you. Lu Ping greeted them with a warm smile. It is an honor to meet you both, Lord Lu Ping. Jack responded with a smile. To be candid, my wife and I have been away from Earth for over 4 years. During our time there, we were unaware of your existence. Could you kindly enlighten us regarding your organizational structure? Upon observing Jack and his companions, Lu Ping deduced that this organization had likely been an opposing faction in China prior to the disaster. Their silence during the zombie assault on the Chinese base further substantiated this theory. To fully comprehend the situation, Lu Ping realized he needed to investigate further. Lord Lu Ping, our rebel organization originated from a coalition fleet of the United States, Japan, South Korea, and some European allies. Before the disaster, we were conducting joint exercises at the intersection of the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Jack elaborated on their circumstances. Lu Ping understood that they were indeed a coalition fleet. Due to their operations deep in the ocean, they had swiftly quelled the chaos within their ranks following the outbreak of zombies, preserving a significant number of survivors. However, their inability to provide assistance to the densely populated inland regions limited them to remaining in military bases scattered across the Pacific and Indian Oceans, amassing strength. As the zombies began to evolve into bloodthirsty creatures at an unprecedented rate, their capacity for resistance waned, forcing them to lurk in the shadows to observe and study the newly emerged bloodthirsters, waiting for the opportune moment to retaliate. Thus, we, representing the rebel organization, seek to collaborate with you to combat the bloodthirsters, Colonel Jack concluded, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at the screen. The detailed account he provided sounded almost like a modern tale of heroism, one of enduring humiliation and biding their time for the greater good of humanity. Yet, Lu Ping's primary concern lay with the fate of the Chinese base, which Jack tactfully omitted. Despite their historical antagonism, it was only reasonable that they establish communication and share resources in the face of a global catastrophe. Even if they could not extend a helping hand, a sense of solidarity should have prevailed. However, the organization had remained watchful from the shadows while 2 bases confronted the undead directly. As a survivor of the Chinese base, Lu Ping felt a sense of discomfort. Since they had chosen not to address the matter, he refrained from inquiring further. If they sought collaboration, they must demonstrate sincerity. Attempting to gain the upper hand without offering anything in return was out of the question. Colonel Jack, may I inquire upon what foundation your proposed cooperation rests? Lu Ping asked with a smile. Lord Lu Ping, we are all survivors of humanity. You and your wife have returned from the cosmos, and one might say you are at a disadvantage. Your mechanical army and interstellar fleet likely lack sufficient management personnel, and we possess an abundance of capable officers who could join your fleet and mechanical legion to assume command roles. Over the years, our organization has gathered extensive intelligence on the bloodthirsters. I am confident that with the addition of our rebels, we could significantly enhance your capabilities, Jack enthusiastically proposed, believing it to be an excellent partnership opportunity. Upon hearing Jack's assertion, Lu Ping inwardly acknowledged the predictability of Western behavior. If you are weak, you must heed my counsel. If you are strong, you must include me. If you possess advanced resources, you must share them. Such opportunistic behavior was all too familiar. Exchanging glances with Hu Liqing, they stifled their laughter and maintained a composed demeanor as Lu Ping responded, Colonel Jack, my fleet and mechanical legion possess established operational systems, supported by artificial intelligence. At present, our progress is commendable, so it seems we do not require your assistance at this time. Lord Lu Ping, I must candidly express my disappointment, Jack said, visibly crestfallen. If there are no further matters, I propose we conclude this conversation. Having discerned the organization's motives and objectives, Lu Ping was unwilling to continue discussions with these disingenuous individuals. Wait, Lu Ping, do you recall Zhang Yuliang? Han Jishuan interjected, unable to contain himself as he introduced a tantalizing topic. Oh, you know Zhang Yuliang? Lu Ping inquired, perplexed. During our joint exercises, your nation sent an observer team, which included a general who was Zhang Youliang's former superior. Following the outbreak, they maintained contact, Han Jishuan explained. Lu Ping fell into deep contemplation. Zhang Youliang had assumed command of the nuclear power base, and their collaboration had been quite harmonious, sometimes surpassing the authority granted to him by Base 1. Was it possible that the support they had received was influenced by that general? Yet, what significance did this hold? Chapter 78. He absolutely cannot when the general was a soldier of Huagua. Even after joining the resistance, it was a necessity dictated by the tides of fate. There was no need for him to concern himself with such connections. Regrettably, this could not serve as a foundation for cooperation between the two parties. Lu Ping would not relinquish his hard-won armed forces merely out of sentimentality. Allowing the opposition to dispatch a command team would render the future war situation beyond his control. Should they exploit the commander's position to reverse engineer the mechanical warriors, he would find himself in a precarious position. These technologies were already limited in their advancements. With sufficient manpower and resources, the opposition could potentially catch up within a decade or two. Once they obtained prototypes, replication would likely occur in a short span. Seeing Lu Ping's resolute demeanor, Jack refrained from reprimanding Zhang Jishuan for exposing a significant secret. He steeled himself and spoke. Your Excellency Lu Ping, our resistance organization has been hiding in the deep sea and in secret bases for the past 4 years, and our situation is exceedingly dire. We are severely constrained in terms of food, medicine, and military supplies. Many of our soldiers fall ill without effective treatment, sacrificing their lives in vain. For the sake of humanity, could you grant us a territory in Australia, allowing us to better preserve the living strength of mankind? Lu Ping pressed his lips together. This request was not only reasonable, but also appealed to the greater good of humanity. Reflecting on his own desperate circumstances at the nuclear power base, where he had to fight for basic necessities, he found it hard to outright refuse. Protecting humanity from the persecution of the Blood Clan was also his initial intention. As for the Australian continent, once the Mechanical Legion has conquered it, I could lend you half. Lu Ping was astute. He specified lend rather than give. Jack, relieved by Lu Ping's words, understood that for them, as long as they could secure a place for recuperation, the distinction between lending and giving was of no consequence. In the Western mindset, actual possession outweighs any nominal claim. Once they occupied a territory, regardless of previous ownership, it would become a fait accompli after a certain duration. This mindset stemmed from the colonial ideologies of the age of exploration, where lease agreements typically lasted 99 years. Beyond a century, the land would become the rightful territory of the colonizer. If the colonized failed to strengthen within 100 years, their fate was sealed. This explains why certain Western nations possess enclaves of territory. Lu Ping was well aware of the ulterior motives harbored by these Westerners. He had no time to engage in disputes that could last a century. Thus, he asserted the term land, ensuring he maintained the upper hand. Your Excellency Lu Ping, may we make one more small request? Jack lowered his posture. Lu Ping felt somewhat irked. These individuals truly knew how to take advantage of kindness. However, having already extended a significant concession, he decided to hear what they had to say. What else do you require? We wish to dispatch an observation team to accompany your Mechanical Legion, to learn from your advanced strategies against the Blood Clan, Jack earnestly proposed. Well, very well. This shall be the last request. Any further demands should remain unspoken. Lu Ping understood that once the observation team infiltrated the Mechanical Legion, the leakage of technology would be inevitable. Nevertheless, he held a trump card, the structure of the nuclear energy battery, which was beyond their capability to decipher. The core of the nuclear battery comprised quark materials, and the structure maintaining the stability of these materials was enveloped within the battery itself. Unless they could discover the raw crystal environment on Jupiter, all detection methods would prove ineffective. Without the energy core, the mechanical warriors would merely be ordinary AI robots, rendering all combat systems inoperative. The only aspect they could potentially decipher was the supercritical material, which was not a core technology, causing him no concern regarding its exposure. In their negotiations, Lu Ping garnered some information from the opposition while conceding half of the Australian continent. On the surface, it appeared that Lu Ping had suffered a loss. However, this was far from the truth. The Earth was vast, and with only himself and Hu Liqing, even if he conquered the entire planet, he lacked the population to govern it effectively. By utilizing merely half of Australia, he successfully drew the resistance organization out of the shadows, firmly maintaining the initiative. After concluding the talks, Jack and his companions did not depart. They signed a series of cooperative agreements with Lu Ping and promptly relayed the agreements back to the resistance organization's headquarters. Before long, a joint fleet set sail towards the Australian continent. This fleet was indeed formidable, anchored by 6 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and comprising nearly 100 vessels. With over 50,000 crew members, Lu Ping observed the live broadcast aboard the Earth ship, quietly marveling at the opposition's ability to conceal such a powerful fleet capable of initiating a large-scale war. They had remained hidden during the catastrophe, providing no support to any nation, which surely indicated ulterior motives. However, for Lu Ping at this juncture, such outdated threats held no significance. With the resistance organization relocating its headquarters to Australia, a substantial observation team soon began to accompany the Mechanical Legion. Although termed an observation group, it was indeed a battalion, consisting of over 1,000 observers. For every 50 mechanical warriors, one observer would accompany them. They meticulously documented the structure of the mechanical warriors, their weapon systems, and various combat details. A specialized technical team was engaged in reverse engineering the mechanical warriors. They quickly grasped the structural principles, yet the energy core remained an enigma. Australia was swiftly overrun by the mechanical warriors, with the remaining Blood Clan retreating to various small islands to conduct guerrilla warfare. Following the conclusion of the Australian campaign, the formidable capabilities of the Mechanical Legion drew the attention not only of the resistance organization, but also of the Blood Clan. Simultaneously, Lu Ping's reputation began to spread across the globe. His and Hu Liqing's past records were extensively studied by the professional teams of both the Blood Clan and the Resistance Organization. In a villa in City X, a 3-year-old boy was shielded by Zhao Ying, while a Gothic Lolita dashed about playfully before them. They were engaged in a game of eagle-catching chicks. It seemed that the failure in the Australian war had not dampened their spirits, as they laughed joyfully. After exhausting themselves from play, the trio made their way back to the villa. The little boy raced ahead, with Zhao Ying and the Gothic Lolita following closely behind. He has returned. Indeed, he has not only returned, but has also unleashed a bloody campaign of revenge. Will we fail? Fear not, he absolutely cannot win. Mom, why are you so confident? It is not merely confidence. From the very beginning, I have had an invincible reason. Zhao Ying brushed her hair back, affectionately gazing at the little boy who was running ahead. Chapter 79. Technology of the Blood Clan. The war between Lu Ping and the Blood Clan had persisted for a year. Throughout this year, bolstered by the resources from the Mars Equatorial Base, the numbers of the interstellar fleet and mechanical army surged by an additional 50%. Aside from the 50,000 mechanical warriors stationed in Australia, the remaining 250,000 mechanical legions had all landed on the American continent. Both America and Australia are relatively independent continental plates, and given their initially sparse populations, only about 1% had evolved into the Blood Clan. Conversely, the continents of Eurasia and Africa are interconnected and densely populated, prompting Lu Ping to reserve them for last. As the advance into the American continent was announced, the resistance organizations immediately prepared for battle. Through reverse engineering, they had not succeeded in creating mechanical warriors, but unexpectedly developed another creation, Mecha, lacking nuclear energy batteries. They opted for human-machine engineering, thus significantly reducing the energy consumption of the Mecha. Naturally, the weapon systems were also considerably weakened. They managed to replicate supercritical materials, which greatly enhanced the protective performance of the Mecha, ensuring the safety of the operators. Consequently, they abandoned kinetic and laser weapons, opting instead to modify primitive thermal weapons, integrating them directly into the Mecha design. Under the condition of the Mecha warriors sustaining no injuries, these thermal weapons could inflict considerable damage upon the Blood Clan, capable of delivering a fatal blow if a headshot was achieved. Each mecha warrior was equipped with a shield crafted from supercritical materials and cold weapons. Thus, a single mecha warrior could potentially take on several Blood Clan members. Nevertheless, the number of resistance fighters was limited. The reclaiming of America still relied predominantly on mechanical warriors, with mecha warriors typically relegated to clearing the battlefield. On this day, the front lines advanced into a former superpower before the catastrophe. Upon retreating into the city, the Blood Clan army immediately dispersed, vanishing into thin air. A squad of mechanical warriors, in pursuit of the fleeing Blood Clan, entered the city center and arrived at a plaza. In the center of this plaza stood a colossal statue depicting the Virgin Mary and the lady holding a small boy, surrounded by towering skyscrapers. The prey was ensnared. Received. A Blood Clan officer reported into the intercom, quickly receiving a response. The mechanical warriors drew their lightsabers, poised to strike down the retreating Blood Clan. Suddenly, sparks erupted from the rooftops of the surrounding skyscrapers. Each building was crowned with a tall iron tower, atop which was a cylindrical metal rod surrounded by swirling arcs of electricity. These arcs gradually intensified, coalescing above the plaza into a thick current resembling a bull's width. With a thunderous crack, akin to a clap of thunder, the robust current surged downward, striking the exterior of the mechanical warriors. A cacophony of crackling sounds ensued as sparks erupted from their bodies, toppling them to the ground. The sound of sizzling filled the air as the mechanical warriors convulsed, smoke billowing from their CPUs, as they were pierced and incinerated by the electric surge. This marked the first loss of mechanical warriors since the commencement of hostilities. The Blood Clan erupted in jubilation. Soon after, an entrance in the plaza's ground opened, and a trailer emerged from the passage. The Blood Clan swiftly secured the remnants of the mechanical warriors onto a towing device, the trailer roaring as it pulled them into the passage. Blood Clan soldiers followed suit, disappearing from sight. This scene repeatedly unfolded across various corners of the city. Reports of the battle swiftly reached the Earth, and after calculations by the Earth Command, it was determined that over 100 mechanical warriors had gone missing. In this engagement, Liu Ping suffered the loss of over 100 mechanical warriors. While the Blood Clan had not been entirely eradicated, they had merely concealed themselves. As Liu Ping reviewed the battle report, his expression grew increasingly grave. The mechanical warriors were all connected to an infinite network, and the imagery of the electric assault was duly relayed back. The loss of over 100 mechanical warriors was merely a trifling matter for Liu Ping. What astonished him was the adversary's method of attack, resembling the wireless transmission technology humanity had long sought without success. The challenge of wireless transmission lay primarily in the issue of directionality. However, judging by the footage from the battlefield, it appeared that the Blood Clan had seemingly conquered this obstacle. The primary material of the mechanical warriors was supercritical material, which could withstand a high threshold of critical current. High, however, does not imply limitless. Evidently, the Blood Clan had devised a countermeasure against the mechanical warriors. They employed an extraordinarily strong current to penetrate the mechanical warriors' casings, directly incinerating the chips and internal circuitry. Under such formidable electrical assault, only nuclear energy batteries crafted from quark materials could withstand the onslaught. While quark materials were robust, to be practical, they had to be fashioned into a closed structure. Should they be made into the shell of a mechanical warrior, the weapon system could not be integrated, rendering them incompatible with the mechanical warrior's combat style. Conversely, if the magnetic field were externalized and the weapon system attached, the magnetic field would become the quark material's critical weakness. Once the magnetic field was destroyed, the quark material would disintegrate autonomously. This contradiction was evidently unsolvable, yet through prolonged exploration, the Blood Clan had identified the mechanical warrior's vulnerability via wireless transmission technology. Although the adversary's technology currently appeared somewhat rudimentary and required specific external conditions for operation as the war progressed, this method of wireless transmission would inevitably mature through repeated practical applications. It was foreseeable that they would devise a convenient version, especially given that the opponent had also mastered fusion engine technology. Once they refined the necessary technicalities, A vehicle powered by a fusion engine could effectively employ wireless transmission to assault the mechanical warriors. At that point, the mechanical army would lose its overwhelming advantage. It seemed evident that the mechanical warriors required an upgrade. After perusing the battle report, Lu Ping pondered how to address this predicament. Ultimately, he distilled two potential directions. Firstly, enhance the mobility of the mechanical warriors by expanding their flight capabilities. The mechanical warriors' limbs were equipped with miniature fusion engines, designed as a short-range gliding solution to prevent them from crashing if their landing pods were destroyed. By amplifying these small engines, the mechanical warriors could achieve true flight capabilities, significantly increasing their agility in battle and making them harder to target. Secondly, bolster the defensive capabilities of the mechanical warriors by upgrading their shields. These shields could be constructed from quark materials, leveraging the inherent self-stabilizing properties of quark materials to withstand even the strongest currents. They could even be combined with lightsabers to create an energy shield formed by the convergence of high-energy particles, thereby enhancing the shield's overall defensive capacity. Lastly, adjust the pace of the war, accelerating its progress to prevent the adversary from having sufficient time to enhance this technology. Additionally, devise targeted tactics to control the mechanical warriors' casualties. Lu Ping delegated the overall command of the battlefield to the Earth Command, while he, accompanied by Hu Liqing and 3 bioengineered beings, delved once more into the laboratory. Chapter 80, New Tactics in the Blink of an Eye. A year has passed, and the vampire clan on the American continent has been completely eradicated. Due to advancements in wireless power transmission technology, the Mechanical Legion suffered losses of over 2,000 mechanical warriors in this battle. Fortunately, the Equatorial Base replenished its ranks with 100,000 fresh troops within the year, and Lu Ping's modification plan has been completed. The new production techniques have been transmitted back to the Equatorial Base, ensuring that the subsequent mechanical warriors will possess flight capabilities and be equipped with the latest armaments, including energy swords and shields. A total of 300,000 mechanical warriors were deployed to the African continent. According to Lu Ping's estimates, the war in Africa should be a swift and decisive victory. The first battle has commenced in a coastal nation on the African continent. The initial batch of 50,000 mechanical warriors was deployed via landing pods, descending upon the coastline like a swarm of locusts. Before they could touch down, the sky was engulfed in a multitude of lightning strikes. The mechanical warriors were struck by lightning, plummeting into the ocean's edge, falling silent thereafter. The brief landing operation lasted less than 10 minutes, resulting in nearly 50 casualties. This data surprised Lu Ping, yet he had to accept it. He understood that the vampire's technology had also been advancing. It was evident that the wireless power transmission technology had reached a level of convenience and maturity. Thus, he resolved to use the 40,000 mechanical warriors produced in the early stages as cannon fodder, even if it meant overwhelming numbers. He was determined to reclaim the African continent. Numerous ships and vehicles were in constant motion along the coastline and land, with electrical currents emitted from these vessels. Ho-2. Mobilize the warships and strike the enemy's wireless power terminals. With Lu Ping's command, 5,000 warships detached from a curved space dock in low Earth orbit, soaring towards the atmosphere. These warships, akin to ferocious beasts leaving their lairs, unleashed fire upon the moving vehicles on the ground as they entered the atmosphere. Under the powerful assault of the warship's lasers and kinetic projectiles, the ground erupted in chaos. The wireless power vehicles were swiftly destroyed, losing their ability to block the airspace over the landing zones. Following this, the second batch of mechanical warriors was deployed. Another 50,000 mechanical warriors, unimpeded, successfully landed. With a total of over 70,000 mechanical warriors leading the charge, they hastened inland. As they burst from the coastline, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, obscuring their view. A thunderous roar echoed, and the dust storm resembled a sandstorm, rendering the battlefield unclear. The mechanical warriors immediately dispersed, assuming combat formations and preparing for engagement. Once they neared within 1 kilometer, the source of the dust became apparent. A dense cluster of mech warriors. Open fire, with a command issued. Lasers and kinetic projectiles from both sides rained down upon each other. Sparks, flashes, and explosions filled the battlefield. Following the long-range assault, the vanguard forces of both sides clashed in close combat. It was evident that these mech warriors were all vampires. Over the past year, the enemy had not only perfected their wireless power technology, but had also replicated supercritical materials and mechs. With the vampires' superior physical capabilities, their mechs displayed greater agility. In addition to kinetic projectiles and laser weaponry, they were also equipped with shields. The sole distinction was that the vampire mech warriors wielded heavy hammers, crafted from supercritical materials. Each strike not only dealt blunt force trauma, but also released powerful electrical currents. Once these hammers breached the mechanical warrior's armor, the ensuing currents would wreak havoc on their internal circuitry and components. The battle was brutal, with the vampire mech warriors being ruthlessly harvested by the mechanical legion's energy swords. Yet, the vampire warriors, undaunted by death, willingly sacrificed themselves to provide their comrades with opportunities to attack. The casualty ratio reached 10-1, with 10 vampire mechs required to take down a single mechanical warrior. With nearly 1 million vampire mechs deployed, the outcome was all too predictable. Over 70,000 mechanical warriors lay defeated, while 70,000 to 80,000 of the vampire mechs remained. This marked Liu Ping's first comprehensive defeat in 2 years of warfare, and it was a direct confrontation. The harsh reality struck Liu Ping like a blow to the head. If the stalemate continued, with over 100 million vampires donning mechs, his mechanical legion would surely be consumed by the enemy. Despite significant losses, Liu Ping pressed on, deploying a third batch of 100,000 mechanical warriors. The remaining vampire mech warriors were already on the brink of exhaustion, and they were swiftly annihilated by this new force. The war intensified, plunging both sides into a war of attrition on the African continent. Liu Ping's strategy was straightforward. He was consuming resources. The vampires, however, were depleting not only resources, but also something far more critical: population. Even if he exhausted the current 40,000 mechanical legion on Earth, the vampires would pay a price of 4 million lives. Moreover, his new generation of mechanical legion would be ready to arrive on Earth within a year. At that time, a one-sided technological superiority would emerge. Ho-2. Activate the self-destruct protocols of the mechanical warriors. As Ho-2 issued the command, the mechanical warriors instantly dispersed, maintaining a safe distance from one another. The number of vampire mechs typically outnumbered the mechanical warriors by a significant margin, making them more concentrated. A squad of vampire mech warriors had just succeeded in breaking open the exterior of a mechanical warrior when a hammer, crackling with electricity, descended towards the breach. Boom! A blinding white light flashed, accompanied by a violent explosion that shook the very ground. A mushroom cloud rose into the air. The self-destruct protocol of the mechanical warriors was straightforward. Upon receiving a fatal blow, the stabilization magnetic field of the nuclear battery would automatically cease. The casing of the nuclear battery would lose its stability, resulting in a tactical small-scale hydrogen explosion. Previously, this had not been employed due to the low casualty rates among mechanical warriors. Once activated, it would risk harming other mechanical warriors, rendering it impractical. Now, with the casualty rates rapidly converging, this trump card could be deployed. The supercritical materials could not withstand the force of a hydrogen explosion. Mechs within a 100-meter radius of the explosion center would be vaporized instantly, while the shock wave would sweep outwards for a radius of 1 kilometer. In an instant, debris flew, and all mechs and mechanical warriors within the vicinity were sent hurtling through the air. The vampires inside the mechs were obliterated by the powerful shockwave. Their organs and bones shattered, including their neurons severed. Even if they were to reanimate, they would merely be a puddle of goo, incapable of resurrection. The mechanical warriors, propelled by their onboard nuclear fusion engines, adjusted their trajectories and sustained minimal damage. Faced with the self-destructing assault of the mechanical legion, the vampires were forced to retreat, gradually relinquishing their hold on the African continent. Until they devised appropriate countermeasures, they were unlikely to engage the mechanical legion head-on again. The battle in Africa lasted barely over a month, with Lu Ping's mechanical army suffering losses of around 100,000. In the aftermath, the Vampire High Command convened to discuss strategies. Chapter 81. Surrender. The counteroffensive led by Lu Ping against Earth has lasted over 2 years, with both sides sustaining considerable damage. Overall, Lu Ping, leveraging technological superiority, has maintained an aggressive stance, while the Blood Clan, utilizing spatial tactics to buy time, is gradually shifting the previously one-sided situation. Initially, the Blood Clan, relying on mecha warriors, unlimited power transmission technology, and a strategy of overwhelming numbers, was able to contend equally with Lu Ping. However, Lu Ping's unconventional tactics, including the self-detonation of mechanical warriors akin to deploying tactical nuclear weapons, forced the Blood Clan to retreat and seek alternative strategies. In a conference room, high-ranking military officials of the Blood Clan were embroiled in a heated debate over a singular issue. The adversary has disregarded humanitarianism and employed nuclear weapons. I propose we retaliate in kind, one official declared, rising with clenched teeth. I oppose this. Another high-ranking official retorted. The enemy can use nuclear weapons, but we must not. The near-Earth space is entirely blockaded by their warships. Should we launch a nuclear strike, the likelihood of interception is exceedingly high. If we provoke Lu Ping, he may unleash weapons of mass destruction from space, leaving us with no avenue for retreat. And what do you suggest we do? Sit idly by and await our demise? Another voice interjected, advocating for a proactive approach. We should maintain the current situation and seek alternative solutions. Restraining ourselves is not the way of us new humans. Circumstances are stronger than individuals. What can we do? The military officials of the Blood Clan were starkly divided, with one faction advocating for the use of nuclear weapons while the other sought to preserve the status quo and explore other avenues. Their exchange resembled a spirited debate. At that moment, another voice emerged. Esteemed colleagues, there are indeed other options. The assembly turned to the source of the voice, their expressions tinged with curiosity. General Chang, please enlighten us. The individual referred to as General Chang smiled faintly and continued, negotiation, or rather, surrender. Ah, you, Chang Qiufeng. I always suspected your initial intent in surrendering was not pure. You have been a spy for the old humans all along. Despite the internal discord, no one from the Blood Clan dared to openly advocate for surrender, and General Chang's proposition of capitulation, combined with his identity as an old human, led to him being labeled with various accusations. Chang Qiufeng chuckled self-deprecatingly. My dear colleagues, being human does not inherently mean I am a spy. Is not the Holy Mother also an old human? Yet she remains the beacon for the new humans. This illustrates that not all old humans support the old regime. And you still dare to propose surrender? Chang Qiufeng glanced at those challenging him and clarified, Gentlemen, Lu Ping is advancing with great momentum. At the current rate, within 5 years, he could obliterate new humans from Earth. Do you find my analysis unreasonable? Upon finishing, he surveyed the room, noting the grim expressions of the Blood Clan leaders, yet none dared to counter his assertions. Even if the new humans fought valiantly to the last, surrender was not an option, especially since Lu Ping, their mortal enemy, would never accept their capitulation. Finally, one official spoke up, objectively assessing the relationship between the two factions. There are no eternal enemies in this world. Chang Qiufeng looked at the official and continued, In truth, surrendering would mean victory for the new humans. What do you mean, General Chang? How can one win by surrendering? Someone immediately inquired. Consider this, my friends. Even if Lu Ping annihilates all new humans, what does he gain? Nothing. A century later, the old humans will face extinction on Earth. Observing the reactions of the assembly, Chang Qiufeng continued, The greatest dilemma for humanity is the inability to propagate. If Lu Ping possesses any semblance of intellect, regardless of his motives, he would not eradicate the new humans entirely. Doing so would annihilate the sole opportunity for the old humans to reproduce. Thus, this war is merely Lu Ping's unilateral quest for vengeance. Regardless of the ultimate toll on us, we stand on inviolable ground. Since the outcome is already determined, why not surrender sooner and end this senseless sacrifice? In my view, surrendering is preferable to eventual enslavement, allowing us to retain some autonomy. Once the old humans perish, the Earth will inevitably belong to the new humans. After stating his case, Chang Xiufeng resumed his seat, taking a delicate sip of tea, casting sidelong glances at the reactions of those present. The expressions of the Blood Clan leaders were notably varied. Despite their intelligence and rapid growth, their lack of historical experience made it challenging for them to grasp the ultimate significance of the war as Chang Xiufeng had done. Evidently, his arguments were compelling, and the high-ranking officials began to waver. Whispers circulated among them as they deliberated. Before long, one official directed a question at Chang Xiufeng. "General, how can you assure us that Lu Ping would accept the surrender of the new humans?" Chang Xiufeng set down his teacup and smiled gently. "Quite simply, I will repeat what I just said to him. That is impossible. The enemy is not a fool and would never agree." The Blood Clan officials erupted in indignation. "Precisely because he is not a fool, he will surely consent. Consider this. He has no other option but to combine the old and new humans to breed the next generation. What choice will he make? He will undoubtedly seek to retain control over the upbringing of the next generation, which can be explicitly stated in the agreement. Yet no matter how he raises them, it does not alter the undeniable truth of blood ties. The offspring of new humans, from any perspective, cannot be old humans. In a century, we will educate them as we see fit, while the old humans will fade into the annals of history. Ultimately, the world will belong to the new humans. General Chang truly is a paragon among the old humans. It is no wonder you sought our allegiance from the outset. This must be the true reason for your defection," remarked one Blood Clan leader with a somber demeanor. Chang Xiufeng smiled but did not respond. The high-level meeting of the Blood Clan finally concluded. Once the minutes were compiled, they were promptly submitted to the Holy Mother and the Matriarch for review. After reading the minutes, Zhaoying inwardly sighed, recognizing that Chang Xiufeng, her former superior, indeed possessed keen insight, aligning with her own thoughts. Yet she remained uncertain whether his true intentions mirrored her own. Nevertheless, such concerns had become inconsequential. Although surrender deviated slightly from her initial plans, it now appeared to be a pragmatic course of action. Chapter 82. Adaptation. Following the final authorization from Zhaoying and the Goddess of War, the new humanity government commenced public broadcasts into outer space. The announcement declared the new humanity's willingness to surrender, in hopes that Lu Ping would immediately cease military operations. The two parties would select a time and place to discuss the details of the surrender. Naturally, Lu Ping, stationed in outer space, received the communication. After some contemplation, he inquired, "What is your opinion on their desire to surrender?" "Master, I believe this is merely a delaying tactic on their part. The Blood Clan is evidently no match for us now. They likely wish to buy time through negotiations," Pangus stated candidly. "Indeed, you are correct. There must be some ulterior motive behind the Blood Clan's surrender." Both Kwafu and Hui concurred. Upon hearing their perspectives, Lu Ping glanced at the three bioengineered beings before turning to Hu Liqing. "What do you think, Liqing? Unusual occurrences often conceal sinister intentions. They surely have ulterior motives." "Though I cannot ascertain from which side," Hu Liqing pondered thoughtfully. Listening to the opinions presented, Lu Ping crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin as he mused. "This is a tactic on their part. If we accept the surrender negotiations, regardless of the outcome, we will be the passive party. In my view, we should remain unchanged amidst change, disregarding their surrender and acting as if we are unaware. We should continue our offensive. Once the Blood Clan falters, whatever their intentions may be will inevitably come to light. What do you think of this approach? What an astute strategy of maintaining constancy amidst change. This is quite a commendable plan. Why did I not notice your strategic mind before?" Hu Liqing jested. "It is a talent inherent to man. It awakens automatically with age and will not reveal itself unless necessary." Lu Ping replied with a smile. With their countermeasure established, they began to deliberate on their next strategic movements. Currently, only the Eurasian continent remained under the control of the Blood Clan among the 5 continents. Their primary discussion centered on whether to strike Asia first or Europe. The Eurasian continent was the most densely populated region on Earth, further compounded by the concentration of over 80 million Blood Clan remnants from the 3 defeated continents. Despite Lu Ping's victories over the past few years, reclaiming substantial territory and exterminating nearly 20% of the Blood Clan, his forces were now limited. After suffering considerable losses in the recent African campaign, he could only muster just over 300,000 mechanical warriors. Each of the occupied 3 continents required at least 50,000 mechanical warriors for garrison duty, leaving him with merely 170 to 180,000 for the Eurasian front. Engaging in a 2-front war would prove challenging. At that moment, a communication request was received from Hutu. Currently, only the Earth Resistance Organization could contact the Earth. Lu Ping and the organization were essentially allies, and their communication likely pertained to the Blood Clan's surrender. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ping instructed, "Connect the call." "Your Excellency, I believe you have received the Blood Clan's universal broadcast. How do you intend to respond?" Colonel Jack inquired solemnly through the video feed. "Their intentions remain unclear. For now, I plan to ignore them," Lu Ping replied candidly. "That is indeed a reasonable strategy. However, our higher-ups wish to take this opportunity to engage with them." Jack admitted somewhat sheepishly. "What do you wish to discuss with them?" Lu Ping could not help but ask. "To be frank, our higher-ups suggest that we might accept their surrender, provided they do not impose any conditions. All matters post-war would be decided by us, the humans." Jack conveyed the organization's intentions. "And what is the purpose behind this approach? Given the enmity between both sides, I do not see the possibility for negotiations," Lu Ping remarked. "Population," Jack asserted. "Even if we eliminate the Blood Clan entirely, humanity still faces the insurmountable issue of reproduction. Over the years, our organization has captured some Blood Clan members, employing technology in an attempt to cultivate offspring. Unfortunately, we have yet to succeed. The methods of breeding are considered a secret among the Blood Clan, and we have not yet cracked the code. However, our intelligence suggests that the offspring bred by the Blood Clan differ from them and are more akin to humans. Thus, even in the quest to reclaim our homeland, we cannot entirely eradicate the Blood Clan. Otherwise, humanity's legacy would be jeopardized. That is a concern I have contemplated as well. However, the Blood Clan's current population is still nearly 10,000 times that of humans. Such a demographic imbalance precludes any prospects for coexistence. Even if we successfully breed offspring, they would simply be assimilated by the Blood Clan." Lu Ping, having gathered insights from Zhaoing before his escape from Earth, had his own plans. "What do you mean?" Jack pressed, eager to understand Lu Ping's strategy. "To be candid, I believe we must reduce the Blood Clan's population to at least below 100,000. Otherwise, coexistence with humanity is impossible." Lu Ping articulated his strategy, seeking to lower the Blood Clan's numbers to a manageable level, ensuring that humanity's legacy could endure without the risk of assimilation by newly born offspring. The figure of 100,000 was derived from Hutu's calculations as the minimum requirement. "Understood. I will relay your plan to our organization's higher-ups," Jack concluded, and the communication was terminated. Shortly thereafter, 150,000 mechanical warriors were airdropped onto the European continent, landing in Portugal. Lu Ping intended to push from south to north and from west to east, ultimately gathering at the Ural River and the Caucasus Mountains. This maneuver would isolate the entirety of Asia, compelling the remaining Blood Clan to concentrate on the vast Asian continent. With a waiting period of 1 year, a new generation of mechanical warriors would be replenished, at which point a final assault on the Blood Clan could commence. Meanwhile, the Blood Clan awaited Lu Ping's invitation to negotiate, only to find the flames of war igniting across Europe. This time, the Blood Clan finally ceased their restraint, resorting to tactical nuclear strikes. As they had anticipated, most of the nuclear warheads launched via missiles were intercepted by Lu Ping's space fleet. With no other recourse, the Blood Clan deployed mech warriors to directly drop nuclear weapons on the battlefield. The European front became a scene of devastation, with countless Blood Clan members and mechanical warriors perishing daily under the merciless onslaught of nuclear weapons. Mechanical warriors, being mere constructs of metal, elicited no sorrow from Lu Ping, who had already intended for this batch to serve as cannon fodder. The Blood Clan, however, suffered far more grievously. Their previous 10-to-1 casualty ratio was magnified to over 100-to-1. Since the onset of war, mechanical warriors had swept through much of Europe, incurring losses of 100,000, while the Blood Clan's casualties exceeded 10 million. Lu Ping's reinforcements were somewhat lacking. He could only deploy water droplet aircraft to destroy various military factories in the Blood Clan's rear. The production of water droplet aircraft was not complex, and Lu Ping had certainly not ceased manufacturing them over the years. Thousands of water droplets surged toward the Blood Clan's rear, launching surprise attacks on military bases and factories. Their stealthy approach left the Blood Clan in a state of agitation, unable to mount an effective response. Chapter 83. Testing Lu Ping's limits following the initial assault by the water droplets on the aviation base. The Blood Clan promptly relocated a significant number of their military installations underground. Consequently, the recent water droplet incursion did not incapacitate the Blood Clan's logistical network. The current state of the battlefield is somewhat precarious. In a bid to curtail the Blood Clan's development, Lu Ping had initially produced 200,000 mechanical warriors and advanced towards Earth. Despite this, the Blood Clan has gradually evolved throughout the conflict. It cannot be said that Lu Ping's progress has been sluggish. Rather, the potential of the Blood Clan surpasses that of humanity by a considerable margin. Should a few more years pass, especially with the Blood Clan's mastery of near-light speed spacecraft technology, it is likely that he would struggle to approach even Earth's low orbital space, let alone engage in ground combat. Currently, the inadequacy of reinforcements has become Lu Ping's most pressing concern. If the war cannot be concluded swiftly, the advancements in the Blood Clan's technology may soon match his own. However, he currently lacks any breakthroughs in technology, and both he and Hu Liqing are stationed at the front lines, leaving them no time to develop new weaponry. The shortage of personnel has instilled a sense of helplessness in Lu Ping, reminiscent of the feelings he experienced when he and Hu Liqing established the nuclear power base. Faced with this dilemma, Lu Ping has no choice but to resort to his last measure. Initially, he was reluctant to engage the warships within Earth's atmosphere, but the pressing need for reinforcements has compelled him to reconsider. Over 4 years, a total of 40,000 various types of warships have been constructed. Among them, the flagship is the Earth, with the others divided into 4 fleets named after the continents: Asia, America, Europe, and Oceania. Each fleet is commanded by its respective mothership: the Zhonghua for Asia, the Milky for America, the German for Europe, and the Lea for Oceania. These 4 fleets are strategically positioned in Earth's outer orbital space, effectively sealing off the planet to prevent any escape by the Blood Clan. Now, it seems prudent to swap the roles of the fleets and the water droplets. The fleets will be dispatched into the atmosphere to support the mechanical warriors, while the water droplets will secure the outer space perimeter. Given the exceptional maneuverability of the water droplets, it is believed that no mechanical entity on Earth can evade their relentless pursuit. Through Ho-2, Lu Ping altered the directives for both entities. Over 40,000 warships ignited their thrusters, propelling themselves towards Earth's atmosphere, targeting the yet-to-be-conquered European front. The warships are not intended to strike individual Blood Clan members, but rather to bombard major European cities. On this day, numerous spacecraft descended upon nearly every city, unleashing laser beams, kinetic projectiles, missiles, and cluster bombs, resulting in a devastating carpet bombing of urban areas. From this day forth, Europe has been reduced to a scorched wasteland, echoing with lamentations. Due to the formidable capabilities of the nuclear-powered engines, conventional missiles from Earth are utterly incapable of interception. The only weapons capable of inflicting damage upon the fleet are powerful laser armaments and the Blood Clan's wireless power transmission weapons. The size of the spacecraft far exceeds that of the mechanical warriors. Even if struck by these weapons, as long as the engines remain intact, they can return to low Earth orbit for repairs. With the fleet's engagement, the Blood Clan has been forced into disarray, unable to congregate within cities, opting instead for guerrilla tactics and hiding in underground shelters. As long as they refrain from large-scale gatherings, they cannot pose a significant threat to the mechanical warriors. With the cooperation of the fleet and the mechanical legion, the stagnant European front has finally begun to progress steadily. tipping the scales of victory back in Lu Ping's favor. In a desperate bid to salvage the situation, the Blood Clan's leadership is in disarray. Unfortunately, they are powerless to alter Lu Ping's resolve, and they have no opportunity to negotiate surrender. Everyone, the current circumstances are not in our favor. If anyone has strategies to propose, please voice them freely without reservation. One high-ranking Blood Clan member stated, surveying the assembly in the conference room. His gaze lingered for 3 seconds on a human general. Nuclear weapons have been deployed, and surrender messages sent, yet Lu Ping remains unyielding. The room filled with sighs, indicating a lack of viable solutions. General Chong, do you have any insights to share? Please feel free to contribute, the high-ranking member reluctantly called out. General Chong Chiofeng glanced around, noticing the Blood Clan members fixed upon him. Straightening, he calmly spoke. I believe it is time to reveal the truth to the populace. This cannot be. Absolutely not. If the public learns the truth, it will demoralize them. The room erupted in protest, none agreeing with the notion. Silence. Let General Chong finish his thoughts, the high-ranking member urged, eager to hear his intentions. With a smile, General Chong continued, esteemed colleagues, we seem to be trapped in a cognitive fallacy. The initial calamity was not orchestrated by the new humans. If one were to argue that there exists a profound enmity between new humans and humanity, I would contest such a viewpoint. As he spoke, he lifted his teacup, allowing his audience a moment for contemplation before continuing. After the awakening of the new humans, a conflict indeed ensued. Both sides suffered losses, with the new humans ultimately prevailing due to their numerical superiority. History has consistently favored the victors. I still maintain that there exists a possibility for negotiation, though the prerequisites for such discussions rest solely in Lu Ping's hands. Our focus should be on preserving as many viable forces as possible before any talks commence. Upon concluding, Chang's expression remained neutral. The high-ranking members sat in silence until the lead member inquired, General Chong, where do you believe Lu Ping's bottom line lies? Chong smiled, replying that, I suspect, is known only within Lu Ping's own ranks. Outsiders remain in the dark. Humph. So, after all your words, you have conveyed nothing. Instantly, someone scoffed derisively. While I may not comprehend Lu Ping's intentions, we do have individuals capable of communicating with him. Chong then directed his gaze towards 2 portraits hanging in the conference room. The assembly followed his gaze, their expressions varying, exchanging glances of surprise. The Holy Mother and the Lady Matron had both spent time in the old human space, and the Holy Mother was, in fact, an old human herself. In light of this, it seemed only the Holy Mother could engage in dialogue with Lu Ping. General Chong indeed possesses insight. Thus, we need not deliberate further. Let us compile the minutes of today's meeting and send them to the Holy Mother and the Lady Matron for their consideration. Let them decide. The attendees dispersed, and the meeting minutes were promptly dispatched to Zhao Ying and Godaloli's inboxes. In a villa on the outskirts of City X, Zhao Ying and Godaloli were assisting a young boy with his studies. The boy, now 6 years old, was preparing to enter elementary school in a few months. Seated at his small desk, he swiftly calculated several problems. Upon closer inspection, one of the problems turned out to be a classic chickens and rabbits in a cage conundrum. The boy promptly laid out his formulas, performing each calculation mentally without any tools, quickly completing all the tasks. Mom, I'm finished. Can I go outside to play football? The boy exclaimed, handing his workbook to Zhao Ying, his bright eyes sparkling as he pleaded. Chapter 84. Surrendering Resistance. The problem of chickens and rabbits in the same cage is a quintessential example of elementary mathematical Olympiad questions, essentially a system of linear equations. In the conventional education of humanity, only middle school students would tackle such problems. To Zhao Ying's surprise, her young son, who had yet to commence his primary education, was already engaging with assignments of such difficulty. Observing the boy's adorable demeanor, she affectionately patted his little head and said with a smile, Fan. Let me check your homework first. If you've done it correctly, you can go out to play. Okay, Mommy. Please hurry. The boy eagerly opened his workbook for Zhao Ying to review, and indeed, he had answered all the questions correctly. With a gentle smile, Zhao Ying watched as her son jubilantly exclaimed, Time to go play soccer. After the boy left, The Gothic girl entered the study. "Mom, did you see the email from earlier?" she inquired, sitting at the boy's desk. "I did. Their proposal is quite reasonable. It seems it is time to have a discussion with Lu Ping," Zhaoying replied as she gathered her son's books and turned her attention to the Gothic girl. "Are you confident?" the Gothic girl asked, her expression one of uncertainty. "Rest assured, I stand by my words. Lu Ping has already lost from the very beginning. No matter how formidable his power may be, the fundamental law of life is survival of the fittest." Days later, all members of the Blood Clan received an official announcement from the new human regime. The message was somewhat lengthy, detailing the history of the old humans and the calamity that had occurred years prior, followed by the awakening of the new humans and the ensuing conflicts with the old. Upon grasping the truth, public opinion among the new humans erupted into chaos. It turned out that the rise of the new humans was founded upon devouring and slaughter, a stark contrast to the education they had received. Except for the earliest awakened Blood Clan members, the rest awakened through artificial rearing. Hence, they subconsciously believed that all new humans were created by a benevolent force. Understanding this history, they recognized the fundamental cause of the current war. Lu Ping was not an extraterrestrial civilization, but had returned to seek vengeance for the old humans. However, these grievances had no bearing on the majority of new humans, rendering them victims of historical issues. Dissenting voices began to emerge within the new human populace regarding the war to defend their homeland. "We want peace, not senseless sacrifice. This meaningless war must end swiftly." Many new humans congregated in major cities to protest, and this sentiment gradually became mainstream. As the uproar intensified, new humans in Asia found themselves embroiled in internal turmoil, all of which did not escape Lu Ping's information network. However, from Lu Ping's perspective, the more chaotic the Blood Clan became, the lesser the pressure would be on the battlefield. Major cities were filled with protesters, while government officials deployed personnel to closely monitor and prevent riotous incidents. On a street in a large city of Huaghua, demonstrators brandished various banners, standing off against a contingent of riot police. Behind the officers stood the parliament building of the new human government. "We demand peace, not unnecessary sacrifices. This senseless war must end immediately." The protesters were armed, and after chanting their slogans, a leader stepped forward, throwing his weapon onto the plaza in front of the parliament building. "From this moment on, I will not partake in any battles. If the mechanical warriors arrive, I will surrender unconditionally." After the leader's declaration, others followed suit, discarding their weapons as a sign of discontent towards the war and the concealment of truth by the new human civilization. Suddenly, a monitor on the outer wall of the parliament building lit up, revealing Zhao Ying's figure. "Dear compatriots, you have now grasped the truth of this war. Perhaps you believe that the government has deceived you by concealing the truth. But have you considered that if the origins of the new humans had been disclosed from the outset, as a member of this new human race, you would inherently bear a sense of guilt? This guilt would transcend time, passed down through generations until it became ingrained in our very genes. If external factors were to come into play, our new human civilization could collapse from within. Concealing the truth serves to bolster the cohesion of our new human civilization, enhancing our sense of honor and identity. Concealment does not equate to deception. What transpired initially has no relation to the vast majority of new humans. You are innocent. While I am revered as a benevolent figure, I remain, at my core, an old human. I firmly believe that the ascendance of new humans over old humans is an inevitability of historical development and the progress of civilization, one that no individual or organization can obstruct. This process will undoubtedly encounter various challenges, and war is naturally unavoidable. During the transitional phase from the old human civilization, many innocent lives will be lost. I would like to reiterate that any actions taken by the old humans during the rise of the new humans will ultimately be futile. Although the current state of war is unfavorable for the new human civilization, I implore you to trust me and to trust yourselves. Believe that this situation is merely temporary. If all new humans unite with a shared purpose, we will surely overcome this hurdle, and our civilization will stand proudly at the pinnacle of the world, rightfully becoming the masters of Earth. Zhao Ying's address was broadcast live across all regions of Asia. Long live the benevolent figure. The new human civilization shall endure forever. The crowds in various locations erupted in fervor, with some taking the lead to chant slogans. Lu Ping, Hu Liqing. I am aware that you are monitoring the information channels of the new humans. You should be able to see everything that is transpiring now. I wish to convey that at the onset of the calamity, during the period when the new humans began to awaken, the conflicting positions of both sides inevitably led to some clashes. However, the current new human population is now an advanced intelligent race, inheriting everything from the old humans under our meticulous education. They are no longer the bloodthirsty zombies of yore. Should you insist on continuing the war, I assure you that the new humans will no longer engage in any armed resistance. This would devolve into a one-sided massacre. Even if you were to annihilate all new humans, the old humans cannot be resurrected. If you choose to be the butcher, then so be it. The new humans have already issued a declaration of surrender. If you have any conditions, feel free to present them. I have long stated that the new humans are the future. If you do not believe this, then look at this video. Upon finishing her statement, the video shifted to a short clip showing groups of children reading in a classroom, frolicking outdoors, and playing soccer. From the smiles of these children, it was evident that they did not exhibit the serpentine traits of the Blood Clan. Even their fangs appeared less menacing, transformed into adorable little canines. Chapter 85. A B and BA. The video was brief, lasting less than a minute, and evidently, it had been meticulously edited. Lu Ping, I await your response. After the video concluded, Zhao Ying gazed skyward and uttered a remark, marking the end of the live broadcast. The tumultuous crowd of new humans gradually settled down, laying down their weapons to reunite with their families. Zhao Ying's speculation was indeed accurate. Lu Ping was aware of the current turmoil among the new humans, having simultaneously viewed Zhao Ying's speech and the video. Seated in his chair, Lu Ping stared out the porthole, watching the cerulean planet flicker by. Regardless of Zhao Ying's elaborate rhetoric, she remained firmly entrenched in the perspective of the Blood Clan, and Lu Ping was resolute in his stance. However, the final segment of the video evoked some thoughts within him. The children depicted were clearly hybrid offspring of both old and new humans, particularly highlighted by the close-up of a small boy laughing in the sunlight. Upon a fleeting glance, Lu Ping felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, a surge of connection coursing through him. He immediately discerned that the boy bore a striking resemblance to his younger self. Could this be mere coincidence? Was it possible that Zhao Ying had been pregnant at the time, giving birth to his child? Unthinkable. Both he and Zhao Ying were human. How could they possibly produce a hybrid offspring? As Lu Ping meticulously recalled his encounters with Zhao Ying, he uncovered a flaw in his reasoning. Humans could no longer reproduce, and evidently, Zhao Ying was incapable of becoming pregnant. Suddenly, a startling realization struck him, prompting him to leap from his seat. He remembered Zhao Ying mentioning that the little girl had grown up, and she had once suggested something intimate, which he had declined. Could it be that Zhao Ying had employed alternative methods to achieve the existence of this boy? At this thought, Lu Ping felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, the scientist's obsession with certain matters bordered on madness. He hastily replayed the video, pausing at the last image of the boy's radiant smile. Inputting some of his own information into the system, he also uploaded a photograph of the little girl to initiate a simulation. The results revealed an astonishing 98% similarity to the boy. Weak in the knees, Lu Ping sank back into his chair, overwhelmed by the revelation that he had become an unwitting father. Moreover, he had fathered a child with an alien species, without any physical interaction. The absurdity of it all was staggering. It appeared that Zhao Ying's actions were not merely to satisfy a physical desire. After all, there were ample eligible young men at the nuclear power base. If she wished, she could easily find companionship. This revelation clarified many of the perplexing questions he had previously entertained. Why had she opposed his decision to eliminate the little girl, ultimately betraying humanity to join the Blood Clan? Perhaps, in her view, she had never betrayed humanity, but had made what she believed was the right choice for its continuation. At the critical juncture of their conflict, she had unveiled such a bombshell, leaving Lu Ping at a loss for how to respond. The intent behind Zhao in presenting him with the video was unmistakable. She had discovered a means for humanity's survival and had succeeded. Lu Ping had no way of knowing whether the blood clan could reproduce, but his experiences over the years had not revealed any pure-blood descendants of the clan, suggesting they too could not rely on their own species for procreation. Thus, both humans and blood clan would fade into obscurity. Only the hybrid offspring could truly be regarded as the new humans, capable of carrying on the legacy. This aligned with Zhao Ying's unwavering belief in the principle of evolution. Lu Ping harbored his own aspirations, seeking a breakthrough for humanity's continuity through the power of technology. Yet, to date, he had lacked the capacity to achieve such a feat. In contrast, Zhao Ying's approach indirectly utilized scientific advancements to accomplish her goals. Given this situation, was there any rationale for continuing the war? Clearly, the majority of new humans, upon learning the truth, felt a sense of sympathy for the old humans. Could they truly unleash violence upon the defenseless blood clan? Lu Ping found himself wavering. Deep down, he recognized the blood clan as a nascent intelligent race, which explained his initial trepidation regarding their awakening and evolution. The conflict had arisen from survival needs. But now the blood clan had evolved into a nascent civilization, no longer reliant on primitive instincts. They possessed a complete societal structure and had fully inherited the knowledge system of human civilization. How should he navigate the current predicament? After much contemplation, Lu Ping connected with the resistance organization. Colonel Jack, do you have any information regarding the possibility of humans and blood clan reproducing? He inquired directly. Your Excellency, we are still conducting experiments and have yet to achieve any results, Jack replied, having anticipated Lu Ping's inquiry regarding the blood clan's capitulation. He was taken aback by Lu Ping's question, as their organization did possess related research, but regrettably, progress had been minimal. Is that so? Can you briefly outline the key factors? Lu Ping was astonished to learn of the lack of success thus far. The critical issue lies with the male blood clan's J cells lacking vitality, while the female's G cells have lost the ability to nourish the embryo. Therefore, regardless of whether it is an AB or BA pairing, none of the experiments have succeeded, Jack lamented. Very well. I intend to suspend hostilities against the blood clan and to establish a temporary ceasefire based on the territories currently occupied by both sides, Lu Ping declared, revealing his next course of action. That is indeed regrettable. I will convey your intentions to the higher-ups, Jack responded, and the two ended their communication. Once again, Lu Ping fell into deep thought. The resistance organization's experiments had failed? This revelation surprised him. How had Zhao succeeded? Lu Ping possessed no theoretical foundation in life sciences beyond practical experience. If he could not comprehend it, he would have to seek answers directly from Zhao. Given the current circumstances, it seemed she had not entirely aligned herself with the blood clan. At the very least, she had not completely forsaken humanity's future. Strictly speaking, she had adopted the stance of a scientist, grounded in the principles of evolution, choosing the future. In her eyes, both humans and blood clan were devoid of prospects. Only the new humans could embody the future. In essence, Lu Ping and Zhao Ying's overarching objectives were aligned, albeit from differing perspectives. With this foundation established, it was entirely feasible for them to set aside past grievances, engage in calm and profound dialogue. The complexities of human emotions often intertwine once physical intimacy is involved. Such feelings can transcend any conflict during pivotal moments. In times of harmony, one perceives the other's virtues, growing increasingly fond, even finding flaws admirable. Conversely, during discord, every aspect becomes irksome, and even merits seem repugnant. Chapter 86. Peace Negotiations. Lu Ping pondered over these matters and suddenly became acutely aware of a grave dilemma: how to confess everything to Hu Liqing. His son was now old enough to understand. It was no longer feasible to keep this hidden. A battle raged within Lu Ping's heart. One voice urged him to be honest with his wife, while another suggested weaving a deceitful tale to obscure the truth. Without a doubt, coming clean would lead to a tempestuous upheaval. Lu Ping's standing, whether at home or in the military, would be overshadowed by Hu Liqing. If he chose to lie, he might claim that years ago, Due to infertility issues, he had left behind a sample of his cells for examination, leaving the origins of their child shrouded in ambiguity. After extensive deliberation, Lu Ping ultimately resolved to confront the truth. He had deceived Hu Liqing for too long. Continuing to fabricate lies would only necessitate a cascade of further falsehoods. The truth, much like fire, would inevitably reveal itself, and given Hu Liqing's intellect, she was bound to uncover the reality sooner or later, complicating matters further. So be it. Lu Ping took out his phone and sent a message to Hu Liqing before heading towards the living area. The exact resolution of their predicament remains unknown, but Lu Ping's presence was notably absent from the Earth vessel for several days. Days later, a landing craft detached from the Earth vessel and soared towards Earth, ultimately descending outside a solitary villa in the suburbs of City X. The hatch slowly opened, revealing a ramp. Zhao Ying, accompanied by a small boy, smiled as they ascended the ramp and entered the spacecraft. The landing craft did not linger. It ignited its engines once more and ascended, soon reconnecting with the Earth vessel. Zhao Ying and the boy donned their spacesuits and, guided by intelligent voice prompts, approached the airlock of the docking bay. A ventilation port above the airlock released a mist, disinfecting both individuals. With a hiss, a pressure release valve opened, and the airlock door gradually swung open. "Hello, Zhao Ying. Welcome aboard the Earth vessel. Liqing, long time no see." Hu Liqing stood on the other side of the airlock, flanked by 3 androids, offering a welcoming smile to Zhao Ying and the boy. "Hello, Aunt Hu." The boy, led by Zhao Ying, curiously examined Hu Liqing and her companions. "You must be Lu Fan, such a good boy." Hu Liqing gently bent down to ruffle the boy's hair. "Where's Lu Ping?" Zhao Ying inquired, noticing his absence. "I am representing our side in these negotiations. He will be observing the proceedings remotely. Let us discuss this further inside," Hu Liqing replied, gesturing for Zhao Ying to proceed ahead, with the boy nestled between them, followed closely by the 3 androids. The boy's eyes darted around, clearly fascinated by the Earth vessel, until they finally arrived at a conference room where they took their seats. "Mom, is this really Dad's spaceship? It's amazing," the boy exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he looked at Zhao Ying. Fan, do you like this spaceship?" Zhao Ying asked. "I love it. I want to live here every day with Mom and Dad," the boy innocently declared. Fan, Mom and Ann have important matters to discuss. Would you like to play with the uncles for a while?" Zhao Ying suggested, glancing at Hu Liqing. "Yay." The boy was happily taken away by the 3 androids, leaving Zhao Ying unconcerned. "Now that we are alone, I wish to know more about Lu Fan." Hu Liqing finally broached the topic. "Well," Zhao Ying began to explain. In brief, she utilized the ABC model, which led to the boy's existence. After numerous attempts, she ultimately combined one of Lu Ping's cells with that of a young girl in vitro, then implanted it in herself, resulting in the successful birth of Lu Fan. For humanity to endure, both the old human race and the bloodkin were indispensable. It was this method that transformed her perspective towards the bloodkin. At the time of conflict between the bloodkin and humanity, this approach had yet to be fully validated, and she was compelled to make a choice. With the bloodkin in a position of power, her alignment with them was, in truth, a strategy to preserve the vital remnants of humanity. Thus, she did not perceive her actions as betrayal. Under her mediation, the survivors from both bases had not perished entirely. Instead, she had retained them under the guise of experimentation. The bloodkin inherited everything from humanity, possessing a profound sense of human identity, rendering the continuation of the war unnecessary, Zhao Ying concluded. "What will happen to those survivors?" Hu Liqing inquired. "They may choose for themselves," Zhao Ying replied, retrieving a reagent kit from her pocket. "This is the fruit of my research over the years. Once the old humans inject this serum, they can transform into new humans without undergoing the process of decay." She placed the kit upon the conference table. "Will they retain their memories after transformation?" Hu Liqing scrutinized the kit with curiosity. "Not at all. This is a genetic-level reorganization. All cells will undergo death and rebirth, ultimately becoming life forms akin to the bloodkin," Zhao Ying answered candidly. "It seems this serum holds little value. After all, even if both sides reach an agreement, they will still need their respective life forms to procreate. If everyone becomes blood kin, wouldn't that lead to extinction? Hu Liqing remarked with a smile. From that perspective, you are correct. However, from another angle, it possesses significant utility, Zhaoying replied with a grin. What utility? Hu Liqing questioned, puzzled. In the face of impending death, the injection of this serum can grant a new lease on life. Furthermore, my research has revealed that the DNA telomeres of the bloodkin are far more active than those of humans. After each division, they essentially return to their original state. Zhaoying elucidated. What does that mean? Hu Liqing clearly did not grasp the significance of the telomere activity. In simple terms, it means their aging process is exceedingly slow. Theoretically, their natural lifespan is at least 10 times that of humans. Zhao Ying's revelation was astonishing. What? Hu Liqing was momentarily taken aback, incredulously examining the reagent kit in her hands. By this calculation, even if the bloodkin's lifespan does not reach 1,000 years, it would be approximately 700 or 800, correct? Do not be so astonished. Perhaps this calamity is not mere coincidence, but an inevitable outcome of civilizational development. Zhaoying posited. A secondary civilization should logically possess intelligent beings with commensurate lifespans. Only with such longevity can they traverse the vastness of the cosmos and discover more phenomena. Regrettably, after injection, one would lose their sense of self. No matter how long the lifespan, it would hold little meaning for humanity. After a brief moment of astonishment, Hu Liqing regained her composure. Now, let us discuss how both sides should coexist in the future. The discussions continued for an extended period, resulting in Hu Liqing and Zhaoying establishing a preliminary framework. Ultimately, the bloodkin would dispatch a negotiation team to engage in detailed discussions with the resistance organization's representatives. In essence, the direct interactions would be between these two factions, allowing them to negotiate the specifics amongst themselves, which was undoubtedly the most appropriate arrangement. Chapter 87 Departure from the Solar System. The peace treaty has been in effect for 2 years, and now blood clans coexist with humans on Earth. This fragile foundation is predicated upon the propagation of future generations. Of course, there exists a vital clause, a non-negotiable red line for Lu Ping. Those blood clans who once besieged human strongholds, any who have stained their hands with human blood, must face a public trial by the joint tribunal of both parties. Anyone who has taken the life of a human must be executed publicly. This open trial serves to provide closure for the deceased and to enlighten the living blood clans about the truth of history. Exceptions apply to those artificially cultivated by the new human government, who are unaware of the truth and have not harmed humans. As for Gothic Loli herself, she has never killed a human. Yet, as the leader of the blood clans, her fate poses a dilemma. Executing her would inevitably incite a rebellion among the innocent blood clans, while sparing her would leave the fallen personnel of the base without justice. Most critically, she is the biological mother of Lu Ping's son. This relationship weighs heavily on Lu Ping, leading him to classify both her and Zhaoying as political prisoners, stripping them of their political rights for a century and confining them for the same duration. The reality dictates that Lu Ping cannot eradicate the blood clans entirely. Doing so would mean sacrificing the only existing legacy of humanity for the sake of vengeance. This is a truth that both Lu Ping and the rebel organization cannot evade. The enmity between humans and blood clans precludes the formation of a family unit, which requires 3 individuals to function, an impracticality, to ensure the continuation of future generations. The new human lineage has initiated an innovative reproductive model. Each side anonymously donates a cell, establishing a cell bank to provide options for a third party wishing to conceive. This means that any new human born will, from a physiological standpoint, have only one biological mother, who, from a genetic perspective, shares no blood ties with them. Their true parents comprise one human and one blood clan member, while the child is a new human. These genetic connections will be meticulously documented to prevent future instances of consanguinity. Consequently, centuries hence, both old humans and blood clans will fade into history, while new humans inherit the genes of both and thrive in the cosmos. As for whether new humans can reproduce independently, the earliest batch of new humans is yet to reach 10 years of age, thus no conclusion can be drawn. Father, please don't go. I will be good. Outside a solitary villa in the outskirts of City X, a shuttlecraft lingers. Before the shuttle, Lu Ping cradles Lu Fan, wiping away his tears. Be good, my son. I have more important matters to attend to. When you grow up, you will be able to pilot a spaceship and explore the cosmos with me. All right? Lu Ping gently sets the little boy on the lawn, looking into his earnest eyes. When I grow up, I will definitely pilot a spaceship to meet you in the stars. The boy ceases his crying. Everyone, Earth is entrusted to you. The Mars base has already been taken over by space personnel, so I can depart with peace of mind. Take care. With farewells exchanged, Lu Ping and Hu Liqing step into the shuttle. The craft ascends slowly, breaking through the atmosphere towards the Earth ship. The Earth ship reignites, releasing a plume of particle exhaust as it escapes the grip of gravity, heading into the inky void of the universe. Accompanying them are 20,000 interstellar fleets and 200,000 state-of-the-art mechanical legions. The fleet's target this time is beyond the solar system. Although matters on Earth have reached a relatively satisfactory resolution, Lu Ping remains unwilling to accept the inevitable extinction of humanity. He reluctantly acquiesces to Zhao Ying's plan, but that does not signify his abandonment of his own ideals. He intends to journey into the cosmos, seeking the root cause of humanity's infertility and uncovering a definitive solution to ensure the pure continuation of the human race. Thus, he has taken the human gene bank map and numerous cellular samples with him. Over the past 2 years, he has also acquired foundational knowledge in life sciences from Zhao Ying, determined to carve a path for humanity amidst the stars. Earth, set course for the TriStar system. Engines at full thrust. The trajectory has been established, with an estimated arrival time of 8 years. Understood. Following the ceasefire with the Blood Clans, Lu Ping has made several modifications and upgrades to the Earth ship over the past 2 years. The primary enhancement involves integrating the Blood Clan's wireless power technology. The Earth ship has been optimized to accelerate to 0.7 times the speed of light. However, due to the presence of both him and Hu Liqing aboard, acceleration cannot be too rapid. Covering a distance of approximately 4.5 light-years will still require 8 years for a safe arrival, taking into account the time needed for acceleration and deceleration. Of course, he had dispatched water droplet probes to the TriStar system at the onset of the war, and according to the timeline, those probes should have already arrived for reconnaissance. However, it would take over 4 years for the findings to return to Earth, leaving him unaware of the current situation in the TriStar system. Based on Lu Ping's estimations, it is highly probable that no intelligent life exists there. Even if it does, it certainly would not attain a level 2 civilization. The reasoning is straightforward. The natural environment of the TriStar system is too harsh to foster the development of civilization. To take a hypothetical leap, should a civilization akin to the Trisolaran emerge, upon achieving level 2 status, they would inevitably probe the solar system. The absence of their arrival clearly indicates either their non-existence or that their civilization has not reached the requisite level. At 40 years of age, Lu Ping acknowledges that from the perspective of interstellar exploration, his remaining lifespan is barely sufficient for exploring celestial bodies within 10 light-years of the solar system. Any further would exceed his life expectancy. Taking this into account, he has launched numerous water droplet probes towards surrounding star systems. Given the probe's capability to approach the speed of light, they may reach further than he could in his lifetime. The data from these explorations will be relayed back to him and the new human civilization. Within the solar system, Lu Ping has not lingered. Since his initial escape from Earth, he has dispatched nearly 10,000 various probes towards the solar system. He does not intend to engage in detailed scientific exploration. His focus lies on cosmic wonders. Discoveries such as quark materials would capture his interest for research, while all other data will be archived for further investigation by Ho2 and the new human civilization. Departing Earth also holds significant emotional weight, as Hu Liqing is reluctant to leave. Legally, she and Lu Ping are a family, yet ethically, Zhao Ying, the little lowly, and Lu Fan are his true kin. This reality is challenging for her to accept. With no compelling reason to remain on Earth, she prefers to embark on an interstellar journey with her beloved while she still can. Seated by the viewport, Hu Liqing gazes quietly into the expanse beyond. What are you thinking? Lu Ping inquires. I was pondering how wonderful it would be if, upon becoming a blood clan, one could retain their memories as a human. Hu Liqing expresses with a hint of regret. Indeed, when measured against the vastness of the universe, human life is exceedingly brief. In the grand tapestry of stars, we truly seem as insignificant as mayflies. Lu Ping concurs deeply. If only we could possess the longevity of the blood clans. We could traverse hundreds of light years of the cosmos. Even then, it would merely approach a fraction of the scale of the Milky Way. If we could resolve the memory issue post-mutation or achieve faster-than-light travel, how splendid that would be. Upon finishing her thought, Hu Liqing opens her clenched hand, revealing a reagent kit before them. To achieve faster-than-light travel, it is imperative to resolve the conundrum of gravitational unification, a challenge that currently eludes our capabilities. As for the issue of memory inheritance, it is indeed a subject worthy of exploration. Humanity possesses the technology of virtual reality, enabling the upload of human consciousness into the servers of a virtual realm, thus facilitating a form of alternative immortality. Chapter 88. Brain-Machine Interface Virtual Reality. Once confined to the realm of VR games, has now transcended its limitations. Lu Ping, inheriting the legacy of human technology, has conceived a few ambitious ideas. For instance, he envisions crafting a bionic body for himself, enabling the upload of his consciousness and alleviating concerns about mortality. However, he remains reluctant to relinquish his human form until absolutely necessary, as certain sensory experiences are beyond the grasp of bionic constructs. Moreover, the question of whether an uploaded consciousness retains independent thought or devolves into a mere simulation of artificial intelligence remains unprovable by any living soul. While he has faith in science, he acknowledges the need for caution in the face of such profound dilemmas. With considerable time remaining until their arrival at the TriStar system, Lu Ping seizes the opportunity to explore alternative pursuits. Although he is not yet ready to upload his consciousness, his studies with Zhaoing over the past 2 years have introduced him to another promising technology, brain-machine interface, BMI technology. By implanting chips within the human brain and neural nodes, a link can be established with the body's bioelectricity, significantly enhancing various human capabilities. Foremost among these enhancements is the ability to process data more efficiently. Consequently, this technology facilitates interaction between humans and computers, as well as automated devices, allowing commands to be issued with mere thoughts. This advancement will prove invaluable for Lu Ping and Hu Liqing as they navigate their fleet of ships. Previously, they relied on Ho2 to control their spacecraft or to utilize its immense computing power to coordinate operations at the Martian equatorial base. Now, Lu Ping will be able to assume direct control. Having already departed the solar system, it seems unlikely they will ever return. Hu Liqing sighed. There is no need for such pessimism. Theoretically, anything is possible, Lu Ping reassured her, casting a glance back at the solar system. The Earth had receded to the size of a ping-pong ball, and the vastness of the universe enveloped them, with the Earth-ship leading a fleet of 20,000 interstellar vessels, leaving brilliant trails of blue and white flames against the dark backdrop. Uncertain of what awaited them, Lu Ping and Hu Liqing utilized their travel time to lead 3 bionic beings back into the laboratory to begin the chip implantation process. With BMI technology having reached a level of maturity, they completed the necessary equipment with relative ease. Following a minimally invasive procedure, Lu Ping successfully had the chip implanted. As he lay on the operating table, he opened his eyes to find the mechanical arms that had performed the surgery retracting automatically. Due to the anesthesia, he was unable to move at first. Gradually, sensation returned to his body, and he was able to move his fingers before sitting up. In an instant, the implanted intelligent chip established a connection with his brain, inundating him with a torrent of data. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed back onto the bed. What is happening? Hu Liqing inquired, astonished. Do not worry, my lady. According to Ho2's feedback, the master simply needs time to adapt and has merely fainted. He will awaken shortly, Pangu interjected. Moments earlier, as Lu Ping regained consciousness, the brain-machine interaction had attempted to process the information being handled by the F-ship. The volume of data was overwhelming, and his brain could not keep pace, leading him to faint in response. After Ho2 filtered some background data, Lu Ping finally stirred awake after a considerable duration. "Are you all right?" Hu Liqing asked with concern. "I feel fantastic, unlike anything I've ever experienced." Lu Ping replied with a smile, rising from the bed to curiously survey the room. The world he now perceived was utterly transformed. For instance, when he gazed at Hu Liqing, he could not only recognize her through optical vision, but also receive real-time data regarding her height, body temperature, heart rate, and facial expressions. Naturally, he could choose to filter out this information selectively. When he looked at Pangu, details such as its model, name, and energy system appeared before him. This was due to Ho2's prior documentation of such data. Thus, through the embedded chip, Lu Ping had established a link with Ho2's database, allowing him immediate access to any recorded information. Moreover, when necessary, he could harness Ho2's formidable computational abilities for calculations and analyses. Instinctively, he touched the back of his head, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. The brain-machine interface is indeed a remarkable achievement. Lu Ping marveled after his first-hand experience. This technology has the potential to extend into numerous fields, enabling direct operation of any network-connected devices. In an era of technological backwardness, such capabilities would have seemed like an illusion of telekinesis. It appears that adaptations will be necessary for the fleet and mechanical warriors to accommodate this technology. However, this presents no significant challenge. It merely involves modifying the operating systems of the ships and mechanical soldiers for Lu Ping's remote control. Within a few days, Hu Liqing also underwent chip implantation. During this time, both have diligently worked to adapt to the changes brought about by BMI technology. It must be said that it has indeed simplified many tasks. For instance, they can now communicate without uttering a word. By connecting their networks, instantaneous messaging can be achieved. As they practiced this telepathic communication, an unexpected message simultaneously appeared before them. A planet has been discovered ahead. This revelation left both astonished. They were traversing a blank expanse between two stars, where one would not typically expect a solitary planet to exist. While the presence of a wandering asteroid or comet could be explained, Ho2's feedback indicated it was indeed a planet. Previously, numerous water droplet spacecraft had traversed this route without encountering any celestial bodies. This suggests that the planet had only recently arrived in proximity. Given that Lu Ping's fleet had ventured nearly a light year away from the outer solar system, the sudden emergence of this planet filled him with apprehension. Was its arrival deliberate or coincidental? If it was intentional, then it likely had its sights set on the solar system. Undoubtedly, the most coveted target within the solar system is Earth itself. Lu Ping could not entertain the notion that a planet would randomly meander through interstellar space without cause. Planetary formation occurs under specific conditions, typically captured by the gravitational pull of its parent star. It cannot simply escape its stellar confines and drift aimlessly. Therefore, the existence of this planet is anything but coincidental. Several water droplet spacecraft departed from the fleet, swiftly heading towards the enigmatic planet. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to gather intelligence on this celestial body before proceeding. Chapter 89, Wandering Planet, Volume 2, Chapter 1. In the pitch-black expanse of the universe, a rocky planet hurtled through space at an astonishing velocity, approximately the speed of light. Its outer layer was devoid of an atmosphere, the reason for which remained uncertain, whether it had dissipated during its journey or had never existed at all. A dozen water droplet probes swiftly approached the planet, dispersing to investigate various locations on its surface. In no time, a plethora of data streamed into Lu Ping's neural interface. The planet neither rotated nor revolved. It traveled through space solely on inertia. Its surface was entirely frozen, exuding an aura of desolation. The probes had drawn near to the planetary surface for various examinations, while Lu Ping conducted a simulation of the planet's trajectory, arriving at a startling conclusion. According to its course, it would enter the solar system in a matter of years. However, should it fail to decelerate, it would escape the sun's gravitational pull and continue its voyage into the unknown cosmos. Lu Ping dismissed the notion of coincidence. As the imagery from the probes streamed in, a three-dimensional model of the planet was quickly constructed. Most striking were the towering, pyramid-like snow peaks that dotted the surface. These peaks were distributed uniformly, suggesting a deliberate arrangement rather than a natural formation, resembling a matrix structure. This revelation tightened Lu Ping's chest, igniting a thought. Soon, a fleet of warships broke away from the armada, advancing towards the planet, drawing closer to one of the snow peaks. Moments later, beams of light erupted from the warship's cannons, illuminating the pyramid-like snow peak. As the intense heat of the lasers melted the icy exterior, the true form was gradually unveiled. Astonishingly, this snow peak was revealed to be a technological construct. Lu Ping conducted a comprehensive scan of the pyramid and, utilizing the advanced computational power of the system, reached a shocking conclusion. This pyramid-shaped object was, in fact, a nuclear fusion engine. This revelation left Lu Ping astounded. According to prior probe data, the planet's surface harbored not fewer than 8,000 such pyramids. This indicated that the planet belonged to a Type II civilization. But why had it come here? Lu Ping could hardly believe it was merely a tourist expedition to the solar system. With the technological prowess of a Type II civilization, constructing such an abundance of colossal nuclear fusion engines to accelerate a planet to the speed of light seemed impractical. Surely, they could have simply built a spacecraft. Unless, of course, they were fleeing, a desperate escape necessitating the transport of the entire planet for sufficient resources to sustain their exodus. The warships proceeded to illuminate additional snow peaks. And indeed, the same scenario unfolded within each. Lu Ping swiftly mobilized more vessels to approach the surface for in-depth exploration. Through sonic detection, it became evident that beneath the frozen exterior lay vast architectural complexes, reminiscent of human cities. Clearly, this was a Type II civilization engaged in interstellar migration. Given their speed, their original stellar system was likely not far from the solar system. The intent behind transporting an entire planet was likely to seek a new habitat. It appeared increasingly probable that the solar system was their target. This suggested that the interior of the planet might still harbor a significant number of extraterrestrial beings. The prospect of two civilizations coexisting within the same stellar system, both classified as Type II, implied that peaceful coexistence was improbable. However, the fact that their planet had arrived here at the speed of light indicated that, even if they had traveled from the nearest Triad star system, they had been traversing the cosmos for at least 4 centuries. This meant that they had mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology and constructed planetary engines over 400 years ago. Their technological advancements must surpass that of Earth by leaps and bounds. In the event of a conflict, neither humanity nor the newly evolved humans would stand a chance against them. After much contemplation, Lu Ping finally reached a decision. Regardless of whether their intent was the solar system, he could not allow them the opportunity to remain. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative and destroy their nuclear fusion engines. As long as their planetary engine was incapacitated, the planet would be unable to decelerate, continuing on its current trajectory and ultimately traversing the solar system. Lu Ping swiftly commanded his fleet to cover the entire planet. In an instant, a barrage of artillery fire erupted, sending the snow peaks on the planet's surface into explosive disarray. Inside the nameless planet, in a darkened chamber, alarm bells blared urgently. If translated, the content would roughly convey the following. Warning: unknown attack detected. 36 damage to the planetary engine matrix. Initiating emergency awakening protocol. Emergency lights flickered to life, illuminating an underground facility. Rows of sleep pods activated, revealing humanoid beings encased in tubes as the liquid slowly receded. One of these beings abruptly sat up, yanking a tube from its throat, the length of which exceeded a meter. As the tube was removed, the creature's chest heaved violently, followed by a fit of coughing. Regaining composure, it tore away various sensors attached to its body, trembling as it steadied itself against the pod's handrail and exited the chamber. Reporting situation. Commander Paji, Rainstar is under attack by an unknown civilization. I have activated the emergency awakening protocol and engaged the planetary defense systems. Understood. As Lu Ping's fleet launched their assault in outer space, The targeted planet emitted intense energy fluctuations from multiple locations along its poles and equator. These waves rapidly spread, enveloping the entire planet. The fleet's attacks detonated hundreds of kilometers above the planet's surface, seemingly halted by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate. This development was relayed to Lu Ping. Detection from the probe confirmed the existence of an unseen energy shield protecting the planet. Upon analysis, the composition of this energy was found to be complex, incorporating magnetic fields, electromagnetic waves, and gravitational fields. What was this? A planetary shield? Scientists on Earth had previously speculated about such constructs, but given that Earth itself possessed a magnetic field and atmosphere, it already functioned as a form of defense. Generating a similar strength barrier artificially seemed unnecessary. The most challenging aspect of the opposing shield was its integration of gravity. This invoked a well-known theory, the Grand Unified Theory, which aims to establish a standard model explaining the four fundamental forces and their mutual transformation. This represented a breakthrough sought by the scientific community for Type 3 civilizations, utilizing gravitational manipulation to achieve superluminal travel. It was evident that the opposing civilization had unified gravitational and electromagnetic forces, achieving their transformation, while humanity had only unified the remaining three forces, excluding gravity. Chapter 90, Artificial Black Hole, Volume 2, Chapter 2. Through the analysis of the opposing parties' engine technology, it is evident that they have not attained the level of a Type 3 civilization. Their research in both strong and weak force domains is markedly inferior to that of humanity. Currently, the adversary has activated their defense systems, rendering laser and kinetic weapons ineffective. Lu Ping can only rely on the exceptional speed of the water droplets to attempt a breakthrough. The maximum velocity of the water droplets approaches the speed of light, theoretically allowing them to penetrate any material substance. At such speeds, atomic nuclei can be directly disrupted, regardless of the strength of protective measures. As long as the confrontation remains at the atomic level, the water droplets theoretically possess the ability to shatter them. A squadron of water droplet spacecraft has separated from the Earth ship and is rapidly heading in the opposite direction of the planet. Due to the proximity of Lu Ping's fleet to the planet, the water droplets cannot achieve maximum speed, necessitating a sufficient distance to accelerate before returning at near light speed to strike the planet. Simulations indicate that this distance requires the water droplet spacecraft to accelerate for a full month. During this month, Lu Ping can only command his fleet to trail behind the planet. Thus, his fleet has turned around and is now heading back towards the solar system. Within the underground base of Rain Star, the commander, having been urgently awakened, has adjusted to the situation. He enters a command room and sits at a control panel. The Rain Star inhabitants possess rough skin, their faces adorned with numerous lines, and their features are distinctly defined. Their ears have almost faded to mere impressions on either side of their cheeks. Their eyes are considerably larger than those of humans, with short nasal bridges and nostrils facing upwards, while their mouths are trilobate, resembling the emblem of a luxury car. Most intriguingly, on either side of the commander's mouth are two navel-like depressions that begin to undulate, gradually extending outward into two 3-foot-long tentacles. The tentacles writhe and connect with two interfaces on the control panel, flooding the commander's mind with vast amounts of data. Shortly thereafter, in a location on the surface of Rain Star, perennial snow begins to melt, revealing an object resembling a manhole cover, 3 meters in diameter. The cover slowly opens to reveal a pitch-black abyss, its depth unfathomable. With a sudden boom, the opening expels a large volume of white gas, followed by the gradual ascent of a shuttle-shaped object from the abyss. As the shuttle departs, its rear emits a stream of particles, accelerating sharply towards the heavens. From a vantage point in space, one would observe thousands of such shuttle-shaped vessels. These shuttles encounter no obstruction from the planet's shield, effortlessly entering the void of space. Rather than engaging Lu Ping's fleet, they orbit around Rain Star, continuously accelerating. Back on Earth, Lu Ping, Hu Liqing, and 3 biosynthetic beings are seated in the command room, observing the images transmitted by the probes. "Master, what is the enemy doing?" Pengu inquires, perplexed. It must be some form of defense or offensive measure. Regardless of what it is, we must prevent it. Lu Ping, having endured the trials of an apocalyptic experience, would not deign to greet an unknown civilization politely or inquire about their intentions. The best course of action is to take the initiative and seize control. The fleet launches another assault, this time eschewing electromagnetic cannons and laser weaponry in favor of directly deploying nuclear warheads. Although the power of nuclear warheads diminishes in the vacuum of space, the radiation they generate can effectively propagate, interfering with numerous electronic devices. Attacking physical targets with nuclear warheads in space is most devastating when employing such radiative beams. One after another, nuclear warheads detonate around the perimeter of the Rain Star's protective shield, producing no terrifying shockwaves, only powerful streams of particles entwined with neutrons, X-rays, and gamma rays, generating vast amounts of electromagnetic radiation. These radiations disperse in all directions, triggering a series of chain reactions. The trajectories of the shuttle-shaped vessels flying near the nuclear explosions begin to destabilize, with some engines shutting down entirely due to the overwhelming electromagnetic pulses and neutron streams incapacitating internal electronic components, resulting in some vessels spiraling out of control. However, this outcome is random and beyond Lu Ping's control. Regrettably, these particle streams failed to penetrate the protective shield of Rain Star. Upon contacting the shield's boundary, all energy and radiation are completely neutralized, an absorption rather than reflection or any other method. It appears that this shield is indeed exceptionally robust, impervious to conventional means of assault. While some shuttle-shaped vessels were destroyed, the remainder continues to accelerate. The torrent of nuclear warheads flows in waves between Lu Ping's fleet and Rain Star. Lu Ping's strategy is straightforward. Irrespective of the adversary's intentions, if pinpoint elimination is unfeasible, then victory must be achieved through sheer numbers. Over the past 8 years, while other resources are set aside, nuclear fuel has been continuously extracted and stockpiled in ample quantities. Just as Lu Ping remains poised at the helm, the battlefield suddenly shifts. A peculiar disturbance arises in the region between the fleet and Rain Star, manifesting without warning and intensifying rapidly. The torrent of nuclear warheads begins to decelerate, slowly converging towards the epicenter of the disturbance, as if an invisible vortex exerts a pull on everything surrounding it. A black hole. Data relayed from the scene indicates that the intangible vortex is a powerful gravitational field. Its characteristics suggest that at its center lies a celestial body resembling a black hole. How can this be? This area has been under Lu Ping's surveillance. If a black hole truly existed, it would not have gone unnoticed until now. The implication is clear. This black hole is not a natural formation, but rather a construct created by the continuously accelerating shuttle-shaped vessels. An artificial black hole. Cease the attack. The fleet must immediately adjust its course to circumvent the black hole's event horizon. This black hole does not possess the strength of a natural one. Although humanity has yet to create a stable artificial black hole, significant strides have been made in the exploration and study of black holes. At the very least, based on the data currently detected, Lu Ping concludes that the Schwarzschild radius of this artificial black hole is 10 light seconds, encompassing a range of 3 million kilometers. Once within this range, even light cannot escape. Fortunately, due to the relatively slow speed of Rain Star and its considerable size, Lu Ping has maintained a significant distance for safety. Upon discovering the black hole, the fleet immediately disperses, skillfully avoiding the black hole's boundaries. While the fleet successfully evades, the nuclear warheads, being ballistic missiles, possess negligible evasion capabilities on an interstellar scale. Before long, the entire torrent of nuclear warheads is consumed by the black hole. Chapter 91, Gravitational Bomb, Volume 2, Chapter 3. Humans can indeed create artificial black holes in laboratory settings. However, these creations exist solely at the atomic level. The existence of such macroscopic and stable artificial black holes is at least a century ahead of human advancements in the field. Fortunately, the activation time for the opposing side's artificial black hole is relatively prolonged. If it could be initiated instantaneously, Lu Ping would have no choice but to retreat. Nevertheless, If it comes down to it, a few more nuclear bombs could be sacrificed. Lu Ping quickly devised a counter-strategy, opting to disperse the fleet and leverage its mobility to launch attacks from all directions. Even if the adversary could fabricate another black hole, it would only be able to mitigate a fraction of the assaults. Lu Ping was confident that if they could eliminate the opponent's shuttle-like craft, the black hole technology would lose its efficacy. Adjusting the fleet's attack patterns, Lu Ping initiated a new wave of assaults. Although this approach lacked the concentrated impact of previous tactics, it effectively circumvented the enemy's retaliatory black hole strikes. Haha, Master. It seems that the adversary's artificial black hole has become ineffective. We will surely prevail soon, Pengu remarked, observing the battlefield. Indeed, once we acquire their black hole technology, we might not have to wait long before we can develop a warp drive. Hoey expressed his enthusiasm. I believe it is premature to celebrate. The enemy's gravitational technology is exceedingly advanced. They likely possess more than just artificial black holes as passive wide-area weapons. Quafu, being a fellow intelligent robot, exhibited a more nuanced perspective. Lu Ping exchanged glances with Hu Liqing, clearly resonating with the sentiments expressed by their companions. The allure of artificial black hole technology is undeniable. Humanity's unified theory currently lacks gravitational technology. Mastering artificial black holes signifies the mastery of artificial gravity. With humanity's accumulated technological prowess, it is believed that they could soon cross the threshold into a Type 3 civilization. At that point, the realization of warp travel, artificial gravity, and anti-gravity technologies would enable humanity to explore the farthest reaches of the unknown universe, which represents boundless possibilities. Quafu's analysis was astute. The enemy likely had additional tactical gravitational weapons, and caution was warranted. Lu Ping prudently adjusted the attack rhythm of their vessels. If we could capture a few of their uncontrollable shuttles, we might uncover some secrets of their artificial black holes, Hu Liqing suggested, observing the shuttle-like craft on the battlefield. That is an excellent idea. There are numerous uncontrolled vessels in the fray, currently maintaining inertial flight. If neither side interferes, they will soon drift away into the vastness of interstellar space, ultimately becoming debris, Lu Ping replied. The fleet was organized into 5 intercontinental formations, comprising 20,000 ships. In addition to the existing vessels named Zhonghua, Meili, German, and Lia, a flagship named Xiuzhong was introduced. Each fleet was further subdivided according to national provinces and cities. The Texas was the flagship of a provincial fleet, designed as a closed polyhedral spherical shape. This design lacked any fluid aesthetic, as its primary purpose was to maximize firepower. Each facet of the ship featured a firing port, allowing for fire from any angle. In the boundless expanse of space, there is no absolute up, down, left, or right. It merely depends on the direction from which the enemy approaches. This design ensured that regardless of the enemy's position, they could fire without the need for directional adjustments. Positioned centrally, Texas was flanked by dozens of city-level ships. After launching nuclear bombs towards the protective shield, it immediately adjusted its course, heading straight for a drifting shuttle-like craft. The shuttle was traveling on an inertial trajectory, making its path easy to calculate, and soon, it was overtaken by the fleet led by Texas, maintaining a synchronized speed. Texas closed the distance to the shuttle, and then a spear was launched from its surface, striking precisely into the now extinguished engine of the adversary's craft. The spear was tethered by a rope made of supercritical materials, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Texas began to decelerate slowly, stretching the rope taut. When their speeds reached a critical threshold, Texas gradually altered its direction and increased its engine thrust, pulling the shuttle away from the battlefield. Clearly, Texas had been dispatched to seize an opportunity. Its speed increased dramatically, seemingly on the verge of exiting the battlefield when a new situation arose. Another shuttle, still accelerating around the planet Jupiter, launched a uniquely designed bomb in the direction of Texas. Texas and its escort vessels promptly attempted to intercept. Yet, all interception weaponry was thwarted by an invisible barrier before it could approach the bomb, rendering it entirely ineffective. Evidently, this bomb was also equipped with force field protection technology. Texas had previously reduced its speed to nearly zero to tow the shuttle, and now, as it began to accelerate anew, it was still not moving quickly. After the interception failed, the bomb swiftly penetrated the Texas fleet's interior. With a thud, the bomb adhered to the exterior of the Texas vessel like a sticky plaster. Lu Ping and his companions were bewildered, unable to decipher the implications of the bomb clinging to the ship. The bomb's ends extended metallic rods. And just as Lu Ping was puzzled, the Texas fleet lost contact. What on earth is this? To ascertain the situation, Lu Ping quickly dispatched a nearby water droplet craft for reconnaissance. Soon, visual footage was transmitted back to Lu Ping. The video revealed that the Texas fleet had transformed into a 1-kilometer diameter iron mass. This iron mass was tightly compacted, resembling a casting from a mold, with no visible signs of fusion on its surface. Through the water droplet scanning, Lu Ping became convinced that this pile of iron was indeed his Texas fleet. Although its form revealed nothing amiss, the properties of the supercritical material would not change merely due to shape alterations. Clearly, this outcome was the result of that peculiar bomb's influence. It appeared that the adversary indeed possessed small, rapid-response gravitational weaponry. Lu Ping was uncertain of this bomb's name, so he tentatively referred to it as a gravitational bomb. Unlike traditional bombs that destroy targets from the inside out, with wider explosions yielding greater power, the gravitational bomb operates in the opposite manner, employing powerful gravity to collapse the target inward into a spherical shape. Unfortunately, the release of this gravitational bomb was likely instantaneous. If the adversary could maintain this bomb's effects over time, they might even be able to fabricate quark materials by sheer coincidence. Within just a day, the opposing side had already deployed planetary shields, artificial black holes, and gravitational bombs in succession. To Lu Ping, all these technologies appeared to be the products of advanced science. The core of these technologies lay within gravitational mechanics, and rather than feeling disheartened, Lu Ping found himself increasingly intrigued by this civilization. If he could not subdue them here, the next stop would be the solar system. At that time, leveraging his home field advantage, he would exhaust them until they were no more. Chapter 4. The Artificial Sun and Universal Language. Lu Ping found himself unable to breach the opponent's protective shield, while his fleet was engaged in an assault on the enemy's shuttle-shaped vessels, which retaliated by launching gravity bombs. Before the water droplet squad could return, Lu Ping had exhausted his effective means of attack. He could only maneuver his fleet to maintain a safe distance, preventing the adversary from utilizing their gravitational weaponry against him. Amidst this stalemate, however, the surface of Rain Star underwent a remarkable transformation. The gates of numerous bases on the planet's surface began to open sequentially, each equipped with a launch pad from which an unidentified spacecraft ignited and ascended. The craft gradually rose, reaching a synchronous orbit above Rain Star, maintaining a relative state of stillness. Once stabilized, the external mechanical structures began to detach. After separation, the spacecraft morphed into several components, with an enigmatic object remaining at the center. Simultaneously, these components illuminated brilliantly, directing lasers toward the central unknown object. In an instant, the object ignited, erupting into a brilliant blue-violet light that cascaded downwards onto the surface of Rain Star. Once ignited, the nature of these objects became apparent. They were controllable nuclear fusion reactors, colloquially referred to as artificial suns. Rain Star unleashed over 100 such artificial suns, illuminating its surface entirely. As the artificial suns radiated their light, the snow and ice on Rain Star began to melt gradually, revealing the planet's original visage. Mountains, rivers, and lakes emerged, unveiling a landscape predominantly composed of marshland. Due to the prolonged freeze, all vegetation had become mere ice sculptures, long since perished, decaying and disintegrating as they became visible. With the emergence of the artificial suns, an atmosphere began to manifest on Rain Star. It appeared that the planet's original atmosphere had not dissipated but had instead solidified into ice, encasing the surface. The newly formed atmosphere was locked within the protective shield of the planet, unable to escape. Through refraction and scattering, the light from the artificial suns transformed into a familiar orange hue. Once the atmosphere stabilized, countless engineering and rescue vehicles emerged from various bases, heading toward the damaged planetary engine. It was evident that the inhabitants of Rain Star intended to repair their planetary engine. Given their speed, it would take them over a decade to reach the solar system, ample time to repair or reconstruct the planetary engine matrix. This was not the outcome Lu Ping desired. Feeling conflicted, Lu Ping assessed the diverse capabilities displayed by the opponent and realized he possessed only a 50% chance of prevailing. Should he face defeat, the enemy could rush into the solar system, putting Earth in jeopardy. He had to devise a strategy to thwart them. Looking at Hu Liqing and the three bioengineered beings, he spoke earnestly. Master, the opponent's protective shield technology is a blind spot for us, making it difficult to breach in the short term. We must wait for the water droplet's acceleration to complete, at which point we can ram this tortoise shell into oblivion. Pengu interjected. My concern is not merely the shield but the hidden strength of our adversary, Lu Ping replied, furrowing his brow. What do you mean? Hu Liqing inquired. Gazing at Lu Ping, the opponent clearly represents a highly advanced secondary civilization. Their technological branches may differ from ours. The ability to migrate a life-bearing planet across the stars suggests they could possess an advanced cosmic fleet and mechanical army. Meanwhile, we have only been a secondary civilization for a little over a decade. If we reach a stalemate, competing in terms of resources and strength, we may not match them. Lu Ping articulated his apprehensions. However, there might be another possibility. Hu Liqing offered a different perspective. Oh, pray tell, Lu Ping urged. We can ascertain the opponent's civilization level, and it is evident they have recognized our capabilities as well. If we were to reverse our positions, why would they adopt a defensive stance rather than launching an offensive if their strengths surpassed ours? Hu Liqing continued, observing Lu Ping. Based on their current state, we can boldly speculate that they are a wandering or beleaguered civilization, perhaps once formidable, but likely now at their wits' end. They might not even be able to contend with our fleet. Contemplating Hu Liqing's reasoning, Lu Ping resumed his seat, acknowledging the validity of her analysis. Yet, he considered the risks. What if the situation was not as it appeared? He could not afford to gamble. After a pause, Lu Ping finally conceived a plan to assert territorial sovereignty. Nations possess their own territories, waters, and airspace, and as a secondary civilization, they too should have a designated sphere of influence. Convention dictates that the first to discover a territory has the right to claim it. Presently, Lu Ping's water droplet probes had nearly covered a 10-light-year radius around the solar system. Assuming no secondary or higher civilizations existed within these star systems, Lu Ping could incorporate these 7 star systems into humanity's interstellar domain. A foreign secondary civilization had silently intruded upon humanity's territory, granting humans the right to negotiate, issue warnings, expel, or even engage in combat. With this realization, Lu Ping carefully crafted and sent a message to the unknown planet. The essence of this communication was succinct: unknown civilization. You have intruded upon human territory without permission. Please submit to our inspection immediately. Accompanying this message were vast amounts of additional information, scientific knowledge in mathematics, geometry, physics, and other foundational disciplines, along with video demonstrations and encyclopedic information about humanity. Through computational analysis, this information could assist in deciphering human language. Given that the predominant individuals on Earth were the bloodkin, who spoke Mandarin under Zhao Ying's tutelage, Lu Ping took precautions to prevent the adversary from deciphering the primary human language. Thus, he transmitted the message in the exceedingly rare Yuchi language, once spoken by the indigenous peoples of Oklahoma, which had vanished for half a century and was now known only through official databases. Lu Ping converted his message entirely into this language, ensuring the opponent could decode it while safeguarding humanity's official language. He believed that, with their technological prowess, the adversary could decode it if they possessed even a basic computer. Yet, days passed without a response. The shuttle-shaped vessels continued their rapid orbits around the planet. The protective shield remained intact, and the engineering vehicles persisted in their seemingly unaffected repair of the planetary engine. Chapter 5. The new generation of mechanical legions. The adversary offered no response, which, paradoxically, brought a sense of elation to Lu Ping and his companions. The rationale was straightforward. It mirrored the historical geopolitical dynamics on Earth. Should one inadvertently trespass into another nation's airspace, a prompt departure would be expected upon receiving a warning. Naturally, if the incursion were intentional, it would indicate formidable strength, often accompanied by provocation. Instances of silence following such warnings were rare, indicating the opponent's uncertainty, unclear on how to respond, or perhaps too intimidated to do so. If they possessed genuine confidence, they would have readily countered. Their feigned ignorance clearly signaled insecurity. Lu Ping felt reassured. He was certain of his advantage. However, he needed to await the return of the water droplet formation before launching an assault on the planet's surface. Lu Ping remained vigilant, refocusing on the adversary's shuttle-shaped spacecraft. The fleet's initial attacks yielded minimal results. Thus, the only viable assets at his disposal were the mechanical legions and wireless power transmission technology. The mechanical warriors, compact in size, had previously undergone modifications to their propulsion systems, rendering them capable of maneuvering in both the vacuum of space and within the atmosphere. He merely needed to refine their flight control systems. The operational tactics for the mechanical legions would draw inspiration from drone warfare, allowing for both coordinated formations and independent strikes. This, however, hinged on a critical prerequisite, a robust positioning system. By emulating drone positioning methodologies, Lu Ping could utilize visual positioning, optical flow positioning, and GPS positioning. The first two were easily resolvable. The mechanical warriors were equipped with mechanical eyes, and their optical sensors could seamlessly implement drone obstacle avoidance algorithms to achieve visual and optical flow positioning. As for the GPS system, it required the establishment of a new positioning network, a task not beyond his capabilities. Currently, the planet Rainstar was entirely besieged by Lu Ping's fleet. By segmenting the fleet's coordinates and polar coordinates, he could construct a three-dimensional positioning system outside of Rainstar's protective shield. By correlating the mechanical warriors' coordinate data with the battleship's positioning system, leveraging their intelligent chips and the formidable computational capabilities of Hutu, this could be accomplished swiftly. The endeavor demanded immense computational power, but with a mere command from Lu Ping, Hutu efficiently established the framework. A three-dimensional coordinate system soon materialized within Lu Ping's visual interface. Centered around Rainstar, a spatial radius of 1 light minute, approximately 18 million kilometers, was delineated in a grid format. Lu Ping designated this as the battlefield positioning system. Both the interstellar fleet and the mechanical legions were interconnected with this battlefield positioning system. Countless green dots within the coordinate system represented Lu Ping's warships, while red dots indicated the adversary's shuttle vessels, encapsulated within a luminous sphere representing the internal conditions of Rainstar's shield. With the positioning system established, the flight control mode of the mechanical legions became operational. At last, the time had come for the second-generation mechanical warriors to showcase their prowess. During the Earth counteroffensive, Lu Ping had upgraded the mechanical warriors specifically to counter the Blood Clan's wireless power technology. The 200,000 mechanical legions he had brought forth were all second-generation models. In terms of appearance, the second-generation mechanical warriors bore little distinction from their predecessors, save for the unification of the shield and sword handle on their backs. The shield, crafted from quark material, had its defensive area somewhat limited. However, upon merging with the sword handle, it could activate an energy shield encapsulating the mechanical warrior. This was akin to adding an additional layer of energy protection, somewhat reminiscent of Rainstar's own shield, albeit derived from entirely different principles. The mechanical warrior's protective shield was constituted of ultra-energy particles generated through nuclear fusion, restrained by powerful electromagnetic forces, a synthesis of human strength, weak forces, and electromagnetic forces. In contrast, Rainstar's shield leaned more towards gravitational and weak forces. Both protective layers could be considered incomplete. Targeting their respective vulnerabilities could easily breach them. This was precisely why Lu Ping's fleet found itself restrained by the adversary's gravitational weaponry, and his countermeasure involved the water droplet formation executing high-speed collisions. By accelerating to velocities approaching the speed of light, the water droplet aimed to destabilize atomic structures to breach the opponent's shield, essentially delivering a strong interaction force attack. Fortunately, the adversary's artificial black holes and gravitational bombs were significantly disadvantaged in terms of speed. Since taking the initiative, Lu Ping had grasped control of the conflict. The hatches of the fleet gradually opened, and the mechanical warriors began to emerge from their confines. With engines igniting in unison, they swiftly corrected their postures, surging forth like a swarm of bees released from their hive. Lu Ping did not deploy an excessive number of mechanical legions. Less than 1,000 were dispatched. Essentially, one mechanical warrior per shuttle vessel. It must be noted that the maneuverability of the mechanical warriors in space was even more pronounced than within the atmosphere. After attaining a certain velocity, the mechanical warriors raced towards their designated targets. Lu Ping's strategy was straightforward, leveraging the maneuverability and formidable protection of the mechanical warriors to directly assault the shuttle vessel's engines. Whether facing artificial black holes or gravitational bombs, targeting such agile, mobile entities with heavy artillery was akin to using anti-aircraft guns against mosquitoes, rendering the effectiveness significantly diminished. As anticipated, upon recognizing Lu Ping's tactical shift, the adversaries adapted their strategy accordingly. Numerous firing ports emerged on the shuttle vessels, unleashing a barrage of conventional weaponry upon the mechanical warriors. These armaments matched Lu Ping's technological prowess, instilling no fear in the mechanical warriors. They could easily evade long-range attacks, yet lasers still posed a challenge to dodge immediately. The supercritical materials of the mechanical warriors could withstand temperatures reaching 120 million degrees Celsius, a feat not insurmountable for a second-tier civilization. Lu Ping was acutely aware of this. Thus, the first action taken by the mechanical warriors, once in position, was to draw their sword shields and activate their protective shields. This shield, charged with high-energy particles, emitted a visible bluish-purple luminescence, taking on an elliptical form akin to that of an elongated sphere. Lasers, as a type of electromagnetic wave, possess both high temperature and penetrative qualities. The modes of attack generally fall into two categories: perforation and layer fracturing. Perforation involves utilizing extreme heat to melt or vaporize solid materials, thereby generating shock waves that create holes. Layer fracturing, on the other hand, entails ionizing the targeted material, resulting in the formation of high-temperature, high-pressure plasma clouds. These plasma clouds create stress wave disruptions, effectively severing the material, while simultaneously bombarding it with ultraviolet and X-ray radiation to compromise electronic components. When laser weaponry encounters high-temperature particles constrained by a super-strong electromagnetic field, it becomes a clash of titanic forces. At the moment of collision, a torrent of energy and rays erupted, their intensity rivaling that of a small tactical nuclear explosion. Chapter 6. The Seizure of the Shuttler. This is a clash between spear and shield, with the mechanical warriors' fusion engines operating at full power, their sword and shield barriers bracing against various assaults as they swiftly approached the shuttle. The engine power of the mechanical warriors paled in comparison to that of the spacecraft, making it impossible for them to withstand the onslaught indefinitely. Fortunately, their nimble movements allowed them to continuously alter their positions. As long as the laser targeting could not deliver a fatal blow, the mechanical warriors retained a buffer of time. After incurring a certain number of casualties, one mechanical warrior finally drew near to the shuttle. The shuttle measured over 100 meters in length, a veritable behemoth compared to the 2-meter-tall mechanical warriors. In close combat, the shuttle's attacks revealed blind spots. The mechanical warrior activated its sword and shield once more, unleashing a dazzling beam of light that pierced through the light shield, forming a luminous sword. The mechanical warrior raised the light sword high and swung it toward the surface of the spacecraft. Lu Ping and his companions watched anxiously, but the outcome proved disappointing. Not unexpectedly, the surface of the shuttle was also protected by an invisible shield, repelling the light sword and preventing any penetration. It was evident that a greater cost would need to be incurred. Lu Ping gritted his teeth and made a decisive choice: to utilize the self-destruction of the mechanical warriors to breach the shuttle's shield. After all, the energy of a single spacecraft was finite and could not compare to that of a planetary defense. There must be a limit. By employing self-destruction, if one warrior was insufficient, then two would suffice. Even at the cost of numbers, they must render the shuttle completely inoperative. A fiery explosion erupted close to the shuttle's surface, followed by the arrival of a second mechanical warrior, which detonated itself directly. Boom, boom, boom. The self-destruction of 12 mechanical warriors finally depleted the energy of the shuttle's protective shield. The 13th mechanical warrior followed closely, slicing the shuttle's engine in half with its sword. The shuttle lost its propulsion, unable to maintain its original orbit, and began to drift into the boundless starry expanse. The casualty ratio of 12-1 was still somewhat acceptable. This ratio was considerably smaller than Lu Ping had anticipated, eliciting a resigned smile from him. As long as there were results, incurring some costs was entirely reasonable. The first batch of mechanical warriors, through their successive self-destructions, had destroyed nearly 1/10 of the shuttle. Lu Ping assessed the situation and adjusted his tactics accordingly. Soon, a second wave of mechanical warriors surged forth. This time, in addition to self-destruction, they brought with them a substantial cache of nuclear bombs. The effectiveness this time was markedly improved, with the casualty ratio approaching 1-1. Only a few shuttles remained, posing no significant threat to Lu Ping's fleet. Lu Ping employed the same strategy once more, dispatching a towing ship to retrieve some of the relatively intact shuttles back to his fleet. It remained unclear whether the enemy was trying to minimize losses or if there was a limited number of shuttles. In any case, no further aircraft appeared on the surface of Rainstar. The enemy, sheltered by the planetary shield, focused intently on repairing their stellar engines. With several days before the water droplet could return, Lu Ping's fleet maintained a surrounding posture as they gradually encroached upon the solar system. Lu Ping, of course, did not remain idle. Eagerly, he commenced his research on the shuttle. Firstly, the materials of this spacecraft were rather ordinary, with performance comparable only to his own supercritical materials. The engine technology and energy systems held little research value. The sole aspect that piqued Lu Ping's interest was the shuttle's defensive system and its gravity bombs. Lu Ping selected a relatively intact shuttle, removed its operating system, and integrated his own flight control technology. He then repaired the damaged engine and towed it outside the formation for test flights. The trials proceeded smoothly, with conventional performance intact. Next, he needed to test its defensive system. The shuttle structure contained one system that Lu Ping could not fully decipher, the defensive system. Not being able to analyze it did not preclude its use. Just as every individual can operate a mobile phone without understanding its underlying principles, one can learn through exploration. Indeed, upon activating the defensive system, the shuttle's energy consumption surged dramatically, generating an invisible force field around its surface. The generation of gravity hinges on a critical attribute, mass. The magnitude of gravitational attraction is directly proportional to the product of the masses of two objects and inversely proportional to the square of their distance. Theoretically, if an object's mass were infinite, it would generate an infinite gravitational force with another object. Alternatively, if the distance between two objects were infinitesimally small, the gravitational attraction between them would also be infinite. It was evident that the enemy employed the latter method, creating a formidable gravitational field. As for the artificial generation of infinite mass, such a feat was beyond the capabilities of a level 2 civilization. Mass equates to energy, and converting infinite mass implies consuming an even greater amount of energy, referencing the theory of relativity, EMC. As for how the enemy achieved such an infinitesimal distance between two objects, Lu Ping was currently unable to decipher. Logically, if they could accomplish this, their application of strong interaction forces should be exceedingly advanced. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. They had successfully utilized artificial gravity without demonstrating any advanced technological constructs predicated on strong force principles. It appeared that to uncover the answers, one would have to breach the enemy's planet first. After spending some time studying the shuttle and gravity bombs, the water droplet fleet finally succeeded in accelerating its return. Now just a day's journey from the fleet. Due to the water droplet's speed, which approached the speed of light, Combined with the quark material's ability to shield against all electromagnetic waves, the inhabitants of Rain Star only reacted when successive explosions occurred on their defensive shield. Their protective barrier had been breached by the water droplet. In collisions of such energy levels, the water droplet remained completely unscathed. Its surface shielded it from any attack. If the surface could not be breached, the internal stable magnetic field could not be destroyed, rendering it an unsolvable conundrum for a Level 2 civilization. Without operational authority, even Lu Ping himself could not dismantle the water droplet through conventional means. Of course, the water droplet also possessed a lifespan and weaknesses. To achieve its extraordinary performance, it was crafted using atomic-level casting techniques in a single formation. Once its internal nuclear fuel and electromagnetic energy were depleted, it would disintegrate spontaneously, vaporizing into gas. Moreover, a substance traveling at speeds approaching the speed of light, even if it were merely an atom, could strike the surface of the water droplet and disrupt the strong interaction forces between its atoms. If even one atom were breached, the water droplet's stable state would trigger a chain reaction, leading to its disintegration. Regrettably, during the battle on Earth, even when the blood-kin accelerated atoms to light speed, they never had the opportunity to strike the water droplet. This was due to the fact that the Earth's surface was not a vacuum environment. Once an atom was launched, it would inevitably be intercepted by countless particles. Therefore, outside of a vacuum, achieving speeds infinitesimally close to the speed of light was virtually impossible, even for a minuscule atom. Chapter 7. Surrender of Rain Planet. The planetary shield had been breached, and Lu Ping had long been awaiting this moment. Countless mechanical warriors surged through the opening created by the falling raindrops, heading towards the surface of Rain Planet. The second-generation interstellar soldiers had evolved into all-weather combat elites, capable of adapting to any environment, be it interstellar space, the atmosphere, or the planetary surface. The response from the Rain Planet civilization was swift. It appeared they had been prepared for the eventuality of their shield's destruction. In no time, the atmosphere of Rain Planet was engulfed by an array of artillery fire. Lu Ping's fleet finally found its opportunity, as the shattering of the shield allowed them to provide aerial fire support to the Mechanical Legion. The military installations scattered across the surface of Rain Planet were subjected to relentless bombardment from the fleet, allowing the Mechanical Legion to successfully land. Lu Ping held nothing back this time. All 200,000 mechanical warriors were deployed, racing towards the various underground bases of Rain Planet. In response, a substantial ground force and various aircraft emerged from these bases to intercept the invaders. However, the capabilities of these aircraft were comparable to terrestrial space fighters and proved inadequate against the agile and versatile mechanical warriors. The Mechanical Legion quickly engaged the opposing ground forces, as conventional ground vehicles stood no chance against the mechanical warriors. With their firepower unleashed, the Mechanical Legion wielded lightsabers with a force that seemed unstoppable. Just as they were on the verge of breaching the enemy's underground base, the Rain Planet civilization unveiled combat units capable of contending with the mechanical soldiers. A team of around 100 mech warriors leapt into action, quickly entangling themselves with the mechanical soldiers. The individual capabilities of these mech warriors were rather average, but their weaponry was surprisingly formidable. Their arms resembled massive 2-meter-long cleavers, appearing quite crude. The method of attack reminded Lu Ping of the scissors he had used during the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the equatorial base. This weapon relied on infrasound waves, and the high-frequency vibrations could penetrate the energy shields of the mechanical warriors, inflicting notable damage upon them. Moreover, the mech warriors possessed force field protection technology, rendering the attacks from the mechanical soldiers less effective. With no alternative, Lu Ping resorted to self-detonation coupled with nuclear strikes, a strategy that could harm both the enemy and his own forces. Just as initial success was being achieved through this tactic, the opposing mech warriors devised a new countermeasure. 6 mech warriors from Rain Planet swiftly ascended into the air, their machines morphing and combining to form a towering mech giant over 6 meters tall. The defensive capacity of this mech giant's force field was significantly enhanced, coupled with its agility, making it exceedingly difficult to breach using self-detonation and nuclear strikes. Furrowing his brow, Lu Ping rapidly assessed the battlefield situation. The mech giant posed a considerable challenge on the ground, but fortunately, the enemy's mech forces were limited. Not every base could deploy hundreds of these machines. Most could only muster a dozen, and some bases had no mech warriors at all. It was evident that there were disparities in the levels of the underground bases on Rain Planet. Lu Ping decided to merely contain and maneuver around the mech giants, avoiding any attempts for a rapid extermination. As long as the enemy's bases could be captured swiftly, the mech giants would become like unanchored driftwood, posing little threat thereafter. With a tactical adjustment, the first underground base was soon seized. This base was evidently a standard underground city, predominantly populated by civilians. Only a portion of the technical staff had been awakened, while the others remained in stasis, completely oblivious to the external circumstances. These civilians posed no threat in the face of mechanical soldiers and lacked any means of resistance. Such bases were deemed of little value by Lu Ping, who chose to abandon them. Given the urgency of the situation, he could afford no time to deal with these individuals, leaving a small contingent of mechanical soldiers to seal off the base and prevent any escape. As the various civilian bases fell, the Mechanical Legion could finally consolidate its forces to assault the critical military installations. The defeat of Rain Planet civilization was now unavoidable. The commander summoned the high-ranking officials of Rain Planet for an emergency meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, defeat is now inevitable. To avert greater losses, I propose we issue a surrender announcement. The commander, responsible for Rain Planet's defense, lacked the authority to surrender but could only suggest this course of action from a military standpoint. One high-ranking official, with a heart full of sorrow, reflected on their civilization's perilous journey through the stars for hundreds of years, only to encounter such a formidable adversary just as they neared a new haven. It is indeed disheartening, he exclaimed, resonating with the sentiments of the assembly. However, now was not the time for lamentation. Outside the base, countless warriors perished by the minute. A decision made even a moment sooner could save many lives. Another official, composed and rational, argued that this was not the time for despair. Based on the warnings issued by the enemy, they are likely to adhere to certain diplomatic protocols. We have not inflicted any harm upon their civilization. This is not an invasion. The root cause of this conflict lies in the disparity of information between us, locked in a chain of suspicion. Given that the enemy has not suffered substantial losses, surrender or negotiation should be viable options. A Rain Planet representative seated at the head of the table spoke, glancing around at the others. No dissenting opinions were voiced, and he continued, "Then let us proceed to a vote." The result was 12 votes in favor, 1 abstention. The motion passed. Let the announcement be made as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Lu Ping, preoccupied with the unfolding conflict, was taken aback when he suddenly received the enemy's surrender announcement. The message was composed in the universal language he had previously disseminated, signed by the Rain Planet Civilization Joint Committee. Accompanying the surrender notice was a substantial attachment, a decrypted document detailing the official language of Rain Planet civilization, crafted in accordance with Lu Ping's earlier templates. The decryption was straightforward. Mastering the enemy's official language would enable a seamless transition into their knowledge systems post-conflict. As the announcement was dispatched, all armed forces of Rain Planet simultaneously stood down. The mech giants disassembled back into individual mech warriors, their operators emerging from the cockpits and forming orderly lines outside the base. The shattered planetary shield was reactivated, allowing Lu Ping's fleet to land safely on Rain Planet's surface. All actions were executed in accordance with the conditions outlined in the surrender announcement. Several critical military installations had already been secured by the Mechanical Legion, showcasing the sincerity of Rain Planet civilization's capitulation. Now, they awaited the arrival of human representatives to commence the post-conflict transition. With only himself and Hu Liqing present, Lu Ping deemed it unsafe to personally descend to the surface. Thus, the 3 Pangu androids became the representatives for the negotiations. However, Lu Ping had devised a method to participate in the discussions without needing to set foot on the ground. Chapter 8. Third kind of contact. After implanting a chip in himself, Lu Ping gained the ability to manipulate robots directly through the network. He also crafted a bionic body that appeared identical to his own, albeit without the implanted intelligent chip, rendering it incapable of independent action. Once he activated the robot and established a connection with his chip, it effectively served as a remote-controlled doppelganger, ready to represent him at various events when necessary. A smile crept across Lu Ping's face as he observed his replica, which mirrored his expression in an uncanny reflection. Together with 3 bionic companions, they traversed the layers of the Earth ship and arrived at a docking interface. The interface opened to reveal a landing craft, constructed from supercritical materials and liquid memory metals. The bionic forms boasted remarkable radiation resistance, thus eliminating the need for spacesuits, as this marked humanity's inaugural encounter with extraterrestrial civilization. They donned Zhongshan suits to convey a sense of formality. The interface sealed again, and the group settled into safety seats, gradually detaching from the Earth ship as they headed towards the surface of Rainstar. Accompanying them was a fleet of water droplet aircraft, interstellar warships, and mechanical warriors, serving both as a protective escort and a demonstration of humanity's formidable civilization. The escort fleet enveloped the landing craft at its center, slicing through the atmosphere of Rainstar and gently descending onto a launch site resembling a spaceport. As the hatch opened, Lu Ping's doppelganger was the first to emerge, standing upon the platform of the boarding ladder. Inside the launch site, a cadre of mechanical soldiers formed 2 lines, flanking the sides of the ladder. Beyond them stood representatives of the Rainstar civilization, prominent figures from both military and political spheres. Lu Ping surveyed the scene before descending the ladder. A representative from Rainstar approached, extending its 2 tentacles in greeting. The tentacles served as the primary organ for information exchange among the Rainstar beings, and this gesture was the utmost sign of respect. Lu Ping raised his hands to meet the tentacles, initiating the exchange. On September 11, 2112, humanity finally achieved a third kind of intimate contact with an alien civilization. In that instant, the waiting Rainstar dignitaries extended their tentacles in unison, producing a series of resonant sounds reminiscent of elephants trumpeting, a gesture akin to human applause in welcome. The appearance of these Rainstar beings did not conform to mainstream human aesthetics, resembling characters from an anime. In Lu Ping's memory, he found no earthly creatures to which they could be compared, until a sudden realization struck him. They bore a striking resemblance to the classic characters Ba Boer Bin and Bin Boer Ba. Indeed, the Rainstar beings seemed to be modeled after these 2 figures. Lu Ping, unable to discern their age or gender merely by appearance, was fortunate that his doppelganger could synchronize with the database of the host planet, allowing for analysis through big data. The representative from the Rainstar civilization chattered away, and through a translator, Lu Ping grasped the essence of their message. Esteemed human envoy, Lord Lu Ping, I am Gu Jeloa, the supreme leader of the Rainstar civilization. On behalf of our people, I welcome your visit, which has brought great honor to Rainstar. Gu Jeloa lowered his tentacles to his chest, a gesture of humility within Rainstar culture. You are too kind, Lord Gu Jeloa, Lu Ping replied with a smile. Please, this way. This encounter was not a formal diplomatic meeting, but rather a negotiation for surrender. Hence, the welcoming ceremony was merely a formality, brief in nature. Lu Ping's doppelganger and the 3 bionic companions followed their hosts to an outdoor venue specifically arranged for the occasion. The area was secured by mechanical soldiers, and a large table was positioned at the center for discussions. Seated across from one another, the parties began to negotiate details. In truth, this conflict had been instigated unilaterally by Lu Ping, while the Rainstar beings had merely acted in self-defense. However, the Rainstar representatives were hesitant to admit this, as they were the defeated party. Gu Jeloa opened the dialogue with an apology for inadvertently encroaching upon human territory. Lu Ping graciously accepted this apology, thus positioning himself as the defender of human territory with righteous justification. With this premise established, the subsequent discussions had a foundation upon which to build. The first order of business was to frame the conflict as a misunderstanding, devoid of malicious provocation or civilizational invasion. The Rainstar civilization asserted that they were unaware of the sovereign status of this star domain. They had followed a preset course established centuries prior and had inadvertently arrived here while in automatic flight mode. All previous defensive actions were merely programmed responses from their defense systems, unrelated to the will of the Rainstar civilization. The deployment of ground troops and mecha forces had been a hasty decision made in a moment of panic when confronted with this unprecedented situation. Listening to this, Lu Ping found it amusing. It seemed that both the Rainstar beings and humans were equally adept at deflecting blame. As a secondary civilization, their similarities in many respects were striking. Lu Ping refrained from exposing this point directly, as both parties understood that revealing it would lead to discomfort. As the victors, he sought to secure tangible benefits while preserving the dignity of the defeated. Lord Gujeloa, I can personally understand your position. However, this misunderstanding has indeed resulted in some losses for us. I trust that the Rainstar civilization can demonstrate some goodwill, as it would assist me in reporting back to my superiors. Though Lu Ping's words were courteous, they were far from polite. He was clearly signaling his intent to negotiate for reparations. Regardless of how the conflict was characterized, he was determined to obtain what he desired. As for what Lu Ping sought, he believed that the Rainstar's think tank, as a secondary civilization, would easily deduce his intentions. The conflict had lasted just over a month, not an extensive duration, yet both sides had become acutely aware of each other's technological strengths and weaknesses. Rest assured, Lord Lu Ping, once these talks conclude, we shall host an academic exchange. I formally invite you to participate. We will not withhold any crucial technologies. And I assure you that you will be satisfied, Gujeloa declared, his tentacles curling in a comical manner. Lu Ping silently marveled at Gujeloa's diplomatic finesse. Transforming the humiliating war reparations into an academic exchange was a brilliant strategy, allowing the Rainstar civilization to maintain a semblance of dignity. Lu Ping found this arrangement acceptable, as he had achieved his primary objective. Now, he sought to inquire about a second pressing question. A civilization advanced enough to reach the status of a secondary civilization must possess a stable stellar system that nurtured its development. Why then had they abandoned their home and embarked on a long journey, taking centuries to arrive in the solar system? The underlying reasons warranted caution. As fellow secondary civilizations, humanity needed clarity to avert future risks. Chapter 9. The Catastrophe of Rainstar. Lu Ping voiced the questions that lingered in his mind, while the higher-ups of the Rainstar civilization stammered, reluctant to elaborate. Lord Guqialuo, your current predicament is undoubtedly dire. If a habitable stellar system cannot be located in the near term, your civilization's legacy will encounter substantial challenges. This can be seen as a veiled threat from Lu Ping. Although there are numerous stellar systems surrounding the solar system, only a few can serve as stable habitats for life. Should Lu Ping refuse to offer a refuge within this range, they would be compelled to spend additional time seeking a new home light years away. Given their velocity, even with stasis technology, enduring interstellar travel lasting hundreds, if not nearly 1,000 years, poses a significant challenge. Very well, since Lord Lu Ping is concerned about this matter, we see no reason to withhold information. However, we may not be able to clarify the situation adequately. Please allow me to summon our experts for a more detailed explanation. Guqialuo grasped Lu Ping's intent, understanding that there was no room for negotiation. The two parties then exchanged trivial pleasantries while awaiting the arrival of the specialists. Shortly thereafter, a Rainstar representative, escorted by mechanical warriors, arrived at the negotiation venue. Lord Lu Ping, it is my honor to introduce to you Academician Malongba from our Rainstar Academy of Sciences, who holds significant prestige in the realm of life sciences. Guqialuo rose to present the newcomer, and Malongba raised two of his appendages slightly, as a gesture of greeting. To be candid, the appearance of the Rainstar beings struck Lu Ping as remarkably uniform. Each resembled a catfish, rendering it difficult to discern any distinct expressions or emotions. Lu Ping offered a faint smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Malongba connected his personal terminal to the negotiations translator and opened a document resembling a PowerPoint presentation, commencing his explanation. The display first revealed an image of a stellar system characterized by a solitary red dwarf star, two terrestrial planets, and one gaseous planet. This red dwarf possessed a mass approximately one-third that of the Sun, significantly smaller in size, with a relatively mild internal thermonuclear reaction. One of the terrestrial planets lay perfectly within the habitable zone of this stellar system. Subsequently, the presentation illustrated the origins and evolutionary processes of species, akin to the evolutionary history of life on Earth. The red dwarf's thermonuclear reaction is exceptionally stable, with a lifespan extending beyond several tens of billions of years. Consequently, the biological evolution on Rain Star progressed smoothly, devoid of any mass extinction events. Fortuitously, they also avoided catastrophic meteorite impacts. The sole distinction was that, due to the planet's environmental conditions during a certain life cycle, it evolved entirely into a marshland, resulting in the absence of large terrestrial animals. The Rain Star beings indeed evolved from a fish-like aquatic organism, albeit a mammalian one. They transitioned from the ocean to land, gradually evolving into amphibious creatures, ultimately becoming an intelligent species, thriving as a Level 2 civilization. As the Rain Star civilization braced itself for an ambitious foray into space, an unforeseen calamity struck. Many Rain Star inhabitants inexplicably fell ill, with no discernible cause. Every afflicted individual lost their sense of self, transforming into a different entity, their physical forms remaining unchanged. These mutated Rain Star beings possessed an innate aptitude for learning and could connect with one another through an unknown means. Within a few short years, their civilization faced near extinction. Fortunately, under the leadership of Academician Malongba, a dedicated team identified the cause of the affliction. The infected individuals were all hosts to a parasitic energy entity, previously imperceptible due to its intangible nature. They referred to the afflicted as parasitized individuals and the energy entity as the parasite. Yet, even upon discovery, effective solutions were scarce. Eradicating the parasite required the direct elimination of the host. This parasite was likely a mindless energy entity. Once a method of detection was established, the phenomenon of parasitism could be prevented. Thus commenced a cataclysmic war for the survival of the Rain Star civilization. Unlike Earth, which harbors numerous nations, the Rain Star civilization had evolved slightly ahead, already forming a globally unified civilization. This was a consequence of their stellar system's relatively barren resources. With a highly efficient organizational structure, the Rain Star civilization united in purpose, ultimately eradicating all parasitized individuals. However, by this time, Rain Star lay in ruins, entering a phase of post-war reconstruction. During this period, a Rain Star space probe detected an influx of parasitic entities several light years away. The sheer magnitude of these parasites amounted to several hundred billion. Unable to contend with such a vast number of parasites, the Rain Star civilization devised a survival plan critical to its continuity, the Wandering Planet Project. The migration speed of the parasites was relatively slow, at less than one of light speed. To reach Rain Star, they would require at least several hundred years. Reluctant to abandon their home planet, the entire populace mobilized to install planetary engines, embarking on a journey to escape with their mother planet. The chosen destination was the solar system. As a Level 2 civilization, they possessed certain exploratory capabilities regarding the stellar systems surrounding them. It was not imperative to dispatch probes directly. They could infer the general conditions of a stellar system through scientific methods, such as examining stellar brightness, orbital periods, gravitational lensing, and radiation characteristics. This methodology allowed them to estimate the target star's mass, size, and the distribution of planets within its system. They could even deduce the characteristics of each planet, determining whether they were rocky or gaseous, the structure of terrestrial planets, primary minerals, atmospheric composition, and more. The Rain Star's exploratory endeavors dated back approximately 6 centuries, during which humanity was still mired in the Middle Ages. Medieval human civilization had yet to reach even a Level 1 status, possessing an incomplete understanding of Earth and lacking the capacity to emit any electromagnetic signals beyond the solar system. Consequently, the Rain Star's exploratory reports characterized the solar system as a highly habitable stellar system, devoid of any indigenous civilizations that could threaten Rain Star. Thus, The Wandering Planet project was initiated, the planetary engines activated, and the populace transitioned to underground bases for habitation. Their planetary engines operated at full capacity, propelling Rainstar to a maximum speed of 10 of light speed. Just as they were nearing the solar system, they encountered Lu Ping's fleet emerging from it. Upon discovering the Rainstar vessel, it was traveling at merely 1 of light speed. In a bid to safeguard the solar system, Lu Ping opted for confrontation, leading to the negotiations of today. Based on the information provided by the Rainstar representatives, Lu Ping unraveled the sequence of events. If the Rainstar civilization could observe the solar system, it was inevitable that subsequent human civilizations would also be capable of observing their stellar system. Lu Ping uploaded the materials presented by the Rainstar into the database of Earth, finally uncovering the origins of the Rainstar beings. Chapter 10. Gliese 832. The stellar system they inhabit, known as the Gliese 832 system, is located in the constellation Cygnus, approximately 16 light-years from Earth. About a century ago, human scientists discovered the planets Gliese 832b and Gliese 832c within this system. Notably, the planet Gliese 832c has been catalogued as a super-Earth, boasting a similarity index of 0.81 relative to Earth, and is considered highly conducive to the existence of life, making it a candidate for human colonization. However, it is evident that when humanity detected these two planets, the Rainstar was already en route to the solar system, precluding any observation of its existence. Therefore, it appears logical to designate the Rainstar as Gliese 832a. After listening to the account, Lu Ping gleaned the reasons behind the interstellar migration of the Rainstar people. Yet certain discrepancies lingered. At a distance of 16 light-years, traveling at a maximum speed of 10 of light, it would ostensibly take over 600 years to reach the solar system. What accounts for this temporal anomaly? Even if maintenance of the engines and refueling would necessitate downtime, there should have been contingency plans in place from the outset. Such delays seem implausible. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Ping's mind, prompting him to inquire, "Your Excellency Guler, if you are indeed migrating or fleeing, why have you tarried so long on your journey?" Well, Guler responded. "We encountered a cosmic marvel along the way that nearly led to the obliteration of our entire planet. It took us a considerable time to recover, and, in the process, we achieved certain technological breakthroughs. This will be a focal point in our subsequent academic exchange, and I am confident you will find it immensely enlightening." Guler's tentacles had retracted to his cheeks, resembling the whiskers of a catfish. This expression, for the Rainstar people, is akin to the knowing glance of "you understand" on Earth. Although Lu Ping could not decipher it directly, he was able to analyze its significance through the database. The anticipated objectives of this negotiation had largely been met for Lu Ping. It was now time to deliberate on the future of the Rainstar civilization. Under the current circumstances, it was inconceivable to allow them to continue their journey. "Your Excellency Lu Ping," Guler inquired, "where do you believe our Rainstar civilization should take refuge now?" Guler's tentacles quivered slightly, revealing the gravity of the question and his inner trepidation. Lu Ping pondered momentarily. In truth, he had no immediate solution to propose. He could only feign a lack of clarity. "Your Excellency Guler, we are currently over 2 light-years away from our home planet. Once our exchange concludes, I shall relay your situation to the higher authorities. This back-and-forth communication will take approximately 4 to 5 years. In the meantime, why not accompany my fleet to the Tristar system? At least there exists a yellow dwarf star and several terrestrial-like planets where you may temporarily reside." Despite the inherent instability of the Tristar system due to the three-body problem, Lu Ping had no intention of allowing them to remain there indefinitely. By first escorting them to this location, the data collected by the previously dispatched droplets would likely return in due course. Subsequently, a more stable stellar system could be identified for their longer-term habitation. The Rainstar civilization, being a neighbor to humanity, warranted a humanitarian response. It would be remiss to turn a blind eye to their plight. Furthermore, their predicament mirrored the tribulations faced by humanity in the past, prompting Lu Ping to draw parallels between their experiences. Both civilizations had encountered unknown parasitic species shortly after ascending to the ranks of second-tier civilizations. This could hardly be mere coincidence. Lu Ping found himself harboring a suspicion that an unseen hand was subtly intervening in the development of second-tier civilizations. His rationale was compelling. The current methods of information dissemination could not surpass the speed of light. Given the astronomical distances involved, there would inevitably be delays in communication. The empirical data regarding the TriStar system had been transmitted back several years prior. Although the TriStar system could not maintain long-term stability, it possessed a degree of transient stability, particularly as it contained two terrestrial-like planets capable of supporting the energy requirements of a second-tier civilization over an extended period. Lu Ping shared his findings with Guler, and after a brief analysis by the professional team behind the Rainstar civilization, it was deemed an ideal temporary refuge. Both parties had achieved their intended objectives, rendering the negotiation remarkably successful. Lu Ping's avatar, accompanied by 3 biosynthetic beings, boarded the return pod, escorted back to the Earth ship. Guler, omitting many details of the negotiation, communicated the outcomes to all Rainstar inhabitants. In his recount, this meeting transformed into a diplomatic engagement between two second-tier civilizations, downplaying the prior conflict to a misunderstanding born of miscommunication. After all, the Rainstar had merely suffered losses of ships, with fatalities limited to military personnel, sparing the civilian population from harm. Moreover, he revealed the data regarding the TriStar system, candidly stating that it harbored a star akin to their home system, and that they had secured temporary residency rights through negotiation. For the Rainstar people, who were encountering extraterrestrial beings for the first time, the prospect of engaging with a civilization of comparable might without engaging in warfare was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. With a designated abode, the Rainstar civilization could anticipate a swift resurgence. This news invigorated the Rainstar people, dissipating the shadows cast by their previous conflicts. Their current focus remained on repairing their planetary engines, and with Lu Ping's absence, the process proceeded smoothly. Simultaneously, the promised academic exchange convened as scheduled. Lu Ping's avatar and the 3 biosynthetic beings attended, ensuring they brought along technologies that were impressive yet not critical. Although the intent was to glean gravitational technology from their hosts, it was essential to maintain decorum and follow proper protocols. After extensive deliberation with Hu Liqing, it was decided to share their wireless power transmission technology and supercritical materials. These innovations, while practical, were not closely guarded secrets. Any second-tier civilization could achieve breakthroughs with time and persistence. For Lu Ping, the most classified technology remained the method for producing quark materials, a synthesis of electromagnetic, strong, and weak forces, representing the pinnacle of human technological achievement. The droplet spacecraft, capable of near-light speed travel, was also Lu Ping's sole asset against gravitational shielding and could not be disclosed. Given that the Rainstar civilization had emerged as the vanquished party, Lu Ping's decision to offer 2 practical technologies was already a considerable concession. Chapter 11. Dormancy Technology. On this particular day, the exhibition center of Rainstar was bustling with activity. The prominent figures from the political and business realms of Rainstar civilization gathered, albeit merely as spectators. The main attraction centered around the representatives of the Academy of Sciences and the 3 bioengineered beings from Pangu. Within the Grand Hall, numerous booths displayed an array of advanced technologies from both civilizations. Among them, the booth showcasing the droplet aircraft drew the largest crowd. Several intelligent robots were tasked with elucidating the aircraft's features to the attendees. Through the robots' explanations, the inhabitants of Rainstar realized that, in essence, this device was a flying nuclear battery. Due to its unique materials and proprietary manufacturing techniques, it had been transformed into a vessel capable of sublight speed flight. In addition to these technological marvels, the most popular attraction was the exhibition hall featuring various flora and fauna from Earth. These specimens were exceedingly rare for the people of Rainstar, who had experienced centuries of icy dormancy, resulting in the extinction of most surface species. Only the internal facilities retained the genetic information of indigenous species, and restoration could only occur in a suitable stellar system through biotechnological means. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the external exhibition, an internal conference room convened the elite of Blue Star civilization. This room resembled a cinema, with a podium at the front and an enormous screen behind it. Lu Ping and Gu Qialo were seated in the front row as a host from Rain Star civilization delivered an enthusiastic address. Subsequently, Mulongba, clad in the Academy's uniform, approached the stage, accompanied by several assistants pushing a sizable cart. On this cart rested a transparent container with numerous interfaces, resembling a crystal coffin. This device represented Rain Star's dormancy chamber technology, enabling organisms to enter a state akin to hibernation. With the aid of various external facilities, those in dormancy could maintain their state for centuries without aging or dying. This technology had reached a high level of maturity in Rain Star and had been rigorously tested over time, ensuring its reliability. The presentation of the dormancy technology was evidently tailored for Lu Ping. This innovation held substantial value for him, as his current spacecraft could only accelerate to 0.7 times the speed of light. At this velocity, the Lorentz factor was 1.4, signifying that time passed at a rate 1.4 times faster outside the vessel. The closer one approached the speed of light, the greater this value became. If one could achieve light speed, those traveling at such velocity would experience no passage of time, regardless of the distance covered. When unable to reach light speed, the greatest challenge for intelligent species traversing vast distances was their lifespan. With dormancy technology, Lu Ping could significantly extend his journey, potentially expanding it hundreds or even thousands of times. Following Mu Longba's introduction of the dormancy technology, Lu Ping learned about its development, which was closely linked to Rain Star's parasitic disaster. The crucial nutrient solution was derived from the bodily fluids of parasitized Rain Star individuals, ensuring that cells remained in an absolute dormant state, free from aging or death. This core element of dormancy technology was something humanity could replicate with auxiliary means. Lu Ping began to ponder whether this nutrient solution could be applied to humans. Moreover, this line of inquiry suggested that the blood race held considerable research potential worthy of further exploration, as he noted striking similarities between them and the aforementioned parasitic beings, particularly in their prolonged lifespans and the energy life forms within them, likely connected to their unique bodily fluids. After completing his presentation on dormancy technology, Mu Longba acknowledged the audience, retreating backstage amidst a chorus of applause from the Rain Star citizens. The host returned to introduce the next topic, wireless power transmission technology. Followed by Panga's presentation, Pangu presented a box roughly a foot square, opening it to reveal various components. Despite the slight differences in their knowledge systems, the foundational technologies were compatible. With a snap-fit design, Pangu quickly assembled the parts into a small rotorcraft drone measuring about a foot in length. This drone appeared quite ordinary, easily recognizable by any citizen of a secondary civilization lacking its own energy system. Pangu placed the drone in his palm, extending its wings, and a remarkable event unfolded. The drone's indicator lights began to blink, followed by a series of self-diagnostic beeps, and its rotors whirred to life. With a buzz, the drone lifted off from Pangu's hand, soaring around the conference room before hovering steadily in midair. To demonstrate more vividly, Pangu increased the output power. Sparks of electricity emerged from his palm, connecting with a power-receiving component of the drone, creating a visible arc of electricity. The drone flew again, maintaining its connection regardless of where it traveled. The Rain Star citizens had some understanding of wireless power transmission, although their research remained at the stage of physical contact, essentially electromagnetic conversion. This method of achieving wireless power transmission added unnecessary complexity with magnetic coils, rendering it rather inefficient. True wireless power transmission should encompass characteristics such as long-range capability, high power, and low loss to achieve practicality. Amidst the astonished murmurs of the Rain Star audience, the drone returned to Pangu's palm. He disassembled the drone's power receiving unit, elaborating on its components. Alongside the receiving unit, the transmission unit was equally crucial. Panga's palm morphed as his silicone skin peeled back, revealing a skeletal structure of liquid metal. Embedded within his palm was a diminutive output terminal featuring two fine pins responsible for delivering power, sourced from Panga's own nuclear battery. This method of transmission could cover distances of several kilometers while allowing multiple terminals to operate in parallel. If such large-scale power stations were established globally, traditional conductive wires would become obsolete. Everything related to electricity would undergo a transformative revolution. The absence of wires implied no resistance, marking a significant advancement akin to a new electrical revolution, fundamentally altering human production and daily life. As the Rainstar populace expressed their astonishment, Pangu stowed the drone and reverted his palm to its original form, continuing with the next demonstration, which focused on supercritical materials. Chapter 12. Macroscopic Atoms: The Application of Supercritical Materials in Nuclear Energy. While not as extraordinary as quark materials, holds immense significance as a transitional substitute. Fusion reactors constructed from such materials, despite not achieving the compact convenience of nuclear batteries, can reduce their original massive volumes significantly. These scaled-down reactors can be effectively utilized in civilian sectors, such as maritime vessels, automobiles, and large industrial machinery. Moreover, the intrinsic properties of these materials are remarkably robust, allowing for the creation of various specialized industrial products. For instance, the mechanical legions and the main structures of warships are constructed from supercritical materials. While quark materials exhibit formidable performance, their current design necessitates a closed structure to maintain a stable magnetic field. This constraint severely limits their applications, precluding widespread utilization. Exposing the stable magnetic field would effectively reveal the core secrets of this technology, rendering it vulnerable to sabotage by adversaries. These limitations confine quark materials to niche applications, whereas supercritical materials emerge as the optimal choice with industrial value. How should supercritical materials be showcased? Quite simply, mechanical warriors serve as the finest exhibit. Following Panga's introduction of supercritical materials, the inhabitants of Rainstar erupted in enthusiastic applause, clearly pleased with the two technologies presented. Researchers in relevant fields on Rainstar have already begun contemplating the practical applications of these innovations. With these advancements, at the very least, the performance of their spacecraft is poised to elevate to new heights. The most immediate enhancement would be the speed of the aircraft, which should approach that of human spacecraft. Consequently, their conventional combat capabilities would align within the same echelon, with the sole distinction being their strategic deterrence. The strategic deterrence of Rainstar civilization stems from their unique gravitational technology, while Lu Ping's deterrence is evidently embodied in the water droplet aircraft, which fundamentally utilizes supercritical materials. Unfortunately, the veil of mystery surrounding the strategic technology of Rainstar civilization is on the verge of being unveiled to Lu Ping. Pangu, carrying a case, proceeded backstage as the host reappeared to introduce the next scientist. Upon uttering a name, the audience of Rainstar erupted in jubilant cheers, expressing their delight exuberantly. Next, let us welcome the recipient of the Jai Ba Physics Prize, academician Yubachwan, to the stage. Amidst the thunderous applause, a middle-aged male from Rainstar made a grand entrance. The enthusiasm of the crowd suggested that this scientist was undoubtedly a household name in Rainstar, comparable to Einstein among human scientists. The middle-aged man approached the podium but did not rush to speak. Instead, he surveyed the prominent figures in the front row, deliberately lingering for several seconds on Lu Ping. Through data recognition, Lu Ping discerned that the gaze contained a myriad of complex emotions: resentment, bitterness, and predominantly, a profound sense of helplessness. Yubachwan's opening remarks were strikingly succinct, devoid of pleasantries or formalities, and he swiftly addressed the subject at hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to present and introduce the most significant scientific discovery of Rainstar civilization to date, the cosmic marvel known as macroscopic atoms. Upon concluding his statement, two assistants wheeled out a device. Enveloped by a potent electromagnetic field matrix, an object floated at its center. This object was, in fact, imperceptible to the naked eye. The powerful illumination from various angles converged to reveal a black sphere the size of a ping-pong ball at the focal point of the light. This sphere was not a tangible entity, but rather a manifestation of light distortion, forming an inscribed circle. This inscribed circle constituted a powerful gravitational field, which could also be described as a miniature black hole. Due to its immense gravitational force, light entering the event horizon of the black hole was distorted and consumed, preventing further propagation, thereby creating the appearance of a visible black sphere. The surrounding magnetic field matrix acted as a safety measure, counteracting the formidable gravitational pull generated by the black hole. As you can see, this distorted spherical space is an artificial black hole. It is composed of over 100,000 atoms, each nearly the same size as the black hole itself. These atoms overlap in space with tremendous force, their nuclei not coinciding, yet their mass exceeding that of ordinary atoms by millions of times, with their mutual distances approaching zero. This generates a powerful gravitational field, exhibiting characteristics akin to a black hole. During our escape, we discovered this phenomenon and named it cosmic marvel macroscopic atoms. Following Yubachwan's elucidation, Liu Ping finally grasped a rudimentary understanding of macroscopic atoms. When the inhabitants of Rainstar embarked on their interstellar flight, they maintained a leading spacecraft at a certain distance for navigation. This vessel scouted ahead for potential dangers, providing the Rainstar ample warning time should threats arise. Approximately 120 years into their exodus, Rainstar received an alert from the leading spacecraft, activating their emergency protocols. Strangely, once their emergency department was awakened, they could not establish contact with the navigator. Regardless of the methods employed, they could not ascertain the whereabouts of the leading vessel. At that time, Rainstar lacked a gravitational shield, rendering them exceedingly vulnerable in the cosmos. Even a collision with a meteor could potentially trigger a catastrophic explosion. Without the leading spacecraft, they were compelled to decelerate temporarily and convene to devise a plan. They had a limited number of interstellar fleets, which were promptly dispatched to locate the navigator. Peculiar occurrences ensued, as these ships lost contact upon departing from Rainstar. While the inhabitants were in a state of confusion, an even stranger phenomenon transpired. The starry sky around them began to exhibit signs of distortion, with the once clear celestial expanse appearing as though altered by a radial blur effect. To achieve such radial blurring of the universe was evidently impossible. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that Rainstar had inadvertently entered a peculiar space where the distortion was occurring. Situated within this realm, they were unable to perceive the effects of their own distortion, leading them to believe that the space beyond was the one being warped. What conditions could induce such spatial distortion? Undoubtedly, it would require a tremendous mass creating immense gravitational forces that warped the space accommodating that mass. Simply put, space resembles a beach. Placing objects of varying weights upon it will create varying degrees of depressions in the sand. The inhabitants of Rainstar were taken aback, as their understanding led them to conclude that they had unwittingly ventured into the gravitational field of a black hole. Chapter 13. Opportunities and challenges. The light from the outside world was distorted by the black hole, rendering the surrounding space as if it had undergone a grotesque transformation. The inhabitants of Rainstar found themselves engulfed in despair. Having just escaped the threat of parasitic entities, they now inadvertently ventured into the depths of a black hole. Why was fate so cruel? Fortunately, after a series of meticulous measurements by scientists, it was concluded that Rainstar had not yet crossed the event horizon of the black hole, implying there remained a glimmer of hope for escape. Thus, the planetary engines of Rainstar roared to life, exerting immense effort to extricate themselves from this perilous situation. Logically, one would expect an immediate retreat in such circumstances. However, the Rainstar people chose to remain. This black hole was not overwhelmingly powerful. As long as they carefully managed their trajectory, their safety was assured. Moreover, the opportunity to conduct close-range research on a macro black hole was an invaluable chance that no ambitious technological civilization would forego. Rainstar lingered just outside the black hole's event horizon for nearly 300 years. During this time, remarkable discoveries were made, the most sensational being the revelation of macroatoms. This finding diverged from existing theories surrounding black holes. leaving the Rain Star inhabitants uncertain whether this was an anomaly or a common characteristic of such entities. They thus referred to this discovery as a cosmic wonder. The study of macroatoms allowed Rain Star to achieve pivotal breakthroughs in their understanding of gravity. Consequently, they developed gravitational bombs, artificial miniature black holes, gravitational shielding systems, and formidable planetary defense shields. After 3 centuries of exploration, the civilization of Rain Star deemed that further discoveries were unlikely in the short term. Moreover, they had squandered considerable time, and their energy reserves were dwindling, necessitating a departure. This predicament accounted for their lack of adequate space battleships when they encountered Lu Ping. Most of their fleet had been lost during the ill-fated foray into the black hole, leaving them with just over 1,000 shuttle-like vessels, which had been retrofitted using gravitational technology. Additionally, they had depleted 300 years' worth of resource reserves, barely sustaining them until they reached the solar system. In summary, the fruits of their 300 years of exploration in the black hole had ultimately been laid bare for Lu Ping. It was no wonder that Comrade Ri Ba Chuan displayed some emotion. Such sentiments would resonate with anyone engaged in scientific research. Upon concluding Ri Ba Chuan's presentation, Lu Ping rose to his feet, offering a resounding applause as a token of gratitude for the Rain Star civilization's 3 centuries of dedication. Ri Ba Chuan glanced at Lu Ping, slightly tempering his demeanor. After acknowledging the audience, he retreated backstage. With the main event of this exchange meeting concluded, Lu Ping had garnered a preliminary understanding of Rain Star's gravitational technology. Furthermore, the core theories regarding hibernation technology and gravitational mechanics had been exchanged with his compatriots, Pengu and others. As Lu Ping observed Ri Ba Chuan depart, he sighed inwardly. If their future interactions proved amicable, once he had fully comprehended gravitational technology and unified the 4 fundamental forces, he might consider extending some form of compensation to them. Indeed, from any perspective, this encounter between the 2 civilizations had largely benefited humanity. Outside the exhibition center, the atmosphere was vibrant, with numerous Rain Star inhabitants marveling at Lu Ping's Mechanical Legion's aerial display. While the Rain Star people possessed their own mecha warriors, they lacked nuclear energy batteries, restricting their machines to gliding in the near-surface atmosphere. Achieving flight akin to aircraft remained a significant technological hurdle for them. Although the technology of quark materials could not be disclosed, Lu Ping contemplated exporting finished nuclear energy batteries to allow them to tangibly experience Earth's technological prowess. Having accomplished his objectives, Lu Ping refrained from hastily returning to the Earth ship for diplomatic considerations, opting to remain on Rain Star. He entrusted subsequent matters to Ho Tu, while he and Hu Liqing diligently absorbed the wealth of knowledge acquired from the exchange meeting. Lu Ping did not hoard these vital technologies. He backed up everything and transmitted it to Earth. After all, his son, Lu Fan, still resided on Earth, and as a father traversing the starry seas, he might never have another chance to return. Such crucial technologies could not be taken to the grave. Legacy was paramount. This was merely one of the reasons. The more pressing matter was that within Lu Ping's team, only he and Hu Liqing, along with 3 biomimetic beings, were capable of conducting theoretical research. With Ho Tu providing some assistance, their scientific capabilities could not rival those of Earth. The Earth still harbored over 70 million surviving bloodline elites, with more new humans expected to emerge in the future. Given their population base, coupled with humanity's technological accumulation and the unreciprocated support from the Rain Star civilization, Lu Ping firmly believed that humanity would soon ascend to a Type 3 civilization. In fact, they had already accelerated this advancement by over 300 years. Armed with this newfound discovery, Lu Ping finally found himself with a purpose. He planned to utilize this time to upgrade his fleet thoroughly. The first order of business was to enhance all battleships and mecha warriors with a shielding system that would not only protect against high-energy particles, but also bolster gravitational defenses. The Earth ship could undergo significant modifications, eliminating the need for centrifugal gravity. Instead, an artificial gravity system could be installed. The lengthy connecting rods of the ship could be discarded, and the steering mechanism could be dramatically redesigned. As Lu Ping simulated his ideas, he realized that a complete overhaul of the Earth ship would be less convenient than constructing a new flagship from scratch. However, building such a vessel would have to wait until they reached the Star system. Meanwhile, another pressing issue loomed. The flight speed of Rainstar was alarmingly slow, merely 1/7 that of Lu Ping's fleet. At this rate, reaching the Star system would require at least 50 more years. Unless Lu Ping entered hibernation, he would surely perish by then. However, it was unrealistic to expect them to abandon their home planet. Had they been willing to forsake their mother star, they might have reached Earth long ago. Rainstar's speed could be improved, but the matrix engines were installed on the planet's surface. If the power output was too high, it would severely disrupt Rainstar's geological structure, potentially leading to disaster. Lu Ping found himself in a quandary. He could not simply lead his fleet away, as he did not fully trust the Rainstar civilization. Should they secretly dispatch small fleets to ambush the solar system, he would be at a distinct disadvantage. Lu Ping was caught in a dilemma. He needed to bring the entire Rainstar civilization along to ensure his peace of mind. Yet he was reluctant to waste decades in the process. Sitting in the cockpit of the Earth ship, he gazed through the viewport at Rainstar, several hundred kilometers away. The engines of Rainstar were in reverse thrust, attempting to alter their trajectory toward the Star system, but it resembled a sluggish worm relocating its dwelling. Though they appeared powerful, they were still sluggishly writhing in their own mire. As Lu Ping watched the dimly lit Rainstar, the particle exhaust from the matrix engines reached the heavens, even escaping the planet's gravitational influence and venturing into interstellar space. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, presenting a solution to accelerate Rainstar's velocity. Chapter 14. The curvature engine model and idea swiftly took shape in Lu Ping's mind, relying on the formidable computational power of embedded chips, and soon it was refined. However, the feasibility of this method required a preliminary experiment for validation. Lu Ping chose not to inform anyone else for the time being. With the assistance of the intelligent chip, he could issue commands directly through the Earth vessel without any intermediary. Within the manufacturing workshop of the Earth vessel, an assembly line was automatically activated. Raw materials were promptly delivered to a processing center, where samples were crafted according to Lu Ping's outlined blueprint. A few days later, an unmanned spacecraft detached from the Earth vessel and sped towards the vastness of interstellar space. After half an hour of rapid travel, the spacecraft maintained a distance of 1 light minute from the fleet and Rainstar before beginning to decelerate and halting at a certain point in space. At that moment, one of the spacecraft's hatches opened, releasing a peculiar experimental prototype. This prototype was oddly shaped, appearing to consist of 2 independent components. At its center was a sphere the size of an egg, with a small fusion engine positioned several meters away, neither of which made direct contact. The engine ignited, unleashing a powerful stream of high-energy particles, gradually accelerating. Simultaneously, the sphere, positioned several meters away, began to accelerate in synchrony. Data feedback indicated that their accelerations were perfectly aligned, as if the engine's thrust were directly acting upon the sphere. Clearly, the engine's thrust did not exert a direct influence on the small sphere, yet it still generated acceleration. This was the method conceived by Lu Ping. There are numerous ways to achieve interaction between 2 objects without physical contact, with electromagnetic force being an exemplary method. Magnetic levitation technology serves as a concrete manifestation of this principle. By combining this approach with artificial gravity technology and refining it, it becomes possible to facilitate the motion of objects. The prototype Lu Ping created featured a central sphere representing Rainstar, while the engine, positioned several meters away, was not truly suspended. The central sphere was a conglomerate of macroscopic atoms, with the engine located precisely at the edge of its gravitational horizon. The engine's immense thrust was entirely converted into electromagnetic force, interacting with the gravitational pull of the macroscopic atoms, thereby accelerating the sphere's gravitational horizon and propelling it forward. This innovative propulsion method, a harmonious amalgamation of electromagnetic and gravitational technology, was remarkably straightforward. Its essence lay in the propulsion of the gravitational field of the macroscopic atoms, which in turn caused the small sphere to move in unison. Experimental data rapidly returned to the Earth vessel, and Lu Ping meticulously recorded various parameters from this trial, subsequently establishing an analytical model. By incorporating relevant data from Rain Star into the model, he swiftly obtained the desired results. Lu Ping's plan entailed installing numerous high-power fusion engines on the protective shield of Rain Star, driving its entire geomagnetic and artificial gravitational fields, thereby enabling Rain Star to achieve sublight speed travel. This concept was not a mere figment of his imagination, but drew inspiration from humanity's previous notions of superluminal travel. Due to the time dilation effect, objects themselves cannot reach absolute superluminal speeds. Thus, human scientists constructed a model wherein the spacecraft itself travels at sublight speed while employing a powerful external force to warp the space surrounding it. For instance, if a spacecraft were to journey from point A to point B, with a distance of 10 light seconds between them, one could warp the space between A and B, reducing the straight-line distance to less than 1 light second. Consequently, the spacecraft, traveling at absolute sublight speed, could traverse the warped distance in just 1 second. Continuing this scenario, if the gravitational force were strong enough to align points A and B directly, it would not merely be space warping, but rather space folding, akin to opening a time tunnel. The implications of this phenomenon remain undecided. While space warping has scientific validity, folding space is beyond the capabilities of even a Type II civilization to model. These concepts provided the foundation for Lu Ping's model. While he could not achieve space warping, he could emulate this method to enhance Rain Star's deficient travel speed. The Rain Star civilization had already constructed a gravitational shield for Rain Star, and now it was a matter of effectively utilizing this shield. The engine matrix that could be constructed far exceeded the number of engines on the surface of Rain Star by several dozen times. The primary advantage was that there were no environmental concerns. Regardless of the acceleration's intensity, it would not pose a direct threat to Rain Star. This technology held no need for confidentiality within Lu Ping's model. The maximum acceleration achievable with Rain Star's gravitational shield strength was merely up to 50 of the speed of light. For spacecraft, this technology was trivial. If direct propulsion could be achieved, there was no need for unnecessary energy conversions. Each transformation of force equated to a conversion of energy, and with each transformation came inevitable losses, rendering it rather cumbersome. This method of flight currently appeared suitable only for large, fragile targets. Lu Ping transmitted his established model and the previous experimental data to Gagauro, who organized Rain Star's scientists to validate the scientific efficacy of this approach. The technological aspects of the model posed no barriers for the Rain Star inhabitants. It was simply a novel application of existing concepts. The Rain Star civilization found the manufacturing of these engines to be relatively uncomplicated. However, they lacked the aerial resources to install the engines in space. This installation project needed to occur in the vastness of space, and the new engines were substantial, requiring high precision for installation. The aerial forces of the Rain Star civilization were nearly extinguished, leaving them with no choice but to seek Lu Ping's assistance. With a formidable interstellar fleet and a mechanical army of 200,000, Lu Ping was well suited for this arduous task. Upon receiving the request, Lu Ping could only manage a wry smile. There was no alternative. He had to fulfill his role as a benefactor and offer his labor free of charge. To enhance efficiency, Lu Ping activated his production line, synchronizing the engine matrix production with the Rain Star civilization. Thus, Lu Ping's fleet and Rain Star progressed at a slow pace through interstellar space, while simultaneously undertaking the installation and modification of the engine matrix. A year passed unknowingly, during which their travel distance was negligible in interstellar terms. Fortunately, the planetary engine matrix of Rain Star was nearing completion and entering the critical installation and debugging phase. Approaching its conclusion, under the global gaze of the Rain Star civilization, the moment for igniting the engine matrix finally arrived. Chapter 15. 8 years. The newly developed engine matrix, theoretically, should not inflict any harm upon Rain Star. However, given the stakes involved with the entire Rain Star civilization, safety concerns must be paramount. After numerous discussions and deliberations, The Rainstar civilization resolved to evacuate all its citizens into space prior to ignition. Lu Ping once again undertook this crucial task, having endured parasitic disasters and prolonged interstellar travel. The Rainstar civilization had meticulously controlled its population, which totaled less than 100 million. This meant that Lu Ping's fleet would accommodate approximately 4,000 to 5,000 individuals per ship. Fortunately, the design of Lu Ping's spacecraft had considered human habitation from the outset, thus providing the necessary life support systems. A multitude of vessels descended upon the surface of Rainstar, successfully transporting its populace into the cosmos. Only an array of detection equipment and several intelligent robots remained to maintain the various bases. Lu Ping, Hu Liqing, and several leaders from Rainstar, alongside notable figures from the scientific community, gathered at the porthole of the Earth ship to witness this historic moment. The engine matrix ignited, and the countdown commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. In the profound darkness of space, a celestial body larger than Earth suddenly erupted with thousands of blue-violet beams of light. These beams, unobstructed in the vacuum of interstellar space, extended for hundreds of meters before dissipating. The surrounding space shimmered with ripples as it began to accelerate rapidly. With over 10,000 engines arranged in various arrays, ignition proceeded in a meticulously orchestrated sequence. Such a complex operation was entrusted to the deity Ho Tuesday. After a full day of acceleration, Ho Tu reported the current operational status. The main array was functioning optimally, propulsion power at 5. With a current velocity of 1 the speed of light. Lu Ping ordered the main array to switch to full power. The particle flows on the surface of Rainstar erupted once again, with the beams extending dramatically to heights of over 10 kilometers. Days turned into weeks. The main array reached 100 power, achieving a velocity of 30 the speed of light. Ho Tu's voice resonated once more, eliciting cheers from the crew within the Earth ship's control room. The thrust provided by the main array had successfully accelerated Rainstar to 30 of the speed of light. Theoretically, as long as the engines continued to propel, Rainstar would perpetually accelerate, with its speed ever increasing. However, this also introduced the complexities of energy ratios. Maintaining acceleration with the main array necessitated careful consideration of fuel consumption. The spacecraft not only required acceleration but also needed the capability to decelerate when necessary, as energy expenditure for both processes remained equivalent. Moreover, for massive objects, sustaining continuous acceleration demanded immense energy. Even a secondary civilization, possessing controllable nuclear fusion technology, could not maintain prolonged acceleration of an entire planet. In Lu Ping's established model, the engine matrix would accelerate Rainstar to 50 of the speed of light, representing the most efficient energy consumption ratio that the current Rainstar civilization could support. After a month of relentless operation, all engine matrices were activated, and Rainstar finally achieved its predetermined velocity. The engine matrices were systematically powered down, allowing Rainstar to glide along its calculated trajectory, relying on inertia. Auxiliary matrices would only be engaged for minor trajectory adjustments when deemed necessary. A month before reaching the Triad star system, they would reignite the engines to perform a retrograde deceleration. Lu Ping's fleet remained dispersed around Rainstar, now traveling at the same velocity. During this acceleration phase, the pre-deployed detectors on Rainstar relayed data back to the Earth ship. Following analysis by Ho Tu, it became evident that this acceleration had caused varying degrees of hypergravity and microgravity phenomena on either side of Rainstar's surface. While some less resilient surface structures were damaged and minor tsunamis and earthquakes occurred, no severe geological disasters transpired. The consensus was that future acceleration or deceleration procedures should involve placing Rainstar in a frozen state to mitigate the impacts of hypergravity and microgravity. With Rainstar unharmed, its citizens gradually returned to their home planet. However, Lu Ping's ships, being war vessels, lacked artificial gravity apart from the Earth ship. While ordinary individuals could temporarily endure the conditions, long-term habitation was unfeasible. In the vastness of space, a dim planet, surrounded by 20,000 warships, advanced through the darkness at 50 the speed of light. 8 years remained until their arrival at the Triad star system. Now at the age of 45, Lu Ping benefited from the advanced life sciences of Rainstar. They had developed a biological agent capable of repairing DNA telomeres, allowing Lu Ping to appear more youthful rather than displaying the typical fatigue of middle age. The ensuing 8-year journey was of paramount importance to him. He hesitated between entering a hibernation pod or pursuing scientific research aboard the Earth ship. His preliminary experiments with Rainstar's gravity technology had already yielded new engine designs. Yet he sensed that deeper exploration could unveil even greater discoveries. Nonetheless, these 8 years were invaluable, even with Rainstar's genetic enhancements. He anticipated living no more than another 50 or 60 years, an insufficient span for interstellar exploration. After careful consideration, Lu Ping chose to enter hibernation, entrusting the fleet's management to Ho Tu and Pangu. He resolved to cherish his time, dedicating it to the exploration of the cosmos. He aimed to uncover more phenomena akin to quark materials and macroatoms, essential for humanity's technological leaps. Regarding research, he was confident that the collective intellect of the bloodline and the new humans would far surpass the capabilities of solitary study. Lu Ping meticulously organized his knowledge and transmitted it to Earth. Subsequently, he and Hu Liqing entered their respective hibernation pods. In contrast, upon their return to Rainstar, the artificial sun was reignited, illuminating the entire planet. Their civilization, having migrated collectively, now surged forward with a clear destination within 8 years. They intended to utilize this time to restore Rainstar thoroughly. With the technological foundation of a secondary civilization, the efficiency of rebuilding a planet was astonishing. Various construction machines emerged from underground bases, transforming the planet into a vast construction site. The changes on Rainstar were nothing short of revolutionary. Within a mere 8 years, brand new cities arose, and the ecological environment began to recover. Viewed from outer space, Rainstar no longer appeared as a dreary orb, but instead radiated a soft blue-brown hue. The Rainstar populace gradually emerged from their subterranean bases, resuming their surface lives. Far across light years away in the solar system, the bloodline, humanity, and the newly emerged humans presented a markedly different tableau. Chapter 16. Interstellar Navigation. 1. The Blood Clan and the new humans have claimed dominion over Earth, while the old humans have fully seized control of Mars. Following the transmission of technological data from Lu Ping, the old humans have not only extended their lifespans, but also nurtured their ambitions. Their aspirations are not directed at the Blood Clan or the new humans, for they are now interdependent and entwined by blood ties. With the aid of technologies such as sublight speed travel, hibernation techniques, droplet spacecraft, and artificial gravity, their gaze has turned toward the cosmos beyond the solar system. With a mere population of over 50,000, the old humans realize that interstellar exploration across light years necessitates emulating Lu Ping's developmental model, the proliferation of artificial intelligence. Whether in warships or robots, they have equipped all with intelligent chips. In Mars' synchronous orbit, a metallic circular structure rotates in unison with the planet. This edifice gleams with a dark luster, perpetually hosting a multitude of spacecraft either departing from or docking with it. This is the Star Ring dock designed by Lu Ping, which, despite various setbacks, has now been fully constructed after a decade of development by the old humans. Harnessing their collective strength, they assimilated all of Lu Ping's contributions on Mars, using this foundation to continuously expand. Even the equatorial base has grown exponentially, now boasting a scale several times larger than before. From this Martian stronghold, the old humans have established vast mining fleets, scouring the entire solar system for resources, extending their reach to other planets and their moons, and even to the asteroid belt in the outer solar system, which has become a mining ground for them. Initially, Lu Ping could produce only 10,000 warships and 100,000 mechanical troops annually. Now, the old humans have multiplied this efficiency tenfold and are relentlessly increasing their production capacity. With their limited population, achieving a staggering level of military might is their only means of securing a sense of safety. 5,000 old humans now command a fleet of over 1 million starships and tens of millions of mechanical troops. It would indeed be peculiar if they did not harbor a modicum of ambition. Most of these individuals are military personnel, and with the solar system now fortified, venturing beyond its confines to expand their territory has naturally been embraced as their new mission. Meanwhile, within the new human parliament building on Earth, a meeting is underway. Attendees sit on either side of the conference table. One side comprises the upper echelons of the Blood Clan, while the other surprisingly includes several old humans. Captain Zhang, do you too wish to leave the solar system? Zhao gazes incredulously at her former superior, Zhang Yuliang. How has he survived? It was certainly due to Zhao Ying's protection. When Base 2 was breached, Zhang Yuliang and over 70 survivors were captured by the Blood Clan. Those closely related to Lu Ping were taken to the Pacific to coerce him into surrender. After the aircraft carrier detonated a nuclear explosion, they all fell into the sea. At that time, the Blood Clan had already learned to pilot aircraft and vessels, allowing for their timely rescue, as the two ships were still at a considerable distance. However, they suffered severe nuclear radiation from the shockwave. Initially, it seemed they would endure a life ravaged by radiation sickness. Yet, several years ago, the genetic serum technology sent back by Lu Ping miraculously cured them. Now, these individuals, along with survivors from Base 1, number over 10,000. Unbeknownst to Lu Ping and the Resistance Organization, this group, all of whom are Chinese, has formed a separate sanctuary under Zhang Yuliang's leadership on Chinese territory. Naturally, Zhang Yuliang's faction received a share of the relevant technology sent by Lu Ping. As a bona fide aerospace worker and astronaut, who would not yearn for the stars and the seas. Thus, upon his recovery, he began to actively plan for interstellar exploration. Zhao Ying, this is our collective decision. With the Blood Clan and new humans inhabiting Earth, we no longer have reasons to remain. As for our descendants, I trust the new human government will care for them. Why not, while we still possess our vitality, venture forth into the cosmos to seek out new habitats for them? It would be a way to make use of our remaining years, Zhang Yuliang replied with a smile. He and Lu Ping are contemporaries, now in their 50s. Yet thanks to the genetic serum, he appears as if in his 30s, and living another 50 years seems quite feasible. If you all depart, I shall be the sole old human left on Earth. A century from now, old humans may well exist only in history textbooks. Zhao Ying remarked with a tinge of regret. Though the universe is vast, Earth remains our eternal home. Humanity has been fortunate to reach this stage of civilization. Like Lu Ping, we shall relay our experiences from the cosmos back to Earth. I believe that in 100 years, equipped with this knowledge, the new humans will elevate human civilization to unprecedented heights. I am confident that one day, the footprints of human civilization will traverse every corner of the cosmic expanse, spreading the brilliance of humanity to every nook of the universe. Zhang Yuliang envisioned a splendid future, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the ceiling. Though physically present in the conference room, his thoughts were already soaring among the stars. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not attempt to dissuade you. I wish you a smooth interstellar journey. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Zhao Ying recognized that Zhang Yuliang's decision was not born of fleeting passion. Reflecting on the aftermath of the calamity, upon returning to Earth, he had already begun planning the construction of nuclear fusion engines. It was evident that his heart had always remained tethered to the cosmos. Since persuading him to stay was futile, she could only extend her blessings. Haha, the reason I sought you out today is indeed to request your assistance. You know our manpower is limited, and we lack a solid industrial foundation. Talented professionals among the survivors are scarce, and establishing a fleet capable of interstellar exploration will consume considerable time. Therefore, I hope you might directly approach the Mars base for some resources. Having laid the groundwork, Zhang Yuliang finally articulated his ultimate objective, revealing his intent to solicit assistance. As an old colleague, Zhao Ying was well aware of his motives, so she broached the subject at an opportune moment. The Mars base is a treasure left by Lu Ping for all humanity, and this definition of humanity is rather expansive. It encompasses the old humans, the Blood Clan who have inherited the old humans' knowledge and identity, and the new humans nurtured by both parties. Although the Mars base is controlled by the resistance organization of the old humans, it stands to reason that at least half of it belongs to the Blood Clan and New Humans. Zhang Yuliang had never interacted with the resistance organization, and to obtain resources from them, he could only turn to Zhao Ying. Rest assured, I have a decent rapport with General Chang. Compile a list, and I will negotiate with him on your behalf. Chapter 17. Interstellar Navigation to General Chang, also known as Zhang Yuliang's former superior, Chang Qiufeng. Initially allied with the resistance organization during the onset of the catastrophe. However, he never officially joined their ranks. Instead, after Zhao Ying unified the Earth under the Blood Clan, he aligned himself with her faction. Following Liu Ping's counterattack and subsequent peace negotiations, he returned to the resistance, embarking on a journey to Mars. Having established connections within both the resistance and the Blood Clan, he had become a significant military figure. The remnants of humanity had completely abandoned their previous factional divisions, striving to unite as one. Zhang Yuliang regarded these individuals with a sentiment akin to that of Liu Ping. Although they were not adversaries, he preferred to avoid interactions and did not wish to owe them any favors. Zhang Yuliang's demands were swiftly met, as Liu Ping's design for the interstellar fleet emphasized intelligence. Within a month, a fleet arrived at the Earth space dock. Zhang Yuliang, accompanied by his newly formed aerospace squadron, had long awaited their arrival. His team consisted of core members from the original nuclear power base, including the entire Eagles Fong team, and naturally, the Qiao family quintet was also present. Prior to the catastrophe, they had been seasoned outdoor enthusiasts, and the prospect of interstellar exploration filled them with exhilaration. They boarded the flagship of the fleet, a vessel that bore only a factory serial number and lacked a proper name. Its design had evolved from a steering wheel shape, which generated centrifugal gravity through rotation, to a more advanced form. With artificial gravity technology now mature, the ship's design prioritized overall performance enhancement. The Earth ship could launch from planetary surfaces, but could not navigate freely within the atmosphere. This new vessel featured a streamlined design, resembling a shuttle, which enhanced its atmospheric flight capabilities. With an overall length exceeding 3 kilometers and an average cross-sectional diameter of over 100 meters. It represented the latest flagship developed collaboratively by the Blood Clan and the Resistance. Inside, astronauts experienced conditions akin to those on Earth. Equipped with artificial gravity, energy, and gravity shields, its firepower was astonishing. Standard armaments included nuclear missiles, lasers, and electromagnetic cannons, alongside the latest super-energy particle cannons, gravity bombs, and artificial black holes. The application of super-energy particle cannons drew inspiration from the next-generation mechanized warrior swords and shields. The enhanced version of the particle sword could function as a particle cannon. According to previous scientific theories, a mature Type II civilization should possess the capability to obliterate a planet with a single strike. This weaponry was referred to as a planet-destroying cannon, and the vessels carrying such armaments were termed planet-destroying ships. For instance, this latest flagship, while insufficient to obliterate Earth in one blow, could potentially pierce the moon with a few shots. Thus, it could be considered an entry-level planet-destroying ship. Captain, the performance of this flagship is truly remarkable, far surpassing our previous Earth ship. In the flagship's command cabin, Xiao Qiao exclaimed in awe after listening to the introduction by the ship's mainframe, Taihao. The Earth ship was merely a product of a nascent Type II civilization, severely lacking in technological advancements. This new vessel seamlessly integrated all the essential technologies available to a Type II civilization, marking it as a mature creation of such a civilization. Zhang Yuliang observed the holographic projection displayed by Hao Yin, feeling a rush of emotions. At the onset of the catastrophe, humanity had only just crossed the threshold into Type II civilization. Now, 20 years later, technological advancements had leaped forward. The two most crucial discoveries, quark materials and gravity technology, were made in the realm of interstellar exploration, which significantly motivated Zhang Yuliang to return to space. If Type II civilization was already so formidable, one could only imagine the might of a Type III civilization. Big Qiao began to dream of the power that a Type III civilization would wield, known as galactic-level civilization. Such a power could encompass an entire galaxy. Its primary hallmark would be the ability to create warp drives, bending space for faster-than-light travel. Stars and black holes would be mere toys in their hands, allowing them to traverse hundreds or thousands of light-years with ease. Zhang Yuliang spoke animatedly, his expression filled with longing. How incredible! I wonder when humanity will ascend to a Type 3 civilization. Xiao Qiao remarked in astonishment. Having gained some knowledge, her surprise intensified with understanding. No need to be overly astonished. Humanity has now mastered the 4 fundamental forces. I firmly believe that one day, we will refine the standard model, and transitioning to a Type 3 civilization will merely be a matter of time. Zhang Yuliang asserted with confidence. How long might that take? Xiao Qiao asked with a hint of regret. It could take centuries or even millennia of accumulation, or perhaps a brilliant genius will lead us to a breakthrough tomorrow. Zhang Yuliang replied with a smile. Haha, with the advent of hibernation technology, why not enter a hibernation pod today and awaken once humanity has become a Type 3 civilization? Xiao Er gestured towards Xiao Qiao. Humph, I refuse. I want to embark on interstellar travels. Xiao Qiao pouted defiantly. After undergoing gene therapy, individuals like Xiao Qiao had regained their appearances from before the catastrophe. Their mindsets had also rejuvenated significantly, and their conversations mirrored those of 20 years ago. Captain, shall we rendezvous with my master? Xiao De, the eldest of the 4 siblings, inquired thoughtfully, considering the purpose of their journey. The cosmos is vast, even with hibernation technology. We cannot afford to waste time. Your master has already ventured to the Sonus star system, so let us not retrace his path. Zhang Yuliang responded, operating the control console to project a star field. This will be our ultimate destination, located 116 light-years from the solar system in the constellation Cygnus. 3 super-Earths have been observed in this region, and at our current speed, the journey will take approximately 170 years. A few days later, the flagship, now named Mission, departed the space dock and sped towards Cygnus, accompanied by 1,000 various warships. For Zhang Yuliang and his companions, 170 years would largely be spent in hibernation. They organized the crew into groups of 5, forming teams of 15. Each team would take turns every 3 years, with 3 shifts within each team. This ensured that someone would always be on duty during the fleet's voyage to respond to emergencies and collect various data. As the old humans departed Earth, their destination lay hundreds of light-years away. Zhao Ying and Gadaloli stood at the Earth orbital ship dock, watching the mission fleet gradually vanish from sight. Behind them stood a striking young man, Lu Fan, who had just turned 18. The departure of the old humans coincided with the coming of age for the first generation of new humans. Meanwhile, at the Mars base's Star Ring ship dock, another fleet set sail. This fleet was even more formidable than Zhang Yuliang's, boasting over 100 of the latest flagship vessels and exceeding 10,000 warships in total. The Mars base had organized 10 such fleets, with half destined for various star regions, while the remainder would guard the solar system's territories within a 10 light-year radius. The journey to the stars was long and filled with promise, a path illuminated by the brilliance of the cosmos. Chapter 18. Arrival at the Alpha Centauri system in the vast expanse of space, 10 light-years beyond. A fleet and a planet commenced their deceleration. This gradual reduction in speed had been ongoing for a month. After 8 years of interstellar navigation, Lu Ping's fleet and the planet Yuxing finally reached the Alpha Centauri system. Several days later, the fleet and Yuxing settled into a synchronous orbit around a star, the principal star of the system, Alpha Centauri A, also known as Alpha Centauri A. This star, like the Sun, is a yellow dwarf, slightly larger and brighter, with a mass and radius approximately 1.2 times that of the Sun, and a rotation period 3 days shorter than that of the Sun, making it quite similar to our solar star. If Earth were to be relocated to the Alpha Centauri system, Alpha Centauri A would undoubtedly be the most suitable destination. However, the fleet's presence here was merely a transitional phase in their deceleration, not the final destination. Lu Ping's objective was the smallest star, Proxima Centauri, while the Yuxing civilization aimed for Alpha Centauri B, the second massive star, which is also a red dwarf. Lu Ping chose Proxima Centauri due to its orbiting planet. known as Proxima Centauri b. According to previous astronomical observations, Proxima Centauri b is slightly larger than Earth, with a mass ranging from 1.3 to 3 times that of Earth, and lies within the star's habitable zone. Its similarity to Earth is as high as 0.87, whereas Mars only has a similarity score of 0.64. Thus, it appears that Proxima Centauri's natural environment surpasses that of Mars. The Yuxing civilization opted for Alpha Centauri b because this star bears similarities to their parent star. Both are slightly larger red dwarfs. And if planets exist within their habitable zones, tidal locking phenomena could occur, akin to the relationship between the Moon and Earth. The Yuxing civilization seeks to restore their planet, requiring not only the Yuxing people, but also the revival of flora and fauna on the surface. The survival of these organisms is heavily reliant on the natural environment created by tidal locking. Days ago, Lu Ping and Hu Liqing awakened from their hibernation pods and are currently undergoing rehabilitation training. Hu Liqing, having utilized genetic treatments, has regained the appearance of her 20s. Dressed in yoga pants and a fitted vest, she gracefully performs expansive yoga poses, exuding a unique charm. Lu Ping, engaged in core strength exercises, inadvertently glimpses Hu Liqing's yoga movements. Unfortunately, his physical capabilities have not fully returned, precluding him from engaging in vigorous activities, leaving him merely an envious observer. As Hu Liqing's back is turned towards him, Lu Ping decides to rise and stroll toward the small bar area within the training room. Hu Liqing's taste for the finer things led her to decorate this space with musical instruments before departing Earth. Having been married to Hu Liqing for over 20 years, Lu Ping had picked up some musical knowledge during their interstellar journey. A piano, gathering dust for years, stands quietly in the corner. Before performing, Lu Ping must tune the instrument, ensuring its sound is just right. Once tuned, he sits before the piano, and soothing melodies begin to fill the air, an impressionistic meditation piece. The music, flowing from his fingers, resonates with the soul, creating an ethereal and captivating atmosphere. As the heavenly notes wash over her, Hu Liqing gradually relaxes, clearing her mind and allowing her breathing to become natural. She enters a meditative state, drifting into a dreamlike reverie. After a period of profound rest, she is gently awakened, guided back to consciousness by the music. The melodies fade away, and Hu Liqing stirs, pleasantly surprised. "Not bad, you've captured the essence of that meditation piece," she remarks with a smile, wiping away perspiration. "Thanks to your excellent guidance, I've made a little progress, though I still cannot compare to you." Lu Ping humbly attributes his improvement to Hu Liqing. In music, innate talent is paramount. We, as amateurs, can only strive to entertain ourselves through effort. Hu Liqing, having received elite education since childhood, possesses a deeper understanding of certain aspects compared to Lu Ping, who, in his earlier years, had little appreciation for classical music, let alone playing it himself. "I understand. Each profession has its own expertise." Lu Ping acknowledges his lack of talent in this area, content with being able to play some beginner piano pieces. "We are about to arrive at the Alpha Centauri system. What are your plans next?" Hu Liqing inquires as she approaches the bar, sipping a green nutrient drink. There are indeed numerous plans, far too many to convey in a mere 3 days and nights. However, the immediate priority is to ensure the proper settlement of the Yuxing civilization. If mishandled, it could potentially sow the seeds of trouble for humanity, Lu Ping responds. Taking a seat at the bar, considering they are a complete second-tier civilization, we must approach this with caution. "It's good that you recognize this and have not succumbed to hubris," Hu Liqing teases. The Yuxing civilization is indeed a double-edged sword. If settled properly, they will undoubtedly become humanity's right hand. Conversely, if mismanaged, they could become a wolf in sheep's clothing. Lu Ping rubs his forehead in contemplation. "Regardless, we have taken them in. Otherwise, they would have been adrift in space for centuries. I hope the Yuxing civilization understands the importance of gratitude," Hu Liqing remarks, crossing her arms on the bar, casting a playful glance at Lu Ping. "Do not look at me that way, my dear. My legs are still weak, and I am truly at a disadvantage." Lu Ping chuckles, leaning on the bar as he shares a knowing smile with Hu Liqing. "Haha, you finally have a day when your legs feel weak. Let us see how I handle you." Hu Liqing giggles, playfully pinning Lu Ping down, teasing him mercilessly. "Help! My wife is trying to murder me," Lu Ping exclaims, clearly at her mercy. It is evident that Hu Liqing has fully recovered and is seizing the moment to train Lu Ping while he is still weak. Such opportunities are rare, bringing her immense joy and satisfaction. "Do not run away, little brother. I am gentle," she calls out, laughter echoing through the training room as Lu Ping struggles on the floor. Hu Liqing chases him from behind, tugging at his ankles and dragging him toward a corner. After regaining their youth, both their mindsets have become considerably more youthful, as if the essence of their lost youth has returned. In that corner, Lu Ping's pleas for mercy mingle with Hu Liqing's carefree laughter. Chapter 19. The placement of Rain Star and energy collection. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing, rejuvenated in spirit, spent their time aboard the Earth as if inseparable, their bond intensifying beyond the fervor they once had in creating life. It appeared that this topic was entirely independent of age. Rather, it was the vitality of the body that held paramount significance. A robust physique naturally harbored abundant energy and zeal, necessitating an outlet for expression. As the adage goes, the body is the foundation of revolution, a sentiment that now seemed to resonate on another level. Engaging in daily exercise multiple times, they exhibited no signs of fatigue. Instead, they radiated vigor and vitality. After a routine workout one day, Lu Ping proceeded to the control room to assess the situation. At that moment, a video communication request from Gu Jielua chimed in, prompting Lu Ping to project the video onto the large screen. Gu Jielua's catfish-like visage bore an expression of exuberance, his two tentacles dancing animatedly. "Lord Lu Ping, it has been a long time," exclaimed Gu Jielua. "Lord Gu Jielua, you seem to be in good spirits." Lu Ping replied, "Indeed, I must confess. This Trinary star system is perfectly suited for our Rain Star civilization. The star in NMN2b is remarkably similar to our parent star. Notably, there exists a gas giant in its orbit, mirroring the conditions of our homeland. That is truly something to celebrate." Lu Ping expressed genuine happiness for his counterpart's discovery of a suitable habitat. "This is all thanks to your insightful recommendation. On behalf of the entire Rain Star civilization, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." Gu Jielua lowered his tentacles in a gesture of respect. "There's no need for such formality. I wish the Rain Star civilization a grand renaissance soon." Lu Ping replied, "Thank you, Lord Lu Ping, and the human civilization for your generosity. Our planet is prepared for a secondary orbital adjustment, and I wanted to bid you farewell. I wish you a smooth transition to NMN2b. Gu Jielua even mimicked a human bow in gratitude. "Very well." After their exchange concluded, the video communication was severed. The Rain Star civilization was set to migrate to NMN2b, while Lu Ping was destined for Proxima Centauri. Both stars inhabited the same Trinary star system, yet, as celestial bodies, they could not be too closely situated, with a maximum separation of 0.13 light-years. This distance far exceeded that between Earth and Mars, resulting in a communication delay of 1.5 months, and that was unidirectional. If correspondence required back-and-forth exchanges, it would take over 3 months for a single interaction. Previously, Rain Star had been encircled by Lu Ping's fleet. Although Gu Jielua's call seemed merely a farewell, it subtly conveyed two profound implications. First, Rain Star had followed Lu Ping's guidance to arrive at the Trinary star system, and it was time for him to grant them freedom. Second, the persistent praise of NMN2b's merits was unmistakably an indication of their desire for a long-term settlement. Lu Ping maneuvered his fleet to create a corridor for Rain Star's orbital adjustment. Granting them their freedom was reasonable, yet he had no intention of relinquishing the Trinary star system, or NMN2b, to them. The rationale was not merely due to the resources of the Trinary star system, but rather its proximity to the solar system, which held immense strategic value for human civilization. Serving as a mutual safeguard, it would undoubtedly become the foremost bastion of humanity's extraterrestrial defense network. How could he simply hand it over? As for the ultimate fate of the Rain Star civilization, once Lu Ping identified a suitable star, he would ensure their immediate relocation. Contemplating this, Lu Ping awakened the Earth Mother, requesting data from the past 8 years collected by various water droplet probes. Indeed, preliminary data from other stellar systems within 10 light-years had been received. Upon filtering through the information, it was unfortunate that no stars similar to NNM-N2b were discovered. Nevertheless, after a 6th-century journey, the Rain Star civilization had finally located a star system resembling their parent star. Even if a suitable star were found now, it would be unwise to compel them to migrate again. It would be best to allow them to recuperate for a while. Lu Ping promptly instructed the Earth Mother to draft an agreement, which made no mention of financial obligations, but clearly stated that the ownership of the Trinary star system belonged to humanity, while the Rain Star civilization would possess only a temporary lease. The duration of this temporary status, as outlined in the appendix, would not exceed 500 years. Should a suitable star be located within that time frame, the Rain Star civilization must relocate. If, by chance, they failed to find a new habitat, the two parties would negotiate subsequent arrangements. Lu Ping's generosity stemmed largely from having previously taken advantage of the situation. If it were any other location, the matter of giving it to the Rain Star civilization would be inconsequential, but he hoped it would not turn out like Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou. With the affairs of the Rain Star civilization momentarily settled, Lu Ping began to contemplate his next moves. His purpose for visiting the Trinary star system was not merely for sightseeing. He primarily aimed to investigate the complexities of the three-body problem, a cosmic marvel in its own right. The mutual orbit of 3 stars exemplifies a classic many-body problem, theoretically existing in a chaotic state, highly susceptible to minute influences that can dramatically alter trajectories, rendering fixed solutions elusive. Only when the masses of the 3 stars vary significantly can a constrained three-body problem arise, facilitating the formation of a long-term stable trinary star system. In the trinary star system, the masses of the 3 stars are as follows: 110 of the solar mass, in NM-N2A, 90 in NM-N2b, and 12 Proxima Centauri. NM-N2A and NM-N2b engage in mutual orbits, while the smaller Proxima Centauri orbits the center of mass of the 2 larger stars from a distance. This describes the fundamental dynamics of the trinary star system. The specific trajectories are subject to constant variation due to the gravitational influences among the 3, becoming increasingly intricate in 3-dimensional space. Thus, the motion of the trinary star system is rife with uncertainty. After the Rain Star civilization's transition, Lu Ping remained in orbit around NM-N2A, the primary star of the trinary system, which closely resembles the Sun. Having traversed light years, he seized the opportunity to explore. Additionally, he harbored a crucial objective: the collection of nuclear fuel. Previously, nuclear fuel had been sourced from the Moon, a lengthy and complex process. Given that the Sun is essential for Earth's survival, humanity could not directly harvest nuclear fuel from it. NM-N2A precisely met Lu Ping's expectations. A star can be likened to a gravitationally bound nuclear fusion reactor, composed entirely of natural hydrogen and its isotopes, alongside the fusion byproduct helium-3. These elements are readily usable as nuclear fuel. The nuclear fuel on the Moon merely represented a minuscule fraction of what had dispersed from the Sun following its fusion processes. Having journeyed so far, it would be remiss to leave empty-handed. Collecting 10,000 or more tons would reflect poorly on the trinary star system. A specially designed fleet of collection vessels departed from the main fleet, heading towards the core of NM-N2A. Chapter 20. The Letter from Earth and Proxima b as a yellow dwarf star. Proxima b's photosphere boasts a temperature of approximately 6,000 degrees Celsius, with a thickness of about 500 kilometers, excluding the Sun's atmosphere, corona, and chromosphere. By penetrating the photosphere, one can access the Sun's interior, traversing through the convective zone to arrive at the radiative zone of Proxima b. This radiative zone extends inward from 3/4 of Proxima b's radius to 1/4 of its radius. The innermost quarter is designated as the core, the site of nuclear fusion reactions. The immense matter produced by fusion, accompanied by radiation, accumulates within the radiative zone, which experiences temperatures ranging from 2 million to 7 million degrees. It is often said that the sun we observe is the sun of 8 minutes ago, referring to the time it takes for photons generated by fusion to travel from the sun's surface to Earth. However, a crucial aspect is overlooked. These fusion-generated photons take tens of thousands of years to break through the layers from the sun's core to reach its surface. Thus, what we see is not merely the sun of 8 minutes past, but rather the sun of tens of thousands of years ago. The most formidable barrier is indeed the radiative zone. Liu Ping's area for collecting nuclear fuel lies at the edge of this radiative zone. The extreme high temperatures, reaching millions of degrees, pose no threat to a Type II civilization. The designation of a civilization as stellar level is certainly justified, as long as Liu Ping desires. It would not be overly difficult for a droplet of water to make a fleeting visit to the core of Proxima b. Preliminary water droplet probes have already ventured in and reported findings consistent with previous human conjectures. The core is in a constant state of violent nuclear fusion, rendering it unsuitable for fuel collection. Liu Ping's collection spacecraft has been meticulously developed based on prior exploratory data and was constructed during the 8-year journey. The spacecraft, designed by Hutu, is now en route to Proxima b. The trajectory has been adjusted accordingly, with an estimated arrival time of 23 days, 18 hours, 5 minutes, and 8 seconds. 2,000 warships, expelling fiery exhaust, are racing toward Proxima b. The helm of the Earth ship is in constant rotation, while Liu Ping gazes out the porthole, watching the 3 stars of the tri-star system flicker past. With 3 suns in the sky, even if it could spawn life, it would be incapable of providing a stable environment for prolonged evolution. Then, the alert sounded, a letter from Earth. Lost in thought while gazing out the window, Liu Ping received Hutu's notification. The message from Earth was as precious to him as a letter from home. Calculating the time, he realized this communication had traversed 4 light years, likely dispatched 4 years prior. Eagerly, he synchronized the information with his smart chip. The content was vast and intricate, primarily detailing the technological advancements Earth had achieved over the years. These innovations were a blend of the Rainstar technology Liu Ping had previously sent, saving him the time and effort of integration. His decision to enter hibernation had indeed proven wise. Most of these technologies relied on the bloodline for fusion, as the number of old humans was limited and the new humans had yet to fully mature. Among the most significant advancements were artificial gravity technology. Life sciences developed from the combination of bloodline and human genetics, next-generation energy shields, and weapon systems, leading his fleet in exploration. These technologies were of utmost importance to Liu Ping. He believed that, based on these advancements, every facet of human civilization would soon undergo a transformation into a mature Type II civilization. In addition to the written information, there was a video segment featuring Zhao Ying, the Gothic lowly, and Lu Fan during moments of daily life, with Lu Fan appearing around 14 years of age, already a middle school student. The intelligence of the new humans was remarkably high, averaging above 200 IQ, making them prodigious scholars. They could complete the old human junior high curriculum by age 9 and the senior high curriculum by age 12. However, with humanity's full transition into a Type II civilization, integrating numerous new knowledge systems, their educational timelines had not shortened. They followed the previous educational system, with ages remaining relatively consistent. Liu Ping watched the video multiple times, noting the significant transformation of the Gothic lowly into a rather aloof individual, rarely speaking. Lu Fan's education was primarily overseen by Zhao Ying, and at 14, he was nearing a height of 1.7 meters, displaying a more composed demeanor than in his childhood. Liu Ping felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Zhao Ying's educational efforts and promptly sent a brief message back to Earth, outlining his current status and future plans. After extracting the video from the information to save it separately, he forwarded the details to Hu Liqing and the synthetic beings Pangu. Hu Liqing is his legal wife, and due to the cataclysm, they are unable to conceive children. This topic is sensitive for both, as a childless home often feels incomplete. Understanding the reasons behind this, they have refrained from discussing the matter, typically avoiding related subjects. The materials sent from Earth were providentially timely. Liu Ping, Hu Liqing, and Pangu gathered to rapidly assimilate Earth's latest fusion technologies. The 20-plus days of travel were just sufficient for them to digest this knowledge, and finally, Proxima b appeared within the porthole of the Earth ship. Proxima b is often referred to as Earth's sister planet. However, its circumstances are vastly more tragic compared to Earth. Proxima b's mass is only 1/10 that of the Sun, resulting in a limited gravitational range. Bound by the gravitational pull of Proxima, it has undergone tidal locking, leading to a scenario akin to that of the Moon, with one side perpetually facing the star while the other remains shrouded in darkness. Furthermore, its orbit is compact, with a rotation and revolution period of 11.2 days, meaning its surface experiences a seasonal cycle of less than 3 days. Given the brevity of its cycle, one could argue it lacks seasonal variations altogether. With one hemisphere in perpetual daylight and the other in eternal night, this environment precludes the formation of a stable climate. The sole stroke of luck is that Proxima b resides within the habitable zone of its star, receiving sufficient thermal radiation to maintain a relatively temperate surface temperature. According to previous data from the water droplet probe, its surface temperature ranges from -40 degrees to 0 degrees Celsius. Additionally, its dense atmosphere can transfer heat from the sunlit side to the dark side. This environment could potentially harbor liquid water within certain unique geological layers, suggesting the possibility of life. However, due to its proximity to the star, while it absorbs thermal energy, it simultaneously endures substantial high-energy radiation. The intensity of this radiation increases exponentially with proximity to the source. For every unit of distance closer to the radiation source, the radiation dose quadruples. Therefore, in the event of a radiation leak, the most effective protective measure, alongside other precautions, is to distance oneself from the radiation source. Amidst these myriad environmental factors, if life does exist on Proxima b, it is most likely to be found deep within the surface of the sunlit side or on the far side of the planet. As for the precise situation, Lu Ping intends to conduct a more detailed exploration upon arrival. Chapter 21. The Industrial Blueprint. The TriStar system was formed approximately 4.85 billion years ago, slightly preceding the 4.6 billion years of the Solar System, essentially belonging to the same epoch of stellar formation. Proxima Centauri b has quietly orbited in the cosmos for billions of years, and today, it finally welcomes its first visitors. Lu Ping has anchored his fleet in a synchronous orbit around Proxima Centauri b, poised to embark on the development of his new enterprise. The first endeavor is a comprehensive exploration plan, distinct from the previous cursory surveys. Emphasis will be placed on 3 principal areas. Firstly, an intricate examination of Proxima Centauri b's geological structure, atmospheric composition, and mineral distribution will be conducted, with the primary objective of ascertaining the existence of life. Even the discovery of a single-celled microorganism or a prokaryote would constitute a monumental breakthrough, akin to the realization of controlled nuclear fusion, unveiling truths about the origins of life. Secondly, the observation of the TriStar system's 3-body dynamics will be a long-term project, potentially extending over hundreds to thousands of years. If all goes as anticipated, the data collected will be reserved for the study of future generations of humanity. Finally, the plan includes the continued deployment of droplet probes deep into the cosmos to enhance the probability of uncovering celestial wonders. The second aspect of this new venture is the refurbishment and upgrading of Lu Ping's fleet. Particularly, he intends to reconstruct a new flagship vessel. As the technology aboard the Earth has become significantly outdated, it is more economical to build anew than to retrofit. The Earth has existed for merely 2 decades and is far from its decommissioning phase. Lu Ping plans to permanently station the Earth in the TriStar system after the new flagship is completed, leaving behind a fleet commanded by artificial intelligence to patrol the region indefinitely. However, this remains a long-term aspiration. For the time being, the exploration plan can be entrusted to the Earth's stewardship. Lu Ping merely needs to establish specific objectives and make targeted adjustments based on the exploration outcomes. His primary focus will be the fleet's refurbishment. The modification of tens of thousands of warships necessitates large-scale processing facilities or space docks, along with a reliable source of raw materials. While the fleet carries ample supplies, These are reserved for emergencies and constitute strategic reserves that cannot be utilized lightly. Lu Ping's gaze turns toward the celestial bodies beyond Proxima Centauri b. There are two additional planets in the Proxima system, designated Proxima Centauri c and Proxima Centauri d. Their spatial arrangement, from innermost to outermost, is D, B, C. Proxima Centauri b, as previously detailed, closely resembles Earth in size and mass. Proxima Centauri c is a super-Earth. With a radius more than double that of Earth, a density comparable to Earth, and a mass approximately 8 times greater. Its rotational period is 11 hours, while its orbital period extends to 1907 days. Proxima Centauri d is a terrestrial-like planet with a radius 0, 85 times that of Earth, a density at 0, 7 times that of Earth, and a mass merely 0, 4 times that of Earth. It is also tidally locked, with both its rotational and orbital periods exceeding 5 days. Lu Ping's choice of Proxima Centauri b as a base is strategic, facilitating the extraction of resources from the other two planets. Although the detailed mineral distribution remains unclear, it can be inferred based on size and density that they likely contain metallic ores. Lu Ping envisions transforming the other two planets into industrial hubs while establishing Proxima Centauri b as a life-sustaining world. This ambitious goal far surpasses the reconstruction efforts of the Rain Star civilization in terms of complexity. However, Lu Ping regards this as a long-term vision. He need only complete a portion of the initial groundwork, leaving the continuation primarily to future generations. Lu Ping's fleet is divided into 3 segments, with 2,000 warships remaining in Proxima Centauri b for his protection. The remainder is dispatched to the other two planets, with 6,000 assigned to Proxima Centauri d and 12,000 to Proxima Centauri c. The mechanical legions will accompany the fleet in a similar distribution. These machines not only excel in combat, but also serve as the primary force for terraforming. With such tireless mechanical armies, Lu Ping can meticulously design his industrial landscape. Like Mars, the surface requires bases, and space docks must be established in the expanse beyond. Once utilized, these will serve as a legacy for future generations. This will be a long-term undertaking, even with the experience gained from Martian construction. Lu Ping estimates that it will take at least 5 years for the industrial planets to take shape. This 5-year period is crucial for him. Before the industrial planets are established, he must design the new spacecraft. Among the communications from Earth are the latest designs from the Blood Clan. However, these vessels were designed primarily for human occupancy, leading to functional compromises that limit their potential. In Lu Ping's case, with only himself and Hu Liqing as human occupants, he can fully unleash the capabilities that have been curtailed. For instance, the thrust-to-weight ratio of the engines directly influences the spacecraft's acceleration. The acceleration that humans can endure has a ceiling, thus restricting engine performance. Additionally, many redundancies in the warship structure can be simplified or eliminated. Systems related to organic life, such as life support, rest chambers, cryosleep pods, and recreational areas, will be discarded, except for the flagship and emergency vessels. As a result, the spacecraft's design and weight will be significantly reduced, enhancing the thrust-to-weight ratio by several tiers. The arrangement will also become more compact, greatly improving overall performance. Alternatively, the vacated functional areas could be converted into defense and weapon systems, elevating the vessel's combat and defensive capabilities to a new echelon. Since encountering the Rain Star civilization, Lu Ping has come to a profound realization. Within a mere dozen light years, 2 Type 2 civilizations have emerged. This implies that intelligent life in the universe is neither scarce nor coincidental. Considering the Milky Way, which spans an approximate diameter of 100,000 light-years and hosts over 200 billion stars, the density of such civilizations suggests that the solar system is but a remote village in a vast nation of civilizations. Positioned within the innermost edge of the Milky Way's third spiral arm, the solar system lies about 25,000 light-years from the galactic center. The number of civilizations throughout the Milky Way is practically incalculable. Moreover, the Milky Way constitutes a mere 0.0000000000000000000 4.2 of the known universe. The magnitude of civilizations is comparable to the sands of the Ganges, overwhelming and beyond imagination. Without delving into distant realms, Lu Ping intends to venture further into interstellar space following the exploration of the TriStar system. He has provisionally delineated this scope to within 100 light-years, necessitating preparations to confront other civilizations. Even if he does not intend to raid others, he must arm himself to the fullest extent possible to prevent being plundered. Thus, Lu Ping seeks to design a fleet tailored to his unique circumstances, drawing upon the latest technologies from Earth, with the intention of achieving all this within the TriStar system. Chapter 22. The development of Proxima Centauri. 3 months later, the fleet dispatched by Lu Ping had reached 2 additional planets, and preliminary geological surveys had yielded promising results. Proxima Centauri C and Proxima Centauri D boasted an abundance of mineral resources, their combined reserves amounting to nearly 10 Earths. With the deployment of extensive mining and refining equipment, various raw materials began to flow steadily. These resources were initially directed towards the construction of industrial bases, and once completed, Lu Ping's productivity was poised for a dramatic surge. Additionally, the fuel collection fleet sent to Southgate 2A had successfully returned with the first batch of nuclear fuel. Overall, operations were progressing remarkably well, aligning closely with Lu Ping's expectations. The only disappointment was the lack of any signs of life on Proxima Centauri B, a planet Lu Ping held in high regard. Comprehensive explorations of both the positive and negative aspects of Proxima Centauri B had been conducted, all above the planet's surface. The atmospheric composition of Proxima Centauri B had now been ascertained, primarily consisting of substantial amounts of carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and trace methane. The surface exhibited no vegetation or algae, devoid of photosynthesis, resulting in an atmosphere lacking oxygen. However, the mineral resources were relatively abundant, comparable to Earth. Nonetheless, Lu Ping had no intention of mining Proxima Centauri B or pursuing industrial development on its surface. The planet's size and mass were too similar to Earth, leading to many comparable physical characteristics. The only drawback was its orbit around Proxima Centauri, a red dwarf star, which differed significantly from the Sun. This disparity accounted for the stark contrast in the geomorphological environment between Proxima Centauri B and Earth. However, for a Type II civilization, addressing this issue was not overly complex. Relocating the planet to orbit a star similar to the Sun would suffice. Coincidentally, Southgate 2A bore a striking resemblance to the Sun and was only 0.02 light-years away from Proxima Centauri B at its closest approach. Lu Ping could not help but entertain the idea of displacing Proxima Centauri B from its current orbit and positioning it within the habitable zone of Southgate 2A. Such a move would render its external environment far more akin to Earth, potentially allowing it to evolve into a planet capable of nurturing life, thus making it more suitable for human habitation. Technically, this posed no significant challenge. It merely required the creation of a force field shield around Proxima Centauri B and the installation of a planetary engine matrix. However, as Lu Ping had only recently arrived in the TriStar system, this notion would have to be deferred. His primary focus remained on self-development. The migration of Proxima Centauri B was a long-term plan, and even if accomplished, it held no immediate significance. The combined population of humans, the blood race, and new humans was merely over 100 million. Hence, the urgency for a life-sustaining planet was not pressing at present. Lu Ping proceeded methodically, step by step, to realize his industrial blueprint within the TriStar system. As time flew by, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Due to the peculiar environment of the TriStar system, Lu Ping, situated in space, was constantly illuminated by the brilliance of the stars. There were no seasonal changes or cycles of day and night. Fortunately, Lu Ping's industrial blueprint evolved daily, providing him with a sense of fulfillment, rendering him oblivious to the passage of time. He dedicated a year to establishing the industrial systems of the 2 planets, after which he embarked on a rapid expansion of military forces. The Proxima system, compared to 5 years prior, had undergone a remarkable transformation. The most significant changes were observed on Proxima Centauri C and Proxima Centauri D, the two industrial planets. Viewed from space, the most striking feature was the enormous star ring that now encircled the planets in synchronous rotation. This was the newly constructed star ring dock. The previous fleet of 20,000 warships had been converted into cargo ships, and Liu Ping had no intention of upgrading them. According to Liu Ping's latest warship design, it was far more practical to construct new vessels entirely. The dock now served as an assembly workshop, benefiting from the zero-gravity and vacuum conditions of space, which greatly facilitated the intelligent production and assembly of large-scale equipment, particularly interstellar warships. Above the dock, several large ships resembling the Zhongyuyang mission vessel had reached the final subsystem installation phase after the main assembly was completed. As Liu Ping's flagship, this vessel featured the most complex systems. As a manned spacecraft, it necessitated artificial gravity and life support systems. The energy system, defense mechanisms, offensive systems, and various auxiliary systems also required comprehensive consideration. A single flagship needed to integrate functions for living, research, and combat, serving as the command center for the entire fleet. Liu Ping invested considerable effort into it, amalgamating humanity's cutting-edge technologies, representing the pinnacle of human achievement. To ensure safety, Liu Ping constructed a total of 6 such flagships. This vessel, in comparison to the original mission ship, exhibited enhanced firepower and speed. While the mission ship housed thousands of crew members, Liu Ping's flagship had only himself and Hu Liqing on board. Liu Ping expanded redundant functional areas into the ship's energy and attack systems. Following optimization by both Hu and Liu Ping, this ship was theoretically capable of accelerating to 99 of the speed of light. Such velocity was deemed absolute subliminal speed. The energy required for this feat exceeded that of the current Earth ship by more than 10,000 times. This may sound exaggerated, but in practical terms, it translated to several kilograms of nuclear fuel converting into dozens of tons. For Liu Ping, managing dozens of tons of nuclear fuel posed no challenge. After all, Southgate 2A was even larger than the Sun, with a mass on the order of 10 to the 30th power. Dozens of tons of fuel were merely a drop in the bucket. Liu Ping's current fuel collection efforts had a minimum requirement of over 10,000 tons. With such ample energy reserves, Liu Ping dared to construct ships without concern for costs. Beyond the remarkable increase in speed, the firepower was equally formidable. The mission ship could only be considered an entry-level battleship, while Liu Ping's new flagship was a standard battleship. The onboard main cannons were of 2 types, high-energy particle cannons and gravity cannons. Utilizing the extraordinary penetration of ion cannons in conjunction with gravity bombs to simultaneously attack a planet would result in the planet being perforated while leaving behind a gravity bomb akin to an artificial black hole within. Under the influence of the gravity bomb, the gravitational field of the targeted planet would be disrupted, preventing it from maintaining its original stable state, leading to disintegration or even explosion. This was the true annihilation cannon, a mature battleship, and a standard weapon for a Type II civilization. Other conventional warships did not possess the comprehensive firepower of the flagship. Instead, each was designed to enhance a specific offensive capability. Landing ships prioritized defensive performance. Cruise ships emphasized speed and agility, and escort ships focused on fire support. The current fleet had also introduced a new type of vessel, the supply ship. To enhance the flagship's performance, certain storage and production functions were redistributed, giving rise to the supply ship. As the name suggests, the supply ship was responsible for the entire fleet's logistical support. Aside from the self-sustaining fuel for regular cruises, all other emergency supplies were carried by the supply ship. The primary materials included nuclear fuel, essential spare parts for the ships, and various emergency production equipment. Conventional warships, being unmanned, inherently improved their resilience. As long as the engines remained operational, they could continue to fly. Liu Ping envisioned a new fleet with hypothetical targets aligned with a mature Type II civilization. Thus, his fleet was designed to meet the ideal specifications of a Type II civilization in terms of both scale and performance. Chapter 23. The world of 2. The scale of a mature secondary civilization, according to Liu Ping's conjecture, should be exceedingly formidable. Its influence spans several star systems. boasting numerous colonial planets or space cities, with a population reaching the hundreds of billions. The fleet size is estimated to exceed 1 million ships per star system, with the interstellar armament of the entire civilization potentially surpassing 10 million. When including commercial spacecraft, the number might well be in the tens of billions. Thus, Lu Ping's newly constructed fleet, based in the Sana star system, must comprise at least 100,000 vessels. This way, during future interstellar voyages, even when encountering another secondary civilization, they must at least maintain a formidable presence in any conflict within a single star system. The distances between star systems are fundamentally measured in light years, as long as the opposing force does not annihilate them in one fell swoop. It is unlikely they could assemble their entire interstellar fleet in a short period. Lu Ping would have ample time to maneuver and, if necessary, to retreat with sufficient strength. The new flagship retains the name of the Earth, while the other 5 vessels are named after the 5 continents, each commanding 200,000 ships. Lu Ping's audacious expansion of military might is not born of paranoia, but rather a clear understanding of his next objective. Initially, Lu Ping had no inkling of the underlying reasons behind the calamity that befell Earth. However, after encountering the Rain Star civilization, he began to formulate some ideas. His next move is to lead the fleet to the Gliese 832 star system for further investigation. According to the Rain Star civilization, prior to their migration, there were billions of energy entities located just a few light years away in the Gliese 832 system. These entities are migrating through the cosmos at one of the speed of light, which means they have only moved approximately 0.14 light years thus far. Given his current sublight speed, it should take him merely a few years to track down these energy entities. If there is indeed a hidden hand behind the calamity, these energy entities are undoubtedly involved. Whether this is the case or not, he must engage with these entities and, ideally, capture some samples. Lu Ping checked the production progress at the space dock. His overall goal was 45 completed, and it would take another 5 years to finish everything. Currently, everything was proceeding smoothly, leaving him with little to occupy his time. Leaving the control room, Lu Ping approached a quarantine chamber and donned a spacesuit. He opened the chamber door. Through an embedded chip, he sent a signal to open the door, revealing a docking spacecraft behind it. This was a landing pod, and Lu Ping entered and settled inside. The pod ignited, separating from the Earth and soaring into the atmosphere of Proxima Centauri b. The landing pod swiftly traversed the atmosphere, landing on the surface of the planet. The hatch slowly opened, extending a staircase. With a breathing apparatus on his back, Lu Ping descended the stairs and stepped onto the surface of Proxima Centauri b. Observing the desolate landscape, he made his way towards a nearby hemispherical structure. The gravity here was comparable to Earth's, allowing him to walk with ease. He soon arrived at the entrance of the building. As the door opened slowly, he was greeted by a vibrant expanse of greenery, interspersed with golden hues and the bright red of fruits. A charming figure was diligently tending to a vegetable patch. Lu Ping closed the door behind him and removed his breathing apparatus, inhaling the faint scent of flowers that enveloped him. It felt reminiscent of Earth. This was the microecosystem that Hu Liqing had painstakingly developed over 5 years on Proxima Centauri b, which Lu Ping humorously dubbed her private garden. The environment, having undergone artificial intervention, closely resembled Earth, enabling the cultivation of crops. Hu Liqing now resided here permanently, tending to the flora with unflagging enthusiasm. Lu Ping could only marvel at the formidable power of ancestral bloodlines. Even as humanity ventured into the cosmos, such innate talents would inevitably awaken with age. Each time Lu Ping wished to play music, he found himself descending from the stars to do so. Watching Hu Liqing busily at work, he found it hard to reconcile her current self with the one from 20 years ago. He even harbored doubts about whether she had been possessed by one of the energy entities. Fortunately, her musical prowess remained undiminished, and indeed had grown even more refined. Lu Ping stealthily approached Hu Liqing from behind, intending to surprise her. As she bent over, pruning the vegetables, he stealthily positioned himself behind her and playfully slapped her rounded backside. Smack! A crisp sound echoed, and the peach-like form quivered. Ha ha! Lu Ping erupted into triumphant laughter. swiftly lifting her in his arms and dashing toward a grassy knoll. Huliqing found herself in a position that was undeniably awkward, unable to resist, and could only turn her head to give him an exasperated look, exclaiming, "You old lecher, you never change. Well, my dear, you are naturally enchanting, captivating my soul. We are lawfully wed. If I don't pursue you, who else should I?" he replied, leaning in to kiss her. Huliqing, responding to his advances, entwined her limbs around him like a water snake, initiating a passionate embrace. On the grassy expanse, they reveled in their intimacy beneath the vast sky, showcasing a dance of allure and grace. Their delicate hands caressed each other, as sighs and whispers filled the air, leaving even the bravest of souls breathless in their presence. After an interlude of passion, the couple nestled together on the grass, both lost in a daze of bliss. "What are you thinking?" Lu Ping asked, holding the lovely figure in his arms and smoothing her hair. "I was reflecting on how wonderful it would be to live here indefinitely," Huliqing replied softly. "Under the flowers and moonlight, who wouldn't yearn for such a life?" "Alas," Lu Ping's voice trailed off into silence. "Alas what?" she inquired. "Nothing. I happen to have no pressing matters at the moment. I shall stay here with you until the fleet is complete," Lu Ping expressed, carefully concealing his true feelings while revealing his purpose for the visit. Having been married for over 20 years, it was rare for them to enjoy such a tranquil environment, and he wished to indulge in the life of two, compensating for the years of neglect towards Huliqing. "Humph, who needs your company?" Huliqing retorted playfully, shoving Lu Ping away as she stood up to head toward the living quarters. Yet, as she took a step, a sudden surge of heat coursed through her, causing her legs to buckle, nearly causing her to fall. Lu Ping instinctively caught her, grinning mischievously. My dear, I see you are speaking contrary to your heart. You cannot bear to leave. Today shall serve as a delightful retribution." With that, he playfully engaged her, his hands roaming freely, igniting a wave of teasing. Huliqing pleaded for mercy, but Lu Ping knew her limits all too well. The innocent grass once more bore witness to their playful antics. From that day forth, the two embraced a life of unabashed intimacy. One day, while tending to the fields, they received a message from the Earth. They hurriedly tidied up and boarded the return pod, making their way back to the Earth. Chapter 24. The unknown signal. The time spent in their secluded world had been exceedingly fulfilling, and before they knew it, 3 years had swiftly passed. The new Earth vessel had been completed, and the overall progress of the fleet had exceeded 80. The core technology had also been entirely relocated to the new flagship. Following the advancements in wireless power transmission technology, the overall performance of the core system had undergone a hardware upgrade. While there was a slight enhancement in performance, it was not particularly significant. The photon computer had reached the theoretical pinnacle achievable by a Type II civilization. The new flagship no longer utilized centrifugal gravity, allowing the new Earth vessel to rest quietly in the star ring dock. Lu Ping and Huliqing donned their spacesuits and entered the Earth vessel from the docking chamber. After a thorough sterilization process, they proceeded towards the control room. The practicality of artificial gravity surpassed that of centrifugal gravity. At least the windows in the main control room no longer spun incessantly, making for a much more pleasant visual experience. Lu Ping's urgent return to the spacecraft was prompted by Panga's discovery of an unknown signal while analyzing recent data from the water droplet detector. The vastness of space is unfathomable, teeming with an incalculable number of celestial bodies. The plethora of signals in space can be broadly classified into 3 categories: natural signals, artificial signals, and extraterrestrial signals. Natural signals originate from various celestial bodies in the universe, encompassing electromagnetic waves, light waves, X-rays, and gamma rays. These signals may emanate from planets, stars, black holes, neutron stars, and interstellar dust, each possessing distinct frequencies and intensities, resulting in an overwhelming quantity. The detection of natural signals aids our understanding of the universe's evolution, interstellar physics, and cosmic rays, holding significant importance for fields such as astrophysics, cosmology, and particle physics. Artificial signals specifically refer to various radio wave signals emitted by humanity, including those from broadcasting stations, satellite communications, and radar signals. These signals are products of human activity, gradually diminishing as they propagate into the depths of the cosmos. Extraterrestrial signals, on the other hand, are those originating from intelligent alien life forms. The only confirmed extraterrestrial civilization to date is the Rain Star civilization. Detecting extraterrestrial signals is one of humanity and Oppos's vital means of exploring the universe and searching for intelligent life beyond our planet. The recent signal was traced back to the water droplet detector that Liu Ping had previously dispatched to Gliese 832, the home of the Rain Star civilization. After analysis by the core system, artificial and natural signal interferences were ruled out, leading to the suspicion that it might be an extraterrestrial signal. Since establishing their base on Mars, Liu Ping had persistently sent out water droplet detectors. Upon reflection, the most distant of these had now traversed over 20 light-years. However, this particular discovery was based on data relayed by a detector launched after Liu Ping's arrival at the Sana star system. Calculating the timeline, this information had likely been captured by the water droplet 4 years prior and subsequently transmitted back. At that time, the water droplet was a mere 4 light-years from Proxima Centauri, directed towards the Cygnus constellation and Oppos's Gliese 832 system. In the known star maps, that location remains several light-years from Gliese, situated within a desolate cosmic region marking the junction of several star systems. Despite the universe's enormity, the distances between celestial bodies, except in the core regions of galaxies, are measured in light-years. Consequently, the vast majority of space is devoid of any substantial macromatter, often referred to as desolate zones. The signal had been detected in such a barren expanse, yet this does not imply that it originated from there. Moreover, the signal was exceedingly brief. When converted into human terms, it amounted to little more than a simple phrase. The scant content provided no feasible basis for deciphering its meaning. Liu Ping, Hu Liqing, and Panga sat in the control room, employing various methods to simulate the received signal, but to no avail. The only certainty was that it had indeed been emitted as an electromagnetic wave by an intelligent being through technological means. However, the precise significance of this wave remained elusive. Since technological methods had proven ineffective, they resorted to the subjective imaginations of the individuals involved, speculating on the signal's origin and meaning. Gathered around a conference table, they endeavored to simulate the electromagnetic wave in multiple forms in hopes of finding a breakthrough. Each participant wore a furrowed brow, engaging in a brainstorming session. Liu Ping addressed the group, proposing that if this signal were indeed sent by an intelligent being, the following conclusions could be drawn. First, the signal may have been inadvertently emitted by a creature coincidentally captured by the water droplet detector. Second, if it were a deliberate transmission, the brevity of the message might indicate a particularly unusual situation at the time. Hu Liqing interjected, suggesting that if it were the first scenario, the content would be meaningless, merely indicating the existence of an intelligent species somewhere in the universe. Given the prior discovery of the Rain Star civilization, this would hardly be surprising or warrant further exploration. However, if it were the second scenario, the content could likely be interpreted as a distress signal or a warning. I am inclined to believe it is a warning signal, Panga remarked. And what leads you to that conclusion? Liu Ping inquired. This is a deduction derived from big data simulations. An intelligent species facing a severe crisis is unlikely to issue a distress signal to the cosmos without a clear prospect of rescue. This can be compared to the parasitic disasters faced by the Rain Star civilization and the aberrations on Earth. Clearly, both humans and Rain Star beings did not place their hopes in the vast unknown of extraterrestrial civilizations. Conversely, after both civilizations encountered calamities, they might indeed send out warning messages. Ho-E then added, does that mean the warning is specifically targeted at certain entities? Huafu chimed in, but that seems contradictory. If they possess the capability to issue targeted warnings, why not send additional messages to assist the receiving civilization in deciphering the content? The group fell into deep contemplation, recognizing the apparent contradictions in their reasoning. Hu Liqing, after a moment of reflection, proposed, Perhaps certain latent threats compel the civilization sending the message to avoid excessive exposure. It is akin to how we, in our human lives, may have friends or colleagues in crisis, yet for various reasons, we hesitate to disclose direct information. We can only offer subtle hints. Lu Ping pondered this notion and nodded in agreement, acknowledging its plausibility. A clear message from an extraterrestrial civilization, even without understanding its exact content, could sufficiently alert the receiving civilization. At the very least, it would highlight the fact that the receiving civilization was under scrutiny by an unknown alien entity, naturally leading to heightened vigilance. As Lu Ping contemplated this, a sudden realization struck him. Could the civilization being warned be his own? The signal, seemingly fortuitously captured by his water droplet detector, might just as easily have been a deliberate act by the sender. Lu Ping's expression turned grave as he regarded the others. It was evident that, having reached this conclusion, everyone had come to grasp this unsettling possibility. After all the speculation, the jester turned out to be none other than himself, who bore ill intent against him, and who was subtly alerting him. Chapter 25, Civilizational Labels and the Star Wars Initiative. Lu Ping paced restlessly within the control room, utterly perplexed by the notion of humanity facing adversaries in the vastness of space. As a nascent Type II civilization, humanity had barely established itself over a mere 30 years. The very idea of interstellar foes seemed implausible. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he realized his initial thoughts were rather superficial. Much like within the workplace, he had never aligned himself with any faction of leadership. Yet from the moment he entered the company, he had been inherently labeled as part of the XX Academy faction, which was spearheaded by a rising senior. Could it be that interstellar civilizations also bore innate factional labels? Perhaps ascending to Type II civilization status signified entering the whirlpool of interstellar competition, shedding the protective cloak of novice status, and inviting opponents to commence their suppression? If interstellar conflict truly existed, surely it would entail at least two factions. Thus, the faction behind the transmission of this message must, by extension, be his natural ally. However, this ally appeared somewhat unreliable at present, seemingly on the defensive. Why else would they not provide tangible support but instead opt for such a roundabout method of communication? With this thought, Lu Ping felt a measure of relief. The mere fact that his potential ally had taken the initiative to alert him indicated that there existed certain underlying rules governing this contention. Consequently, the means employed against him should be of comparable strength, perhaps only slightly superior on the surface. Given this, Lu Ping realized he was not entirely without hope. At the very least, he was not alone. He had the Yushing civilization at his side and the entirety of human civilization backing him. Now, he simply needed to fortify the solar system and the Sanhestar system into an impregnable fortress. Confident in his strategic position, Lu Ping believed that unless a Type III civilization intervened directly, he need not fear any foe. He shared his conjectures with his colleagues, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Though Lu Ping's theories seemed extravagant, upon closer examination, they bore considerable merit. Unless this information was truly serendipitous, excluding that possibility, Lu Ping's hypothesis had at least a 60% likelihood of accuracy. For someone like Lu Ping, who never relied on chance, even a mere sliver of possibility warranted attention. Swiftly, Lu Ping drafted 2 documents, dispatching them to the Yushing civilization and Earth. If humanity had indeed been assigned some unknown innate label, then the Yushing civilization undoubtedly belonged to the same faction as Lu Ping. Thus, he decided to be magnanimous. He would ease previous restrictions on his natural ally. He could export a portion of nuclear batteries and quark materials to enhance their military capabilities. This idea had long been in his mind, though initially, the plan had been for limited exports. However, given the sudden shift in circumstances, Lu Ping's policies needed to adapt accordingly. At the very least, he could freely export nuclear batteries and accept custom orders for quark materials under conditions of confidentiality. No matter how formidable he might be, production capacity had its limits. To neglect the nearby Yushing civilization would be a disservice. Based on Lu Ping's assessment, if some entity or organization intended to confront him, they would not overlook the Yushing civilization either. After dispatching the messages, It would take over 10 days to reach Yushing and more than 4 years to reach Earth. After many years, Lu Ping once again felt an acute sense of urgency. During the waiting period, he undertook a comprehensive re-evaluation of the Sauna star system. Previously, the plan had been to complete the fleet before embarking on distant voyages. Now, he was compelled to make significant strategic adjustments. He intended to transform the Sauna star system into a military stronghold. Regardless of who dared to instigate trouble, they would at least have to shatter the formidable defenses he would erect. He aimed to fully utilize the 3 stars and 4 planets of the Sauna star system. First, he intended to convert Proxima Centauri B and Proxima Centauri D into 2 battle stars. He would install planetary engine matrices, construct planetary shields, and establish numerous anti-aircraft weapons on the surface. By leveraging the immense mass of the planets, he would initiate comprehensive militarization. Such planets would be dubbed planetary battle stars, possessing strategic deterrent capabilities akin to a fleet of millions of starships. As long as the planetary shields remained intact, they would serve as unsinkable space carriers. With the assistance of advanced technologies, Lu Ping and his team swiftly completed the transformation plan. The construction of the star fleet was already 80% complete and nearing its final stages, with remaining tasks ongoing within the space dock. Meanwhile, the ground-based machinery and production facilities lay dormant, perfectly poised to be repurposed for the new transformation project. The once quiet planets were now alive with the sounds of machinery. Countless mechanical legions and engineering equipment sprang into action, forming torrents of steel that surged across the landscape, tirelessly commencing preliminary construction. The specifics of the construction plan would await Lu Ping's final design approval before full implementation. Transforming the planets into mobile battle stars would necessitate the utilization of the stars themselves. With the capabilities of a Type II civilization, he could not yet maneuver a star. However, constructing facilities on their surfaces was within reach. Lu Ping envisioned erecting numerous super-energy particle cannons in the space between the solar radiative zone and the stellar atmosphere of the 3 stars. The energy for these weapons would be drawn directly from the stars themselves, with Lu Ping's particle cannons functioning merely as booster pumps. These pumps would gather high-energy particles from within the stars and launch them outward like a water cannon. Such particle cannons would be simple in design, yet immensely powerful, capable of being mobile and traversing freely within the stars, all while maintaining a high degree of stealth. This conceptual inspiration stemmed from a renowned theoretical framework, the Dyson sphere theory. The Dyson sphere theory posits a generalized notion regarding the energy consumption of Type II civilizations, suggesting that as human civilization advances, its energy demands will inevitably escalate. If humanity were to endure for a sufficiently long duration, it would one day require the total energy output of the Sun. At that juncture, the establishment of a shell-like structure surrounding the Sun would become imperative for harvesting its entire energy output. In simple terms, this would involve creating a vast canopy enveloping the Sun to capture all of its radiated energy. The Sun, as a colossal nuclear fusion reactor, continually emits vast quantities of energy. Yet, the combined energy reception of all the planets within the solar system amounts to less than 1/millionth of its radiative output. One can only imagine the astronomical figures represented by the energy dissipated into the void of space. Constructing a Dyson sphere is, with humanity's current technology, entirely feasible. However, the present human population is too sparse, and energy demands fall far short of such a scale. Moreover, building a Dyson sphere would be a monumental, protracted endeavor. Humanity, currently engrossed in its development, would find it unwise to divert energy towards such a grand project. Lu Ping drew upon this theory to conceive a simplified model. Chapter 26. The Dyson cannon. Lu Ping's simplified model can be regarded as a local component of the Dyson sphere. This design modularizes the Dyson sphere, much like solar panels, dividing it into countless independent units. Besides energy collection, each unit can also consolidate energy for offensive purposes against targets in space. The weapon's destructive power far surpasses that of contemporary annihilation cannons. After all, annihilation cannons are ship-mounted weapons, no matter how potent their energy. It cannot exceed the energy limits of the vessel itself. Lu Ping named this creation the Dyson Cannon. It draws energy directly from the star's core, with a formidable might that is almost otherworldly. However, it has a notable drawback. If the target is too distant, the likelihood of hitting it becomes entirely a matter of chance. Furthermore, once it departs from the star, the stored energy can only be utilized once, turning into a mass of useless space debris. Its large target profile, devoid of the star's natural protection, makes it easily locatable by enemies. The construction of both the planetary war star and the Dyson Cannon is not inherently complex, but the scale of engineering is immense. Lu Ping implemented a modular design for both projects, breaking the construction down into individual units. This approach facilitates standardized assembly line production, reducing construction difficulties while enhancing efficiency. Once operational, the failure of a single unit would not cripple the entire system. With the design and construction plans refined, Lu Ping's interstellar construction team commenced operations in full swing. Countless spacecraft ascended and descended on the planet's surface, transporting various components produced at the manufacturing base to the construction site. Numerous specific locations on the planet's surface were modified using supercritical materials. The construction of the planetary war star progressed methodically, while the Dyson Cannon faced a significant challenge: communication delays. Regardless of which star it involved, Lu Ping experienced severe communication lags, making timely management impossible. To address this, Lu Ping prepared to establish an entirely new construction core. This core would not operate within the star, but instead in the spacecraft dock above. The Dyson Cannon required mobility, so Lu Ping designed a fusion engine for it. Once assembled in the spacecraft dock, it would autonomously navigate to various stars, allowing for complete oversight of the construction process. During this period, Lu Ping's team was extraordinarily busy. All construction plans, simulated by the Earth Mother, indicated that completion would require a decade. If an adversary were to confront him, their arrival could be imminent. Given the timing of the unknown signal's emergence and the fact that someone had warned him, it was reasonable to assume some time for preparation had been afforded. Otherwise, the warning would be of no value. To ensure prudence, Lu Ping, while fervently constructing military fortifications, also launched countless water droplet spacecraft in all directions. These droplets served not only for reconnaissance. A mature Type II civilization should achieve speeds close to absolute sublight, even if detected by the droplets. By the time the message returned, the opposing fleet would likely arrive simultaneously. Thus, the time gained through the droplets for counteraction was virtually negligible. The droplets were equipped with automated attack and self-destruct capabilities, initiating suicide attacks upon encountering unknown civilizations. Even if they could not inflict significant damage, they could deplete some of the enemy's fuel supplies. To counter the droplets' attacks, the enemy would need to activate energy shields, which must reach a certain strength to be effective. Consequently, the opponent would have to maintain exceptionally high energy consumption throughout their multi-light-year journey. No matter how substantial their supplies, they could not compare to the resources of an entire star system. As long as Lu Ping maintained control over the energy of 3 stars and the resources of several planets, he was confident in engaging the enemy in a protracted conflict. This rationale underpinned Lu Ping's decision to refrain from an immediate all-out mobilization of forces. War, at its essence, is fought over resources. It is imperative to fortify resource-rich planets. Even if his fleet and mechanized army were entirely annihilated, they could be rebuilt. Conversely, if resource planets fell under enemy control, Lu Ping would have no option but to flee into the cosmos with his fleet. These conclusions were derived from a wealth of war scenarios stored by the Earth Mother. Hence, Lu Ping prioritized the construction of the Dyson Cannon as a crucial stellar defense weapon while transforming planets into war stars, equipped for strong offensive capabilities and safeguarding his logistical base. A video communication from the Rain Star civilization arrived. Connection established. Lu Ping, engrossed in work, received a transmission from the Rain Star civilization. Lord Lu Ping, it has been a long time. Lord Gu Jeloa, given the current urgency, let's dispense with pleasantries. It appears you have personally led the team here. The communication exhibited a few seconds of delay, indicating Gu Jeloa was quite close to Proxima Centauri. This is a matter of great importance. I must personally intervene. In a few minutes, my ship will arrive, so please grant docking permissions in advance. Gu-Jeloa's tentacles retracted entirely, showcasing the serious demeanor of the Rain Star envoy. Authorization has been completed. We shall discuss the details upon your arrival. Minutes later, several vessels from the Rain Star civilization approached Proxima Centauri B, docking at the designated rendezvous point. Lu Ping, along with Hu Liqing, 3 biosimulated beings, and a squad of mechanical warriors, stood at the isolation chamber's airlock. Gu-Jeloa, the leader of a Type 2 civilization, had been a genuine neighbor for 8 years since their arrival in the Triad star system. Currently, with no conflicts of interest, their relationship remained amicable, and Lu Ping and Gu-Jeloa could be considered old friends. As the leader of a Type 2 civilization, Gu-Jeloa's personal visit was a matter of respect, both professionally and personally. The red indicator lights of the isolation chamber flickered briefly before turning green, signaling the opening of the airlock. Gu-Jeloa had removed his spacesuit, donning only a respirator, and was the first to enter the Earth ship. "Welcome, Lord Gu-Jeloa," Pengu greeted warmly, signifying respect while preserving Lu Ping's status. "Thank you," Gu-Jeloa replied with a faint smile, extending 2 of his tentacles. Lu Ping reciprocated, engaging in a tentacle greeting. Both parties followed traditional diplomatic protocols, performing a simple welcoming ceremony before proceeding to the Earth ship's conference room. Although Gu-Jeloa had arrived with several ships, only a select group of high-ranking individuals, around 20, boarded the Earth ship. In the conference room, they took their seats according to rank, which had been simply arranged and adorned with both parties' flags. The flag of human civilization retained the design of the Sun-Moon Star flag, while that of the Rain Star civilization was abstract, resembling an explosion of dye, symbolizing the vast cosmos. 2 artistic tentacles connected a planet to the starry sea, indicating the Rain Star civilization's acknowledgement of the Big Bang Theory. The proximity of Gliese 832 to the solar system is not vast, placing both within the same cosmic environment. Consequently, their understandings of the universe and many scientific discoveries exhibit a high degree of similarity. Each region nurtures its civilization, and on a cosmic scale, each star domain fosters its unique life. Humanity and the Rain Star civilization could be seen as kindred spirits, standing together for the first time in the face of an unknown threat. The question remains, will they successfully navigate this crisis? Chapter 27. The joint declaration of the third spiral arm. The arrival of the Rain Star civilization was a consequence of the invitation extended by Lu Ping earlier. The inherent delay in communication between the 2 parties rendered it impossible for them to engage in effective discourse regarding significant events through network means. Instantaneous communication technology, within the realm of human technological aspirations, is a challenge that can only be surmounted by a Type 3 civilization. Such a civilization would encompass the entirety of its home galaxy, and without commensurate communication technology, effective governance would be unattainable. In humanity's contemplation, 2 avenues exist to resolve this issue. The first involves the technology of information jumping, which operates on principles akin to that of warp travel. By deploying warp-capable vessels to establish communication bases throughout the galaxy, these bases would create a web of distorted channels covering the entire system. Once information enters this channel, it would leap from point to point at the speed of light, significantly reducing communication delays. With continuous reinforcement from the various bases, signal degradation and data loss would be mitigated. Provided that warp travel technology is realized, the development of this communication network would similarly progress. The second avenue entails the discovery of an alternative substance, or rather an unknown particle. This particle would exist in a state of symmetrical entanglement with known particles, commonly referred to as negative matter. Currently, all matter recognized by humanity can be classified as positive matter, including antimatter. According to the laws of science, where there is positive, there must also be negative. The Casimir effect serves as proof of the existence of negative matter, albeit it remains unobservable at present. This negative matter adheres to fundamental energy laws, implying that it embodies negative energy. Unlike positive matter, negative matter is repelled by gravitational fields rather than attracted to them. Leveraging this characteristic and its negative mass attribute, it is theoretically possible for it to achieve superluminal travel, thus serving as an ideal energy source for the human-conceived warp engine. In the realm of communication, this could be realized through the principles of quantum entanglement and quantum invisibility. By deploying two quantum entangled subsystems at the transmission and reception points, classical communication technology could be utilized to emit quantum states or information. Such information would not require transmission. The quantum system at the receiving end would respond synchronously. The synchronous responses, processed through specialized algorithms, could be restored to their original form. This system would eliminate the need for any communication bases, allowing for instantaneous communication between sending and receiving ends without delay. Information would take effect simultaneously at both ends. For a Type 2 civilization, such technology would be considered miraculous, an achievement beyond the immediate grasp of humanity and the Rainstar civilization. Consequently, upon receiving Lu Ping's message, the Rainstar civilization could only resort to face-to-face discussions. Lu Ping disclosed the unknown information and his deductions to the Rainstar civilization. After extensive deliberations by their specialized team, a majority concluded that Lu Ping's conjectures were not baseless. The Rainstar civilization, having endured over 6 centuries of migration, had finally established a foothold in a stable star system. With less than a decade of recovery, they found themselves at a pivotal moment of civilizational revival. Following their resettlement, the planetary environment had only just begun to recover. After 6 centuries of repression, the Rainstar populace embarked on an ambitious population growth initiative. Presently, the number of newborns among the Rainstar people exceeds 3-fold that of previous generations. Their fortunes are now intertwined with Lu Ping's. Any threat to him would inevitably pose a danger to them as well. Thus, when the ancient leader Guler received the information, he was exceedingly anxious. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing were solitary figures with limited ambitions. Should they face defeat, their ship's maneuverability would afford them a considerable chance of escape. The Rainstar civilization, however, with a population of 400 million, 75 of whom are minors, faced a starkly different reality. Their substantial size and insufficient fleet made escape an impractical prospect. After multiple meetings, they resolved to share both fortune and misfortune with Lu Ping. Guler's personal visit was intended to affirm their unwavering resolve to resist to the end. Most crucially, Lu Ping commanded a fleet nearing 1 million warships, capable of accommodating the entire Rainstar populace in an exodus. However, he remained unaware that aside from 6 flagship vessels, his fleet lacked life support systems. While Lu Ping could continue to produce warships at a rate of 100,000 per year, sufficient to shelter all Rainstar citizens, he had never considered an escape alongside them. Historically, danger and opportunity coexist. This crisis might present a chance to engage with the hegemonic organizations within the galaxy. Although Lu Ping was uncertain of the organization's precise structure, he could surmise that the leading powers in the conflict would undoubtedly be Type 3 civilizations. Intuitively, Lu Ping felt that if there were indeed a hidden force behind Earth's past aberration, this could be a pivotal opportunity to draw closer to that elusive entity. Should he miss this chance, he would likely spend the remainder of his life in regret. Moreover, with Type 3 civilizations keeping a watchful eye on him, Lu Ping did not believe he had the option to evade. He aimed to use this crisis to ensure that the name of human civilization would boldly appear before the powers of the galaxy, while also seeking clues to the origins of the aberration disaster. At the negotiating table, Lu Ping held nothing back, sharing his thoughts candidly with the Rainstar civilization. To forge a bond of mutual combat, transparency was paramount. The Rainstar civilization, having endured parasitic calamities, resonated with Lu Ping's sentiments, uniting them in a common struggle. Lu Ping's forthrightness earned the unwavering support of the Rainstar civilization. Thus, they formally allied, signing a series of mutual defense agreements. Following the signing of the contracts, both parties issued a declaration to the unknown cosmos. This declaration, dubbed the Joint Declaration of the Third Spiral Arm, was disseminated through various channels across the universe. The content of the declaration unequivocally stated that humanity and the Rainstar civilization are the indigenous civilizations of the Third Spiral Arm, possessing absolute sovereignty over it. All lesser civilizations within the Third Spiral Arm fall under the jurisdiction of the Third Spiral Arm Alliance, which currently comprises only humanity and the Rainstar civilization as permanent members, while extending an invitation to other indigenous Type 2 civilizations to join. All external civilizations entering the Third Spiral Arm must adhere to the Alliance's regulations. Failure to do so would be deemed an act of provocation and invasion against all civilizations within the Third Spiral Arm. While this declaration may appear somewhat juvenile, it carries profound implications. Firstly, it proclaims the legitimacy of both civilizations to the universe. Secondly, it serves as a warning to lurking forces that their presence has been detected. Thirdly, it delineates a substantial portion of territory for the two civilizations. Although this territory may not yet be within their grasp, it is crucial to lay claim to it in principle. As humanity's civilization accumulates time, it is destined to ascend to the heights of a Type 3 civilization. Presently, at least 2 or more Type 3 civilization factions exist within the galaxy. For an emerging civilization like humanity to dominate the entire galaxy is evidently unrealistic. It is far more pragmatic to first secure the entirety of the Third Spiral Arm for themselves. Should anyone disagree, they are invited to reveal themselves and make their objections known. If no one steps forward to oppose, then it becomes an established fact. Such is the logic of a brigand, ruthless yet occasionally pragmatic. Chapter 28. The Dandelion Project. Lu Ping and the Rainstar civilization successfully formed an alliance, promptly commencing the provision of substantial assistance to one another. The majority of this aid consisted of military support, while technological products were only accepted on a custom basis. From Lu Ping's perspective, the alliance between the two civilizations could be expected to remain stable at least until they reached the third-tier civilization stage. Prior to that, with a sufficiently large pie to share, it was unlikely that any significant discord would arise. However, the circumstances following the evolution into a third-tier civilization were fraught with uncertainties and could not be predicted. For the time being, immediate concerns took precedence. At this stage, no fees were charged for the assistance provided, as Lu Ping had no use for money, and neither civilization had yet established a trade relationship, thus rendering material exchanges impractical. What Lu Ping lacked was population, specifically, a considerable number of people. She and Hu Liqing had managed to achieve their current scale with the aid of artificial intelligence. Had the original team from the nuclear power base still been intact, their military prowess would have multiplied several times by now. Consequently, Lu Ping sought to replicate her developmental model, and for the moment, she could only recruit from the Rainstar civilization. Lu Ping devised a standardized process for her development model, allowing the AI, Hutu, to replicate over 100 subsystems and implant them onto 100 spacecraft. Lu Ping retained ultimate authority over these programs and subsystems. 100 teams were to pilot these vessels, venturing forth to various star systems within 100 light-years. Taking root and flourishing, these ships underwent a series of modifications to ensure the survival of the Rainstar inhabitants. From decades of exploration data, Lu Ping selected 100 rocky planets as destinations for this initiative. These planets had originally been designated as resource planets for humanity, but due to an unforeseen crisis, Lu Ping was compelled to concede a portion of the benefits to the Rainstar civilization. In the agreement, Lu Ping meticulously outlined the relevant conditions, stipulating that the ownership of the interstellar armaments developed through this initiative would belong to her, while the usage rights would be granted to the Rainstar civilization, with the benefits being shared equally between humanity and the Rainstar civilization. Should the need arise, Lu Ping would exercise her ultimate authority to mobilize these forces for her own defense. The Rainstar civilization, as the executor, would undoubtedly engage in certain operations to secure additional benefits for themselves, actions that were, regrettably, unavoidable. In times of urgency, Lu Ping could not afford to be overly concerned with such matters, as long as she firmly maintained ultimate authority. No matter how powerful the interstellar forces derived from this initiative became, they would pose no threat to her. Lu Ping drafted an elaborate recruitment plan, imposing numerous stringent conditions on potential candidates. These stipulations did not demand high technical expertise, Rather, candidates were primarily required to possess a modicum of construction management experience. This expansion could be described as straightforward. Once the spacecraft reached their destinations, the executors only needed to issue commands for completion. Technical talent was not the most critical factor. A plethora of management personnel was essential to ensure the smooth progression of the plan. Fortunately, the Rainstar civilization had also experienced interstellar migration and warfare, as well as civilization reconstruction, resulting in a substantial pool of qualified individuals. Gu Qiaoyuo placed significant importance on this plan, despite its numerous onerous clauses. The actual benefits were considerable. In plain terms, as long as the Rainstar civilization refrained from waging war against Liu Ping or humanity, they would remain the primary beneficiaries of this initiative. During peacetime, the interstellar forces developed would be at their disposal, and they would also receive half of the resource yields from these planets. The Rainstar civilization merely needed to recruit personnel to execute the plan, an endeavor that appeared to be a no-risk venture, enticing indeed. Upon returning to the Rainstar, Gu Qiaoyuo and his fellow leaders immediately commenced recruitment efforts. The formidable nature of Liu Ping's power left a profound impression on the Rainstar populace. After all, less than 20 years had elapsed since their conflict. With access to powerful interstellar warships and countless mechanical legions now at hand, who could resist such a lure? The enthusiasm among the masses soared, and the 100 team slots were woefully insufficient. Each team was meticulously selected and fully staffed. The recruits from the Rainstar civilization were undeniably loyal to their cause. Although it appeared to be a global recruitment initiative, the leadership of the teams was, in reality, comprised of insiders operating behind the scenes, with military personnel from the Rainstar civilization monopolizing key positions, including that of Captain Liu Ping. Upon reviewing the extensive list of recruits sent by the Rainstar civilization, could not help but chuckle at the blatant subtext of the recruitment process. However, such intricacies would not significantly impact her plans. She proceeded as agreed, dispatching the 100 modified spacecraft towards the Rainstar. 10,000 Rainstar individuals. Under the expectant gaze of Gu Qiaoyuo and other civilization leaders, divided into 100 teams, waving their tentacles in farewell to the Rainstar as they ascended the gangplanks of their vessels. The ships ignited their engines and ascended, breaking free from the gravitational pull of the Rainstar and embarking into the vastness of space. 100 spacecraft traversed the dark cosmos, trailing flames as they glided silently. After a month of travel, the fleet exited the Sanha star system, altering their trajectories to disperse in all directions, gradually vanishing into the depths of interstellar space. They resembled dandelion seeds, carrying the hopes of Liu Ping and the Rainstar civilization as they scattered into the dark universe. Liu Ping designated this long-term investment initiative as the Dandelion Project, even if it were to culminate in complete failure amidst the current crisis. As long as one seed took root, she would possess leverage for a comeback. The emergence of the Dandelion Project was not a direct countermeasure devised for the ongoing crisis. Given the travel and construction timelines for the spacecraft, it would take at least a decade to yield results, offering no immediate assistance against the current predicament. The art of war teaches that a strategist must contemplate defeat before considering victory. Thus, they may emerge unscathed from countless battles. This is not a testament to pessimism, but rather a comprehensive strategy. Modern individuals often misinterpret this wisdom, citing only the first half to mock others for hesitating in their endeavors, fearing both wolves and tigers, ultimately achieving nothing. War has never guaranteed 100% success. Only an unwavering belief in victory prevails. With her contingency plans in place, Liu Ping could now gamble everything, prepared for a decisive confrontation. The Sanha star system was entering a phase of full-scale militarization. 2 years later, 2 planetary war fortresses had begun to take shape. Their surfaces were entirely encased in metal, with countless turrets thrusting skyward, resembling 2 fearsome behemoths of the cosmos, poised to devour all in their path. The outer orbits of the planets were surrounded by layers of military fortifications. Countless warships continuously ascended and descended from their orbital docks, patrolling various sectors of the Sanha star system. Every few days, a fleet larger than the Earth's flagship would plunge into the core of a star, only to vanish from sight. Following Liu Ping's assistance, the Rainstar Civilization's interstellar forces, bolstered by billions of personnel and the power of artificial intelligence, had burgeoned to over 1 million warships, with the number of mechanical warriors exceeding hundreds of millions. In a desolate expanse of space less than 2 light-years from the Sun's star system, a fleet of droplet-shaped vessels sped through the cosmos. Suddenly, the fabric of space rippled like water, and several droplet vessels became ensnared in the disturbance, unable to extricate themselves. The remaining vessels dispersed, encircling the area. The trapped droplet vessels activated their engines at maximum capacity but remained unable to break free. The fluctuations grew increasingly violent, as if a colossal creature lurked behind the disturbances, preparing to tear through the very fabric of space itself. Chapter 29. Discovery equals encounter. The range of fluctuations grew increasingly vast, enveloping an expanse of over 100 kilometers. Suddenly, at the epicenter of the fluctuations, a vortex materialized, akin to a bomb detonating in water, rapidly radiating outwards. With the emergence of the vortex, all the trapped water droplet vessels were drawn into its maw, vanishing from sight. Countless beams of light emanated from within the vortex, which continued to expand, gradually spinning until it formed a rotating ring over 100 kilometers wide. The edges of this ring shone brightly, while its interior remained shrouded in profound darkness. Before long, the rotation of the ring stabilized, and a faint white point began to emerge at its center. This point grew larger, revealing itself as the tip of a conical structure. The conical craft gradually unveiled its entire form from the center of the ring, its length exceeding 10 kilometers, clearly a vessel of some sort. Following the emergence of the conical spacecraft, it swiftly darted outward from the ring. Soon after, a second, then a third, and before long, a multitude of conical warships surged forth, filling the ring like a swarm of locusts, occupying a substantial desolate region. The ring persisted for several days before gradually dissipating. The once barren area was now claimed by this enigmatic interstellar fleet. According to calculations conducted by the water droplet, the fleet numbered in the millions. Following logical directives, the water droplet relayed this occurrence back to the TriStar system, although it was anticipated that the message would take 2 years to return. Millions of warships maintained their formation as they sped away, their trajectory aligning perfectly with the TriStar system. The remaining water droplet vessels moved forward to intercept. Fortunately, aside from the unusual manner of their emergence, the technological level of this fleet remained within the knowledge base of the water droplets, indicating that they did not exceed a Type II civilization's technological framework. After simple calculations, it was determined that the water droplets could pose a certain threat to this fleet. As soon as the enemy vessels departed from the ring, the water droplets immediately launched an attack. In the vacuum of space, sound waves cannot propagate, rendering the collisions eerily silent despite their terrifying speed. The outcome exceeded expectations. The vessel appeared either to have not activated its shields or lacked defensive systems entirely, as it was pierced cleanly through by a water droplet, leaving a gaping hole. Strangely, an unusual phenomenon occurred. Logically, if the spacecraft housed sentient beings, there should have been some atmospheric components within. After being breached, various debris within the craft ought to have been expelled into the vacuum of space due to cabin pressure. However, this anticipated scenario did not unfold, suggesting that the vessel was devoid of intelligent life and instead operated by artificial intelligence. This could also explain the absence of life support systems, similar to many of Liu Ping's own warships that now relied on AI, employing superior speed and maneuverability. The water droplets executed a wolf pack strategy, consistently harassing the fleet's perimeter. Occasionally, they managed to penetrate another vessel. Given the water droplets' basketball-sized form, the breaches they inflicted on ships over 10 kilometers long were negligible, akin to a mosquito bite, insignificant unless it struck a vital area. All of this fell within the calculations of the water droplets. However, as the water droplets continued their relentless assault, an even more bizarre occurrence transpired. The metal at the breach points of these vessels began to move and, before long, astonishingly restored itself to its original state. This phenomenon was beyond the water droplet's knowledge base. Although Liu Ping possessed liquid memory metal technology, it could not be employed to construct warships, nor could it spontaneously repair damage. Could it be that these vessels were not mere mechanical constructs, but rather some form of biological entity capable of self-healing? The nature of this enigma eluded the analytical capabilities of the water droplet's intelligence. The water droplets persisted in trailing behind the fleet, adhering to logical directives while continuing their harassment. The results were far from Liu Ping's anticipated outcomes, akin to scratching an itch through a thick boot. The fleet, dismissing the symbolic cannon fire from the water droplets after discovering its ineffectiveness, accelerated with full force. Following this acceleration, their velocity approached absolute sublight speed, though it remained just shy of achieving it, a matter of further reasoning. Consequently, the pursuing water droplets lost their speed advantage, making it increasingly difficult to inflict damage upon the fleet. Nonetheless, Liu Ping's assembly of water droplets was virtually inexhaustible. The production cost of water droplets was remarkably low, consisting solely of hydrogen atoms. With Liu Ping's control over 3 stars, the manufacturing of water droplets faced no restrictions. 2 years prior, he had established a production line for water droplets within the cores of the stars. These stars became incubators for the droplets, with thousands emerging daily from their surfaces. Regrettably, only a fraction of these water droplet vessels aligned with the trajectory of the unknown civilization's fleet. When 2 objects travel toward each other at absolute sublight speed, their respective velocities and emitted signals are nearly synchronized in the direction of travel. This means that at absolute sublight speed, discovery equates to encounter. One must actively reduce speed for detection to occur. For instance, if a vessel were to decrease its velocity by 1 of light speed, the signal it emitted would advance 3,000 kilometers ahead each second. If an object were located precisely 3,000 kilometers away, the signal would require 0.01 seconds to return. During this 0.01 seconds, the detecting vessel would still be traveling at 99 of light speed. The actual time at which the vessel received this return signal would be approximately 0.005 seconds. This principle of detection applies when the object being detected is stationary or traveling at speeds significantly below light speed. This response time would exponentially increase with distance. This method serves as a means of detecting obstacles during sublight interstellar travel. However, if the opposing object were also an absolute sublight vessel, the situation would differ. Even if the detecting party deliberately reduced its speed, leaving a gap for signal response, detection of the other vessel would still prove impossible. In the first scenario, if both vessels traveled in the same direction, the signal could never catch up. In the second scenario, as the detecting party's signal reached the opposing vessel and returned at light speed, the detected vessel would continue its absolute sublight travel and would arrive simultaneously with the return signal at the detecting ship. Thus, the phenomenon of discovery equaling encounter remains inescapable. Moreover, even if the 2 vessels merely brushed past one another, they would still fail to detect each other. This encounter refers to a direct, face-to-face collision, where their trajectories coincide. To simplify, why do you see light? Because the light has already entered your pupil. Understanding an absolute sublight traveling object as light provides clarity. Under the technological framework of a Type II civilization, there exists no possibility for the early detection of absolute sublight vessels unless both parties voluntarily reduce their speeds, a clear indication of a desire to expose themselves. Chapter 30: The Shadow of a Level 4 Civilization. Why would one voluntarily expose oneself? Surely, it is to lure the enemy into a trap. Liu Ping subsequently launched water droplet detectors, intentionally reducing their speed by 1% of the speed of light. Liu Ping's reasoning was straightforward. Since the unknown enemy was seeking trouble, it would likely reduce its speed as well, thus providing both parties an opportunity for discovery and engagement. The distance between them was less than 2 light years, which is remarkably close on an interstellar scale, allowing for a maximum reaction time of 3.5 days. This meant that once the enemy arrived and slowed down before reaching the Sonus star system, Lu Ping would only have a 3-day window to detect them beforehand. This brief period was of little significance to Lu Ping, as the enemy would need to reduce its speed to a conventional state to remain in the sauna system, thus granting him ample time to respond from his headquarters. Currently, this 3-day reaction time was directed towards the subsequent water droplet formations. The water droplet formations in proximity had received reports of encounters with an unidentified fleet. These formations promptly adjusted their flight paths based on their relative positions to the unknown fleet heading toward them. All of this transpired in the desolate cosmos 2 light-years away. Unbeknownst to Lu Ping, by the time he received this information, 2 years had passed, and the unidentified fleet arrived only a few days later. The subsequent encounters involving the water droplets were limited and did not inflict substantial damage on the unidentified fleet. However, the water droplets managed to gather some intelligence on this fleet through multiple collisions. Lu Ping, along with Hu Liqing and Pangu, sat in the control room, observing the images transmitted back by the water droplet formations over the past few days. To facilitate timely reception of information, Lu Ping had deliberately moved the new Earth ship away from Proxima Centauri b. Now, the Earth ship led a fleet, traveling in orbit around the star Alpha Centauri A at sublight speed. This velocity allowed the Earth ship to complete numerous orbits around Alpha Centauri A daily. Should any information be relayed back, he would receive it immediately. As Lu Ping scrutinized the video footage, which included some analytical data from the planet Hutu, he was initially astonished by the manner in which the enemy fleet appeared. However, he was not overly concerned about the strength of the opposing fleet. The video contained a wealth of information, and over the 2 years, several water droplets had encountered the enemy, with each encounter yielding similar outcomes. There was no need to watch all the subsequent footage. What are your thoughts? Lu Ping inquired. The information contained herein is substantial. Most importantly, calculations indicate that the enemy will reach the outskirts of the Sanha star system in 3 days. Panga responded first, with Hoi and Kwafu nodding in agreement. What about other aspects? Lu Ping continued to probe. The enemy's fleet comprises over 10 million vessels, nearly 5 times the number of our ships against the Rain Star civilization. Furthermore, they possess self-repair capabilities, making them quite formidable. Hoi elaborated. Lu Ping nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Indeed, artificial intelligence could not rival human thought. Anything beyond their comprehension remained an enigma to them. Moreover, the implications behind this unprecedented mode of arrival were of utmost importance. Based on Lu Ping's previous conjectures, human civilization had likely been marked by a certain galactic power, which he had previously assumed to be a level 3 civilization. However, the arrival method of this unidentified fleet suggested a more advanced classification, a level 2 civilization. Yet, the concept of artificial wormholes, as conceived by humanity, could only be mastered by a level 4 civilization. A level 4 civilization, also known as a galactic civilization, possesses the capability to extend its influence across multiple galaxies. Artificial wormholes, or interstellar gates, serve as their primary means of traversing the cosmos. The emergence of such a concept, once relegated to the realm of science fiction, now manifested in reality. Did this not imply that a formidable level 4 civilization stood behind this unidentified fleet? This realization troubled Lu Ping deeply. Was this level 4 civilization targeting only human civilization, or all emergent level 2 civilizations? If it were solely aimed at humans, it would seem rather illogical. Lu Ping could not fathom how an emergent level 2 civilization could pose a threat to any level 4 civilization. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that the enemy's focus encompassed all level 2 civilizations with certain inherent characteristics, potentially even level 3 civilizations. However, the situation did not appear entirely dire. This level 4 civilization had opted not to intervene directly, but had dispatched a powerful fleet of level 2 civilization ships. This indirectly suggested that Lu Ping's faction also had a level 4 civilization capable of countering the foe. In Lu Ping's mind, a vivid scenario unfolded, a conflict spanning countless star systems, 2 level 4 civilizations embroiled in a protracted interstellar war lasting millennia due to some unknown discord. Countless level 3 civilizations were drawn into this turmoil, with Level 2 civilizations serving merely as cannon fodder, often extinguished in their infancy. Could the aberration disaster on Earth be linked to the power struggles of these two Level 4 civilizations? Lacking any concrete evidence, Lu Ping found himself unable to arrive at a definitive conclusion. For now, it was imperative to address the approaching unidentified fleet. Notify the Rain Star civilization to enter combat readiness. Lu Ping commanded. His fleet had grown to 1.2 million vessels, with the number of mechanical warriors surpassing 1 billion. The Rain Star civilization possessed slightly fewer ships, totaling less than 1 million, but their number of mechanical warriors was comparable to Lu Ping's. Thanks to the labor of over 100 million workers and the technological advancements they had acquired from Lu Ping. Without such support, designing these constructs would have taken far longer than 4 years. In preparation for this impending conflict, Lu Ping had relocated 3 planets into orbit around Alpha Centauri, using a planetary engine matrix. Consequently, Lu Ping and the Rain Star civilization now positioned themselves at Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B, forming a formidable defensive stance. Of course, he had not neglected Proxima Centauri, making significant tactical arrangements there as well. Due to communication delays, the battle at Proxima Centauri would have to be executed autonomously by artificial intelligence. 3 days later, in the outer space of the Sonha star system, countless streams of light streaked across the void, a hallmark of sublight speed travel. The velocity of sublight is extraordinarily high, manifesting as trails of light within the observable universe. Absolute sublight speed leaves no trace of such trajectories. The expanse of this light stream was immense, and from within it erupted millions of particle flows, revealing the silhouette of a vast fleet, the unidentified fleet. These particle streams were generated by the fleet's retropropulsion engines igniting, transitioning from sublight speed to manifest their true form within the visible universe. As soon as the fleet emerged, it was swiftly locked onto by numerous sensors, relaying information back to the Earth ship and the Rain Star civilization. Chapter 31. The Agent. After decelerating, the unknown fleet swiftly divided into multiple combat formations, effectively encircling the TriStar system from various directions and deploying numerous probes. Lu Ping observed the enemy's maneuvers. The closest distance between the two sides was approximately 1 light day, resulting in a communication delay of 1 day. Thus, most decisions had to rely on existing information for predictions, even with millions of warships at their disposal. It was unrealistic for the enemy to completely seal off the TriStar system. It appeared that their actions constituted a tactical formation, though the specific objective remained unclear. As a secondary civilization, Lu Ping believed that even 1 billion enemy ships could not impede his escape. Although he did not fully comprehend the effectiveness of the enemy's tactics, he could not afford to wait idly for them to fully deploy their formation. It was an opportune moment to test the enemy's strength. He gazed at the unidentified fleet on the screen, contemplating the situation. The imagery reflected the positioning and navigation system he had constructed during his previous battle with the Rain Star civilization. This navigation system utilized numerous droplet drones functioning as bases, continuously traversing the space around the TriStar system. Such a system was made possible by the formidable computational power of Ho Tuesday send orders to dispatch a national-level fleet. With the Yamato as the flagship, engage the enemy in the coordinates 385, 266, 234. Lu Ping commanded, selecting a specific coordinate within the navigation system. Clearly, he intended to use the Yamato as a sacrificial pawn to probe the enemy's firepower. This coordinate housed a fleet of 5,000 vessels advancing towards the South Gate 2A. The number of 5,000 perfectly matched the composition of Lu Ping's national-level fleet. Within his fleet, the national-level flagship was categorized as the 3rd tier, while the 1st tier comprised the 6 flagships, including the Earth, which simultaneously served as the flagship of the 2nd-tier continental fleet. The 3rd tier consisted of approximately 200 fleets, each comprising 5,000 various warships. Most of the flagships were named after different nations on Earth, with lower tiers comprising provincial and municipal fleets. Currently, the provincial-level fleets only contained a few hundred vessels, while the municipal fleets had merely around 20. At present, there remained substantial room for improvement in fleet numbers, and Liu Ping deemed it unnecessary to expand the fleet structure in the short term. Before the arrival of the unidentified fleet, all of Liu Ping's warships had already departed from the Star Ring dock, roaming within the star system in a designated formation. Upon receiving orders, the Yamato fleet swiftly detached from the main force and raced towards the specified coordinates. The visuals of the Yamato fleet were prominently displayed on the central screen by Ho Tuesday. At that moment, all of Liu Ping's warships and detection devices received an unknown transmission. The source of this information was unclear, but it was evidently sent by the unidentified fleet. To prevent the possibility of an electronic warfare virus, Liu Ping refrained from hastily attempting to decode it. Instead, he downloaded the information onto a separate terminal, disconnecting all external interfaces, including wireless ports, rendering it a standalone device. Only then did he begin the deciphering process. The operation proceeded smoothly. The message contained a universal language established by the enemy, and it was decoded in a short time. The essence of the message translated as follows: Human civilization and Rain Star civilization, I am the agent of interstellar order. You are hereby commanded to return to your respective home star systems and are forbidden to step outside your home systems henceforth. Otherwise, you shall face annihilation. Just like that, Liu Ping was astounded by the absurdity of it all. The enemy had traversed the starry seas merely to compel him and the Rain Star civilization to retreat to their home systems. This was clearly untenable, as it served merely as a pretext. Humanity had painstakingly evolved into a secondary civilization, and any aspiration to further develop and survive would inevitably lead them beyond their home system. To prevent humanity from stepping outside the solar system was tantamount to castrating their future. What interstellar order was this? Who established such a notion? This was nothing short of an imposition of draconian terms. How could the rule makers claim authority without ever having ventured beyond their home systems, thus stunting their own growth into a fourth-tier civilization? It was a blatant double standard. Liu Ping promptly replied with a message to the unknown alien civilization. You have intruded into the territory of the Third Spiral Arm Alliance without permission. We demand your apology and immediate withdrawal. Otherwise, we shall take coercive measures against you in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Third Spiral Arm Joint Declaration. Consider this a warning. Do not say we did not forewarn you. With the enemy invoking interstellar order, Liu Ping could not afford to be outdone. He countered with the Third Spiral Arm Alliance, which he had established with the Rain Star civilization. You have your organization, I have mine. On his home turf, he could not afford to lose momentum. The light of a firefly cannot compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Truly, such an indigenous civilization was unaware of the vastness of the universe. The enemy's demeanor was exceptionally arrogant, exuding an air of superiority and disdain towards Liu Ping. However, Liu Ping had no interest in engaging in a war of words. The enemy had clearly come with ill intentions, and the only recourse left was to let strength speak for itself. Approximately a day later, the Yamato fleet approached its target, initiating the attack. A beam of light, spanning several meters in diameter, erupted from the main cannon of the Yamato, unleashing a torrent of high-energy particles that surged along an electromagnetic pathway towards the designated coordinate. The agent's fleet exhibited a notable characteristic. Every vessel bore an identical design, making it impossible to distinguish between frigates and flagships. Perhaps the enemy's formation did not adhere to such a hierarchical structure. The indistinction of rank posed no significant issue. Indiscriminate attacks sufficed. A powerful torrent of particles surged forth and struck one of the enemy's ships. However, the ship did not succumb like a droplet piercing through upon impact. The surface of the conical vessel rippled, and the struck area shimmered, successfully deflecting the particle cannon's assault. It appeared that the agent's fleet was not devoid of shield technology. Rather, their shields were designed modularly, activating only in the face of lethal strikes. The destructive force akin to that of a droplet was deemed insufficient for them to engage their shields. After a stalemate lasting several seconds, the particle cannon could not achieve a decisive blow, depleting its charge and temporarily ceasing fire to recharge. Following this, A barrage of missiles erupted from the Yamato fleet, raining down upon the agent's fleet. These missiles were gravity bombs. After enduring a strike, the agent's fleet immediately retaliated. Their assault method bore resemblance to Liu Ping's fleet and did not reveal any advanced technology at first glance. The Yamato fleet swiftly dispersed its formation, with 5,000 warships engaging in fierce combat. The weapon systems of the agent's fleet were on par with Liu Ping's. However, their accumulated experience was evidently more refined. Their shields were modular, their cannons had shorter charge times, and their firepower slightly exceeded that of Liu Ping's fleet. This indicated that the enemy possessed a deeper understanding of energy conversion efficiency compared to Liu Ping's accumulation. If one could say that Liu Ping had reaped the benefits of the Rainstar civilization, achieving a mature secondary civilization, then the agents belonged to the realm of advanced secondary civilizations. In this localized battle, both sides fielded 5,000 troops. However, Liu Ping's losses amounted to a ratio of 2:1, suffering twice the casualties compared to the enemy. Chapter 32. The assault of the battle star. The Yamato fleet engaged in a fierce confrontation with the enemy, ultimately retreating with its battered remnants. Out of 5,000 warships, fewer than 100 remained operational. The flagship Yamato's main engine was severely damaged, its shielding system on the brink of collapse, and its weaponry entirely obliterated. It was in a state approaching total ruin. This battle lasted no more than an hour. By the time Liu Ping grasped the intricate details of the events, it was already the following day. Hutu meticulously analyzed the battle's progression, presenting the findings on the control room screen. A casualty ratio of 2:1 appeared insignificant at first glance, yet it was far from favorable for Liu Ping. The opposing fleet boasted millions of vessels. According to this ratio, he and the Rainstar civilization would need at least 20 million warships to match them evenly. Given the current production efficiency, it would take him and the Rainstar civilization 50 years to achieve such a fleet. Clearly, this war could not endure for that long. The Yamato's sortie was merely a probing exercise by Liu Ping, essentially a sacrificial maneuver. To secure victory, he would need to rely on alternative strategies. Liu Ping's advantage lay in certain characteristics of the TriStar system, complemented by prior preparations. He and the Rainstar civilization concentrated their fleets around Southgate 2A and Southgate 2B, refraining from offensive actions aside from sporadic harassment. The agents, wishing to annihilate them, had no choice but to attempt a direct breakthrough. Following their initial skirmish, the agents opted for a division strategy. Their fleet was broadly segmented into 3 groups. The first continued to blockade the TriStar system, while the other 2 surged toward the strongholds of Liu Ping and the Rainstar civilization. 200,000 cone-shaped warships advanced directly towards the Southgate 2A star. This time, Liu Ping held nothing back, deploying all 1.2 million of his warships. The fleets clashed around the periphery of Southgate 2A, compressing the starry expanse to the point that even the starlight became obscured. A torrent of artillery fire wreaked havoc across the cosmos, with vessels being obliterated at every moment. The battle stalemated for a month, gradually advancing from the external space of Southgate 2A towards the orbit of Proxima B. After suffering 1/3 of his forces, Liu Ping's fleet hastily retreated towards Proxima B, pursued relentlessly by the agent's fleet, intent on total annihilation. Although Liu Ping's fleet appeared to be retreating in disarray, it was, in fact, a calculated maneuver. Upon approaching a specific interstellar coordinate, the fleet abruptly altered its course, dispersing into the surrounding void. The pursuing agent fleet was caught unawares, as a dazzling brilliance engulfed them. In an instant, the agent fleet was submerged in a torrent of light. With the emergence of this luminous ocean, thousands of particle trails erupted not far away, revealing a colossal iron behemoth, the planetary war star Proxima C. Its size and mass were 8 times that of Earth, having been transformed by Liu Ping over many years into an unsinkable space carrier. Its main cannon was not the typical particle cannon found on flagship vessels, measuring hundreds of meters in diameter. Instead, it boasted a diameter exceeding several kilometers, powered directly by multiple super nuclear fusion reactors. Its firepower surpassed that of flagship main cannons by over 100-fold. Furthermore, the number of such main cannons matched the number of Proxima's matrix engines, both utilizing the same energy system, designed in unison. The total reached several 100,000, all aptly named annihilation cannons. This was one of Lu Ping's most crucial trump cards. Meanwhile, another planet, Proxima D, comparable to Earth, had already raced to Southgate 2b to lend support to the Rainstar civilization before the enemy's arrival. This was a tactical ambush designed to lure the enemy deeper into their territory. The planetary war star had been cruising within the TriStar system at sublight speeds. Due to the characteristics of discovery upon encounter, the agent's fleet failed to detect it in advance. Lu Ping deliberately crafted a FAAD, leading the enemy to believe that his million-strong fleet represented his entire strength. Little did they know, this fleet was merely a colossal bait. As hundreds of thousands of annihilation cannons fired in unison, the tempestuous torrent of particles surged forth like a massive tsunami unleashed by a typhoon. The agent's 200,000 warships became akin to a fragile vessel amidst the tumultuous waves, at any moment facing destruction. Upon being struck by the annihilation cannons, the protective shields of the warships flickered for less than a minute before erupting in a cascade of electric sparks, swiftly collapsing. Once the shields failed, the agent's warships were rapidly melted by high-energy particles, losing their structural integrity and turning into a pool of molten material, their energy systems unbound, leading to a nuclear explosion. This sequence of events triggered a spectacular display of fireworks in the void of space. After the initial volley of annihilation cannons, fewer than half of the agent's 200,000 warships remained. Seizing the interval between the cannon strikes, the surviving ships hastily altered their trajectories in a bid to escape the reach of the annihilation cannons. Yet, Lu Ping would not allow them to succeed. Following the particle torrent, his warships closed in from all directions. While it might be unrealistic to claim a complete encirclement, given that Lu Ping's forces numbered only around 600,000 compared to the enemy's nearly 1 million, this offensive was merely to delay them, granting time for the annihilation cannons to recharge. With 60,000 warships unleashing a barrage, this time they all fired gravitational bombs. Millions of gravitational bombs detonated within the enemy's ranks, creating numerous small artificial black holes. These black holes had an event horizon of less than a kilometer and lasted only a few seconds. The agent's fleet, previously on the offensive, struggled to gain speed due to Lu Ping's interception. Now, constrained by the gravitational bombs, they found it challenging to accelerate and break free. Proxima C was fully engaged in activating its planetary engine matrix to accelerate its rotation. The annihilation cannons wielded immense power, requiring lengthy charging times. The recent volley had only come from the frontal cannons of Proxima C. On the opposite side of the planet, an equal number of cannons were poised and ready. To fire, the planet's orientation had to be adjusted, rotating it to switch the front and back. Gravitational bombs continued to explode in succession, while the remnants of the agent's fleet desperately accelerated, striving to escape the reach of the annihilation cannons. It was no small feat to rotate a planet 8 times the size of Earth from a standstill, a process that required considerable time. Under the impetus of the planetary engine matrix, this endeavor would take nearly an hour. Although the gravitational bombs could delay the enemy's acceleration, they could not immobilize them entirely. The agent's fleet gradually began to break through towards the periphery. Lu Ping had, of course, made prior arrangements. 60,000 warships opened their hatches, and countless dark specks surged forth from within. Chapter 33. The starry prison in the vast expanse of space, a multitude of dark dots traced an arc, converging upon the besieged fleet of agents. Lu Ping's mechanical legion made its grand entrance, with over 100 million mechanical warriors, small in target size, agile in movement, and armed with considerable offensive capabilities, immediately infiltrating the enemy ranks. These mechanical soldiers drew inspiration from the mech fusion concept of the Rainstar civilization, capable of combining multiple units into one, boasting an attack power akin to that of small warships. With these mechanical warriors engaging in close combat, the adversary found it increasingly difficult to accelerate. One of the most troublesome tactics employed by the mechanical warriors was self-detonation. Upon sensing that an enemy vessel attempted to flee the battlefield, they would charge directly into the opponent's engine, laden with explosives. On average, 100 mechanical warriors would intercept a single ship, while an additional 600,000 warships continued to deploy gravity bombs from the periphery. Consequently, the remnants of the agent's forces found themselves ensnared in a quagmire, unable to extricate themselves. Proxima Centauri C finally completed a 180-degree rotation, unleashing a barrage of hundreds of thousands of annihilation cannons. The outcome was predictable. The agent's beleaguered fleet of 1 million was decimated in this round of fire, leaving only a few warships on the brink of destruction. The cost to Lu Ping was equally devastating. He suffered the loss of 600,000 warships, and with 100 million star warriors unable to retreat, they perished alongside the agent fleet. Lu Ping's fleet endured significant losses, with half of its strength diminished, while the mechanical legion sustained a 10% loss, and the agent fleet suffered a 20% reduction. Meanwhile, on the battleground of the Rain Star civilization, they managed to eliminate 1 million enemy warships. Proxima Centauri D, comparable in size to Earth, housed only a quarter of the annihilation cannons found on Proxima Centauri C. Achieving such results was indeed remarkable. However, the toll on the Rain Star civilization mirrored that of Lu Ping. Both suffered substantial losses, with over half of their respective fleets decimated, while the agent fleet faced a 30% reduction. On the surface, it appeared that the agent's forces held the upper hand. Yet, their long journey had left them unable to replenish their losses. In contrast, Lu Ping and the Rain Star civilization could rely on their bases. And although their replenishment efficiency lagged behind their attrition, the disparity between the two sides gradually diminished. Moreover, Lu Ping possessed a greater trump card, which he had yet to employ. After the agent fleet lost 3 million warships, the remaining 1 million regrouped with their outer forces, temporarily halting their assault. The enemy maintained a considerable presence in outer space, instilling in Lu Ping a sense of foreboding. Though the purpose of their actions remained unclear, it was evident that they were plotting something against him. However, even if he could guess their intentions, he found himself ill-equipped to respond effectively. In terms of conventional military strength, Lu Ping and the Rain Star civilization were at a distinct disadvantage, relying solely on planetary defenses to withstand the onslaught. Lu Ping dispatched water droplet probes, leveraging their exceptional maneuverability to harass the enemy while gathering intelligence. The agent fleet deployed bizarre devices scattered throughout the periphery of the TriStar system. These peculiar contraptions resembled oversized theodolites and were protected by layers of the agent fleet. Lu Ping found no opportunity for the water droplets to breach their defenses. Thus, both sides remained locked in a stalemate for a month until these devices finally activated. Invisible waves emanated from these devices, expanding outward in an arc until they formed a cohesive sphere, encasing the entire TriStar system. The water droplets detected powerful energy fluctuations, but could not match them with relevant data. Lu Ping monitored this situation closely from the Earth ship, initially finding nothing amiss. However, a month later, an extraordinary phenomenon emerged. The outer space of the TriStar system dimmed, transforming from a vast sea of stars into an impenetrable darkness. The once familiar constellations and the resplendent Milky Way vanished simultaneously. Lu Ping was astonished. What sorcery was this? Countless water droplet probes ventured to the periphery of the TriStar system, but were thwarted by an invisible energy barrier, unable to escape. After compiling the data from the water droplets and simulating the findings with the assistance of Ho2, Lu Ping arrived at a staggering conclusion. A spherical space with a radius of 1 light month, centered around the TriStar system's barycenter, was enveloped in an invisible energy field. It was as if a colossal curtain had descended, isolating the TriStar system from the cosmos. Lu Ping was left in a state of profound shock. Recalling a renowned term from science fiction, the mini-universe. In simple terms, a mini-universe is a segment of space severed from the larger universe, functioning as an independent, smaller universe. Isolated from the grand cosmos, yet intrinsically linked to it, a mini-universe adheres to the physical laws of the greater universe. with the entropy phenomenon accelerating the process of heat death. All matter within the mini-universe reaches thermal equilibrium more rapidly than in the larger universe, leading to a diminished lifespan for all substances, which ultimately convert to thermal energy. The concept of heat death explains that in an isolated system, the universe's entropy increases over time, transitioning from order to disorder. When the universe's entropy reaches its maximum, all effective energy has been transformed into thermal energy, and all matter attains thermal equilibrium. In such a state, no energy remains to sustain motion or life. The boundaries of a mini-universe are exceedingly small relative to the larger universe, typically not exceeding a few light years. These boundaries continuously reflect various energies within. For instance, in a mini-universe with a 1 light-year radius and a star at its center, the light and heat emitted by the star would reach the boundary after a year, only to be reflected back, similar to mirror reflection. After another year, an observer at the center would perceive a mirrored star image 1 light-year away. This reflection continues, yielding additional images over time, with the distance between these images increasing exponentially. The method of creating a mini-universe is believed to be within the grasp of civilizations rated 4 levels or higher, necessitating a full mastery of spatial technology to carve out space from the larger universe. The current situation bore striking resemblance to a mini-universe, effectively confining Lu Ping and the Rain Star civilization within a cosmic prison. To ascertain whether the Tristar system had indeed been severed from the larger universe by the agents, one need only wait patiently for another month. Observing whether a mirrored image of the Tristar system would emerge would unveil the truth. Chapter 34. The fall of Southgate 2b. A month had passed in anxious anticipation, and for Lu Ping, each day felt like an eternity. Should the Triad star system be severed from the vast universe, his position would become exceedingly precarious. The small universe and the vast universe could be likened to a large balloon and a small one, both existing in an independent relationship. To traverse between the two, a passage must be established, and it was evident that the creator of the balloons held dominion over this passage. Typically, the owner of the small universe would leave a beacon at the entry and exit points of the passage between the two realms. This beacon, which could take the form of a spaceship or an inconspicuous meteorite, essentially served as a portal. Possessing this beacon equated to having the key to enter and exit the small universe. Even should Lu Ping defeat the agent, if the beacon were destroyed or not surrendered, he would be unable to escape the small universe unless he possessed spatial technology himself. A month later, the anticipated mirror image did not materialize, allowing Lu Ping to finally relax. It appeared that this realm had not been severed from the vast universe. Instead, the adversary must have employed some unknown method to confine the Triad star system. The intangible barrier acted as a fence, isolating the Triad star system from the vast universe. This form of isolation was entirely different from a severance. The Triad star system remained within the vast universe, and to escape, one merely needed to breach this barrier. Yet, this left Lu Ping puzzled. In the midst of a life-and-death struggle, why had the adversary diverted 60% of their warships to establish such a barrier? Was the agent so confident in their ability to annihilate him that they sought to prevent his escape? Or perhaps they intended to conceal the Triad star system from the outside world, or even both motives could be at play. The agent's actions were inscrutable. The formidable barrier they had erected would not be easily dismantled. For the time being, Lu Ping needed to focus on the war before contemplating the barrier. His fleet still numbered merely 1/10 of the adversaries. He had no choice but to consolidate his defenses, leveraging the geographical advantages of Southgate 2a and its 2 planets, adopting a defensive posture while awaiting developments. After deploying the barrier, the agent's warships began to concentrate. Once 600,000 conical warships assembled, they formed a spearhead formation and launched a full-scale assault towards Southgate 2b. It seemed the adversary had recognized Lu Ping as a formidable opponent and aimed to eliminate the Rain Star civilization first. Inflicting damage on 10 fingers was less effective than severing a single one. Conquering the Rain Star civilization would cripple Lu Ping significantly. Lu Ping could not remain passive. 60,000 warships gathered from Southgate 2a to support the Rain Star civilization, leaving only 2 planets behind. Due to communication delays, Lu Ping detected the agent's movements a day late. By the time Lu Ping's fleet reached Southgate 2b, the agent had already been engaged in battle with the Rainstar civilization for a day. The battlefield was exceptionally tense. The agent had already learned of the 2 war planets' existence from the previous battle. Thus, upon breaching the defenses of Southgate 2b, their fleets swiftly scattered. Now, the warships from both sides intermingled, leaving no opportunity for the war planets to retaliate. Should they forcibly activate the annihilation cannon, the resultant damage would be evenly distributed, effectively aiding the adversary in their own destruction. The Rainstar civilization found itself in a dire predicament, nearly overwhelmed by the agent's forces, possessing tremendous weaponry yet unable to deploy it. The battlefield situation had become exceedingly grave. If this continued, not only would the Rainstar civilization perish, but both Rainstar and neighboring planet D would fall into the hands of the agent. Should the adversary gain control of a star, they would at most acquire energy resources, but if they secured 2 more planets, Lu Ping's plans for a protracted struggle would be utterly thwarted. Given the current circumstances, retreating to preserve strength became imperative. Let us abandon Southgate 2b. I will create an opening from the periphery, allowing both Rainstar and Planet D to retreat to Southgate 2a. Lu Ping swiftly analyzed the situation and recommended a retreat to the Rainstar civilization. "Oh, the times are not in my favor," sighed Gu Jielua, accepting Lu Ping's counsel. The enormity of the agent's fleet rendered all strategies futile in the face of absolute power. Early setbacks in the war were outcomes that Lu Ping and the Rainstar civilization had anticipated. The warships of the Rainstar civilization began to withdraw from the battlefield, regrouping within the protective shields of Rainstar and Planet D. The defensive capabilities of the planetary shields were formidable. Lu Ping had only managed to breach the Rainstar shield by accelerating the water droplet in interstellar space for a month, ultimately striking with subsonic velocity. As both sides engaged in close combat, the agent sought to employ this tactic, yet time was not on their side. The Rainstar civilization activated the planetary engine matrix, relying on the temporary absolute defense of the planetary shields to gather the remaining warships. Under the cover of Lu Ping's fleet, they made a full retreat towards Southgate 2a. The agent's fleet dared not concentrate too heavily, spreading across both planets while continuously assaulting the engine matrix outside the shields. Thus, a cat-and-mouse chase ensued for over a fortnight, until they finally approached the periphery of Southgate 2a. The massive form of Planet C emerged from sublight speed to provide assistance, unleashing a barrage of indiscriminate attacks on the perimeters of the 2 planets. The forces tasked with interception, including Lu Ping and portions of the agent's fleet, were instantly obliterated. In a critical moment, the necessity to retreat became a regrettable yet unavoidable option. The remaining pursuing fleet of the agent, deterred by the overwhelming firepower of Planet C, finally withdrew. Rainstar and Planet C, battered and smoking, gradually settled into orbit around Southgate 2a. In this battle, the fleet of the Rainstar civilization suffered catastrophic losses, leaving only a mere 100,000 vessels. The engine matrix of the planetary war star, Planet D, sustained over 70 damage, rendering its mobility nearly incapacitated. Lu Ping's fleet dwindled to fewer than 500,000 vessels. As the attacking side, the agent lost approximately 1 million warships, now left with 6 million. Since the onset of the conflict, the combined losses of Lu Ping and the Rainstar civilization exceeded 70. The sole consolation was that no resource planets had fallen. The 4 rocky planets, including Planet B, C, D, and Rainstar, along with the star of Southgate 2a, remained under Lu Ping's control. The agent had secured the star of Southgate 2b and a largely inconsequential gas giant. Lord Lu Ping, I sincerely apologize for the loss of a star in this battle. On behalf of the Rainstar civilization, I extend my heartfelt regrets. Gu Jielua solemnly expressed to Lu Ping in the conference room. Chapter 35. The Trap. After the Rainstar civilization arrived at Southgate 2a, Lord Galaro tirelessly gathered his military and political leaders aboard the Earthship. Once seated in the conference room, discussions regarding their next strategies commenced. Lord Galaro, There is no need to feel so disheartened. The opponent is formidable, and such an outcome was to be expected, Lu Ping remarked, observing Galaro's self-reflection akin to that of a schoolboy. However, Galaro could not shake off the feeling of guilt, believing that the fall of Southgate 2B was partly his responsibility. It remained uncertain whether this remorse was genuine or merely a facade of the defeated party to appease their allies. There is truly no need for such concern. For the agent to effortlessly seize Southgate 2B, one must consider whether he possesses the teeth for it. Lu Ping offered a cryptic smile. Galaro was momentarily perplexed. Despite the evident defeat, how could Lu Ping afford to smile, especially with such an enigmatic expression? I was previously troubled about how to appropriately deliver a star to the opponent. Little did I anticipate that the agent would hasten my dilemma, launching a full-scale assault and capturing Southgate 2B. This has spared us the trouble of orchestrating a charade, Lu Ping mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With a swift motion, Lu Ping activated a projection that materialized on the conference table. This is, Galaro gasped, taken aback by the image displayed. Lu Ping smiled faintly, opting not to elaborate further. Within the projection lay Lu Ping's true trump card, the Dyson cannon. This weapon boasted immense power, but came with significant limitations. Targets could not be too distant or too dispersed. Most crucially, akin to planet-busting weapons. It could only be employed once under the element of surprise to inflict maximum damage upon the enemy. If the Annihilation Cannon could be likened to a planetary-level weapon, the Dyson cannon undoubtedly represented a stellar-level strategic weapon. Strategic weapons, when silent, remain unnoticed. When unleashed, they astonish and often determine the outcome of a war. The primary constituents of a star's interior are isotopes of hydrogen and the helium produced from fusion reactions, with trace amounts of iron and carbon present. Extracting and utilizing these elements poses significant challenges. While nuclear fusion can convert light elements into heavier ones, the practical application is overly complex, rendering it an impractical source of heavy elements for a second-tier civilization. After all, among the myriad rocky planets in the cosmos, no second-tier civilization would resort to nuclear fusion to produce vast quantities of ordinary heavy elements. Thus, the loss of Southgate 2B had minimal repercussions for Lu Ping and his faction. Lu Ping and Galaro, along with their associates, meticulously analyzed the current situation. They unanimously agreed that fortifying their defenses while relying on 2 battle stars for protection, alongside expediting the replenishment of their fleet, should be their foremost priority. In the short term, bridging the conventional military capability gap with the agent was essential without seeking a decisive confrontation. The longer they could prolong this situation, the more advantageous it would be for them. After capturing Southgate 2B, the agent did not rush to launch the next wave of attacks. He understood that the longer they delayed, the more unfavorable the situation would become. However, the deterrent power of the 2 battle stars was formidable, without a viable countermeasure. A reckless assault was ill-advised. Lu Ping aimed to address the shortfall in conventional military strength, and even with the collaboration of the Rainstar civilization, it would require at least 2 decades to achieve this. Thus, the agent need not worry in the short term. He needed to devise a strategy to evade the threat posed by the planetary battle stars. Consequently, the agent turned his attention towards the gas giant known as Southgate 2BB. Gas giants are typically massive, akin to Jupiter, with a thick hydrogen atmosphere enveloping a metallic core. Lu Ping had initially refrained from developing this planet due to its excessively dense atmosphere. If a planetary engine matrix were installed on its surface, accompanied by the construction of an annihilation cannon, activation could potentially trigger fusion reactions within the atmosphere, transforming the gas giant into a miniature star. Once it became a star, the planet would lack the gravitational force necessary to contain the atmospheric fusion reactions, leading to an uncontrollable eruption of high-energy particles into outer space, an outcome akin to a supernova explosion. Of course, stripping away the atmosphere for modification was also feasible. With second-tier technology, such endeavors were entirely achievable, albeit cumbersome and time-consuming. With readily available terrestrial planets for development, who would opt to strip a gas giant of its atmosphere? Yet, the agent had little choice and was currently engaged in this intricate endeavor. as peers in this cosmic rivalry. The simplest and most effective method to counter planetary battle stars was to construct one of their own. With no better options, the agent resolved to modify Southgate 2BB. As an interstellar civilizations expedition fleet, the agent's forces were equipped to consider protracted engagements. Thus, a portion of the fleet was laden with substantial logistical equipment. The agent's modification plan bore a striking resemblance to Liu Ping's seed initiative. By merely assigning a task and deploying it to a designated target, self-production could ensue. Numerous aircraft landed at the core of Southgate 2BB, commencing the transformation of this gas giant. Meanwhile, Liu Ping and the Rainstar civilization diligently worked to recover their war losses, feigning ignorance towards the agent's plans. Occasionally, both sides dispatched small fleets to each other's territories for harassment, probing for movements. Thus, a strategic stalemate ensued, marked by minor skirmishes over the course of 2 years. The planetary battle star, Proxima Centauri D, had been successfully repaired, restoring Liu Ping's fleet to a strength of 700,000, while the Rainstar Civilization's fleet had only recovered to 500,000. In terms of mechanical legions, the combined forces of Liu Ping and the Rainstar Civilization exceeded 2 billion. Simultaneously, the agent's modification project began to yield initial results. The surface of Southgate 2BB's stellar core was equipped with numerous artificial gravity devices. These artificial force fields, interacting with the planet's gravity, created a similar effect to anti-gravity, drastically reducing the gravitational constraints on the planet. The atmosphere was rapidly escaping into space. Once the atmosphere thinned to a certain degree, the planet would approximate a terrestrial one, allowing for its transformation into a true battle star. Now, as they approached this critical threshold, it was particularly crucial for the agent. To safeguard Southgate 2BB, approximately 3 million warships were deployed in its outer space. The remainder were scattered across various defenses in Southgate 2B. However, Liu Ping would not allow the agent to have his way. Seated in the conference room, Liu Ping and Galaro observed the live projection of Southgate 2BB with keen interest. "It is time to shatter the agent's fangs," Liu Ping declared with a smile, as the others displayed expressions of ease, seemingly confident in Liu Ping's contingency plan. Shortly thereafter, a squadron of water droplet-shaped aircraft detached from the Earth ship, swiftly heading towards the star at Southgate 2B. Chapter 36. Annihilation of 3 million enemies. The water droplet spacecraft surged forward with remarkable speed. Having accelerated for several days to approach Southgate 2B at a velocity exceeding 0.8 times the speed of light. Such speed would undoubtedly allow the agents to detect it in advance. However, the minuscule size and remarkable maneuverability of the water droplet rendered it a limited threat to the agent fleet. For 2 years, similar occurrences had transpired almost daily, leading the agents to merely intercept symbolically without attaching much significance to it. As the water droplet approached the star at Southgate 2B, it swiftly reconfigured its formation, plunging into the star from various directions and vanishing from sight. Only then did the agent fleet sense that something was amiss, yet they were momentarily at a loss. They dispatched several probes into the star's interior to ascertain the mischief the water droplet was up to. Having occupied Southgate 2B for 2 years, the agent fleet had conducted extensive reconnaissance of the star and had even mined nuclear fuel within it. They found nothing amiss within the star. Energy extraction primarily occurred at the star's radiation layer surface, making deeper incursions unnecessary. Meanwhile, Liu Ping's trump card, the Dyson cannon, had been stealthily operating at sublight speed deep within the radiation zone since before the war. Even if the agents launched probes into the star, there was little chance of detection unless they encountered it directly. What Liu Ping had showcased to Gu Jialaw were precisely the operational trajectories of these trump cards. The water droplet spacecraft's mission upon entering Southgate 2B was to execute an activation task. As the agent's probes followed the water droplet formation into the depths of the radiation zone, they discovered countless mechanical behemoths transitioning from their sublight speed state. These colossal machines, each several dozen kilometers in diameter, were the Dyson cannons. One Dyson cannon broke free from its sublight speed status, swiftly adjusted its trajectory, and aimed its muzzle at Southgate 2BB. Within its fearsome barrel, torrents of furious particles coalesced and erupted at light speed towards Southgate 2BB. By the time the signals from the agent probes returned to headquarters, over 100,000 streams of particles had simultaneously reached their target. The 1.5 million warships stationed in the outer space of Southgate 2BB, facing the star, were utterly unprepared and were engulfed by the high-energy particle deluge. Unlike the planet-destroying cannon, which required recharging after each shot, the Dyson cannon operated like a pump, capable of continuous output as long as its mechanisms remained intact and its supply was not exhausted. The protective shields of the 1.5 million warships flickered and failed within a minute, succumbing to the onslaught. At this moment, the fleet on the planet's far side hastily adjusted their trajectories to flee into outer space, but it was too late. The particle deluge was merely the first wave of assault. Under the influence of the high-energy particles, the atmosphere of Southgate 2BB underwent nuclear fusion. Coupled with the prior atmospheric dispersal, the outer space of Southgate 2BB was saturated with nuclear fusion fuel. The planet's insufficient gravitational pull failed to contain this fuel, triggering a series of chain reactions. The entire Southgate 2BB was ravaged by the violent torrents of high-energy particles. This constituted the second wave of attack. After 4.8 billion years of tranquility, Southgate 2BB erupted in a dazzling yet ephemeral display, accelerating its demise by hundreds of billions of years. It unleashed stellar-like energy, creating a magnificent cosmic fireworks display within the TriStar system. In that moment, it resembled a star, yet unlike a benevolent star, it was ferocious and ravenous. Having consumed the surrounding 3 million warships, it began to expand further into the void of space, with the nearest target being the Southgate 2B star, approximately a dozen light-minutes away. The remaining agent fleet received the alerts from the previous probes and quickly reformed to seek refuge behind the star. At this point, the Dyson cannon had no further need to attack Southgate 2BB. The agents believed that by hiding behind the star, they could evade the impending crisis. A notion that proved overly simplistic. The earlier assault had only utilized half of the Dyson cannons. The other half remained positioned behind the star. When the remaining 3 million warships reached the star's rear, they were met with countless torrents of particles. Fortunately, since the fleet was in motion, they managed to avoid being completely overwhelmed. However, after suffering the loss of several 100,000 warships, the agent fleet hastily retreated toward the barren void. The Dyson cannon's effectiveness against moving targets diminished, resulting in indiscriminate fire to drive the enemy away. The internal conditions of Southgate 2BB, pressure, temperature, and gravitational strength, were insufficient to sustain prolonged fusion. Following the cessation of the Dyson cannon's fire, nuclear fusion gradually abated. This process continued for over a month, during which Lu Ping and his companions observed the entire sequence unfold. By this time, Southgate 2BB's atmosphere had nearly dissipated. The surface of its rocky core was ablaze, with magma rampaging across what had become a hellscape. Earthquakes, lava tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions plagued the planet, leaving it scarred and ravaged. It was uncertain how many years it would take for the chaos to subside, or what form it would ultimately take. Meanwhile, the remaining agent fleet had lost the grandeur it once possessed. Now, they moved like frightened strays within the TriStar system, wary of lingering anywhere, particularly near the 3 stars, fearing the sudden emergence of another devastating weapon. In stark contrast to the agents, the crew aboard the Earth vessel reveled in merriment, celebrating their victory with a feast. "How shall we deal with the remaining 3 million warships?" Gu Jialoa inquired, raising a glass of champagne sourced from Earth, her tentacles quivering with anticipation. "The agents have likely lost most of their logistics in the conflict at Southgate 2BB. These 3 million warships are now like fish on a chopping block. We can consume them at our leisure," Lu Ping replied, gesturing to a platter of fish awaiting preparation. Indeed, Earth's culinary culture is truly profound. Once the war concludes, I too shall retire and take a holiday on Earth, Gu Jialoa said, savoring a bite of hot pot and a sip of champagne before donning a breathing apparatus. Clearly relishing the moment. "Rest assured, I will ensure Earth arranges a splendid welcome," Lu Ping responded, equally in high spirits as they indulged in food and drink. Once their revelries concluded, they reconvened in the conference room to discuss the war's resolution. In Lu Ping's view, both sides were merely pawns in a larger game orchestrated by hidden forces. With the outcome now determined, there was little reason to continue the bloodshed. Lu Ping was indifferent. But the Rainstar civilization needed to focus on developing its populace. The accumulation of resources over the past decade had been largely depleted due to the conflict. Continuing the fight would impose an unbearable burden on the Rainstar civilization, likely resulting in a cascade of adverse consequences. Consequently, both parties resolved to issue a surrender proposal to the agents. Chapter 37. Still not running after the meeting. A surrender announcement issued in the name of the Third Spiral Alliance was broadcast throughout the Triad Star system. The announcement was crafted in the universal language of the agents, and its contents were primarily divided into three main aspects. Firstly, the agents' recent war is characterized as an act of invasion, necessitating a formal apology to the entire galaxy. Secondly, the agents and their underlying forces must compensate for the damages incurred during this conflict, with reparations not limited to economic resources, technological knowledge, territory, or material goods. Thirdly, the agents are required to open their technological systems to the Third Spiral Alliance. Lastly, the agents and their supporters must acknowledge the Third Spiral Alliance's legitimate claim to the Third Spiral. From the perspective of the victorious Lu Ping and the Rainstar civilization, the contents of this announcement are entirely reasonable. After all, it was the opposing party that initiated the invasion and caused the losses. It is only fitting for the defeated to offer an apology and compensate for the damages. Moreover, the humans and the Rainstar civilization are, in fact, the indigenous civilizations of the Third Spiral. With their newfound strength, even without external recognition, controlling the Third Spiral is merely a matter of time. The acknowledgement is merely a formality. As for the request for the opposing party to open their technological systems, Lu Ping was particularly interested in their warship repair technology and modular defense systems. Truth be told, even if the agents were reluctant to share these technologies directly, once Lu Ping captured their ships, reverse engineering would only be a matter of time. Thus, Lu Ping and the Rainstar civilization awaited a response from the agents. Unfortunately, after 2 months of anticipation, no information had been received. Logically, after such a duration, the announcement should have circulated throughout the Triad Star system at least twice, leaving no reason for the opposing party to remain uninformed. It was evident that the agents were not yet inclined to surrender. The lack of response from the agents began to concern Lu Ping. He no longer viewed the remaining combat capabilities of the agents as a threat. Rather, he worried whether they possessed any weapons that transcended the capabilities of a Level 2 civilization, potentially enabling a dramatic turnaround in dire circumstances. After all, they had arrived through artificial wormholes, which could lead one to speculate further. Lu Ping convened a gathering to discuss how to address this situation. Through extensive data simulation and analysis, it was concluded that the probability of the opposing party possessing such a weapon was less than 30%. Pangu was the first to speak, affirming that they too believed the likelihood was exceedingly low. If the opposing party truly had such means, why had they not employed them earlier? This only indicated that any weapons surpassing Level 2 civilization standards were likely restricted by the rules governing this conflict. Gu Qiaoyuo also shared insights from the Rainstar civilization's analysis. Esteemed colleagues, this meeting is not to debate the possibility of such a scenario, but rather to consider how we would respond if the opposing party indeed possesses such a weapon. Lu Ping articulated the focus of the meeting. Probabilities are merely abstract figures, while reality is tangible. No matter how low the probability, if it were to occur in isolation, it becomes a certainty. He did not wish to become the singular case of an exceedingly improbable event. Lu Ping's expression turned serious as he addressed the assembly. Moreover, the Triad Star system remains under the opposing party's blockade. Logically, the agents should have lifted the blockade to escape, yet they have not fled. This situation suggests that the agents' defeat is merely a matter of time. But why have they not run? If we consider their perspective, their refusal to flee may imply that they possess some hidden means to achieve a comeback. That would be quite concerning. Listening to the speculations of those present, Lu Ping slowly set down his chopsticks, his expression growing increasingly grave. Could it be that the agents truly possessed some undisclosed method yet to be utilized? After pondering, Lu Ping found this possibility not entirely implausible. Judging by the agents' initial momentum, it was likely that they had experience in subjugating newly emerged Level 2 civilizations, suggesting they were well-versed in interstellar warfare. Currently, the opposing party's tactics appeared rather conventional, relying solely on overwhelming strength to crush their adversaries. While this approach is justifiable, their somewhat singular method of warfare raised alarm bells. Esteemed colleagues, we must swiftly replenish our fleet of warships and initiate a decisive confrontation with the agents. Regardless of their hidden capabilities, we must ensure they do not achieve a miraculous turnaround. Lu Ping asserted decisively. Following their gathering, Lu Ping and the Rainstar civilization entered a phase of extensive production, rapidly increasing their military might. Together, they could manufacture 500,000 warships within a year. At this rate, combined with the existing fleet of over 1 million ships, it would still take 4 to 5 years to close the gap in numbers with the agents. This was under the assumption of a 1-to-1 ratio. If it were adjusted to 2-to-1, the timeline would double. Investing 10 years to secure an absolute advantage in a confrontation with the agents was not an unacceptable proposition. However, Lu Ping had long-term interstellar exploration plans. And how many decades could one truly afford? Having spent 13 years with the Blood Race, 9 years reaching the Triad star system, 10 years developing stability there, and 2 years awaiting the agent's arrival, Lu Ping was now 68 years old. Even with advancements in life sciences, he still appeared much as he had in his youth. The current theoretical lifespan of humans could reach around 200 years. Yet, Lu Ping was unwilling to spend another 10 years engaged in interstellar warfare. Such a venture would be a sheer waste of life. If he could somehow acquire the agent's modular defense technology and warship repair techniques, the damage ratio could potentially be adjusted to 1-to-1. With targeted weaponry, they might even reduce the casualty ratio to below 1. In Lu Ping's estimation, these two technologies likely belong to a certain branch of materials science. The opposing party had ample time to develop this branch of technology to its zenith, resulting in self-repairing materials. Lu Ping believed that the agent's modular shield technology was also built upon this foundational material. However, while conceptualizing was one thing, breaking through this technology was another matter entirely. He currently lacked a clear direction. Materials science is an expansive field filled with numerous branches, without sufficient time for accumulation. The only viable option would be to seize a ship for reverse engineering. This was undoubtedly the most effective approach. Years ago, an attempt was made to capture a shuttle from the Rainstar civilization, but due to the complexities of artificial gravity related to theoretical physics, Lu Ping was unable to decipher it. In contrast, materials technology was merely applied physics. With a sample, he believed he could crack the code. With this in mind, Lu Ping couldn't help but chuckle at the irony and subsequently issued new orders to Hutu. Beyond warships, Lu Ping commanded a mechanical army exceeding 1 billion units. Since the onset of hostilities, the mechanical army had only served as cannon fodder once, making it ideally suited for the current mission of capture. Lu Ping was confident that with 1 billion mechanical warriors, it was entirely feasible to commandeer one of the agent's warships. Even through sheer force, they could likely seize a ship. Chapter 38. Nanolithography robots. Lu Ping reactivated the Mechanical Legion, unleashing 1 billion mechanical warriors from the Star Ring dock, surging towards the remnants of the agent's fleet. Accompanying them were numerous droplet formations. Despite their vast numbers, the Mechanical Legion was primarily suited for singular targets. Through previous encounters, Lu Ping deduced that even if he deployed all mechanical warriors against the agent's fleet, they could only incapacitate a mere 100 ships a day. In a year, that would amount to approximately 30,000 vessels, and over a decade, merely 360,000 warships. This calculation did not even account for the casualty rate among the mechanical soldiers. Engaging in direct combat with millions of interstellar ships was evidently an imprudent strategy. The sole objective of this deployment was to capture an agent's warship. The agent's remaining fleet was navigating through a sector of the Sonus star system when they suddenly detected 1 billion flying targets, causing a brief moment of disarray in their formation. It was only as the Mechanical Legion drew nearer that the fleet regained its composure. The agent's fleet, now on high alert, arranged itself into a battle formation, prepared to confront the Mechanical Legion head-on. To their surprise, these mechanical soldiers did not fire a single shot. Instead, they activated their shields and charged towards the engine exhausts of the agent's ships, relentlessly burrowing inside. The engine, the very heart of a spacecraft, was undoubtedly fortified with formidable defenses. Yet, these mechanical warriors, undeterred by the onslaught of the agent's fleet, pressed on like moths drawn to a flame. After a prolonged stalemate, one ship's defensive perimeter was finally breached, allowing a mechanical warrior to infiltrate its engine compartment. Upon entry, the mechanical soldier detonated itself, crippling the engine of that vessel. In the ensuing chaos, countless droplets followed suit, assaulting the incapacitated ship and creating numerous breaches. The mechanical warriors swiftly advanced, entering through these openings to deploy specialized ropes crafted from supercritical materials to secure the ship's interior. The vessel itself was rapidly attempting to repair the damage while droplets continued their relentless bombardment. This scene played out repeatedly within the agent's fleet, which soon grasped the intent behind this audacious maneuver. The enemy aimed to forcibly tow away their ship, even seasoned by countless interstellar conflicts. The agents were left astounded by such a bold tactic. Eventually, one ship was successfully tethered with the towing ropes, and thousands of mechanical warriors surged forward, combining to form a larger entity that began dragging the rope towards the outskirts of the battlefield. Just as it seemed the ship was on the verge of being taken, an unexpected event occurred. The ship self-destructed, leaving thousands of interstellar soldiers battered and bruised in the explosion. Alas, Lu Ping sighed as he observed the battlefield footage. The enemy's extensive combat experience had indeed equipped them with measures to prevent their ships from being captured, and self-destruction proved to be the most effective method. This tactic was one Lu Ping himself frequently employed, and he found himself lacking effective countermeasures. All he could do was instruct his interstellar soldiers to collect as many shipwreck remnants as possible from the battlefield for further study. Although this approach was inefficient, it was better than nothing. Even if they could not reverse engineer the enemy's technology, discovering targeted countermeasures would prove invaluable. As a technologist, Lu Ping firmly believed that the higher the technological content, the easier it became to target once the correct methods were identified. Days later, the mechanical warriors gradually returned from the battlefield with numerous remnants of conical warships. In his laboratory, Lu Ping analyzed these materials and uncovered intriguing insights. Unlike traditional metals or nonmetals, these materials were artificially created with biologically active components. How to describe these components? They resembled human cells, possessing self-replicating and self-repairing capabilities. Further research revealed that these materials could be dissected down to the atomic level. The surfaces of these atoms were inscribed with countless integrated circuits, accompanied by numerous microscopic mechanical components. The essence of these materials was that of microscopic robots. Was this technology difficult? For humanity, it had not been particularly challenging. Nanometer-scale chips had been producible for over a century. The issue lay in not extending this technology into other fields. Presently, humanity's chip technology had advanced into the era of photonic chips, rendering nanolithography techniques obsolete. It was astonishing that a craft long discarded by humanity had been repurposed by the agents for use in robotics, resulting in such advanced and practical aerospace materials. These miniature robots, though small as sparrows, were replete with functionalities. In their standard state, they behaved like ordinary materials, capable of aggregating to form macroscopic substances, which exhibited robust superconductive properties. Should the macroscopic structure be compromised, they would decompose into countless microscopic robots, autonomously initiating repairs. Isolated, these microscopic robots would be nearly undetectable to the naked eye. Lu Ping dubbed these entities nanolithography robots. Despite having unraveled the manufacturing principles behind them, he realized that replicating this technology in the short term would be unfeasible. Mass-producing such materials would necessitate the revival of this technology and a comprehensive expansion into related fields. Achieving industrial application would require a significant accumulation of time and experience, making it challenging to reach the agent's current level. Lu Ping was not anxious about industrial production. Now that he understood the material properties of the enemy, identifying targeted countermeasures would be considerably easier. To deactivate these microscopic robots, one simply needed to disrupt their internal circuits or components. There were multiple methods to achieve this. Microscopic robots were not absolute superconductors, allowing for the development of targeted weaponry against superconductive materials' critical properties. For instance, enhancing weaponry with powerful currents, intense electromagnetic fields, or generating extreme temperatures could effectively disrupt their macroscopic structures, causing the robots to lose their superconductive characteristics and damaging their internal circuits. Consequently, the microscopic robots would become inactive, reverting to ordinary materials incapable of self-repair. Lu Ping's warships utilized nuclear fusion as their energy source, which limited the maximum temperature achievable by their offensive measures. Moreover, deploying intense magnetic fields could inadvertently harm his own fleet amidst the chaotic battlefield. Ultimately, Lu Ping decided to employ powerful electric currents to incapacitate the microscopic robots. Electricity could be stored, and theoretically, as long as the materials were suitable, any desired current level could be attained. Furthermore, Lu Ping possessed quark materials, which inherently exhibited absolute superconductive properties. Coupled with his unique wireless power transmission technology, this would serve as the ultimate nemesis for the nanolithography robots. Lu Ping swiftly determined the critical current threshold for the nanolithography robots and devised a wireless power transmission device. Subsequently, he initiated a small-scale retrofit of his fleet. Chapter 39. The final confrontation. According to Lu Ping's earlier supplementary battleship plan, it would take at least another decade to engage the agents in a decisive battle. However, only half a year had passed, and together with the Rainstar civilization, Lu Ping had managed to assemble a meager force of 200,000 warships, setting forth to confront the remnants of the agents. The reason was simple. Lu Ping had discovered a means to counter the agents' naval superiority. He was unwilling to prolong the war any further, fearing that delays might bring unforeseen changes. Lu Ping was confident that from this point onward, the agents' advantages would transform into fatal weaknesses. The agents' remnants faced daily harassment from mechanical warriors, a nuisance that, while not immediately painful, was akin to persistent mosquitoes, driving the agents to distraction. Consequently, Lu Ping had consistently tracked the agents' movements. The 200,000 warships flew swiftly through the cosmos, and after several days, they encountered the agents' fleet at a designated spatial coordinate. From the agents' perspective, even though Lu Ping currently held the initiative in the offensive, the notion that 200,000 warships could conquer 300,000 was akin to a fool's dream. Without the support of planetary war stars or the perverse weapons concealed within stars, Lu Ping's fleet could not achieve a numerical superiority of over 2-1, rendering a direct confrontation impossible. The agents had previously harbored concerns that Lu Ping was biding his time, quietly amassing strength at his stronghold. Now, however, he had overestimated his own capabilities and foolishly initiated an attack. It was an opportune moment to annihilate Lu Ping's conventional forces. Once Lu Ping's regular military strength was eradicated, the agent's fleet could face the two planetary war stars with ease. Upon the encounter, the agent's fleet did not retreat. Rather, they altered their flight trajectory, charging towards Lu Ping's fleet. In an instant, the desolate expanse of the cosmos erupted with the thunderous roar of various ship cannons, beams of light illuminating the void. Thousands of warships were reduced to mere wreckage in an instant. The materials at the damaged points of the agent's vessels began to writhe as they initiated repairs. A closer inspection revealed that at the sites of damage, an unidentified device had been embedded. If one were to overlook it, they might mistake it for a shell or debris from a ship. However, upon closer examination, two remarkably fine needles protruded from the device. The tips of these needles suddenly sparked with electricity, releasing a powerful arc of lightning. A formidable current rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire warship. With a crackle and pop, The agent's vessel erupted in a shower of sparks. Subsequent attacks followed, yet the modular protective shield of the agent's warship failed to activate and was obliterated by the ensuing barrage. In just one volley, the agents lost over 10,000 warships, while Lu Ping's fleet sustained damage without a single ship being destroyed. The agents' fleet soon recognized the precarious situation, reversing their formation in a desperate attempt to escape the battlefield. Unfortunately, having previously charged forward, retreating was not as simple as they had hoped. This hasty rearrangement only served to disrupt their own offensive and defensive formations, providing Lu Ping with an opportunity to inflict severe damage. By the time the agents' fleet managed to adjust their course, they were left with just over 200,000 ships, hastily fleeing towards Proxima Centauri. The skirmish had been remarkably brief, lasting less than an hour, yet the agents had suffered a staggering loss of 100,000 ships, nearly one-third of their fleet. As the agents scrambled through the stars, Lu Ping relentlessly pursued them, unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. Initially, Lu Ping had intended to compel the agents to surrender, but observing their unwavering spirit of defiance, he realized they regarded him with utter disdain. Thus, he resolved to annihilate them. Lu Ping and the agents had no direct interactions prior to this conflict, nor was there any conflict of interest between them. Yet, the agents had aggressively declared their intent to eliminate him without distinction. Such audacity was utterly intolerable. Even a mud person would be driven to assert themselves under such provocation. Moreover, Lu Ping, seasoned in the art of warfare, felt sympathy for the weak but was unafraid to confront tyranny, regardless of the formidable entity backing the agents. Today he would first eradicate their minions. Within the TriStar system, a prolonged cat-and-mouse chase ensued. After nearly 6 months, the agents were left with fewer than 100,000 ships, all battered, with scarcely any remaining intact. Agent, I urge you to refrain from unnecessary sacrifices. Surrender and acknowledge the legitimate claims of my third spiral alliance, and I may yet consider granting you a reprieve. Lu Ping once again attempted to negotiate their surrender. However, persuading them to yield was not Lu Ping's primary objective. As the saying goes, do not pursue a cornered foe. If he were in their position, reduced to such a state, he would have fled long ago, even if surrender were not an option. The agent's stubbornness piqued Lu Ping's vigilance. Could it be that they harbored some hidden trump card capable of turning the tide? Otherwise, their behavior was utterly irrational. To Lu Ping, the agents resembled mere thugs. Serving their master was their profession, yet the notion of sacrificing themselves for their master was utterly implausible. Lu Ping feared that in a fit of desperation, the agents might resort to a mutually assured destruction strategy. Thus he refrained from pressing too hard against their remaining fleet of less than 1 million ships. Instead, he adopted a gradual approach, slowly depleting their numbers. Like a frog in slowly heating water, they would be less inclined to leap away. The chase continued for half a year, gradually drawing near to Proxima Centauri. During this time, Lu Ping had circled the TriStar system several times in pursuit of the agents. Proxima Centauri was not their first close encounter, so it did not raise significant alarms. This star was accompanied by 2 smaller companions, each only 10% the size of Proxima. Since the war's inception, Lu Ping had only deployed a few Dyson cannons within its vicinity and had strategically abandoned it thereafter. Following the arrival of the agents, no military actions had been launched against Proxima. For nearly 3 years, both sides had seemingly ignored its existence. Lu Ping contemplated whether to force the remnants of the agents' fleet within the range of the Dyson cannons, aiming to conclude their conflict in one decisive stroke. Suddenly, the agents' fleet surged rapidly towards Proxima. The Dyson cannons had limited accuracy against high-mobility targets, and they remained in a sublight state of silence. Activating them required deploying water droplet spacecraft for local initiation. Determined, Lu Ping seized the opportunity to annihilate the agents once and for all, to avoid protracted uncertainties. A squadron of water droplet spacecraft detached from the fleet, swiftly heading for Proxima. Just then, a seemingly inconspicuous beam shot forth from the fleeing agents' fleet, also aimed directly at Proxima. The beam reached its target almost instantaneously upon launch. It was slender, akin to a laser pointer S beam, yet upon striking Proxima, it left Lu Ping utterly astonished. Chapter 40. Igniting Proxima. The beam of light could not escape Lu Ping's detection. However, the results of the scan left him utterly astonished and unprepared. After measuring the speed, it became evident that this unremarkable laser beam exceeded the speed of light. It was clear without further measurement that it could breach the sublight speed barrier solely relying on its own properties. Its velocity surpassed all light sources from both fleets. So how could it be anything but superluminal? Yet, according to the theory of relativity, any object with mass cannot exceed the speed of light. How could this be explained? The answer was apparent. Unless the mass of the material was zero or even negative matter. This term suddenly materialized in Lu Ping's mind. Negative matter is the energy source for the curvature flight of a Type 3 civilization, and for a Type 2 civilization, it represents a devastating dimensional strike. Any positive matter that comes into contact with it is instantly annihilated. Moreover, negative matter possesses an inherent property of repelling gravitational forces, making it the natural nemesis of positive matter. From the moment the negative matter beam was emitted until Lu Ping grasped its implications, only a few seconds elapsed. He could no longer afford to activate the Dyson cannon and promptly commanded the water droplets to intercept the beam. The fleet began firing relentlessly at the vessel that launched the beam. Unfortunately, the water droplets were also launched at close range, lacking the necessary acceleration time. Their speed was exceedingly slow, rendering them incapable of catching up with the beam's endpoint. With no other recourse, the droplets had to use their own bodies to directly obstruct the beam's propagation. The first water droplet surged forward. Its perfectly smooth surface and absolute superconductive properties giving way the moment it made contact with the beam, resulting in an instantaneous breach as it was pierced through. The stable magnetic field within the droplet collapsed, transforming it into a hydrogen bomb that detonated amidst the starry expanse. This marked the first instance in decades that a water droplet had been defeated by direct means, and it happened with alarming ease. Countless droplets followed suit, exploding in succession, achieving no meaningful interception whatsoever. The duration of the beam's obstruction was minuscule, almost negligible. The negative matter beam penetrated Proxima's atmosphere, traversing through the troposphere and radiation layer, reaching the core of Proxima. As the core material was extinguished by the negative matter, it experienced a destabilization of gravitational forces. In a matter of seconds, Proxima's luminosity surged exponentially, increasing dozens to hundreds of times. Subsequently, Proxima's volume began to expand rapidly. Lu Ping, witnessing this spectacle, involuntarily exclaimed a traditional phrase after decades. He hastily ordered the fleet to change course towards the South Gate 2A for escape, entirely disregarding the need to eliminate the agent fleet. The destabilization of gravitational forces within Proxima led to a decrease in the binding force on its own material, resulting in a dramatic increase in volume. It resembled an inflating balloon, growing larger and brighter. Its size had expanded beyond South Gate 2A, with its radius increasing tenfold and its volume swelling over 1,000 times. In the next instant, as if reflecting light, it abruptly contracted, becoming a sphere with a radius nearing 1,000 kilometers. All surface material was compressed into neutrons by the overwhelming gravitational force, transforming it into a neutron star. Clearly, this gravitational force was unstable. This neutron star was destined to be a transient state. Under another gravitational mutation, the neutron star disintegrated, erupting into the cosmos in a frenzied expulsion. The formidable neutron torrent posed a greater threat than the high-energy particles generated by nuclear fusion. Neutrons, being electrically neutral, possess exceptional penetrative capabilities, easily breaching atomic nuclei and inducing nuclear reactions. This reaction has been heralded by humanity as the third type of nuclear weapon, the neutron bomb. Furthermore, isolated neutrons exhibit decay characteristics, with an average lifespan of approximately 16 minutes, transforming into protons, electrons, and antineutrinos, simultaneously emitting gamma rays. Even in its diminutive state, Proxima is still a star. After compression, it unleashed energy radiation comparable to that of a neutron star explosion. For the first several minutes, the emitted radiation was predominantly composed of neutrons, triggering nuclear fission reactions upon contact with any material. After a brief period, the neutrons would decay, resulting in a torrent of gamma rays. Any object exposed would suffer from intense radiation, incapacitating all electronic devices. Lu Ping had foreseen such an outcome during Proxima's expansion. The neutron star explosion, nuclear fission, and neutron bomb were all within his ship's capacity to endure. His sole concern was the gamma ray torrent. This was not the typical gamma radiation encountered in laboratories or detectors. Its intensity surpassed 100 million times that, lacking any directional focus. Should his fleet become engulfed within, it would be entirely incapacitated, and he himself would suffer a painful demise amidst the overwhelming radiation. The agent's strategy was indeed insidious. The TriStar system had long been blockaded by the adversary, and such an intense stellar explosion would affect the entire system. By that time, all electronic devices would malfunction, and all life forms would be subjected to extreme radiation, living in torment even if they survived. Lu Ping's fleet accelerated desperately. Fortuitously, he had always been wary of the agent fleet, maintaining a safe distance, and the agents currently lacked the capability to obstruct his escape. Moreover, the proximity to Proxima, from an astronomical perspective, still allowed for a considerable distance. The forewarning had granted Lu Ping over an hour to escape. As long as he could elevate the fleet to absolute sublight speed, he was confident of evading this catastrophe. The fleet had already been traveling at sublight speed, and after calculations, Lu Ping determined that achieving absolute sublight speed would require at least 2 more hours. However, he calculated that in an hour and a half, the gamma ray stream would catch up to his fleet. With no other options, Lu Ping had to devise ways to minimize radiation exposure. The 3 fundamental principles of radiation protection are: 1. Time protection. The cumulative dose of radiation received by the human body is directly proportional to the duration of exposure. The longer the exposure, the more severe the radiation hazard. It is essential to minimize exposure time to reduce the dose received. 2. Distance protection. The radiation dose rate at a location is inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the radiation source. The greater the distance from the source, the lower the dose rate. 3. Shielding protection. This involves establishing a protective barrier between individuals and the radiation source. When radiation passes through materials with high atomic numbers, a significant amount is absorbed, thereby reducing the radiation dose received by the body. Lu Ping, being well-versed in nuclear power, was intimately familiar with the dangers of ionizing radiation and its protective measures. He resolved to utilize all available resources to focus on these 3 aspects in a bid to secure his chance of survival. Chapter 41. Narrow Escape. Proxima Centauri, a star of modest mass, typically culminates its life cycle by transforming into a white dwarf. However, it has now been catalyzed into an unstable neutron star state by agents utilizing negative matter, emitting a fierce radiation that engulfs the entire Trinary star system. Nearly 2 million warships, relying on the formidable computational prowess of the Earth, maintain a tightly packed formation, rapidly coalescing into a sphere with a radius exceeding 100 kilometers. The upper echelons of Lu Ping and Yuxing are fully mobilized for this decisive battle, all present aboard the Earth vessel, which occupies the central position within the spherical formation. The spherical fleet accelerates relentlessly, racing against the clock in a desperate bid for survival. After more than an hour, the torrent of neutrons, accompanied by gamma rays, finally catches up with the periphery of the spherical formation. The outermost warships push their shields to the maximum power, yet can only endure for less than a minute. At this juncture, neutrons remain densely packed, not yet having fully decayed. Once the shield's energy is expended, they are almost instantaneously breached by the supercritical materials of the ships. This penetration occurs at the atomic level, no matter how robust the materials. They cannot withstand such an onslaught. An overwhelming barrage of gamma rays simultaneously incapacitates the electronic systems of the vessels. The engine's containment mechanisms fail, leading to an uncontrollable explosion of nuclear fuel within. Fortunately, Lu Ping's fleet employs helium-3 fusion, which does not produce neutrons or gamma rays. The tail end of the spherical formation is ruthlessly ravaged by the explosive torrent, akin to the ablative shields of a rocket, shedding layers amidst continuous detonations. The ships themselves become physical barriers against the neutron and gamma-ray flows, with the intense heat and pressure from the nuclear explosions able to absorb and obstruct the neutron stream. Thus, a stalemate ensues. Within a single day, the entire spherical formation is utterly engulfed by the torrent from the neutron star, vanishing without a trace. The ferocious energy radiates outward from Proxima Centauri, sweeping across the entire Trinary star system. After several days, it approaches the periphery of South Gate 2A. Thankfully, Lu Ping had issued a precautionary alert to the headquarters upon foreseeing such an outcome. How to evade disaster? Naturally, by relying on the star's South Gate 2A itself. Upon receiving the warning, Yu Xing and the 4 planets of Proxima Centauri B, C, and D promptly adjusted their orbits to shield themselves behind South Gate 2A. After more than 10 days of propagation, the neutron torrent has mostly decayed into ordinary high-energy particles. The only remaining threat to the headquarters is the gamma-ray explosion flow, which, despite having diminished in intensity over time, still presents an astronomical dose. As these particles collide with the atmosphere of South Gate 2A, the impact is akin to a stone stirring up countless waves. In the presence of South Gate 2A, Proxima Centauri is but a younger sibling, and the diluted energy post-eruption poses little risk to the massive South Gate 2A, akin to a drop in the ocean. The colossal mass of South Gate 2A serves as a bulwark, effectively repelling these energies beyond its atmospheric confines, resulting only in minor solar storms. With the star's resistance, the energies directly impacting South Gate 2A are absorbed and redirected, creating a vacuum safety zone behind the star. The spherical fleet, led by the Earth vessel, plunges into the interior of South Gate 2A, now reduced to a radius of merely a few kilometers. Lu Ping sacrifices over 90 of the warships to secure a moment of respite for the Earth vessel. The current spherical fleet has dwindled to fewer than 200,000 ships, having finally escaped the lethal radiation threat upon entering South Gate 2A. The Earth vessel swiftly alters its trajectory, circumventing the radiation zone of South Gate 2A, and heads toward the star's rear. The 4 planets take refuge in the safety zone behind the star, constantly adjusting their orbits to remain aligned. The Earth vessel, with its dwindling fleet, breaks free from the atmosphere of the star and returns to the docking station of Proxima Centauri B's rings. This near brush with death can only be described as a stroke of extraordinary fortune. A month later, the eruption of Proxima Centauri subsides. The entire Trinary star system is inundated with high-energy particles and radiation, estimated to require hundreds of millions of years to be absorbed by the gravitational pull of the remaining 2 stars. Proxima Centauri, now shrunk to the size of a planet, has transformed into a completely lifeless world. The remaining matter has entirely converted to carbon, rendering it a carbonaceous planet incapable of interfering with the dynamics of the other 2 stars. It is believed that, with the passage of time, it too will be captured by one of the star's gravity, ultimately becoming a true planet. The intricate 3-body dance of the Trinary star system, which has persisted for 4.8 billion years, has irrevocably ceased, transitioning into a binary star system. Lu Ping and his companions gather by the porthole of the Earth vessel, gazing in a trance at the Trinary star system before them. The agents are truly deranged to have detonated Proxima Centauri, the ancient Galore exclaims, a shiver running through its appendages. Lu Ping can only sigh, rendered speechless by the enormity of the situation. As the adage goes, do not pursue a desperate foe. And indeed there is wisdom in this. Yet, Lu Ping harbors no regrets regarding this decisive confrontation. Now that the turmoil has subsided, upon reflection, the irrational actions of the agents begin to make sense. Faced with certain defeat, they did not flee but rather seem to have been scheming this very operation. Their delay in action was merely a ploy to await the opportune moment, namely, when Lu Ping led his fleet into battle. Armed with such a trump card, the agents knew that no matter how many fleets Lu Ping mustered, they would be rendered nearly obsolete in the wake of a supernova explosion. Even the division of a considerable number of warships to blockade the Trinary star system was a strategic preparation for this very card. However, such cataclysmic measures, surpassing the comprehension of a Type II civilization, are difficult to anticipate, even with vigilance. A Type II civilization can wield planet-destroying star cannons against unprotected worlds. The agent's use of negative matter to effortlessly detonate a star is a capability far beyond that of a Type II civilization. It appears that this method is not a conventional weapon of the agents, but rather a strategic weapon acquired from a more advanced civilization behind the scenes. Presumably, the agents possess a limited stock of such strategic weaponry. Otherwise, there would be no need to engage in a years-long struggle with Lu Ping. Contemplating this, Lu Ping cannot help but ponder a question. With his 2 million warships nearly annihilated and the agents possessing fewer than 100,000 ships, did they also suffer total destruction given their proximity to Proxima Centauri? A question mark looms in Lu Ping's mind. Logically, one would presume that those wielding such weapons would not annihilate themselves. To uncover the truth, a probe must be dispatched for reconnaissance. Yet, the entire Trinary star system is currently shrouded in interstellar dust, compounded by residual ionizing radiation, making navigation exceedingly challenging. At present, only 2 planetary warships can barely operate within this tumultuous environment. Chapter 42. Exploring the celestial prison. The life and death of the agent are of paramount importance. One cannot afford to deceive oneself so carelessly. Should the opponent indeed be alive, and one day emerge unexpectedly to unleash another wave of negative matter attacks upon the other 2 stars, it would spell disaster. The planetary warships can rely on their considerable mass to keep the particles that have been reduced to interstellar dust at bay, ensuring that the star-grade engines remain unaffected. Lu Ping, resolute in his determination, decided to dispatch Proxima D for reconnaissance. The destination was unequivocal. If the adversary had survived the shockwave of the Proxima explosion, they would likely be hiding behind or within Southgate 2b. With the pervasive interstellar dust and radiation barriers now shrouding the Triad star system, Lu Ping could no longer remotely operate the Dyson cannon. Hence, Southgate 2b had become a veritable safe haven. As the defensive systems of Proxima D gradually activated, the engine matrix exhaled streams of particles, and the entire planet began its ascent from the safety zone, accelerating towards Southgate 2b. Proxima D was akin to a solitary vessel navigating a vast ocean, slicing through the waves with ease, arriving safely at the star of Southgate 2b, regrettably. After multiple scans of the outer layer of Southgate 2b and awakening the internal Dyson cannon, no trace of the agent fleet could be found. Undeterred, Lu Ping sent Proxima D to the battlefield where the 2 sides had once clashed, hoping for some revelation. Here, remnants of many warships lay scattered, but it was impossible to discern whether they had been destroyed by Lu Ping or by the Proxima explosion. One could only hope that the agents had perished along with Proxima. With no clues to pursue, Lu Ping could not afford to waste time. Presently, only 2 war stars were free to navigate within the Triad star system. The safe zone they occupied was not within the habitable zone of Southgate 2a. It was perilously close to the star, where temperatures soared and radiation from the star itself was formidable. While it was feasible to take temporary refuge here, long-term survival would pose numerous challenges. Maintaining the protective shields for 4 planets and constantly adjusting their orbits was a considerable burden. The Triad star system had become inhospitable to intelligent life, yet they remained trapped within its confines, unable to escape. Thus, the only option was to carve out a safe zone above the habitable belt of Southgate 2a, while devising a means to breach the spatial blockade surrounding the Triad star system. The endeavor to clear the cosmic expanse was undeniably monumental. However, Lu Ping's willingness to undertake it indicated that he possessed a degree of confidence in achieving short-term results. Gravity bombs could serve as effective tools for this clearing process. The various radioactive materials and high-energy particles littering the cosmos were akin to interstellar dust, dispersed throughout the celestial expanse. A single gravity bomb could purify an area spanning several kilometers, making the task of creating a habitat for the 4 planets considerably less daunting. Thus began a concerted effort by the 2 war stars, in collaboration with nearly 200,000 warships. to commence intensive sanitation operations in the outer space of Southgate 2A. This task was destined to be tedious. Lu Ping entrusted its organization to Ho Tu while he immersed himself in another pressing matter, devising a strategy to dismantle the spatial blockade of the Triad star system. Once they re-established a connection with the vast universe, the harmful substances within the Triad star system would be swept away by the solar winds of stellar radiation, dispersing into interstellar space. Once these materials radiated to distances of several light years, they would pose little threat. Only then could the Triad star system restore its natural environment and become habitable again. To lift the blockade without a key, the most straightforward approach was to resort to brute force and shatter it. Lu Ping meticulously cleared a safe corridor and piloted Proxima D towards the edge of the blockade. Before him lay an expanse of darkness, as if any object that ventured into it would be devoured. Lu Ping had conducted prior probes. All detection methods had vanished upon entry, yielding no feedback. On the surface of Proxima D, a starship cannon had charged to full power. Its muzzle aimed at the invisible sphere. "Fire!" commanded Lu Ping. A torrent of powerful particles surged forth, colliding with the intangible surface of the sphere. An extraordinary spectacle unfolded. The particle stream neither collided with any matter nor was extinguished. It simply flowed along the surface, radiating outward in all directions. The cannon's overwhelming assault equated to a mere flashlight's beam against this sphere, its light traveling along the surface until it diminished entirely. The most direct method to distort light involves formidable gravitational forces. Yet, Lu Ping detected no energy fluctuations on the light screen, let alone the presence of gravity. He subsequently experimented with various offensive measures, including electromagnetic waves and rays, all of which, upon contact with the sphere, flowed along its surface. Contemplating these experimental outcomes, Lu Ping fell into deep thought. What mechanism could alter the trajectory of light without expending any energy, causing electromagnetic waves to deviate? There indeed existed such a phenomenon, spatial curvature. If this region of space were inherently curved, then any matter propagating along it would follow the curvature, altering its path. However, this alteration could only be perceived by an observer outside the curved space. One within it would remain oblivious. Did this imply that the agents had employed some unknown means to curve and stretch the space surrounding the Triad star system, creating a closed sphere? As external light and signals encountered this sphere, would they not change trajectory, traversing directly through its surface to the other side? Or perhaps these signals would perpetually circulate along the surface of the sphere until they faded into nothingness, a phenomenon mirrored on the inner surface. Thus, the Triad star system now found itself concealed from the external cosmos, while conversely, the outside world remained unaware of its existence. This lack of discovery hinged on a crucial temporal marker. 3 years prior, when this celestial prison had materialized. Based on temporal calculations, the inability of external observers to perceive the Triad star system was confined to a 3 light-year radius from its periphery. For instance, with Earth situated 4 light-years away, inhabitants of Earth could still glimpse the Triad star system, albeit a mere 4 years in the past. In a year's time, on a particular day, the Triad star system would suddenly vanish from the view of Earth's denizens. The farther one was from the Triad star system, the later the discovery would occur. Suddenly, a nebulous thought struck Lu Ping. Was it possible that the agents had not merely sought to prevent his escape, but aimed to exploit this temporal disparity to conceal events transpiring within the Triad star system? Suppose the victors of this conflict were the agents. Once the war concluded, they could open the celestial prison, and years later, the outside world might discover that the Triad star system had vanished from interstellar space for several years, yet remain oblivious to the happenings during that time. Even if inquisitive souls ventured to investigate, time would have erased all traces. There remained aspects that eluded comprehension, compelling Lu Ping to calm his mind and analyze the situation with greater scrutiny. Chapter 43. Target Collision Test. Lu Ping's analysis appears plausible, yet contains certain contradictions. The advance notice of an unknown signal suggests the arrival of agents, indicating that within certain organizations, this should be at least semi-public knowledge. In such a semi-public operation, Is there really a need for external secrecy and obfuscation? Clearly, there is no necessity for that. Thus, the purpose of the opposing side's concealment must not be the war itself, but rather the process of the war, or more specifically, certain critical tactics employed during it. These tactics, for reasons unknown, must remain hidden from the external world. This assumption is predicated on the agent's victory. Should he prevail, the methods he utilized would likely go unexamined, as there would be no tangible evidence left behind. This implies that such tactics are ostensibly prohibited within certain organizations, yet tacitly permitted under limited circumstances, provided that no incriminating evidence remains. However, the agent has, unfortunately, suffered defeat this time. Could the tactics employed by the opposing side then serve as leverage for negotiation? Once this leverage is grasped, will it not afford some degree of agency when confronting the advanced civilizations backing the agent? It is evident that the opposing side utilized three tactics that transcended the capabilities of a Level 2 civilization during this war. The first was the artificial wormhole, which I believe is permissible. The second was the stellar prison, which, once employed, would leave indelible traces on astronomical maps, making concealment impossible. Thus, this was evidently not the case. The third tactic involved negative matter, and if my analysis holds true, this is likely what the opposing side sought to keep hidden. The first two cases served merely as auxiliary measures, lacking direct influence over the outcome of the conflict. Only the emergence of negative matter nearly turned the tide of the battle. Moreover, and crucially, the agent employed it to obliterate a star with a lifespan of several billion years, resulting in the pollution of an entire galaxy. Should there be any environmental organizations in the cosmos, the agent would undoubtedly face mandates for operational suspension and remediation, tasked with restoring the ecological balance of the TriStar galaxy, while also confronting exorbitant fines and potential inclusion on the black or observation lists of environmental organizations. Such a blemish would become part of their dark history, potentially barring them from numerous interstellar projects or even revoking their agent status. Contemplating this, Lu Ping hastily relayed orders to the Earth Mother, ensuring that all documentation regarding the timeline and processes of the agent's warfare was meticulously preserved, particularly the entire procedure of the agent's fleet employing negative matter to detonate Proxima Centauri. It remains unclear whether such organizations exist in the cosmos. At present, the most pressing concern is to swiftly breach this confinement. Lu Ping gathered his thoughts and dedicated his full attention to the task at hand. Curving space is a hallmark technique of a Level 3 civilization, primarily hinging on two core technologies: the establishment of a standard model for the four fundamental forces and an energy source more efficient than nuclear fusion. Lu Ping has already mastered all four fundamental forces. However, to create the standard model, extensive target experiments must be conducted to identify the missing graviton within the model. This standard model is also known as the Grand Unified Theory. Lu Ping is confident in achieving this, especially since he has come to understand the existence of superatoms, thereby providing a clear target for his experimentation. Regarding the energy source that surpasses nuclear fusion, he has also found direction, namely the negative matter utilized by the agent or the antimatter that humanity has long been exploring. Initially, Lu Ping intended to rely on the bloodline of the vampires and the new humans to refine the Grand Unified Theory. However, now trapped within this celestial expanse, he must resolve the matter independently. To conduct particle target experiments, the first step is to construct a particle collider. For Lu Ping, this device is not overly complex. In fact, the Rainstar civilization possesses a pre-existing model. However, given the urgency of the current experiment, Lu Ping resolves to construct a supersized particle collider. This collider will facilitate continuous target experiments, unlike smaller colliders that can only perform single collision tests with lengthy intervals. Lu Ping plans to establish a large-scale, sustainable collider in interstellar space, allowing multiple experiments to be conducted simultaneously. A year later, in the expanse of the TriStar galaxy, a nearly 1,000-kilometer-long pipeline spanned the cosmos. With the support of Lu Ping's formidable mechanical legion, this linear collider was swiftly completed. Its exterior appeared unremarkable, merely a large pipe exceeding a meter in diameter. Internally, It consisted of numerous smaller vacuum tubes, with acceleration devices located at both ends and various junctions throughout. This collider can simultaneously launch particle beams from both ends, accelerating particles to near-light speed through successive stages. The fundamental particles involved in these collisions include proton-proton, proton-antiproton, electron-positron, and proton-electron interactions. Liu Ping aims to introduce superatom collisions atop these fundamental particle interactions. The ultimate goal is to discover the fundamental particle responsible for generating gravity, thus unraveling how the gravitational mass of matter is produced. Simultaneously, he seeks to understand whether the inertial and gravitational properties of objects are merely different manifestations of the same attribute. Note, mass is categorized into various types, with inertial mass and gravitational mass being the most common. Typically, they are considered equivalent. The foundational principle of physics states, the greater the mass, the greater the inertia. The greater the mass, the greater the gravitational force. Yet, it has never been explained why this is so. This is merely an empirical result of experimentation. And aside from mathematical formulas, no physical rationale has been provided for the underlying reasons. Now, with the super collider successfully constructed and superatoms incorporated, unveiling the mysteries within superatoms should reveal their fundamental particle composition. In doing so, it would complete a crucial missing link in humanity's pursuit of a standard model. The accelerators at both ends of the collider were simultaneously activated, injecting predetermined particle streams into the thousands of channels within. Liu Ping employed electromagnetic rail acceleration within the entire superconducting structure of the pipeline. In a vacuum environment, using powerful electromagnetic forces, he accelerated these particle streams to absolute sublight speeds before inducing collisions in designated areas. All of this transpired at the microscopic level and within the vacuum. Liu Ping found himself seated in the control room of the Earth vessel, anxiously monitoring the data relayed from the site. In the control room, the Earth Mother presented a holographic projection, simulating the images of thousands of vacuum tubes within the collider. Each image was annotated with various fluctuating data, accompanied by graphical representations. The graphs displayed two distinct dynamic curves, each in different colors, converging as the data approached predetermined values. It was only then that Liu Ping issued the command to deactivate the separator and collect all data. With the separator closed, the collision countdown commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. As the Earth Mother's countdown reached its conclusion, the two curves on each graph began to draw closer until they ultimately coincided. In that instant, a deluge of data surged into Liu Ping's neural interface. Chapter 44. Antimatter. The monitors in the control room simulated the collision process. The nucleus of a colossal atom was struck by high-energy particles, shattering instantaneously and emitting countless minuscule bursts of energy. This type of collision was profoundly different from nuclear fusion. Particle collisions merely disrupted the original structure of atoms without fusing identical isotopes into new elements. Thousands of particle streams collided in a remarkably brief moment, completing their interaction nearly simultaneously. The detectors identified a novel particle, one that had never been observed in the previous standard model. This new particle was swiftly extracted from the data and displayed on the large screen by Liu Ping. Humanity had been observing gravitational waves for over a century, but today marked the revelation of their formation principle. Liu Ping named this particle the graviton. With the inclusion of this particle, the standard model of the grand unified theory was finally perfected. The four fundamental forces, strong, weak, electromagnetic, and gravitational, could now be impeccably explained by this model and transformed into one another. The individuals in the control room gazed at the standard model diagram on the large screen, erupting in cheers and applause. Having unified the four fundamental forces theoretically opened the door to constructing a curvature engine, a significant step towards achieving a Type 3 civilization. However, the other component necessary for this advancement was a powerful energy source to drive the curvature engine. The energy conversion efficiency of controllable nuclear fusion was a mere 0.7, meaning that 1 kilogram of nuclear fuel, upon fusing into new elements, only transformed 7 grams of matter entirely into energy. Such efficiency was insufficient for spatial curvature, rendering it inadequate for propelling a curvature engine to achieve faster-than-light travel. Conversely, negative matter inherently exhibited gravitational repulsion, making it the ideal energy source for a curvature engine. However, Liu Ping had yet to discover a method to obtain negative matter to pursue curvature flight. He needed to identify a new energy source that could be realized with current technology and possess the efficiency required to power the curvature engine. This energy source had already been hypothesized by humanity in the past and could be synthesized in laboratories, with natural occurrences also documented. This energy source was antimatter. Antimatter stood in stark opposition to matter, akin to entities residing in the first and third quadrants of a coordinate system. In simpler terms, antimatter protons carried a negative charge, while electrons bore a positive charge. When antimatter interacted with its corresponding matter counterpart, both would annihilate completely, releasing an immense amount of energy. 1 gram of antimatter, upon annihilation with 1 gram of matter, would yield 1, 8, 10, 14 joules of energy, while 1 gram of nuclear fusion fuel would produce 6, 3, 10, 11 joules. The energy released by antimatter far exceeded that of nuclear fusion by a staggering factor of 285, making it a viable candidate for driving a curvature engine. Nonetheless, the application of antimatter faced 2 formidable challenges: the inability to store it for extended periods and the difficulty in large-scale production. The longest period humanity had managed to store antimatter was merely 1,000 seconds, with production capabilities limited to minuscule quantities measured in nanograms. However, with the discovery of the graviton, these 2 challenges were poised to be surmounted. Data from the collision experiment indicated a significant generation of antimatter. Utilizing the grand unified theory, Liu Ping could enhance existing particle traps or particle decelerators to prolong the retention of antimatter in a vacuum environment. There was no urgency for Liu Ping to construct a curvature engine, but antimatter was undoubtedly the most pressing issue at hand. This was crucial for breaking free from the confines of the cosmic cage. Liu Ping had discerned the mechanism behind the formation of this cosmic prison. With sufficient energy, he could reverse the distortion of this spherical space. A mere opening would suffice for him to escape. This sphere would naturally undergo gradual restoration over an extended period. The colossal collider was unnecessary for the sole purpose of collision experiments. Liu Ping's ultimate objective was the synthesis of antimatter. The current super collider merely served as an initial validation of its antimatter production capabilities. Advancements were essential to reach the application stage. After organizing the experimental data, Liu Ping sent a report to the Rain Star civilization. His individual capacity was limited, and to expedite the breaking of the cosmic prison, he had to delegate some research tasks to the Rain Star civilization. The task assigned was to design a gravitation generator. He provided the energy parameters of antimatter and requested that the Rain Star civilization create a device capable of distorting a specific spatial scale. The scale requirement was modest. Liu Ping's minimum expectation was 10 kilometers, the threshold for the safe passage of his fleet. Anything smaller would be futile. He could not simply depart in a small vessel, as it would necessitate starting anew in an entirely different star system. Gu Jiluo eagerly accepted this task, recognizing that it resembled the embryonic form of a curvature engine. Even though the Rain Star civilization had yet to establish a standard model, Liu Ping's recent endeavors had been significant enough for them to discern the breakthrough point towards a Type 3 civilization. They believed that once the post-war recovery of their society commenced, constructing a super collider would not pose a significant challenge. By then, replicating Liu Ping's experiments would naturally reveal the discoveries made during the collision tests. As Liu Ping and the Rain Star civilization cleared pollutants from the Sauna star system, they diligently pursued their respective research tasks. Time slipped by unnoticed until 2 years had elapsed. In a particular region of the Sauna star system, a fleet was swiftly traversing the cosmos, heading towards an area enveloped in darkness. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the fleet's insignia bore a distinct design. Half represented the sun, moon, and star, while the other half depicted the Rain Star flag. As they began to decelerate, they approached docking coordinates 2359, 3368, 3269. Received. After the Sanha star system was sealed off, navigation beyond its confines lacked any star maps for reference, relying solely on the navigation system constructed by Lu Ping. Observing the navigation, Lu Ping designated a docking coordinate for the Rain Star civilization. Several hours later, this fleet, comprised of fewer than 200,000 vessels, reached the specified coordinates. They were now perilously close to the boundary of the spherical cage, less than a kilometer away from potential collision with the boundary. Your Excellency, everything is ready. Please issue the command. Gu Jielua communicated via video call, his expression slightly grave. Execute as planned. Lu Ping commanded with resolute determination. Shortly thereafter, the fleet began to disperse. The Rain Star Alliance's vessels commenced routine flights around the boundary of the sphere, periodically deploying peculiar devices. These devices resembled satellite dishes, but were significantly larger in size. Thousands of satellite dishes occupied a spatial diameter of 10 kilometers. Your Excellency, the force field generator is in place. Gu Jielua reported on the progress. Excellent. Lu Ping replied, manually pressing a control button. Chapter 45. Mechanical Civilization. With the press of a button, a modest-sized spacecraft detached from the fleet and soared toward the satellite dish array. The vessel approached the first satellite dish, extending a mechanical arm. At the arm's end was a cylindrical container, which was inserted into the designated interface of the satellite dish. The cylindrical container fit flawlessly into the interface, and the spacecraft proceeded to the next satellite dish. This entire process consumed a full day to complete. The mixed fleet did not linger. It activated its engines and swiftly retreated toward the southern gate 2A. A month later, it returned to the Proxima B ring dock. It was time to break the shell. Lu Ping silently thought to himself, raising his hand to press another control switch. A month later, within the satellite dish matrix at the boundary of the prison, the cylindrical containers simultaneously emitted a blinding white light. Invisible waves spread from the satellite dishes toward the boundary of the spherical cage. Visible ripples emerged around the satellite dishes, with thousands of waves overlapping and colliding with the cage boundary. The two began to tear at each other, causing the boundary of the cage to ripple. On the Proxima B side, Lu Ping's team and the high-ranking officials of the Rain Star civilization fixated their gaze on the information displayed on the large screen. After a month of anxious waiting, the once dark screen finally revealed live footage. The pitch-black cage boundary, under the intense gravitational pull, finally opened a small breach. This gap was modest, with a diameter of less than 1 meter. However, as the gravitational force persisted, it gradually expanded outward, eventually stabilizing at 12 kilometers. Against the backdrop of the dark universe, a glimmer of light appeared, the brilliance of the outer starry sky. Congratulations, Lord Gu Jielua. Congratulations to you all. The Rain Star civilization had fulfilled Lu Ping's task beyond expectations. Lu Ping had also mastered the method to create and store antimatter. It could be said that from this moment forward, human civilization had entirely ascended to a nascent third-tier civilization. Although the space that could be distorted was merely 12 kilometers in diameter, such capabilities were undoubtedly the hallmark of a third-tier civilization. In high spirits, Gu Jielua swiftly announced this news across the Rain Star. Lu Ping's anxious heart finally settled. He could resume his interstellar journey. However, before Lu Ping could celebrate, a signal from Hutu arrived without delay. Observing this signal, a mysterious smile graced Lu Ping's lips. It seems the agent has not been entirely annihilated. Lu Ping promptly made arrangements, dispatching a fleet that departed the ring dock and hastened toward a specific coordinate. Simultaneously, at a certain boundary of the starry cage, the space rippled, revealing a battered fleet. As soon as this fleet appeared, they quickly retracted an instrument resembling a total station and sped toward the breach opened by Lu Ping. After the cataclysm that befell Proxima, the agent had utilized the spatial distortion device at the boundary of the cage to conceal a small section of space, evading the neutron flood and ionizing radiation. Logically, since the agent had not been obliterated and possessed the spatial distortion device, they should have fled at the first opportunity. Yet, they did not escape. 2 years later, they re-emerged the moment Lu Ping opened the breach. The agent's fleet, being relatively close to the breach, swiftly destroyed the on-site apparatus before sealing the breach again with their own device. They then left in haste, clearly intending to hide once more. Unfortunately for them, they had miscalculated. Lu Ping's fleet quickly caught up, and the agent's fleet, solely focused on desperate acceleration, ultimately entered a state of sublight speed to evade their pursuers. However, mere days later, Lu Ping's fleet appeared ahead of their flight path. The agent's fleet endured a barrage of fire and dared not slow down. They believed it was merely a coincidence, that the opposing force had fortuitously crossed paths with them. Yet, before long, similar scenes unfolded in rapid succession. The agent's fleet began to sense an ominous turn of events. Could it be that Lu Ping had mastered the detection of absolute sublight speed? Detecting objects traveling at absolute sublight speed was indeed not challenging for a third-tier civilization. After mastering the graviton, Lu Ping developed a device capable of detecting gravitational shifts using the principle of gravitational lensing. This device emitted its own gravitational field within its coverage. Any object with a mass exceeding a certain threshold would intertwine with the gravitational field. If such an object continued to move, its trajectory and parameters could be calculated, easily distinguishing whether it was a natural or artificial entity. This represented a passive detection method, limited in range and fraught with vulnerabilities. However, in the currently isolated TriStar system, it proved remarkably effective. This device was specifically designed by Lu Ping to locate the agents. Now, faced with Lu Ping, the agents could neither fight nor hide. Their fate had been sealed the moment Lu Ping grasped the graviton's essence. Over several months, Lu Ping's fleet ultimately annihilated the agent's fleet, preserving only one vessel. Confronted with the remaining agent fleet, Lu Ping had ample means to incapacitate their ships to prevent self-destruction. This conical warship was captured by Lu Ping's fleet and towed to the Proxima B Ring dock. Now, the allure of the agent's warships had diminished for Lu Ping. Nonetheless, he remained intrigued and proceeded to analyze the captured vessel. The results left Lu Ping astounded, answering a lingering query in his mind. The revelation was that throughout the years of warfare, the agent's fleet had never displayed any signs of sentient beings. As Lu Ping examined the data before him, a term surfaced in his thoughts: mechanical civilization. It turned out that the agents were not a sentient race, but a fully mechanical civilization. Each of their warships was akin to an artificial intelligence life form, similar to Hutu. Furthermore, the agent fleet represented merely 1% of their overall strength, indicating that the mechanical civilization was composed of over 1 billion artificial intelligences forming an immense interstellar fleet. This news was far from favorable for Lu Ping. It appeared that he could not hastily depart the TriStar system just yet. Currently, Lu Ping's fleet numbered less than 1 million vessels, all equipped with second-tier civilization technology. Venturing out under such circumstances would be tantamount to delivering parcels to others. Aware of the agent's true strength, Lu Ping resolved to cultivate a fledgling third-tier civilization fleet within the TriStar system. Thus, upon departure, he would no longer fear the agents due to his mastery of superluminal travel. With the prison of the TriStar system just breached, it was once again sealed by the agents. The force behind the agents undoubtedly believed that the conflict between the two parties persisted, rendering the TriStar system the safest haven for now. Chapter 46. The 5-year plan after breaching the firewall of artificial intelligence. Lu Ping unreservedly replicated the technology of the agent warships. Among these were the nanolithography robot technology, the modular shielding technology, and even the curvature engine blueprints inspired by the design of total stations, all of which Lu Ping fully acquired. Furthermore, he obtained an intact total station, a genuine creation of a level 3 civilization, far surpassing the satellite technologies of the Rainstar civilization. This marked the fundamental reason for Lu Ping's confidence in constructing a fleet of level 3 civilization warships. The driving energy of this total station was also antimatter, contrary to Lu Ping's previous belief that it was negative matter. With the annihilation of the agent fleet, technology once again welcomed an explosive advancement, and Lu Ping found himself with rare leisure. He took a break, vacationing with Huliching at a farm on Proxima Centauri B. The two camped on a lawn, with a barbecue grill outside the tent emitting wisps of smoke. A blanket adorned with flowers and fruits was spread on the grass. After a delightful outdoor meal, Lu Ping and Hu Liqing reclined on one side of the blanket, their heads touching as they gazed at the starry sky above. "What are you thinking?" Hu Liqing inquired. "Nothing much, just wishing we could remain like this forever," Lu Ping sighed gently. "That's easy. Let us stay in the tri-star system and relish our retirement," Hu Liqing suggested, crossing her legs and plucking a cherry tomato to offer to Lu Ping. The cherry tomato was exceptionally fresh, its sweet and tangy juice tantalizing Lu Ping's taste buds. "I wish we could, but now is not the time to pause," Lu Ping replied with a hint of melancholy. "Is it because of the agents?" Hu Liqing asked, unable to restrain her curiosity. "The agents are merely a level 2 civilization. If I were granted 5 more years, regardless of whether it was 1 billion or 10 billion, they would pose no threat. My concern lies with the suspected level 4 civilization behind the agents." Lu Ping's gaze deepened as he stared into the inky sky, as if a formidable presence were silently observing him from beyond the cosmic veil. The level 4 civilization had mastered spatial technology, capable of constructing artificial wormholes and interstellar gates, theoretically allowing them to traverse dozens of galaxies. They should not be causing disturbances in a mere Milky Way. Lu Ping found it perplexing why a level 4 civilization would target a nascent level 2 civilization. Was weakness truly a sin? If this were the truth of the universe, only a singular super-civilization would exist, having extinguished all others. Suddenly, Lu Ping recalled a term mentioned by the agents upon their arrival in the tri-star system: interstellar order. This implied that the faction of agents was committed to maintaining this interstellar order. Did this mean that humanity was part of those disrupting it, hence becoming a target? Yet, when humanity had not even ventured beyond the solar system, how could they have violated this so-called interstellar order? Such an accusation was utterly baseless. To unravel this enigma, one must seek answers among the stars. To eradicate it, one must possess the strength to converse with a level 4 civilization. Pleasant moments are always fleeting. After 3 days of relaxation, the two returned to the Earth ship. Lu Ping sat in the control room, planning the next phase of development on the large screen. The primary task at hand was to construct a curvature engine, establish an instantaneous communication system with Earth, and create level 3 civilization warships. The concept of the curvature engine was derived from both human designs and the blueprints obtained from the agents. For the communication system, Lu Ping intended to temporarily employ an information relay method to establish the base station. The creation of level 3 civilization warships would rely entirely on his own ingenuity. The new warships would undoubtedly need to be equipped with curvature engines, utilizing antimatter as the driving energy, while their offensive and defensive systems would integrate the latest technologies. Drawing from the total station technology acquired from the agents, Lu Ping theorized that such a device could bend space over 10 light seconds. This bending ratio of 10:1 would allow the warship to traverse this curved distance at sublight speed in less than 1 second, effectively achieving a relative speed of 10 times the speed of light. To expand this range, Lu Ping's simulation suggested that it was not as simple as merely adding more. It required the establishment of planetary engine matrices, which would consume significantly more energy, exceeding 100-fold even at double the output. Such apparatus could no longer be powered by antimatter. Hence, the most efficient and economical bending ratio achievable with antimatter as the energy source for the curvature engine remained at 10 times the speed of light. It seemed the inventor of this total station was also a nascent level 3 civilization. While the negative matter utilized by the agents undoubtedly stemmed from a more advanced level 3 civilization, did this imply that within the agent faction, there existed a certain level of trade and exchange among civilizations? Within this framework, lower-level civilizations could acquire practical creations from higher-level ones. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Lu Ping's mind. He currently possessed all the data regarding the conical warships and even had one nearly intact conical warship at his disposal. If he were to construct a fleet of conical ships to masquerade as agents in the interstellar realm, might there be an opportunity to trade for technologies from level 3 or even level 4 civilizations? Perhaps he could even glean some intelligence from the agents faction. For Lu Ping, this would merely entail expending some resources, which could easily be managed by the tireless artificial intelligences and bionic beings. Thus, Lu Ping devised a new 5-year plan and entrusted its execution to the bionic beings, Hutu and Pangu. He and Hu Liqing then entered the hibernation chamber once more. This production plan was, for Lu Ping, a sheer waste of life. Delegating it to the indefatigable artificial intelligence and bionic beings was the optimal solution. All he needed to do was enter the hibernation chamber and enjoy a restful slumber. 5 years later, within the hibernation area of the Earth ship, a synthetic mechanical voice resonated. The 5-year plan had been fully completed, and the awakening mechanism was initiated. Following the voice, the surface of a transparent crystal coffin flickered with various self-check data, and a green indicator light illuminated. The lid of the crystal coffin slowly retracted, revealing a figure immersed in liquid, connected to numerous tubes and monitoring probes. As the liquid was gradually drained, a heartbeat curve appeared on the nearby electrocardiogram. The initial digit of the curve was a mere single digit, which then slowly rose, stabilizing at 76. A mechanical arm rotated above the individual, with a needle affixed to its end, which plunged abruptly into the person's heart. A colorless liquid from the syringe was slowly injected into the individual's body, causing their chest to expand and contract before they abruptly opened their eyes. Disoriented at first, the individual's eyes darted around until they regained clarity. They then raised their arm to remove the various lines affixed to them, gently extracting a tube from their mouth. As the upper half of the crystal coffin gradually folded upwards, the individual finally sat up, surveying their surroundings. "Master, you have finally awakened," exclaimed a bald man with a gleaming head, rushing forward with a towel to assist the individual. Recognizing the obsequious smile, it was none other than Pangu. Following closely behind were Kwafu and Hoi, each holding a bathrobe and toiletries, trailing behind Pangu. Chapter 47. Primary Level 3 Civilization. Lu Ping grasped the handrail of the stasis pod and slowly rose to his feet, taking a steady step onto the floor of the chamber. The new generation of stasis technology was indeed more advanced than its predecessor. It felt akin to having simply taken a restful slumber. Aside from the nauseating long tube, everything else was devoid of discomfort. Lu Ping took a moment to assess his bodily functions, then accepted a towel and made his way towards the bathroom. Before long, Lu Ping, Hu Liqing, and Pangu, 3 bioengineered beings, sat in the control room, gazing at the projection of the TriStar system on the large screen. With the technology of a Level 3 civilization, cleansing a stellar system of radiation was not a particularly daunting task. The TriStar system had largely returned to its pre-war natural environment, though the neighboring star could never be resurrected. Hutu reported on the completion status of the 5-year plan. Lu Ping issued directives to Hutu, and various data charts began to flash across the screen. Hutu's report lasted a full half-hour before concluding. Overall, the plans Lu Ping had devised were all accomplished on schedule. The fleet had once again expanded to a formidable scale of 2 million vessels, which were entirely distinct from their predecessors. Firstly, these warships were equipped with 10-fold curvature engines, facilitating faster-than-light travel. Secondly, the shields had been further upgraded to adapt to various forms of attack, employing the grand unification theory to allow for seamless switching among several shield modes. Additionally, modular design and nanolithography repair technology had been implemented. Lastly, drawing inspiration from the Agent's Fleet concept, all warships were designed with similar appearances, making it exceedingly difficult for adversaries to identify Lu Ping's flagship based solely on external characteristics. Consequently, Lu Ping's flagship was due for another upgrade. The Earth, from its inception to now, had undergone its 3rd significant enhancement. However, it seemed the designation Earth would persist indefinitely. Apart from the fleet, there was Lu Ping's tri-service combat unit, the Mechanical Legion. Currently, the curvature engines, constrained by energy supply, could not achieve the compactness of nuclear batteries. Thus, the Mechanical Legion's upgrades primarily focused on shield enhancements, utilizing materials from nanolithography. In future battles, the Legion could autonomously reattach severed limbs in the event of conventional injuries, significantly improving battlefield survival rates. As Lu Ping perused the various data, A message suddenly flashed onto the screen. It was a video call from Gujeloa. During the past 5 years, an information jump station had been established between Nanjaman 2A and Nanjaman 2B. The information delay of several days had vanished, allowing for instantaneous communication. The information jump technology was merely a means of immediate communication within a small scope for a primary level 3 civilization. However, to establish a network of stations throughout the entire galaxy would likely require tens of thousands of years. Moreover, these stations consumed antimatter energy continuously during operation. A primary level 3 civilization could hardly bear such energy expenditure unless effective methods to gather naturally occurring antimatter for sustained energy supply were discovered. Otherwise, producing antimatter solely in laboratories would incur astronomical communication costs. Yet, while antimatter was abundant in nature, concentrating it for extraction was no simple feat. Antimatter existed everywhere. The human body emitted antimatter, as did fruits. However, the quantities were minuscule, and upon contact with corresponding ordinary matter, they would annihilate instantly. Extracting antimatter from nature was akin to mining coal or extracting oil and natural gas on Earth. It required locating suitable mining sites. Such sites were presumed to exist based on humanity's observations and deductions of space, yet no detectors had yet uncovered natural antimatter reserves. As Lu Ping contemplated the matter of antimatter mines and instantaneous communication, he connected with Gu Jialuo's video call. "Your Excellency Lu Ping, it is a pleasure to see you." Gu Jialuo greeted warmly. "You appear to be in good spirits," Lu Ping replied, noting the subtle signs of aging in Gu Jialuo after 5 years apart. When Lu Ping first met Gu Jialuo, he had been a vigorous middle-aged man, but over the past 30 years, signs of fatigue had become apparent, and his tentacles lacked their former luster. "Your Excellency Lu Ping, you informed me before your stasis that you would depart the TriStar system upon your awakening. Hence my call to extend greetings." Gu Jialuo's tentacles drooped slightly. "Indeed, that is my intention. I recall you mentioned you would also resign from your position as the leader of your civilization to retire on Earth after the war." Lu Ping responded with a smile. "It is rare for your Excellency to remember my plans. The elections for the Rainstar civilization will take place in a month. I have identified several promising successors, and I am confident that under their leadership, the Rainstar civilization will have a brighter future," Gu Jialuo said with a sense of ease. "Then allow me to extend my early congratulations to you and the Rainstar civilization. When I depart, I shall present a gift to the Rainstar civilization as a token of our long-standing alliance," Lu Ping remarked. "Haha, that is truly appreciated. The Rainstar civilization will always remain a reliable ally of humanity, a principle enshrined in our constitution for eternity," Gu Jialuo responded. Having known each other for over 30 years, having been both rivals and comrades in arms, they were indeed quite familiar with one another. As a level 3 civilization, Gu Jialuo believed that a gift bestowed upon a level 2 civilization ally would undoubtedly be pivotal for the future of the Rainstar civilization. After exchanging pleasantries, the communication was severed. "Master, it is time to commence the relocation," Pangu timely reminded. "Let us proceed." Lu Ping rose, surveying the Earth, and, hand in hand with Hu Liqing, made their way towards the docking chamber. As the airlock opened, Lu Ping stepped first into the new Earth. Traversing the corridor, he settled into the main control room of the new Earth. Hudu had completed the transfer prior to Lu Ping's awakening. Now, the old and new Earth ships were docked together, resting in the orbital dock above Proxima Centauri b. "Activate the stellar prison," Lu Ping commanded. At a distant location, a light month away, within the spatial barrier, a fleet of warships sprang into action. A series of all-station instruments were deployed at predetermined coordinates. These all-station instruments, replicated by Lu Ping over the past years, were slightly more efficient than the satellite dishes designed by the Rainstar civilization. Spatial ripples surged once more, and the barrier, sealed for 5 years, began to fluctuate. Soon, an opening emerged, gradually expanding until it stabilized at a diameter of 20 kilometers. The long-awaited starlight once again graced the TriStar system, and as Lu Ping observed the live feed, he clenched his fist. "It is time to continue our journey." Just then, an unidentified fleet suddenly appeared within the opening of the live broadcast. Chapter 48. A surprising grandfather and unidentified fleet came to a sudden halt, demanding identification and intent. Otherwise, they would resort to the stipulations outlined in the Third Army Unified Declaration, initiating fire without hesitation. The task force promptly issued a warning and locked onto the opposing fleet. Do not misunderstand us. We are the human space forces. The fleet outside the breach quickly declared their identity, revealing themselves as reinforcements from Earth. Years ago, Lu Ping had sent a message to Earth upon receiving an unidentified signal. After over 3 decades of recuperation, Earth's strength had transformed dramatically. The Blood Clan and New Humans, alerted to the unknown threat, had fully armed the solar system. However, after waiting for years without any sign of an enemy, and with the sudden disappearance of the triune star system from the star maps, they realized the adversary had long since arrived at the triune star system and had likely engaged in combat with Lu Ping. Zhao Ying and Goderly dispatched a fleet of 5 million ships for support, led by Lu Fan. After 4 years of arduous travel, Lu Fan's fleet finally reached the coordinates of the triune star system. Unfortunately, they encountered the existence of a spatial barrier, which they could neither breach nor use to contact Lu Ping. However, the persistent presence of the barrier indicated that the battle within was likely still ongoing, suggesting that Lu Ping was still alive. Otherwise, the enemy would have already opened the barrier and departed. Thus, the 5 million warships lingered at the barrier's periphery, awaiting the day it would open. Ironically, shortly before Lu Fan's fleet arrived, an agent had just resealed the breach. For safety's sake, Lu Ping had only recently reopened the barrier after gaining the means for self-preservation. Upon learning of Lu Fan's arrival, Lu Ping immediately initiated a video call. The father and son had not seen each other for over 30 years, and Lu Fan, now middle-aged, still bore the appearance of someone in their 20s, thanks to the superior genetics of the New Humans. In his features, he bore a striking resemblance to Lu Ping in his youth. The two were momentarily speechless across the screen until Lu Fan broke the silence. "Dad, you've become a grandfather." The surprising revelation struck Lu Ping like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned before he managed to utter 3 words. "Good boy." Lu Fan chuckled, revealing a rare youthful demeanor. "Stop grinning. Let me see a picture of my grandson and daughter-in-law," Lu Ping exclaimed impatiently. "Ah, right here. Take a look," Lu Fan replied, projecting a holographic video using his personal terminal. "This mischievous little fellow is your grandson, nicknamed Zhuang Zhuang. The furious figure behind him holding a broom is your daughter-in-law, Shaoli." As Lu Ping watched the heartwarming yet chaotic scene, tears welled up in his eyes. It was evident that both Xiao Li and Zhuang Zhuang possessed the characteristic tiger teeth of the New Humans. "Are they naturally conceived?" Lu Ping couldn't help but ask, voicing his most pressing concern. "Naturally conceived," Lu Fan replied with a smile. "Better than your old man." Regrettably, Lu Ping felt too shy to voice his thoughts on the matter, realizing that his plans would need adjusting. After some contemplation, he promptly arranged for his fleet to escort Lu Fan to Proxima B. 3 days later, on Proxima B, a family banquet was underway. With Lu Fan as the guest of honor, Lu Ping had invited several high-ranking officials from the Rainstar civilization and proudly introduced Lu Fan to everyone, exclaiming, "This is my son, isn't he handsome?" After receiving unanimous praise, he quickly moved on to the next guest. Old Guler, spotting the scene from afar, quickly grabbed a bunch of grapes to escape. "Old Guler, don't run away," he called out. Guler grumbled inwardly. "This is the 5th time you've introduced him. If it weren't for the gift you mentioned, I would have left long ago." Reluctantly, he clutched the grapes and offered a few words of flattery. The day after the family banquet, Lu Ping sent a document to the Rainstar civilization. He then led his new fleet through the breach, setting course for the solar system. Guler opened the information, which contained the methods for producing quark materials. Yuba Chuan's eyes gleamed with excitement upon viewing the document. As the chief scientist of the Rainstar civilization, he understood the immense value of this information. It was equivalent to the knowledge they had exchanged for macroatoms years prior. With this knowledge, the Rainstar civilization could construct the standard model for a grand unified theory, thus crossing the threshold into a level 3 civilization. At the end of the message, Lu Ping left his suggestion, Before the Rain Star civilization fully transitioned into a Level 3 civilization, he advised sealing the starry barriers. This would grant the civilization time to evolve and develop. After deliberation, Bueller and the high-ranking officials agreed to this proposal, consequently sealing the Triune Star System once more. However, Lu Fan's fleet did not depart. It remained stationed at Southgate 2A. Meanwhile, Lu Ping was aboard the New Earth ship, relishing the experience of faster-than-light travel. Within the control room, Lu Ping and Lu Fan gazed through the viewport at the distorted space outside, their faces reflecting astonishment. As space warped, the light traveling through it also deformed, transforming the once sparkling starry sky into countless threads interwoven outside the viewport, creating a surreal spectacle. 2 million warships moved majestically, compressing space to produce numerous bubbles in their wake. As the ships traversed each bubble, they left behind small versions of the all-station curved devices, which served as localized information jump stations. These devices would distort smaller regions of space, maintaining their structure and constructing an information channel from the Triune Star System to the Solar System. Eventually, Earth and the Triune Star System would achieve rapid communication. Of course, once the range extended beyond 4 light-years, some delay would still occur, though the time would be reduced to 1/10 of the original 4 years. Unfortunately, Lu Ping's current antimatter engine could only achieve this level of efficiency. The information jump technology, in theoretical terms, could not entirely eliminate the delay effect. No matter how short the distance, even traveling at the speed of light required an absolute amount of time. Thus, this technology could only manage the delay within an acceptable range, allowing for synchronous dialogue. To completely eradicate the delay effect, negative matter would be necessary. However, Lu Ping had no mind for such matters at the moment. He was engrossed in watching the videos he had copied from Lu Fan. The footage essentially chronicled Zhuang's life from birth to the present, and Lu Ping was thoroughly entertained. At 10 times the speed of light, the journey from the Triune Star System to Earth would still take nearly half a year. Hu Liqing had intended to advise Lu Ping to enter hibernation, but he was too absorbed in the videos to care about losing half a year of his life. After nearly half a year, Lu Ping finally set foot on the long-cherished Earth once more. Chapter 49. Target Cygnus in the present solar system. A myriad of human warships and space facilities are scattered throughout. Apart from Mars and the Galilean moons, the other major planets and their satellites have all been transformed into resource-rich and industrial worlds by humanity. After the departure of the old human race, only the vampires and the new humans remained in the solar system. The new humans have already proliferated to their second generation, while the vampires are gradually retreating from the annals of history. The return of Lu Ping is known only to a select few in the upper echelons. Thus, it has not incited any notable reactions. In a solitary villa located in the suburbs of City X, laughter and cheerfulness fill the air today. The garden of the villa has been simply adorned, featuring a long table laden with local delicacies and fruits from City X. Zhaoying, Hu Liqing, and the Gothic lowly are seated on a bench beneath a grand tree, engaged in light-hearted conversation. They occasionally raise their goblets, clinking them gently before resuming their jovial banter, indicating a notable easing of their relationships. Meanwhile, Lu Ping is accompanied by his grandson, Shuang, as they dig in the sand on a small beach, crafting sand sculptures. Wow, this castle is enormous. Who lives inside? The little boy, with bright black eyes, points seriously at the castle. Upstairs live Grandpa and Grandma, and in the middle, Daddy and Mommy live here. Then where does Shuang live? Lu Ping inquires curiously. Right here. To Lu Ping's astonishment, the child points to a doghouse. Why doesn't anyone live on the first floor of such a grand castle? Lu Ping gently probes, hoping to steer the child back to human reasoning. People live there. The child replies earnestly, gazing at Lu Ping, who stays on the first floor. My little brothers and sisters. Then why doesn't Shuang live with them? Shuang must protect Grandpa and Grandma, Daddy and Mommy, and my little brothers and sisters. That is why I live outside. If bad people come, Shuang will bite them to death. The little boy declares, imitating a dog's bark with utmost seriousness, appearing adorably fierce. Lu Ping cannot help but smile, letting the matter rest. The moments of reunion are always splendid, as 3 generations of the family enjoy a cozy life in the villa for over half a year. However, the time for parting once again approaches. Humanity still faces potential adversaries in the cosmos, thus Lu Ping cannot afford to pause. In the spacecraft dock on Earth, Lu Ping turns to glance at his family who have come to see him off, smiling as he speaks. This is where we part. Take care. Dad, Qingyi. Please look after yourselves. Lu Ping offers a warm smile to everyone before turning towards the docking gate. As the gate slowly opens, he and Hu Liqing step inside hand in hand. Grandpa, Grandma, Shuang Shuang will miss you. Shuang Shuang, held by Lu Fan and Xiao Li, has tears glistening in his eyes. Be good, Shuang Shuang. Grandpa will definitely come back to see you. As the docking hatch closes again, Lu Ping and Hu Liqing make their way to the control room of the Earth ship. The Earth ship separates from the dock, gradually flying toward the outer solar system. Lu Ping's fleet remains stationed in the desolate cosmic belt at the edge of the solar system. Only the Earth ship ventures forth. Within the solar system, numerous planets abound. Alongside asteroid belts, comets, and wandering meteors traversing the galaxy, curvature flight exerts immense gravitational forces that distort space. Initiating it within the galaxy could disrupt the trajectories of these celestial bodies, leading to unpredictable consequences. Thus, Lu Ping must adhere to sublight speed for conventional navigation, taking the opportunity to observe the changes within the solar system. Months later, he finally arrives at a human-established outpost within the asteroid belt. The asteroid belt serves as a natural protective barrier for the solar system, capable of deflecting the vast majority of extraneous celestial impacts. Moreover, these asteroids harbor rich mineral and water resources, now developed into the first line of defense for the solar system. To enter or exit the solar system, one cannot circumvent this defensive perimeter. Given humanity's previous level of secondary civilization technology, there were not many vessels capable of venturing beyond the solar system. It was only over 30 years ago, during a great age of exploration, that such endeavors flourished, only to decline thereafter. The most recent record of fleet navigation occurred 5 years ago, when Lu Fan led a fleet towards the Sana star system. Nowadays, occasional ships passing through are predominantly unmanned interstellar probes launched by humanity. The Earth ship requests to depart. Identity verification complete. The Earth ship may maintain a sublight speed of 10 while departing from channel L18. Received. The Earth ship maintains a steady pace as it traverses the asteroid belt through channel L18. Earth ship, we wish you a safe journey. Received. Thank you. Once the Earth ship exits the asteroid belt, its fusion engines ignite to full power, propelling it toward the coordinates where the fleet awaits. Simultaneously, in a distant expanse of space, several vessels activate their full station instruments, causing surrounding space to ripple as a colossal fleet materializes. It is none other than Lu Ping's 2 million warships. In an effort to remain undetected, Lu Ping employs spatial confinement technology to conceal his fleet in the outer solar system. As soon as the fleet appears, the engines ignite swiftly, initiating a rapid acceleration. 2 days later, Lu Ping reunites with the fleet, departing the solar system at an absolute sublight speed. Activate the curvature engines. With a staggering 2 million vessels, the execution of curvature flight cannot be accomplished by a single ship alone. Each vessel serves as a node within the curvature engine matrix. A solitary ship can only distort space by a few kilometers. Only through the collective effort of 2 million ships can 10 light seconds of space be warped. The immense fleet causes the surrounding space to contort, forming spatial bubbles, signaling the successful activation of the curvature engines. Destination: Cygnus, Gliese 832 star system. As the fleet engages the curvature engines, the conventional fusion engines also operate, allowing them to traverse through the bubble at absolute sublight speed. The nearest distance between the solar system and Cygnus is a mere 16 light-years. Given Lu Ping's current velocity, the journey is estimated to take approximately 2 years. The route Lu Ping has charted is based on years of exploratory data from the Ho Tuesday. This course predominantly traverses desolate cosmic regions, ensuring a degree of safety. In the event of encountering celestial bodies like comets while in curvature flight, the formidable curvature engines would disintegrate minor obstacles into fragments. Even should these fragments enter the curvature bubble, they would be repelled by the ship's defense systems. Lu Ping and Hu Liqing entrust the management of the fleet to Ho-2 and 3 biosynthetic beings, subsequently entering the hibernation chamber. Inside the hibernation chamber, time feels eternal. An eternity that resembles a dream. Upon awakening once more, Lu Ping undergoes a brief, cleansing ritual before arriving in the control room to review the flight data from the past 2 years. A long-ago data set from the water droplet exploration emerges before Lu Ping, having undergone meticulous selection. As he gazes upon this data, a profound astonishment washes over him. The information starkly contrasts with that provided by the Rain Star civilization regarding the Gliese 832 star system. Chapter 50. The occupation of another's nest. The Gliese 832 star system lies a mere dozen light-years away from the solar system. Even at their closest proximity, the transmission of first-hand exploratory data, given the speed of the water droplet and the latency of communication, would require a minimum of 32 years. Previously, during the conflict in the TriStar system, the agents had completely sealed it off for a lengthy period of 8 years. Consequently, even though the probe launched by Lu Ping had relayed data, he was unable to receive it. The information currently at hand was acquired during this journey. Lu Ping projected a video onto the large screen, revealing a bustling star system. 2 Earth-like planets orbited a red dwarf star. While various spacecraft traversed the interior of the system, the surfaces of the planets were adorned with advanced technological creations, starkly contrasting the desolate imagery provided by the Rain Star civilization. It was evident that a highly developed Type II civilization had taken root within the Gliese 832 system. Could it be that the Rain Star civilization had deceived him? Initially, Lu Ping entertained the notion that he had been misled by the Rain Star civilization. However, upon reflection, that speculation was swiftly dismissed. At the time, the Rain Star civilization was merely a nascent Type II civilization, and the basic data it provided about the Gliese 832 system was remarkably detailed. This information corresponded perfectly with the current observations of Gliese 832. Given the primitive capabilities of a budding Type II civilization, it would be implausible for them to fabricate such authentic star system data. With the possibility of deception by the Rain Star civilization ruled out, only one conclusion remained. This Type II civilization had occupied the area after the departure of the Rain Star civilization, effectively usurping their domain. However, numerous inconsistencies arose. A Type II civilization, unless absolutely necessary, would likely refrain from undertaking such extensive interstellar migration. Lu Ping had previously dispatched water droplet probes within dozens of light-years surrounding Gliese 832, yet no signs of intelligent life had been detected. This implied that this civilization had migrated from a distant, unknown star system, and Lu Ping categorically excluded the possibility of it being an indigenous civilization. Although the Rain Star civilization had departed over 600 years ago, Lu Ping found it hard to believe that such a significant span could yield the emergence of an intelligent species, let alone one that had evolved into a mature Type II civilization. The subliminal travel capabilities of a Type II civilization would render large-scale interstellar migration across dozens to hundreds of light-years beyond their capacity. Lu Ping found himself drawing parallels between this civilization and the energy beings described by the Rain Star civilization, as well as the interstellar order mentioned by the agents. Regardless of how this entity arrived in the Gliese 832 system, an air of peculiarity and enigma surrounded the circumstances. Lu Ping postulated that, given the technological prowess of this Type II civilization, they had likely not detected his arrival. The earlier water droplet probes' visibility remained uncertain. Yet due to their absolute reflection capabilities, it would be difficult for a Type II civilization to notice them. However, during the exploration process, the water droplets would inevitably slow down or hover in certain areas. If intelligent beings or optical instruments were nearby, the droplets could become visible in the spectrum of light. The likelihood of such an occurrence was quite significant. The water droplets had been in Gliese 832 for over a decade, and even if they had been exposed, the occupants of the system could not ascertain when their observer had arrived. Reflecting upon this, Lu Ping couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. The present situation mirrored the time when he had received an unknown signal, bracing himself for the agent's arrival, only to find the roles reversed. Lu Ping refrained from recklessly sending his fleet into the star system, instead establishing a spatial barrier in the desolate regions, concealing his fleet. Given the ambiguity of the current situation, he preferred to withhold any aggressive maneuvers until he grasped the full extent of the opposing civilization. The emergence of this civilization was so peculiar that Lu Ping seized the opportunity to investigate whether it had any connections to the Interstellar Order faction. After concealing his fleet, Lu Ping periodically dispatched probes into the depths of Gliese 832. The previous water droplet reconnaissance methods had become outdated, so Lu Ping, having ascended to a Type 3 civilization, had finally upgraded the water droplets. The primary enhancement involved the integration of nanolithography robotics technology. A squadron of water droplets silently navigated the Gliese 832 system, targeting the 2 planets within. The water droplet formation swiftly approached the space dock of Gliese 832b, where one droplet rapidly altered its course toward a recently docked spacecraft. Just as the droplet neared the vessel, it disintegrated with a thunderous sound, not due to external assault, but rather the upgraded self-disintegration feature of the water droplet. Upon disintegration, it transformed into countless nanobots, scattering toward the docked spacecraft, vanishing without a trace. As one of the spacecrafts began to dock, its hatch slowly opened, revealing several humanoid beings. These beings conducted a brief authentication process before proceeding toward the transfer corridor. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of nanobots, imperceptible to the naked eye, latched onto them at the instant of their verification. Oblivious to this, they opened a gate and entered within. After traversing several corridors, they arrived at a device reminiscent of a space capsule. The interior bore similarities to traditional aircraft cabins, featuring rows of seats, though appearing considerably more advanced and equipped with intricate safety measures. As 2 of the beings secured their safety harnesses, they engaged in conversation about their plans upon returning to the surface. "Duan, what do you intend to do when we get back?" "I'm considering a trip to the Bapuli Grand Canyon." "What about you, Solon? Care to join?" The restraints on Duan's chest gradually lowered, producing a crisp sound. "Come on, that place is rather desolate. It's suited for you photography enthusiasts and extreme sports fanatics. I, on the other hand, an artless homebody, would prefer to remain in the city and revel in its opulence." Solon too completed his cumbersome protective measures. "Esteemed passengers, the elevator is about to commence its ascent. Please double-check that your safety belts are securely fastened. During the elevator's operation, there may be slight sensations of weightlessness, so ensure your personal safety and belongings are properly secured. Should you require any assistance, please press the emergency call button on your armrest. The space elevator is about to initiate its journey, which will take approximately 32 minutes. We wish you a pleasant trip." Duan's seat was positioned near the window, allowing him to gaze upon the yellow-brown surface of Planet B, captivated by the view. He suddenly felt a sensation of weightlessness as the space elevator activated, rapidly descending toward the surface of B. The space elevator serves as one of the modes of transportation between the planetary surface and geostationary orbit. It requires the construction of a launch and landing traction device at both the equatorial position of the planet and a designated location in orbit, utilizing a cable to transport the capsule back and forth. This transportation method operates on principles similar to those of an elevator. The primary distinction lies in its enhanced power and the significantly higher material requirements for the cable. Such materials are entirely manageable for a Type 2 civilization. Chapter 51. The Silicon Civilization. The space elevator stands as the most optimal means of travel between the surface and the cosmos for a Type 2 civilization. In the case of a fully developed Type 2 civilization, the population of a life-bearing planet could reach hundreds of billions. If every individual were to venture into space by piloting a spacecraft from the surface, the planet's atmosphere would be inundated with countless engines continuously expelling nuclear or chemical fuels. Over time, this would alter the composition of the atmosphere, potentially destabilizing it. Such changes could lead to dire, unforeseen consequences for the ecological environment of the life-bearing planet, possibly even resulting in an ecological crisis. Therefore, establishing a public transit system on the surface to keep all spacecraft stationed in a space dock at synchronous orbit is, from every perspective, the most rational solution. On board the Earth vessel, Lu Ping diligently received, transmitted data daily, gradually piecing together insights into this civilization. With sufficient data accumulation, deciphering a civilization's language becomes a trivial task for him. The Silicon civilization indeed piqued Lu Ping's curiosity. These beings, who referred to themselves as silicon life forms, originated from a fundamentally integrated circuit. Their homeworld lies somewhere in the dense center of the Milky Way, where stars are abundant, predominantly nearing the end of their life cycles. Supernovae occasionally erupt, or new black holes form, rendering their living conditions exceedingly harsh. Over billions of years, countless civilizations have risen in that environment, yet most have succumbed to its adversities. In this brutal natural setting, the miraculous evolution of silicon-based life forms occurred. Even with the emergence of silicon-based life, survival in the increasingly harsh interstellar conditions remained a challenge. Any sudden interstellar catastrophe could spell their doom. This information, however, constitutes merely a brief overview in the historical annals of the Silicon civilization. Having painstakingly ascended to a Type II civilization amidst the challenges of their home system, they detected instability in a neutron star located several light-years away. Should this neutron star erupt, the Silicon civilization could face obliteration or be thrust back into a primitive state. Furthermore, the ecological devastation of their home planet would be total, leaving the Silicon beings unable to sustain their civilization, ultimately leading to their extinction. For the nascent Type II Silicon civilization, this prospect represented an existential disaster. Their spacecraft could barely achieve half the speed of light, necessitating the collective effort of an entire nation to construct such a vessel. The supernova was predicted to erupt within 20 years. In that time frame, whether constructing an interstellar fleet or underground cities, they could only cater to a minuscule fraction of their populace. Thus, the prospect of escape seemed utterly impossible, plunging their civilization into despair. While executing their seed program, a wormhole unexpectedly materialized within their galaxy. The emergence of the wormhole was significant enough to be detected by the Silicon civilization's probes, yet their technology was insufficient for analysis, leading them to speculate it was a potential spatial conduit. They dispatched a probe to investigate this mysterious passageway, seeking to ascertain its destination. To their elation, the other end of the wormhole connected to a habitable stellar system. Seizing this opportunity like a lifeline, the Silicon civilization united in a concerted effort to manufacture transport vessels. The specifications for these vessels were minimal. They required only ample capacity and life support systems. Ultimately, before the impending supernova's shockwave struck, they successfully migrated all Silicon beings through the wormhole to the new star system. Remarkably, after the migration was complete, the wormhole inexplicably vanished. Coincidentally, they traversed across tens of thousands of light-years to the Gliese 832 system through the wormhole. The Silicon civilization could not provide any explanation for the sudden appearance and subsequent disappearance of the wormhole. Whether it was a natural phenomenon or an act of assistance from an unseen benefactor remained a mystery, yet they chose not to dwell on it. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a fortuitous event for them. This chapter of history unfolded approximately 600 years ago, shortly after the Rain Star civilization initiated its Wandering Planet program. However, as Lu Ping analyzed the circumstances of both the Rain Star civilization and the Silicon civilization, he could not help but draw connections between the two events. On the surface, both civilizations made independent choices in response to insurmountable external factors. Yet who could guarantee that these surface appearances were not orchestrated by an unseen hand? Lu Ping systematically examined the experiences of Earth, the Rain Star civilization, and the Silicon civilization, uncovering a commonality. All three civilizations encountered insurmountable obstacles during their early development as fledgling Type II civilizations. Ultimately, their resolution lay in escaping their original star systems. Of course, Lu Ping was a unique case. Having reconciled with the Blood Tribe, he expanded the definition of humanity. Overall, the old human race had largely vacated the solar system. Through decades of experience, particularly with the emergence of the agents and the Silicon civilization. Lu Ping became increasingly convinced that a force was driving these events from behind the scenes. Within his envisioned power dynamics of the galaxy, humanity and the Rainstar civilization belonged to one faction, while the Silicon beings and the agents constituted another. The Blood Tribe, it appeared, was initially part of the agents faction but had since been assimilated by humanity. At present, however, the Silicon civilization exhibited a marked difference from the agents. Clearly, the Silicon beings remained oblivious to the underlying dynamics, whereas the agents had already begun to emerge prominently, taking direct action against remnants like humanity and the Rainstar civilization. Was it merely that the Silicon civilization's lower status and insufficient strength prevented the forces behind the scenes from engaging them directly? The emergence of the Silicon civilization came as an unexpected delight for Lu Ping. Originally seeking to investigate energy entities, he had yet to yield any results concerning them, but stumbled upon the Silicon civilization instead. Following his annihilation of the agent fleet, he devised plans to probe into the forces behind the agents. Now, with the inclusion of the Silicon civilization, he could refine this plan. Days later, a small exit opened in the spatial barrier where Lu Ping resided. A fleet of cone-shaped warships emerged, heading towards the Gliese 832 system. This fleet, comprising 100,000 vessels, employed conventional sublight travel, making it easily detectable by the Silicon civilization's probes. This was, of course, a deliberate tactic on Lu Ping's part. Unknown fleet, you have intruded upon the territory of the Silicon civilization without permission. Please cease your advance immediately. The cone-shaped fleet promptly received the warning from the Silicon civilization. Chapter 52. Impersonating an agent. The Silicon civilization has thrived in the Gliese 832 star system for 6 centuries, evolving into a remarkably advanced Type 2 civilization. Beyond their home system, they have established colonies in several nearby star systems. Although they were taken aback by the sudden appearance of 100,000 warships, they did not regard this formidable fleet with undue concern. A squadron of disc-shaped warships promptly advanced to issue a warning and attempt to intercept. Lu Ping had no intention of engaging in battle. He positioned the 100,000 conical warships at the periphery of the Gliese 832 system. As the approaching disc-shaped warships drew near, he sent a message in the universal language of agents. Silicon civilization, I am an agent of the interstellar order. All civilizations within this star system fall under my protection. Lu Ping had previously captured an agent warship, acquiring some knowledge about the agents. They indeed served as an armed force responsible for maintaining the interstellar order within a radius of 100 light-years from the solar system. However, he had not obtained detailed intelligence regarding the power behind these agents. The Triad star system remained closed off, and the outside world was unaware that the conflict within had concluded. Thus, while building his new fleet, Lu Ping also created a modest agent fleet, intending to infiltrate the opposing camp when necessary. By a stroke of fortune, this agent fleet could now serve as a means to establish contact with the Silicon civilization. Agent. The area within a 20 light-year radius surrounding the Silicon system is inherent territory of the Silicon civilization, with a population in the billions and nearly 1 billion warships. We possess the confidence and capability to safeguard our territorial integrity. Hence, we do not accept the protection of any organization. Please return whence you came. Lu Ping smiled faintly. The conical warship communicating with the Silicon fleet was operated by his remote brain-machine program. Had he not been forewarned of their origins, he might have struggled to counter their claims. Their audacity was remarkable. In merely 6 centuries, they deemed the Gliese 832 system as their own territory. Subsequently, Lu Ping transmitted a data packet. The Silicon civilization's fleet was piloted by Silicon beings, who decoded the data and opened it. They were presented with a panoramic video of a star system strikingly similar to their own. The sole distinction was that the star system featured 3 planets, one of which harbored a Type 2 civilization. Astonishingly, the video concluded with the planet being expelled from the star system by the second-tier civilization's planetary engine matrix, drifting into the vastness of space. Clearly, after this second-tier civilization took their home planet, the star system transformed into what the Silicon beings now referred to as the Silicon system. The commanders watching the video exchanged grave glances, their expressions solemn. And without further words, they encrypted and saved the video, dispatching it through a secure network. Though brief, the video conveyed an immense amount of information. The Silicon system possessed an indigenous interstellar civilization, which had inexplicably migrated their home world in its entirety. This was not the crux of the matter, rather. The significance lay in the fact that the video provided ample evidence that the Silicon beings' claim to sovereignty over the Gliese 832 system was illegitimate. This revelation would place them in a precarious position among their contemporaries. "Agent, please clarify your intentions," the disc-shaped fleet requested after deliberation. "My intentions are straightforward. To convey my identity and authority as an agent of your civilization," Lu Ping replied. "Of course, there are also some important matters to discuss, though I am not at liberty to disclose them at present." His meaning was clear. The opposing fleet, tasked with interstellar security, lacked the qualifications for a dialogue with him. "Agent, we have conveyed your visit to the administrative center. If you wish, you may follow our guidance to our outpost for a brief respite." Lu Ping, situated at the system's periphery, understood that with the communication efficiency of a Type 2 civilization, the back-and-forth exchange would consume nearly a month. Gliese 832 was merely a red dwarf star, possessing less than half the mass of the Sun, rendering this star system significantly smaller than the Solar System. The entire star system spanned less than a light month in diameter, resulting in reduced communication delays compared to the Solar System and the Triad star system. A smile graced Lu Ping's face as he noted the shift in the opposing fleet's demeanor. Their previous warning regarding his unauthorized presence had transformed into a more cordial invitation. As guests, Lu Ping embraced this role and expressed his eagerness. The Silicon Fleet reformed its formation, encircling Lu Ping's conical warship as they proceeded toward the outpost. This outpost was situated within the asteroid belt of the star system, comprising a colossal asteroid with a diameter of over 100 kilometers. The Silicon civilization had fashioned this asteroid into an interstellar fortress, equipped with fusion engine matrices and an array of anti-air weaponry, along with a permanent stationed fleet. It also housed a small space dock capable of accommodating a fleet of 1,000,000 vessels. However, due to the incompatibility of Lu Ping's interface with theirs, he could only remain at the periphery of the asteroid. Throughout the month, the station's Silicon fleet merely inquired every few days whether Lu Ping required supplies, refraining from any further forms of communication. It was evident that these inquiries were merely a formality, designed to ensure Lu Ping did not feel neglected. To emulate an agent, Lu Ping's fleet was entirely controlled by subsidiary programs derived from the core. These subsidiary programs, classified as secondary-tier artificial intelligence, operated on the same hardware as the primary-tier intelligence. The only distinction lay in their authorization levels. After a month, several disc-shaped vessels finally departed from within the star system, transitioning from sublight speed to appear near the outpost. Lu Ping had already detected their trajectories through gravitational wave devices but feigned ignorance, awaiting their proactive approach. The following day, a communication request rang out, and Lu Ping connected with the incoming call. The screen revealed a creature resembling a terracotta warrior, exhibiting a form that closely mirrored that of a human. However, its facial features diverged significantly, adorned with a crocodilian visage, pronounced jaw, and bulging eyes, all intricately textured like pottery. The crocodilian figure gazed at the empty screen, its prominent eyes widening momentarily before settling into a natural expression. "Agent, I am Kuba, a diplomat of the Silicon civilization. It is an honor to represent the Silicon civilization and welcome your visit. Kuba, I am delighted to make your acquaintance. Allow me to clarify, it is not that I conceal my true form. We agents are entirely composed of artificial intelligence, integrated with our ships. Each vessel embodies an individual agent. One might say we are a mechanical civilization. The universe is vast and replete with wonders. Existence itself justifies its own rationale. Thank you for your explanation. I am curious whether agent is your collective designation or a personal title." Kuba's expression remained composed, though it was evident he was striving to contain his inner excitement. After all, This marked the Silicon civilization's inaugural encounter with an extraterrestrial entity. We do not possess names, only designations. You may refer to me as 9527.